I am a pretty good cook, but in order to avoid cooking after marriage, I hid the fact that I can cook from Lu Ruyan. However, I feel uncomfortable all over if I don't cook for a while. Today, before my wife went out, she said she would work overtime and not come home. To be safe, I took out my phone to call her, while excitedly dancing in the living room. What I didn't know was that my wife had actually secretly joined a program to uncover secrets about one's partner and had secretly installed 180 cameras in the house. When she saw me excitedly making the call, her heart skipped a beat. Meanwhile, netizens were instantly excited because many TV dramas have scenes like this. When the wife is not at home, the husband immediately calls to meet other women. Lu Ruyan's heart skipped a beat. After the two got married, their circle of friends became much smaller, and they wouldn't contact friends unless necessary. Just as she was thinking, Lu Ruyan's phone suddenly rang, and she found out that it was me calling. She breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the host Bing Bing, who nodded, and gestured to the staff on the scene to be quiet before saying, "You can answer it." "Hello, wife. It's already 11:30, and you're not back yet. I'm hungry." Lu Ruyan immediately said, "I'm not coming back today. I have to work overtime." "You have your meal. The money I gave you this morning should be enough for lunch," Lu Ruyan said thoughtfully. "Okay, are you sure you're not coming back?" I felt a stir in my heart and asked casually. This strange reaction puzzled Lu Ruyan. Why did he need to make sure again? Could it be that this guy really? So she continued, "Yes, I have to work overtime. I'm a bit busy today." "You have your meal. Then give me a call before you come back." With that, I hung up the phone. The studio fell silent at this moment. There's something fishy. Definitely something fishy. I'm ready to watch the show. Let's keep watching. This guy has repeatedly confirmed that his wife won't be back. There must be something on his mind. I can already smell the scent of a secret. The host Bing Bing's face also looked a bit strange. "Miss Lu, do you always go home to have lunch with your husband at noon?" "Yes, because it's said that takeout is unhealthy, so I rarely eat it. The company is relatively close to home, so I usually go home to eat." "Then maybe your husband feels unhappy when you don't come back to eat. After all." Before the words were finished, in the scene, I hung up the phone and immediately jumped up in place, took off my clothes, leaving only my underwear, danced the driving test at home, and continued to sing in a very charming manner. The corners of Lu Ruyan's mouth twitched, and the host Bing Bing looked even more embarrassed. There was no trace of unhappiness at all, as if he couldn't wait for his wife not to come back to cook every day. "Miss Lu, is the taste of the food you cook?" The following words were not suitable to say. The meaning is it too bad that your husband doesn't eat the food you cook? How did you get so excited? Lu Ruyan's eyes were already shooting fire at this point. "Wait and see how I deal with you when I get back." At this point, I hadn't realized that my performance had been seen clearly by my wife. I lay back on the sofa in a mess, picked up my phone and continued to make a call. Everyone hurriedly looked at the screen. This guy is making another call. See, what did I just say? I bet this call is definitely to some girl. There is not a single good man in the world. Well, you never know. It's better not to speculate randomly until we see the result. There was also my voice in the scene. "Did you see the message I sent you just now? Did you see it? Then get ready to come over. Quickly, I can't wait." Unfortunately, we couldn't hear what the person on the other end of the phone was saying. After hanging up the phone, it was obvious that I was very excited. There was dead silence in the live broadcast room after listening. This phone call was very strange. At this moment, Lu Ruyan was already regretting participating in this program. It was also the first time she discovered that I had so many thoughts and secrets behind my back. Who was this phone call for? Who did he want to come over quickly? He couldn't wait any longer. If it weren't for the millions of online viewers, Lu Ruyan might have already rolled up her sleeves and hit me back. After a brief silence in the live broadcast room, people began to discuss. At the moment, the probability of cheating is 80%, and the probability of meeting with good buddies is 40%. The host Bing Bing hurriedly said to Lu Ruyan in front of her, "Miss Lu, don't worry, let's see the situation first." Lu Ruyan nodded, but her face was as dark as water. If I really cheated, she didn't know how to face the life ahead. Her mind was in a mess. Before long, ding dong, someone rang the doorbell. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the big screen, and the director quickly adjusted the camera to follow my movements. I ran to the door in my big shorts. The door opened, and a pretty girl in casual clothes walked in. At that moment, Lu Ruyan's mind went blank. It's over. It's really cheating. No wonder he had to confirm multiple times that his wife wouldn't come back. He really made an appointment with a girl. I thought he was so handsome, but he turned out to be a total scumbag. The barrage instantly started to denounce vigorously, but just then, the young lady, however, asked, "Mr. Lin, here are the dishes you asked for." tofu, chicken breast, ham, all prepared to your specifications, and asparagus. It's all here. It's a total of $73. Okay, I'll scan the code for you. Lin Wuyu took the black bag and swept the code to pay for it in one fell swoop. If Mr. Lin needs any other dishes, feel free to send me a WeChat. I'll be going now. Bye. Having said that, the young lady sailed away. The moment the door to the room closed, Su Yuling let out a vicious sigh of relief. But, what's he doing buying groceries? 3 years of marriage and he can't cook at all. Chapter 004, Famous National Banquet Dishes, Wunsi Tofu? So your husband ordered food on WeChat, I said with a smile, intended to liven up the atmosphere. The netizens and the pop-ups were also all embarrassed. Look at all of you, with small minds. What thoughts? You've pulled it off. I remember your ID. You just swiped the screen saying people were going to cheat on you. The truth is out. People are just buying groceries. Look at all the fuss you guys are making. What kind of food does he buy if he doesn't order takeout? Is he going to cook for himself? But I remember Ms. Su said that her husband can't cook. It's possible it's for the evening. Su Yuling and Bing Bing also had the same idea. The two men looked at the big screen. Su Yuling thought of another point. I gave you $50 on the way out. Where'd you get $70? And not even a frown. Private money. But it's not really much of a secret. Who doesn't have some secret money? Ice did not dwell much on the subject of private money. Just said, looks like he's thinking pretty far ahead. The dishes are ready for the evening. Just waiting for you to go back and cook for him tonight. Su Yuling nodded and shook her head again. Tofu? I do know a few things, but I don't do them very well. So I don't know what he wants me to cook for him. Having said that, the two men continued to look at the big screen, for wanting to see what he plans to eat for lunch, but I didn't expect it. After getting the plastic bag, Lin Wuyu directly carried and ran to the kitchen. Then get out the tablet, roll up your sleeves, and get the chopper ready. The contents of the bag were also presented. Tofu, asparagus, chicken breast, ham, fresh shiitake mushrooms, lettuce, rather simple stuff. Is this going to cook? Bing Bing looked at the screen in surprise. Ms. Su, your husband can cook? No way. Didn't I tell you before? After 3 years of marriage, he can even scramble eggs. Su Yuling said with a face full of doubt. So maybe it's a whim and you're planning to study and learn? It's a possibility. The pop-up netizens were tugging at their minds with the two men's analysis. It's a possibility. Maybe he's planning to practicing while his wife's not home and wants to surprise her. There aren't many good men like that. Looking at the tofu he prepared, and the fact that there are no special condiments, he should be planning to start learning from a simple dish. Wait. I'm the cook. Why do I think there's something familiar about these ingredients of his? Amidst all the talk, Lin Wuyu had already tied her apron. Lay out all the ingredients in front of you. Boldly bellowing, clearing his throat, he shouted to himself. Dang, the god of cookery. Lin Wuyu makes his appearance. And this time, he prepares a dish for himself called Wunshi Tofu. Shasta, the playwright, is on board. Pohaha, do you need to make so much noise to learn how to cook? What a drama queen. I'm laughing my ass off. If he knew so many people were looking at him, would he die on the spot socially? I do think it's rather cute. I wish my husband was that cute. What the hell is a dish for yourself? Does it need to be so formal? Ha ha. On stage, Su Yuling and the host exchanged glances, wide-eyed. What's Wunshi Tofu? The name of the dish? Just in time. In the pop-up, someone who knows what they're doing has already figured it out. Right, I told you why these ingredients look so familiar. They're clearly the raw materials for Vince's tofu. Yes, I thought it was a bit odd before, but now it seems that this guy is actually going to make Wunshi Tofu. That's one of the top 10 national dishes. Wunshi Tofu. Really? It's really a national dish? Can this guy cook it? Whether it's done or not I don't know. But anyway, he's got his stuff ready to go, and he's looking at starting it. Backstage, staff have quickly searched for materials to send to supporters. Ice picked it up and looked at it. The eyes glazed over. State dinner dishes. What state dish? Su Yuling was a bit confused. Wunshi Tofu, Huayang cuisine, one of the top 10 famous dishes of the state banquet, did not use special ingredients to seasoning, highlighting a light. But this dish, not the average person to do. He needs the chef to have the ultimate ghost of the knife work can be. Ice explained. Su Yuling was even more surprised. Of course she didn't believe that Lin Wuyu would make this dish. Even more so, he didn't believe that he had any knife skills, because he had forced Lin Wuyu to cut up shredded potatoes. And good lord, it came out as a plate of fries. No, it was even thicker than fries. He was just a little puzzled as to how Lin Wuyu, a person who couldn't cook, would know about this. Even if you want to learn how to cook, You don't need to go straight to the top with a state banquet dish, do you? What the hell is this? Look at the screen again. Lin Wuyu wiped one hand on the knife rack and carried out a kitchen knife. The moment. Lin Wuyu's expression suddenly became serious and calm. Chapter 005. This is at least 20 years of knife work. It looks like he's really going to start cooking. MS. Sue, this is also the first time you've seen your husband cook. Even though he can't do it, this heart is still there. And when he learns it, you'll be blessed. Ice teased. At this point, the guide suddenly arranged for the staff to bring someone up. It was a short, fat man. Brother Lu? Ice looked suspiciously at the staff member next to him. This short, fat man, named Lu Dong. It's in charge of the lights. Bing bing, the director's side arranged it. Lu used to be a cook for 20 years before he injured his hand before he came to do the lighting. He came to be in charge of the explanation. The staff member said by way of introduction. So it is. Ice reacted immediately. Lin Wuyu doesn't know how to cook, so it will definitely be a mess when the time comes. Lu, as the cook, explains what he did wrong and makes it less confusing for the netizens to watch. The show is also a little more fun. The director of the program was experienced in this area and saw that it was immediately scheduled. That's the beauty of live streaming. There is no script. Everything is unknown. In previous programs, the director has encountered similar problems and has arranged for some professionals to explain and regulate the atmosphere. Ice. I this do lighting. Used to be a cook. Do not quite know you guys these interviews and whatnot. A moment where to say bad. You can remind me. Lu Dong is an honest man. A little nervous about being on the show for the first time. Brother Lu is joking. We are a live program. Just talk casually. Sit down. After the six fall into place, there's just 3 people on the stage. Su Yuling sat in the center, Bing Bing and 6 separated on both sides, and the 3 of them made a semicircle. Brother Lu, Vince Tofu, do you understand it? I know, but I've never done it. I can't reach the fire with my knife skills. My master did. Lu Dong recalled. The process of this dish is actually not complicated. The important thing is the knife work. Having said that, look to the screen. Live broadcast. I just watched the whole thing down. If this young man wants to learn to cook, it's not a good idea to choose this dish, because the test of this dish is the work of the knife. Without the work of the knife, there is nothing else. Having said that, Lin Wuyue in the picture also moved. He boiled a pot of water before picking up the chopper again. Start with fresh shiitake mushrooms. Stemmed. This dish, all the ingredients, should be shredded. Tofu and cilantro are needed to be blanched. He boiled the water first. This is no problem. It seems to have done his homework beforehand. Lu Dong said with an introduction. Not bad for a cook. I didn't make buncher tofu, but I can see how it works. After, Lin Wuyu began to cut the mushrooms, but the next scene stunned everyone. All you hear is da-da-da-da-da-da. Lin Wuyu carried his sword very quickly, very fast. At this frequency, the sound of a cleaver clashing against a countertop is barely audible, but rather stretches into a line. This, Lu Dong was dumbfounded. As a cook, he knew all too well what it meant to cut vegetables that fast. The guide also reacted at the first opportunity. Staff, adjust the camera, adjust the focus, zoom in, hurry, it's too late. After the crew adjusted the camera to zoom in, Lin Wuyu has finished cutting. Not a lot of shiitake mushrooms per se, but even so fast. It's only been a few seconds. And you're done? How do you cut it? It's not a blind chopper, is it? Vince tofu was meant to be shredded, but when everyone looked at the tabletop, the whole group was dumbfounded. Under the high-definition camera, the tabletops, the shiitake mushrooms were all finely shredded, very well proportioned and very fine. It's already in HD, but at this distance, it's still not easy to see just how fine that is. Did any of you see what just happened? I'm convinced by the speed of this chopping. Holy, I've been a cook for nothing for the past few years. Shiitake mushrooms are very fragile and difficult to shred, and Lin Wuyue was able to slice them to this extent. Holy crap, this is a guy who can scramble eggs? Why don't I believe it so much? On stage, Bing Bing and Su Yuling were also dumbfounded. One was in disbelief, and the other was Su Yuling, feeling like her outlook on life had collapsed. Even this fool can see that this is a great sword. The 2 men looked at Lu Dong in unison. Lu, explain. Lu Dong's face was very odd. Shiitake mushrooms are indeed very difficult to cut, and I'm sure none of you have seen many shredded shiitake mushrooms. Have you? At most it's sliced shiitake mushrooms because he crumbles so easily. If you want to shred shiitake mushrooms, you have to be fast, precise and ruthless, but when the knife is fast, the precision is not enough, and that requires merit, skillful merit. The part just now, I didn't look closely, but looking at the finished product and that stance just now, you can't do this job without 10 years of knife work. Lu Dong's words surprised everyone. Unfortunately, the picture is still a bit far away. And it's hard to judge when it's on a tablet and you can't quite see how far he can cut it. Lu Dong squinted his eyes and stared at the screen for half a second before murmuring, "Just in time." It seems to confirm what everyone thinks. Lin Wuyu slowly pinched a small pinch of shredded shiitake mushrooms and placed it in front of his eyes to look at it. It was also because of this movement that the camera captured the focus with precision and saw it clearly. That shredded shiitake mushroom is as fine as a hair. Lu Dong sucked in a mouthful of cold air, his face full of incredulity. I take back what I said just now. 10 years of knife work cannot cut this degree. This at least have to be 20 years of knife work. And it is a very skillful master chef. Chapter 006, I've seen no master like Lin Wuyu. Well, that's good. The craft hasn't regressed. Picture. Lin Wuyu also commented on her work. This, Ice is a well-known figure in the hosting world. Tongue-tied, but at this point, I don't know how to describe it. Su Yuling on the opposite side was even more exaggerated. The sky was turned upside down in his head. The perception of Lin Wuyu also collapsed at this moment. We've been married for 3 years. I've been cooking hard for 3 years. And you're a god of cooking. MS. Su, I don't think it's a big deal. Maybe he was just lucky, right? After all, you said before that he scrambled his eggs. Bing Bing comforted Su Yuling and said, "Looks like. Makes a bit of sense. Keep looking." Su Yuling murmured, "Trust him for once and see what happens." The shredded shiitake mushrooms were yard aside by Lin Wuyu. Then, it's asparagus. Peel, wash and shred. Lu Dong had said that all the ingredients in this were to be shredded, and the finer the better. But in reality, shredded mushrooms cut that way have been almost too round to describe as luck. The next cut of asparagus. The movements are almost identical. Da 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 da. But this time, the camera was ready in advance and the focus was very sharp. The chopping scene was clearly seen by all. The knife was so fast. It was almost a blur. To describe it as lightning fast would not be an exaggeration. It was also just a few seconds. Lin Wuyu finished cutting. The shredded asparagus in front of you is equally fine as hair. Unlike shiitake mushrooms, which are fragile, asparagus is tough but no less difficult. The fibers of asparagus are very distinct. If you can't feel the fibers, even if you cut them fine, they will break off piecemeal and not be shredded. There's only one possibility for a cut to this extent, and that's the chef's familiarity with the ingredients. Familiar enough to be subconsciously aware of the construction and direction of the fiber texture with a single touch of the hand, and flexible enough to carry the knife. After saying this, Lu Dong looked towards Su Yuling. The meaning is clear. Your husband is not a kitchen disaster who can't cook at all, but a master chef with a great knife. Su Yuling's breathing became a bit rapid. Ice on the other side of the room didn't know how to describe it. 3 issues into the program. First time I've run into this. If it's really like what Lu Dong said, Lin Wuyu is the god of cooking, then this is also hiding too deep. The netizens also came back to their senses. This time, I can see clearly. This knife work. Admire. More than 20 years of knife work. I've been a chef for over 30 years, and a sous chef at that, and I can't reach this level. Good lord. This dude is so awesome that he hid his identity as a cooking god for 3 years so he wouldn't cook. Ha ha. Too cute to hide so deep just to be lazy and not cook. I'm going to grill my husband after work in a few minutes to see if he can cook. With things having come to this, it was basically a given that Lin Wuyu could cook. And it seems to be awesome. But just how awesome is yet to be discovered. Or maybe, it's that he was a cook for a few years before he met you? I said analytically. But the words. You believe that? A few years as a cook and you can do this? Don't be in a hurry. Keep watching everyone. Vince tofu. The focus is on the tofu. It's the tofu that's the hardest part when you want to cut it to that degree. Lu Dong thought about it and expressed his opinion. The words just fell. The water's boiling. Seeing the right moment, Lin Wuyu directly placed the tofu in front of him and quickly began to transport the knife. A familiar scene. Da 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 da. There was more tofu and it was slower, but at most, it was no more than 30 seconds. By the time it's done cutting, if you don't look closely, you'd think there was a puddle of tofu milk sitting on the counter. It's really as fine as that, as if cut to pieces. Su Yuling hurriedly looked at Lu Dong. Brother Lu, at this level, how many years will it take? Lu Dong shook his head. I can't tell for now. The tofu has bean juice in it. It's easy to mix it up. You need to go underwater to see it. Was saying. Lin Wuyu had already taken the pile of shredded tofu on the tabletop and put it in the water. Shasta. A heavenly maiden. A root. A thread. Well proportioned. Fine. As if a chrysanthemum were opening. Perfect. Lu Dong was so excited that he could hardly sit still. When I was a cook back then, I had the honor of seeing a national chef master making Wenshur tofu on the spot. But, from Lin Wuyu, it's still a little bit worse. Su Yuling gulped. I don't know how to describe my feelings. I thought Lin Wuyu didn't have any secrets. Results. Such a big secret. It's not that you can't cook. On the contrary, it's better than the masters. The tofu was briefly blanched, followed by lettuce, chicken breast, and cooked ham. In Lin Wuyue's hands, it flew into julienne. Each one is fine to the core. And then, change the water. This is because blanching tofu is, in itself, a way to get rid of the soy juice and soy flavor. After changing the water, add the ingredients one at a time and simply put a little salt on it. A light, but very difficult version of buncher tofu, out of the pan. Lin Wuyu joyfully carried the bowl to the table and joyfully was planning to eat. Jingle bells. The phone rang. Lin Wuyu swept her eyes. Is that the wife? He was startled. It couldn't be that his wife was coming back, could it? On the stage, it was Su Yuling holding the phone, her eyes almost spitting fire. Chapter 007. This kid is a bit of a thief. Hesitated for a few seconds. Lin Wuyu pressed the answer button. Wife, you're coming back? Lin Wuyu asked. Bing Bing, who was opposite Su Yuling, desperately gave Su Yuling a wink. If Su Yuling was exposed at this time, the program would naturally be interrupted. But each installment is a month long. That meant observing Lin Wuyu for a month. Nowadays, this installment is supposed to be the hottest. The netizens have been very vocal, and has to say that it is indeed wonderful. The thrill of discovering someone else's secret is too much for all internet users to handle. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room had also surpassed 3 million. The peak number of people for the first 2 episodes combined was just over 3 million. And this is looking like one episode is going to be more than 2. It mustn't be messed up by Su Yuling. Su Yuling took a deep breath and nodded to Bing Bing to show that she understood. Not going back. Just reminding you in case you forget to eat. Su Yuling had anger in her heart. Emphasis was placed on the word dinner. Oh, eating. Lin Wuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, what did you eat? Ordered. Takeout. Ah, what takeout? Just ordered. Well, tofu. What tofu? Homemade tofu. Homemade tofu? I'll believe the hell out of you. Which family can eat buncher tofu every day? That's a national dish. But, by this point, Su Yuling had no intention of continuing to dwell on this topic. It was just a conspiratorial. I thought you were tossing around cooking at home by yourself. This statement was made. It startled Lin Wuyu. Hastily, he looked around to make sure his wife wasn't peeking at him from the window. Honey, are you really at the office? Yeah. Oh, hey, what are you talking about? How can I cook? No, I can't. As he said this, he scooped up a spoonful of Vince's tofu and brought it to his mouth. Are you sure you can't cook? Su Yuling really couldn't help herself and her tone intensified a bit. Lin Wuyu became even more suspicious. Even stood up and ran to the window to look outside. The chicken thief's appearance caused the netizens in the broadcast room to burst into laughter. Bing Bing also stepped forward at this time in a timely manner, reminding Su Yuling not to continue, or else she would really be exposed. Su Yuling realized that she had been too impulsive just now, so nodded. I'll get back to work. You eat your tofu. Having said that, hanging up, Lin Wuyu stood at the window, her face full of doubt. 1 step forward and 3 steps back to the window. The netizens in the live room couldn't help themselves. It's so funny. In your own house, being a thief. I'm furious. Lin Wuyue even hid it from her wife for 3 years. I cross-examined my husband and he can't cook, but I don't believe it. I'm going to keep digging. I'm looking hungry. I'm going to order a takeout. Lin Wuyu re-entered the living room. Keep eating. But it always felt weird inside. It was really the wife's reaction that was a little too unusual. Couldn't really have found out. Could you? He muttered as he ate. And with puzzlement, a bowl of Vince's tofu went down quickly. But as he thought about it left and right, he always felt that there was something strange somewhere. Looking back, it seems that I didn't make any mistakes. It shouldn't be. Lin Wuyu sat down on the sofa and began to analyze it. First, he hadn't cooked for the past few days, and only did so today when he happened to have the opportunity. Wife is working late again and won't be back for lunch. On-site discovery shouldn't be possible. This analysis, of course, is correct. But he didn't realize that it was what was found on the spot. And it was discovered in the presence of millions of internet users. From start to finish. See it all. Could it be? Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he bounded off the couch and ran 3 steps to the smallest room. The odd look immediately alerted everyone. MS. Sue, what is that place? Ice asked. The second bedroom. The smallest second bedroom. Has been used as storage since there aren't a lot of friends over. And you don't go in there on weekdays. Su Yuling subconsciously said. Luckily, though, the show's crew had installed a full range of 5 cameras in that room as well. As Lin Wuyu rushed into the small room, the camera footage immediately followed. What's this kid up to? Why is he sneaking around? My guess is that the show is beating the bushes and he's trying to cover up some other kind of secret. That's a possibility. But the secret is hidden in the warehouse? That's easy to spot, isn't it? Was saying. Lin Wuyue had already lifted the bedpan of the small bedroom. Ha, this bedpan still lifts? Su Yuling was shocked. She didn't know at all. Under the bedpan, there was a small box. Lin Wuyu scrutinized it, then carefully opened the box. Inside the box, as can be seen in the image, is a thick stack of what appears to be documents. Too bad the camera couldn't read the writing on it. There's nothing wrong with it, so it looks like I was overthinking it. Lin Wuyu muttered, then carefully covered the box again. Only he can see it. The top one of that stack of papers read, Certificate of Honor for Bocuse d'Or World Culinary Champion. And there are stacks of such certificates. Chapter 008, I'll figure out your secret tonight. Recover the bedpan. Lin Wuyu clapped her hands and nodded in satisfaction. No problem. It's impossible to find out. Much ado about nothing. Back to the living room. Lin Wuyu cleaned up the battlefield at the first opportunity. The dishes were brushed and the leftover ingredients were not thrown in the dumpster, but carried out to the big trash can down the street. There's not really much left. Lin Wuyue had bought it in the amount of a single serving. The precise control of the quantity of ingredients is not much different in itself. Wrap it up. Get back on the couch and play the game. At first glance, it was the same as Lin Wuyu playing the game when she first woke up, and if it wasn't for this program, she wouldn't have been able to find any traces of it at all. Su Yuling's face became even darker. Nice guy. This is a repeat offender. MS. Su, those red books. What are they? Your marriage license? No. The marriage license is something I put away in the closet. Su Yuling shook her head. Those things that Lin Wuyu had hidden away. She had never seen them at all. The camera was high definition, but those IDs were all stacked on top of each other, so you could only see the top one, and you couldn't make out the writing on it. Tonight after work, I'm going to see what he's up to. Su Yuling murmured. Even if the program doesn't ask for it, she must see it. Originally, he thought that Lin Wuyu didn't have any secrets and was just an ordinary little city man, and it was good for her. Really, really good. But I didn't realize that this kid was keeping so many secrets behind his back. At this time, Lin Wuyue is still completely unaware that his little secret is about to be exposed, and is playing the game beautifully. There's not much more to say about playing the game. Su Yuling then made small talk with Bing Bing. Since the cooking process was already finished and there was nothing left for Lu Dong to do, he went off the stage first. MS. Su, whether those are documents or not, we don't know yet. I'm sure you'll find out tonight when you get home. Aha. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, when did you and your husband meet? About more than 4 years ago? Yeah, over 4 years. That is to say, they got married a little over a year after they met and have been married for 3 years now. So what did your husband do when you met him? Ice continues to dig deeper. He was already freelancing at that time, and further on, I didn't ask much about it, or care about such things, and when I gossiped on weekdays, I didn't hear what he used to do. Su Yuling recalled. After that, Su Yuling revisited what happened after the two of them got together. Not exactly colorful. Lin Wuyue was very kind to him, and on a plain day, neither of them were people who liked to be particularly noisy. Moreover, Lin Wuyue's income had always been good, and Su Yuling herself had a high position in the company, so the two of them were quite affluent. Nothing big. Su Yuling had also always felt that she knew Lin Wuyu well enough. Just found out now. This guy is hiding so deep, but that's not a bad thing. Pretending for 3 years in order to avoid cooking. This little thought made Su Yuling almost laugh in anger. The biggest suspicion, by far, is in those papers. Su Yuling made up her mind. Tonight, make sure you find out what's going on. In the afternoon, Lin Wuyu didn't show anything else, and when she was tired after playing the game, she went straight to bed. It was only an hour before the neighboring Su Yuling left work that she began to slowly turn on her computer to work. Looking at Su Yuling, she was even more enraged. She has read those readers' messages, urging for updates or so anxious, but he is still slow to start? Seeing that it's almost time, Su Yuling drove home, and the show goes on. The program ran until 10 p.m. At that time, Ice would be resting and off duty, but all the surveillance equipment was going to be recording 24 hours a day, every day. Sure, at night, the camera in the bedroom was turned off. Otherwise, you'd have to do some kind of baby-making exercise live. I'm back. Su Yuling opened the door to her room and shouted. Lin Wuyu came out in his big pants. Honey, you're back? I'm a little hungry. What are you going to cook tonight? Lin Wuyu said subconsciously. As soon as this was mentioned, Su Yuling's fire rubbed up. And have the ing nerve to ask my mom to cook for you? Why didn't you think of me when you ate the state dinner at noon? But suddenly, Su Yuling remembered something. I remembered that she had pampered Lin Wuyu many times, saying that she wanted to eat delicious food. After work, the house shows up with really good food. Those dishes Su Yuling had always felt that they were not something that could be made by an ordinary restaurant, and Lin Wuyu had said that she had bought them back from a big hotel, but the flavors were surprisingly good all the way back when I brought them back. Su Yuling had a small suspicion at first, but didn't think much of it. After all, Lin Wuyu could scramble eggs. Now think. Then there's no chance that Lin Wuyu did it. Yeah, that's definitely it. How come you're so dumbfounded as soon as you get back? Honey, how about we eat braised pork today? I'm craving it. Lin Wuyu hadn't noticed anything yet and then said. Su Yuling almost directly disliked. You go eat farts. But when it came to his mouth, he held it in. Eyes glanced if anything at the small second bedroom not far away. The secret. It's in there. Chapter 009. Support Lin Wuyu away first. But how can you go in and check it out without spooking anyone? That's a problem. Lin Wuyu is a freelancer and doesn't usually go out much. There's not much to go on. Honey, what are you looking at? Lin Wuyu asked suspiciously. The wife's reaction today is really a bit odd. The response from the phone call to now has been strange. But Lin Wuyu still didn't feel exposed. Because according to his wife's temperament, if she was exposed, she would have come up and questioned him by now. And he didn't expect it. If it wasn't for the program team stopping them, Su Yuling would have definitely come up to raise hell. It's nothing. I'm going to make dinner. Su Yuling shook her head and turned around to cook. In the kitchen, the cleanup was indeed very clean, and it was not at all obvious that the place had produced a state dish at noon. Those remaining materials from the morning were also cleaned up by Lin Wuyu, and not a single trace could be found. Straight from the booth. Netflix is still following the live stream. Seeing Su Yuling come home and start cooking, the netizens are getting antsy too. How can you go to that little room and check those papers without alerting Lin Wuyu? Can we start by taking a wild guess that those documents? Maybe there's just an ID at the top and nothing underneath? Yeah, I thought the same thing. What does a person have to do to get that many certificates? At night, while Lin Wuyu is asleep, I'll come out again to check thoroughly. I think this is the best way for now. Ice is not yet off duty. Continue to guide the group from the stage. I'm getting off work at 10 o'clock in a little while. However, our program is live in the booth 24 hours a day. The staff will also take turns on duty, and if there is an unforeseen situation, the live broadcast will be cut off at the first time, so everyone can feel free to watch as. The unforeseen circumstances described here have been explained by the program before. For example, Lin Wuyu and his wife suddenly came to life in the living room, then the live feed must be cut off immediately. Sure, Su Yuling knew the camera existed and wouldn't agree as all. Or again, other secrets that can't be exposed to the public. The program staff will try to cut off the signal source before it's exposed. Su Yuling is cooking. Lin Wuyu was bored and watching TV on the sofa. Su Yuling doesn't like him playing games much. So, usually when Su Yuling was at home, he would never touch the game console for a second. That night, after dinner, Su Yuling had thought about secretly checking it out. But because the two bedrooms were adjacent to each other, if they really went to check, even the sound of opening the door might wake up Lin Wuyu. In the end, Su Yuling gave up. Beside him, Lin Wuyu was already huffing and puffing. Su Yuling took her cell phone and opened the live broadcast, realizing that the bedroom camera had been closed by the staff, which was a relief. Laying on the bed, lost in a daze. I don't know when I fell asleep. Early the next morning, Su Yuling didn't go to work because it happened to be the weekend. Ice had gotten to work early and started holding the fort. Su Yuling scanned the live broadcast room. Early in the morning, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 2 million. The first 2 episodes of the program Su Yuling also watched, but definitely not as hot as her issue. Honey, it's the weekend. Wanna go out? Lin Wuyu asked as she finished washing up. The two basically go out on weekends during the week to kind of spread out. But today, nah, I'm a little tired from work this week. Or, the words were not finished. Su Yuling's cell phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the number and put the phone to her ear to answer it. What? The investment was cancelled? Why? But wasn't that the deal before? Why did you change your mind at this time? The project is about to start. At this time, where am I going to pull investment? Mr. Wang, we can talk again. About the investment. You again. Hello? The caller had hung up after that. Su Yuling's face didn't look a little too good. Wife, what's wrong? Nothing. Su Yuling shook her head. Work matters. Unless it was a big happy event, Su Yuling would not tell Lin Wuyu. It's her character. It's better for one person to be annoyed than two people to be annoyed together. Moreover, even if he told it to Lin Wuyu, he wouldn't be able to help much anyway. Lin Wuyu understood Su Yuling's character, so he didn't ask any more questions. By the way, hubby, It's the weekend. I want to eat Suji sugar cookies. Ha, Suji sugar cake? The one on the west side? Right. Su Yuling nodded her head and looked at Lin Wuyu with a burning gaze. Forget about work for now. Lin Wuyu's secret is keyed out first. That was one of the things that suddenly occurred to her. Suji sugar cake, located in the west side, is not very far, but a round trip, at least half an hour. Half an hour was enough time for Su Yuling to put it to good use, and at this time, Lin Wuyu hadn't completely realized that his secret was about to be exposed. That's fine. It's early anyway. I'll stop by for breakfast. How many sugar cookies do you want? 3. Okay, you rest. Small go-go come. The words are gone. Lin Wuyu quickly changed her clothes, grabbed her car keys and headed out the door. Su Yuling, on the other hand, stood at the window and watched as Lin Wuyu drove out of the neighborhood before sneaking over to the small second bedroom, pushed the door in. The secret Lin Wuyu had hidden for nearly 5 years was close at hand. Chapter 0010 Secret, completely exposed. To this approach of Su Yuling, the pop-up netizens had a lightbulb moment. Good idea. It will be all right to expend him directly, and then view the secrets he has hidden in various positions. I can't wait. Go, 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 turn out that box. That guy isn't going to come back halfway through, is he? The generation is so strong. I'm already getting nervous. And at this point, Lin Wuyue was already out of the neighborhood, having left the house. The program's cameras naturally couldn't capture Lin Wuyue's figure. He drove on, heading for the west side, while taking out his cell phone to make a call. A few seconds later, speaking coldly into the phone, he said, "Find out who upset my wife." Home. Su Yuling walked into the small bedroom. The scene is exactly the same as yesterday. Su Yuling carefully came to the crib, following Lin Wuyue's method yesterday, lifting the thick mattress that no one had lived in for a long time. Underneath was the bedpan. The bedpan isn't very heavy, but Su Yuling was a girl after all, and it was still a struggle to lift it. Underneath the bedpan, you can see the little box directly. Su Yuling supported the bedboard with one hand with difficulty, while the other hand fought to take out the box. In order to discover Lin Wuyue's secret, she also put up a fight. The box was taken out and the bedpan put back in. It was only then that Su Yuling breathed a fierce sigh of relief. Coming to the living room and sitting on the sofa, Su Yuling opened the box on the coffee table. The camera here is closer and clearer. The program is also the best. It's not quite authentic to expose your husband's secret in front of everyone, but after all, you're doing the show. And Su Yuling did so with fire in her heart. Straight from the booth, all the netizens looked in the direction of the box with wide, focused eyes. Click. The box opens. Inside sits the stack of certificates from yesterday. She held the first one up, and the line that caught her eye was large: a certificate of honor for the winner of the Bocuse d'Or World Culinary Competition. That what's his name bogus in the front. Su Yuling didn't know, but she recognized the back. Cooking competition champion. Isn't that just cooking? A cooking competition in which Lin Wuyu won first place. The pop-ups instantly blew up as well. What tournament is this anyone? Holy crap. No matter what the event is, even if it's a city cooking competition, winning a championship is awesome. My god, my guess was right. It's not that Lin Wuyu doesn't know how to cook. On the contrary, he's an expert, a master. No wonder he was able to make a national banquet dish yesterday. His knife work is so horrible. A proper master. Wait, I just went online and searched, and this Bocuse d'Or World Culinary Competition. It's an international event in the culinary world. I'm a cook. I know about this competition. And the participants are basically the top chefs of each country. Or rather, the royal chefs. Su Yuling was holding the certificate in one hand at the moment. With the other hand, he held his cell phone and watched the live feed, his whole body dumbfounded. Yesterday, she had basically confirmed that Lin Wuyu could cook and was quite good at it, but it definitely didn't occur to me that it would be as powerful as this. This is too much. World Culinary Champion. Ice on the stage was also dumbfounded. This situation, our program group has not encountered. Is it possible that Lin Wuyue himself looked for a fake certificate to get this kind of certificate from high? Her suspicions, not without reason. Everyone wait for a moment. Our staff is checking for information. Like this international tournament, all previous years will leave the list of winners on the official website. Everyone wait a moment, I said as she listened to the guide's words in her headset. Not much longer. Check it out. Everyone please look at the big screen. The guide immediately zoomed in on the information found out above the big screen. Above is a web page, the official website of the Bocuse d'Or World Culinary Competition. On a list of winners inside, the first place was clearly Lin Wuyu, and the top 3 were also paired with individual photos. The photo that Lin Wuyu was paired with was a person wearing a white chef's uniform, which had a slight resemblance to the current Lin Wuyu. if the current Lin Wuyu was a youth. The photo looked like when he was a teenager. With a tall chef's hat, it was quite a sight. The information we found out is that the Bocuse d'Or World Culinary Competition, an international event, is held every 3 years, and Lin Wuyu participated in the last edition of the competition 6 years ago, when, at the age of 19, Lin Wuyu became the youngest ever champion of the Bocuse d'Or World Culinary Competition. I said by way of introduction. She was very surprised herself. A man with such an awesome status in the culinary world is a kitchen scourge who can even scramble eggs in front of his wife. Hidden, really deep. Su Yuling was also watching the live broadcast and also saw the information. Looking at the Lin Wuyu in the screen wearing a chef's uniform. How strange it looked. Is this really his husband? I just went to the official website as well. And it's really, holy crap. This is too awesome. I'm so careful about hiding my personal money that I can't hold it for more than a month before I'm found out. And this dude has been holding it for 4 or 5 years. Is it possible that someone watched the program and then created a fake website overnight? It can't be. I also called the official number of the Bocuse d'Or World Culinary Competition and confirmed that it's real. Quick, look again at what those certificates are down there. Someone raised a red flag. Su Yuling quickly responded. Hastily, he put down the certificate of the Bocuse d'Or World Culinary Championship in his hand, picking up the bottom pile and placing it in a spread-out row on the coffee table. The picture was a dazzling array. National Special Chef's License, Michelin 3-Star Chef's License, Certificate of Honor for the Champion of the Olympic International Culinary Competition, Michelin Guest Judge, Vice President, Chinese Cuisine Association, Certificate of Honor for Young Global Chef Challenge Champion, Chapter 0011, aggrieved Su Yuling. This. A reading. There are 13 certificates of honor for various awards alone. There are close to 10 of the various top status certifications that have haunted countless chefs in the chef world. Su Yuling was confused. A 3-star Michelin chef? A national chef extraordinaire? And is also the vice president of the National Culinary Institute. Michelin guest judge. What's this? Su Yuling suddenly realized that at the bottom of these certificates, there were 2 pieces of letter paper-like things. She spread one of them out. Hooray for the discovery. This, surprisingly, is a state dinner invitation. It says that Mr. Lin Wuyu is hereby invited to be the chef of the state banquet. Gulp. Su Yuling gulped. The live broadcast room was even more silent as if it had been frozen in this instant. What do you guys think of this, right? I can't find adjectives to describe Lin Wuyu anymore. There is not knowing how to cook. This is simply a god in the chef world. Holy, all these certificates are his alone? I've checked them all one by one. And indeed, there are still traces on the internet. It's really him, Lin Wuyu. Alas. I've been working as a cook for decades. I can't believe I don't recognize the vice president of our culinary association. I just checked. The vice president of the association is indeed Lin Wuyu. Bing Bing, who was on the stage, had already realized the seriousness of the problem by now. That's a big bully, and now it's a guest on their show. This isn't going to be an accident, is it? People with so many identities are definitely extraordinary and have befriended countless bigwigs. At this point, the guide suddenly gave another message. Bing Bing sniffed. A shock, everyone calm down. We just received a phone call. Is the top domestic impurity national chef Wang editor-in-chief to call over? Editor-in-chief Wang made it clear that Mr. Lin Wuyu, as early as 7 years ago, was inducted into the National Chef Hall of Fame and became one of the 12 top culinary masters in the National Chef Hall of Fame. Do you all know what this means? It means that Mr. Lin has at least made a very outstanding contribution to the country's culinary industry. This has risen to the level of art, not just cooking well alone. For being in the center of it all, the most unbelievable one would have to be Su Yuling. She never dreamed of it. The identity of her husband, who she has been married to for 3 years, is so exaggerated. That's horrible too. At this moment, Su Yuling's heart was really on fire. What about trust between husband and wife? Such a big deal to keep it from her for so long, just so you don't have to cook? Honestly speaking, Lin Wuyu was still very successful in doing so. And it was true that he hadn't cooked in these 3 years. When he does it occasionally, it's secretly for himself. It was impossible for Su Yuling to say that she wasn't angry. Miss Su, you shouldn't be in a hurry. I think that since Mr. Lin is so capable and doesn't reveal it, he might have his own unspeakable secrets. Ice counseled. But that doesn't really have much credibility. What can be so difficult about this? She silently collected the certificates and put them back in the box. After a long moment of contemplation, he finally sighed. From the bottom of her heart, she was already making excuses for Lin Wuyu. She was willing to believe that Lin Wuyu really did have something difficult to say. She was already about to explode. but she decided to hide and take another look at the situation to see what else Lin Wuyu was hiding from her. Once upon a time, Su Yuling was convinced that she already knew Lin Wuyu well enough, that it was impossible for Lin Wuyu to hide any secrets, and even if he did, they would be some small ones. What with the private money and all? No harm, no foul, just a few laughs and jokes at best. But now, things are serious. She re-entered the small second bedroom, lifted the bedpan, and put the box back, probably because it was too much work before. The bedpan is heavy. Su Yuling put the box away and was physically exhausted when she had to put down the bedpan. Pang! The bedpan pressed down. Although Su Yuling dodged in time, her finger was still pinched and a bloody gash appeared. The gash wasn't very big. One of those things where you put a band-aid on it and it's fine. But watching the blood gurgle out, Su Yuling suddenly felt aggrieved. Married for 3 years, she hadn't hidden anything from Lin Wuyu, hiding any secrets. But Lin Wuyu was able to hide such a big thing without saying a word, hiding it seamlessly. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she resumed her seatwood to the couch, beads of aggravated tears falling down her face. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also a little unsure of what to do. Don't cry. I'm sure Lin Wuyu has something difficult to say. Maybe it's because you don't want to live that famous life anymore and want to be quiet? According to what Su Yuling said before, Lin Wuyu treats her well. That's enough. Humph. I do think that if the stinky man dares to hide such a big secret, there must be something else hidden up. The pop-ups are your word against mine. It was a pity that Su Yuling couldn't see it. She had exited the broadcast and was crying silently on the couch. Just in time. Honey, I'm back. Got you 5 sugar cookies, and they're fresh out of the pan and hot. Chapter 0012. This is the absolute gentle and good man. Coming. Lin Wuyu is back. I'm so nervous. What should I do? Su Yuling won't get mad, right? If I were me, I'd be fuming. Men like that, they're so scummy. They don't even cook. Unlike me, I've been married for a couple of years and my husband does it all. Scummy girl up there. I saw you. Shucks. What's wrong with men cooking and you're good at it? But women can't cook? The pop-ups rolled in turns. Even if they were targeted, they would be largely invisible to the other side. The livestream was just too much. At this point, Lin Wuyu suddenly returned, and it looked like a violent storm was about to break out. Into the house, Lin Wuyu placed the sugar cookies on the table, but he didn't hear his wife's response, and when he turned his head, he was seeing Su Yuling shrinking on the sofa with tears in her eyes. She curled her body up and hugged herself, her head buried in her knees as if she were a wounded kitten. The gesture made her feel safe. Lin Wuyu was startled, rushing to heal. Wife, what's wrong with you? He sat beside Su Yuling and gathered her into his arms, carefully looking up and down at the surroundings as if there were no surprises. After looking Su Yuling up and down again, only then did he suddenly realize that Su Yuling was injured. I don't even wipe the blood on my fingers, although the wound is not big, just a little grazed, but the old not wiping, the blood that comes out is kinda scary. Honey, you're hurt. Lin Wuyu was shocked and hurriedly put Su Yuling back on the sofa, then scurried to the side to rummage through the boxes and clanging bells. Honey, wait. I remember the band-aids and the little pill box from earlier right here. Wait. It'll be quick. The more anxious you are, the more likely you are to make a mistake. Lin Wuyu searched for half a day and couldn't find it? Strange. Where is it? He ran to another cabinet, pulled open a drawer and began to rummage. Su Yuling had stopped crying at this point and looked up at Lin Wuyu blankly. Seeing that he was sweating profusely in a hurry, the fire in Su Yuling's heart immediately subsided by a large margin. Found it! Lin Wuyu let out a cheer of excitement and rushed to Su Yuling carrying the small medicine box. Kneeling down on one knee, he poured through the small medicine cabinet for a while, took out Stop the Bleeding bulk, a white powdered medicinal powder, iodine, cotton swabs, band-aids. Ready. Lin Wuyu just knelt down on the ground and came closer, placing Su Yuling's hand on her own knee and carefully wiping off the blood on it with iodine. Why are you so careless? Does it hurt? Lin Wuyu looked up and asked. Concerned eyes instantly captured Su Yuling's heart. She subconsciously nodded, but then immediately shook her head. Does it hurt or not? Lin Wuyu muttered. Such a big person. A little girl just as incapable of taking care of herself. Having said that, the wound was also pretty much cleaned. Then, a little powder was sprinkled on it. Then the band-aid was removed and applied. Checked again. It was only then that he nodded in satisfaction. It was taken care of in time. It'll be fine in a couple of days. So be careful from now on. Okay? Lin Wuyu instructed in a serious tone. Straight from the booth. All the netizens were silent. Where's the raging wind and rain? It's dog food. It's dog food. Sour me sour. I'm a single dog. Why are you being so cruel to me by making me watch this? What a gentle Lin Wuyu. If I were Su Yuling, I wouldn't care about any secrets. My heart would melt. from Lin Wuyue entering the door, to finding Su Yuling injured, to anxiously rummaging through the cupboards, to treating the wounds and heartbreakingly instructing, all of this is subconscious and instinctive behavior. I've already tentatively determined that this is a good man alright. I wonder if Su Yuling will continue to be angry. The host, Ice, had fallen silent at this point. Looking at the screen, I even forgot my duties as a presenter. At the end of the day, she's a girl, too, and still single. What girl doesn't want her significant other to be a handsome guy who is very caring and heartfelt? This was the case with Lin Wuyu. Putting aside those secrets, Lin Wuyue was handsome, had a good body, was gentle with people, would also be heartbroken, and had a good income, so it was just perfect. Ice was getting a little jealous, too envious. Picture. Su Yuling didn't say anything, she just stared blankly at Lin Wuyu in front of her. The fire in his heart is long gone. Think back on those 3 years. Lin Wuyu was really holding her in his hands for fear of dropping her, and holding her in his mouth for fear of melting. Whatever she wanted to eat, Lin Wuyu tried to fulfill him in any way she could. Although he didn't cook, the housework, the chores, were all handled by Lin Wuyu. Just like today, she wanted to eat sugar cookies. Lin Wuyu didn't have any hesitation. Early in the morning, drove across a small half of the city, just to buy sugar cookies. No complaints. He would fulfill all of Su Yuling's capricious demands. As for hiding the identity of the chef, Su Yuling suddenly remembered and affirmed at the same time. The reason she had said so many times before that she wanted to eat something delicious and she could eat it when she got home. And that was because Lin Wuyu made it. It's not even a big hotel to bring back. There's no way a meal packed and returned would look and taste like that. Nah, it's okay already. Don't cry. Oh, look at your dirty face from crying. I'm going to give you a towel. Wipe it off. And then eat the sugar cookies. They're still warm, Lin Wuyu said. Then he was ready to get up and get a towel, but not yet on his feet. Husband. Su Yuling suddenly wrapped her arms around Lin Wuyu's neck and cried with a wow. Crying a lot. Blissfully forgetting that millions of netizens in the live broadcast room can be watched. Chapter 0013, Teasing My Wife? Lin Wuyu was startled. Listening to Su Yuling wailing, he carefully patted her back to soothe her. Don't cry. Buying a sugar cookie isn't so touching. If you keep crying your nose is running. Put. Su Yuling, who was crying profusely, was immediately made to laugh again by Lin Wuyu. Shakti was crying and laughing. I hate it. It's so hard to be touched for once. Can't you even cry? Su Yuling said with a pout. It'll work. But then, it's time for sugar cookies, so there's time to cry later. Lin Wuyu said smilingly. By the way, I ran over and brought the sugar cookies over the couch. Su Yuling nibbled a mouthful of sugar cookies. The flavor, in fact, okay. She wasn't particularly fond of sugar cookies per se, and today she just had to find a reason to sidetrack Lin Wuyu. But right now, the sugar cookies were probably the sweetest she'd ever eaten. Honey, you eat too. Su Yuling even forgot that millions of netizens could be watching and kissed Lin Wuyu on the cheek, eyeing the two beautifully eating sugar cookies on the couch. The live streamers soured. See, this is love. Great God, Lin Wuyu will be my idol from now on. Talent. So what? Are the sugar cookies that good? Why don't I think so? Maybe the one downstairs isn't authentic. Yeah, that must be it. Could it be that this matter is just over? Does Su Yuling not pursue the matter? Supporter Bing Bing looked at this scene, and she couldn't hide the envy in her eyes. I didn't realize that our show, since its inception, could have such a beautiful side other than digging up secrets, which is probably the most perfect love that people aspire to. Not much longer. Finish the sugar cookies. Su Yuling also finally came back to her senses. The house could be full of cameras. Oh yeah, and the company. Her mood, which had been sunny and infinite a moment ago, instantly sank a little. But in front of Lin Wuyu, she didn't show it. Honey, I have something going on at the office. I'm going out in a little while, and I might not be back for a couple hours. Are you going to be busy on the weekends too? Well, there's been a little mishap with the company's work, so it needs to be taken care of. Okay then, no lunch either? Su Yuling sniffed, shaking his head. He was about to say no when suddenly his mind wandered. Where's the food? I want to eat something delicious. This was Su Yuling's usual tactic now. Every time she said this in the past, Lin Wuyu would satisfy her when she returned home. It's definitely the same this time. And this, too, was the time to test Su Yuling's gas? Yeah, properly, no problem. I'll set it up. Lin Wuyu patted his chest and said with assurance. Kidding aside, for a chef of Lin Wuyu's caliber, cooking delicious dishes wasn't a piece of cake? Only then did Su Yuling leave the house beautifully. She made her way to the studio. Ms. Su, you're here. Do you want to stay for a few hours before you go back? I smiled in greeting. No, when I say I came out with something, It's not an excuse. It's really something. Su Yuling said with a heavy heart. Ice froze. She thought Su Yuling was just finding an excuse to return to the program and then continue to peek at her husband's secrets. I came here to talk to you about the company's troubles, and I may not be able to come for 2 days without a delay. So serious? Is it convenient for MS? Su to say what it is? It's just an inquiry. After all, this could be related to Su Yuling's private secrets as well as the company's secrets. It doesn't matter if you can talk about it, or if you can't. Su Yuling pondered for a few seconds, said, it's early anyway, so there's no harm in talking about it. After Su Yuling's introduction, Netflix probably gets it. Su Yuling in the company belongs to a small management position, not too high, not too low. Recently there was a project that had been prepared for 6 months and was about to start up, but the investor ran away at this time. The project has already spent a lot of money, manpower and material resources on the preliminary operation and preparation, and this time the investor runs away, no doubt with heavy losses. They are the ones who have breached the contract and have to pay for it, but they have run away, and I don't think they will be able to find anyone for a while, but it's not a good idea to hold up the project like this. How many people are waiting for the program to start? And the contract with the third party states that it's less than a week away if it still can't start by then. Their company would have to be liable for breach of contract first. The consequences can be severe. It's still the company's business that's important. Miss Su, just go ahead and take care of it. The program's progress is just as good for you to see on your phone. Bing Bing immediately said with a serious expression. Although she was a host and didn't understand business, she could understand just by listening to Su Yuling alone that this was a non-trivial moment. And just then, picture, Lin Wuyu, who was originally sitting on the sofa, suddenly had her cell phone ring. Su Yuling casually swept her eyes and did not care. Although Lin Wuyu had concealed the identity of the chef, she didn't care anymore. As long as Lin Wuyu treated her well, that was enough. On the screen, Lin Wuyu picked up the phone. The look suddenly became serious. Did you find out? Say. A few seconds later, Lin Wuyu stood up expansively. What? My wife's project investor ran away? What the? Are you kidding my wife? How much money is the project short? Tell me. Chapter 0014, Hiding Other Identities? This scene left all the netizens in the live broadcast room dumbfounded. What is this? MS. Su, you and your husband have talked about what happened at your job? No. Su Yuling shrugged. The hosts thought about it, and yeah, the live feed hasn't stopped since yesterday, unless it's what the two said inside the bedroom last night, but it didn't look like Su Yuling either. And this reaction of Lin Wuyu's was clearly something that he had suddenly learned about after he had answered the phone. But where did he learn that? MS. Su, do you know who your husband was talking to on the phone? Supporter Ice continued to ask. Su Yuling shook her head again. She couldn't think of who had made the call. Moreover, how could anyone report what happened to their company to Lin Wuyu? That's weird. Could it be that your husband is something else besides a chef that you don't know about? The host, Ice, continued to ask as if she thought of something. Su Yuling was violently stunned at his words. Is this possible? A chef's identity? With so many honors to hide, could there be anything else? But, since Lin Wuyu could hide such a big secret as the chef's identity, if there were any other secrets to hide, it seems simple enough. I don't know anymore. Su Yuling was a bit hexed up at this time. She always believed that Lin Wuyu had no bad intentions, and that there must be a reason for him to have any hidden secrets. And now, this program is the means to expose Lin Wuyu's secret. Let's put it this way, MS. Su, let's not be in a hurry and continue to take a look. You should not be in a hurry to deal with the company's business. There shouldn't be anything to delay for a while. Host Ice thought about it and suggested. Su Yuling nodded. And in the pop-ups, netizens began to make their own comments. Looks like a new situation? Hey, why do I feel like a spy? What kind of person is Lin Wuyu? One of the members of the National Chef Hall of Fame team. And now he even has another identity? So excited. This episode was simply brilliant. I propose paying for access to the live stream. Ha ha. It's not worth me taking a week off work to watch the show. Brilliant, brilliant. Picture. Lin Wuyu's rant continued. What do you guys do for a living? How could you allow this to happen? Are the consequences serious? Is it serious? Of course it's serious. Su Yuling is the main project leader in charge of the project. She is primarily responsible for what happened. That's why Su Yuling was in a hurry. Okay, I know. The investor ran away, right? The investment gap of $500,000. Right? Give me the fastest speed to make up for it. Do I need to teach you personally for such a few cents? Lin Wuyu continued to shout at the phone. That chivalrous look was like a senior member of some group, where there was a semblance of an ordinary person. That's it. I have to cook. My wife wants to eat good food. Having said that, hangs up straight away. At this moment, in the studio, there was dead silence. Supporters Bing Bing and Su Yuling were gulping in unison, glancing at each other. They all saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. The live broadcast room was also instantly abuzz. How about it? I told you, Lin Wuyu definitely has other secrets. A few cents. The man who calls $500,000 a few cents must have a secret. Lin Wuyu is the man who redefined a few cents. So, Lin Wuyu has the ability to solve this problem? I'm scared to death to hide a few $100s of my private money. Good lord. How much money is behind this Lin Wuyu? Keep reading to find out. MS. Su, looks like your husband is going to help you out with this. Supporter Bing Bing looked at Su Yuling and said. Su Yuling wasn't stupid. Of course she could hear Lin Wuyu's meaning. But, the matter of finding an investor requires a process that requires investors to negotiate, examine the project, and then negotiate the details, which is very cumbersome, and often the investors are on the high ground. Su Yuling said. In a nutshell, investors are the big boys. People who invest money in you certainly don't invest it with their eyes closed. It needs to be examined and your sincerity needs to be seen. Even if the inspection is successful, it is not likely to pay you immediately, but hangs on to you, not in a hurry. So it's a very time-consuming process. Su Yuling didn't know who the person Lin Wuyu had just called was, but if the other party wants to help Su Yuling pull in investments, this also needs a process. So the process is tedious? What do you think the chances are that your husband will be able to help you? The supporter continued to ask. Odds? Su Yuling thought about it. Roughly 30%? Was thinking. Su Yuling's cell phone suddenly rang. Someone called in. It's someone from the program department. Hold on. I'll take the call. Su Yuling pressed the answer button and said, don't be anxious, I'll go over right away, and I'll find a way to invest in things. She assumed it was someone from the program urging her to hurry over and fix the problem. But the next second, on the phone, came the surprised voice of the program department. No need. Minister Su, you're too good. In such a short period of time, 3 investors took the initiative to contact us to invest in our project, each offering $1 million. That's $3 million. Boom. Su Yuling's mind instantly went blank. She turned her head mechanically to the big screen. Picture. Lin Wuyu had already dialed another number. So what? Send me some more food. Chapter 0015 Crazy Investors. Lin Wuyu dishes. Su Yuling no longer cared. All she wanted to know was what the call was about. Because it was on speakerphone, the entire studio echoed with the voices of the program. The netizens in the live broadcast room also looked dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? Did Lin Wuyu do this? That fast? It's only been a few minutes since Lin Wuyu hung up. An investment in a few minutes? Holy, what a hard relationship that must be. I don't believe it. It must be a fake. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Is it possible that it just so happens that investors are looking at this project? I think so too. The timing is just too fast. On the other end of the phone, the people in the project department couldn't hear Su Yuling's reply for a long time. Minister Su, are you still listening? Su Yuling hurriedly returned to her senses. You are too good. How did you do it? We talked for a long time before we finalized the previous investment of $500,000. Those investors were too hard to serve. This time they came directly to $3 million. Su Yuling froze and listened, thinking, how would I know? Why do you think I pulled the investment? Su Yuling asked as if she thought of something. Because just now 3 investors called separately. The opening is to mention you, to determine that your project is right, then directly decided to invest. I have a feeling that this is not at all aimed at our project to come. It seems to be aimed at you. To put it bluntly, people didn't even look at the project. They didn't even know what it was for. It's just in the spirit of Su Yuling to invest. Coming at me? Su Yuling was stunned as she looked at Lin Wuyu in the picture. The eyes became incredibly complicated. As much as it was hard to believe, it seemed that it was really Lin Wuyu's call that caused the effect, but that's too soon. Minister Su, the 4th call came to our project department, asking if it was your project, and after our people responded, the other party also wants to invest $1 million. 4th house. Moreover, the other party asked for an immediate contract to start the project, and the rhetoric was similar to that of several previous companies. Look, what else is wrong on your end? If that's okay, I'll have their lawyer come over and we'll draw up a contract on the spot. The program department is also excited. With so much money, it's not easy to get a project started, and the subsequent running of the project will become incredibly smooth. No problem. Let's finalize the project first, Su Yuling said through gritted teeth. Regardless, the project starts first. By the way, the names of those companies, you text them, Su Yuling added. Okay, Minister Su, I'll let someone send it over. Oh, the 5th company investor's phone call over. Minister Su, I hang up first. To deal with it, later I'll send the company name over. Good. Report back to me at the first sign of anything. Having said that, Su Yuling hung up the phone. In the time it took for one phone call, 2 more investors were added, equating to another $2 million. The cumulative fundraising for the program has been $5 million. Good lord. That's chump change compared to the original $500,000 investment. That's a tenfold difference. This situation, it's too abnormal. I think it must be Lin Wuyu's doing. A phone call with that much power? What kind of person would have to be able to do that? I'm still reserving my skepticism. It's just too short of an interval. Keep looking at the situation again. This situation, I think there are more than 5. There may be more to follow. On stage, the host, Ice, is already a little short on brains. This installment was simply vastly out of her league. Sister Bing Bing, do you have someone here who can check corporate information? Su Yuling suddenly asked, at the same time shaking her cell phone. On it was a text message recording the name of the company that had sent it underhand. This is easy. Sky Eye will be able to find out the basics of some of the companies. However, it may not always be true because many of the companies that are actually in control behind their backs won't be the ones in power. And there's limited information that can be found. Ice said, but do it anyway. The director's team quickly called over a middle-aged man wearing glasses. The other side is obviously familiar with this area. He went up to the stage, and while operating the computer, he said, Ms. Su, if your beloved really has a relationship with these companies, Sky Eye can't find out about it. After all, it's impossible for a personal relationship to be recorded in the information. It's okay, let's check first. Su Yuling said. The middle-aged man continued to operate the computer. Ice is then introduced. This one, some of you may know him, he is the special guest of our next-door financial program group, financial expert Mr. Jing Goen. I believe that his ability to check these is certainly no problem. This side says, over there. Jing Goen suddenly stopped himself and said, check it out. Chapter 0016, Giants of the Investment World, Moonless Capital. Immediately, everyone looked at Jing Goen in unison. The studio also gave a great close-up shot, at this very moment. Instead, no one was paying attention to Lin Wuyu, who was waiting for the food to be delivered to her door at home. Jing Goen smoothed his glasses, said, these investment companies, they are all professional venture capital firms, and all of them are not small in terms of fame in the country. Among them, Sequoia Capital, World Bank Investment, the legal representative is all one person, a person named Su Guoqiang. The other 3 investment companies have different legal representatives, respectively, Wu Lei, Sheng Yun Luo, Jia Yuliang, plus Su Guoqiang in front of them. These 4 people, does Miss Su have any impression? Su Yuling subconsciously shook her head, pressed. But among them, Sequoia Capital he knows. The kind of large investment companies, these small companies simply cannot contact. People want to invest, are well-known large enterprises. Oddly enough, Sequoia Capital, it seems to be the biggest investor behind the current domestic short video screen platform Douyin. How can such a big company suddenly turn around and invest in a small company? This is Lin Wuyu's connection. No way. How is this possible? I don't believe it either. If it's really that good, why would you stoop to writing novels in your room? That's not accurate. Let's not forget that Lin Wuyu himself is also a 3 Michelin star chef, Michelin guest judge, guest chef at the state banquet, and winner of the Global Young Chef Challenge, member of the National Chef Hall of Fame. For him to make money, oh wow, that's so easy. Yeah, it's nothing for such an awesome person to know some friends in the investment world, right? With Sequoia Capital's ability, an investment of $1 million is a hair on the 9 cows. A hair that doesn't even count. A violent discussion began in the live room in response to the incident, but it was never possible to determine a result out of it, because no one at all knows these big names in the investment world, and there's no way to verify what's really going on. It wasn't even possible to determine if Lin Wuyu had done it or not. It's a little more difficult to do. Mr. Jing, is there any other way to continue the investigation in depth? The host asked. Undeterred, obviously there could be a great secret right in front of you. But it was impossible to touch it, and the feeling was just too much to bear. Jing Goen frowned slightly. It was also the first time he had encountered this situation. 5 major investment giants, targeting a small project at the same time. It's very odd. There's a devil in everything that goes wrong. And before that, the most counterintuitive thing was going to be that phone call from Lin Wuyue. He just hung up the phone a few minutes before all of this ensued, and it was all too much of a coincidence. Although it was a bit unbelievable to say, it was indeed hard not to suspect that all of this was related to Lin Wuyu. Across from the host, Su Yuling was already confused. She didn't know what was going on now. The investment problem that she had been worrying about was now suddenly satisfactorily resolved, but her feelings were somewhat complicated. Tell you what, I'll call a friend of mine in the industry. This friend of mine, he has his hands full in the investment world. What sky I can't find out. He should be able to. Jing Goen suddenly said. Being a financial expert, he certainly knows some of the biggest names in the industry. Words. The netizens in the live stream immediately became excited again. Then I'll trouble Mr. Jing, the host said politely. Jing Goen waved his hand and looked at Lin Wuyu, who was waiting for her food on the sofa in the picture. It wasn't just the show, but he himself was curious as to what this guy really was all about. If everything was really related to him, then this cook, too, was too awesome. No harm done. I'll make the call. Having said that, Jing Goen began to wave through the phone directly, in front of everyone, even with the speakerphone on. Da, hello, old Jing why are you suddenly ringing to call me? Hi, working on the show, had a little problem and wanted to ask you a favor. Oh, you still ask me for favors? Tell me, what favor? It's like this. I want you to help me check the specific background of the 5 investment companies. Sequoia Capital, World Bank Investment. This statement was made. The person on the other end of the line was suddenly silent. It was only after half a second that he asked in a serious tone, what are you checking them out for? Curious, check it out for me. I think there might be some connection between them. There's no need to check. Between them, there is indeed a connection. I know it. Oh, Jing Goen's eyes lit up. What connection? While they each belong to separate investment companies, in reality, they are all just subsidiaries. Subsidiary? Jing Goen was shocked. A giant as big as Sequoia Capital is a subsidiary? That's right. And all 5 of them, together, are affiliated with an investment parent company? That parent company, which rarely shows up on its own accord, is called Moonless Capital. This statement was made. The room instantly exploded. No monthly capital. Lin Wuyu. Any fool can connect the dots. If this Moonless Capital was really named after Lin Wuyu, then everything would be explained. But that's an awesome status too. Jing Goen's breath caught a little. So, what do you know about this Moonless Capital? Then, not much. They seldom activities. Basically are subsidiaries in their respective operations. By the way, I remember before there is gossip that the legal person behind Moonless Capital seems to be called what? Jing Goen, Bing Bing, Su Yuling, and the millions of netizens in the live broadcast room all perked up their ears at the same time. Chapter 0017. Let the military investigate directly. Let's see. The man on the other end of the phone mused. Everyone's hearts hung with them, ears perked up, not daring to breathe. A few seconds later, come to think of it, yes, that legal person's name, which is the same as the company's name, is also called Moonless, and it seems that his last name is Lin Wuyu. Yes, that's the name. This statement was made. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Lin Wuyu, a giant in the domestic investment world. Even Sequoia Capital is only its subsidiary. Lin Wuyu was surprisingly the holding person. Holy, how rich does that have to be? Looking at the picture again, Lin Wuyu, who was sitting on the sofa waiting for the food to come to her door with gusto, how could he not be associated with this boss behind Moonless Capital? Are you sure? There should be no mistake. That's the name. Then do you know anything about this Lin Wuyu? Don't know at all. All I know is that this Lin Wuyu is very mysterious. Seldom appears in public. Seems to be a shirker, but is very capable. Competence is strong. You call that highly competent? It's too strong. Okay, I know then. Thank you. I'll meet you later for dinner. Jing Goen hung up the phone. The whole thing froze a bit. Frankly speaking, Jing Goen did not expect at all that things would turn out like this. No wonder those companies would jointly invest in the project at the same time. Together they are simply one family. After Lin Wuyu hung up the phone, all the subsidiaries were on fire and started to deploy. Call, whatever your project, don't even have to look at it. Vote. $1 million isn't much, but 5 companies combined. That's $5 million. Miss Su, although it is not yet known whether that Lin Wuyu is your husband, but it seems likely that your husband, in the end. What is it? Jing Goen asked. At this time, talking to Su Yuling had also begun to be careful. As a financial expert, he knew all too well how terrifying the means behind such a consortium giant were. That's definitely the top of the social ladder. The handful of people. Su Yuling was a bit hexed at this time. How could she know what Lin Wuyu really was? After 3 years of marriage, and a total of over 4 years together, I haven't even noticed the slightest hint of it. Could it just be a coincidence? Su Yuling shook her head and asked. Because so far, there was no proof that Lin Wuyu was really Su Yuling's husband. Lin Wuyu. The netizens on the pop-up screen had also begun to get messy. It can't be called a coincidence anymore. It's so awesome. A Jedi master hiding in the middle of the city, living quietly with his wife. It's so romantic. I just looked it up online and didn't come up with anything useful. It looks like two people are one, but everything is so fast. Is the investment company really that fast? The words of that friend up there are a bit idiotic. The boss has given the word, and these subsidiaries of theirs dare not do as they are told? At this point, the director's team suddenly brought another one up. It was a girl, around 25 years old. She was dressed beautifully and Ice recognized her immediately when she came on stage. Jiajio, what brings you here? Calling them by their nicknames. It seems the two are still on good terms. I've been watching the live stream and saw this before I came here. And like you guys, I'm curious about who he is. And, well, maybe I can help. The girl looked at Lin Wuyu in the picture and said. The host froze and suddenly lit up as if reacting to something. This girl, indeed, is her friend, named Wang Yujiao, the only daughter of the station manager, in excellent condition, and it is said that their family background is very deep. Exactly how deep is not clear, but certainly very terrible. The director's team arranged for Wang Yujia to sit on the stage as well. Only then did she speak. Our family has some connections in the military. I can contact someone and pull up anyone's information. That's the connection. The whole country, everyone, no matter what your identity is, no matter how well you hide it, it's all well documented in the military's databases. It's also the simplest and most straightforward method. Trying to dig up a person's true identity is a straightforward phone call away. Wang Yujio. I know her. It seems like she's an artist from some agency, but she doesn't seem to pay much attention to being famous. And she fishes for 3 days and sunbathes for 2. She has such a deep background? My gosh. This is something I honestly didn't expect. If this can directly dig out Lin Wuyu's identity, then it's best. Make the call. Is this man's secret about to be fully revealed? OMG. I'm so excited. Things have come to a head. There has been a major deviation from the original program. The original show was designed to satisfy the suspicions of couples and use the little secrets discovered. What with the private money and all, to draw attention to the show and increase its ratings. It's even possible to spot moves like cheating. Probably most of the netizens are watching this show with that in mind as well. But now, Lin Wuyu, the man, had pushed the show to a level that was beyond anyone's reach. Hold on everyone. I'll make the call. Having said that, Wang Yujia took out her cell phone and dialed a number, turning on the speakerphone in the process. A few seconds later, phone call connected. Wang Yujiao directly said, help me look up information on a person. His name is Lin Wuyue. Chapter 0018, sneakily eating all the state banquet dishes. Jiajio, why are you suddenly checking out someone you've taken a liking to? On the other end of the phone was a man. Listening to the voice was not very old, and even teased Wang Yujiao a little. No, you probably don't play on the internet or you wouldn't be asking me this. Just go ahead and check it out for me. It shouldn't be a problem for you. I can see that. Wang Yujiao spoke carefully, trying not to reveal any of the other party's identity, even omitting the name. Just ask for favors and help checking people out. Don't worry, with my identity, to investigate a person's information. It's my part. It's nothing, even if the other party is a member of the secret forces. I can find out. Wait for it. Having said that, just hang up. The netizens in the live room more or less heard the implication. This Wang Yujiao, her identity is bullish. She has such connections? Looks like Lin Wuyue can't hide it this time. She still seems to be Taixing's daughter. Her looks are not as good as Su Yuling's, but she's quite pretty, and she's not too old. I don't know if she has a date. That's a question I'd like to ask. Who knows? Ask for Yujiao Wang's contact information. Private chat. Paid. Upstairs if you want to fart eat it. No object is not your turn on. And on stage. Jing Doan had stopped talking at this point. He was a smart man and knew that the person who had just talked to Wang Yujiao on the phone had an absolutely extraordinary identity. To be able to have such a great ability to investigate anyone's information among the military, even members of the secret special forces, the identity of the other party was no longer something that someone like him could be qualified to touch. So he wisely didn't interrupt. The host, Ice, is certainly no fool and just waits for the results without asking questions. Only Su Yuling didn't know how to describe her feelings at this time. Looked at the screen. Lin Wuyu had gotten the dishes at some point, and it seemed like she wanted to prepare a fish today. Look at all the familiar materials in the picture. Su Yuling suddenly reacted. I know what he's going to cook today. You know? Yeah, a couple times before I said I wanted something good to eat, and when I got home, there was this dish. And he said then that he brought it back from a big restaurant. So now it looks like he would have been right to make it himself. Looks like it's going to be fish? Yes. I remember my husband telling me that the name of that dish, squirrel mandarin fish, is one of my favorites too. This statement was made. Lu Dong, who had adjusted the lights under the stage and was bored to death, suddenly stood up. State food. Or state food. The program's crew looked at Lu Dong in surprise. The guide's reaction was quick and immediately cut the camera before having someone invite Lu Dong to the stage. Wang Yujiao's end of the phone has not been called. Right now it is just for Lu Dong to explain Lin Wuyu's cooking. Upon taking the stage, Lu Dong immediately said, "The squirrel fish is not difficult to prepare, but the squirrel mandarin fish, this is indeed a national banquet dish, and it is one of the very famous ones." But looking at the materials, and then listening to Su Yuling, then it was absolutely right. If it was to someone else, Lu Dong might still hold a skeptical attitude. But Lin Wuyu, god of the chef world, what a special guest chef for the state banquet. Make a state dinner dish. No problem. Together with the winning titles of so many chef competitions at home and abroad, Lu Dong felt that there might not be anything that such a culinary god would not be able to cook. By the way, Ms. Su, at the risk of asking, in the usual way, your husband has names in those dishes he prepares for you? Do you still have to and what to call it? Lu Dong continued to ask. Let's see. Su Yuling cocked her head, pondered for a moment, and nodded. I remember there are duck with osmanthus, oil chicken, peach kernel winter mushroom, shrimp boy asparagus, cucumber dragon eaten in oil, 5-spice smoked fish. As Su Yuling reported out one by one, Lu Dong's eyes were widening the longer he waited. Brother Lu, these dishes, do you know them? There are still some dishes I don't remember the names of, and some I don't think he said, so that's probably all for now. Su Yuling finished and asked. There were others she forgot the names of and left out. Lu Dong nodded naively, and when he looked at Su Yuling again, his eyes unexpectedly became incomparably envious. The state banquet dishes make up the majority of this. It seems like your husband is a very nostalgic person. Western food is rare, so you've almost eaten all of the state banquet dishes alone. To be honest, Lu Dong was a little sour at this point. What is the experience of an ordinary person who can eat all the state banquet dishes and has a husband who takes turns to cook them for her and does it more than once? In the live room, the netizens were also dumbfounded. What's going on here? Although Lin Wuyue hid his identity, he was married for 3 years and secretly let his wife eat all the national dishes. Men like that are so romantic. Why can't I meet them? It feels really blessed that when you want to eat something delicious, someone sneaks in and makes it for you. Su Yuling froze and listened. She hadn't realized that the dishes she had eaten were so good. It was indeed quite tasty. Originally, I thought those were brought back from the Lin Wuyu Grand Hotel, but I didn't realize that it was all made by him. At this moment, Su Yuling's heart warmed up. Still that sentence. It didn't matter what Lin Wuyu was hiding. Just in time, Wang Yujiao's phone rang. The entire program and millions of netizens instantly went into a state of silence. Lin Wuyu's secret was about to be exposed completely and utterly. Chapter 0019 Lin Wuyu, an ordinary man. Well, did you find out? The phone had just been connected, and Wang Yujiao couldn't wait to ask. Check. The man's low voice rang out, causing the hearts of the millions of viewers to tense up in an instant. It's almost time to reveal Lin Wuyu's identity. Aside from being a national chef, is this man really the owner of Moonless Capital? The answer, soon to be revealed. If Lin Wuyu is really a rich man, why do you guys think he's hiding? I don't know. These rich people just like to have fun. I see that Su Yuling's family condition is also not bad. Being a tycoon isn't much fun. This session was really interesting. If Lin Wuyue is really the boss of Moonless Capital, it means that he's really nice and just wants to live an ordinary life with Su Yuling. You again upstairs? Just now you made a statement that you can't marry this kind of man. A million eyes. Wang Yujiao urged the other party to hurry up and say it. Don't hang on to your appetite. She really wanted to know what secrets Lin Wuyue was hiding and if she was the head of Moonless Capital. Under repeated prodding, the man suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha, see what you're getting so grave about. This Lin Wuyu is just an ordinary person. I thought you were asking me to check out some powerful person. Wang Yujiao? Ordinary people? This isn't logical. If Lin Wuyue is really just an ordinary person, then how do you explain Moonless Capital's actions? It's not really ordinary. The information is that this person had entered the International Finance Academy to further his studies, and he's also somewhat talented. The man's words changed, and then he spoke. Institute of International Finance. It's a top financial institution, with many of the biggest names in finance coming out of it. The person who can enter into it for further study is at the very least a person who is worth more than $1 million. Okay, thanks. Wang Yujiao gave a thank you to the man on the phone and then directly cut off the phone. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll tell you one of my analyses. You judge if it's possible. At this time, the host, Bing Bing, guest, Lin Wuyu had studied at the International Finance Academy and met some friends. Those people became rich after they came out of the academy. Perhaps they are letting Lin Wuyu hang out inside the company and act as a legal entity? In reality, there are many businesses where the legal representative is not the same as the real manager. So Isa's speculation is not unreasonable. After learning that Lin Wuyu was not the manager of Moonless Capital, but only the titular person of Moonless Capital, the audience's emotions were much lower. Half the time Moonless Capital isn't Lin Wuyu's The presenter is quite right in saying that legal persons may have some rights, but usually the real managers are not legal persons. Moonless Capital has such a huge capital. It's very likely that they're all students from the Finance Academy, and Lin Wuyu just don't them as a titular. So, Lin Wuyu just made a call to a friend she knew? This isn't right. That tone of voice he used on the phone didn't sound like he was talking to a friend. The crowd was a little confused for a moment, but the information that the military had inquired about was all there in front of them, and the facts showed that Lin Wuyu was not the person in charge of Moonless Capital. I feel it's okay too. If it's really the real owner of Moonless Capital, that's a bit too scary. Yeah. Most of those meddlesome ones are old coins, and those kind of people are scary. They're still a national chef, and that alone is something to be proud of. Although the audience was a bit emotionally lost about Lin Wuyu not being the owner of Moonless Capital, they actually didn't want Lin Wuyu to be the owner of Moonless Capital in their heart of hearts. It may seem like a bit of a tongue twister. It's actually just plain normal. Lin Wuyu, who was originally an ordinary person, turned into the object of their envy, and most of their hearts were a bit unwanted. They looked toward the screen, only to see that at this moment, Lin Wuyu had already started to make the second dish. The fabulous knife work and the control of the ingredients was astounding. Scrub, 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 come left, come right. Holding a plump black crow chicken, Lin Wuyu's hand scratched around. That funny look made the audience eat their laughter. It's really good to have a husband like that. Every day is a joy. It's really the comical men who are the most attractive. I think I'm really twitchy. Lin Wuyu doesn't look like a domineering president in any way. This kind is crow chicken. It's very nutritious for making soup. Just as the crowd made their remarks, Wang Yujiao quietly left the host's platform, leaving Lu Dong and the host standing on it. Originally, Lu Dong thought that Lin Wuyu was planning to make black bone chicken soup, but after Lin Wuyu scratched open the chicken's stomach, his body couldn't help but tremble. Black chicken on the outside and the guts inside are actually black as well? It's Indonesian metal chicken. He pointed to the black Ouroboros on the screen and yelled out of turn. What Indonesian metal chicken? Isn't this the black-boned chicken? I don't know if there's something wrong with it, but the internal organs inside are actually black. You can't eat this kind of chicken. It's probably contaminated. The live audience was unsure and agreed that it was contaminated chicken. Ice also face puzzled. Took a microphone Lu Dong. Let him give the audience a good explanation. The Indonesian metallic chicken is the most expensive chicken in the world, with a black exterior, including its internal organs, and its black color is not purebred black if you look closely. It is metallic black. Lu Dong Kekai was beyond convinced that the crow chicken in front of him was an Indonesian metal chicken. He once worked as a private chef for a tycoon, and the other guy had gotten his hands on this Indonesian metal chicken, which was expensive. Lu Dong at the time was lucky enough to taste a little bit of it, and it was simply the best chicken on earth. The meat is tender and highly nutritious. I just searched for Indonesian metal chicken, and this is like the Lamborghini of chickens. What are you all talking about? Is this chicken really expensive? $10,000? $1,000? $10,000 isn't such an exaggeration. Master Lu, say it quickly. Don't sell out. The viewers in the live broadcast room were distracted by Lu Dong's words and desperately wanted to know the price of the Indonesian metal chicken. A look of emotion spread across Lu Dong's face. Indonesian metal chicken is usually the plaything of the landed gentry, as its selling price is rumored to be as high as $6 million, and a bite of it is $10,000. Crap, $6 million for a chicken? Making chickens to this level earns a lot. I weigh myself. 200 pounds worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Not even a chicken. The finest of chickens. Where did Lin Wuyu get such an expensive chicken from? Yeah, could it be that Lin Wuyu still has private money? Chapter 0020. This is the real estate dinner. Home. Lin Wuyu set aside the chicken after cutting it into pieces and continued to prepare the ingredients for the second course, taking out a piece of pink pork from within a bag on the side. The chopper was as if it had become a part of his body at the moment, and in a matter of minutes he had sliced a whole piece of pork into thin slices. It is then cut into very small dice of meat by the straight knife method, so-called roughly shredded, finely diced, the size of a pomegranate grain. A knife without chopping. Trivial cuts. This has the advantage of maintaining the muscle texture of the meat and maximizing the tenderness of the pork. It is the meticulous knife work that gives this dish its beautiful appearance and allows the delicious flavors to penetrate into each piece of meat. A perfect combination of taste and form. It looks like it's intended to be Yangzhou lion's head. Lu Dong nodded his head at the sight and could not say anything about Lin Wuyue's knife work. Worthy of being the chef of the state banquet. This knife work is out of this world and exquisite. Master Lu, can you tell everyone in detail about the Indonesian metal chicken? If this Indonesian metal chicken was purchased by Lin Wuyu, it means that he's saving up his personal money in private. Bing Bing stepped forward and realized that the audience's interest was all over the Indonesian metal chicken. Their shows are designed to draw more traffic, and they specialize in whatever the audience likes. Ms. Su, all of Lin Wuyu's wages are given to you. How much did you pay him for the food today? Su Yuling hesitated for a split second, and when she heard Master Lu say that the price of the Indonesian metal chicken was as high as $6 million, her entire body was dumbfounded. I'll give him $200 for groceries today, so he can go to the restaurant and get something good to eat and wait for me, 1,000 times over. The total she gave Lin Wuyu is $200. $200 can afford $6 million worth of chicken? It must be that Lin Wuyu is still hiding private money behind her back. It seems like we underestimated Lin Wuyue's position in moonless capital. Anyone who can come out of the International Finance Academy isn't simple. Lin Wuyu might be a billionaire. Holy, worth hundreds of millions? Being worth hundreds of millions of dollars doesn't necessarily mean you can afford to buy Indonesian metal chicken to eat, does it? What's the point of letting your daughter-in-law work hard every day and carry around so much money? The image is crumbling. Poor Su Yuling is busy for this family, but Lin Wuyu hides $100 million and doesn't take it out. Ha! This is the man. The facts had already surfaced. Lin Wuyue was not only a national special guest level host, but also a person who was mixed up inside the business circle. Although he was not the head of Moonless Capital, he made a lot of money from it. Su Yuling was a bit at her wit's end. Things had come to this situation. She suddenly kind of wanted to end the program this time. Not because of anything, but because she didn't want Lin Wuyu to be denigrated by so many people. Wait, I have something to say. Suddenly, a man on the stage rose up with an open mind. It was a middle-aged man with a big belly and a Mediterranean haircut that made him look rich. Boss Zhang, please come up. The host, Bing Bing, looked to the stage, never expecting Boss Zhang to come along for the ride. This one is an investor in understanding, and owns a major employer with a market capitalization of tens of millions of dollars itself. In the past 2 installments, investors like Mr. Zhang sat on the stage and watched, never stepping forward to speak on their own initiative. Actually, I've eaten this kind of chicken. The price is not as expensive as you guys say. It's only 30,000 to 40,000 a piece. Boss Zhang opened his mouth. He had been sitting on the stage watching and initially thought it was a crow's nest when he saw it. Then Chef Lu spoke that the chicken was Indonesian metal chicken. Not so sure he had been watching to see that there was a difference between Indonesian metal chickens and a type of broiler called Lamborghini. And when he saw the back, Boss Zhang directly affirmed the variety of chicken. There are also 2 types of Indonesian metal chickens. Indonesian metal chickens that are used exclusively as pets for wealthy businessmen and broiler chickens that are used as food. What Lin Wuyue uses is broiler chickens. The market price is about $30,000 to $40,000. And sometimes when you encounter price reductions, it's $20,000 at most. He explained patiently to the audience in attendance. Being worth tens of millions of dollars, he often attends all kinds of high-class banquets and probably knows about this kind of chicken. Thank you Boss Zhang for sharing. Your explanation has helped us a lot, but these tens of thousands of dollars are not cheap. The host, Bing Bing, came to a realization and then clung to this point. Even if we meet a cheap time, $20,000 is not something Lin Wuyu can take out. $200 is 2 zeros away from $20,000. The total amount of money Lin Wuyu got for the food was $200. What a twist. Everyone is confused over a chicken. Private money has definitely been saved, but probably not as much as we would have guessed. Maybe $1 million or so. Around $1 million is normal, right? Well, at least Lin Wuyu is a national chef. Making a few tens of thousands of dollars for a meal shouldn't be too easy. A few tens of thousands of dollars? You're practically insulting the national kitchen, which starts at least at 100,000. Once people have money, they pay more attention to spiritual pleasure, and the state banquet is definitely something they want to enjoy. Even if a rich man spends $100,000 on a national chef to cook a meal, it is not that much of a stretch. Even if Lin Wuyu had saved hundreds of thousands of dollars of private money, it was actually understandable. Ms. Su, your husband is so good to you. As long as it's what you want to eat, he will satisfy you. Bing Bing also felt that it was nothing for a man to save some money, She had all deposited tens of thousands of dollars behind her own husband's back. People are national special guest chefs, so it's natural to save more money. He's always been like that. He's been good to me. Su Yuling smiled, happy to recall the past. What a blessing. It would be nice if my boyfriend saved hundreds of thousands of dollars behind my back. But unfortunately he's just a nibbler and hasn't saved a penny. Did the gnawing money go to you? Looks like I'm going to have to save up some personal money too. Set a small goal of saving up for a big healthcare first. Actually, I'm not concerned about saving my private money. This is an instructional video for the state banquet. Aren't you guys excited? Someone in the live feed reminded the crowd. Live feeds of the state dinner production are showing up, and it's a great learning opportunity. If you can learn to make one of these dishes, you'll be enjoying a state dinner in the future. This pot is still too small. Will do. Lin Wuyue in the picture was all set to heat up the pot, pawing at it with her right arm and easily tumbling the ingredients inside. It even did a 360-degree spin in the air, learning to scrap. This move is also too hard. It's difficult to do that technique without years of experience as a chef. Did you guys see how much salt you just put in there? In a blink of an eye. I was the one who was too naive to think of stealing the state banquet. It's just not something that an ordinary person would see. Chapter 0021, The Whole State Banquet. Perfect out of the pot. What? Really known? How do you guys work? He was admiring Lin Wuyu's flowing operation of cooking, but he suddenly put down the pot and answered the phone with a grave expression. Are you guys pigs? Of course there's a problem with investing all of it. Don't you know how to invest randomly? That tone of voice, living up to the look of a domineering boss. It really seemed like a bit of a bully for a moment. Lin Wuyu is so handsome when he's being mean. I'm kind of in love, what should I do? Aha, MS. So you think it's easy to bully? I think I'm talking about those investments. Those people do look stupid investing together. Ha ha, where's the stupidity? When the leader gives the word they don't have to hurry up. Just based on Lin Wuyu's tone. His status in Moonless Capital must be more than just titular. The audience was amused by Lin Wuyu's transformation. 1 second he was a sand sculpture. The next he became a domineering president. Well, you guys make out on your own. I have to cook for my wife. After hanging up the phone, Lin Wuyue opened WeChat again and spoke to no one in particular. Did you send the wrong food today? That head of chicken is not the ossuary I want. Words. The crowd was instantly enlightened. Could there be another hidden agenda? Did Lin Wuyue only want the black-bone chicken in the first place? Sorry, Mr. Lin. We made a mistake with the Osobuco chicken and the Indonesian broiler. Are you done with that head of chicken now? If it's done, we'll send you the black-bone chicken right away. The voice clicked on and a female voice came in, looking flustered. There are very few stores with that level of service now. It's clear that they've done something wrong, and as a result, consumers may still have to carry the bill. The last time I went to withdraw an extra $1,000, I didn't notice it at the time. Then an hour later the bank came to my door and asked for it. It ended up waiting until I withdrew the wrong amount of money, and it took 2 days of running around to fix things. Too graphic. This is the current situation. With this kind of service, attitude is full of points, but this girl who delivers food should be fined. Heartbroken for a second. There was some discussion, and the crowd was curious as to how Lin Wuyu would answer. I only saw his brow wrinkle slightly, as if he was very unhappy. Forget it, I'll just barely make do with this chicken, and be a bit more scrupulous next time you deliver the food. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I promise there won't be a second one. The man in the voice replied as if relieved and happy. The scene left the program's crew, as well as several viewers in the live stream, confused. That's it? And barely made with this chicken? That, is Lin Wuyu unaware of the expensive Indonesian metal broiler? $20,000 a chicken. And he's barely? Humph. He's just pretending, but he's actually happy inside. Lin Wuyu surely knows the price of Indonesian metal chicken. We don't even know the name. How can he, as a national chef, not know the price of Indonesian metal chicken? It makes sense. I cite a high suspicion of pretending, and now I'm going to arrest Lin Wuyu for the crime. Arrest me inside my house. Cook for me every day, Omega. The ideas upstairs are the same as mine. It's all in your head. Right at this moment, Lu Dong, who had never spoken, explained, actually, Lin Wuyu is not pretending. State banquets are very particular about the choice of ingredients. If this happens at a state banquet, it usually waits until the Osobuco chicken is delivered directly. Besides, those national dishes don't use native ingredients, and the difference in flavor can be huge. Chefs are very particular about their ingredients, and if they are not specialized, it can be difficult to achieve the desired results. It's like making braised pork from a block of tofu. The difference in flavor is hard to bridge. Another new lesson learned. So that's how it is. My dad is the chef. He's so picky when it comes to buying food. He can tell which is bad and which is good at a glance. Could it be that your old man was also a national chef? No, he's the steward of our village when it comes to organizing banquets. Then Lin Wuyue really isn't pretending? We're too short-sighted. You think people are pretending, when in fact they're not pretending at all. They're just saying a very common thing. Besides, Lin Wuyue, after criticizing the food delivery man for being undisciplined, he glanced at the time and resumed his operation. 2 hours to prepare ingredients, half an hour to cook. Just in time to end everything when Su Yuling was about to leave work. A whole big table of dishes was set up, and just looking at the color was very tempting. Mao's braised pork, braised lion's head, canned smothered duck with 3 treasures, and fresh soup with black bone chicken. These are all well-known dishes for state banquets. Ice named the dishes one by one until there was a blind spot in her knowledge. No wonder they say it's a blessing to be married to a chef. Can you not be happy eating such delicious food every day? Even if Su Yuling didn't get to eat it every day, Lin Wuyue would definitely make it when she wanted it. Ms. Su, aren't you a good cook? Thinking that it was usually Su Yuling who cooked inside the home, Bing Bing curiously inquired. You know that chefs are very picky, and if the cooking is terrible, they will definitely make their own food. If the flavor is still palatable, plus they're too lazy to move on their own, then they won't say anything. Lin Wuyue is the chef of the state banquet, so the taste should be more discerning, right? My cooking. Su Yuling awkwardly scratched her head. Not good at evaluating her own cooking. Anyway, he eats whatever I make, and has never minded it. In that case, it seems that Lin Wuyue still loves you. Ice smiled, blessing Su Yuling for having such a husband. Where? He's just too lazy to cook, as long as he can eat. Hearing such a compliment from Bing Bing, Su Yuling knew how to damage Lin Wuyue. She was at least a person in a high position and knew that this kind of too high praise was not a good thing for a person. Sometimes the higher you hold it, the worse the fall will be. Well, the meal inside the house is also ready. Miss Su had better go home and enjoy the state banquet first. Bing Bing smiled sweetly, instantly understanding Su Yuling's mind. Today's Get to Know You program proved that Lin Wuyue wasn't the boss behind Moonless Capital, and also saw Lin Wuyue's rumored culinary skills, so it was a successful conclusion. Especially when Lin Wuyue was cooking. The number of viewers watching online exceeded 3 million, has broken through to the pinnacle of previous live broadcasts. Why don't you come with me and be a guest inside my house? Su Yuling graciously invited. Chapter 0022 Who hasn't been drunk at times? Really? Spare Ice, who had seen a lot of things and was also a supporter of the program, was also a bit dumbfounded at the moment. That's a state banquet, specially used to entertain foreign VIPs, or meritorious officials who have made great contributions to the country. It lacks the ambience of a state dinner, but it's a blessing to taste the food of a state dinner. Of course it's true. When the time comes, you'll just say that you're a colleague inside my company, and my husband won't suspect anything. Su Yuling smiled and said that inviting Bing Bing wasn't anything excessive. She had had 1 or 2 visits to her home over the years, even though she had very few friends. Okay, viewers, then I'll go to Ms. Su's home and rub in the state dinner treatment as well. False bar meaning to shrug it off twice. Ice replaced the generous smile and opened her mouth to the millions of viewers who were watching the live broadcast. Crap, I suddenly feel like Ice is craving for it, like the way I collect my New Year's Eve money. I don't want it. Give it to me. If I'm invited to a state banquet, I'll definitely go, let alone inviting me. As long as I know Su Yuling and Lin Wuyue a little bit, I'll stumble upon their meals at times like this. The audience in the live broadcast room was overwhelmed with emotion. And if you can taste the state banquet once in your life, you can brag about it for the rest of your life. Besides, Lin Wuyue over here, after making all the meals, he removed all traces of cooking, also went out and threw out a trip to the garbage and picked up a bottle of white wine and a white erguatu bottle on the way. From within the cabinet, he took out 2 ancient yellow cups, slightly pour in some dibbles. How many sorrows can there be in life? It's better to have a cup of strong wine flowing eastward. Smelling the fragrance of the wine within the cup, Lin Wuyue had a strange smile on her face. Why does this smile look a bit obscene? Shocked that the national chef would do such a thing at home. Thanks for taking out the headline for me upstairs. I just need this kind of material for my new media. Take it away. Thanks. Could it be that there's a UC shock department staffer inside the broadcast? Isn't it work time? Our main job in the shock department is to find all sorts of material that can be packaged and dropped on you in big numbers. A strong man does this kind of thing at home. The hearts and minds of the people are not what they used to be. Something that happens once in 1,000 years. In fact, 3/10 of the people on the air are working people, busy and occasionally watching understanding for some fun. According to the statistics of the Know Your Program team, 6 out of 10 people in the live room are over 30 years old. Just 4 out of 10 are under 30. This gap has something to do with the nature of the program understanding, which is mainly for the life of couples, Compare to the kind of variety show that stimulates the presence of fresh meat, and is more popular among married people, the cab ride home. Su Yuling and Bing Bing were also watching the live stream. Seeing Lin Wuyu obsessively sniffing the aroma of the wine in the cup, Bing Bing couldn't help but inquire, "Miss Su, does Lin Wuyu seldom drink inside his home?" Rarely drinks because he talks a lot every time he gets drunk and I banned him from drinking." Su Yuling stared unblinkingly at the screen, knowing that Lin Wuyu would take advantage of this big meal to have a good drink. The last time Lin Wuyu acted drunk was still fresh in her mind. "What does Lin Wuyu say when she's drunk?" Ice asked with some amusement. Knowing that some people looked funny drunk, he would yell that the president was a little brother, serving him tea and water, and saying that he was a living hua tua, the richest man in the world and whatnot, recalling Lin Wuyu as drunken appearance. Su Yuling also had some smiles floating around. Other people drunkenly fantasize about their god is Ultraman. Lin Wuyu can be awesome. Directly fantasize that he is the world's richest man in the world hua tua, and so on. Lofty identity have popped up. Looks like Lin Wuyu is really interesting. Undoubtedly. Ice hit a snicker. As for Lin Wuyu really being the president's big brother, the living hua tua, the world's richest man, she wouldn't believe it even if she beat Bing Bing to death. How is that possible? What would go through your mind when your neighbor, a man who sleeps every day and seems to have accomplished nothing, tells you that he is actually one of the richest men in the world? Bragging rights. It's still the kind of bull that has no level of sophistication. The plot inside the movie wasn't reality. The real Lin Wuyu might actually have some money, but it was far from being the richest man in the world. There are so many rich people in this world that it is impossible to imagine to their wealth. Chatting freely all the way. The very conversational Bing Bing and Su Yuling's relationship just slowly heated up and became much more cordial. Through her exchange with Su Yuling, Bing Bing also learned a few things about Lin Wuyu. 10 minutes later, the car was parked at the entrance of the neighborhood, and Su Yuling's cell phone rang at this time. "Honey, when are you coming back? The food from the restaurant has been delivered." Lin Wuyu inside the room was so anxious in his heart that he pinched just enough to do well at the end of his shift. If you wait longer than half an hour, the flavor of the dish will be greatly reduced. Coupled with the smell of erguatu all the time, the wineworms inside his stomach were about to burrow out. "It's already at the entrance to the neighborhood. How come I don't see anyone from the hotel?" Intent on teasing Lin Wuyu, Su Yuling's tone was half joking, half questioning. Lin Wuyu froze and nervously gripped her cell phone. The clothes they wore were all civilian clothes. "It's normal that you didn't see them. Come back for dinner quickly." Without waiting for Su Yuling on the other end of the phone to respond, Lin Wuyu hurriedly hung up the phone and left the house in an extremely quick time. What's he trying to pull here? Could it be to get someone to play hotel staff? That was close. Almost got caught by my wife. The inability to cook that I've worked so hard to maintain for so many years must not be exposed. Although Lin Wuyu has already been exposed. Ha ha. In order not to cook, the god of cookery hides his identity for many years, not realizing that he has exposed his identity because of. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed out loud. This feeling of learning someone else's secret was really good. Cell entrance. Su Yuling, who hung up the phone, let out a cold snort and took Bing Bing and quickly walked towards her home. She wanted to get back ahead of Lin Wuyu and see what he was up to. It takes about 5 minutes to get from the entrance of the neighborhood to the housing. With Su Yuling speeding up her pace, it would only take 2 minutes to arrive. Suddenly opening the door to her home, she had already anticipated Lin Wuyu's panicked appearance. However, when the door was pushed open, Lin Wuyu was sitting on the sofa watching TV and looked up with surprise. This point of surprise showed just the right amount of surprise, not expecting Su Yuling to come back so quickly. Chapter 0023, I'll buy you the same model. Honey, didn't you say you were in front of the neighborhood? Why are you back all of a sudden? Seeing Su Yuling with a person behind her, Lin Wuyu took out a cup from the cabinet and poured white wine while saying with a slight reproach, "How can you not tell me when you have a friend coming? What can you do if you desecrate people?" Laughing madly. Inside the live broadcast room, many people's mouths were covered in smiles, and some people with a low laugh point were even laughing. Su Yuling and Bing Bing didn't see the live broadcast, but they could see it clearly. 2 minutes just now, Lin Wuyu ran downstairs and purchased a number of lunchboxes, pouring some soup from inside each dish to fake the signs of the restaurant's visit. The speed of that reaction, and the quickness to cut to normal emotions at the last second, was breathtaking. Touch Lin Wuyu's forehead. There will definitely be sweat. Panic. Lin Wuyu is panicking. Crap. No wonder they say having a daughter-in-law is a great acting skill. I went to the toilet yesterday to smoke, and came back to be asked by my daughter-in-law if I had smoked. I had the bright idea of saying no without a change of face, and stood on the moral high ground to point the finger. And then, old man, was it a success? Success. Now I don't have to work. My daughter-in-law still cooks for me every day. The days are not too free. The only drawback is that this hospital room is not very comfortable. Jedi son. What? Did my sudden return scare you? Su Yuling put down her backpack in amusement and sat down in front of the dining table, smelling the tantalizing aroma. She said with slight surprise, "The restaurant did a good job of cooking today. This color. Why don't we all eat inside the restaurant from now on?" No wife. As soon as I heard that Su Yuling was going to eat the meals inside the hotel later, Lin Wuyu immediately panicked. The meals inside the hotel can be eaten once in a while. The price is expensive, and not as delicious and nutritious as the ones you make. And it's not good for the body to eat too many of them. Just kidding. If he ate restaurant meals every day, then sooner or later Lin Wuyu's identity as a chef would be exposed. And then he would definitely be the one cooking every day. Cooking something occasionally was fine. Cooking every day terrified Lin Wuyu. You can't appreciate the aversion to cooking without experiencing what it's like to cook on a regular basis. Occasional cooking is called pottering. Daily cooking is called the job. When the one thing you love becomes the job, even if the degree of attainment is disgusting in how good it is. I'm just saying. Bing Bing, come and sit down. It's a good meal after a busy day. Su Yuling nodded, aiming to see Lin Wuyu's flustered expression. Having achieved her goal, she then felt a little hungry. It was just about the noon mealtime, when it was time for the usual meals. Okay. Thank you, Sister Moon Spirit. Bing Bing, who was standing on the side, pretended to be familiar with the situation and sat next to Su Yuling. She had just been watching the conversation between the two couples and could barely hold back her laughter. Bing Bing, are you a colleague from Moon Spirit? Nice to meet you. Mentioning Bing Bing, Lin Wuyu looked squarely at the other party, saying on the surface that she was happy to meet them, but by the look on her face it didn't seem like she was that happy either. Since when did Su Yuling have a friend called Bing Bing? Lin Wuyu had never heard of it before. Ice is a new employee in my company and has helped me out a lot. Seeing Lin Wuyu inquiring, Su Yuling immediately opened her mouth to round off the conversation. Today, we're working together to get the project investment, so I invited her over for dinner. That's right. Lin Wuyu nodded thoughtfully. Her attitude towards Bing Bing was much better. Yuling thanks you for your help in the company. Since everyone is hungry, let's eat first. After working for so long, I was finally able to savor the meal. The temperature was all still there, covered by Lin Wuyu with a lid, not losing much heat. After removing the lid, a full 9 courses of food were presented to the two of them. It's really a state banquet. The presentation is different. Looking at the 9 beautifully plated meals on the table, the host, Bing Bing, felt emotion in her heart. A stomach that wasn't really hungry suddenly rumbled out. Eat, eat, eat. Lin Wuyu, who was holding a wine glass in one hand and chopsticks in the other, opened his mouth with a smile. No more bowl asterisk 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 asterisk. The three of them each had their own chopsticks and were fully engaged in their meal. Oh my god. Suddenly, Bing Bing raised her head inside with emotion, causing both Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling, who were eating seriously, to look at her blankly, seemingly realizing that her performance was a bit too exaggerated. Bing Bing said with some embarrassment, "It's so delicious. I've never eaten such a delicious meal before." Scared me. Lin Wuyu cried and laughed, thinking that she had found something unclean from inside the dish. The two of them often eat this kind of flavor of the dishes, all but did not feel how exaggerated. But the first time to taste the state banquet Bing Bing is not the same. The inside of the mouth is completely filled with the taste of food. Straight to the stomach. Ha ha, this restaurant's food is still good. Moon Spirit and I both like it. Yeah. Su Yuling also chimed in. Whenever we go to eat inside a restaurant together, the experience will be better then. Lin Wuyu's face suddenly lagged, but she quickly regulated herself without showing a hint of something wrong. Yes, we can. Next time we'll eat at the site. You want to make it hard for him to get to the scene? When the time comes, there will naturally be a brilliant plan to lift the difficulty. It makes me hungry to see that I've obviously just finished a pot of braised pork. Miss Su's figure is so well maintained. It seems to be natural. If it were me with a husband like Lin Wuyu, I would guarantee that I would gain 10 pounds a month. No more talk. Brothers Dry Food. It's also immersive to watch live while eating. Dry rice people, dry rice souls, those who don't are not people. The live streaming audience was down by as much as 1 million, mostly because it was being craved very much, and they all ran off to dinner. Raise a glass to celebrate the perfect bid for your wife's project. On the other side, Lin Wuyu finally found an excuse to drink and raised the wine glass in her hand. According to the rules inside the company, Su Yuling, who is responsible for this bidding, can get a lot of bonuses, at least a few tens of thousands of dollars of rewards. Most importantly, this made Su Yuling's weight inside the company rise a lot, and there was no guarantee that the next manager would be Su Yuling. Yes, celebrate the celebration. Bing Bing, who was taking a big bite of food, panicked and picked up her cup, not realizing that she was too nervous because of her movements. the cup suddenly fell to the ground. Bang! The earth-colored cup fell to the ground and directly cracked into several pieces. Chapter 0024, National Collection? Sorry, I didn't mean it. The cup broke and Ice got up from his seat in a hurry, looking around for a broom to try and clean up. It's okay, it's just a cup. If it's broken, it's broken. Honey, go inside the cabinet and get another one. Su Yuling consoled. It's just a cup. It's not worth much. Okay. Hearing Su Yuling's arrangement, Lin Wuyu got up to clean and took out a cup from inside the cabinet once again. Only this time the cup was no longer earthy yellow, but pure white. The top of the cup is carved with a red dragon, as if it were real, and it is exquisite. I'm sorry about that. Where did you buy this cup? I'll buy two and bring them with me the next time I'm here. Ice, who broke the cup, was still embarrassed. After all, this was inside someone else's house, and she must make reparations for breaking someone else's cup. Saying that it was a bit not so good to give money, Su Yuling definitely wouldn't want it. Say it's better if you buy a cup. Can understand Ice breaking a glass? I just break glasses and bowls all the time and have been told off by my mom so many times that I'm careful every time I eat. It looks like you guys just played too much flapper when you were kids, or this wouldn't have happened. Trumpet flowers? That's all grown-up stuff to fool kids. How many childhoods were tormented by the fact that picking trumpet flowers would break bowls? And I was one of those who was once deeply poisoned. It's so embarrassing. I've already experienced Ice's embarrassment. I could probably snap a building of Thompsons with my toes. I did something like that decades ago. I was so embarrassed I had to gouge out a hole in the ground, not realizing that it had become an object of study for scientists. Pio is very skinny. Come on, man. Bring me my square halberd and peel the grape skin for Pio. Pio, please take a seat and let me show you a raw swallowed abalone. JPG. Viewers on the air drove up, making the show's director tense up for a split second to stop the worsening winds. And he told the live audience that they need to vent rationally and must do so. What does the Lee surname vent have to do with me? Mr. Wang? Little master bias irrational venting. Today to 100 times. Kidney not failure, I do not stop. Where's the skinny applause? Ha ha, so much chatting everyone. I just passed out playing Thunderbolt and just woke up now. So many pictures. I was instantly energized. This nigga. The live room is polluted by you men. Going to go somewhere else. Remember to tell me the group number. Roger that. Missy swap resources, equals Omega smiley face. Seeing that the atmosphere of the live broadcast was about to be polluted, the guide quickly gave the camera to the situation inside Lin Wuyu's house. At this point, Lin Wuyu expressed that she wanted to laugh. That mug is not something you can buy. And I have to say, Ice can't afford to lose it. Forget it, that cup is just from a stall. $1 a piece. It's not worth much. Don't break this one again. It's $5 a piece. Regulating the atmosphere. Lin Wuyu turned around to clean up the broken cups on the floor. If the cup broke, so be it. What made his heart ache was the 2 pots of wine inside, all of which spilled on the ground. I'm really sorry. This coming over for a meal and breaking a cup. Seeing that Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling were both so generous, Bing Bing no longer continued to insist. It's also the fact that she doesn't think the cups are worth much, which is why she has this attitude. If the cup had been replaced with a cell phone or something like that, it would probably have been a dead giveaway for some money. It's okay, this cup is ugly as hell. I'll be happy to break it. Su Yuling glanced at the dirt-colored cup and was filled with disgust. Words. Lin Wuyu, who was carrying her tools on one side, froze in her movements. Is it ugly? It's a nice cup, isn't it? The program's on site. Due to Ice's temporary departure, the person in charge of explaining the program is now a new host. Host Jiang Yu was also the host of an episode of Understanding, but was moved to another show because her level of speaking in live heat was not as high as Ice's. She was wearing a long pale yellow dress, with a sweet smile on her face, and said, "A broken cup can tell a lot of information." Lin Wuyue and Su Yuling are both the kind of people who are greatly generous, as well as the table to see the character of the people. There is a kind of preoccupation in the table culture. That is, to keep the surrounding hygiene when eating, as well as toasting, and to clip the food cannot be flipped around inside the plate. This new host is kind of boring. Who told you that the table sees character? It's all a bunch of feudal superstitions. Is it hard to believe that I need to be careful when I eat with my family? I came to see the program, not to listen to your sermon. Bing Bing, come back quickly. The viewers in the live room were in a big mood and didn't like Jiang Yu's statement. They were all just idly looking for some fun, and it must have been uncomfortable to be preached at so much, or to make that kind of erroneous statement. The guide on the sideline shouted directly at the stage for Jiang Yu to leave for the time being, intending to make a call to Bing Bing to come back and continue her work. However, before Jiang Yu could get off the stage, a staff member of the program volunteered to go up and explain. Guide, I'm used to collecting things in my day, And that earth-colored cup seems unusual. Since it was a live program, the staff's words were directly heard by all viewers. What's unusual? A dirt-colored cup? Hardly a valuable work of art? But don't joke. If it's a real work of art, who would use it for drinking? An accidental break is a loss. Let's see what this staff says. It might actually be a good thing. It's possible. After all, it's normal to give 3 cups to someone who has attended a state banquet. The cups might actually be a bit collectible. The guide glanced at the user's comments and sent the staff up to explain something. He also thought that the earth-colored cup was ordinary, and there was nothing to explain about it. But it's better than driving on the net, right? Continuing to drive on. The loss of viewers is one thing. Being warned to block the program is a serious problem. Straightening his clothes, the staff member stood somewhat nervously on the host stand. He was a middle-aged man with average looks who was in charge of debugging the picture clarity within the program. It was this job position that allowed him to see the full extent of the earth-colored cup, slightly regulating his emotions. The staff spoke. The earth-colored cup that you all saw should be a set of cups issued by the state. Its first release in 52 years. Because of the special craftsmanship, as well as the master's design, it became the hobby of many collectors. The name is the Yanhuang Porcelain Cup. Chapter 0025 Accidentally Breaking Tens of Thousands? Inflammatory Porcelain Cups. This mug is a far-famed collectible among mug collectors. When an antique enthusiasts auction was held, the price of a single Yanhuang porcelain cup was auctioned at $77,777. Why this 777? That's up to the guy who auctioned it off. Crap. Meaning this colored mug is still a state-issued collector's item? This is the first time I've heard that the mugs all have a national version. Isn't it logical that there are only commemorative coins? There's a lot you guys don't know, and you certainly don't know about a circle without being involved in one. Emotionally, Bing Bing is in trouble. Breaking Lin Wu Yu's collection of cups? What's important is the meaning given to the cup. I finally understand why Lin Wu Yu had that look on her face. Lin Wu Yu, yeah, you buy me a cup back. No way. A state-issued mug that ugly? Most of the audience was still quite unable to understand it, as the cup was really unimpressive, looking flat with its earthy yellow color both inside and out. Put it up for sale at a stall and it's $10 a cup, tops. The design of the Inferno porcelain cup is mainly in its interior. The staff continued to explain, and seeing the shattered cup on the ground, his heart stung for no reason. Look inside. Did you find some small golden particles? That's crushed gold. And the manufacturing process of this cup is the best kiln out of the country, leaving the flag of the Dragon Kingdom inside. The Yankee porcelain mug is really generic in appearance, but those who know what they're doing know the mastery of its manufacturing process. It was fired layer by layer, purely handmade, and that stayed inside the Dragon Country flag icon. Ordinary people really can't reach that level. The symbolism of the Yanhuang porcelain cup is that it is not obvious, in line with the Dragon Country inherited thousands of years of the concept of no arrogance and no impatience. Gold and jade inside. I didn't realize there was so much to a plain cup. After all, it's a pity that such a collectible cup was actually broken by Bing Bing. Strange. How did the Lin Wu Yu family use such a cup as a wine glass? Is it because they don't know the price? Normal. My family's chopsticks are made of pure gold. Did I say something? My toilet is made of jade because my butt doesn't sweat when I sit on it in the summer. The netizens in the live stream were talking, half joking, half curious. Anyone in their right mind, knowing that the cups came from such a source, wouldn't have used them as a cup for everyday use. What a shame it must be to accidentally break it. Unless Lin Wu Yu is a tycoon. But from what I've learned over the past few days, Lin Wu Yu doesn't seem like a big tycoon. A cup like this, sold individually for $77,000, the market price is currently $70,000, and 3 of them sold together would be about $250,000. Staff assessed. He is a veteran collector of mugs and is well aware of the prices of the Yanhuang porcelain mugs. There are a total of 100 real Yanhuang porcelain cups on the market, most of which have gone to the hands of rich businessmen and politicians, and ordinary collection enthusiasts basically don't want to get them. What a shame that an inflammatory porcelain cup just disappeared from the world. The staff member's mind decided that when he got off work, he would go and wait at the trash can downstairs from Lin Wu Yu's house to retrieve the pieces of the Inferno porcelain cup. There is a chance of remedying the situation. He just happened to recognize a person who specialized in repairing this kind of porcelain, and looking at the exterior damage of the Yanhuang porcelain cup was not that serious, so it was still not too late to remedy the situation. $250,000? That's a loss of $80,000 for breaking one. This cup ice really can't afford to pay for it. And it's not that I can't pay for it. I just didn't think that the cup was this expensive. Quickly explain that new cup. It doesn't look like an ordinary cup either. Yes. That long red dragon on top is very nice. Much better than the outside of the inflamed porcelain cup. The crowd in the live broadcast room came to life. That curiosity about antiques swelled at this moment. Who doesn't want to get rich overnight? In case they also have such antique cups inside their homes and take them out for more than $100,000. Wouldn't they instantly get more than $100,000 for nothing? Seeing the crowd's outcry, the show's crew rushed the stage to get the crew to explain the new cups. The scene on the screen at the moment just happens to be the scene at the dinner table. After learning that the cup was just a ground-up one, Ice rightfully continued to gorge herself. It's unimaginable to imagine a beautiful, seemingly image-conscious host transforming into the platform's foodie anchor and fixing many a meal with a swipe. On the contrary, Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling didn't eat much of the meal. Simply taste it and fix it hastily. Eat slowly. There's plenty of cooking to do. Su Yuling greeted Bing Bing with a smile, and even served a bowl of richly colored chicken soup from inside the pot and placed it in front of Bing Bing. Yummy! Tasting a mouthful of chicken soup flavor, Bing Bing instantly indulged into it, not caring about the image at all, picking up the bowl and huffing and puffing to finish it. Nima, is this still my goddess Bing Bing? Is that creamy soup that runs down your neck and onto your chest that good? No one can resist in the presence of good food. Icy drinks soup like it's $200 of love. The camera rested on the tabletop wine glass, a white ceramic with a long red dragon draped around its circumference that didn't look like it was from the ground up. This cup should be the Red Dragon Porcelain Jade Cup. I heard a high player inside the antique collection world say that the Red Dragon Porcelain Jade Cup is a master's final masterpiece. He left his life after making 3 Red Dragon Porcelain Jade Cups, and the whereabouts of the 3 cups are unknown. Rumor has it that the cup fell to the master's offspring, and some say the master gave it to a few people. I didn't expect one of them to actually be here in Lin Wuyue. The staff was in awe. The Red Dragon Porcelain Jade Cup is the pinnacle of modern porcelain production, and that top master left after completing his last piece. In order to this final extemporization, he was able to resist for more than a year more, until he saw the Red Dragon Porcelain Jade Cup with his own eyes before he was willing to leave. How much is this mug anyway? It's no use talking so much. Which master? I'm more curious about what it's worth. The audience is more curious about the price of the cup than the deeds of the master. Who cares about the masters? They are only masters if they make something expensive. There was once someone who offered $330,000 to collect the Red Dragon Porcelain Jade Cup, but no one bid. The staff member sighed and said languidly, $330,000? Crap. This master is kind of awesome. One cup is worth $330,000? Where did Lin Wuyu get the cup from? Lin Wuyu is one of the cup's recipients? Then what's the relationship between him and the master? Chapter 0026, look at the novel you wrote. Besides, Lin Wuyu sighed. After the wine and dinner, the 3 of them sat on the sofa and chatted about the company while eating fruits. Mostly it was Ice who was giving Lin Wuyu explanations. After all, Ice was just an imposter, and words were not enough. It's also really strange today. We suddenly have a lot of people wanting to invest in our project, and they're all kind of big businesses. Su Yuling intentionally or unintentionally brought the topic to the matter of the project, because she also wanted to know the answer. When did Lin Wuyue and Moonless Capital get involved? Lin Wuyue was studying at the International Finance Academy, and Su Yuling had heard him talk about it, only in Lin Wuyue's account. The financial institute felt that he was too playful and dropped out after only 1 year of study. That's just luck. Wife, you work so hard. The heavens will not let you down. A good project won't be buried, Lin Wuyu said as she nibbled on an apple, her eyes on the silver screen, unable to take her eyes off the screen. Is that so? Su Yuling bristled. Then why did I find out that all these companies are subsidiaries belonging to Moonless Capital? Put. Lin Wuyu, who was watching TV, spewed out the apple in one mouthful, and was in a state of panic. Looking at Su Yuling and Bing Bing who were staring at him, Lin Wuyu slowly exhaled 2 breaths and decided that it was time to tell part of the hidden story. In a serious tone, he slowly said, Moonless Capital was created by a friend of mine from the International Finance Academy, who used to admire me so much that he thought my future was a dragon among men. I never thought that this guy's company would be named directly after me. Worshipping you? Su Yuling looked Lin Wuyu up and down. It didn't feel that dazzling. Of course, you are unaware of how good I am. This kid is where he is today because of my guidance. Crossing his legs, Lin Wuyu spoke with great confidence. That arrogant and unbeatable expression almost made the audience in the live broadcast room believe it. I'll believe the hell out of you. The lecturer of the International Finance Academy is at least the president of the 100 Billion Group. It's hard to believe that the president of the 100 Billion Group can't speak as well as Lin Wuyu. I don't believe it anyway. I searched online. There are only 2 people in China who have ever lectured at the International Finance Academy. One is Mr. Li from real estate, and the other is Jack Ma. But Lin Wuyue is kinda cute when he's pretending. You're quite naughty. You little bad boy. To tell you the truth, I instructed Lin Wuyue in his cooking skills, and the only reason he became a national chef was because of my casual instruction that day. Well then, I'll lay my cards on the table too. I'm actually a futurist from the year 2077, and if you all want to know what tomorrow's lottery numbers are, just give me $1,000. The audience in the live broadcast room mimicked Lin Wuyu's tone of voice, completely flirting. It would be outrageous for Lin Moonless to mentor the owner of Moonless Capital to start a business. Not to mention that the audience in the live broadcast room didn't believe it. Su Yuling and Bing Bing even didn't believe a word of it. Bing Bing couldn't help but poke and prod. Then why is it that on top of the sky I check, the legal person of Moonless Capital is Lin Wuyu? Brother-in-law, you're a little less than honest. Lin Wuyu's brain spun rapidly, and her mouth said, I once gave him a registered companies, and had a 1% share inside Moonless Capital. I also don't know what Moonless Capital's market capitalization is now, so I'll sell my shares when I'm short of money. 100% share looks like only a piece of $100, but when translated into a large company or group, it represents more than $1. You really have a 1% share? Until now, Su Yuling had some real belief. Otherwise it couldn't explain how Lin Wuyu could make investors flock to him with a single phone call. 1% of the shares, how much is it to sell them? Is there any big brother to explain it? I checked the total market capitalization of Moonless Capital, and it's a total of more than $300 billion in market capitalization, which translates to about $1 billion or so. Crap. So awesome? Wasn't your elementary school math taught by a gym teacher? Isn't a market value of $300 billion converted to more than $3 billion? $3 billion plus? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Wuyu is so rich? If I had this much money, why would I still take AF asterisk King class and write AF asterisk King novel? I wouldn't be able to spend more than $3 billion in a lifetime. Would I? Exaggerated. The market capitalization and the selling price of the shares is very volatile. The real can be converted to a few hundred million at most. You guys are thinking too much. A person with a financial certification on his title analyzed. But a few $100 million is really enough for an ordinary person to use for a lifetime. Buy a house of a few $1 million. Buy a car of a few $100,000. And use up the rest of the money by going out on trips often. But playing stocks is not the same as retail investors. They're kind of even with the share dividends of the no monthly investment. It is enough to live on daily expenses. Most people invest to eat a wave of dividends. Can hold 1% of the shares of Moonless Capital? The annual share dividends are at least more than 100,000. That's why selling shares is a little uneconomical. You can part with your shares a little bit when you're really short of money. But selling them all would be foolish. My Nima, where is this hiding private money? This is a hidden rich man. No wonder the Inferno porcelain cup shattered and Lin Wuyu didn't have any serious emotions. Because people aren't poor. It's possible that this 1% share was forgotten by Lin Wuyu. I feel it's very likely. Analyzing it that way, I kind of agree. A few $100 million was really too shocking. They thought that Lin Wuyu's private money wouldn't be more than $1 million. How did they know that they would directly use $100 million as a unit? An ordinary person works hard all his life. If he does not meet the opportunity, then the wealth of his life is just a few million. As for Su Yuling and Lin Wuyu, at this moment, they directly turned into thugs. Just how many other things have you done behind my back? That share show me. Su Yuling was also overwhelmed by the 1% share. If she had known that there were shares worth hundreds of millions of dollars, why would she have run out to work? That 1% of the shares, which I used to give away, are those subsidiaries of Moonless Capital? Looking at the burst of anger Su Yuling, Lin Wuyu rubbed up against her side and said softly, Oh my god, Bing Bing, who was on the side, had her blood churning in anger and almost died of anger at Lin Wuyu's house. How much of a loser does one have to be to make the move to give away shares worth hundreds of millions of dollars? Luckily it wasn't her husband. Thankfully, I have nothing more to say. Once an opportunity to get rich was in front of me, but I turned it around and gave it away. Chapter 0027, just gave you this garbage? Su Yuling wanted to cry, no longer knowing what to say. That was a few $100 million, but whenever Lin Wuyu gave away a little less, the rest would be enough for them to use in the future. Unfortunately, Lin Wuyu's gift of shares was something that had happened before, and the two of them hadn't gotten to know each other yet. What you miss can only be missed, and it's hard to force those investment companies to give it back. Don't be ridiculous. Who wants to give back what they've got? Besides, it's still several $100 million worth of shares in Moonless Capital. If this were my husband, I really couldn't resist doing it. Is Ms. Sue's heart okay? Nothing will happen to it. It doesn't look like they're going to do it, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to salvage those hundreds of millions. It can only be said that Lin Wuyu's destiny with a few $100 million has not arrived and can only be missed. And what does not belong to oneself, Forcing to retain it is also fruitless. Realization dawned on the live audience. Finally, Lin Wuyu made a phone call, and all those investment companies obediently invested in the project. At least I've got a few $100 million. How can I not do something? The money they invested is 10 million at best, I think, and the math works out to getting dozens of times what they invested. Sister Yuling, don't be angry. Aren't you guys doing quite well now? Bing Bing stroked Su Yuling's back, glad that she wasn't that lucky. Otherwise it would really hurt. Watching a few $100 million slip away from the side, or their own hands to send away. In addition to Lin Wuyue, in exchange for who will be very heartbroken. I'm not angry. When I think about owning a few $100 million, I'm the one who's really worried. All day long I'm afraid that Moonless Capital will collapse. I'm worried that the bank will collapse, and the whole thing is about to get depressed. It's okay to have a regular job and make money with your own two hands. Su Yuling exhaled 2 breaths to comfort herself. She wasn't that much of a money person either, and once she calmed down she was back to normal. Anyway, she had a pretty good job now, and Lin Wuyu had $10,000 a month for writing books, which was enough for them to live on. Brother Lin, you gave them shares, didn't they give you something in return? Ice asked curiously from the side. If Lin Wuyu gave those people a few $100 million in shares and didn't recoup anything, that would be a really hard pill to swallow. With such a question, everyone perked up their ears, curious to know what other naive behaviors Lin Wuyu had. Even Su Yuling, who said on her lips that she didn't care, was somewhat serious and listened quietly. After thinking about it, Lin Wuyu replied, they're giving away a lot of things. That yellow cup for drinking was from Xiao Wang, the kitchen knife was from Xiao Zhang, and the altar for pickles was from Xiao Li. Just give away this crap? Su Yuling stood up with an open mind. A few $100 million to give away, even if, after those people got the benefits, they actually gave away kitchen knives and cups? Wasn't this obviously bullying Lin Wuyu as if she was a fool? Yeah, sending this much is already enough. Lin Wuyu nodded her head obliviously, not feeling anything wrong. That cup, is it the cup that I broke before? Bing Bing was also confused. Originally thought that he would send a little bit of money, or a house and car and all that. I ended up sending out some cups and choppers. What's all this about? A 1% stake in Moonless Capital, an asset with a market value of several $100 million, in exchange for some kitchen utensils? She originally thought that the cup Lin Wuyu was talking about was an antique, but when she thought about the appearance of the cup that had been broken before, she really didn't think it was an antique. Now Ice doesn't know the price of the cup. If I knew that the cups I broke were tens of thousands of dollars apiece, Ice would probably want to vomit blood. A few tens of thousands of dollars a cup is also quite expensive. 3 cups is more than $100,000, and that red dragon porcelain jade cup worth more than $100,000. I feel that the gift is still worth the money, but it's a pity that Lin Wuyu wasted it, using tens of thousands of dollars and hundreds of thousands of dollars to use it as an everyday cup. So it's not a gift from the state banquet. It's a gift in exchange for several $100 million of shares. The rings were intertwined, and the viewers felt that this live broadcast was getting more and more interesting. Just how big-hearted the Lin Wuyu back then was to do these things. Just this chopper? Just this vegetable jar? Su Yuling ran to the kitchen and took out a kitchen knife and a vegetable jar. The expression on her face was already dead, not knowing how to express herself. This kitchen knife she used often. It was much better than the kitchen knives on the market. It was very convenient to chop bones, cut meat and so on. The vegetable jars are not bad, but they are a little too small to hold much sauerkraut inside. Where did it occur to you that something you use every day was actually traded for hundreds of millions of dollars? In that case, this chopper and vegetable jar are worth tens of millions of dollars. Ha ha, that's a pretty graphic analogy upstairs. How else can stature be compared like that? The staff is here to analyze if this chopper is an antique. And that vegetable jar, maybe it's an antique too? On the set of the program, after Su Yuling took out the kitchen knife and the vegetable jar, the guide immediately focused the camera on the top of the two objects. The chopper has a silver exterior and looks unusually sharp from regular use. The inlay on the surface has lost its former appearance with prolonged use, and a claw is vaguely visible. On the handle of the knife, there is a circular stamp. What seems to be written on the top is Lin Wuyu. As for the vegetable altar, the surface was covered with a rounded glaze, red in color, but covered with a lot of dust. It's about the size of a bucket of purified water and has a round lid on top for a good seal. The surface of the vegetable altar was not patterned, but there was an equally unassuming seal that seemed to be moonless as well. I'm pretty sure this vegetable jar and chopper aren't state-issued antiques. I'm sure this vegetable jar is not the emperor's urinal. I'm pretty sure this chopper really is a chopper. Stoned. These things aren't worth as much as the cups. Little one who sent the cup still has some conscience. At least the cup he sent is quite valuable. Unlike little Zhang and little Li, who found a ground floor product with the word moonless printed on it and gave it to Lin Wuyu as a gift. The staff looked left and right and really couldn't connect the chopper and vegetable jar in front of them with the antiques they remembered. Besides, he only knew about the cups and half of the other antiques. I can't see this one. If a knowledgeable gentleman can analyze it, I really can't do anything about it. He shook his head, and in his heart of hearts he agreed that it was a very ordinary cleaver and vegetable jar. Putting down the microphone in his hand, the staff member turned and left. Chapter 0028 I'm good at writing healing novels. That's the cruise scene on Understanding, where those who can afford it are at the top and those who can't are at the bottom. Any of you who know about this stuff and go up and tell about it will get a 20% increase in your paycheck at the end of the month. The guide looks around at the crew behind the scenes and lets loose with a straight-up scathing comment. In his opinion, the vegetable altar must be more than just a vegetable altar. And as for the chopper, it should be an ordinary chopper. Haven't heard anything about choppers. Is it possible that it's a legendary artifact? It's capable of recognizing its owner with a drop of blood and killing a celestial immortal? In the real world, there are no demons, monsters, ghosts, bulls and snakes. The crew behind the scenes looked at me. I looked at you. And no one stepped forward. None of them were professional antique appraisal masters. If they had the ability of antique appraisal masters, they wouldn't be working as employees in the program. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to connect a master antique appraiser to appraise. Please be patient for a while. C really cannot be free to use the personnel. The guide had to personally intends to connect a master antique appraisal. The host, Zhang Yu, once again took to the hosting stage, obviously having been warned much more sternly by the guide. And this time she didn't say much. Ladies and gentlemen, this appraisal expert on the link is one of the top antique appraisers in the country, and he has a high reputation within the industry. The video link is on. Master Wang got through. The screen of the live broadcast room had a small extra chat box, only to see an old man wearing a black Chinese mountain suit and glasses sitting at a table with a reddish color. This is the antique appraisal expert that the program spent tens of thousands of dollars to invite. Wang Yan, who is known inside the antique world as Wang Jin Eyes. The reason for the origin of this nickname is because of Wang Yan's unique vision, and many antiques are known to be true or false before they are even put into the hands. Hello, live audience. The link to the screen was successful, and Wang Yan waved his hand at the camera, his face smiling as brightly as a flower. Cannot be brilliant, is to look at a few minutes out of a camera can earn more than 100,000, but also to enhance their own popularity, simply cost effective. This old man is quite easygoing, surprisingly inviting Wang Jinye. The program group really gave up their blood. Who is Wang Jinye? Is it very powerful? Hey, I don't know if it's powerful. But anyway, if your boobs are real or not, the old man can tell at a glance. Crap, so awesome? Master Wang, come and analyze what kind of antique this vegetable altar is. Numerous netizens have heard of the great name of Wang Jinai. This old man is not an ordinary person. Do not look at him as if he looks like more than 70 years of age. In fact, it is all appearance. The real age is only less than 60 years old. There was another key thing about Wang Jinya's great name coming out. That's a hot internet stunt that went viral a while back. Someone with a museum sitting in the antique asked Wang Jinai. The other party replied, treasure friends. You this thing to sentence 15 years off. Then inexplicably King Goldeneye caught fire. The internet erupts, and sometimes it's really breathless. Even farting can become a hot topic. There are so many other weird sets, earthly oil things, on-air marriage proposals, and so many other sets that are just too much. First let's take a look at what the altar looks like. Taking people's money, Wang Jinya naturally had to make some presents. He casually glanced at the vegetable altar in the picture and had just opened his mouth to say something when his entire body froze in place as if he had been struck by lightning. This thing must be a fake. Without waiting for the audience to react, Wang Jinya directly broke into a shout. Fake? The crowd's demeanor stuttered. Could the vegetable altar really be some kind of very valuable antique? Only a fake? Is this expert test reliable or not? So would I. This one must be human. What's a fake? Are vegetable jars still divided into fakes and real ones? Then Master Wang, quickly come and take a look to see if the one inside my house is a fake. When a master speaks, he knows whether there is one or not. The crowd was laughing and joking, none of them in proper form. The connected Wang Jinye, however, was emotional, his chest constantly rising and falling. Master Wang, please also explain to the audience in detail. Jiang Yu tilted her head and opened her mouth. The program group had spent a lot of money to ask Wang Jinye to come out. Just one sentence about a fake and you want to solve it? How can it be so easy? That's $100,000 too good to be true. I say it's a fake because I've seen this vegetable jar in Cleaver before. After slightly easing his emotions, Wang Jinye realized that he was still in the middle of the program's recording and needed to do enough explaining. The vegetable altar was personally involved by one of my masters in treasure appraisal, and belonged to the vegetable altar in chopper that was given to a favorite chef by a royal family 1,000 years ago. You may not be able to understand that the emperor gave a cook a chopper and a vegetable jar, and it doesn't seem to serve any purpose, does it? But this altar is different. The chef was the most famous chef in ancient times. The ceramic industry at that time reached the peak of the Dragon Kingdom, creating many glorious things, just like this vegetable altar. Used to soak soup, vegetables can be more flavorful, and the chopper is made of meteorite iron from outside the heavens, and it is incomparably sharp. When my master explained to me at that time, he said that this vegetable altar and chopper had been lost long ago, and it was impossible to get them, and if they still existed in this world, the value of the two would be at least $3 million. In front of the millions of viewers in front of the camera, Wang Jinya slowly opened his mouth. That master of his was a legendary treasure connoisseur in the country, and what he said would never be false. So that's why Wang Jinai said it was a fake when he only saw it. With the passage of time and the change of dynasties, the chef's family might have lost their heritage a long time ago, and it was impossible for Lin Wuyu to obtain these things. So that's it. Then it should be a fake. I told you so. How could Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li be so kind as to send Lin Wuyu something worth $3 million? Lin Wuyu can be really miserable. Stop it. At least one of those things is real, and it's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars when you do the math. Ha 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 ha. There were hundreds of millions left. The analysis ended, and Wang Jinai pinched the video call with a heavy heart. The vegetable jar and chopper he saw today reminded him of a past event. The master who had disappeared for a long time. Without the guidance of his master, Wang Jinya thinks he could not reach today's achievement. The other side. The few people inside Lin Wuyu's house turned on their computers, because Bing Bing yelled that she wanted to see the novel that Lin Wuyu had written. At the request of Suyu Ling and Bing Bing, Lin Wuyu could only turn on the computer. Brother Lin, what type of novels do you write? I like reading urban romance novels. While watching Lin Wuyu turn on his computer, Bing Bing also stated that he recognized the novel. It's good to know a classification at least. I write healing novels that specialize in healing hearts, Lin Wuyu said in a serious manner. Chapter 0029, is this what you call a cure? A healing novel? Honey, I don't remember a cure novel. Suyu Ling was bewildered. Having once glimpsed Lin Wuyu's writing, it seemed to be the kind of dangling novel that was very popular with readers. She had clicked through the novel's reviews, many of which had given 5 stars and were happy to reward. However, the online novels involved Suyu Ling's knowledge blind spot, and she didn't know whether Lin Wuyu's data was good or bad. At first, he thought of the reward points as money, believing that Lin Wuyu was living off the rewards alone, with millions of rewards. It was only later that I realized that $1 could be exchanged for 100 reward points, and that millions were only about $10,000. The plots in it are mainly healing plots, allowing readers to find the value of their own existence in the novel and be hopeful about life. Lin Wuyu said heavily, while opening the writer's backstage. Just a lot of messages piling up in the background. Dear Author Monthly Puff, your novel has been awarded a monthly ticket. Dear Author Moon Moon Puff, your novel has received a reward of 1,000 points. Dear Author Month to Month Pouncing, you have been updating for 11 days in a row. Good updates are more stable readers. Oh, only 11 consecutive days of updates? Isis Sharp Eye spotted the key message and saw the dazzling 11 days at a glance. She had also read some novels, but unfortunately the authors became slower and slower to update when she got to the back and lost interest. It seemed that Lin Wuyu also belonged to the Goo Goo class and had received professional training. Sometimes there's a lack of plot inside your head. You guys can't appreciate how hard it is to be a web writer. Lin Wuyu paused for a moment and explained seriously. This comment was a big hit with the live streamers. There are naturally people within the millions of viewers who specialize in online writing. Right. Lin Wuyu is right. It's not that we don't want to update. We have to think about the plot every day. Where do we have that much time? A cup of tea and a pack of cigarettes. Writing and stopping all day. Looking back, I only wrote 500 in one day. Little author. No more writing. Both ears up. Spanking. Picking at your ears. And writing a 55,000 today. So it's you pigeons who are planning to eat squab today. Curious about the novel written by Lin Wuyu. Getting so many monthly votes. The novel should still be doing well. Yeah, I have a feeling there's at least 1,000 subscriptions. I didn't realize Lin Wuyu was still on the same site as me. The person working on the netbook curiously observed Lin Wuyu's author ID. The name of the ID is Moon Moon Puff. And a work actually came up after a browser search. Piracy is all over the place. Pirate sites have become genuine and have to pamper their readers. As a result, hard-working authors become tools who work for them for free. Shan Shi, the great god author, also clicked into the live broadcast at his leisure. He was a website author himself, and also wrote many top-level novels. becoming a great writer on the biggest platform for domestic novels. And he is also known by netizens as one of the 5 whites of the Central Plains. Nowadays, Chen Shi had slowly gotten older, and his physical strength and endurance could not be compared to before. It's already not easy to keep up with 6,000 words a day. Moon puff? Seems like I've glimpsed that ID from somewhere. Muttering under his breath, Chen Shi opened the official website's reading app and curiously searched for Lin Wuyu's author name. So much for searching and actually finding a novel. It's only 200,000 words so far, and it's about to hit the shelves. Don't look at this novel, only 200,000 words. That data is very high. All kinds of reward comments can be almost the same as the results of his opening book. Knowing that he was using his own great god number to open a book, he would naturally have many fans join him, and many fans who liked his novels would give a lot of rewards in the early stages. The result is a brand new author number that pounces month after month with over 100,000 followers in just 200,000 words. Crap! Isn't this the novel that was discussed inside the group? It was only until this time that Chen Shi suddenly remembered where he had seen this novel from. Great Author Chat Group. This group is full of great writers from various websites. How should I describe a godly writer? That is a novel whose copyrights can be sold for tens of millions of dollars. All of them are big gods whose fortune reaches the tens of millions of dollars level. There were only 8 people in total inside the entire group chat, including the sites outside, as well as the great writers from the same sites. Occasionally they exchange information and learn from each other in the group. And the book A Healing Hack a Day, written by Moonpuffs. It is the newcomer's work that they discussed intensely some time ago. It was written by a pure newcomer, yet it picked up large batches of readers on the first recommendation, and then the numbers started to skyrocket. Opening the chat log of the group chat, Chen Shi wanted to see the comments of all the group members. Horror greats author, I'm mesmerized. This is definitely not a new author. Urban god author, he writes much better romance plots than I do. Urban alien god author, crap, the plot is too intriguing. No wonder it has such high stats. Immortal novel author, on novels. I now only admire Moon Puff. I don't know which god's vest is it. Which one of you has become so powerful? After a long period of melancholy, Chen Shi slowly typed out a line. Is this novel really that good? Drip. The message was replied to in an instant. But it's a great urban author. A guy who has written almost 10 million words in one novel, and has gone from urban to metaphysical. Of course it's pretty. Old Chen. I highly recommend you to check it out. It's very healing. Not only was the urban god author one recommendation, but other online god authors responded as well. All with immense respect for one healing trick a day. This is too much. Chen Shi was dumbfounded. To know that each of the group is a great writer, but also a great god of many subjects. It is very difficult to achieve consistency of like. Moreover, they themselves are great god authors. Their hearts are higher than the sky. A little bit of arrogance is normal. This kind of initiative to say that other people are great. From the bottom of the heart to agree with very few. With curiosity, Chen Shi opened the novel written by Lin Wuyu, and was first bewildered, then completely caught up in watching the novel. There are some words that hit everyone right in the heart. There was no doubt that this magic existed in Lin Wuyu's novel. Chapter 0030, Stripping Out the Moon God's Vest. Half an hour later, Chen Shi exited the novel's interface with an unfulfilled desire. Having already viewed the last chapter, he couldn't define the subject matter of this novel. Call it urban, but there was a creepy presence. Call it immortal, but it was clearly an urban setting. That interlocking story, that nod to people, makes you unconsciously substitute into the characters of the novel and experience a different life. A very good production indeed. Switching to the live broadcast of understanding, Chen Shi looked at Lin Wuyu's young face and felt that the young man in front of him had become unfathomable. You're having fun with this novel. He's just a comedian and writes a more comedic plot. In front of the computer, Bing Bing and Suyu Ling, who didn't know about one healing tip a day, were still having a silly discussion. They just read about 10 minutes and found the plot of the novel hilarious. Funny huh? I want the healing effect. Lin Wuyu had a smile on her lips. However, in the eyes of the live audience, this novel is not that funny. They flipped to find the name of the novel, searched for it within the website, and watched it with great interest. After a long time had passed, someone was the first to finish the novel and sent out a pop-up in the livestream. This one was really good with lots of funny episodes that eased my emotions. What makes you think this novel is funny? Why do I see so much sadness when I watch it? I don't feel the same way as all of you who watch it. When I watch it I only feel the heavy melancholy. What a melancholic person it must be to write a novel. I don't like it because the novels are so blunt about the flaws of human natures that the only glimmers of light are the ones that shine through. I suspect we're not reading the same novel? No wonder the stats are so good. There's no gap between Lin Wuyu's level and that of a great god. What great god? I feel like it's 100 times better than the novel written by San Shao. Different remarks were made, and the audience suddenly realized a strange phenomenon. That is, everyone's reading experience is a little different. Some people are finding the novel funny. Some think it's a pure kind of cool text, and occasionally there are a few poisonous points that can be ignored. Others think it's a present-day masterpiece that deconstructs human nature right down to its gory bones. Drip, drip, drip. An abrupt and continuous beep sounded. The writer's backstage has a lot of new messages in a row. Monthly +1, monthly +1, monthly +10,086, reward +100, +1,000, +10,000. Fans increase by 10, 000, fans increase by 100, 000, fans increase by 500, 000. Crap. Lin Wuyu stared dumbfounded at a message that hit his field of vision. It's not so much that the numbers are so hot, it's that it's not clear where all these people are coming from. It stands to reason that fans only skyrocket when they get recommendations, and now the officials basically control whether or not a novel can make money. As long as it's pushed up with big data, no novel that won't be particularly trashy has done too poorly. I shouldn't. I'm a small one. I won't be found. Lin Wuyu muttered, not noticing in the slightest that Bing Bing and Suyu Ling beside him were placing bounties on the novel. One bounty of $100 and one bounty of $1,400. The one who rewarded $100 was naturally Ice, and it was a clever way to find a way to pay off the cup. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Wuyu didn't care about the $100 she gave her. What came to hand after the split was but $50. Compensation for the cup? That's not really enough money. Suyu Ling's reward money will be very spiritual. It is about to reach the Tanabata festival. She knows that the amount of the reward will be split in half, rewarding $1,400. Lin Wuyue's hand will be 520 yuan. It happens to read just what it wants to say. Wow. Hubby, your novel is suddenly on the rise. So update a little more today. Suyu Ling naturally saw the message that appeared. Looking at Lin Wuyu's puzzled expression, he couldn't help but quietly snicker. Both she and Ice knew that it must have been the viewers of the live broadcast who had gone and searched for the novel. It's kind of a disguised way to help Lin Wuyu novels make money. Lin Wuyu, God TM helped me. This novel is really good. I have been healed. The first time I've seen a novel that good. Crap. Shen Shi's account rewarded $10,000. There are other great gods who have also rewarded. Can't see that Lin Wuyu is still a great god writer. That writing style is simply amazing. Depicting where it should be emphasized and using small white writing style where it shouldn't be. Why do I feel a bit of deja vu with this writing? Some readers caught a whiff of the same flavor. They had read a novel that was also a masterpiece for the ages a few years before, and was regarded as a classic by many. Unfortunately, the author of that novel quietly stopped writing new novels after writing one. A few years have passed. The novel remains on the bestseller list. Brothers, have you ever seen I Came from the Underworld? Of course I've read it. All the old bookworms have basically read this one novel. Yeah, it was a masterpiece for the ages in the beginning. But it's a pity that the author didn't continue to write books afterward. So you can't see that kind of masterpiece again. One book probably made hundreds of millions of dollars. Realizing wealth freedom. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is, do you guys ever get the feeling that Luna's writing is a little bit similar to that of Moonpuff? After a reader's point of view, someone purposely sought out that novel to compare it to, and it's really kind of similar when you compare it that way. It's a well-known fact that most online authors write novels that are habitually told in an obvious way. Especially the great authors who bring something new to the table can visualize the gap between them. There's a lot about the writing that's the same between Moonpuff and Moon God. In many ways. No way. Lin Wuyu is the Moon God? The Moon God is all godlike in my mind now. So don't you guys scare me. At the risk of asking, who is Lin Wuyu? Since the live viewers are posting in the Book Derelict Zone forums, most readers don't know about the Understanding program. No point in talking more. I'll give you a link. Go in and find out what's going on. Chapter 0031 Lin Wuyu is the Moon God? Loyal fans of One Healing Hackaday who got the link opened into it at the first opportunity. All of them were shocked when they saw that Lin Wuyu in the picture was logging into the writer's backstage and Kai Kai was talking. The person who wrote the internet masterpiece was actually the young man in front of him? Lin Wuyu's looks could definitely be described as young, at most in his 20s, handsome, and full of confidence in his hands and feet. And, Lin Wuyue could very well be the Moon God herself. This is even more shocking to everyone. If things were true, just how demonic was Lin Wuyue? One must know that when that divine work began to appear, Lin Wuyu was at most in his late teens, less than 20 years old. To have such strength at such a young age was truly a demon. I harbor reservations. There's a possibility that Lin Wuyue is the Moon God. Or maybe not, because it's just beyond my knowledge. All those rich life experiences, the unraveling of the world. I don't think a young person can achieve that, least of all a middle-aged man in his 30s. It's not necessarily. There are also authors in the netbook masterpieces who became gods at the age of 18 with a single book. Very strong and gifted. It doesn't matter if Lin Wuyu is the moon god or not. As long as he finishes this novel. You guys keep tossing it around like this. What if you don't see a new novel? Some caution against disrupting the creator's life or a very good work will be lost. The best viewers don't get to know the creators themselves, but keep their eyes on the work. Suddenly, those readers moved much more quietly. Even though Moon God's novel had become a legend and was often discussed in various forums after a few years had passed, they had ultimately restrained themselves. There were also some people who stayed in the live broadcast room, curious about Lin Wuyu. I'm going home. End of the day and a long nuisance. Thanks for your hospitality. Inside the neighborhood, Bing Bing stood at the entrance of the neighborhood, smiling like a flower as she said goodbye to Lin Wuyu's husband and wife. It was a great experience today, again fulfilling the requirements of the program, finding the name of Lin Wuyu's novel, and tasting the delicacies of the state banquet. The only flaw was accidentally breaking a 1 cup in Lin Wuyu's home, which made Bing Bing a little embarrassed. Fortunately, she also put up some money as compensation. Have a good trip. We'll both be talking in detail about tomorrow's work. Su Yuling waved her hand with a smile on her face and watched Bing Bing leave in her car. Afterwards, she and Lin Wuyu strolled through the green belt of the neighborhood, blowing in the cool evening breeze, their mouths and noses full of human fire. Honey, could you be hiding something from me? No, wife. I do have some little secrets, but they are hidden for a reason. Lin Wuyu's heart was struck by lightning, quietly glancing at the beautiful Su Yuling beside him. He said in a proper voice, "Wife, you really want to know? I can also tell you. It's fine." Su Yuling shook her head, feeling like she was thinking a little too much. No matter what secrets Lin Wuyu was hiding, this couldn't change how good Lin Wuyu was to her. Then what's the point of thinking about so many things? It adds to the sadness. There's no point. They took a long walk. It had been a long time since they had had an evening breeze and gotten busy with life. The other side of the airwaves are having a hard time. It had been a long time since they had seen Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling appear, making them a bit bored. Let's all drive. I'll go first. Well, driving is a human pleasure. 1 day of driving is driving. 2 days of driving is driving. What's the point of driving? I advise you to behave yourselves. In fact, the root of driving all comes from your desires. Mastering your own desires, which is the standard of those who can achieve great things. If those who achieve great things don't have desires, then they won't achieve great things, and they'll be as carefree as you. The old bald ass. Entrepreneurs do it to make money. Isn't that desire? Celebrities do it to be famous. Isn't that desire? As long as people have desires, you are actually telling people not to have desires. This is anti-humanity. Giver. Ha. How did an old bald ass pop up on the live broadcast? I dislike monks very much. In chaotic times the Taoist priests go down the mountain. The monks are closed. In prosperous times the Taoist priests are closed. The monks go down the mountain. No at all. Don't be so paranoid. It's all good and bad. The youngest is just paranoid. The crew is powerless every time they get to the point where this kind of show is quiet. The netizens of this session were just too capable of making things happen. It had only been a few short minutes since Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling had appeared. Then they openly drove on the air, and others started choking at the drop of a hat. It's very distracting from the live room environment. Jiang Yu, insert in 2 commercials. In a few minutes, there was nothing else to do. The guide could only let Jiang Yu insert 2 commercials. The Understanding program is heavily funded, mainly by investors and sponsors. They also insert commercials when necessary. Dear viewers, on this hot summer day, what would it be like to drink a milk tea drink with your favorite person? Evening breeze, milk tea and you and me. There may not be me or an evening breeze, but milk tea is easy to come by. Michelle Ice City. A cup of milk tea is only $6 or $7. Tastes good and affordable. Newcomers also have a chance to get a free order. Raising a cup of milk tea from Michelle Ice City, Jiang Yu, who was dressed in a light yellow long dress, smiled and opened her mouth. Insert an advertisement in a stiff but not too stiff manner. In the closing moments, the theme of Michelle Ice City blared from the air. You love me, I love you. Michelle Ice City sweet. Audience, trying to trick me into drinking Michelle Ice City again. Host, you're so bad. There's one way to say it. I'm Yan Shui, and Michelle Ice City is tops. What sweet honey and no girlfriend? If Miss Jiang Yu is willing to become my girlfriend, I will buy you Michelle Ice City milk tea every day. Wherever you aspire, you must. Jiang Yu of the hosting station inserted another ad for milk, then picked up her cell phone to observe the ad's effectiveness. The whole thing went bad when she saw that the live viewers actually took her and started driving. Does Miss Jiang Yu lick the lid when she drinks yogurt? How do you lick it? Demonstrate it upstairs, and I'll have Haya demonstrate it when we get home. That's the kind, unhealthy picture. Can't show it? Crap. That's a bit of an awesome move. That little tongue is kinda sexy. This broadcast is a complete waste of time. Driving at the drop of a hat. I'm a girl and stated that I enjoyed watching the driving part. I just didn't understand what they were saying sometimes. Chapter 032 Acting. All of it. More than half an hour after the walk, Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling returned home. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening. They shuffled back to the bedroom and the live feed was so interrupted. The bored netizens dispersed, and some began to curiously watch Lin Wuyu's novel. At the beginning, I was still holding on to someone else's recommendation, so I just meant it, but I ended up getting addicted to it as soon as I took a look at it. 8 o'clock in the afternoon. A story has appeared on the internet that what you think isn't what you think. And while you're cracking up and sighing in disbelief, the people who planned it are sitting back and counting their money. As soon as the post was published, the number of hits reached thousands. Look for the view. Someone noticed the post seems to be about a current program, also known as Understanding. The post's publisher believes that Understanding is consuming the public's time and selling their entertainment. The first installment of the show's casting of rural couples sells the idea that they are even more downtrodden than urbanites. Seriously affects values. It's discrimination against rural people. The second installment was chosen from an average city couple, and it worked out pretty well. But by the third installment it was outrageous, and the crew blatantly started insulting the viewers for being intellectually dishonest, saying that the live broadcasts were real, but in reality they were all scripted renditions. Lin Wuyu is not a national chef. Lin Wuyu is not the author of a novel. Within the post this person uses a lot of facts to stand up for his point of view and makes it sound like he really does. Crap, could this be real? No way. I watch this show every day. It still feels good. It should not be scripted. It's still good to know the crew. At least I am not seeing that scripted rendition. It's all live in real time. This person is just making false accusations. If Lin Wuyu couple is the interpretation required by the script, then I'll eat Xiang live on the spot. Great. Some of the biggest fans of the show Understanding believe in the showrunners. They are all old viewers and know what the style of this program is like. The most important thing is to be truthful. And the second thing is to satisfy the audience's curiosity. The original purpose was to observe the little secrets that existed between couples and to strengthen the understanding between couples. Inside the gloomy room, a thin man sat in front of his computer, looking at the pile of righteous comments under the post and grunted. His hands pounded on the keyboard as if it were a feast for his fingertips, and the poly rattled on and on. In just 10 minutes, the man deleted and rewrote an article and posted it once again. How in the world can there exist a fool who gives away hundreds of millions of shares? Think about it carefully, folks. And won't you find this statement to be a little bit false? Besides, Lin Wuyu is just a very ordinary person. The dishes he cooks are actually very ordinary. None of you have ever tasted them. And they say it's a top-level national banquet, then it's a national banquet? After the post went out, those convinced viewers on the air became shaken. Could it be that Lin Wuyu was really an actor hired by the program? Then how to explain Lin Wuyu's exquisite knife skills and the chef's certificate hidden inside the house? It shouldn't. But the poster of this thread makes a pretty good point. And it's true that a lot of it is dubious. A few $100 million of shares given to someone else. Maybe Lin Wuyu was really a fool. But could a fool write a novel of that grade? Doubtful. Some bigots thought straight into the show's script and ran to the air for a good dose of rhetoric right then and there. Boycott the Understanding crew for treating millions of viewers as if they were fools for amusement. Garbage show. All scripted. I'm from that neighborhood of Lin Wuyu, and I see a lot of the show's staff roaming around downstairs every day. Isn't that scripted? I'm Lin Wuyu. I hereby swear that all of the show's plots are false. I'm not the god of cookery. I'm not a great author. And I don't have those hundreds of millions of dollars. I am Lin Wuyu's cousin. The kind that grew up together. The last few days Lin Wuyu told me I was going to go to the theater. Still do not know that he is acting this kind of drama. So many people who know Lin Wuyu popped up in a flash. You black fans are really bullish. The beat is brought up and the entire broadcast is filled with scripted programs and consuming the words of the masses. The Understanding program team on site. The conductor's head was covered in sweat and he was holding the phone up to talk to people everywhere. In just a few minutes, he had already received calls from 4 or 5 partners, saying that they wanted a solution, and that if it was because of the rumor-mongering thing that led to a loss of traffic and a drop in their earnings, Zhang would definitely have to ask for it by then. Anchor, the reprints of that post are becoming more and more. And, a staff member jogged and appeared at the side of the guide, and spoke in a broken voice. What else? The guide couldn't help but add some weight to his voice. He's not angry at the staff, but he's pissed off by the partners behind it. These people are happy when they're collecting money, and they're going to be held accountable with them as soon as there's a problem. There are also some media company people involved who are leading the charge. The staff took out the cell phone they had on them and searched for Lin Wuyue on the country's largest short video software, and a number of counterfeiting videos appeared. Tough enough. Looks like we moved a lot of people's cakes. Do you really think there's no one standing behind understanding? The guide laughed angrily. He looked over at the messy crew of the program and bellowed violently to silence the crowd. The crowd stood in front of the guide in a regular manner, including Bing Bing, who had returned from Lin Wuyue's house, who was clearly among them. She came back and realized that she had made a big mistake, actually breaking a cup worth $70,000 to $80,000 inside Lin Wuyue's house. But before there could be any compensation, the program suddenly went haywire. Ice, you go and maintain order in the live broadcast room. Master Lu and Xiao Wang go and connect with Mr. Zhang. Just say we need help and press the media. Little Li, you go and request public relations and issue an official notice that a lawsuit will be filed to pursue those rumor mongers to the end. Zhang Yu, come over here for a moment and call Mr. Dong. I'll teach you how to talk. At this moment, the guide resumed his normal means of calmly and methodically stating the various arrangements. Since someone is trying to shake up their show, then take advantage of this explosion of public opinion and take the show's audience to an unprecedented peak. They didn't use a script anyway. Those variety shows that use scripts are watched by a large group of viewers, and when they didn't use scripts and were falsely accused of using scripts, they ran into this problem? It's all someone's fault. Chapter 033, you're talking to me about acting at this level? Early the next morning, Su Yuling then received a notice from the program. Ice's tone within the chat content was anxious, and it was clear that something serious had happened. MS. Su, please quietly bring your husband's chef's certificate tomorrow. We've run into trouble with the program. Thank you. Need a chef's certificate? Bewildered, Su Yuling opened her phone while she was in the toilet, and once she watched the show's live broadcast, she realized how serious the problem was. There were actually people who suspected that Lin Wuyu wasn't at the level of a national chef. Joking. To say that Lin Wuyu's level is not a national chef, that Su Yuling and Bing Bing are witnesses. That craftsmanship, not to mention being a national chef, even if it becomes a world-class chef, is more than enough. Yes, she typed a short reply in the chat box. Then he pushed open the restroom door and walked out. He met Lin Wuyu just in time to meet him head-on, looking at Su Yuling with a curious face who was holding a cell phone in her hand. Wife, why did you get up so early today? Quietly extinguishing her cell phone screen, Su Yuling coughed and said, the matter of the company's project is finished, but there's still a handover ceremony that I need to participate in, so I have to get up earlier. That's right. Lin Wuyu nodded thoughtfully. Then why don't I go make you breakfast? Yeah. Subconsciously, Su Yuling opened her mouth to reply, but immediately realized that he had revealed himself to be a horse's foot, because the previous Lin Wuyu had said that she could not cook and that her cooking skills were very trashy. So by saying that, wasn't it like revealing that he knew Lin Wuyu cooked very well? After thinking about it, Su Yuling added, can I eat the breakfast you made? If I really can't, I'll go out and buy 2 buns. It's okay. I learned how to teach breakfast from the internet and it's guaranteed to be delicious. Lin Wuyu swore and patted his chest in assurance. He knew that Su Yuling's least favorite thing to eat was buns, saying that her stomach was a bit uncomfortable even after eating too many buns. How could you let Su Yuling eat something she didn't like? That's very kind of you, husband, so I'm going to go change. Giving a shallow kiss to Lin Wuyu's cheek, Su Yuling cheered and walked towards the bedroom. Looking at her back, the corners of Lin Wuyu's mouth rose slightly, deciding to make his wife a delicious and appetizing yangchun noodles. Good morning, everyone. Inside the live broadcast room, one after another, a part of the audience entered, and the online ones were not much to say the least. Just a few tens of thousands of people or so. Looks like you're all night owls. Have you been up all night? Damn it. I was tortured by last night's post. As soon as I close my eyes, I think of Lin Wuyue and Su Yuling as scripts, and the whole person can't sleep. Me too. I just can't get it through my mind without understanding the matter clearly. Look at you guys. Isn't it time to see Lin Wuyu cooking again? Immediately, you'll be able to find out what's really going on. Yeah. I didn't record the video before and let that guy take advantage of the situation. So this time I'll record the video in its entirety and let him know the level of the god of cookery. Recording has begun. So don't drive, folks. In order to prove that Lin Wuyu really wasn't an imposter, this time the program team was going to live stream the entire process of Lin Wuyu cooking, and let the jetsetter see if the show is faked or not. Hello everyone. The program team is currently dealing with last night's incident, and for those who have maliciously created rumors and have caused damage to us, we will go through the judicial process and let the law take its toll on them. Host Bing Bing stood on the hosting stage with a black eye. What happened yesterday was the first serious questioning that Understanding has encountered since its launch, and it cannot be ruled out that the other side has the help of a team intent on lowering the heat on the Understanding crew, isn't it? It was said that peers were enemies, and in the past few days Lin Wuyu's couple was getting hotter and hotter, with millions of viewers watching online every day, splitting up a lot of the traffic. Inevitably, some eye candy monsters will appear in such a situation. The denigration they encountered this time must have been organized by someone, perhaps the opposite variety. In order to mitigate the loss of traffic caused by the rumor-mongering incident, the staff of the show worked late last night and were busy until most of the night before they had time to rest. As the main host of the program, Bing Bing is naturally one of the participants. Miss Bing Bing, we believe in the program. Those malicious rumor-mongers are really speechless. If you can't see that other people's shows work well, then go get a show yourself. What's the point of hiding behind rumors? Someone bring me my 100,000 pound sledgehammer so that I can give Blackpink a whack on the back. Big brother Black Powder, please take a seat. My little one has prepared 10 ruahua for you. Please also enjoy it slowly. Hee hee. Kisame is really mean. It is already 7 in the morning. The audience of the live broadcast room is more and more. This point appears basically our loyal fans. But there is no chaos. Seeing that Lin Wuyu within the picture started to go and cook, the crowd began to get curious. There were some new viewers who had entered yesterday, rushing to see Lin Wuyu's novel in real life, only to see Lin Wuyu first start a pot of boiling oil, the eggshell gently knocked to break open, placed in the frying pan nuisance fried a good lotus bread egg. The whole process does not take more than 30 seconds. The arm slightly force frying pan eggs will roll around. A national chef is a national chef. Frying an omelette is so aesthetically pleasing. That's right. That's because you didn't see the video of the state dinner yesterday. The whole thing was a learning experience for me. After watching the video of Lin Wuyu cooking, I realized that I've been a chef for the past few years for nothing. Those black fans can't stand a chance at all. Anyone with a clear eye can see that Lin Wuyu's cooking skills are very high. It can't be faked. Cooking skills can't be faked. But what about other things? You're not going to tell me that Lin Wuyu is really a great divine author in addition to his excellent cooking skills? Black fans are black fans and can force a lift from a lot of places. Just as the crowd was heatedly discussing, another image appeared in the live broadcast room. It was Su Yuling who sneakily poked her little head out of the bedroom to observe Lin Wuyu's movements. What is Miss Su doing? Aha, something? Bing Bing Big Beauty. Why don't you come out and explain it quickly? When things go wrong, they go wrong. I'm feeling a bit of deja vu with this scene. The host, Bing Bing, laughed and directly showed his chat. In order to prove whether Lin Wuyu's chef's certificate is real or not, we request that Ms. Su bring the certificate of invitation to the state banquet and ask a participant of the state chef to come to the scene and judge whether it's real or not. At that moment, ICE directly released harsh information. Chapter 0034, a legendary man of a generation. So it's about stealing the chef's certificate. The program was pushed, or they wouldn't have done it. I blame those black fans. They really have nothing to do. If you don't like it, you don't like it. What's the point of running around slandering it? You don't understand this, do you? This program group was doing it wrong in the first place, saying that they want to give the most realistic effect of the program and show the little secrets between the couples. But in the end, they are quietly making up scripts. If you were the viewers, do you think this is the right thing to do? How much are those people paying you? Take us too if you have a way. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. It's just that I want to join inside your troupe. Brothers, I've lurked inside the group chat of the black fans. These people are paid to do things. Followers can get $1 each. Active posting can get $1.50, and live broadcasting room with rhythm can get $3. Here's a screenshot of me inside the group chat. Send it to everyone. Someone idly lurked into the group chat of the black fans and sure enough found some bandwagoners. Even in the chat transcripts, these people outright stated that they wanted to design flawless traces to make the audience believe what they were saying. Once the photo was posted, the Waterboys are definitely showing up a lot less. Apparently the people in charge are clearing out the undercover agents inside the group. Magic City. Inside the Jungbei building, one of the country's leading media companies is based here. At this moment, in a luxuriously decorated room, a feminine-looking youth sat on a leather sofa. The youth was holding a cell phone in his hand, smiling as if he was chatting with someone. They want to fake it? Then let them fake it. Even if it's not the show's fault, there must be something wrong with this family. The youth had a confident smile on his face, immensely confident in his presumption. How in the world can there be someone so awesome who arrives at the level of perfection in two unrelated professions? The youth didn't believe it anyway. If Lin Wuyu was really a national chef and a great author, how could he hide it down? There's only one argument that stands up, and that's that Lin Wuyu or the program is putting on a show. The other side. Lin Wuyu inside the kitchen operated very smoothly, and finished all the preparations in a simple manner. 2 bowls of yangchun noodles with scallion oil floating in the air are made. The soup is light but has a rich scallion flavor. Wife, it's time to eat. Walking out with 2 bowls of yangchun noodles, Lin Wuyu had a smug smile on her face, and she really looked like someone who had only just learned how to make them. Okay. Su Yuling, who had come out of the storage room long ago, also pretended that nothing had happened and naturally sat down at the table to eat the noodles. The scent of onions filled her mouth. Well, looking at Su Yuling taking 2 big bites in a row, Lin Wuyu curiously inquired. Su Yuling nodded. It's delicious. Why don't I just let you do all the cooking from now on? What? This was not the answer Lin Wuyu wanted to get. It's not good to cook every day. I'll learn how to make this dish now. Other dishes wife you know. Lin Wuyu scratched his head awkwardly. It's okay. I can see that you still have a good talent for cooking, so you'll definitely be able to learn more. Su Yuling puffed up. However, it made Lin Wuyu cry and laugh, not knowing how to answer for a moment. This couple really is the best cast. One is pretending to understand, and the other is pretending to understand. That was so much fun. I'm going to hide a little secret from my husband from now on and tell him I can't cook. Hee. It's so much fun. From now on I'm going to hide it from my husband. On the surface I'm very fond of him, but in reality I like any handsome guy as long as he's handsome. Hee. Where's the yin yang man? Honey, I'm going to work. After finishing the yangchun noodles on the table, Su Yuling put her small bag on her back and planned to leave. The main purpose of today was to get Lin Wuyu's chef's certificate, and now that it was already inside the backpack, it was natural to hurry and send it to the show's site. I heard that someone who was once a special guest chef at a state banquet was also on the set of the program, which should prove Lin Wuyu's identity as Lin Wuyu's wife. Su Yuling believed that Lin Wuyu's chef level was definitely a skill that only the top national chefs had. So many people had said that Lin Wuyu's cooking skills were false. So of course she felt very unconvinced in her heart. Take care on the road and go slow. Lin Wuyu, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, shouted at Su Yuling's back. Until they were sure that Su Yuling had disappeared, they immediately started cheering. He quickly cleaned the 2 dirty bowls and sat his butt down on the couch, pulling the game console out of the small cabinet and happily starting the game. Wife not at home. Passionate games, online drops, humming an off-key promo. Lin Wuyu, he opened the KOF panel. King of Fighters, this game is literally my childhood. Wife not at home, passionate entertainment, online drops. Holy, Lin Wuyu is just too naughty. A man like that is really funny. The program team, hurry up and advance the camera so we can see Lin Wuyu's skills. A live show for predominantly middle-aged people, most of whom played the game King of Fighters in their childhood. Back in the day, arcade games were all over the place, and King of Fighters was one of the best. Knocking the arcade into a frenzy and turning the handle hard is all part of a man's fun. This is the main reason why arcade damage happens very fast. It was not easy to find a good machine in those days. With the passage of time, a variety of entertainment activities, people are no longer happy to be loyal to the entertainment of the King of Fighters standalone. Small children holding cartoons to watch, but also like to quietly open the game. A play is a whole daytime. MMOs for elementary school students come from exactly the same place. Picture. Lin Wuyu's hand speed was extremely fast, and he finished off his opponent after a few sets of combos. Having been practicing for a long time with a winning streak made him feel bored. Being invincible is such a loneliness. It would be nice if I had an opponent to defeat me. The icon of KO appeared on the game console, and Lin Wuyu raised his head despondently. Not to mention how tawdry he was. This you can tolerate? Can't hold back. Box Street Fighter requests a fight. A street in the southeast, northwest, and north. Inquire who is the master. Stop it. Lin Wuyu's skill is great. This level is enough to hang me. Not to mention, the move connects perfectly, and it looks like it's been practiced many times. Looks like Lin Wuyu is also a game veteran. Why do you boys like games so much? The characters are ugly and not funny. Men's pleasures are simple. And how can you women understand them? Yeah, it's a shame that the youthful passion of those days is gone. And now I'm a father of 3. Chapter 0035, Picking Out the Proof Again. It seems that because of the King of Fighters game, it pulls a lot of people to think about the past that was once there. Who hasn't been young? Who didn't have those passionate years, but will eventually be defeated by reality? Firewood and rice take up a very large part of life. For survival, worry about the family, where there is no teenager. After playing a handful of games, Lin Wuyu turned around and sat in front of the computer. The crowd originally thought he was going to start working on his book, planning to write a novel. Even the show's crew thought it was a good opportunity to prove Lin Wuyu's great godly authorship, pulling the camera down to the front and zooming in many times. However, only Lin Wuyu opened a folder on his desktop, with resources written on the surface. Instant seconds. The show is starting to get immodest. Lin Wuyu is taking us for a drive. So Lin Wuyu is also good at this. Looking forward to seeing the resources. What does resource mean? Resources are learning materials. I don't know if this resource is the same as mine, Bad joke. The file opens. The result was beyond everyone's expectations. Turns out it's a whole bunch of games, and set up with a heavy superficiality that requires opening 7 or 8 folders in a row. There are a lot of files for games, such as Legend, Sword Spirit, CF, and so on. All of them are endgame games that were hot all over the internet in the early years. Just play Legends. It's been a long time since I logged on to check it out. With a mumble, Lin Wuyu opened the Legendary Games interface. That poor quality looking graphics can't be compared to today's games, but they are all memories of a generation. Opening his personal panel, Lin Wuyu realized that he had received many private messages, all sent by people who had been around for the past few years. Crap! When the data from the personal panel was presented in the live room, everyone who had played Legend was shocked. Even the hands of the program staff were shaking a little. Lin Wuyu's name was called the Moonless War God. Level full 999. Luxurious equipment. Well-deserved dirt cheap gear. All kinds of attributes have reached the top of the existence, belonging to the ancient players. Moonless War God. Why isn't this ID familiar to me? Look at the grade. Spare the 8L back in the day is about the same level, right? The ID 8L, as well as players like Soul 15 and Little Shrimp, are all myths in the hearts of the older generation of legendary players. Soul 15 fought 50 people all by himself and was still undefeated. Little Shrimp, this player, on the other hand, is a player who became famous in the Siege War. A legend does not fall. The past does not fall became the pronouns of the Little Shrimp. Leadership ability is very strong. In the team has a very high level. There is also Prince Dan. This is in Flaming Qianlong, same period of the Wind and Clouds, when he took the Dragon Slayer, clad in the God of War suit, shouted out the Dragon Slayer in the hand. The world I have. The order of the world. No one dares not follow, became the term for its dominance. As for 8L, players who play Legends have basically heard of this ID. Undoubtedly a kryptonite big brother, using money to pile up levels, directly making the game officials all take the initiative to increase levels. The phrase "don't challenge my pocketbook with your yearly salary" does a solid job of earthy kryptonite domination. However, the idea of Moonless War God was something that the crowd really hadn't heard of. Just as the crowd was curious, Lin Wuyu opened the message panel. All sorts of private messages surfaced at once. Little Shrimp, Big God, when are you coming to our clan? 8L, Moonless God of War. Privately, can you face teach me a little bit of legendary technology. Soul 15, I'm really convinced this time. Big God, for advice. I can only fight 50 people by myself now. I can't fight more. How did you manage to fight 100 people? The representatives of various legends actually knew Lin Wuyu? I have nothing more to say. One person beating 100 people? Could it be that Lin Wuyu was the one who did what happened back then? Looking at this equipment, Lin Wuyu recharged a lot of money. At least $10 million. Holy, $10 million to recharge the game. Is this going to be crazy? What's $10 million? Back then, 8L recharged at least $30 million. Maybe 8L is the one the legend has worked with, recharging so much that there's not really much real money used. You underestimate the world of the landed gentry. Never challenge a landed gentry's pocketbook with your annual salary. No way. Is the ID Moonless War God that powerful? So many legendary gods are connected to him, or the kind that kneel down and beg for greatness. The crowd was bewildered. They could all be veteran players of Legend. The names of the major gods were remembered, but they just didn't know about the existence of the Moonless War God. But this kind of person who was convinced many bigwigs would be an ordinary player? I remember. The Moonless War God is the one who led a clan to challenge the top 10 clans. If the Moonless War God didn't exist, it definitely wouldn't have been possible to win the fight. Putting it this way, I seem to remember a piece of events. Back then the rumor was spreading that Soul 15, these great gods, had found someone to fight one-on-one, and as a result, they were beaten to the point of bursting their equipment, and even they themselves said that this person existed. Crap, this person is Lin Wuyu? A moment of stonewalling. The crowd suddenly felt that Lin Wuyu had become terrifying, not realizing that he was still a legendary big shot. As we all know, the hottest era of the saga is the year 0, to the year 07 will gradually lose the heat once. Now has passed nearly as 20 years of time. Cumulative recharge 10 million, say more not much, but can come up with so much money to die on the legend. Definitely not the average player. Think with your ass. The average person recharging a few tens of thousands of dollars would be great. Recharging tens of millions or an average player. But it's normal when you think about it. Lin Wuyu was the special guest chef for the state banquet, and his cooking skills in the early years must have been unusual. Having so much money was a normal thing. Moreover, there is the experience of giving away a few 100 million shares to others. Think about recharging $10 million inside the legend. It seems not so exaggerated. If we sell this game number, we can at least bring back a car, right? I would be afraid to top up that much money. The things we used to do well, now recharge so much money. Basically are a lot of money rich tycoon. In year 01, Lin Wuyue was only a few years old, right? He started playing Legend at that time, and played So Oxen? You've reminded me of. Gradually, the crowd noticed a strange thing. If Lin Wuyue was really an ancient god, then he must have been very young when he played the game. Having so much money to recharge at such a young age, seems a bit odd. This meant that Lin Wuyue's family was probably very rich. It was a pity that the current Su Yuling wasn't there yet, or else Bing Bing would have answered them. Chapter 0036 Chef Lin's Story. 10 o'clock in the morning. Understanding reached more than 2 million online viewers within the live stream. That tree number of online viewers is just about what the program wants to aim for. Now that Miss Su has arrived at the program's site, we'll immediately ask the chef of the state banquet to show up. Ice's expression became much more serious. They had to prove the authenticity of the program and the identity of Lin Wuyue. Su Yuling on the side curiously looked towards the stage, and after Bing Bing finished saying that he had an invitation to appear, a chef in his 60s walked up from the seats below. Why do you say chef? He was dressed in a chef's outfit and had a slightly bulky build, and it was a little hard not to think of him as a chef. Hello Chef Chang, before we start proving, could you introduce yourself? Ice held up the microphone to Chef's side, a sweet smile finally appearing on her face. Okay. Chef Jiang nodded his head and solemnly introduced himself. My name is Jiang Guanwei. My family has been chefs for 3 generations from me upwards. My father was a chef at the state banquet, and I have inherited my father's learned skills, and have been involved as a chef at the state banquet for nearly 10 years. I dare not say that I know all the chefs of the state banquet, but I definitely know the chef. This is my proof. After saying that, Chef Jiang looked behind himself, only to see many pictures appear on the screen. In the first picture, the person appearing in it is a photo of Jiang Guanwei with the country's first and second in command. In the second photo, there is a group photo of many chefs, and the 7th one on the right is Jiang Guanwei. The third photo is filled with certificates of various honors and proof of being a special guest chef at state dinners. To say what is the most powerful proof, then this picture of the proof of honor is the best interpretation, because no one dares to steal the country's medals. Once discovered is an illegal thing. How dare a big program, in front of so many members of the public, fake it on the spot? Sure is a great chef. The program group is bullish, directly inviting the chef of the state banquet. This chef has stayed for 10 years. He should know about Lin Wuyue's existence, right? That's for sure. If you don't recognize Lin Wuyue, it means that Lin Wuyue really isn't the chef of the state banquet. You guys, look at those pictures. Cripes, all of them are great chefs. Why is that chef in the very center wearing a mask? Everyone else takes off their masks, and he looks like a little brother. Seeing as he's slimmer, it can't be that person is Lin Wuyue, right? I haven't really seen a picture of Lin Wuyue inside the others. Listen to what Chef Chang has to say. Once the photo was taken out, most people believed Jiang Guanwei's identification, and only a few who were still dead set on it remained unchanged. It just proved Jiang Guanwei's identity. That Lin Wuyue was or wasn't the chef of the state banquet hadn't been definitively stated yet. Master Jiang, then have you ever heard of this person Lin Wuyue? Bing Bing knows the curiosity of the audience. Politely asked Jiang Guanwei. This is a national level old chef. Behind the relationship can be hard. The reason why the Understanding program team was able to invite Jiang Guanwei this time was that the boss behind them made an effort to invite him. Beforehand, Jiang Guanwei had no idea which person it was proving, nor did he know Lin Wuyue's real name. Lin Wuyue? Hearing this name, Chef John's expression froze. How do you guys know about this person? Aha, there really is a story? From this reaction of Chef General, it seems that he definitely knows Lin Wuyue. Recognition also breaks down into a few. Maybe it's all a bad relationship with Lin Wuyue stealing techniques or something? Of course we know each other from watching the show. Chef Jiang, are you running to tease us? Chef Chang, young man, take care of yourself. Chef Jiang, do you have any manners? Not to mention that the viewers in the live broadcast room fought their interest. Bing Bing and Su Yuling were nervous, afraid that Lin Wuyue was really on bad terms with Chef Jiang. This is Lin Wuyue's wife. Lin Wuyue is a guest on our program. Ice explained stiffly. The Understanding program has been around for so long that Master Jiang should know the main points of their crew. Sure enough, Chef Zhong's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Su Yuling beside him, his voice becoming a little shaky. So you're Chef Lin's wife. Disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. Live viewers? Ice? Programs? What's going on here? No. Nothing. Su Yuling was bewildered, not understanding why this national-level chef was so polite to herself. Chef Lin probably didn't talk to you, so you don't know me. Jiang Guanwei's eyes turned red for a split second as he spoke of an experience in front of the camera. he is a national chef is not true, but in the state banquet of the chef is not considered a powerful chef, has always been to help cook the chef underhand, not the main chef. There is usually one main chef at a state dinner, with 2 or 3 other chefs underneath who are primarily responsible for the cooking. The other dozen or so cooks, all of them, were playing second fiddle. Back then, Jiang Guangwei helped out in the chef's backstage at the state banquet for a long time, but he never realized the essence of cooking and was never able to achieve his father's wish. Just when he's all out of ideas, a new sous chef arrives in the chef's back office. That new sous chef was a young man in his mid-20s. Aside from the fact that the looks were pretty good, there wasn't much that the other chefs liked. They couldn't understand why such young people should be involved in a national-level banquet. You know which of the chefs at the state banquet were not in their 40s, 30s, and honed a million times to get to where they are today? However, that youth proved himself that day, demonstrating knife skills and a mastery of ingredients that far surpassed theirs. After this, all the cooks began to discover the youth's strengths, superior management skills, helpfulness, and often pointing out their critical areas. Once when entertaining an important foreign alliance of the country, the chef in the background made a mistake, and the creator of this mistake was Jiang Guangwei. He accidentally forgot that the ingredients were still on the fire, resulting in battered dompa elbows. Originally thinking that his career as a national chef would never be possible, he didn't expect Lin Wuyu to intercede for him, and even made the dompa elbow into another dish that was well received by his allies. After this, Jiang Guangwei often ran to the youth's room to learn and ask for advice on cooking. That young sous chef is Chef Lin, who only stayed at National Kitchen for 2 years before quitting. I've been looking for Chef Lin's contact information and wanted to say thank you to him in person. Without him, I would never have been a national chef. Chapter 0037, Connecting with that gentleman. A lot of words spilled out. Chef Jiang suddenly closed his mouth and his body quietly began to tremble. He buried his head as hard as he could, yet still the crowd saw the drip of a tear in the corner of his eye. The crowd looked bewildered. How great a favor would it have to be to make a 60-year-old chef Chang cry in front of everyone? It's just so shocking. Then, Lin Wuyue's identity can be determined? Nima, if this doesn't deserve to be the national chef, who else deserves to be a national chef? Even the chefs of those national chefs aren't this arrogant, are they? What do you mean by arrogance? That's confidence in strength. The crowd had a heated discussion for a while, trying to find the black powder to attack, only to find that the black powder had all disappeared in a flash. Sure enough, once they saw the chef of the state banquet appear, all those black fans lost their trace. I didn't realize Lin Wuyue had such a history. Bing Bing snapped back from his shock and lamented. It's also fate, going around in circles. Master John's benefactor Lin Wuyue is now a guest on our program. After saying that, the guide had the good sense to switch the screen to Lin Wuyu's home. At this moment, Lin Wuyu finally sat down in front of the computer. After playing the game for an hour or so, the latter found it boring. How are these game people getting more and more trashy? No fun, no fun. Humming about how lonely it is to be invincible. Lin Wuyu exited the Legends interface and switched to novel document writing. Chapter 39. As soon as the title was typed in, those hands leapt violently across the keyboard, so fast that they left a few lingering shadows on the screen, only to see the word count statistic next to it rise wildly. 100 words, 300 words, 2,000 words. In just about 10 minutes, a chapter is swiftly completed. Holy, that's a fast hand? Who says you need inspiration and material to write a novel? Why doesn't Lin Wuyu need it? You authors are just lazy. The author of that novel I'm reading wouldn't be like that, would he? 2 chapter updates a day and it ended up taking all of 20 minutes? So writing a novel is easy? Oh? See that stump? That's the key. Even we don't write novels at that speed. Never thought that Lin Wuyu would write a novel as if he didn't need to think. Brushing off 2,000 words. No wonder he works so few hours a day. He turns out to do a day's worth of updates very quickly. Those readers who have become enamored with one healing hack a day are even more powerless in their hearts. So you guys can update a chapter in 10 minutes, and it only takes half an hour to update 3 chapters a day? Thanks to the quality of the novel they thought it was, trying to write it would probably be a lot of thinking and deleting. As it turned out, the facts in front of them completely reversed their perceptions. Come to think of it, deleting and rewriting out 6,000 words is impossible. If anything, it's only possible to write 6,000 words at the time of the last update. They were all fooled by Lin Wuyu. Without the live viewing, it is still thought to be as originally imagined. Phew, 2 chapters settled. Let's put it up for the readers first. Resolving the 2 chapters at a rapid pace, Lin Wuyu stretched her back. These 2 chapters will be enough for today's novel chapter, as Healing Tricks will hit the shelves at 12 o'clock this evening. Before that, Lin Wuyu still needs to save 4 or 5 chapters of his manuscript, or else he'll be spit out by that group of readers again for having too few updates. numbly sending out the 2 chapters. Lin Wuyu didn't even glance at the book review section and continued to write the shelf speech within the computer. This stuff hurts a little bit to write. He took a despondent sip of his strong tea and tapped his fingers on the keyboard, half a dozen times without writing a word. Chef Jiang, see if this is the Lin Wuyu you know. On the set of the program, Bing Bing looks curiously at Chef Jiang beside her. The next thing to do was just to affirm that Lin Wuyu was the chef of the state banquet, and those unfavorable remarks about the show naturally went unanswered. It's him, our chef, Lin Wuyu. Chef Jiang nodded excitedly, simply unable to forget that face. A few years had passed. Lin Wuyu had become much more mature. His appearance was still the same as it was back then. The only difference was the details. And Chef Jiang also felt that Lin Wuyu seemed to have changed a lot. He wasn't such a tease before. Could it be that he had gone through a lot in the past few years? From a domineering person to a family cook who took care of his family? Ms. Su, can I sit at your house later? I would love to visit Chef Lin. Turning his head to look at Su Yuling, Chef Jiang politely inquired, because what stood before him was not an ordinary passerby, but the wife of the benefactor who had helped him back then. In other words, Su Yuling is his mother? My husband hasn't mentioned anything about a chef. At home he has always said that he can't cook. Su Yuling smiled awkwardly, some embarrassment in her words. What? As expected. After hearing Lin Wuyu say that she didn't know how to cook and didn't mention anything about being the chef of the state banquet, Chef Jiang's face had disbelief written all over it. Rolling eyes, he laughed bitterly again and shook his head. That's right. Someone like Chef Lin's mastery of the culinary arts has reached a terrifying existence. And when one arrives at the pinnacle, it's natural that one would lose the fun. Forget it, since he doesn't even mention what happened in the first place and chooses to be calm. I won't bother him anymore. Jiang Guangwei, who was again talking to himself and lamenting, made the audience in the live broadcast room speechless. I'll also talk to the second-in-command about the situation. He's been thinking about Chef Lin's cooking all these years, and he's often asked me to contact Chef Lin. Lifting his head, a bitter smile appeared on Jiang Guangwei's face. It was meant to be said in a joking tone, but it turned out to be a bit bitter. Second-in-command? Bing Bing's eyes widened. Does the second-in-command know Chef Lin too? Which person present did not recognize the second-in-command? That was a top-notch existence that they had no chance to touch. Yeah, Mr. Li and Chef Lin are very close. I often see them sitting and talking together. Jiang Guangwei nodded without a ripple, then called that phone number in front of the millions of viewers in the live broadcast. For a while, everyone held their breath, fearing that their breathing would be that much heavier and affect the ensuing conversation. Toodaloo. After ringing 3 times, the phone was answered, and a gentle but dignified voice came out from it. It was the voice of the second-in-command. Master Jiang, can I help you? WCCCCC. Is it really Mr. Li? How could Mr. Li know Lin Wuyu? You guys mustn't scare me. Isn't this an obvious fact? Lin Wuyu and Mr. Li know each other. I didn't hear from Master Jiang. Lin Wuyu and Mr. Li are very close. The two of them often gossip in private. That's a bit of a scary message. Mr. Li, I found Chef Lin's whereabouts, but he has already started his own family. As if. It seems he intends to quit the chef world and hide his past. Master Jiang hesitantly opened his mouth and stated what he had learned. He knew how much Mr. Li valued Lin Wuyu, and their relationship was like that of friends. I know. It doesn't matter where he is or what he does, as long as he doesn't do anything wrong. If you get a chance, tell him to come and have tea with me. Leaving for a couple of years without saying a word, and putting me, old Li, in the spotlight? Seemingly with anger, Mr. Li hung up. There wasn't a murmur on the scene until the busy signal echoed for a long time. Half a click later, the comments section suddenly exploded. Am I having trouble with my ears? Brothers, wake me up quickly. At this moment, 10,000 NSF asterisk CKs are passing through the mind. This is so awesome. Why do I feel like Mr. Li is as cute as an angry little kid? Their relationship is bound to be extraordinary. Shock. Now this call should be enough to prove Lin Wuyu's identity. Right? Blackie, come out. I'm going to fight you for 300 rounds. On the hosting stage, Bing Bing's mouth twitched. Miss Su, I didn't expect your husband to have this relationship. I'm really impressed. I also just learned. Su Yuling looked innocent, and he and Mr. Li are just friends. It's not like he's going to use this relationship for anything. Understood. Ice nodded in perfect understanding. Chapter 0038. How dare you make false accusations? The guts are fat, right? Magic City. Inside the Riverside subdivision. Confidently, Zhang Ziang opened the screencast. Want to watch the fiasco that is the understanding crew? He's joined forces with several media companies this time around in order to expose the hypocrisy of the Understanding program. Whether it's Lin Wuyue making up his own show or the Understanding crew, anytime someone on either side slips up, it's good for them, the media companies. It is said that peers are enemies. Enemies, of course. The mind is to make each other's interests damaged, even if they do not get the benefits. As long as the peer damage will feel much more comfortable. What's going on? Upon entering the live broadcast room and looking at the more than 3 million viewers online, as well as the fiery comment section, Zhang Xiang's entire body was dumbfounded. This wasn't the outcome he'd wanted to see. Where's that coldness that comes with being torn apart? What about the name calling? Understanding is a really good program. I'll be catching up on Understanding for a while. If you have no brain, you can hack and kill your whole family. People should ignore that kind of black powder. Humph. Bing Bing talks so well. The live viewers are fun to watch. And the comical Lin Wu Yu Ling couple. All of these are not found in other variety shows. Brothers, brush up 666 and support a wave of Lin Wuyue. Various favorable pop-ups appeared, making Zhang Xiang wonder if he was blind. He looked toward the screen and saw a man in a chef's outfit crying on his cell phone. Next, the phone on Zhang Xiang's body rang, and it was the assistant in charge of this time. Boss, the situation is not optimistic. There are some gaps from what we imagined. Only just after connecting the phone, the assistant's voice came out with some anxiety. It's a little gap? Zhang Xiang's face rose to the color of pig's liver, and he had the urge to curse. In the end, he held his tongue. As the executive director of Hope Media, he needed to maintain a good mental attitude. We may be mistaken. This Lin Wuyu is really a national chef. Even that one is full of praise for Lin Wuyu, as if he has some respect. The assistant's throat knots rolled as if he swallowed a mouthful of water. He was witnessing the show live. When that one called, the whole thing started shaking in his legs. Learning about that one on the internet is completely different than actually showing up to one side. It's like a thief meeting the police, and it's a natural fear for him, who works in the media, to show up with just as much blackmail and worry about being cleaned up by that one. Are you serious? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiang's face suddenly became grave. Things seemed to be a bit beyond his expectations. Lin Wuyu was not only just a chef for a state banquet, but he was also able to receive high praise from that one. Such a person seems to be a bit dangerous. Retract all tactics immediately and stop joining in the collaboration. After calming down for a split second, Zhang Xiang methodically issued instructions, not daring to continue to participate in this action. He, who had been in the business circle for years, smelled a hint of something unusual. It wasn't that the Understanding program group was so powerful, but he was worried that because of Lin Wuyu, they would be implicated. They are all businessmen, and they are afraid of offending the officialdom. And even more so, the official one. Boss, if we pull out now, we are estimated to lose more than 200,000. The assistant froze, and a little reluctant to waste the 100,000. Their current operation had proceeded to the most critical step. The next step was to start rumors and act against Lin Wuyu. Regardless of the end result, their losses can be cut and won't reach 100,000 or so. Everyone had invested $300,000 each, and the losses from divestment were just too great. Zhang Xiang said without hesitation, just do as I say. Their next actions have nothing to do with us. $300,000 did make Zhang Xiang a little hesitant. After finally thinking about it, he still felt that the company was more important. Their media company isn't that great, and their net profit harvest is around a few $1,000,000 a year. A direct loss of $300,000 is equivalent to costing them a tenth of their income. But if the company exists, the millions of dollars of income are there for the long term. And if the company no longer exists, it is the same as cutting off the future of the money. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiang still felt that stability was the main concern. I should have known better than to get involved. When he thought of Lin Wuyu's relationship with that one, Zhang Xiang felt a headache. Spare the ordinary state banquet chefs are okay. They are not so scared to act, but Lin Wuyu knows that one. Zhang Xiang will need to weigh it. This man, they can't touch. If you decide to touch it, be prepared to lose your money. Other side. Several owners of media companies in Guangdu are sitting together. These people like to communicate on the spot when discussing things. It's easier to talk and work together. Numerous people sat around and discussed how to resolve things with the Understanding crew. We have all the relevant operations ready. As long as the action is taken, Understanding must have suffered a heavy blow, or at least lost millions. But it seems like one of the people we're working with isn't present today. The person sitting at the top of the table was Guangdu's largest media company, with many artists under its umbrella, and several of the current hot variety shows were designed by them to participate. However, the loss is slowly getting bigger as the presence of the Understanding crew is splitting up a lot of their traffic. These media companies then pulled each other's strings and discussed making a move on the understanding crew. The man was dignified looking, probably in his 40s, and spoke as if he was righteous. Looks like Zhang Ziang is weak-minded. The news that came out today is that Lin Wuyue is really a national chef, and is still somewhat related to that one. Some people in the know spoke up and were a little worried. Which one? 2 handles. No way. Wouldn't the second in command know a cook? There were a total of 4 media company bosses present, and 2 of them revealed a look of coming shock. They all followed the top company without paying too much attention. Then we'd better wrap it up, just in case. At that, the 2 small companies were the first to offer to withdraw, both feeling fear for the majesty of that one. What are you afraid of? You're the ones who are too timid to do much business. Think carefully. What relationship can there be between the second in command and the chef? It's hard to believe that there will still be action. The middle-aged man grunted coldly, obviously having done a lot of assholish things in earlier years. Chapter 0039 Healing Tricks, coming soon to the shelves. But there were others who wanted to speak. But after looking at the middle-aged man's face, all the words they originally wanted to say were held in their hearts. The moment he opens his mouth now, he faces the certainty of being targeted, and it's better to be honest and keep quiet. Alright, Zhang Ziang's a wimp as he's a wimp. You're all media companies in Guangdu. You can't lose the face of Guangdu Enterprises. Putting down a harsh sentence, the middle-aged man directly cut off the minds of those who were still thinking of quitting their cooperation project immediately to the most critical step. If they give up is tantamount to acquiescing to the behavior of understanding and the enterprise behind it. When the time comes, not only lose hundreds of thousands of dollars, will be more serious. A party that did not go well. All the dishes on the table hadn't moved a bite when the restaurant's waiter walked into the booth. They saw to it that they carried their trays into the back kitchen and warmed them up a little for a hearty down-home lunch. Many bosses go to the restaurant to eat. In fact, not to eat, but to find a place to talk. Talk about the things you want to talk about. The food is also cold. Where there is what the mind to eat. The big deal is to move on to another entertainment venue and celebrate. And, of course, there was no negotiated cooperation. Lost in thought, the program team is on site. Master Jiang had already left the host stand. He still needed to rush back to Kyoto. There was an important hospitality banquet that needed to be organized in recent times and he couldn't afford to be delayed for too long. Sitting on the high-speed train back to Kyoto, Master Zhang followed the link given by the program to the live broadcast. Sign up for a Zhang Guangwei account. Then he went out of his mind and looked at Lin Wuyue in the screen. Ms. Su, what do you think Lin Wuyue opted out of being the chef of the state banquet because of? On the hosting stage, Ice really couldn't help but inquire. She had never been able to figure out why Lin Wuyue would let a great future go by without running for it. It was one of the ways to get closer to the top, I guess. Su Yuling crossed her fingers in front of her stomach and twirled. Actually, I may know. He quit National Kitchen and gave away his shares all the time when we just met. Probably gave that up because he wanted to give me a stable family and be good to me. The words are not shocking. Bing Bing opened her mouth wide, and at the end, she could only sigh with emotion. Lin Wuyue is really a good husband. Isn't he a good husband? Between the future and companionship, Lin Wuyue clearly chose the latter. Several 100 million shares and the identity of the national chef all discarded. It's really touching. Is the reason why Lin Wuyue hides his identity? Is it because he wants Su Yuling to have no psychological burden? How many men on the air can throw away everything just so they can be with their beloved? I'm high on this pair of CPs. CP? How can you say such disgusting things at such a touching time? Isn't the CP the grass one? You're not right. You guys seem to have overlooked one important piece of information. And that's that Lin Wuyue is still a big god author. It wasn't until someone reminded them that the crowd came to their senses. People have ditched hundreds of millions of dollars in shares and the status of a national chef. That's because Lin Wuyue still has the skills to write a book. And this one healing tip a day, will be hitting the shelf soon. Subscriptions must be very high by then. The amount of fans alone reached millions. As long as the subscription ratio wasn't a poor few hundredths of a percent, Lin Wuyue could make a lot of money. It's easy to update 3 chapters a day and make tens, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Wouldn't that be a beautiful life? If only we were all as talented as Lin Wuyue and learned many skills. Ice was envious beyond belief. Such a perfect man is the dream of many young girls. However, Su Yuling wasn't bad either. To be able to achieve what she did today, she was already a strong woman. And she was also very knowledgeable and polite. And she was also very good to Lin Wuyue. Let's just say that it's a good match for a good man and a good woman. Ms. Su, may I ask, when did Lin Wuyue start writing novels? 3 years or 5 years? Does it take that long to write a novel? Su Yuling glanced at Bing Bing with an odd expression. He only started writing it a few months ago. And now it's his first novel. By the way, I think he said he wrote a novel a long time ago. but didn't think it was interesting, so he sucked at it. There was silence in the live room. Only a few months of writing and you've written a masterpiece for the ages? How talented does that have to be? How many authors are still floundering after a couple of years in the mix, and are perfectly happy with a couple of $1,000 a month? There are only a few thousand or so authors across the web who get paid over $10,000 for their work. That's a lot of hundreds of thousands, millions of authors to accumulate. I'm really convinced this time. I'm a loser in comparison. Still just a flop after 7 or 8 years of writing. I know you upstairs, the top 3 best-selling god Chen Shi, right? Your kind of god is going to pretend to be a pouncer. So do you still give us authors a chance to live? Chapter 0040, 6,000 words a day. Updated in half an hour. Inside the luxurious study, Chen Shi looked at the live broadcast with a smile on his face. He is now nearly 50 years old, and as he gets older, he can't hold on to too much work in a day. Prolonged coding without physical exercise is prone to commit a variety of diseases. Most writers work irregular hours, sometimes coding late into the night. The next day wake up already at noon. Over time to form a biological clock. The biological clock is disturbed, and naturally the timing of meals has changed. As a result, gastrointestinal, heart and various other problems are frequent. Other writers will smoke while they code. Sometimes a plot block is able to smoke a pack before they can figure out the right plot to keep writing. When he was young, Chen Shi was an updater, but now he can't. The completion of 2 chapters of updates per day is the normal standard. However, the gain and the payment are proportional. Relying on the writing of the book before and after, Chen Shi's total gain reached hundreds of millions. One book just eats right through to the end of life. I'm sharing a live stream with you all, in which Lin Wuyu is just pouncing month after month. Opening the Big God Author group chat, Chen Shi sent the link to the understanding program in it. Old Chen, how come you've changed your interests? Like to watch these beauties live broadcasts too? I almost believed you. The writing and plot of Moon Puff is definitely not something a 20-something-year-old could write. A big beautiful girl as soon as I get in. Old Chen understands me well. The group's great authors basically have sort of a good relationship, and occasionally there are 2 who have conflicts, but we're all adults and don't show it. Especially this guy Chen Shi, who basically had a pretty good relationship with everyone he knew, would reward an ally every time he wrote a new book. What with what? My old Chen is all righteousness. Ounces of standing in the clear sky. Do not accept this kind of suspicion of you. Read on and you'll see that I'm not wrong. Lao Chen's hand speed is extremely fast to give a reply to the letter. Seriously typing with both hands to prove the innocence of the self. He is a very decent man and would never accept such slander. Not to mention the fact that my daughter-in-law occasionally spot checks group chat messages, and being seen would be the end of the line. That's the main reason. Is it that evil? I'd like to go and see. Anyway, I'm bored, so I'll see if you pounces on this young man. Not to mention, the show is kind of fun. One spare great author curiously opened the link and nourishingly watched the live broadcast. The live viewers who were driving along suddenly realized that many deja vu IDs had appeared in the comments section. Newspaper seller, the great god drives very well, making me, a self-proclaimed veteran driver, feel ashamed of myself. Air conditioner repairer, crap, the atmosphere was spot on. If I were to use it in a novel I wrote, it would be a proper nightmare. Tomato eater, what an atmospheric and exuberant portrayal of the size of the world in an instant. Shinji is not a god, this is a new genre, right? Looks like Lin Wuyu is also a person who likes to start genres. I'll try it out by pondering. 7 colored potatoes, pulling the sense of anticipation. The use of sets I'm not as Lin Wuyu, but to say the opening, hey, this I'm still confident. The appearance of 5 odd IDs in a row, all of them web authors, made some people start to get suspicious. They take an in-depth look and end up being blown away. All 5 of them, actually, are great authors. I see. Yo ho, isn't this selling newspapers? You just said yesterday that you were sick and couldn't write, so why are you chatting on the air again? How many great god authors has Lin Wuyu attracted here? I, Moon God, am bullish. Let me see who's unknown. Actually only updating 3 chapters in a week. So the great gods have all left. So I guess they're scared after all. Isn't that right? Passionate reader. Online hyping. If it were me, I'd quietly water group. Everyone pay attention. These big gods may change their trumpets right away, and then we'll all rake them over the coals. Some people who have read the novel are talking about it. These days there are so many people who read novels that well-known and great authors are basically well-known inside the circle of readers. The other side. Lin Wuyu pondered for half a day, and finally figured out how exactly to write this thing called the shelf testimonial. It is very simple to sell a tragedy. The clouds themselves in order to write this book. Before and after the investigation of information. Collect material used about 2 or 3 years of time. After you start writing, you delete and rewrite. and every day you do your best to write the plot for your readers. Then, I hope that you will give a subscription. And in the future, I will keep what I have now and try to give the work a perfect ending. Thanks to the readers along the way. It's their persistence that has brought Healing Tips to what it is today. The testimonial on the shelves was probably written in about 500 words because Lin Wuyu couldn't think of anything to say. It's still easy to write a novel. This shelving testimonial wastes your brain. Exhaling a long breath, Lin Wuyu switched to watching the movie within the software with a relieved face. After about 30 minutes of viewing, he immediately switched back to Word and opened it up to a couple hours of work to write 10 chapters of updates straight away. Time to go up at 8 p.m. The reason why it was chosen at 8 p.m. was because in conjunction with the official event that was made, there would be a first-order event for Lin Wuyu's novel. Moon Puff's novel is hitting the shelves. I'll believe the hell out of you. And say you've been thinking about it for 3 years. Tops. Moon Puff. You're a bit dishonest. I don't think it should be a problem for you to write out 6 chapters in an hour with your hand speed, right? But anytime you update 2 hours a day with 12 chapters, I'll be subscribing to this book until I die of old age. Within the chapter comments, a whole bunch of readers were commenting in there, upset about the lies that Moon pounced on. They want the production team's oxen to give a damn and not be passive every day to cope with the demands of their egos. At least work for 2 hours and write a 10+ chapter? MS. Sue, I'm sure your husband's book will do very well. Congratulations in advance. On the set of the show, Ice handed over a file baggie of stuff with a smile on his face. Su Yuling was surprised and took it. From the thickness of the file bag, it definitely wouldn't be a thank you note inside. It must be money. She was just a little confused as to what Bing Bing was giving herself money for. Racing the envelope back to Bing Bing's hand, Su Yuling felt it was better to figure it out first. Bing Bing didn't reach out to take back the paper bag, but bent down and bowed, and spoke sincerely. There's the compensation I gave, and there's also the honorarium given by the program group. I'm very sorry, Ms. Sue, I accidentally broke your family's cups. I'm really sorry. Chapter 0041, The Vest is Exposed. Lin Wuyu is the moon god. Cups? Su Yuling froze, then remembered the earth-colored cup at home. Isn't it just a groundhog? $10 tops? But looking at the money inside this folder, it's at least tens of thousands of dollars. Ms. Sue, just take it or I'll keep saying I'm sorry. Seeing Su Yuling's slight hesitation, Bing Bing immediately played the bitter card and opened her mouth. Miss Sue. I'm sorry. Miss Sue. I'm sorry. Miss Sue. I'm sorry. In front of a large audience, there are millions of viewers watching the live broadcast. Su Yuling this time do not receive or a bit too much, line. I accept. You quickly get up. Thank you Ms. Sue for understanding. Bing Bing smiled with an open brow, and the thing in her heart that was gripping her finally loosened. But Su Yuling suddenly turned her words around and looked resolute. If this is not the money I should take, I will definitely return it to you after I figure it out. Blinking, Ice nodded in a bit of shock. It was true that if you weren't from the same family, you wouldn't enter the same family. Su Yuling and Lin Wuyu were both excellent. Ms. Sue people are still very principled. This is good. If one is greedy for small advantages and loses oneself by seeing only the immediate benefits, then one will surely suffer great losses in the future. Right. No wonder Ms. Sue is a high-ranking person inside the company, so she's so principled. It's quite good. It feels like Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling are very compatible. People are together as husband and wife. Would you still say they don't match? Isn't that a mouthful? Ha. Makes sense. Seeing Su Yuling's dignified and determined appearance, the audience in the live broadcast room felt that they had learned another trick. The live stream lasted until 5 p.m. This time happened to be Su Yuling's time to get off work, and she took the program's special car to her home after saying a word to Bing Bing. Lin Wuyu, apart from writing novels, was always playing games, and the enthusiasm of the audience was not very high. But by the time 6 p.m. rolled around, the entire broadcast room was suddenly abuzz. It's on the shelves. Brothers punch. The first order is bound to have my share. Even though the author cheated on my feelings, I'd rather give him the cheat. The work is good. The author is good. And it would be more satisfying to work 2 hours a day. Big brothers and sisters. 2 hours is already an extravagant request. I just wish I could get 1 hour of updates a day. Just 1 hour. The readers were inwardly speechless. If they had an hour, the chapters they could watch would be 6 a day. And they were already very content. As for updating for 2 hours, don't think about it. Maybe inside the dream. Can't you see how busy Lin Wuyu's work is? They are adult readers now and should learn to satisfy themselves. 7 o'clock in the evening. The off-duty Su Yuling didn't mention anything about leaking the program and quietly put the chef's certificate in the storage room. Wife, you're tired from working today, aren't you? I've washed the fruits. Come over and eat. Lin Wu-yu, who was kept in the dark, happily carried the watermelon and put it on the coffee table. While sitting down, he complimented today's hard work. I've been coding all day. The novel will be on the shelves tonight, and the earnings should be pretty good. Hard at work, hubby. I'll feed you a bite of watermelon. Su Yuling stuck a piece of watermelon with a toothpick and fed it to Lin Wuyu's mouth with a smile on her face. Is this a document from your company? As he spoke, Lin Wuyu noticed the folder on the coffee table and inquired curiously. He actually saw the folder at the beginning. He just didn't say anything about it. No. Su Yuling shook her head, having already thought of the words of explanation. This is the money that Bing Bing gave us for the return of the cups, as well as the rewards from the company. Money for the cup? Lin Wuyu froze and opened the folder. Good guy. There are about 8 handfuls of $100 bills inside. That is, $80,000. And there is also a bank card. I do not know what the exact number is. Could it be that Ice knows the price of the cup? Shouldn't be. That cup is not antique, people. Basically won't know. And from that day Bing Bing's expression, definitely don't know the price of the cup. I didn't realize until I asked. But it turns out that ugly mug we have at home is so valuable. Su Yuling sighed and was very sensible not to continue speaking, wanting to wait for Lin Wuyu to explain himself and learn more about him. After being told the price of the cup, Lin Wuyu was a bit flustered, but quickly thought of an explanation. That was given to me by some of my former friends. They people just like to give gifts and don't know to give some real money. At the end, Lin Wuyu added, it's little Wang, little Zhang, and little Li who moved our things when we moved. 3 of them? At the mention of moving, Su Yuling thought back. They bought a house after they were married, and at that time they moved and renovated and called some friends to help. It's mainly because Lin Wuyu has many friends, but very few since she got married. Contacted. I never thought that my friend, who was moving very hard that day, was actually the head of a big investment company. What do the 3 of them do for a living? Why did they give you such expensive mugs? Xiao Wang is the owner of a grocery store. The business collapsed and opened an investment company. Xiao Zhang is the owner of the erotic products store. That line is now rotten, and very few people go to the store to buy things. So after the collapse, he also joined the field of investment companies. And then there's Li, a better guy who started an investment firm right after he dropped out of school. Lin Wuyu heavily recounted the trio's experiences. Listening around, Su Yuling didn't hear much of the vomit story. It seems that all 3 of them are quite rich inside their families, and they can all afford to open investment companies. What kind of money is there? They are all depressed reality losers. If it wasn't for, Lin Wuyu casually replied, but suddenly paused. If it wasn't for my little share in the beginning, they really couldn't reach today's achievements. So sending me a little cup is normal. Su Yuling covered her head and was speechless. It ultimately comes back to those hundreds of millions of shares. It was no wonder that those 3 investment companies were so happy to help Lin Wuyu, because they were originally friends, and if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Wuyu had gifted them shares in Wuyu Investment in the first place, they wouldn't have grown so rapidly. It looks like those people are giving away a lot of valuable stuff. That pickle jar, kitchen knife, and cups need to be kept in a good collection. In case of financial difficulties in the future, it is good to take out an emergency. Tell me honestly how much the stuff they gave you is worth, or I'll use it in my heart. When she thought of her total disinterest in those things, Su Yuling couldn't help but feel emotional. Luckily, I was a little careless at the time, but everything was relatively well preserved. Had she known that the cups were worth $70,000 to $80,000 each, how would she have dared to take them out and use them as her daily cups? It would have to be tucked away nicely inside a box to be treasured. It's easy to lose $70,000 or $80,000 by accident. And it hurts. The cups were $77,000 apiece as I recall, and the vegetable altar and chopper were handed down from whatever dynasty. So it seems like the full set could be around $1 million. Lin Wuyu thought back for a long time before speaking uncertainly, mainly because so much time had passed, or he could remember very well what happened a few years ago, but the main figures were not wrong. Millions? Even Su Yuling, who was psychologically prepared, was shocked by the number Lin Wuyu had said. This house of theirs is a second-tier city, and the renovation is just over $1 million, and some of the household stuff is actually $1 million? The show was really good about not telling her the exact price in order to keep herself from revealing information about the show. If Ice hadn't paid out $80,000 for the cup, she still wouldn't know about it. Wouldn't that cost us $1 million? Su Yuling stood up nervously. The vegetable altar had not changed much, but the chopper had long since lost all of its surface lines due to long-term use. Lin Wuyu laughed. What's a wife worrying so much for? It's not like we're short of money. Why don't you lack money? In the future, children need money to study. They need money to marry their wives. And the old people in the family also need money in case they get sick. Everyone doesn't like money. But life can't be lived without money, Su Yuling replied in a serious manner. Chapter 0042 The first booking breaks the record. These words caused Lin Wuyu's expression to freeze, as if it was a bit out of his expectation. In his mind, he had always thought that he was in good shape now. His wife's job pays tens of thousands of dollars a month, and the novel he wrote didn't do too badly. So if the rights are sold later, he'll probably get 10 million. There are all sorts of other avenues of income that add up to almost $100 million or so a book. Even if it doesn't reach hundreds of millions, it's at least 50 million. If I had known that your wife was so short of money, I would have grabbed the time to write a book. Lin Wuyue hugged Su Yuling, and in his heart, he already had hidden plans. It's not like I'm short of money, I guess. I'm just worried about our future and earning a little more money while I'm still young, Su Yuling explained, realizing that her words were a bit radical. In fact, they are currently living in a very good state, saving up $10,000 every month, which accumulates to more than $100,000 a year. As long as there are no very serious problems, there will be no economic crisis. In the past few years, they have saved almost $300,000, reaching the legendary wealth freedom. One more car and life becomes much more perfect. That's good, but we're about to get rich, and the novel I'm writing will be on the shelf soon, and the results will come out tonight. Okay wife, I'll go to work for an hour then. Learning of Su Yuling's concerns about money, Lin Wuyu felt that he should no longer be so casual. Let's start with updating the novel. Just keep updating for an hour today to keep the readers happy. Live streamer? I didn't expect Miss Su's words to work so well. If I had known, I would have talked to Miss Su. What's the point of looking for Lin Wuyu? Holy, guys, I seem to have found a good way to rush Lin Wuyu into updating. Damn, it wasn't easy. Finally got the day's workload up. Joyful, extraordinarily happy news. All rejoice, singing and dancing. Readers who are catching up on their novels can't help but get excited about the kind of slow updates to their immensely favored novels that make their hearts grow anxious. Now finally, I've heard a good news. Lin Wuyu will increase the amount of updates of the novel, raising it to more than an hour of updates per day. 10 minutes equals one chapter. An hour or so, 6 or 7, 3 or 4 extra chapters in an instant is just perfect. You novel readers are miserable. It's a good thing I don't read novels and can't experience your excitement. There are some things you can't experience until you're there. Are the leaves falling, the wind's quest, or the tree's failure to hold back? A young man's shoulders should carry the bright moon and the clear air and the long grass. The style of the live broadcast suddenly became literary, but it was quickly broken, as one really couldn't think of the words to pick up on, except to say, crap, 8 o'clock in the evening. A healing hack a day hits the shelves right on time. There's no grandeur, no sense of anticipation in that kind of book title, but the fans reached more than 1 million. This novel has been appearing at the top of the monthly list since it was 100,000 words, and the numbers have always been good. To be able to have this kind of stats at over 200,000, even the top gods don't necessarily reach this kind of stats when they start a book. Now the gap has widened even more. Some authors estimate that the first subscription of the novel of the monthly pouncing is estimated to reach more than 100,000, surpassing the entire history of the site subscription. The current highest first subscription record is Chen Shi's over 80,000 first subscriptions, or many readers running back from pirate areas to give support, or loyal readers spontaneously letting people go to participate in the subscription. Be aware that piracy is very prevalent within Netflix. Fiction sites that don't have anti-theft set up are even worse. When Lin Wuyue had only entered the online writing industry, he had heard that official websites and piracy sites actually work together, which could help works gain more fame. This kind of talk Lin Wuyu had the urge to curse at one point. What does it mean to help a work gain more fame? You should know that most people are in the mindset that they cannot spend money. Only a small number of people who are still considered to be in a good financial situation and love the author's work will insist on reading the original version. The idea of piracy is really ingrained. What's even more outrageous is that some readers look at the pirated version and come back to specifically review the subsequent chapters of the novel. On the shelf, inside the room, Su Yuling stared at the computer screen nervously. She didn't know how much a first booking had to be to qualify, but she knew that such figures were as high as they could go. And the daily revenue can also be seen to understand how much money Lin Wuyu actually earns in a day. 8.5. Due to a delay in the novel site's upload, it took more than 5 minutes for the VIP chapters to appear among the list. The first booking immediately started to soar in a straight line. 1,000, 5,000, 8,000, 10,000, 38,000, 99,000. In 3 hours, the first subscription surpassed the current subscription record. The popularity of a healing hack a day is brushing up at a super scary rate. Chapter 0043, If I Have Money. I want to buy a house. Healing trick breaks website record. First booking reaches 88,000. There have been people in the live room reporting on the situation, and making a science fiction for many others, because many people think that there are so many readers who watch the novel. Lin Wuyu actually can only get more than 80,000 subscriptions. It feels very crotch-pulling. Then, the god ID of Netflix appeared on the air again. Red-haired monster, the highest first subscription on the current website is over 80,000, and there are more than 10 million readers of the online article. But the real pay-per-view, participating subscriptions are actually only a few 100,000 people, which in excluding some people who don't like the genre of the novel. It's a stretch to get that amount of subscriptions. Isn't that an exaggeration? The red-haired monster is Chen Shi's ID, a nickname that has been teased out by readers and peers because of his frequent slow updates as he arrives in middle age. Chen Shi Di was unknown in his later years and had red hair all over his body. Feeling quite amused, Chen Shi used this nickname as his ID. The reason why Lin Wuyu's novel subscription was exaggerated was because it was a newly numbered work that didn't have his fanbase. But surpassing his subscription in just a few hours was truly terrifying. No newcomer's work has ever done that. His highest subscription record on this site. That's all paved with a long-standing fanbase, so it can have over 80,000 subscriptions on the shelf. Lin Wuyu's first booking has shocked the entire author circle. Countless author group chats were discussing his hot streak with envy. Newspaper seller, Emma. When will I have this kind of achievement? Old Chen. What's your guess for Lin Wuyu's first booking? Air conditioner repairer. According to the current trend, the first booking will be at least 100,000. Right? Forget I said it if it's wrong. Potato, there's this and also Lin Wuyu's strength. It's that this guy's updating speed is really slow. I wonder what's going on in that brain of his. Won't he ever get stuck in the text? Laughs and cries. Shinji, I feel miserable writing 10,000 words a day. This guy's speed is even more terrifying than that of an eagle. To say that the eagle, that is a model of labor within the world of online literature. A day to keep 20,000 words of updates. Although the work of the heat compared to the presence of the gods of some gap, but the amount of updates is really a big god authors cannot be compared. And Lin Wuyu's speed is even more horrible. If you take out 3 hours a day to work, a day to write a 30,000 to 40,000 words is easy. Other people are high yield quality is reduced. Favor Lin Wuyu high yield quality is also very high. It is very let a person speechless. The top online authors are still so scared. Not to mention the middle bottom writers. I'm going to write about healing hacks too. This is really getting too much heat and multiple platforms are promoting it. Healing small wonderful tricks is the divine book in my heart. And the speed of the moon god's coding is what I envy. But I hate this guy. He only writes 6,000 words a day. I'm going to get down on the rhythm of the gods. Guys, I feel like I'm going to be on fire. You're slightly late. I've already coded out the beginning of the release yesterday. And on the first day there were tens of thousands of favorites and thousands of evaluation votes. It's very exciting. There are many authors who have discovered the way to make money and intend to rub off on the healing tips. Dabbling is also very delicate. You can dabble inside the netbook circle. But if you want to plagiarize, it's bad luck. The consequences are serious and not always affordable when the time comes. But most authors are content with wanting to rub it in a bit to make their novels carry their own buzzwords. And don't want to be defined as plagiarizing. 12 o'clock at night. Honey, the subscription reached 100,000. Lin Wuyue in the room was given a license to sip on a teapot. Her eyes glued to the computer screen. 100,000 subscriptions was just about the bottom line he needed. And there was little mind to watch what came next. How much is $100,000 subscription? $100,000? Su Yuling was dumbfounded. But from the netizens' comments, it seemed as if the novel was very profitable. People who don't know the online writing scene are under the impression that they are the kind of literary people who can barely even afford to eat when they have one meal or another. In fact, if you're willing to learn and work hard, online writing can be a good way out. With 100,000 average subscriptions, the daily revenue is probably around 40,000. So a month is just over $1 million. Lin Wuyu replied indifferently. Over $1 million? Is writing novels that lucrative? This one made Su Yuling a little surprised. A month can earn more than $1 million. Writing novels is actually so lucrative? She saw Lin Wuyue from the live broadcast to simply write casually for a few hours every day, and thought she didn't make any money. Writing novel subscriptions isn't the most lucrative. There's copyright. Lin Wuyu explained. There's one called Chen Shi. The copyrights were sold for tens of millions of dollars. It's still a novel. Oh, Chancy? Inexplicably, Su Yuling felt that this one name was a bit familiar. Wasn't that one of the names that appeared in the live broadcast? At that time, many netizens said it was the great god coming. I didn't realize that this god could make tens of millions of dollars in one book. What was even more unexpected was that Chen Shi had also praised Lin Wuyua's work within the live broadcast. It seemed that Lin Wuyua's talent for writing books was indeed very high, and even the great god had praised it so much. Hubby, it seems like I underestimated you before. After a long pause, Su Yuling finally said leisurely, it was true that he had underestimated Lin Wuyu's strength, underestimated the level of Lin Wuyu's cooking, underestimated the power of Lin Wuyu's money-giving boy, and underestimated the achievements of Lin Wuyu's works. Making millions in a month. Doesn't that mean they can buy a house in 2 months? 1 house in 2 months. 12 months a year. That's 6 suites. Now Lin Wuyu is still very young. Writing 10 years should still be okay. That is 72 suites. That's a building. Rent collection alone would make them immensely wealthy. A house rents for $2,000 a month. That's $24,000 a year. 72 sets of. Su Yuling has not dared to count down. All of them are money. Lin Wuyu didn't know that Su Yuling was thinking so much. Confidently rubbing her nose, she arrogantly returned, of course, don't underestimate my ability to make money. Believe it or not, I've made a lot of money on this project as well. There's $200,000 inside the bank card, and with the $80,000 from the cups, we have over $600,000 in savings. Su Yuling's eyes narrowed into a slit, a proper little fortune hunter. Honey, what do you want to do with the money? Buy a house. Of course, it's more valuable. Buy a house? Lin Wuyu froze. Wouldn't it be better to have a set of houses? The most valuable means of preserving value was to exist in one's own hands and never lose it. Buying a house is also an investment, and investments carry risks. Besides, they don't lack a house. Chapter 0044, the hottest divine work of the year. I see. Lin Wuyu nodded, still understanding his wife's meaning. Anyway, their lives will get better and better, and together they will progress to a better future. Hubby, I still want to go out and travel, bring my family along, eat all kinds of delicious food and see the most beautiful scenery. Su Yuling on the side was still in the midst of fantasizing. It's all about what most people think and want life to get better and better. Su Yuling has a family. Her hometown is not in this city, but a small county. She has a 19-year-old brother below her who is in college. Every New Year's Eve the two would return to Su Yuling's home and visit the elderly together. To say how wealthy their families were, they just stayed in a small county and own a house and a store. To say that they are not rich, such wealth has surpassed many people. Those in small towns, in the countryside, trying to study to get out of the mountain villages cannot have. It's kind of a well-off family. In comparison, Lin Wuyu's life was much more miserable. Fatherless and motherless, with no relatives of his in the world at all. Well, go to bed. You have to go to work tomorrow. Su Yuling on the bed yawned as overwhelming tiredness hit her, and her eyelids became much heavier. Her daily bedtime point was right around 11, and today it was already more than an hour beyond that. Good night, wife. Lin Wuyue got up and shut down the computer, lightly kissed Su Yuling's cherry mouth a mouthful, hugged her and fell into dreamland. Early the next morning, Su Yuling got up from the bed with dark circles under her eyes and walked directly towards the kitchen. 2 poached eggs, 2 loaves of bread and a glass of milk. The whole process of cooking is just a few minutes. Dinner. She called out to Lin Wuyu to join her for breakfast because last night Lin Wuyu had promised her that he would update 10 chapters every day. In the past, Lin Wuyu said that 3 chapters of 6,000 words a day was his limit. But ever since Su Yuling watched the live broadcast, she all but didn't believe Lin Wuyu's bull ********. Is that the limit of the day? It's clearly the half-hour limit. The helpless Lin Wuyu was forced to open the coding software and was caught red-handed. The coding software would leave a trace of the user, counting how many words the user could type out in a minute. And Lin Wuyu's data was more than 200 words a minute, and an hour would be more than 12,000. Despite his sophistry that he was just fast with his hands and couldn't keep up with his brain speed, he was also forced by Su Yuling to update 10 chapters a day. So sleepy, it's only 7 in the morning. A sleepy Lin Wuyu walked out in her sleepy clothes and started to eat after she finished washing up. It had been a long time since he had gotten up at 7 a.m. Had he known, he would not have said what he said yesterday, and would have been okay with quietly earning some money for his wife. But there is no medicine for regrets in the world, and there is inevitably loss when there is gain. Hurry up and eat, husband. When you're done I'll watch you work for an hour and then I'll go to work. Su Yuling across the dining table was wearing a smile as the morning sunlight poured through the balcony window. On a normal day, Lin Wuyu would have thought that this scene was the most beautiful on earth. But by now, Lin Wuyu would only feel tired, really sleepy, oblivious to the fact that Su Yuling was still planning for the sudden funds. She moved her good-looking fingers and muttered, "We'll spend tens of thousands of dollars to renovate the room, and that storage room can be repaired, and turned directly into a study that you'll like. Why don't I take the day off and move my stuff out together?" "Don't!" Hearing Su Yuling's words, Lin Wuyu instantly came to his senses. Kidding aside, once the stuff in the storage room is visible to the wife, it's all game over. What's wrong? Su Yuling cocked her head and looked at Lin Wuyu in confusion. However, in his heart, he laughed cheerfully, having known that there was a chef's certificate in the storage room that Lin Wuyu had put away. Decorating a study, this is a real idea. Can't always work in the living room, so when an outsider comes it will be disturbed. Not conducive to Lin Wuyu's writing. Su Yuling was also planning to buy Lin Wuyu the latest computer to hit the market. According to the computer party, the screen could protect the eyes very well, and the keyboard and everything is great. Let's put the study thing aside for a while. You see, our house is just a little bit bigger. Renovating a study. Then what if we have guests coming in the future? Solely putting down the chopsticks in his hands, Lin Wuyu spoke in a serious manner, making plans for the long run. In that case, it does seem a bit inconvenient. Su Yuling nodded in realization and suddenly pointed to another bedroom. But doesn't our family basically have no one coming? Even if my parents come, there's still a bedroom that can be occupied. This house of theirs is 3 bedrooms. 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom and 1 balcony. The 2 extra bedrooms, one used by the 2 men for clutter. So there are generally 2 bedrooms left that are more than adequate. Then there's no rush today. We'll get it tomorrow, Lin Wuyu said. It didn't matter about the study or anything. What mattered was moving things today and having Su Yuling present. That's the point. Seeing that Lin Wuyu was so insistent, Su Yuling didn't continue to mention that she would move things and call for renovations today. Her eyebrows arched slightly as she pointed to the milk on the table and said, "Then we'll move it tomorrow. So hurry up and finish eating and get to work." Well. In front of moving things and working, Lin Wuyu chose the latter without hesitation. 2 gulps of milk from his glass and his ass ran to the computer to work. Occasionally, I look back, noticing that Su Yuling was watching the live broadcast with a smile on her face. She would slow down her typing. Why isn't it sounding good? Is it stuck in the text? Only when they stopped, Su Yuling, who was watching the live broadcast, raised her head and looked at Lin Wuyu curiously. No, I'll brew it up. Hurriedly turning back to his head, Lin Wuyu's stomping typing sound resounded once again. The scene brought an anti-smile to the faces of the live streamers. Looks like I was able to read some more chapters today. And good lord, a chapter update in just a few minutes? The cows of the production team will finally work seriously. And production will immediately follow. This quality, this flavor. Only the moon god could write it. By the way, did you guys see the briefing on the website? It's going to be pushed as the most influential online work of the year by Cure Tips. Holy, that's a stretch? The most influential work of the year. That's a surefire operation for a big IP. Just being on the list basically sells the rights. Completely out of the loop. This is the plan that the webmaster got by thinking for half an hour. And the healing trick can definitely take the position of the first book. It is worth mentioning that this event is not only held by this one website. There are many novel websites inside the net literature circle, and the famous ones are mainly those 3 or 4. The event was a prize competition organized by several major websites. Chapter 0045 invitation from various families. First place gets an increased share of the proceeds, and it rewards exposure channels on several major websites with a 30/70th split of the proceeds, outside the site of the work on the channel site. Naturally, to give some of the cost, are generally channels to collect some, arriving at this site and then collect some of the time. So much for the author's reward in hand. But the status quo is like this. Online writers are also used to it. At least it is the people created out of the site. You go up and still get a share. Has been very good. The 30/70 split for this campaign is a little different. It's a direct payout from the channel and the author enjoys 70% of the proceeds. There's only one spot available, but it's a tough competition to compete among the works of several major sites. And the selection is based on subscriptions as a rating. The higher the book's subscriptions, then the more likely it is to get a ranking. Lin Wuyu didn't pay attention to this, and uploaded a chapter after honestly coding a chapter. An hour later, all 6 chapters in total were completed. That's when he tapped on the background message to see how many subscriptions he'd reached. Without looking, Lin Wuyu was also shocked by the total number of subscriptions in front of her, blurting that number out. 150,000. That's right. It hadn't even been 24 hours, and the first chapter had already reached 150,000 first bookings, immediately surpassed twice the site's first subscription record. This class of readers is really scary. While writing the novel, Lin Wuyu had already done the statistics and thought that it would be 100,000 at most. It's not that the quality of his work isn't good, it's that there are only so many paying readers on the site and paying readers who like the subject matter, and it's impossible to reach the number of subscribers on the entire site. According to Lin Wuyu's estimation, the total subscription readers of this website of theirs might be a few 100,000 people. of which those who like this topic can have 100,000 tops, and most of the latter also run to see the pirated version. An average order of 80,000 is sufficient, but the feedback given by the readers was beyond Lin Wuyu's imagination. What's wrong, hubby? What $150,000? Su Yuling, who was sitting on the sofa and resting, heard the voice, and her eyes, which were about to close, steeply opened as she walked towards Lin Wuyu while inquiring. The subscriptions have surpassed 150,000. This session of readers is really giving it a go. Lin Wuyu turned back with a smile on her face. It's all your own effort. Learning the reason, Su Yuling also felt happy for Lin Wuyu. People liked to hear words of appreciation from others when they were proving themselves. That said, I'm kinda sorry for my fans. Haven't even read a single comment or interacted with them. Thinking like this, Lin Wuyu suddenly felt like all of her fans had no home. Other fictional authors, even if they rarely show up, well, they do show up. When it comes to him, the author simply becomes the toolman, completing the daily update task and not caring about anything. The reader is left to his or her own devices. Emma, you're more than sorry. I'd be ing you with a knife if I didn't rear your work. No way upstairs. You can go to jail for hurting someone with a razor blade. I'd advise you not to do something like that. No way. There's an honest man here? I think it's pretending too. There are no honest people on Understanding Live. Listening to this from the moon god, it's time to visit the comments section? Then I feel a strong need to shift positions. I'll go too. Let the moon god hear my heart. The live broadcast room, which originally still had more than 1 million people, suddenly lacked more than 100,000 viewers. The crew didn't panic. And ICE was dedicated to live streaming for those who didn't leave to see what comments those netizens ran off to send. The comments section also knows to hide the existence of the show Understanding. Otherwise, once they expose the crew, the show loses any meaning. Wow. I can't believe I updated 6 chapters today. The author couldn't have written it in an hour. Could he? Moon God Cow. Did you write this novel after thinking about it for 2 months? This writing, it's the great gods, I'm ashamed of myself. And if the moon god is a young man, then I'm even more ashamed. Shucks. I guess Moon God is definitely a married person. Or else he couldn't write this kind of novel. How do you know? How else would I know? Everyone is just guessing. I still think the Moon God is a handsome young man who writes words as handsome as I am. Various latest reviews appeared, causing Lin Wuyu's fingers, who was sliding the mouse, to tremble slightly. The camera clearly captured his facial expression and found his pupils contracting slightly. Holy, are all the readers on precognition this session? That emotion of being perceived permeated the air, causing Lin Wuyu to be unsettled. He walked over to the balcony and peered out towards the outside. The world was peaceful. The people in the neighborhood were going about their lives. No one was spying or watching him. This left Lin Wuyu bewildered. Is it really just a guess? But is it that accurate? It feels like every point is made in the very right place, and it's gut-wrenching. Never mind. I should be the one thinking too much, unable to figure it out. Lin Wuyu simply didn't bother to think about it, believing that this time it was just a coincidence. With so many people commenting, it's normal to give out a little bit of information that matches your own. Haha, it's blinded the lunar god of Moon God. Lately I always feel like I'm being spied on. Crap. The readers in this session have precognition on. I so want to tell Moon God the truth of the matter, but I can't afford to not be able to watch Moon God's live broadcasts in the future. So maybe Moon God is still hiding some kind of vest. Bad smile, then stripped the vest slowly. I believe in you all. Ahem. Let me start with what I currently suspect is an unproven opinion. 1. The lunar god is the lunar god. That is, the author of that divine book. 2. The moon god hides other secrets. Click. I'll add. Moon God's little secret that's been discovered so far, gave away a few 100 million shares to someone else in exchange for something probably worth $1 million. Was the special guest chef for the state banquet, and is very talkative with that one. Has a somewhat unusual relationship, and is a big god of online authors, most likely the author of an old book. Is that a comedy show going on upstairs? Why does it even come with its own opening sound effects? Lin Wuyu, who was walking around the room, caused Su Yuling, who had come out of the bedroom to pack up her things, to freeze. Hubby, what are you up to? It's fine. It's fine. Go ahead and go to work, wife. Lin Wuyu waved her hand indifferently, already certain that there was no one around to pry into their lives. He also scrutinized the corners of the room and found no surveillance cameras. Unbeknownst to him, the cameras provided by the program were more hidden than he thought. Even a top-notch counter-surveillance guru can't recognize it without working with specialized tools. Chapter 0046, Questionable Media. Some people are happy and some people are sad. This is the most common phenomenon in the world. And Mr. Joe once said that human beings are not connected in their sorrows and joys. The moment the media company bigwigs in Kwangdu can be anxious, If they had known that Lin Wuyu was a real national chef and knew the second-in-command, they wouldn't have died to be involved in bringing down understanding. Isn't this the equivalent of sending yourself to your death? Totally looking for death in general. But anyone who knows there's a good chance of losing it still wants to take a shot at that 10% chance, because they have invested money and want to see some results. What's more, they had already joined General Chui's program, and leaving would be equivalent to offending General Chui in the Guangdu media world. Its media company was one of the most important existences in the entire Guangdu, including these bosses who all followed Chui Ruyang to make a living. In the event of a bad relationship, their media company will most likely suffer serious losses, unless they leave the area to get a chance at life. But the media companies rooted here have most of their clients in Guangdu, and leaving them would require a fresh start. We have all come from nothing to where we are now and know how difficult it is to create again. Opportunity, capital, and strength. You can't have one without the other. The hardest thing is opportunity. Something that can kill you. There's nothing to do but bite the bullet. I've got it all set up on my end, bought into a lot of channels, and there are some internet gurus that will help us along. I've always had my buffs. Just get your asses in gear. Where's Mr. Choi? Did he make a move? The people in the video conference reported to each other on the success of their preparations, but suddenly realized that this operation had been wiped clean by Chui Ruyang, as if he hadn't been involved in it. Damn it, we're all being used as guns. Some people who understood instantly realized, knowing that Chui Ruyang was trying to borrow their hands to test how Lin Wuyu's identity really was, as well as to test where understanding's underpinnings were. It made them feel chilled, and the idea of quitting became even more violent. It was likely that Chui Yang had gotten some information in advance, so he stayed out of the plan for the time being. If a situation arises, he can completely wipe the slate clean and admit that he wasn't involved. What a poisonous tactic. Everyone stay put for now. Although we need Chui Ruyang, we're not his guns either. It's impossible to make us take the risk. Let's wait and see what Mr. Choi has planned on his end. I've got some problems here that need to be taken care of, and since I haven't heard from Mr. Choi yet, I'll be waiting. I'm going to take care of the company too. One by one, the owners of media companies are dropping out of video chats. They didn't dare to say inappropriate things directly in the video conference, and inevitably, some bosses of media companies contacted Mr. Choi and secretly told Chui Ruyang about the content of their conversation. So, they all chose to leave euphemistically, even though the excuse was somewhat obvious. Sure enough, the Wiley congregation had not misjudged. Someone quietly contacted Chui Ruyang right after the meeting ended, and recorded the video conference directly on a recorded screen, including the content of their conversations. There wasn't a single slip-up. Kind of. Inside the luxurious villa, Chui Ruyang and his adopted lover were lying on the big bed, watching the video conference with great interest. It wasn't much longer, just 5 minutes, about the same amount of time he had just spent fighting. It's not easy to be middle-aged. Daddy Trey, can I give you a massage? Beside him, a female artist who was dressed sexily, exposing a large portion of her snowy whites and covering only a few important parts of her body, teasingly groped Chui Ruyang's breasts. Looking at her age, she was probably in her 20s, and she actually called Chui Ruyang, who was in his 30s, Dad. Those who know how to do it naturally know how to do it, and they're all old drivers. Get it? Chui Ruyang uncovered the cup with one hand, revealing the disgusting body. He took a thick wad of money out of his bag, probably tens of thousands of dollars by eyeballing. Save some money this month, and if you act like you did before, be careful that Daddy doesn't want you anymore. Directly dumping the money on the woman's body, Chui Ruyang raised his head and left. The house was purchased exclusively by him and the name on the real estate license does not belong to the female artist. Looking at Chui Ruyang's back as he left, the woman's face showed the same expression of disgust, and she also spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm towards the ground. "I shucks, dead toothpick, incompetent and stingy, and pretending to be a bully." Spitting out a few words of satisfaction, the woman pulled out her phone and began contacting her friends. It was only natural that someone else would satisfy what she couldn't, and reap the rewards of a few small ATMs, plus the crew. All this quiet for a while made them think it was over. The media who wanted to target them couldn't find a place to do it and had to give up their tactics. The guides and co-hosts are in a good mood. They have all seen the program getting better and better with more viewers online. The more people who watch, the more money they will make. In this day and age, traffic is money. It's different when Mr. Yi makes a move. All those media companies are out of action. In the room on top of the program, the guide was leisurely sipping tea, watching the data of online viewers while feeling emotional. Mr. Yi was the boss behind the biggest investment in their program, and it was mainly Mr. Ye's investment that allowed the program to be implemented. This one was a big boss, belonging to the president of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. The Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce was a chamber of commerce that had been established in recent times, and there were 2 or 3 or $100 billion enterprises in it. That's for sure. You don't look at Mr. Ye's family background. Will those media companies not be afraid if they just open their mouths? The assistant beside the guide licked his smiling face and followed the guide's words. If it wasn't for you, the guide, calling Mr. Ye, the show might have been messed up by those people. The ass-kissing was spot on, meaning that a lot of the credit within this incident goes to the guide. The guide saved the entire understanding program from running down. Instantly the behavior is pulled up. Chapter 0047 Media, Messy Worms 2. The day. A storm is once again brewing over understanding. Someone is leading from behind, creating a huge wheelbarrow on the internet. The interesting third installment of Understanding has been followed by many netizens, and a lot of the talk has been within the figure of Lin Wuyue. The news that a seemingly ordinary man who can't cook is actually a culinary god always attracts a lot of attention. This, coupled with Lin Wuyue's discovered talent for online writing, which was a divine work right out of the gate, caused more and more people to pay attention to him. So, when many anchors on the internet, big V heaps of Lin Wuyue's fake videos, related posts and reports also appeared within those websites, more and more people were curious about Lin Wuyue, and the angle they chose was showmanship, with others going even further to say that Understanding was playing on people's desires. The heat about Lin Wuyue quickly rose, ranking 10th in today's hotspots. No purchase traffic was used to bring up the hot search just like that. If Lin Wuyue knew that she was on the hot search because of this, I don't know what kind of thoughts she had in her heart. Who is this Lin Wuyue? How come I've never heard of it? It seems to be a popular program these days called What Understanding? That's understanding, not comprehension. Big brother, remember that next time. The god of cookery? Or an internet god? This is a bit too much of a show, isn't it? The plot inside the movie is different from reality. Sometimes the reality of what happens is more exaggerated than inside the movie. I'm a viewer of the program Understanding. All of Lin Wuyue is real. We saw it with our own eyes. Why are those black fans coming out to bring up the tempo again? Young man, sometimes what you see with your eyes is not always true. Eyes can be deceiving. No matter how many people were proving the authenticity of Lin Wuyue's identity, there was always someone who popped up to offer their opinion and question Lin Wuyue. It was already not easy for a person to be able to achieve perfection in one thing in their life, and the fact that Lin Wuyue had the identity of a netiquette god on top of his identity as the god of cookery made the authenticity of this rumor doubtful. Plus Lin Wuyue wasn't that rich. They were under the impression that someone who could achieve perfection in a field was someone who must be very rich, even without money. He was famous, but Lin Wuyue had nothing. The Understanding program team. Once again, the guide and all the staff were caught up in the tension. It was hard to undo the effects of the last rumor monger, but it turned out that someone was actually targeting their show again. This is naked eye-rolling and bullying them for not having a strong background. Guide. Still looking for Mr. Yi? An assistant on the sidelines cautiously inquired, feeling a bit of a slap in the face to the guide. Originally, the guide thought to rely on their own power to deal with this one thing perfectly, which the backhand people continue to act as if there is no role. The guide's face went a shade of green and white, and he secretly dug his fingernail into his palm so hard that he pinched out a few purplish finger marks. He gritted his teeth and squeezed a single word out of his mouth. The show still goes on. I'll contact Mr. Yi. The crew can't stop, because once it's closed it means the fans are gone. Besides, Su Yuling had already come to the program, so a day of downtime would be a day of loss, backing into a lot of money. Ice. You guys go ahead and get to work. That's all. Releasing the clenched hand, the guide walked alone towards the office upstairs. Originally, the assistant was thinking of following up to help, but he was startled by a look from the guide and stopped in his tracks. What the hell? It's not like I'm trying to screw the crew? The assistant innocently returns to the program and honestly runs off to work. An eventful day. On the hosting stage, Ice changed into her hosting outfit and walked onto the hosting stage with a smile on her face. In the back of my mind, I've been worrying about the program. It's the show Understanding that she's slowly making her way to a higher level, and if something goes wrong with the Understanding crew, then her career will suffer. Ice. Is something happening? Su Yuling, who was sitting at the hosting stage, took advantage of the time when the machine was being debugged to quietly come over to Bing Bing's site to inquire. She had come to the program 4 or 5 minutes early and found the whole atmosphere of the program to be stayed. It's obvious what's going on. It's fine. It's fine. There were some slip-ups in the work. It will be solved soon. Bing Bing smiled and replied, not telling Su Yuling about the difficulties the program team encountered. What's the point of telling? The giant wheels of public opinion. The manipulators. Are those media companies? Those with money and power. Although Su Yuling and Lin Wuyue have some talents and are very good, they are somewhat insignificant in the face of power and money. Seeing that Bing Bing wasn't going to say anything, Su Yuling didn't continue to pursue. Alright, if there's something you need you say, I'll help if I can. Thank you, the kindness is appreciated. Nodding, Ice officially began hosting. Lin Wuyue's figure appeared on the screen once again, and he was drumming on his cell phone, with a few laughs occurring from time to time. MS. Su, will Lin Wuyu watch some hotspots and news at home? Seeing that Lin Wuyue was toying with his phone, Bing Bing subconsciously began to worry about the program's exposure. This is the first time their crew has been so hot and known by many. Lin Wuyue's name was on all the hot search lists, and being seen would be the end of it. My husband can't even get news apps on his cell phone, and there's no Weibo or today's hotspots. Su Yuling shook her head, hesitated for a second, and said, he said that the media are all messy bugs that affect people's emotions. This, Ice is dumbfounded because Lin Wuyue is telling the truth. It's hard not to be supportive. What Lin Wuyue said is quite right. The media are indeed mostly messy bugs, causing frequent problems with the network. Someone else was killed by media opinion a few years ago, and a murderer who uses speech to kill someone is considered a murderer. It's also because of most of the netizens themselves, I guess. A knife is used by some for cooking and by others for slaughter. Is slaughter the sin of the knife? Cam, I told you not to make such lofty remarks, bullying me for not having read a book. Is that it? Had. I love seeing you look at me and not be able to me. Thumbs up from the live audience, who are big fans of the Understanding program. But because of those public opinions, many of the more than 2 million people online were black fans, constantly attacking the program and Lin Wuyu. At first these people were able to follow the sparring for a while, then they just got upset and left. Chapter 0048, The Power Behind Lin Wuyu. Home. It's true that Lin Wuyu didn't watch the news hotspots. He's working on a game, a sand sculpture game called You'll Never Think of It. The way that one level breaks down is comical. I feel like I'm going to be out of my mind if I keep playing. Exiting the interface of the mini-game, Lin Wuyu looked towards the storage room where many things were piled up. We're moving tomorrow, so be sure to transfer the contents. He got up and walked over to the front door, making sure it was unlocked and then strutting toward the storage room. MS. Su, what's going on here? Bing Bing looked at Lin Wuyu's movements with a puzzled expression. Something must have happened with the sneaking. I'm going to renovate the storage room into a study, and he should go ahead and transfer the chef's certificate. Su Yuling smiled. That feeling of being awake in oneself and others thinking that they were awake was kind of nice. So it is. It dawned on the crowd in the live room that it was no wonder Lin Wuyu had even reversed the lock on the door beforehand. It turned out that he was worried that Su Yuling would suddenly go back and just happen to bump into him collecting things. Not bad for a webmaster with a great mind. I don't know if I'm familiar with it, but we've all seen the chef's certificate twice. That is, Luna is still in the dark and mourns for him for 3 minutes. Do you guys think Luna could be hiding something else? There's a good chance it's more than just the same. Oh, yeah, and maybe an award for Netflix work. The crowd watched the scene curiously, yet Lin Wuyu still pulled out the box from under the bed, and it was clearly the box containing the chef's certificate. Overthinking it, if there were any other proofs to use to prove how great Lin Wuyu is, this program would be a bit of a sham. Isn't that right? Just these two things, both left a lot of people. The live streaming room are now still a whole lot of black fans staring. The moment they find out something is not right, they will talk. Angry this group of black powder. My dad originally liked to watch this live. Is because and a black powder quarrel make him in a bad mood. Said the last 1 or 2 days to calm down first, wait for things to pass and then on the live room. Many familiar IDs are invisible, and it feels so lonely. Loyal fans of the live stream were filled with anger at the black fans, who were just trying to get a few bucks, not telling the truth at all, and not caring about how big the impact of the matter really was, and just posting out their brain-dead comments. If only everyone's online accounts could be real name-based, everyone would not care about treating the internet as an extra-legal area. The staff backstage of the program looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, and for a moment, their faces were completely lost, and they no longer knew how to express the sadness in their hearts with their expressions. The hotter the crew gets, the more they get paid, and besides, it's hard to get a job when you leave the crew. How many people want to live a steady life? And it's hard to get seriously involved if they're worried about work every day. I don't know how well the guide and Mr. Yi have discussed it. Mr. Yi cleaned up those people last time. This time the punishment should be even more severe. That's of course. Mr. Yi is the president of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. The backstage staff had immense faith in Mr. Yi. The strength of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce was there. And if it wasn't for those media companies who didn't know who was behind the Understanding crew, they definitely wouldn't have dared to make a move. The second floor of the program. The guide had been sitting in the room for 7 or 8 minutes. He had already dialed Mr. Yi, but the person who got through was Mr. Ye's secretary, Zhang Cheng. cautioning him that Mr. Yi was resting and would give a reply when he woke up. It's a matter of 100,000 urgency, but the guide doesn't dare to offend Mr. Yi. At the end of the day, their show is just laid out here, not so important in the eyes of a big businessman like Mr. Yi. At this time, the sun outside hung in the most positively empty position. The weather became hotter and hotter, and the guide's body was stained with sweat. The room was actually air-conditioned, but his forehead just kept sweating outside and he didn't know what it was. It had been on hold for nearly an hour when the phone sitting on the table finally rang. The guide, whose eyes pressed the phone, quickly connected it, and from it came the young voice of Mr. Yi. What's going on? The guide quickly said. Those media companies are targeting the understanding program again, spreading rumors all over the internet and using public opinion to try to haul away our traffic. Now that the live stream has lost a third of its online audience, many of its partners have suffered losses. So Mr. Yi elongated his tone. After a pause for a while, he said, there is no big media company inside my Chamber of Commerce, so it's not good to get anything. I'm only responsible for the investment. If there is a problem that I can help, I will naturally help, and I can't help with the media. The guide froze and tried to speak, but realized that the phone had hung up at some point. He didn't expect Mr. Yi to hang up so quickly, not giving him a chance at all. It's over. Who else can I call for help? The guide was disheartened, as if he foresaw the future of the understanding program, losing money day by day. Partners quit, disintegrate and finally disappear completely. Just as the guide was getting discouraged, a media company's manifesto suddenly appeared on the internet. They have directly stated within their official website that there are media companies making false accusations against other media outlets and will be boycotted severely. Several media companies involved in targeting the understanding program panicked. The announcement is not a general media company. In the country is one of the leading media. Want to suppress them is simply easy. Chui Ruyan's phone even exploded, inquiring about many of the owners of media companies that he had connections with, and they actually all looked indifferent and terminated any cooperation with him. Obviously, they've offended the wrong people. How come? Chui Ruyan's face was ashen as he looked out the window, and this time he finally understood just how cautious that one Prince Yang who had taken the lead in withdrawing was. Understanding the program definitely doesn't allow leading media companies to speak to help, and taking such thunderous measures. Then there was only that Lin Wuyu, and the other party's identity was even more frightening than he had imagined. Later that evening, the heads of several media companies involved were taken away, and official agencies likewise issued notices. The internet will be cleansed so that those who use it to do wrong and spread inappropriate statements and messages and videos will be punished. And it's paired with a list of several media companies that have been targeted for remediation. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. Chapter 0049 Boiling, winning the annual award. Anchor, Mr. Yi is really good. He actually cleaned up those media companies again. The unidentified assistant runs back to the guide and compliments him. In his heart, he still felt that their program group had embraced their thighs this time, actually letting a media company be warned without any effort. That's the country's internet authority, and anyone inside the media circle feels fear. Mr. Yi is quite good, worthy of being an outstanding youth. Bing Bing, who was off duty at the side, also nodded in praise, envying Mr. Yi from the bottom of her heart. The guide laughed feebly. You guys go back and rest first. You'll have to continue broadcasting tomorrow. He didn't know how to explain to his men that there seemed to be something a little odd about this one. The guide, who was a party to the show, was incredibly clear that Mr. Yi hadn't made any moves at all, and it wasn't Mr. Ye's fault. They were just the biggest investor in the show, and it wasn't like it was their own show. And most of the businesses in the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce are brick and mortar companies, and even if there are media companies, they're just rooted in the local area and don't have much prestige. But, is helping to understand the program? To be able to send out an official organization to speak and instantly block all news about Lin Wuyu, it meant that the strength of the person supporting them behind the scenes must be very powerful. There are contacts in many places. Then we'll leave first. Bye-bye guide. The assistant and Ice looked at the guide with odd faces. It was obviously a great thing. Why did the guide's face not look so good? Could there be another hidden agenda within this matter? They were just a small assistant and a host who could be replaced at any time. They didn't have that status to ask what was really going on. And after saying goodbye, they left the program. The guide left behind surrounded the crew that remained to work and turned toward the stairs. He had only just reached the door of his room when the phone on his body rang once again. And the caller was Mr. Yi. This was the first time that Mr. Yi had taken the initiative to call him. Usually it was he who dialed Mr. Yi and waited for a long time to receive a reply. It's great that the understanding crew actually has a big name Full Moon Media as a partner. I know all the things today. the full moon media out, for understanding the program group to speak, but also raised in the circle against the Guangdu media, to give you a hard revenge, and the official institutions, never thought that will also be under the water. Powerful. Indeed powerful. It is said that professional media need to find professional media to deal with. Small Wong. This time you understand it. Mr. Yap on the other end of the electric ring, Kai, talked about the incident as if the guide had been contacted from behind and then Full Moon Media had stepped in. Mr. Yi. The guide wanted to inform the other person of the real situation and thought better of it. Thanks for calling in your concern. He was also shocked when he heard the Full Moon Media. That's the biggest media company in China. Not only in variety shows, TV dramas, and movies, but also contracted for a myriad of various businesses. Full Moon Media's total market capitalization, announced last year at $100 billion, has reached its ceiling within the media company industry. Noteworthy. The current top records at the domestic box office are all shot by Full Moon. Hardcore has raised the level of in-play to a level all but unseen. How could such a behemoth be associated with him? A mere guide? Even if you fall on your face, people may not even look twice. It's that cruel. Full Moon Media categorically doesn't look at a tiny understanding, much less the goodwill inside the circle that can be easily broken by understanding taking on a fellow media company. Thank you. While not knowing exactly who helped the understanding program, the guide was thankful from the bottom of his heart. They just didn't expect it from Lin Wuyu. Is it hard to believe that a talent with two of the top talents in his body, but only those with talents, would still be the owner of Full Moon? It was hard to believe that the second-in-command would let an official organization issue a notification for Lin Wuyu's sake. There was no possibility of that at all. It's as absurd as a sow going up a tree or a cat eating cat meat every day. It's simply laughable. Besides, Lin Wuyu, he didn't act unusual at all and gave readers an extra hour of chapter updates, because he had found some great authors' comments from within the comments section, and a few more had given him gold alliances. Don't underestimate a gold ally. That's tens of thousands of dollars in big bills. In order to give back a bit to the readers who rewarded him, Lin Wuyu felt the need to do a little more updating, so he updated 12 chapters in one breath. That translates to 25,000 or 26,000 words written in that one day alone. Readers, here's a little treat for you today to thank you for your support. In order to write these 12 chapters, the author has been coding since 5 in the morning. I can't. I'm too tired. The update will be later tomorrow. Selling his hard work within the author's words, Lin Wuyu cheered and pulled out the remote control to watch one of the latest dramas to come out from Full Moon Media. It's a detective drama filled with so many heart-wrenching cases that you won't realize how engrossed you are. Honey, what are you looking at? Even when Su Yuling came back from work, Lin Wuyu didn't even notice. Her eyes were dead set on the screen, completely invested in that brain-burning and logical plot. Watching a new TV show, that's good. What TV show are you watching? The phone's been ringing for ages. Su Yuling picked up the phone from the table while walking over to Lin Wuyu's side. Hearing a call, Lin Wuyu immediately pressed the pause button on the drama and glanced at the call dialed over. The caller is an unknown number, and it's dialed from Kyoto. Without a few seconds of hesitation, Lin Wuyu pressed connect build. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Wuyu? The person speaking used a very formal customer service tone with a sweet voice. I am. What can I do for you? It's like this. I'm the customer service of the online platform. Your work, A Little Healing Trick a Day, has been selected as the most influential novel of the year. Congratulations to the author for receiving a special award. For follow-up messages you can ask the editor and he will answer your questions. After a long period of politeness, Lin Wuyu politely hung up the phone and continued to watch the drama. Honey, you won the Most Influential of the Year award for your work. Su Yuling was dumbfounded. The Most Influential Work of the Year, or the Grand Prize. Wasn't this a very happy thing? First place is a prize of $100,000 from this site. There are all sorts of other benefits. But Lin Wuyu actually acted so cloudy? Is that polite? Or is it so overexcited that you're not excited anymore? It's normal to win. It's abnormal not to win. Lin Wuyu replied blandly. There really wasn't much emotional ups and downs inside. He was confident in his work. And with the first booking currently about to reach 200,000, winning the award was a matter of course. The ceiling of other works is just under 100,000. His direct 200,000 first subscription and subsequent subscription ups and downs are not normal. Not to get the special prize. Chapter 0050, Feeling Handsome Again. My moon god is my moon god. It's really awesome. Hey, did you guys see the news? There are a few media companies that are being regulated to use the internet to their advantage to spread rumors. See, no wonder there's a lot less black powder remarks in this live room. So it's because the black powder head was taken away. Official bull. I always felt it was a little bit uncomplicated. It should be a backlash given out by the understanding crew trying to prove their mettle. Quite possibly. Isn't understanding a small program? I don't remember there being such a powerful force behind it, right? Why don't you say that it's the one Lin Wu you befriended who couldn't look away and decided to make a move? Crap. I didn't even visualize this until you told me. Awakened by the netizens. Some people began to wonder about the reality of this one thing. It started when those media companies suffered a serious loss of traffic, and a major reason for that was understanding, which also hosted the program. Then those media companies are supposed to be working together to try to bring down the show understanding. Thinking about it, the only people who were better to start with were Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling, because they were both ordinary people. And even if Lin Wuyu had a brilliant experience, it had all become a thing of the past. Immediately afterward, the largest media companies in the country spoke up and began targeting several major media companies in their industry sectors. And then there was the official warning that came down the pike. A set of operations can be as fast as a tiger, and quickly puts an end to everything. There was no shortage of people who stayed in the booth to watch the broadcast who were in the know, and they all initially thought it was the show Understanding that had reached out to Full Moon Media, but then it felt a little odd. Being reminded of this, the crowd's eyes were placed on Lin Wuyu's body. Could it really be because of Lin Wuyu? It shouldn't be. Full Moon Media has no relationship with Lin Wuyu. If it's the official downfall because of Lin Wuyu, this is still somewhat possible. But Full Moon Media Lin Wuyu can't drive it at all. One is called Lin Wuyu and the other is called Full Moon Media. You can't assume there's a connection between them just because Full Moon Media has the word moon in its name. Can you? That Diyu Sheng even has a monthly character. Why don't you say he's Lin Wuyu's little brother? Blind ass nonsense. Don't be in a hurry. Watch it slowly again. If it's really connected to Lin Wuyu, we'll slowly find out if it's true or not. Some viewers were patient and didn't rush the process. Anyway, paper couldn't wrap a flame. And if Lin Wuyu had other secrets, they would eventually slowly surface with the passage of time. As for now, it's bragging rights time. A Healing Hackaday wins Most Influential Novel of the Year. Receiving the attention of countless people in the online writing world, the traffic immediately skyrocketed, and the daily income began to rise rapidly. There are also professional movie material looking for folds who found this one novel and got addicted to it as soon as they watched it. A masterpiece, worthy of being the most influential novel of the year. It was a director who was still a minor name in the entertainment industry, holding his cell phone in awe, so much so that he could not wait for his eyes to fall into it. It was the first time he had seen such a perfect piece. If it is used for a serial, the returns are bound to be high. It's a shame the novel is only 300,000 words. If only it had 1,000,000 words. At the end, there was disappointment in his eyes. Novel to movie shooting. Then IP is very important. Need to wait for this one novel's fame has reached its peak. All kinds of plots are perfected before the finalization. Otherwise the quality of the work behind the back drops considerably, and the income from their shoots falls off wildly for the followers. Countless more authors have begun to delve into the various details of healing tricks, the formula, the pacing, the way the book is written, the level of storytelling, and the plot, the sense of anticipation. Each of these things wowed them and also found something called an emotion from the healing seconds. Yes, there's a lot to master in writing a novel, and you can make a good income when you do a little bit well. Some people who don't know will think that writing a novel is nothing more than hanging around and driving berserk all the way, or that the protagonist is scrappy and despised to get the treasure and step on the path of the strong. However, when they actually learn the weblog, they realize the depth of the erudition. Honey, it's almost fall. How about we go out and buy some clothes tomorrow? The couch. Su Yuling snuggled in Lin Wuyu's arms and chatted while watching TV. Lin Wuyu nodded with a smile on her face. Good. It's been a long time since I've gone out for a walk. Tomorrow we'll go to the city center to buy it. Staying at home all the time for too long can lead to a closed mind, and going out once in a while can be relaxing. The city center boasts a pedestrian street and many stores with big name clothes, so it's the perfect place to shop. Yes. Su Yuling also nodded her head heavily. They usually went to the commercial street outside the neighborhood to do some shopping, because clothes are more expensive in the city center, maybe thousands of dollars for just any set. Luckily for both, their incomes have increased. Currently Su Yuling has a stable salary of 8,000 a month, counting subsidies and commission, as well as annual bonuses. What she can get her hands on each year is at least 20,000. Besides, Lin Wuyu, yesterday's income figures had already been tallied, and he was able to earn 70,000 to 80,000 in one day. That's over $2 million a month. Spend it however they want. Of course, casually and according to the spending standards of the two. Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling were not the type of people who were crazy about luxuries, so over $2 million a month was a huge fortune for them. Great. the cameras were on at night, and some viewers got excited when they heard that Lin Wuyu and his wife were going to the city center tomorrow. This was a great opportunity to have a chance encounter with the Lin Wuyu couple. Inside the live broadcast of several million people, there were several hundred people who belonged to Lin Wuyu's city. There were a couple dozen people who could spare the time that day. Ha ha, I'll be able to bump into the moon god tomorrow, and if I run up and ask for an autograph then, do you think the moon god will be dumbfounded? It seems like the ceremony for the novel to receive the rewards is in our city, so I'll go to the site to see the moon god and ask for an autograph with him then. You're all devils, aren't you? This will scare Lin Wuyu. Yeah, Luna has no idea where you guys are coming from, and probably wonders how her picture got exposed. Anyone who wants to get an autograph might as well go to the site and claim their prize, even if it's downtown, so as not to expose the program. A part of the audience was envious and worried. Some of them were transformed into Lin Wuyu couple's little fangirls and fans. Of course they wanted to get a group photo and an autograph. It was just perfect. The worry, on the other hand, is that if the presence of these people leads to Lin Wuyu knowing about the existence of the show, then the show will really lose its fun. And the next couple will most likely be the same kind of uninteresting private money again. Cheating on the plot. Chapter 0051, The Box in the Storage Room. One night passed. Su Yuling, who had easily taken the weekend off, took a lazy nap. The requirement in the company is 1 day off a week, 9 a.m. and 7 p.m., which is a blessing. After many years of rolling around in the company, Su Yuling finally sat in her current position, or was promoted after marrying Lin Wuyu. It was also because of the rise in wages that their family was able to live in decent conditions. Honey, get up for breakfast. Lin Wuyu did get up at 8 o'clock on time, flying through the morning updates to satisfy the group of readers who couldn't be fed enough, and then creating breakfast for Su Yuling. During this time Su Yuling had been asking him to cook, causing Lin Wuyu to begin to wonder if his identity had been exposed. The yawning Su Yuling walked out from the kitchen. Her nose sniffed the smell remaining in the air and her eyes lit up. It smells so good. This morning is actually cooking kanji? Kanji in the morning is good for the stomach, so go wash up and eat. Serving out the 2 bowls of kanji, Lin Wuyu set them on the table and ran off to pack up her things. He said he was going to clean up the storage room together, but when it came time to do it, he would naturally take on most of the work. The stuff in the storage room wasn't much. Some books from these years, plus some useless things Su Yuling had purchased from the internet. 7 or 8 of them filled up the entire room. Crap, I can't believe I forgot about this thing. After smoothing out a thick stack of quilts, a box roughly the size of a palm fell out of it. Frightened, Lin Wuyu hurriedly received the box to her body, still vigilantly observing if Su Yuling had seen it. Okay. Su Yuling in the living room was brushing a short video on her cell phone while drinking kanji in a beautiful manner, completely not noticing his movements. However, what Lin Wuyu never expected was that his every move was witnessed by millions of people. What's inside that little box? It just looks like an ordinary wooden box, and it's actually still red painted, so I don't know what's in it. The moon god is hiding this water really deep, actually hiding other things. Last time what was found in the storage room was the moon god's chef's proof. Guess what it is this time? Everyone? Could it be an airplane cup used in youth? Or a love letter to a female co-star when you were a student? All of you are talented. One more than the other. Mingle detective on the line. Don't panic. You'll be able to have a proper probe tomorrow when Ms. Su returns. The more mysterious something was, the more it could attract the audience's attention, and they all began to wonder what was hidden inside the box, their anticipation immense. The host, Ice, also had a smile on her face as she spoke. It hasn't been long since the chef's identity was hidden, and we've finally discovered the second thing that Lin Wuyu has hidden, and under the eyes of the crowd. Let's wait and see what secrets are hidden within the box. Isn't there a box in everyone's heart? It may hide that period of youthful indiscretion, or perhaps a sad past? Host Ice's words touched the hearts of many. They also have a lot of secrets in their hearts, some of which will lead to a delicate relationship between the couple if they tell them, and some of which will make people laugh. Therefore, this secret was forever hidden in their hearts, intending never to speak of it until they died of old age. In the meantime, Su Yuling also drank all the porridge in her bowl and thought about helping Lin Wuyu move things together. She had another purpose for her vacation today, and that was to clean up the storage room and purchase some furniture to become the perfect den. Honey, you've only just finished eating, or you'd better get some rest. There's not much left here. I'll clean up soon. Lin Wuyu, who was still carrying the wooden box in her arms and holding a thick quilt in one hand, was startled to see Su Yuling reaching over, almost, just shy of the hand touching the wooden box. It's fine. I'm not much of a spoiled brat. Let's finish it early so we two can go shopping. Su Yuling replied without knowing why. With a smile on her face, she still wanted to receive the quilt. No! Suddenly, Lin Wuyu's roar interrupted her movements. Su Yuling looked at Lin Wuyu with a bewildered expression. It was the first time she had seen her husband lose his temper with her. Crap. Fuming. Lin Wuyu is so scary when he's mean. Koan, come protect me. Still thinking about your Quin? He has taken care of himself. Oh, what a gentle person he seems to be on the surface. But in the end, when he encounters a little thing, doesn't he get angry as usual? A man who is angry with his own daughter-in-law is the most detestable. I'll be damned. Don't elevate one person to a whole group of people. You're being forceful, don't you understand? The host, Bing, also looked at the screen with a stunned look on her face. She had been to Lin Wuyu's home. At that time, the feeling was that Lin Wuyu was a modest gentleman who was also very good to his daughter-in-law. But I never thought that now. For the sake of a box, he would actually be furious. It seems like what's inside this box should be very important. Otherwise Lin Wuyu wouldn't be so excited. Bing pondered for a split second before speaking. This makes me even more curious about what's contained in the box. Do you all share the same mentality as me? Soon. Once again, the audience's attention shifted to the box. Yeah, Lin Wuyu was angry because he was worried about the box being discovered. Didn't that mean he was worried about the contents of the box being discovered? Something that could make him so wary must be hiding some unspeakable secret. Husband. Su Yuling's lips trembled, and her eyes instantly filled with tears, but stubbornly turned around in them, refusing to shed them. You're my daughter-in-law that I married with great difficulty. I should be able to do these dirty jobs, as long as I'm still in this house. As long as the two of us are not separated, I won't allow you to do such a thing. Only Lin Wuyue threw his voice and opened his mouth, using the hardest tone to say the most egregious words. Su Yuling, who was originally crying, instantly broke down and immediately jumped on Lin Wuyu's body, hugging him to death. Just as Su Yuling pounced on him, Lin Wuyu smoothly stuffed the box under the covers and threw it on the ground. The two figures hugged each other tightly. It made the viewers of the live broadcast call out the bull. With the powerful rhetoric ability, it actually changed the situation in a hard way. This operation is really powerful. So that's it. It's like I've found a great trick. Bad smile. I'll use that trick the next time my wife catches me smoking. I've already heard it. You deadbeat. And you're still trying to lie to my mother. That box aside. This scene really touched me. Woohoo. I'm still curious what's inside the box though. Baby. Learn from this. I wouldn't even be mad if you smoked and drank if you had that emotional intelligence. Chapter 0052, Fan Meeting? Okay, well, get back to picking out your clothes. We're leaving in a few minutes. After soothing Su Yuling's emotions for a long time, Lin Wuyu spoke gently. A strong and warm palm patted on Su Yuling's back, making her feel the security of having her husband by her side once again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ice spoke once again. In fact, what some women want is very simple. A simple sentence of I will always be with you. A sentence of I love you that sucks nowadays. And they are willing to give everything for you. Their youth, their all. Even if it's an October pregnancy, even if it's staying home all year and losing all socialization. It's a pity that love has deteriorated nowadays. There are too few good women, and too few good men. When the stories of traffic and love of a lifetime existed in the movies after all, landing on the ground, it has caused many people to have mood swings. Love is too casual nowadays. Fast food love is not something I can accept. What I prefer is to find a woman to live with for the rest of my life. In ancient times to marry a daughter-in-law to dowry to bride price. Dowry and bride price is actually not much of a difference. Now to marry a daughter-in-law to tens of thousands of bride price, but also have a car and a house. Isn't this normal? You don't even have the capital to get married. So what are you guys getting married for? And yet, marrying someone who actually doesn't have that qualification, but goes home and knows how to eat and drink all day. Whisper a secret. Your daughter-in-law is secondhand. Come on, don't be talking about it. There are still good women in this world. It's just that it's very difficult to want to meet one. The legendary two-way run is just a legend that exists. And nowadays relationships basically fall together. Love, money and power are all sought after. Ice's words were a nod to the fact that many people interacted with her in just a few words. It was a 10-minute job. Lin Wuyu had finally organized everything in the storage room. Some unused clothes and quilts are sorted out and sent to love donation. Those strange things bought by Su Yuling were then packed away at low prices. The whole room was instantly cleaned and clear. Get a bookshelf, get an ergonomic chair, and get a computer desk. On the side, Su Yuling was holding her cell phone as a sticky note, recording in detail what she needed to buy. The total number of things to purchase is 7 or 8 large items when you count them up. The guy also planned to buy a treadmill inside his home so that Lin Wuyu could run and exercise after she finished her coding. The reason for this is that she learned from the internet that there may be hidden dangers to the body of a web writer. and that she has to exercise more to keep her body. A treadmill wouldn't be necessary. I just write for 2 hours every day. Besides, isn't it possible to exercise at night? Lin Wuyu's eyebrows rose slightly, and he even flirtatiously lifted Su Yuling's chin and gently disliked his lips. Emma, caught off guard by a bowl of dog food. This couple killed me. Demon beasts. When you're old, you like to see these sweet scenes? Alas, it's good to be young. I'm not able to do it. Don't say that, Moncler. I have a medicine here in the store. Taking it guarantees that you can return to the subversive moments of your youth. And now it's on sale with a discount promotion. You can buy it for only $1,500. So good? Alert, Vedra has been banned from speaking and his account has been permanently blocked. Crap. The official tip is the most deadly. Moncler outlet store. Don't believe this kind of drug seller. Are fake. Cheat money. Grandpa. You don't have low income, do you? After packing up, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Walking downstairs and calling a cab, the two couples headed toward the city center. The neighborhood they were in here was considered a medium neighborhood, 8 kilometers away from the city center. Su Yuling's company, on the other hand, was 10 kilometers away from her home, and it would take 20 minutes to arrive. If it met rush hour, it might still take more than half an hour, which was also the important reason why Su Yuling woke up early. Departed. Brothers, get ready. Start moving. It's no fun. The main characters have left, so let's all do what we need to do and look forward to tomorrow when we open the treasure chest. As soon as Lin Wuyue and Su Yuling left, those spectators who had planned to meet them by chance moved on. The other part of the audience is planning to quit the live stream. The theme of understanding is couples. Without couples, then what's the point of watching? Despite host Ice's best efforts to retain the audience, less than 500,000 viewers ultimately stayed. In comparison, the number of people when Lin Wuyu appeared had once reached 4 million, which could be considered the peak moment of the program. It seems like it still really won't work without Lin Wuyue. Ice smiled helplessly, knowing who was at the center of this one show. A program presenter can only be a secondary ingredient. The main ingredient is still the content and the program itself. And Lin Wuyue and Su Yuling are this episode of understanding the program itself. It was already 10 minutes after arriving in the city. Lin Wuyue, who got off the bus, led Su Yuling straight to the most famous pedestrian street. A variety of snacks and various clothing stores are piled up in clusters here, and there is a lot of foot traffic. There are 4 or 5 universities around the city, and the main flow of people in the pedestrian street is the university students in the surrounding area. They were either taking pictures in the street or a couple strolling hand in hand with sweet gestures. Honey, just go to this clothing store and buy it. Soon, Lin Wuyu looked at a clothing store, a popular brand in China, with good quality clothes and novelty styles. Although it was said to be a popular brand, the price of the clothes sold was also considered expensive. Anyway, Su Yuling could look at the I will not be less than $1,000 a piece. Su Yuling, who had originally intended to purchase cheaper clothes, had to do so after being forced by Lin Wuyu. Tens of thousands of dollars were spent on clothes alone. Click, click, click. Walking out of the clothing store, Lin Wuyu realized that there were many more people taking pictures around the street. It also pointed the camera at them and clicked 2 pictures. He didn't take much offense, and rubbed his chin to create doubt. Could it be that the face value has gone up again? I remember when I used to walk on the street there were not so many passers-by to take pictures. It's all journalists piling up. Honey, look at me if I'm getting handsome again and again. It always feels like a lot of people are staring. Doubtfully turning his head to look at Su Yuling, Lin Wuyu inquired. It did grow a little more handsome, just a little slimmer in the face. Su Yuling had long since noticed the people filming, and without guessing, she knew that they were fans from the live broadcast. Chapter 0053, A Stack of Gray and Yellow Notes. Really? Looks like my face is still standing out more and more as I get older. Lin Wuyu stroked his chin to himself and fell into deep thought. This state of affairs truly left Su Yuling somewhat speechless. When did hubby become so self-absorbed? Seems like it's always been this narcissistic. Choosing the right furniture and clothes, they returned home at 6 or 7 in the afternoon. Repeatedly into the live audience can be considered to see the protagonist. The feeling of heartache and waiting for mom to send the feeling of living expenses is almost the same. The moon god has finally appeared. While this is still early, does the moon god want to update the novel for another hour? It's not enough to read. Nonsense. Don't say an hour. I wish Luna would just die on the keyboard. By the way, did the people who went downtown today get any pictures of Luna? Is he handsome in real life? That's a must. You don't look at our moon god's face either. A viewer sent a link to the video they took to the crowd and it made waves. Unexpectedly, Lin Wuyue, who was detached from the surveillance camera, was even more handsome, with those deep eyes and oriental face, undoubtedly full of manly temptation. Even some of the stars in the face route couldn't breathe under the pressure of the moon god's face. That's what's really going on inside most of the internet. Because of the current face route inside the entertainment industry, it's basically all about fresh meat and heavy makeup. Unless there are some stars who got to the top a long time ago by their own acting skills and are not affected by fresh meat. And Lin Wuyue's looks were rigid, so he looked rather like a tough guy. Let's move the stuff here. Hard work to you two little brothers. After a long day's work, the purchased furniture was finally put in place. Fill the shelves with books, and it really does have a bit of a study look to it. Ancient historical records. Dream of the Red Chamber. Liu Zhai. 5,000 years of the Upper and Lower Dynasties. Tang Wild History. Holy, I didn't realize that the moon god is really a cultural person. Looking at the bookshelves that were full of books, someone couldn't help but recite them, and was greatly surprised. Many of the books were related to literature, and the only novel was one that Luna had written badly before, which was printed and placed on the bookshelf. Isn't that normal? I have so many books on my bookshelf, but they're not even turned over, just as a decoration. What's so decorative about it? The ink is all in your stomach, and even if you buy it for your bookshelf, it's useless. No, it's become common for people to pretend to read literature even though they don't read it nowadays. Indeed, I have seen a proprietor who specializes in dirty money, and whose house is so full of literary works that they are gathering dust on them. Ha ha ha, that's ridiculous. Ding Ding followed the audience's pop-ups and spoke with a slight smile. Watching literature, savoring literature, learning ideas, and improving one's cultural literacy. I usually also like to watch literature, in order to host the program when I can bring the audience a better image. The host's talk is crucial because they host a program that would not pass muster if they were trippy and culturally literate. Then it's easy to transmit some bad vibes to the audience. Therefore, ICE will often read books in private. Even understanding an ordinary commercial program, not to mention the hosts of Sky Central, each of whom has to go through rigorous training, is very strict. The slightest mistake, that's the impact of tens of millions of viewers, directly pulling down the credibility of the heavenly central stage. Honey, you've read all these books. Why don't you donate them to someone in need? Su Yuling casually flipped open an ancient history book and found that it was filled with notes left behind by Lin Wuyu. The former Lin Wuyu loved reading books. This was one thing she knew. Donate it to them and ask them to look at it too, Lin Wuyu said while organizing the books in the box. Nowadays, all the little kids are mesmerized by short game videos, clothes, novels and comics. Where would they still read this kind of boring literature? That's true, but in case it's good to donate it and have one or two people read it, I'll get you some new books. Su Yuling did not think so. Anyway, these books are finished. Change a little other books is not better. Just in case, 1 out of 10,000. I just don't know if this one exists. Hearing Su Yuling's words, Lin Wuyu's movements in his hands stopped for a split second. With a shake of his hand, a stack of notes tied with a small leather band fell. What is it? Curious, Su Yuling picked up the note and stared blankly at its contents. The show's guide immediately gathered the camera on the note so that the audience could watch along. Mr. Lin, our elementary school has been renovated, and a pale bright teacher came after you left to take us through our studies every day. Mr. Lin, we miss you so much. We miss you taking us through our studies and giving us reasoning. Mr. Lin, I'm Wang Mei. My father said he'd send me to the Opera Academy. I've finally fulfilled my dream. I'll remember you. Mr. Lin, don't go away, okay? A note that was shelved among the books. Judging from that handwriting, the owner of the writing should be an elementary school student. And there were some misspellings and substitutions of pinyin. Could it be that Luna used to be a paraprofessional? No way. How can one person do so much? I have a teacher who also writes novels while teaching. It's normal. These students seem to like Luna. Why did he leave? Nonsense. If you don't leave, do you spend your whole life inside a small mountain village? Not everyone can be selfless. Wang Mei, this little girl is a bit impressive. Actually accepted by the Opera Academy. The viewers in the live broadcast room were talking, curious as to when Lin Wuyu became a paraprofessional teacher. Husband. This. Su Yuling also looked up blankly, filled with disbelief. When she used to know Lin Wuyue, she asked Lin Wuyue what kind of work he had done, and the other person said at that time that he was an author, a chef, a teacher, a doctor, a soldier. Anyway, it was just much more, making Su Yuling think it was a joke. I didn't realize Lin Wuyu had actually been a teacher. It was written by the students I went to Longquan village to teach 7 years ago, and now they're all almost adults. Lin Wuyu rubbed the stack of notes and seemed to be caught up in memories. Mountain villages, pure smiles, foolish but truthful villagers, blue skies and white clouds that purify all emotions within. Chapter 0054, An Aged Warrior. In the meantime, Kyoto Military District Family Home. It is a retirement base for many who have contributed greatly to the country. In other words, it's the big boys who get to live here. At this point, it's in Building 1, Unit 1, Room 1103. An old man with half-white hair was looking at the screen of his cell phone, and when he saw a young man appearing above him, talking with a narcissistic look on his chin, the old man's eyes immediately became moist. Little friend of the forest. The old man softly pronounced the unmistakably familiar title. He was sure that he was not mistaken. The person in front of him was none other than the young man lunar god who had helped him back then. Grandpa, what are you talking about? On the side of only 6 or 7-year-old granddaughter came to the side of the old man, a pair of big watery eyes staring at the screen. She knew that her grandfather was always alone and chattering about something, but when she pressed on the old man always kept quiet and the little girl gradually lost interest. Tuan ah, this big brother looked similar to one of Grandpa's original benefactors. Seeing that it was his granddaughter who had arrived, the old man kindly touched his granddaughter's head and pointed to the picture on the screen. In the end, he still couldn't quite believe that the man in front of him was the benefactor in the first place. The moon god was the chief soldier of the Moonless Mercenary Corps, and had led his team deep into many dangerous places to conquer. When the old man was 42 years old, he was assigned by his superiors to an overseas rescue mission. The country's confidential documents were hijacked by a mercenary group, and if word got out, it would greatly affect certain plans of the country. The name of that mercenary group was then called the Day Mercenaries. Its armed strength is comparable to that of an elite special forces unit, and it has more than 300 members. Facing such a tricky mercenary group, while the Dragon Kingdom officials could only deploy a squad of 20 people, because it was traveling to another country's region. If too many soldiers were sent out, they were bound to be stopped by the other country. In a battle between 20 soldiers and 300 mercenaries, how could one think that the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom would lose miserably? The old man's name is Zhou Dingtian. As the most outstanding sniper inside the army, he participated in this one mission. Don't look at him now that he's old and decrepit. He looks like an old man in his 70s or 80s, but he's actually only about 50 years old. The reason why he aged so fast also had to do with the hidden disease left behind back then. The captain in charge of their operation was the captain of the domestic special forces. Military combat, fighting ability, and firearms accuracy were among the best in the military. The captain gave orders that day to prepare for a nighttime infiltration raid on the town controlled by the mercenary group. Zhou Dingtian was in charge of the job of long-range sniper coordination. Cover your teammates' movements at a safe distance of 1,000 meters. 1,000 meters is an impressive level for a sniper, and when the bullet leaves the range of a few hundred meters, the wind and many factors at this time can affect the bullet's path. Even Zhou Dingtian, who was the strongest sniper in the army, needed to correct his trajectory 3 times before he could hit his target. I still remember that night of fighting. The news of the infiltration was sold by who knows who, and the DEI mercenary group had long ago woven a wide net for us to jump into. One by one my teammates are falling before my eyes. Captain, Lone Wolf, Stone, Pussy, Toothpick. The result of a failed mission is something we dare not imagine. Even if we want to destroy that one document, even if we have to fight for our lives. I left the sniping point despite the objections and without objections and killed towards the DEI mercenary group. There was only one conviction in my mind at the time, and that was to destroy the file and never let him fall into the hands of the enemy. The bullet grazed my eye. I was shot in the thigh, and beside me were the captain's wide, defiant eyes. As Zhou Dingtian spoke, tears fell down. If you're not a soldier, you don't know the feelings of comradeship. How many times that is the trust between life and death. It's the people who survive who suffer the most as they watch their teammates fall before their eyes. And the mission was not completed, which was a serious blow to them and a heavy injury to the Dragon Kingdom. Grandpa, what happened then? The little girl was engrossed into it as if she were listening to a story. Can't wait to see the results of the latter. Later, when I thought I was dead, the Day mercenary group was suddenly attacked by another mercenary group. Zhou Dingtian's face was emotional, unable to forget that scene for a long time. I've never seen such a well-coordinated and powerful mercenary regiment that defeated the other party with just 100 people. In the darkness of the war, a young man stood in front of the Day mercenary regiment leader, looking down from high, his words full of dominance. Hand over the stuff. Zhou Dingtian, who was lying on the ground and didn't know how to move, could only see the young man's face with the light of the cannon fire. It looked to be around 18, frighteningly young. He had seen the young man finish off the Day mercenary group's leader, Caesar, within 3 moves. That young man, is he Superman? The little girl asked dumbfounded. A hero like this was Superman in her knowledge, possessing a power that is unrivaled in the world, able to defeat all the bad guys. Zhou Dingtian shook his head and looked at Lin Weiyue's picture once more. He's not Superman. He's just doing what he can. Years had rushed by, and the young man must have been in his 20s. There was a huge difference between the Lin Wuyu in front of him and the teenager from the Moon God Mercenary Corps back then. There was no more of that murderous ruthlessness, no more of that invincible courage, no more of the sharpness that belonged to the head of the regiment. This is a man whose eyes are full of love and tenderness and whose anger is only for his wife. To say that Lin Wuyue was the Moon God, it was just that there was some resemblance in looks. Inside the live feed, one by one, they were shocked by Lin Wuyue's actions. It seems like that period of time was a very fond memory for Luna. It's true. I'm also a paraprofessional and I feel relaxed every day. And if you take away the fact that there's no money, the countryside is actually quite nice. Of course, some of the countryside is also different from the paradise you think it is. And there is a saying that poor mountains produce unruly people. Poor mountains produce unruly people. Do you know where this saying comes from? It was said by an ancient man in power. But some of the no man's land in the northwest is really scary. Most of the country is pretty good to the neighborhood ones. Not so much to outsiders. Country teachers go there to teach. And they usually give good manners. Chapter 0055, A Fond Memory. Honey, when did you get your teaching license? How many years did you teach? Are there any women in the village who like you? Su Yuling threw out many doubts in a row, eager to know that part of the story. She wasn't the only one who wanted to know. The more than 3 million viewers in the live broadcast room also perked up their ears, curious about what Lin Wuyue was going to tell next. I had a teaching license a long time ago. Isn't that something that's easy to get? After 2 years of teaching, I went to work as a sous chef at a state banquet and met you a year later when I felt bored. As for whether there are any females inside the village who like me, do you think there would be no one who would like me if I am so handsome? Unfortunately, I already had you inside my heart and then rejected their favor. One by one, Lin Wuyu lifted Su Yuling's doubts. Yuck. Su Yuling's cheeks blushed. You didn't even know me back then. Where was I? Why not? Lin Wuyu said seriously. I've seen you many times in my dreams. And destiny destined us to meet, love, and marry. Crap. Damn. This is hurting me too much as a snarling dog. Isn't it? No live. Moon God is spreading dog food inside the live broadcast again. Who's better at teasing people? No one but the Moon God. A street in the southeast, northwest and north. Inquiring about the moon is the master. It's so nice to be able to skip today's and tomorrow's meals. A perfect solution for 3 meals a day. Thanks to the Moon God for giving me dog food. OMG. It's a good thing I'm watching the show with my daughter-in-law in my arms. Unlike you singles, crosses arms. Ice shook his head bitterly. What woman doesn't like this kind of lovey-dovey scene? All the things that Lin Wuyue and Su Yuling had been doing these days made her sprout the idea of finding a date as well. Teaching teachers are indeed a respectable profession. They travel thousands of mountains and appear in all kinds of poor and backward areas, just to give the children in the mountainous areas a share of education. Although education cannot be equal, but the country has always been to make every teenager have knowledge. Though poor, having knowledge in one's heart is like a little light in the darkness, planting a fruit of hope for the youngsters to come out of the mountains. Bing Bing's red lips flicked out, describing a city-based paraprofessional appearing on a muddy mountain road. Clean dress, different talk, and the countryside seems so out of place. They use what they have learned to impart to a tiny student, opening up the landscape of that world in their minds. Reading for getting out of the mountains. Reading for a better life. Reading for the rise of a nation. Once upon a time, there was a paraprofessional in my hometown whose words opened up my small world. The first time I heard standard Mandarin pronunciation. The first time I watched a rocket take off. The first time I knew the importance of learning. Speaking with emotion. Ice's arm swung violently. The scene in the live broadcast room suddenly shifted to one of the teaching teachers standing with a group of mountain village children. We enjoy better resources, but we desert our studies and indulge in entertainment. Entertainment kills, playfulness kills. How many teenagers are currently in this situation? Solid, old iron. Luckily I play games and study too, and I'm an honor student with good grades inside the school. Sister Bing Bing speaks so well. There was also a portion of students in the live room who were either awakened by Ice's nudges, or were completely unaware of it and continued on with their previous lives. I'm still a little curious. This Wang Mei said she went to the opera academy. And there's also a Li Gang, who said he wanted to aspire to become a big boss. This Wang Ning is even more odd, saying something about being invited by the research academy? Are these students really that good? Su Yuling came back to her senses from being touched and thought of some of the words on the small note, and couldn't help but ask curiously. When Lin Wuyu left, these elementary school students were at most 11 or 12 years old, right? To be able to reach this kind of achievement? Active enrollment in the Opera Academy is possible, but most are gifted and have a strong aptitude for musical performance. Research colleges do actively enroll students, but a teenager is a bit of a stretch anyways. What's wrong with the kind of people Lin Wuyu teaches? Blah blah blah. It wasn't that he thought Lin Wuyue wasn't good enough, but it was a bit too unbelievable. Wang Mei's musical background is very good. I just taught her about music and helped her record songs and all that. This kid, Li Gang, drummed up some small business in school, so it's normal for him to want to become a big boss. Wang Ning likes to drum up some small inventions on weekdays, so I taught him some physics and helped him develop them, and it seems like the kid actually developed something when I left. Tugging at memories, Lin Wuyu remembered these children. His classes were 1st through 6th grade, with a total of 36 students in all. Since most children are not systematically learning, Yan'an has always started with a 1st grade curriculum. Fortunately, the students worked well together and with the help of each other. There were already several young teachers who could teach in his place the year he left. So that means what these kids are saying is true? Su Yuling's eyes widened. This is meeting a few demonic students at a young age to be accepted by the Opera Academy, and one that went into the Research Academy because of research? Crap. When you meet one such student, you can brag about it for the rest of your life. Moon God has met too. Cowardly. My moon god is cowardly. No, it's not right. Think about it. A person inside a small mountain village with talent alone but without passing good teaching is also unable to enter the Institute and Opera Academy. Luna must have had a great deal of help. That's right. Even the best jade needs a master's carving to bring out its maximum value. And a 1,000-mile horse needs a bull to be cultivated. There are many talented people in the world, but meeting the person who will utilize their talent is truly awesome. Does Luna also know about research and music? I do remember. Tsukigami sings funny, but not at the level of teaching, laughs and cries. Everyone in the crowd had heard Lin Wuyue's hilarious lyrics about shuffling and scrubbing. It's completely impossible to relate to the master musician. It should be the strong talent of those two kids. Aren't there some little kids who can sing hit songs these days? Yeah. I didn't expect the moon god to be so lucky this time. Meeting two demons in a row. That combination could have gone to junior class. That Li Gang is kind of interesting. Will he become a big boss in the future? Chapter 0056 Long-Dusted Video. The crowd in the live room speculated, and some good people when searching for the names of the two students wanted to see if they had made a name for themselves after a few years had passed. So you did go on to become a paraprofessional. Su Yuling looked at Lin Wuyu with some more unspeakable meaning in her eyes. The charming part of a man lies in dominance and responsibility, and the fact that Lin Wuyu went to help students in the mountains invariably rounded out his image. Handsome, and can cook, and can make money, and culture. Is a parochial school teacher? Such a man proper millions of girls dream of. She, Su Yuling, was also lucky to have married such a husband. Miss Su's family are all good people. As far as I know, Miss Su is also a kind person who often gives help to those in need when she has plenty of money. I used to be curious as to why the couple's life could be so good, but now I understand that it's all a reward from the heavens. Bing Bing looked enviously at the couple in the picture. To have such a family, then no one would be afraid of marriage, right? More and more young people are afraid of marriage, the core of which is the fear of the shackles of marriage, as well as the inability to bear the bride price and the responsibility. But is it not human nature to get married and have children? If one could meet a woman like Su Yuling, there would probably be many men who wanted to marry her. The crew had asked them for details, and the bride price didn't cost a penny, and a wedding banquet was okay. It was also Lin Wuyu who had the ability to convince Su Yuling's family. Got it. After a few minutes had passed, a netizen hurriedly publicized the news he had found out from Little Degrees. Longquan village is a very poor mountainous area, located deep in the mountains, isolated from the rest of the world, and many of the children have to walk more than an hour, if not 2 or 3 hours, up the mountain to go to school. Geez, isn't this one of those poor mountain villages you see in movies? More than that, if the villagers want to catch the market and go to the street, they can only take the mountain path, which is more than 30 miles long, and most of it is also steep mountain walls. Crap. Saw the photos and information that was published. The live audience finally realized how happy they were, living in a big city, the least of which is a town. Reading is at best a half-hour walk, or a concrete road. The mountain road in Longquan village in the photo is probably comparable to the hiking paths and the attractions, while the villagers there have to come and go every day. The program team also inquired about some information about Longquan village, which was similar to what the people on the air had told them, but in more detail. In the early years the transformation program had picked people somewhere, but they were disliked by a parochial teacher who said they were a program that harmed people, and the news was even on the hot search. Bing Bing clicks on a piece of information about Longquan village and mentally mutters how it's the paraprofessionals again. Metamorphosis they all know. At least 8 out of 10 rural kids are ruined by the metamorphosis. He has seen different landscapes, recognized rich people as his parents, enjoyed the pampering of money, and got away from all kinds of backwardness in the mountain villages. What happens to these children when they return to their mountain villages? The story still took a little bit of work for the show to find. and was initially uploaded for a while before being de-emphasized by Metamorphosis's publicist. It's curious to see what kind of argument this paraprofessional uses to stop the metamorphosis. With a smile on her face, Ice clicks on the video and presents it to the viewer. It was a rugged mountain village with dirty little kids sitting and playing on a dirt road. The metamorphosis vehicle was forced to stay on the mountain road and only came to the entrance of the village with the help of the villagers' wagons. The host back then was a female host called Blue Jade, who was also a famous presence in the industry. In order to get a straight look at what the village looks like, and to show the glorious side of Transformers, they were on live the entire time. This mountain village looks really backward. Isn't that right? It takes over an hour by carriage to get to the village. That road would be undrivable. And I have to say that the eyes of the shapeshifter looking for it are still sharp. Sharp? It's just a crap show. With all the talk of a full-fledged show, the Metamorphosis crew actually made a good connection with the participants a long time ago. Was a fatherless child who had to be raised by his grandfather's nurse. Coincidentally, the little girl's name was Wang Mei. Holy, this Wang Mei wouldn't be the one from the Moon God sect, right? It might still be true that the paraprofessional would. Could it be that the teacher who disliked Metamorphosis is Lin Wuyu? So Han? The crowd vaguely felt that something was wrong. But did Longquan Village have any other paraprofessional teachers in that time period besides Lin Wuyu? Director, when was this video shot? Ice's brows also furrowed slightly, sensing some end differences. While the video was still playing, she inquired about finding the director of the video to make sure it was what she suspected. It was 6 years ago. Why? Crap. Isn't this when Lin Wuyu said he was teaching? The director, who was debugging his machine, jerked awake and stared at the screen with wide eyes. Sure enough, with some time ahead of them, the Metamorphosis crew finally arrived at the school located halfway up the mountain. They say it's a school, but it's really just two dilapidated houses. It is worth noting, however, that the outside of the house was cleaned and planted with many crops. When they arrived, the sound of books being read aloud was coming from inside the classroom, and a young man in a shirt was standing in the doorway, casting an inquisitive glance at the program. Hello, Mr. Kobayashi, we're the Metamorphosis crew. Blue Jade was the first to speak, greeting the young teacher. The camera fades in, revealing a face that was incredibly familiar to the live viewers. Is it really the Moon God? Looks young. That's a great face. Lin Wuyu really did go to the mountains to teach. So it was Lin Wuyu who disliked Metamorphosis back then? Well done. Worthy of my idol Luna. I like him more and more. Determining that the paraprofessional was Lin Wuyu, the audience in the live broadcast room was instead elated. You guys are shapeshifters? Lin Wuyu looked over at the program, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, somewhat unhappy. Yes, we've already spoken to Wang Mei's guardian and he agreed to participate in this program. Please also ask Mr. Shaolin to let Wang Mei come out for a moment. Blue Jade still wore a smile. She could naturally see Lin Wuyu's distaste for the program, but the other party's guardian had agreed, and the village clerk had promised them filming, so Lin Wuyu had to obediently cooperate? However, Lin Wuyu's next words caused Lan Yu to be shocked. Chapter 0057, what if you let your children participate too? You are not welcome here. Please leave. Lin Wuyu stood coldly at the entrance of the school, like an ancient pine facing the wind, guarding the dozens of students behind him. Mr. Lin, we've got the guardian's permission. It's his consent. And the village chief, the village secretary, is also present. Lan Yu frowned, somewhat annoyed by this kind of unreasonable person. Right now they were on the side of reason, and Lin Wuyu was just being unreasonable. You said that the village chief and the village branch secretary agreed, and the guardians agreed, so why didn't they follow? Lin Wuyu squinted at the other party. I will never allow a program like yours to brutalize my students. The program team sniffed and changed. This was an episode broadcast live in front of millions of viewers, and to be subjected to such an insult. Some of them couldn't settle down on the spot and almost wanted to make a move. Don't be impulsive. Lan Yu's eyes signaled them, then slowly walked to Lin Wuyu's face, intending to talk to Lin Wuyu in a reasonable manner. Transformers is a show that can't be tainted with the word mutilation. Mr. Shaolin, you're a teacher. You should know the importance of eyesight for students. Is it wrong for us Transformers to help students in poor areas broaden their horizons? Could it be that their eyes have been confined inside a small mountain village and they have been poor all their lives? The self-confident Lan Yu stood in front of Lin Wuyu, aggressively even though he was a head shorter. In every sentence, she talks about the benefits that Transformers brings to students and how the program cannot be driven by malice. Open their eyes? Lin Wuyu raised the textbook in her hand. Read a lot of books. They'll naturally open their eyes from books, not by way of metamorphosis. From the very beginning, your program was meant for the rich kids inside the city. They may be able to shapeshift, but what about the kids inside the mountain villages? A mouthful of eye-opening. If it's through your kind, It's only going to pollute the children of the mountain villages. Lin Wuyu's eyes gleamed as he faced Lan Yu without humility and said, these words are his inner lungs. Transformer this program. Lin Wuyu naturally watched. Hit the first impression that this is a bad program. What are those city kids on the transformation program like? Smoking and drinking, fighting and brawling, eating and drinking good food, uneducated and unimpressed. And most of them join the show just to become internet celebrities. Just a few of them really want to transform themselves. The presence of one such person inside the pure pile of children will inevitably have an impact on the growth of the students. Lan Yu reached out and pointed at Lin Wuyu. The words he wanted to say reached his mouth, but he swallowed them down raw. Because the words that follow are all damaging to her image as a host. This is just your opinion alone. Please leave us alone, guardian of the child. She wanted to say that the child's guardian had agreed. But when she turned her head, there was no child's guardian anywhere. Looks like the other guy left when he heard they were going to school. Just tell us how much you gave to the village and how much you gave to Wang Mei's grandparents. Don't worry. Don't look for them. They won't say in front of me that they want to send their children to the program. Lin Wuyu flatly faced the camera, not showing any stage fright at all. Oh my god. This video of Moon God is simply awesome. Quite well. What Luna said is not just his opinion alone, but mine as well. My parents used to want to send me to the show, but considering some of the repercussions, they didn't go after all. A few of those kids on the Transformers really did become internet celebrities. The people in the live broadcast room agreed with Lin Wuyu's statement. From an inner city standpoint, it's just an experience of life and knowing how precious their current conditions are. And for country kids, it will change their character forever. Some children return to the country and begin to resent their relatives and miss their rich and loving parents in the city. They often have to buy new clothes and use the big city life as their bragging rights. I have to say, Lin Wuyu is a good teacher. Ice did not dare to comment too much on the Transformer. After all, the Transformer of that year was backed up by people, in case they were offended. When the time came, she as a small host could not afford the consequences. Even if it was more than a few years since the Transformers were banned, Ice was afraid to mention it. The picture is still in progress. Lan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Wuyu. Since the other party has seen the Transformers show, they should know their process. And what is being said is now being broadcast live across the country. Immediately go and call the village branch secretary and Wang Mei's guardian over, and tell them that the paraprofessional teacher won't let us take the child away. She turned her head to the staff and gave a stern order. In fact, the show's director had sent someone to call it in a long time ago, but it's just that there's still a while to go from here to the bottom of the mountain, so it won't be accessible for a while yet. The reason why Wang Mei was chosen as a child was because she was well behaved and belonged to that kind of innocent little girl from the countryside, and was said to be very musically gifted and sang very well. After thinking about it, Lan Yu decided to start through this place. Then do you know why we picked Wang Mei? Not waiting for Lin Wuyu to say anything about tigers and wolves, Lan Yu followed up. Because she is a child with musical talent. The family that participated in the program this time can enroll her in a music training class, can give her the opportunity to grow in her talent. Do these exist inside this small mountain village? Kids don't know any better. You're a paraprofessional. You know how important opportunities are, and that some talents will disappear in the future if they're not tapped into. This host is famous for speaking from a tricky angle. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also almost guided, but luckily, they firmly believed in Lin Wuyu's words, so they didn't change their stance. But there is no denying that the city does have better opportunities and conditions, and it has made a big difference to Wang Mei. My students have talent I will teach myself. Wang Mei knows what to choose, and the future is better than you think. Lin Wuyu looked at Lan Yu with a cold smile, directly piercing through the other party's thoughts. You're full of a for the good of the other party, but in fact, it's just to earn traffic. If you let your child participate in such a program, you'll definitely be the first one to oppose it. Who said that? Blue Jade wanted to retort, but she still really had kids, so what if she joined the show? She knew the truth about this program, and ruining a child's life would be bad when the time came. Chapter 0058, My Paraprofessional Teacher. For a while, Lan Yu stammered and didn't know how to answer. Such a performance reinforced the crowd's inner thoughts. And to say that Transformers isn't a trashy program, your face has betrayed itself. Ha ha, if you ask me if I have $100 million would I be willing to donate it to others? I will definitely say yes. And I will give help to the needy when I am developed myself. And if you ask me if I have $1,000 would I be willing to donate it to others? This I will not say yes to, because I really do have $1,000. That's the truth. It's a good thing the program Transformer disappeared, or else how many more little kids would have to be victimized? It seems like it was the official hand that got Transformer blocked back then. Could there be a moon god connection? It shouldn't. But doesn't Luna know that one? I feel like there's that much of a possibility. Ahem. Timeline, please get it right. It was first to go on a mission trip. Then only later did you start going to work as a chef and meet that one being. 9494. Don't scare us here. Crosses arms. Some people speculated about the connection between the Transformers closure and Lin Wu-yu, and after thinking about it, they ultimately felt that it was not possible. But then they remembered another layer of Lin Wu-yu's identity. One of the shareholders of Moonless Investments. The 1% stake is bound to have some impact on the Transformers investment. Although it is said that a different line of work is like a mountain, the influence of Moonless Investment goes deep into many enterprises, and I have heard that many enterprises have relations with Moonless Investment and work for Moonless Investment in disguise. Coming. Just as the host, Blue Jade, was at a loss for words and didn't know how to answer, a staff member's voice came from the distance, only to see the village branch secretary as well as Wang Mei's grandparents trotting over under the leadership of 3 or 4 program staff. Now that the guardians and parents are here, listen to what they have to say. Lan Yu fiercely rolled her eyes at Lin Wu-yu, not having a good look for this one. This was what she was really thinking. Before she was pretending to be polite because she was confident in convincing Lin Wu-yu. However, after being disliked a few times, Lan Yu felt a great headache and completely tore off the mask he wore on his face. Mr. Kobayashi, the village clerk, was the first to step forward, and when the words came to his lips he didn't know how to speak. He was a middle-aged man with the distinct air of a countryman, obsequious and unconsciously caught in an inferiority complex when confronted by those who wielded power or were rich. At this point, the village clerk's face was embarrassed. It seemed to be guilt for Lin Wu-yu. What favors did they promise the village? Lin Wu-yu's bright eyes stared at the village clerk, her young figure still blocking the front of the program, and behind her were all the students who were reading aloud. In fact, such a commotion came that the students inside had heard it long ago. They were well behaved and didn't make a sound, reviewing the textbooks in their hands and waiting for Lin Wu-yu's next teaching. They promised to build a highway for our village and said that the filming of this program will get a lot of love donations, which will be good for the construction of the village. The village clerk told Lin Wu-yu truthfully, leaving the program team on the sidelines dumbfounded. You're not Pyo. You answer whatever people ask you? That's in front of millions of viewers on the air. But there's nothing bad to admit. They did promise to build a road to the village. Fixing a little bit is fixing the road anyway. And fixing a regular highway is fixing the road. The words are in their hands. Building a highway versus a child's future. And you choose to build a highway? Lin Wu-yu spoke in a chilling voice, as if he was the village secretary. Do the people of Longquan village have to rely on other people's donations in order to develop? For the sake of a highway, can they even ignore the future of their children? This rebuke left the village clerk speechless, and he felt that things were not that serious. Isn't it just sending Wang Mei to the program? She'll be back in a week or 2 without much impact. And how does building just one road affect the children of an entire village? But he didn't dare to speak any of these words, because there was only one support teacher inside the village, and a support teacher like Lin Wu-yu was even more rare to come across once in 1,000 years. He also had a child, named Li Gang, and under Lin Wu-yu's tutelage, the child was becoming more and more capable. Mr. Kobayashi, I'm curious how our program is affecting the children of an entire village? Lan Yu couldn't help but ask. Just because of Lin Wu-yu's words just now, many bad words appeared inside the Transformers live broadcast. If she hadn't been thinking about punching this country teacher in the face, she would have shut down the live broadcast a long time ago. When the youth are strong, the country is strong. They are children who are still growing up, and by accepting your comical and ridiculous donations, are you going to let this village be plunged into dire straits? It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Longquan village was also able to build a highway on its own, and students were able to get out of the mountains on their own. Lin Wu-yu spoke aloud. Every word hit home with the village clerk and program staff. As a teaching teacher in Longquan village, Yi Nan would never let a tragedy play out in Longquan village. He knows very well how badly this kind of program will hurt a child. That is a whole life will be ruined. Especially, under his hard work in teaching, these children did not dare to say that all of these children would become people who would contribute to society and help the country in the future. But their character and abilities had been molded by Lin Wu-yu. With the help of Lin Wu-yu's teaching, it wasn't such a difficult problem for the children of Longquan village to become top students in the future. Even if you want to build your hometown, this group of children who can learn to be successful are the ones who will be the main force in building their hometown, because they know where their roots are and are not the kind of people who forget all that they once were when they get rich. Lin Wu-yu had this confidence in the students she taught. He led by example. First of all, set an example for all the children to follow. And out of the more than 50 students, as long as there are 10 who have made something of themselves, 3 are willing to help the development of Longquan village, then why can't Longquan village afford to build a highway? Why worry about not being able to make everyone a well-off family? It's better than having the whole Longquan village sitting at home waiting for donations from others to live their lives after participating in the program, dreaming of getting rich overnight every day. Under a narration, the village branch secretary's hands clenched tightly. He was incomparably guilty inside. He actually nearly pushed the children of the entire village into the fire. If he really achieved this kind of impact, then he would be the great sinner of Longquan village. And even thanking him with his death could not make up for the impact on the children. Chapter 0059, This is my pride. Crap, the heat is on. Such a nice teacher. If I had such a teacher when I was studying, wouldn't I get a little red flower every time? All that age and still thinking about Little Red Riding Hood? Teachers are role models for students, and part of a student's character building is due to their teachers, especially elementary school teachers, which are crucial in a child's development as a child. Ignite, brothers and sisters. I'm already planning to carry a big knife and go after the program. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. It's not a crime. And besides, Metamorphosis has been blocked for a long time. A large group of people in the Understanding livestream are vocal about the Metamorphosis showrunners. It was frightening to watch the staff who knew the program, and it was a good thing they were all honestly doing the program, or it would have been horrible to imagine. What Mr. Lin said makes sense. Bing Bing also complied and said, it's not like the villagers of Longquan village have no hands or feet. As long as they work hard, they are also able to build roads. The horror is the change after the program team entered. The children in the countryside originally had a bright future, but because of the program team they turned into a girl who can only dream. I'm glad that Mr. Lin made the effort to keep a little girl with great musical talent back then. When it comes down to it, it's impossible not to criticize Transformers out of your mouth. And ice has finally gone after well-known host Blue Jade. The atmosphere was all baked up to here, and there was no point in continuing to keep quiet. Times are changing and so are the minds of the netizens. The audience that watched Metamorphosis a long time ago may be the very audience that understands the show. They didn't realize the cancer that is Metamorphosis until now. Teacher Lin, when you say you can give Wang Mei's education, is it by virtue of your level as a college paraprofessional? You're cutting off a child's future. You're stifling the rise of a genius. You're covering up your crime with your noble words, when in reality your hands are stained with blood. That's when the vision came to life. A staff member rushed out from the program, pointing at Lin Wuyu and shouting at him. There was no way for the staff member not to behave like this, and his real identity was not a staff member of any program, but the guide of the Transformer. There are just too many things involved in a problem, so the guide had to step up and speak. I'm just being honest. How is the transformation program a program you should know in your hearts? Those rural children who have participated in the transformation program. What is the situation now? Do you have any understanding? As for my students, Wang Mei, Lin Wuyu suddenly turned her head towards the classroom and shouted. A few seconds later, a little girl dressed in ordinary, but innocent-looking clothes walked out of the classroom door. Her eyes were so pure and untainted by the world. After explaining to the students to continue studying, Lin Wuyu closed the door of the classroom with her backhand, her palm gently resting on Wang Mei's shoulder, allowing her to relax her tension. Don't be nervous. Tell us about your current musical accomplishments for these uncles and aunts. Keep your head up. It's your pride now. Lin Wuyu squatted beside Wang Mei and said with a smile and warmth on his face. Wang Mei nodded her head and moved in a well-behaved manner as she faced the camera. The name of my account on the music platform is Wang Qingxian, with 30 million single song plays and 3.5 million fans. Currently has learned professional articulation techniques, soprano, bass, opera and is in the middle of writing a new song. The whole room was silent. The one guy from Transformer who had stood up and accused Lin Wuyu of holding up a genius had quietly left at an unknown time. Blue Jade, who was standing at the front, also wanted to retreat, but found that all the people around her had retreated by about a meter, leaving no zone for her to move. The data on that cell phone was unusually conspicuous, and there were many people who knew the name Wang Qingxian. After bursting onto the internet with a song about an opera accent, I don't know how many companies are looking for her contact information. Never in a million years did it occur to me that such a singer known as a talented woman was actually a little girl who was only 11 or 12 years old? That's a bit of an overstatement. I remember, Wang Qingxian. Isn't this the queen of national songs? Someone in the live broadcast room came to a realization, and the entire group was dumbfounded when they heard the three words Wang Qingxian. Wang Qingxian, young 18-year-old singer. The compositions are all exceptionally hot, and she is currently just singing in a private studio, and is known as the queen of national songs. She has a beautiful voice that can be tearful in its lyricism and uplifting in its excitement, and can be the pinnacle of emotional mobilization. Even many of the popular singers were overpowered by this young junior singer. What the crowd never expected was that such a top singer, whose original real name was Wang Mei, was still a student of Lin Wuyu. It's just so anticlimactic. I've already gone to Wang Qingxuan's backstage to leave a message. I just don't know if she has time to watch the message. Crap. Wang Qingxuan's guide on her musical path is the moon god? Bull. Then doesn't this mean that Luna is also very good at music? Oh my god. What kind of man is this? It's fortunate that Wang Qingxian didn't follow the program back then, or else it would have really ruined a small child's life and we wouldn't have been able to hear such a spiritual song. It's all predestined. Metamorphosis. I can't help it. I stared dumbfounded at the little girl on the screen. This installment was so unexpected. The other people on the show are, at best, having affairs, private money, and other little secrets. And the things hidden behind Lin Wuyu were simply too many one to dig through. Push it up. Push this message to the hot seat. It's a great opportunity. The backstage guide was even more wide-eyed. Seeing a great opportunity. It didn't even need their push. News of Lin Wuyue had already appeared on all the major platforms. The teacher of the Queen of Folk Songs is actually a paraprofessional? The paraprofessional teacher disliked the Transformer. A variety of headlines appeared on all the major platforms, all of which eventually morphed into one of the Viewers of Understanding's live broadcast. In just half an hour, the program's online audience reached more than 5 million people, directly becoming the hottest current live program. Crazy, crazy, we're meeting some kind of treasure boy. ICE had been staring at the data table, and when the value of 5 million people was breached, the entire group was dumbfounded. 5 million online viewers, beyond all current commercial programs, only Sky Central, the leader of the program world, was able to surpass their hot streak. Chapter 0060, The Reverse Plan. Beyond that, the Understanding crew is straight up out of any kind of competition. This all your teacher taught you? Lan Yu froze for half a day and finally inquired with an incredulous tone. How could she not be shocked? A paraprofessional in a small mountain village who can teach a small child to become a famous internet singer? Wang Qingxuan's music level was a tune that had been evaluated by many music instructors, and they were ashamed of themselves, curious as to who this one genius was. Wang Mei nodded and raised her head proudly once more. The teacher had said that this was one of those times when she could be proud and didn't need to keep hiding. Grandparents, I don't want to participate in any program. I got more than $300,000 from singing. It's all for your use. I also want both mom and dad to come back. It's too hard for them to work outside. I can pay to repair the highway in your village. And I can give us a new house that doesn't leak and is as big as the village headman's bungalow. I also want to take you guys on a trip. My teacher said that it's better to read 1,000 books than to travel 1,000 miles. And what he taught us is knowledge. Only experience is experience. Looking towards her grandparents, Wang Mei moved her little finger while saying with immense pride. No one dared to question this little girl's pride, because she has the strength of pride. Good boy. Wang Mei's grandparents' eyes were slightly red as they rushed forward to hug Wang Mei and sincerely thanked Lin Wuyue. Mr. Shaolin, thank you. You're a good person. Good people have peace in their lives. They began to regret beyond belief that they had actually agreed to the show's demands. The child under Lin Wuyu's tutelage is no worse than that of the big city. Although the old man doesn't understand how good the education in the big city is, as long as he watches his granddaughter's progress day by day is good. They don't have the money. They have no background. But they really want to contribute something to their children. The idea is that the big city will give your child more education and be able to get them out of the mountains. As a result, 12-year-old Wang Mei earned what her parents could only earn in a few years. Old man, get up quickly. This is all Wang Mei's own effort. Lin Wuyue helped up the two old men who were about to kneel down and said in a serious tone, it's not just Wang Mei alone. I'll also tap into the other students who have talent. The village clerk nodded in acquiescence. Those pale arms held Lin Wuyu, really feeling guilty about this tutor. All of the tuition fees for their children to go to school were not needed, and even Lin Wuyue paid out of her own pocket for the tools for teaching. The child's pens and books were all provided by Lin Wuyu. That is why, in the beginning, the village secretary was afraid to arrive at the school, because his heart was ashamed of this support teacher. Mr. Shaolin, we trust you, not to participate in any program group. This will return the money they gave me. The village branch secretary wiped his tears while complaining. My family's that child. More and more understanding. Yesterday also taught me how to get rich by hands. He let me first raise pigs, while the price of pigs have now risen. Raise a 10. And so on. Next year we'll be able to expand the breeding, when it is the village inside the big pig farmers. This waif is getting better and better. All the performances are in the eyes of the parents of Longquan village. These elderly people, in particular, have children who go out to work and they are unable to do many things, and their care for their grandchildren is not as comprehensive as it should be. Lin Wuyu could be said to have helped them with many things. Guide. What now? The crew stood by awkwardly and incredibly. The current situation was a bit awkward and they didn't really know what to do. Give up this one village? But all the characters had been chosen. And the viewers of the live broadcast had witnessed what had just happened. So if they just gave up, they'd be in a bad way. Anchor, I actually have a suggestion. Lan Yu glanced at Lin Wuyu and voiced her suggestion. Since this Lin Wu is so capable, let's shift the nature of the program a bit and send the city kids over for a makeover to see if this teaching teacher is really that capable. It had to be said that Blue Jade's brain circuits were still very clear. Just being able to think of this idea made people clap their hands. Well, could be. The guide thought carefully about it, and it was a way to be able to grow the name of the Transformer, whose main audience was the inner city anyway. The internet was not so widespread in the countryside in those days, and most of the audience was from towns and cities. To a lesser extent, it is the homes and the villages that have TVs and are able to watch reruns on them. So, from the very beginning, the main audience of Transformer is the audience in the city. Where does it care about the influence after the countryside? I'm really sorry if they have to actually say anything about how the rural kids who are on the show are doing now. They really don't care. Village branch secretary, since this teacher Shaolin is so capable, how about we don't take Wang Mei away and let the city children come here to change? Blue Jade walked over to the village clerk. This is not something the village clerk can negotiate this time. They have signed a contract unless the village clerk is willing to pay 10 times the amount of liquidated damages. The disbursement was not much, just $200,000 in total. 10 times is $2 million. Even if you add up all the properties of Longquan village, it's not enough for this value. Some of the plants, some of the livestock, some of the rags, and the best of the houses are just concrete bungalows, and only one floor, which will not be able to come up with the $2 million in compensation at all. The village clerk had wanted to return all the money to the program. He actually wasn't that fond of the crew at first, but considering that the $200,000 would be able to purchase a lot of things to help build the village, that's why he agreed. After realizing the consequences of the show's presence in Longquan village, his heart began to falter. What other programs are allowed to be filmed? This metamorphosis continues to stay in the village. Will only make the children suffer. We're the ones who signed the contract. If the village branch secretary wants to renege, it's $2 million in compensation. Lan Yu reminded from the side, hoping that the village branch secretary would consider it carefully. Where in fact is there any prudent consideration? And there is only one option for Long Springs village. Let those children who grew up in greenhouses come and give Lin Wuyu a headache. Doesn't he have the skills? Let's see if he can take in the kids with the headaches. Most of the city kids didn't improve in the first few installments, and most of them faked the drama to make it easier for them to hit the ground running. How much of a difference can an actual half month of change time make? Back in the city it's the same old state of affairs. Doing wrong, and very few people are able to improve. This was a tricky thing to make Lin Wuyu look bad. Chapter 0061, the whole internet begs to see the follow-up. Words. Lin Wuyu looked towards the village clerk beside him. Seeing the latter nodding awkwardly, he knew that there was no escape from this matter. The contract has been signed in advance, and the fact that the Transformers program is now willing to make concessions is already a big concession for them. If Lin Wuyu still didn't agree to the final request, then the only thing that awaited would be a lawyer's letter and $2 million in compensation. To be precise, the village is responsible for $2 million in damages, most of which is still attributed to the village clerk. Okay, you can send the 2 kids who are in the program. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Wuyu looked at Lan Yu with glowing eyes and accepted the other party's challenge. That's where it's at. The video's frame ended abruptly. What appeared was once again Lin Wuyu's sand sculpture-like face, which was listening to the most popular music of the moment while coding. You asked how much I love you. How much do you love me? The original unique voice was spoofed by him, causing Su Yuling to cover her mouth and snicker. A gentle kiss deeply touches my heart. While singing the song, Lin Wuyu also made a beeping expression. It's hard to imagine that this sand sculpture in front of me is actually a bright justice paraprofessional. The audience studied it for a long time and it always felt so unlike the Mr. Kobayashi who didn't give an inch in the face of the show's crew and was overbearing. The Kobayashi teacher who protected his students from contamination and argued for it. The difference between that and the one in front of me who only has a family and a wife is really big. Is there a next video? I also like to see how domineering the moon god was back then. Yeah, haven't seen any other students. Anyone who remembers this installment is still invited to give a lecture. I think I've seen this episode where a young paraprofessional teacher literally changed 2 kids in the city, and that's when Metamorphosis went off the air. It was only on the air for a total of a week, right? Crap, I remember. The later episodes seem even better. Get on your knees and beg the show to get the live video from back in the day. Crowd blood letters. Plea for Transformer video. On understanding, millions of viewers but to watch Transformers live? That's a tough one for people who know the show. The main thing is that it's like all the information from that year has gone up in smoke, and the last installment hasn't appeared online. Trying to find live video from back in the day is not so easy. The audience cried out more and more, even demanding to go read Lin Wu Yu's novel if it wasn't given. Forced to run backstage. Ice has no choice but to run backstage. At this point the guide is on the phone with a couple of friends from the media. What? You guys don't have it either? You've all been asked to delete it? Well then, I'll look again here. What the heck? One of the guys in my issue was a paraprofessional back in the day, and the audience was clamoring for his exploits by name. The conductor hung up with a helpless look on his face. He had been in the entertainment industry for 20 years, so he more or less knew some of the media. Unfortunately the media videos were all taken down by a fiasco back in the day and now I can't even seem to find the material. Anchor, still no luck? We've dropped 1 million viewers. Says it's giving us our first warning. Ice had been staring at the cell phone data, bemused by the audience's rogue moves. The rest of the show is Big Brother, and when it comes to them it's really all about the audience. The point is that it's not good enough to give no service, and it dropped 1 million viewers in a flash. They really aren't polite at all. The guide gritted his teeth, feeling a great headache. It's still unclear whether the reason for the downgrade back then was influenced by Lin Wu Yu. If the reason for Transformers' disappearance was really because of Lin Wu Yu, then it would be a solid case that Lin Wu Yu and the official people knew each other. The initial major media fiasco made the guide skeptical, unsure of the relationship behind Lin Wu Yu. The fear is that, after they find the video and play it, they will cause understanding to be blocked as well. I'll try one last time. If this guy doesn't have it too, then there's really nothing I can do. Eventually, the guide decided to make a last-ditch effort. He also kept the number of a media company on his cell phone. A media company that was still considered famous in the country, probably ranking in the top 20. The relationship wasn't that close. It was just an acquaintance. The guide wasn't sure if the other party was willing to give the video and if the other party had the video from that year in their possession. Well then, I'll go stabilize the audience again and tell them the news from this side. Ice nodded and turned to return to the host stand once more, talked to one of the partners and finalized what? Red lips lightly opened. Bing Bing's melodious voice came out. Thank you all for your support of the Understanding Program team. In order to return everyone's support, we have prepared a small gift. Just now in Double Happiness Kitchen and Sanitary Company's Mr. Zhang discussed, intends to send everyone some benefits. Originally worth 199 juicer. Now $9.9 free. 1,000 pieces. Hands fast and hands slow. The value of 299 cabinets. Now 99 big spit blood to everyone. 1,000 pieces. Need to be ready to grab. In 3 minutes we'll be hooking up to the live streaming little yellow bike. Originally, I thought that this kind of welfare activity would be able to dampen the enthusiasm of the audience. But later on, watching the pop-ups, he realized that he had overthought it. Kitchen and bath? A juicer? What's this thing for? I don't want to. I want to see Mr. Kobayashi. Spill the beans. Humph. Sister Bing Bing, don't think of fooling me. How can we possibly grab these millions of viewers? It's better to keep our feet on the ground and watch Mr. Xiao Lin's video. Don't grab it everyone. Leave the opportunity to me. That's what I plan to do. And when you all don't, I'll have all that stuff to grab. Although there were a lot of people who wanted to participate in the benefits, there were even more people who wanted to watch Lin Wu Yu's video, and it was completely overwhelming. The other side. The guide waited for a few minutes before finally receiving a response from the media company's president. The video they had. But this video could not be circulated and could not be used by media companies and their individuals except for the video's own Lin Wu Yu. Luckily, the guest of the Understanding program was Lin Wu Yu, and the guide smoothly spent $100,000 to get the video in the first place. In total, 7 days of live streaming were not missing from start to finish, and the picture quality is still very good, just slightly that much less sharp. I didn't realize that my words didn't work as well as Lin Wu Yu's name. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, the guide forwarded the large file he had received on his cell phone to the staff. Chapter 0062, A Small Mountain Village Without Entertainment. Inside the live feed, 2,000 portions of small perks in a flash. This was, after all, an audience of 4 to 5 million people, and 2,000 small gifts were just that, so it was normal for them to be snatched up in an instant. Plus, most of the group on the air are married people, and Double Happiness Kitchen and bath stuff is to their liking. One more piece of good news for everyone. Ice, who had received the backstage notification, was beaming. Just a moment ago, we found the last installment of Metamorphosis from that year to satisfy everyone's curiosity. Crap. At once, the audience in the live broadcast room boiled over. The show loves you guys, powerful spoiled fans. Hurry up on. Humph. What Metamorphosis? Compared to Understanding, it's like the difference between an ordinary pig and a pig that has traveled to a foreign country. Any gaps? May I ask if a pig goes to a foreign country once? Does that make it not a pig? Of course it's not the same. A person who has been abroad instantly becomes a golden turtle overseas. A pig can certainly change. Good guy. Still really dizzy by you. Understanding. Cow. Looking at the usual sand sculpted pop-ups, I smiled and explained to the staff to get the image up. Moment. Lin Wuyu's image of that salty update at home shifted into a quiet little mountain village. Early morning. Wisps of smoke rise from the buildings at the bottom of the hill. Dogs barking. People. Chickens crowing. All kinds of countryside sounds mingle. And the silent night of Longquan village ends. 2 vans came slowly down that steep mountain road between the mountains. Every step needs to be taken carefully. The Transformers crew was waiting at the bottom of the hill early, along with the 2 city teens whose residence they had arranged for this time. The most luxurious residence in Longquan village is the concrete bungalow of the village branch secretary's house. And the concrete bungalow is not too spacious, just enough to accommodate the 3 members of the village secretary's family. So, the 2 city boys and the program's crew then chose to live in some thatched huts. Holy, what kind of place is this? The mountain van was forced to stop on the hillside, and 2 teenagers walked down from the van, dragging their suitcases, and stared daggers at the village below. Only 50 centimeters less than a mountain trail? A little inattention and a person could fall? Such places are also inhabited. The teenager was dressed in a designer outfit, with slightly yellowed hair and 2 crosses in his ears. He pulled out the cell phone he was carrying and looked at it, and couldn't help but complain. I knew you guys wouldn't pick a good place, and sure enough, the signal's terrible. Hey, Wang Kai, let's leave the cell phone to us. We won't need it here anyway. The staff of the program took the cell phone from Wang Kai's hand in a courteous manner and got the communication tool in another boy's hand. You 2 just go down the trail. There are some changes to the program this time. Instead of swapping lives, you're here to experience life. The staff member who had been informed of the news gave an explanation and turned around to get in the van and leave. The 2 remaining men looked at each other in disbelief. The previous shows at least had people delivering to their doorsteps. This one directly in the middle of the mountain? Dogs of the program. If I didn't want to be famous for a bit, I wouldn't have come if I was dead. Viciously cursing the Metamorphosis program team, Wang Kai rolled up his sleeves and quietly revealed the tattoos on his body. He realized that the one next to him looked like a good boy, doesn't talk the whole way, dresses rather plainly, and doesn't have the street teen cool about him. The target is the good student that they mock every day in school. Come on. The teenager didn't say much, and walked straight to the front, dragging his suitcase with him. There was one remaining Wang Kai, who had failed to pretend to be an ex, standing frozen in place. What kind of person is this? Playing it cool? Acting cool? Deflating his mouth a bit, Wang Kai thought about whether this was a friendly army thought to be coming from the city or following the other party's lead. It was very difficult to walk on the muddy roads due to a little rain in the morning. The expensive shoes of the 2 of them were covered in mud and became almost like the shoes of a country child. Coming. The crews of the program who had gathered at the entrance of the village early on each tuned up their machines and status. Waiting for the 2 men to arrive first checked inside the backpacks for anything they weren't allowed to carry. As a result, I didn't expect to really search out many more small things. Wang Kai's backpack, lighters, cigarettes, a game console, playing cards. Liren's backpack, a pocket knife, a psychology book. Leave these things in our custody. There is food prepared inside the house, so you will follow for now. Blue Jade had been surprised by this for a long time. They had even searched for yellow books from inside their backpacks a few issues ago, so you could imagine how badly contaminated they were. While leading the 2 city teenagers forward, Lan Yu explained the situation. Your parents have signed a contract. You will be staying in Longquan village for half a month, during which time you cannot go out without authorization or travel to dangerous areas. That halfway up the hill is your school, which officially starts tomorrow morning. There was a great deal of gabbing, and whether or not the 2 city teens were listening was a case of not knowing. After walking around the village, the groups attracted the attention of many villagers. One little kid even rushed up to the show and asked if they wanted to taste the wild delicacies. There's a lot of good food in the mountains. Wild fruits, wild mushrooms, wild animals. These are not found in the big cities. If you want to taste it, you can pay a part of the deposit first, and my grandpa will go up to the mountains to get it for you. The little fart smiled old-fashionedly, oblivious to the fact that he was still holding a large stack of cards acquired back in his hand. These are cards that he recycles by undercutting them and selling them to other peeps at a slightly higher price. The pestered crew had to put down a $200 deposit, needing to taste wild mushrooms, and the popular kind at that. Otherwise, if you eat the lying boards, the medical conditions in this hellhole are afraid that they won't last until the hospital. After returning to the residence, 2 city teens savor a meal of instant noodles. 2 people squeezed into a bed and slept. And since it's an old house, there's still a bit of dampness that makes it uncomfortable to sleep. Wang Kai had wanted to protest, but was seriously told by Lan Yu that he could only sleep here. If we can create a little more trouble tomorrow, we'll give them some good treatment then. Unable to fight the program, Wang Kai had to go back to bed and continue to sleep. What used to be the start of the nightlife became bedtime. Going to bed at 9 o'clock? Not a bit of entertainment? It was torture for them in the city. Chapter 0063, This is all elementary school? Day 2. The early sun had not yet risen. The crew of the show then tuned up the machine and woke up the 2 city boys who were still asleep. Turtle-o? A broken place still so early in the morning school. Hard work is useful, but also rich second generation for what? Wang Kai reluctantly rubbed his eyes to get up. He's a junior in high school and he's actually going to an elementary school inside the village? Especially after hearing that the teacher wasn't too easy to deal with. Wang Kai became more and more reluctant. Don't dawdle. Don't think about eating if you don't go to school. On a side, the metamorphosis staff viciously informs of the 2 city boys. The one who talks the most and is the least honest is Wang Kai. Li Run was a little better, but the boy seemed to have always been a little eccentric, and according to his family's account, Li Run had a big temper, and would lash out at the slightest thing bad, and had a tendency to be violent. Lan Yu watched the 2 kids carefully, always feeling that Li Run was the bad student who was not to be messed with. Obviously on the surface it looked like Li Run was much more well-behaved, but there was this feeling in the underworld. I can't say. It's kind of a first impression. Alright, isn't it just going to school? Wang Kai impatiently carried his school bag in one hand, and muttered in a low voice, going to a hairy school? Wang Kai, haven't honestly finished listening to a lesson yet. The big deal about going is that I'm just going to sleep in a different place, with transformer-placed cameras and camcorders everywhere. The segment was clearly heard by the live audience. I can't help it. Where's the stool? No need for a stool. I'm going to cut this son of a with a knife. It's a good thing my waifu is so well behaved, or else this heart attack of mine would be out of breath. Calm down. Uncles and moms, calm down a little. It's really agonizing to have this kind of kid, and I hope it doesn't cause trouble for Mr. Kobayashi. They forcibly resisted their inner urges and continued to watch honestly. The scene shifts. On a quiet village path, a delinquent boy hangs back with his school bag in one hand and a flashlight in the other toward the school halfway up the hill. About a meter behind him, Liren was walking with his head buried in his hands without a word. Ever since the boy had arrived in the mountain village, he had basically never been seen to show any expression. And in today's terms, he was a completely emotionless wooden man. The Walking Dead submit to everything. A little bit of a torch lights up on the hill in the distance, with childish voices spreading out, echoing continuously in the valley. May wait for me tea. Did you finish the homework, mister? Lin assigned yesterday? Don't talk to me. I'm not going to lend you a copy. What is called copying? Oh, what do you call copying from a reader? That's called borrowing ideas. Come on, hurry up. Now I can still write for half an hour on the road. Wang Kai kicked away a small stone. Idiot. And homework. There is only one way to get to the school. Soon. The 2 groups then met at the mountainside. The children of the mountain village curiously surveyed the 2 new students. Yesterday Mr. Kobayashi told them about the 2 cities that will be coming to the school for more help. Look at the clothes they're wearing. They look so hurried. What's up, Lee Gang? Aren't you a great moneymaker? Why don't you wear new clothes too? What do you know about begging? Those are all plans now. Mr. Lin said that businessmen should look at the long term. Don't be tempted by immediate benefits. You think it's like that crappy invention of yours? You can't even spin it if you throw it in the water. What do you know? That's not enough voltage. If the voltage is adjusted to industrial voltage, my invention will help the village get an updated version of the water machine. A group of small children dressed in dirty and ragged clothes were muttering in whispers, but the words were not filled with envy. Instead, the words that came out were still a bit confusing to Wang Kai. What money-making scheme? What industrial voltage? Hydraulic machines? Is this still the country brat who only knows how to play marbles? Let's go review the course first. He had planned to go up and intimidate the brats, but it turned out to be a flurry of them, all of them walking quickly in the direction of the school. What bad luck! Patting the dust on their asses, Wang Kai and Li Ren had to obediently enter the classroom. Here were just 2 stone rooms, staring covered with shingles, and the incandescent lamps emanating light from the school, which added a bit of fireworks to the quiet morning. After stepping into the classroom, one by one, the students found their place, pulled out their textbooks from various simple homemade book bags, and recited to themselves. Hello new students, I'm class president Yue. Nice to meet you. As the others were reciting, a tall, dark, strong-looking little man rose from his seat, came to the 2 city boys, and spoke in a low voice. Hello. Wang Kai, who had violently broken into the new world, suddenly wimped out in the face of a power stronger than his own, and reached out his hand to shake Yue's. That's the new position for you guys. We'll do the introductions when the teacher gets here. Yue pointed to the last row with a smile on his face, because both of them were taller. Arranging the last row was not easy to block other things from looking at the blackboard. Good. Nodding, Wang Kai and Li Ren walked towards the last row. As we all know, the last row is a gathering place for poor students, and there are always one or two students in each class who doze off and don't recite seriously. But Wang Kai and Li Ren observed for a long time and realized that there was just no one dozing off and perfunctory. Even if someone's willpower can't hold out, they get up or force themselves to wake up. Instead, the two of them looked otherworldly as they did nothing and plopped down on the table with blank faces. Half an hour later, this dilemma was broken by the arrival of a young teacher. One spirited child was asked to go out for a walk and soak up a little more sunshine while it was up. As for Wang Kai and Li Ren inside the classroom, they were left alone to talk by Lin Wuyu. What grade are you both in the city? Wang Kai, second year. Li Ren, second year. Since it's second year, you'll be studying with a small group whose current curriculum just happens to be the middle school curriculum. After a brief explanation, Lin Wuyu also let them go out for a walk. Wang Kai, who had issued a vicious message to do whatever he wanted before he came, became a docile student the moment he faced Lin Wuyu. It's completely out of order. There is a 15-minute recess after morning reading. Just outside the classroom was a large open space with many wildflowers planted around it, and a group of small children were sitting on clean stones, discussing something in groups. I found an easier way to solve quadratic equations. Hello, Xiao Mei. I want to WC. Are you with me? Okay. Qin Shi Huang of the Qin dynasty was the best. He unified the 6 kingdoms, unified writing and currency, and created a great unified dynasty. Nonsense. To say that the greatest contribution is definitely the Song dynasty, which emphasized literature over martial arts and developed our culture. Chapter 0064, A Mysterious Engagement. Classroom door. Wang Kai fell into silence as he looked at the elementary school student in front of him. Excuse me? Are these elementary school students? Why are they saying all the things that middle schoolers can't understand? Interesting. There was a glint in the eyes of Li Ren, who was on the side, feeling as if this time the transformer seemed to be much more interesting. It was his first line in the transformer. It feels as if this Li Ren has a little problem with his psyche. It's hard to sink into silence. That Wang Kai is too naughty and likes to make trouble. Mr. Shaolin will probably have a headache for a while when he has these two city students. The little kids here are so smart. They can actually communicate in English on a daily basis? And history is awesome, too. All things you don't learn until middle school. Big brothers and sisters. Didn't you hear what that runny-nosed little boy said? He's been researching energy sources lately and is planning to make his own nuclear fusion. My goodness. I'm all set to follow Li Kong. This little fart almost brainwashed me into investing in his program. Luckily I don't have any money in my purse. The audience in the live broadcast room sighed in awe one by one. It was the first time they had seen such a smart student. That intellectual dialogue alone is not something an elementary school student can display. On the hosting stage, Bing Bing was also shocked by the students' classroom exchanges. She is a top student. The school is a very advanced elementary school in the whole provincial city, able to rank in the top 3. But elementary school students are this good at school? The students at her elementary school basically played games between classes, the girls discussing TV shows, playing shuttlecock and jumping jacks, and the boys playing chase, pinball, roller derby, and knee fights. Unable to help herself, Bing Bing glanced at Lin Wuyu in the camera. The other party seemed to be in the middle of a period of hard thinking about the plot, and his expression was serious, becoming extraordinarily earnest. Those nice eyebrows were full of charm at the moment. Jingle bells. The school bell rang. Lin Wuyu stood at the door of the classroom, striking the clock with a smile on her face, reminding the students to go in for class. The 50 or so students entered the classroom only to realize that all the desks had been moved and divided into 7 areas. Seeing as how it's not a big deal, one by one, the students take their seats and begin their daily routine. That's right. Within this small mountain village, there is no division into 6 grades. Firstly, there was not enough space in the classrooms. And secondly, there were not enough teachers. There was only one teacher in total, Lin Wuyu, and if she was on the schedule for all 7 grades every day, then on average, each class could only have 2 or 3 lessons a day. So, Lin Wuyu then divided the students into groups. Those who are still in elementary school are taught by a specialized substitute leader, and those who train the next person who can replace them can continue to rise. The person in charge of the junior high school grade is Yue, the class president of this class. In charge of grade 1 is Xin Xinjiang, grade 2 team leader Chang Zhou, grade 3 team leader Li Dong, grade 4 team leader Fei Ku, grade 5 team leader Yue Lu, and grade 6 team leader Mei Wang. Their class schedules are organized by the group leaders. and they can find Lin Wuyu for help when they encounter problems they cannot understand. Such a teaching method could be considered the first of its kind. These are just a few years old, teenagers, and they're actually starting to be teachers? The key thing that surprised Wang Kai and Li Run was that Yue's narration was actually much more skillful than even their teacher. Hell no. Muttering, Wang Kai thought about the arrangement of the Transformer program group, and suddenly the sleepiness in his mind hit him, and his eyes began to unconsciously close and doze off. It's all the program's requirements. He was told that he wouldn't be cleaned up for such behavior because there was surveillance present and Lin Wuyu didn't dare to do anything strict to him. Classmate Wang Kai. Only after closing his eyes for 2 or 3 minutes, Wang Kai was woken up by his side. There was a wake-up call and he glared at once towards the man. But I didn't expect it to be that big guy Yue. At that moment, Wang Kai's originally arrogant aura disappeared a lot. Leave me alone. You go on your own. I'll sleep on mine. When he finished, he proceeded to rest against the table. Even with the many murmurs and readings coming from his ears, he didn't feel it at all. This has always been in the classmates fell asleep to remind Yue that classmates are instantly awake in class, or the first time to see Wang Kai's performance. After struggling for a while, Yue still walked towards the podium. He informed Lin Wuyu, who was giving a lecture to an elementary school student, but he didn't know that Lin Wuyu waved her hand and acted like she didn't care at all. Is it Mr. Kobayashi's idea to let them go as well? That's not bad. Anyway, Wang Kai and Li Run will both be gone in a month, so who cares if they study well or not? It's not good. Although their studying has nothing to do with Luna, such a state will affect the other students' learning state. Right. There are always some students in the class who doze off in class, and the teacher doesn't care, so I can't help but doze off. And it turns out that the teacher doesn't care, and only takes care of the good students in the first 2 rows. Have you been sleeping in class every day since then? The audience in the live stream was buzzing. Presumably, Lin Wuyu didn't want to care about the 2 city students and let them go free. In fact, this is only a strict punishment for poor students, because when they regret it, they realize how good it is to have a teacher in charge. Mr. Wang Kai, please wake up. To people's surprise, Lin Wuyu came to Wang Kai's side after she finished giving the questions to the elementary school students. Penalty or push-ups? Rubbing his eyes, Wang Kai awoke from his slumber and skillfully and incomparably opened his mouth to inquire. We don't do corporal punishment here. You follow me here. I'll talk to you about something. Lin Wuyu wore a smile on her face as she turned around and walked towards her bedroom. Bewildered, Wang Kai had to follow. After 2 sessions, Lin Wuyu returned with Wang Kai. The middle school class, and its other classes, went on as usual without a hint of gossip. Being good in class and doing one thing to focus on one thing is what their teachers tell them. What makes it even more shocking is that Wang Kai, who returned to his junior high school class, actually didn't sleep and honestly asked questions, many of which were even elementary school knowledge to ask Yue. Are you being mesmerized? Even Li Run couldn't help but ask curiously. The difference between the before and after is just too obvious. You don't understand. I win. The latter came to a word without end and continued with the subject in hand. If you don't ignore the fact that he's taking elementary school math problems, you really think he's a good student. Chapter 0065, is this your extracurricular activity? Strange. What happened to make a bad student instantly turn into a good student who loves to learn? I think Mr. Kobayashi made a bet with him? What's the bet? Being able to trend a bad student into a good one? Maybe just for a while. See, it's guaranteed to be back in shape in a day or 2. Makes sense. Like I've just finished drinking chicken soup for the soul. Full of enthusiasm. I want to work hard. I want to discipline myself. What's next? Effort? I'll just keep playing the game. Vivid images. Curious what the bet was. Did Mr. Kobayashi say he was going to assign Wang Kai a date? Been single too long, have you? There's no shortage of dates for a spiritual guy like that. The netizens in the live stream were curious. However, most people thought that Wang Kai was just holding out for a while, and it was expected that it wouldn't take more than a day or 2 for him to return to his old self. Effort is not the most important. Effort to get a result. This is the most important. Ice timely interjection to, nowadays every one of us is very sober. Know that they are playing, want to work hard, but cannot control themselves. At this time immensely hope that a person out of scolding to wake up their own. Scolding to wake up what themselves you would have been very sober. Is the choice of bumming around or fight? All in their own thoughts. The words fell. The live feed was quieter, but it quickly adjusted to the situation. I've decided to start working on it from tomorrow. First, I'll read 1,000 literary works a day. I'm going to try my best. 2, to write every morning, deliver at noon, drive an online car in the afternoon, and keep writing at night. I'll believe the hell out of you. Script, are you polite? Politeness, do you draft? Bucket, The sun was gradually descending from mid-air into the sky. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were still 2 hours to go before the end of the school day for all the students. Don't look at the existence of classes for middle schoolers, but none of these kids have gone to the town's middle school yet, and will need to wait until next year to be considered middle schoolers. It is hard to imagine how these students, who have learned about middle school during their elementary school years, will fare when they arrive within the school. It's properly the same level as the school god. Class, it's time for extracurricular activities, so pack your bags and let's go. Lin Wu-yu, who was sitting on the podium, clapped his hands and interrupted the state of the crowd. Next there is 10 minutes for homework assignment and there is a 3-minute assembly time. Homework was distributed individually by the leader of the group, and if any of the students had special requests or were unable to complete their homework, they could find Lin Wu-yu to discuss it. Take today, for example. A third-grade student asked for some of her homework to be reduced because her family has been doing a lot of farm work lately, promising that it would be done on time. Lin Wu-yu knew her family well. In fact, most of the children in Longquan village were left behind children. Grandparents grow a lot of corn and potatoes to subsidize the household, as well as the traditional small farm mentality. It is now the end of summer, just in time for the crops to be harvested. In this case, the leader of each group will reduce the homework. 13 minutes later, the schoolyard was filled with 52 students. They were carrying their respective school bags and were ready to leave for their extracurricular activities. Under Lin Wu-yu's leadership, the vast procession of children climbed towards the mountain. Squad leader, what are we going to do? On the way, Wang Kai and Li Ren inquired in puzzlement. Which of these schools still does extracurricular activities in the afternoon hours? Is it called gym class? Today is going to be the construction of a dam under the auspices of Wang Ning. Class President Yue put his head together to give the 2 new students an explanation. He watched for a long time and realized that the 2 teenagers from the city were similar to those from the countryside. Their stamina is really bad though. It was clear that he hadn't been walking for much longer, but he was actually sweating profusely. In the countryside, you can't climb trees and run slowly. These are the competitions for small children, and it was obvious that Wang Kai and Li Ren lost to the children. Everyone take a break and wait for Wang Kai and Li Ren students. Lin Wu-yu, who was walking at the front, turned her head just in time to notice the 2 sweating profusely, and immediately told the students to rest in place. This caused Wang Kai and Li Ren's hearts to be touched and embarrassed at the same time. Touched that Lin Wu-yu took care of them. Embarrassed that they were 2 half-grown boys who weren't as fast as a first grader? It's not embarrassing. Those elementary school students didn't sweat at all. Instead, the 2 of them were sweating profusely. Doesn't it show that they are so weak that they can't even compete with elementary school students? Sensei, keep going. It wasn't very warm in the afternoon, and a cool breeze blew in, quickly drying the sweat from both of their heads. They took the initiative to ask Lin Wu-yu to continue on. The team then moved once more. What is this going to be? I don't know. It's the first time I've seen it. What did that squad leader say was the program for the event? The dam? Does this little village have a dam too? It's dangerous to take these kids to play in a dam. The uninformed viewer is left to wonder. 10 minutes later, more than 50 people came to a depression. Grass was everywhere here, and there were villagers herding cows on the grass, greeting Lin Wu-yu. Mr. Kobayashi, bringing students to do activities again. Yes, Master Zhang, you're not going back so late? Oops, the beast was just released, let it eat more. Between the words, Lin Wu-yu and the villagers were on good terms. It was obvious that the villagers also had respect for Lin Wu-yu. That's not usual. Most parents don't recognize a single classroom teacher's name from the time their child is in school until the end of the year. Not to mention such polite chit-chat. And it was only at this point that the crowd got a good look at the so-called dam. It was a river maybe a meter wide with a gentle current that could submerge a person's ankles. Even a first grader standing in it would come up to about the knuckles of his feet at best. In a clear creek, there was a lot of yellow mud piled up next to it. A group of students cheered and automatically divided into 2 groups to begin building. They rolled up their sleeves and enrolled their pants up to the knee area. Some got water, some made mud, some built, and ye divided up the work in an orderly fashion. Playing in the mud? Wang Kai and Li Ren looked at each other. Feeling like you're just here to play in the mud after all this talk of dams? It's not like they haven't seen the dam before. How is it possible to build out a dam on this creek in front of you? Wang Kai silently decided in his heart to vow not to get involved. Chapter 0066, Li Ren's Change. A lively and extraordinary group activity is very contagious. This is the so-called follow the trend effect. When you go to a bar and find a large group of people dancing and drinking, you try to fit in and sing and drink along. When he saw the students having fun and filled with laughter, Wang Kai was gradually moved. Student Wang Kai, classmate Li Ren, you guys come over here and help together, or else we'll let Wang Ning and the others overtake us again. With a call from the squad leader Yue, the two finally found their way to the stage and reluctantly got involved. In an instant, both of their voices mingled into the laughter. Don't move. Wait a minute. There's mud on your clothes. What are you afraid of? Just go back and rub it in. Lin Wu Yu, who stood silently by the creek, observed everything with a smile, if any, on his face. Students, Wang Ning's group builds the Three Gorges Dam. The Three Gorges Dam is very famous among the dams in our country. Although we can't use reinforced concrete and can't use all kinds of mechanical operation, but we can build out the dam. Whoever builds the better dam, that group gets a gift from the teacher. While watching, Lin Wu Yu also gave a cheer to all the students. The feverish emotion. Even the cattle herder Zhang was affected, curious to come over to watch together. He has been herding cattle here for several days now, and has seen Lin Wu Yue come over 3 times with his students, first setting up a rope around the area to guard the area, and then getting yellow mud and bamboo. These little kids, in 2 days the dam up there is going to release the water, and this one they built will be washed out in a heartbeat. Zhang Moncler Outlet Online said with a smile on his face. Think of it all as a child's game. That's not necessarily true. Although they use yellow mud, it's mixed with stones. Look at Wang Ning. He also knows how to build a frame with bamboo. The foundation is very solid. Lin Wu Yu shook her head, thinking that the dam built by Wang Ning would not easily collapse. But the dams in Yue's group are a different story. They are just purely using yellow mud to block the flow of water, putting out a spring in the center, and using stones to build around it for good protection. This had no problem blocking the small flow of water. But 2 days later the dam at the top of the mountain released water, and the river, which had been a small stream, instantly became a large river. This dam would never last long. Going first, Mr. Lin. Master Zhang did not question Lin Wu Yu's opinion on the spot. In his opinion this kind of thing was a waste of effort for nothing. Might as well give the students a little more class. But Lin Wu Yu's teaching had always been good, and those little kids' grades were soaring. Even that nose dripper at his house got an award from Mr. Kobayashi last year. Also wrote a poem that was sent to town for a contest and won first place. It's the first time in so many years that there are literati in the old Zhang family. Can't we thank Lin Wu Yu for her help? Make that ass-kissing slug a great poet? The hustle and bustle continued until 5 p.m. One by one, the kids washed the mud off their bodies and become too gang-like, shouting, "Must be the hardness of our dam. That dam of yours won't last. The construction method used isn't the way dams are built at all. And you must not have listened carefully when the Three Gorges Dam teacher was talking about it." The one who said this was of course Wang Ning, who wiped the mud from his hands and opened his mouth in a serious manner. "Are you guys kidding me that a dam with my involvement in its construction wouldn't last? Then the day of the spill we'll come together to watch, and whoever loses will learn to bark like a puppy." Even Wang Kai couldn't help but get involved in the battlefield. In the end, of course, he found Lin Wu Yu and asked for his teacher's opinion. It's okay, no matter which side's dam is damaged. Everyone who's interested should look up more information, and if neither side's dam is broken, then the reward will be available to everyone. Lin Wu Yu spoke with a smile on her face, enjoying this kind of inquisitive teaching. So many students are struggling to learn, and getting knowledge in everyday recreational activities is the way kids love to be taught. Instead of sitting in a boring classroom reading all day, combine work and rest. Combine work and rest. Well, it's already 5 in the afternoon, so let's all pack up and go home. Be careful on the way, and don't chase and fight. Lin Wu Yu looked at the time on her watch and explained to the students, "School ends at 5 p.m. sharp, and some of the students who are a little farther away need to travel about an hour to get back to their homes." The time of darkness was now about 7 o'clock, and it was safer for them to take the mountain road. Bye, teacher. A group of elementary school students completely let themselves go, carrying their backpacks in groups towards the mountain. Is this the after-school entertainment I know? That Wang Ning guy deserves to be a wannabe scientist, and built it with class. You guys are just looking at the level of sophistication, not realizing that the construction of this dam is a little lower version of the Three Gorges Dam. Cow! I just searched the picture of the Three Gorges Dam. It really looks exactly the same in appearance. Other people's after-school entertainment is learning about knowledge and building dams together, and my after-school entertainment is marbles, and that's a really big difference. Listen up, not only are students exercising and gaining knowledge, but they are also becoming more team-oriented after such an event. The crowd in the live broadcast room all expressed great approval for Lin Wu Yu's approach. Not bad for a moon god. Teaching students is really something. Even the city's 2 teenagers are unconsciously sinking into it. Slowly change their behavior. Maybe Lin Wu Yu really did have a way to make the 2 city boys good. Metamorphosis crew. A group of staff members sat in their Long Springs village residence to watch the live broadcast. The more I read on the more I felt my scalp tingle. A class with 7 ages? After school entertainment actually involves students building dams? What's all this about? And most importantly, what are Wang Kai and Li Ren doing? Not to mention learning obediently, but also participating in activities and acting like a child and arguing with children? How could that broken dam possibly compare to what I built? There's not a single break in it, and the floods can't even break it. Outside the door came Wang Kai's voice, proud beyond measure, chatting with someone about something. He said as he pushed the door open and was startled, only to see Blue Jade staring at him with a dark face. Not a bit of a good look. Didn't I tell you to play by your nature? What are you up to? She signaled the staff to change the screen and coldly questioned Wang Kai. My nature? Who am I to listen to you? Wang Kai reluctantly pushed Blue Jade away and walked in. Chapter 0067, say hello to your teacher again. Looking at Wang Kai and then at Li Ren who didn't say a word. At this moment, Lan Yu felt a great headache. Evening. A bit of starlight lit up the village of Longquan. A teenager tiptoed through the gate and ran toward the school halfway up the hill. The teenager is Wang Kai, and he and Lin Wuyu agreed to meet at school to give Wang Kai a goodie. In fact, when he was inside the classroom in the first place, Wang Kai didn't make any bets when he was called to Lin Wuyu's room. Lin Wuyu only said, have a good class. Come find me at 8 o'clock tonight. I can help you fulfill your dream. If you can't stick to it, forget it. Without mentioning a single word of the extra words, Lin Wuyu let Wang Kai do a test paper he had written himself first. After testing Wang Kai's knowledge level he let him go. Strange. What is Wang Kai doing running to school at this hour? Could it be sabotage? The staff of the program was the first to spot Wang Kai. There's no rush to call back Wang Kai first, because this kind of accident is the hottest episode of Metamorphosis. They continue to turn on the camera and broadcast Wang Kai's actions live. It would be fun if Wang Kai wreaked havoc inside the school. That heat must have been intense and a headache for Lin Wuyu. Xiao Wang, take the camera and go after them to film. Be careful not to expose yourself. The director turned his head to a crew member and calmly instructed. There were so many big and small corners in Longquan village, and they couldn't have installed monitors in every corner, so calling someone to follow the shooting could avoid missing important episodes. Room. Li Ren noticed Wang Kai's departure early on. The guy said he had to go to the bathroom and didn't come back for 10 minutes. As soon as I went to the restroom to take a look, there was no Wang Kai anywhere. He had planned to go out and tell the program, worried that Wang Kai had escaped and left the mountain village, and something unexpected had happened. But after thinking about it there was no action after all. This is the program recording site of the show. There are cameras everywhere. How could Wang Kai escape successfully? They are not in a hurry. Then Li Ren is not in a hurry either. Just curious, what's a guy doing out at night? Sneaky. There must be something wrong. I just don't know if it's going to be gross. Halfway up the hill to the school, a teenager appeared at the entrance of the academy out of breath. Looking into the room that emanated light, the teenager wiped a handful of sweat from his head and took a large step towards the room. Behind the teenager, two of the program's staff members followed quietly, taking extra care with their every move. Mr. Lin, what era is this? And you're still writing letters? That's what you don't understand. Writing letters is not wanting to reveal information about yourself. What's all this? It's completely unreadable. If you can't read it, don't force it. Let's talk about you. What? You want to be an internet star? Chatting between the two came from within the room. It gave the two men posted at the window a moment of puzzlement. What letter writing? What is this day and age when people actually write letters, and still don't want to expose themselves? Indeed, writing a letter is a way to hide one's identity, and filling in a fake name leaves an address. Not only that there are many ways to hide your identity, but what identity is this Mr. Kobayashi hiding? There seems to be a bit of a melon in this. Brothers, give me a reprieve from foul motorcycle for a moment. This one says he wants to write a letter. A letter a middle schooler can't read? Then it definitely wouldn't be a normal letter. Could it be some kind of strange language? Come on, pulling one of these still makes you guys analyze things. Could it be Moon God's ex-girlfriend? It's as if I've discovered a secret. This program group is not decent either. They don't know to reveal it to us. There was a lot of speculation on the air, and all sorts of guesses popped up. Some say it's Lin Wuyu chatting with his ex-girlfriend. Some say it's Lin Wuyu's real identity as a big brother who is communicating through a secret language. Others are even more exaggerated, saying that Luna is an alien, wanted to go back to the planet. If Lin Wuyu had seen the comments, he would probably have sighed that this term's netizens were really nothing short of amazing. But, should he be more concerned about the show's crew than that? Good enough to actually appear on the big screen? It's haunted. Of course, haven't you seen those big internet celebrities? And rich and famous. Who wouldn't want to be an internet celebrity? Wang Kai said in a serious manner. Becoming an internet celebrity is now a dream for many people. This thing called Netflix. There will be more of them in a few years. You just see the glamour of their appearance, but you don't know the filth behind their backs. Lin Wuyu sighed quietly. It is because of Netflix that the values of many young people have been distorted. Luckily there's very little Netflix these days. Who cares if it's dirty or not? Teacher, didn't you say you have a way to make me an internet celebrity? Then hurry up and teach me. Wang Kai didn't have much heart to listen to Lin Wuyu's teachings and inquired somewhat anxiously. That was his main goal, to learn what it takes to become an internet sensation. Who else would come to school this late at night? Let's not rush. Becoming an internet celebrity isn't something that happens in a day or two. Let's talk first. Lin Wuyu waved her hand and communicated with Wang Kai with a soft face. Every person in the world thinks a little differently. And once upon a time Lin Wuyu chose the method of making others cater to his own point of view. He later found this method difficult. Since there are differences in each person's mind, find the similarities and communicate them. Where is your home? Which city? What's wrong? Spring City? Isn't the family quite rich? Not bad, but not as rich as the sons of the big bosses. So, how do you think your parents are treating you? Well, they just like to get in the way of my dreams. They're actually quite nice and often fulfill my requests. They're annoying as hell and they're rarely inside the house. The back and forth comments came out of Wang Kai's mouth, and it was obvious that he was also caught in a conflicted state. Windows. Both staff members' heads turned big as they listened, hoping they've worked so hard to come over after them just to hear these boring things. Wang Kai's family situation they certainly understand. Annual income of about 100,000 in the provincial capital is actually the level of well-off families, not how rich, but Wang Kai's family has houses in the provincial capital, 7 or 8 sets, worth tens of millions in total, a dozen times better off than their families anyway. Chapter 0068, a citation from the officials. The voices in the room grew much quieter. By the end of the day, Lin Wuyu and Wang Kai's voices couldn't be heard inside the machine. How long did they talk? A staff member pointed to his wrist, signaling to look at the time. The other one dazedly pulled out his cell phone, only to realize that more than half an hour had actually passed, and no movement at all for over half an hour? That's odd. Worried about what had happened, the two poked their heads out, only to realize that the room was empty. A sheet of letter paper remained on the table, and a hasty glance could not see what was written on it. Bad. The two men slapped their heads violently. When did these two leave? They actually hadn't realized it at all. Pulling out the phone, the staff immediately dialed the guide and spoke in an urgent tone. It's not good. Lin Wuyu and Wang Kai have disappeared. What's going on? Haven't you guys been watching? The guide was bewildered. He'd been glued to the live feed. Although the two were found to be motionless and the exchange could not be heard, the thought was that Lin Wuyu was talking quietly about something with Wang Kai. But the situation was beyond his expectations. Wang Kai and Lin Wuyu had disappeared together for more than half an hour. If something really happened, the ones who would take the blame in the end would be the program team. Not daring to delay, they immediately pulled out the security cameras. After a few minutes of careful troubleshooting, I couldn't find a single bit of abnormality at all. It is important to realize that these monitors are included in many parts of the school and are usually not a problem. Find someone. What are you waiting for? Whoever has Lin Wuyu's number, call him. The guide jerked up from his seat, shouted towards the people around him. I think I have it here. Lan Yu couldn't help but raise her hand. She had asked the village clerk for Lin Wuyu's phone number that day. Pulling out his cell phone and dialing it, the voice coming out of the other side was out of service. They were around because they were carrying a mobile signal. Even if you don't have a mobile signal, you are able to make calls as long as you don't go to the mountains. Unless Lin Wuyu led Wang Kai into the middle of the mountain forest. What kind of crazy is this, going to the mountains at night? Knock, knock, knock. Just as the crowd packed up their things and prepared to go out to look for Wang Kai, there was a sudden knock on the door of their residence. But it was the village clerk who looked at them with a puzzled expression. Village branch secretary, you came just in time. Lin Wuyu has taken Wang Kai to the mountain forest. Now hurry and contact everyone to find Wang Kai. As soon as the director saw the village clerk, he couldn't wait to speak. However, the village branch secretary smiled wryly. Teacher Shaolin has already told me. The child, he has some things he wants to say. He will obediently go to class tomorrow morning. And Teacher Lin will be responsible if anything goes wrong. Director? Staff? No. That's the person we brought in. Is he the one who can be responsible for a little problem? He's just an ordinary paraprofessional teacher. Blue Jade couldn't help but say what was on her mind when she was in a hurry. At once, she closed her mouth, as it was more or less inappropriate to say this in front of a live camera. But even keeping his mouth shut was useless. Those words had long since gotten out. Oh, just a paraprofessional. A paraprofessional teacher is so much greater than your unconscionable host. WC, how dare you insult my moon god? Where's the chef's proof? Where's the netbook god income? Sunburn this sand sculpture to death. Being rich and shiny makes you great? Sisters, I found this Blue Jade's Weeb account. I'll spray it first. Wait for me. The viewers of the live stream erupted in anger. Sure enough, this presenter still exposed the truth of her heart. What did you say? The village branch secretary stared coldly at Lan Yu, some anger already surfacing on his face. Lin Wuyue was respected throughout Longquan village. As a result, this outsider actually denigrated their teacher Lin so much. I'm sorry. I lost my temper a bit just now. I'm sorry. Blue Jade apologized with an embarrassed face. This time it was a true accidental loss of the host's quality, but it was all in her heart. If Wang Kai had problems, a paraprofessional teacher really couldn't take that responsibility. Including their showrunners are going to be implicated. If teacher Lin says he'll be back tomorrow, he'll be back tomorrow. I'll vouch for it with my old man's life. If anything goes wrong, you can come after me. The village clerk coldly dropped his words and turned to leave the room. This group of programmers knew how to mess things up. Sending in 2 bad students and not allowing Lin Wuyu to use a bit of tactics to get Wang Kai to change? Since they were black-hearted like this first, Lin Wuyu of course had to disengage from their line of sight to communicate with Wang Kai. Otherwise, it was hard to convince Wang Kai, but in the twinkling of an eye, the program was messed up. The scene was very awkward for a while. The crew of the program froze in place. The village chief has spoken up. What else can they do? Just go up the hill looking with these guys? Longquan village was surrounded by mountains, and if there were no villagers to lead the way, they might have stepped into a hole in the ground with 1 foot. There are many spinning holes in the hills of this area that go hundreds of meters deeper towards the ground. Very dangerous. Good lord. The village branch secretary is really protecting his calf. I like this kind of village secretary, and it's not in vain that Mr. Shaolin is working wholeheartedly for the children of Longquan village. Envy beyond measure. This Transformers crew really sucks. They're just afraid of problems. It's kind of normal, but that sentence is exposing this Blue Jade's inner thoughts. His character is worrisome. It's really a shame why I didn't see this installment back then. The crew looked at each other for a minute or two, and finally dispersed at the guide's call, and everyone went back to their lodgings to rest. The other side, Blue Jade, who is involved in a program as a host, comes backstage for a break. Pulling out my phone and tapping on the tweet, a whole bunch of comments actually popped up at the bottom. All of them are bashing her behavior. Blue Jade panicked. Didn't the last installment of Metamorphosis disappear back then? These netizens are seeing it from somewhere. Crap. What to do? The things the internet comments on are not the most important. As the host of that episode, Blue Jade knew that some of the things that followed were the most crucial, and that if they were known her hosting career could be disconnected. Who tried to set me up? Damn it. Her heart skipped a beat, confused as to how the disappearing video had reappeared, and by the looks of the trend, it seemed to be making a big splash on the internet. Chapter 0069, Party Together? The other side. The crew of the program in the middle of the mountain village completely gave up the struggle. They didn't even dare to inform Wang Kai's parents, who, despite their busy schedules, were undoubtedly very concerned about their children. One night passed. Early the next morning, Liren stared at the dark circles under his eyes as he headed to school. Coming to the countryside without the entertainment of a cell phone or a TV show or movie to watch turned his sleep schedule from 12 to 8 or 9 at night. But because of what happened last night, Liren tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. It's so hard to fall asleep until 2 or 3, then wake up and it's class time again. The equivalent of him sleeping only 2 or 3 hours at night. Forget it, let's catch up on our sleep during the lunch break, and go see what Wang Kai and teacher Lin actually did first. Clearing his chaotic thoughts, Liren set off with his backpack. After arriving at the school halfway up the hill, he looked at the scene inside the classroom and was stunned. It was only Wang Kai who was regularly memorizing the history of the first-year grade inside the classroom, and even when he saw his appearance, he casually glanced away. On the podium, Lin Wuyu looked at him with a smile on her face, with a look of anticipation. You came quite early today. Did you finish your homework? Done. Frozen, Liren took out the homework inside his book bag. Couldn't help but curiously survey Wang Kai, wanting to see if this guy had been condescended to by Yinan, or else how could this guy be so well behaved? There must be something fishy going on here. Good job on the homework. You're still on top of your game. So don't leave after school this afternoon. I'll have a heart-to-heart talk with you. Lin Wuyu simply looked at it and knew whether or not Li Run had completed his homework by heart. Honestly, he had memorized the answers to those questions above and could tell at a glance if they were correct. Unexpectedly, there is no little ape homework help. This city children actually still have 90% correct rate. The wrong questions are just a problem with the idea of solving the problem. So the answer is not correct. Take for example this question on solving quadratic equations. The person who made the question used a little ingenuity and deliberately gave a false figure, so that if you wanted to get the last factor of the equation to hold, you would need to answer the first quadratic equation first. Unfortunately, Liren moved directly to the data columns inside. so there was no suspense of error. This question, and this one. You can ask Yue for advice later. After explaining a sentence to Li Run, Lin Wuyu concentrated on manipulating something. Don't see that he doesn't need to attend classes every day anymore. But he is the one who does all the preparation for all 7 ages and has to come up with the questions and pay attention to the status of each student. These jobs pretty much fill up the workday. Okay, thank you Mr. Lin. Liran's mouth dropped open and he returned to his seat with his own workbook. Looking at the mistake that Lin Wuyu had pointed out, practically all that was going through his mind was Lin Wuyu's first sentence. Talking this afternoon? Does this paraprofessional really have what it takes to turn him into a student like Wang Kai? Li Ren felt it was unlikely. No one in this world could truly understand him, not even Lin Wuyu. In the past 2 days he had also seen that Lin Wuyu was very good at teaching English. Even the foreign teachers that their school had hired didn't dare to say that they exceeded Lin Wuyu. And Lin Wuyu had a lot of knowledge in stock and educated excellent students. That you actually studied all the knowledge from the first to the 3rd year of junior high school. Even if we let Yue go to the middle school examination, it would properly be a key school. There were also some lower grade group leaders who actually started to learn the knowledge of other grades on their own. This good curiosity, the solidarity of the students to help each other was something that Li Run had never seen in any school class. If Lin Wuyue was placed in a middle school or a high school, it would definitely make a name for itself. But in this whole village of Pashan, Li Run thought that Lin Wuyu must have a bigger plan. Good morning, teacher. It wasn't long before the other students entered the classroom one after another. A student called in sick today, having caught a cold last night when she slept without a blanket and was unable to come to class, so she asked a neighboring student to help her take the day off. Upon entering the classroom, students began by reading aloud following yesterday's process. The group didn't leave the classroom after reciting, and took advantage of the break to turn in their homework, with the group leader pointing out their mistakes and making corrections. Lin Wuyu also just strolled amongst the crowd, occasionally checking to see if their situation was normal. 3 more class periods followed. 1 section of language arts, 1 section of math, and 1 section of ethics are studied in the primary grades. In grade 3 and above, an additional English course is added to the curriculum to develop their knowledge of English in advance. Originally, Lin Wuyu didn't really want them to learn English, but considering that English was considered an important extra credit, it was better to implement it according to the teaching in the city. School's out. Arrived at 11:30 a.m. Lunch break. Students who couldn't go home followed Lin Wuyu to cook and eat together, while those who could go home to eat went home to eat on their own. Class, how about we eat together today? However, surprisingly, Lin Wuyu didn't let the students leave. Instead, he stood in the courtyard with a smile on his face and spoke. Yue, go and bring my rice. Catch 2 more chickens. Well, take a piece of bacon too. Instructing Yue to go and get the things he had prepared, Lin Wuyu turned back to all the students. You should know what the teacher is going to do, right? No. The many students spoke in unison and looked at Lin Wuyu with respect in their gazes. The reason for this was that Lin Wuyu was going to visit the home of a sick classmate. In the past, when other students were sick and couldn't come to class, Lin Wuyu would go, but it was rare when she brought the whole class with her, because there are more than 50 people in the class, and once you go inside someone's house it's the equivalent of more than 50 mouths. Teachers can't be shortchanged when they bring their children's classmates to visit, can they? Then kill the chicken and eat the meat. These are the inevitable operations. That's why Lin Wuyu traveled with her own ingredients. For villagers in Longquan village, a chicken equals more than 100, and a piece of bacon lost means they won't be able to eat meat for a long time. Tears for the family. So you're going to visit a sick classmate. Luna. Forever dropping God. Moon God. Give it up for me. Ahem. Students, please listen. This operation is not ordinary. Establish love tree unity. Students move to love learning. How come it comes with its own music? Chapter 0070, Old Matters Revisited. Actually, I'm more curious as to why Wang Kai has really become well-behaved, and a smile has appeared on the boy's face. Yeah, I even watched him join in the discussion between classes, and it's clear there's been a lot of improvement. Then of course it's the moon god's credit. Oh, the narration last night should have impressed Wang Kai. Indeed. If someone had instructed me like this when I was studying, I wouldn't have ended up where I am now. Alas, no more. Brothers, the city police have come to shoo us under the overpass again. It's all self-inflicted, I guess. In fact, when we were young someone tried to wake us up, we just didn't listen. What Abe said is true. Get out of here. Who is your beloved consort? I already have someone else in my heart. It doesn't matter who's in your heart. Your body belongs to me just fine. Bad smile. Here's the contact information for my little master. Come find me at night. Abduction duck flag stick flag. Can't read it. Ice looked at the video with a smile on her face and was slightly impressed inside. Teaching the people has always been a sacred profession. He has been described as a lamp that shines on others and burns himself. He was said to be the hard-working gardener, irrigating every growing flower and plant. Unfortunately, this sacred profession, the emergence of many tarnished people, teachers, has gradually lost its former glory. In ancient times, those who were teachers must first mold their bodies and forge their character. And nowadays, those who are teachers only look at the academic qualifications, not the GED. Ancient scribes suggested that people are born bad, and that we learn all about getting better slowly, while others say that people are born good and become bad because of worldly influences. Actually, everyone is different, whether it is good or bad, as long as there is virtue in the heart and love in the heart. This is excellent. Teacher Lin has infected Wang Kai and this group of students. I'm sure that when they grow up they will be very grateful that they met a good teacher when they were young. Bing Bing spoke from the bottom of her heart. This passage is not scripted, not programmed, and true to her heart. If all the teachers in the world were like this, then a self-improving young man would certainly appear in the Dragon Kingdom. A strong youth makes a strong nation. A strong country is a hard country. Just as the show Understanding is going on with a bang, some news about metamorphosis is creeping up on the internet. Among the millions of people, there are naturally those who work in the internet industry. Finding that this is perfect for a news sensation, it is instantly recorded to become a short video, or a life and death parting written with the help of a few pictures. Hashtag expose Transformer's shady practices as a young paraprofessional rages against Transformer. Hashtag went off the deep end and the paraprofessional student turned out to be a big star? Hashtag. The headlines in question appeared on hotspots and shot to the top of several software's hit lists on the same day. Kyoto Opera Academy. As the largest art college in the country, it is filled with a strong artistic flavor. Many stars and entertainers come out of the Kyoto Opera Academy, and those who join it are unsurprisingly exposed to an upper-class circle. At this point, inside the girls' dormitory at the Opera Academy, four good-looking girls were discussing something. Words like what artist star, old classmate, senior and so on. The most attractive look is a young girl with long hair and no makeup on her face, probably around 18 years old, with a pair of soulful eyes that seem to be untouched by dust. Oh my god! Suddenly, one of the girls gasped out in shock. What's wrong? The girls around them were intrigued by the girl's behavior and looked up curiously inquiring. I just saw a hot search. A parochial teacher disliked Transformer, and this parochial teacher is so handsome. The girl sked and handed over her cell phone with little stars in her eyes. 7 or 8 years ago, this teaching teacher should be in her 20s, right? Too bad it's a bit old, but an older man seems to work. No. Just as the girls were immersed in their fantasies, the girl with the soulful eyes snapped and bellowed out. Once again, the three were in a state of confusion. Qing Xian, what's wrong with you? This. Looking at the young man on the cell phone screen, Wang Qingxian seemed to be caught up in some kind of memories. Her face slightly flushed as she replied in a low voice. This is my elementary school teacher. My music is what he taught me of. What? Several people were in a state of shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Wang Qingxuan's level of music. That was an existence that even professors sked at. This talented woman can perform on the guzheng, piano, and many other instruments, and she switches from one accent to another very naturally and skillfully. At first, they thought that Wang Qingxuan's family was very rich, and that they should have hired a master-level person to teach them from a young age. But, Wang Qingxian actually said that her music initiation teacher was a paraprofessional. That's him. Mr. Lin is a very high-level musician and has a great voice. He composed 2 of my tunes. How Wang Qingxian answered. Her songs are very popular on the internet and the famous ones even have hundreds of millions of plays. Now Wang Qingxian could even start her own business on her own, and her income alone exceeded 99% of the current school students. It can't be those 2 songs? The housemate swallowed his throat. To say that Wang Qingxuan's famous songs, it was of course the 2 songs whose lyrics possessed full of meanings. One was an opera accent and the other was an ordinary song. It's all hot on the streets. It was because of these 2 songs that Wang Qingxian was noticed by the Opera Academy and was able to stand out as a student of the Opera Academy. Yes, unfortunately, Mr. Lin didn't leave a phone number after he left back then, and I tried to inquire about him, but I couldn't find any trace of him. Sighing leisurely, Wang Qingxuan's little face was filled with despondency. The first thing she wanted to do after she developed was to share it with Lin Wuyu, only to turn her eyes and realize where she had Lin Wuyu's contact information. The person who had warmed her years and witnessed her growth had hurriedly passed through the world, and when she looked back in dismay, she had disappeared. Something's not right. Someone down here commented that they saw it in a live broadcast, and the guest of honor in that broadcast was this paraprofessional teacher. The roommate on the other side of the room also opened the hotspot and couldn't help but read out the comments. What live room? Is there a link? Send it to me. At those words, Wang Qingxian felt like she had been stepped on in her tail, and the movements of her hands suddenly flustered. The live feed? Wouldn't that be a good way to meet your teacher? The same Mr. Kobayashi who went out of his way to try to bring them up back then. Chapter 0071, The Past. Wait, let me take a closer look. The surrounding roommates stared at Wang Qingxian with strange gazes. This was the first time they had seen Wang Qingxian so excited. Even after winning the gold medal in the competition, Wang Qingxian still acted coldly. Is the gold medal in the competition not as important as this teacher? One moment. The three roommates' minds began to go askew, as if they saw a flame of gossip burning. You guys don't understand. If it wasn't for Mr. Lin, I wouldn't be where I am now. I wasn't born well, in a poor mountain village with backward education. Going to elementary school was an hour's walk up the mountain every morning, and back and forth was sometimes a 4-hour walk up the mountain. The future for our group of kids was supposed to be dropping out of school and working. And even if you were really good at school and talented, your parents couldn't raise you without a little bit of family money. I grew up without a mom and dad, and it was Mr. Kobayashi who brought me out of my rut and showed me the beauty of music. While drumming on her cell phone, Wang Qingxian spoke. Bean-sized tears slid down her pale face and dripped onto the tabletop, splattering with a snap. The scene left the three housemates at a loss for words. The flame of gossip in his heart instantly went out. Their families were still considered wealthy, and one of them was also the daughter of a large company owner, whereas Wang Qingxian had a rough life. Yes, most of the students at the Opera Academy were from fairly well-off families, and many of the children of the rich in this world had already surpassed ordinary children at the starting line. There would be no absolute fairness in the world. Being different is common to get people to be uptight, right? This teacher must have been great and must have a good life now. Qingxian, I'm sorry, we didn't know about your birth. It's okay, I've actually figured all of this out. And besides, I'm content with meeting such a great teacher and having my grandparents with me. Wang Qingxian let out a bitter smile, her eyes still filled with blood. She stared blankly at the figure in the picture, as if time had gone back to her childhood. In my childhood, I didn't have the lights and greenery of the big city or the complexity of the human heart, and I thought I was contented by following Mr. Kobayashi's ass every day. The program is, if she remembered correctly, Wang Qingxian remembered that the program Metamorphosis had disappeared for many years. The name of this livestream is also called Understanding. I don't know where I found the recordings from back in the day. This program is called Understanding, is also quite hot on the internet, specializing in digging out the little secrets between couples. And this time the people involved are very unusual, being blown out of the identity of the internet god, and also being blown out of the identity of the national chef. One of the housemates who follows the internet hotspots explained that even though he hadn't watched the show, there was still really quite a lot of legend about the guy on the show. With so many vests in one person's possession, pickpocketing would have been a fun thing to do. This person, is his name Lin Wuyue? Stupidly, Wang Qingxian stared at the transformer screen that was playing and asked her inner guess. Yeah, it's Lin Wuyu. The roommate nodded seriously, turning dumbfounded. Could it be that your little Lin teacher is also called Lin Wuyu? What, my Mr. Kobayashi? Don't be ridiculous. Wang Qingxian rolled one of her eyes, her heart beating hard. I can't believe I actually met Mr. Kobayashi, so should I contact him? After hesitating for a long time, Wang Qingxian pulled out her own cell phone and sent a message to a former elementary school classmate. Wang Ning, I saw Mr. Kobayashi on this program. The message was just sent. The person there then replied at once. What? Wait, I'll go check it out right now. Scientific Research Institute. This is the center of Kyoto's researchers. At this moment, within a research room, a youth hurriedly put down his cell phone and walked towards the outside. Ning, what are you doing? It's almost time for statistics. The professor responsible for leading Wang Ning's study turned around and tried to call out to him. Nowadays, Wang Ningka is the most promising fresh blood of the research institute, with outstanding scientific achievements at the age of only 18. There were many insights that were even more refreshing to the professors. That's why Prof. Li treated Wang Ning as the baby heir of the research institute and took him to delve into spacecraft development for a long time. Seeing that the last data will be examined, the result is that Wang Ning is actually in a hurry to leave. Professor, I found the contact information of the elementary school teacher. You guys get the test data first. I'll come back later to continue my research. Wang Ning suddenly realized that he had lost his temper. In any case, Prof. Li was kind to him and needed to be accounted for. Just now it was because I was so excited that I forgot to account for it. Your elementary school teacher? To the surprise of all the researchers, even Professor Li took off his gloves and walked in Wang Ning's direction. They looked at each other face to face. Isn't it just an elementary school teacher? Is that so exaggerated? It's witnessing the birth of a new generation of human spaceflight. And what could be more important than that? My elementary school friends messaged me, and now I've reached out to several of my old classmates with the intention of discussing it. Wang Ning nodded. Professor Lee had talked about Lin Wuyue's existence. Magic City Financial Building. A teenager stared moodily at the direction of the stock market. And when he saw that the shares had been rising to 7%, the youth walked out with one hand in his pocket. There was a cry from behind him. Some people were happy and others were sad. Boss, we made millions on this wave. Walking the financial building, a middle-aged man in a black suit walked up to the teenager with a smile on his face and a respectful attitude. A middle-aged man nodding at a teenager? The scene was a little odd anyhow. The teenager nodded faintly and subconsciously rubbed his nose. Where's my cell phone? Here it is, boss. The middle-aged man took his cell phone out of his pocket. While handing it to the teenager, he said, Xiao Zhang has already gone to the car, and will come over right away, as well as Mr. Bao would like to see it. Before the words were finished, the teenager suddenly raised his hand, interrupting the middle-aged man's narration. His eyebrows clustered together and turned for a split second to pry upward, the corners of his mouth curving unnaturally in a terrifying arc. Ha 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 ha. The teenager let out a big happy laugh. It was only at this moment that a teenage smile appeared on his face. The middle-aged man on the side couldn't feel his head. Could it be that Mr. Lee's business is once again on fire? Congratulations to Mr. Lee. Congratulations to Mr. Lee. No matter what happens, just because of the expression on Mr. Lee's face, there is nothing wrong with saying thank you. Get the car here right now. I won't see anyone for the next 2 days. Push it all. Li Gang arranged in a spirited manner. Chapter 0072, Peach and Plum all over the world. Famous teacher unknown. Scenes like this one also appear in many corners. Or a college student in college. Or teenagers who work outside the home. Or a well-known singer. Or an obscure researcher. Because of a message, they gather once more. Separated for years only to be connected by a message. And the owner of this message was clearly the same paraprofessional teacher from that year. So much has changed in just 2 years. Contributions are not defined by time, and the congregation remembers Mr. Kobayashi's dedication to them. Until now, Wang Ning still remembers the dam that stood in the middle of the river, and for the first time he experienced the power brought by knowledge and devoted himself to the sea of knowledge. Wang Qingxian remembers every early morning when Ms. Shaolin took her to train her voice and brewed her throat-nourishing potions. Li just remembered the way he sniffled and told Mr. Kobayashi that he was going to make a lot of money. Wang Kai will never forget the man who changed his life. It has been said that teachers are the gardeners who walk the earth, whose peaches and plums go unnoticed in silence. You can meet a lot of people in life, but the only one who can accompany you from the beginning to the end is always yourself. And I'm thankful for the people I've met along the way on every journey. The icy voice came, appropriately shattering the last shred of defense of all Lin Wuyu's students back then. They couldn't help but show up in the comments section and post a word of thanks. First year Jiang Jia comes to report. Ms. Shaolin, I'm Zhou Xiaoyu from the 3rd grade. Thank you for your teachings back then. I've always remembered them. Hello, Mr. Lin. Remember that snotty heel? Now he's a genius in the domestic stock market. He. Mr. Lin, I'm Wang Mei. And I'm a big singer now. Teacher Lin. Wang Yu is here. I didn't fail your teachings. Ahem. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for me, Wang Kai, to come running at this time? But I'm also a student of Mr. Lin. Although I'm not as good as you guys. I'm also studying in a book now. Still I hang up. Crap. Isn't this Li Run? You're here too. I heard that you're now a student at the National Defense Academy. Oh. Nonsense. There's a message from Mr. Lin and the whole class is here. The live audience stared blankly at the pop-ups. Some of the more sensitive people have wet eyes without realizing it. It was a past. About a class that touched them. Most of the people in the live room had long forgotten about their elementary school classmates. And only a few whose relationship had always been kind of good had kept it in mind until now. That period of time symbolizes their childhood. These are emotional students. Wang Mei, are you really Miss Qingxian? Do you have time to come to our mountain city to perform recently? I've been looking forward to you coming to perform. Crap. These students are all big shots. Most of them are just barely of age. Right? It's amazing that they're all this powerful. Li Run went to the National Defense Academy? Good lord. Even a punk like Wang Kai can go to a school. Cow. Mr. Kobayashi, this can be said to be a famous teacher. Bull. With this achievement, I feel like I can brag about it for the rest of my life. Our elementary school teacher talked about one of the students she taught getting into Tsinghua College. And to this day it's still treated as her battle. What does Tsinghua have to do with elementary school? It doesn't matter if one appears, but if it doesn't appear, you guys savor it. Yeah, Mr. Kobayashi, most of these students are a book O. The audience in the live broadcast room was overwhelmed with emotion. If they said that only 1 or 2 students had brilliant achievements, they would only think that it was a coincidence, because there are so many people inside each class. It's really normal for 1 or 2 accomplished people to appear, especially in this one class that Lin Wuyu was teaching. It didn't seem to be a big deal for 7 or 8 Ippons to appear. However, the Longquan Village class taught by Lin Wuyu had more than just 7 or 8 one-book students appearing, excluding those who were still in high school. There were more than 20 students inside Lin Wuyu's class who proved themselves to be one-book students. What kind of exaggerated statistic is that? A mountain village out of so many Ipponsan? If it were ancient times, this mountain village would probably be smoldering, and would be evaluated as the birthplace of the dragon vein of Scholar's Breath. However, the crowd in the live broadcast room now knew in their hearts that the reason why there were so many copies of this book born had a lot to do with Lin Wuyu's influence on them. I'm sure Mr. Lin will feel relieved to see this scene. He didn't ask for much. I only hope that the peaches and plums are full and the famous teachers are unknown. Isa's unconscious eyes entered the sand. She switched to the image of Lin Wuyu's home. At this moment, Lin Wuyu was sitting on the sofa watching TV. The content was a very old TV series that had become a memory for many people in those days. It's really Mr. Lin. The crowd of students in Longquan Village froze. They stared at the picture in the cell phone. 6 or 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. Mr. Kobayashi became much more mature in vicissitudes. But you can still see what he looked like back then, unable to admit fault. Wife, do you think the village where I am teaching has developed now? Looking at the poor mountain village in the TV series, Lin Wuyu couldn't help but think of the teaching that year. That mountain village was similar to the one in the TV series, just as very poor, but the people inside the village were united and loving. It was a wonderful memory of Lin Wuyu, and the lovely group of students. Teacher, every family in Longquan Village now has a small house. Yes. The village road has been changed from concrete to more oil. The dam you speak of, Wang Ning, has already been built. Longquan Village now has no left behind children, and the whole village is not worried about food and drink. And this is still Li Gang leading the villagers to get rich. There are so many teachers inside the school. There's a class for each grade, not like we used to have. The new school is still built halfway up the hill, with a cafeteria, a slide, and your favorite flowers and plants. One strange pop-up surfaced in the live stream. These students still didn't know that Lin Wuyu was just forced to participate in the program and had no idea about the program at all. They can't wait to tell Mr. Lin from back then how Longquan Village and they have changed. They did not fail Lin Wuyu's teachings, did not betray Longquan Village, and always loved the land where I was born and raised. Chapter 0073, Requests from Students. 7 years have passed. The village of Longquan has also changed dramatically. Someone found a video of Longquan Village on the internet and sent it to the Understanding Program team. Next, let's witness the changes belonging to Longquan Village and see how those children back then have contributed to Longquan Village. Ice pressed the switch with a smile on her face. At once, the live feed changed once more. What kind of mountain village is that? Or I can't say it's a mountain village, but a piece of paradise. The hills were planted with cash crops, and large trees at that. Peach blossoms filled the sky, dropping a piece as the wind blew. Occasionally, people dressed in fashionable attire make their way through it. It's as if you're here to play. This is Longquan Village. Why does it look like a tourist attraction? So many peach blossoms. I didn't realize there was such a beautiful place. This is Longquan Village. You guys aren't in Cloud City and don't know about this place. But basically everyone in Cloud City knows that Longquan Village is an attraction. The food is delicious and the scenery is great. Crap. I kind of want to go play. At girlfriend, how about we go to this place once we make some money? The crowd was blown away by the image in front of them. The mountains of peach blossoms. Thinking about it made them feel romantic. Unfortunately, some people are allergic to pollen and I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to go to a place like that. These peach blossoms are the money, Mr. Lin left us after he left so that the village could plant peach trees all over the hills first. The original mountain road was also built by Mr. Lin, who took the lead and organized the entire village workforce to build it together, which took more than a month to complete. Hey, I'm one of the participants. The students from Long Springs Village explained that they are confident in their hometown. On the mountain is a mountain of peach trees and peach blossoms, and at the bottom of the mountain is a long, clear spring, a river maybe 3 or 4 meters wide, with an old bridge over it and a steady stream of pedestrians. On both sides of the river, there are all kinds of BNBS, or small stores for traders. Most of the people who live here today are natives of Long Springs, and the village regularly goes out to clean up the trash and maintain the surroundings. To talk about the attractions of Longquan Village, one of them is the mountain driveway. Driving a vehicle with your favorite person in the late afternoon sunshine, weaving in and out of the mountains. with forests of peach trees on both sides of the beautiful scenery. The second is the food in Longquan village. Pristine wood-fired rice and delicious mountain delicacies. The third was the Little Three Gorges, which Wang Ning was responsible for building. There was a lake on the far side of the mountain, which could easily cause flash floods if a dam wasn't built to block it. And the prototype of this dam was built according to the Three Gorges Dam, only missing some of its functions. This is natural. Ultimately it is a small reservoir, no better than the important Long Three Gorges, and its main function is still to prevent and store floods, and to replenish the water needed by the crops and peach trees down the hill in times of drought. In addition to these three, there are also various tourist projects specially created by Li Gang, such as amusement parks, sightseeing cable cars and the like. Many people from the surrounding area like to visit the area, and some even come here to see the scenery of Longquan village. Crap. I just googled it and Longquan village is getting rave reviews. Things were reasonably priced, the owner of the B&B was very pleasant, and the setting was nice and scenic. Cam, the total cost of playing for a week is less than $2,000? Someone curiously searched for information about Longquan village, and the result was really shocked. All of them were favorable reviews on the travel software, with 1 or 2 bad reviews occasionally appearing. If there aren't bad reviews, there's more than likely something fishy going on with this attraction. And there are few attractions in the world that can fulfill everyone's wishes. But the reasons for those bad reviews are nothing to write home about. No spouting off about attraction service, attraction food, or any of that. As the camera swung, the crowd saw the rows and rows of small houses, full of the decoration of the dragon culture. Let's connect with former students and let them explain it to us. I suddenly came up with a great idea. Leave it to those students of Lin Moonless to talk about the changes in their hometowns. The linkage begins. What appeared was actually an ID account called Wang Qingxian. Crap, Miss Qingxian? Interesting. I have to say the show really knows how to get things done and use a big professional for free. In terms of shamelessness, I only submit to Bing Bing. Miss Qingxian speak ah. I like your voice the most. Some of the audience members were Wang Qingxuan's fans and immediately became excited. Hello everyone. The other side. Wang Qingxian, who was in the dormitory, snorted into the microphone, organized her words, and began to methodically narrate. The development plan of Longquan village was actually proposed by Lin Lao. At that time, Li Gang was very knowledgeable about making money, and after it came out, all of us who had something to develop invested a portion of the funds. There was originally no road in the village, and when Mr. Lin led the effort to build a road after the program was completed, we started planting peach trees to provide raw materials for those vendors. Then a classmate who developed in his hometown began to research varieties of peach trees, and only then did the Longquan peach emerge as a name. Subsequently, every family made some money from planting peach trees and started to think about building houses, and this was mainly that elementary school friend, I guess, who pushed the whole village to become a tourist attraction. At present, every family in Longquan village is $1 million household. Don't look at that auntie who sells stinky tofu on the street as poor, but she actually has 2 houses in the big city. Wang Qingxuan's melodious voice rang out, removing all distractions from one's mind in an instant. Some really do sound like they've been kissed by angels, and the moment they open their mouths they make you fall into them. Listen well, Miss Qingxian, can you say it again? I didn't listen clearly just now. He. This. Isn't that the voice of my first girlfriend? My first girlfriend is my dream girl. She has spent many nights with me. Her voice is the same as Miss Qingxuan's. Hey, Qingxian sister, don't listen to this group of Laosk talk. How to say it once is enough, huh? Look at these old SP. One day don't learn. Full of bad things. Nah, Miss Qingxian, I actually didn't listen carefully. After a pause, Wang Qingxian was amused by the netizens' pop-ups. She didn't usually laugh out loud on these occasions unless she couldn't help it. Sister Bing Bing, in fact, we have a request. Mr. Lin left back then without everyone saying a proper goodbye, and we want to give a proper thank you to Mr. Lin through this channel of the program. She spoke her plea sincerely, representing the 50 or so students in her class and speaking what was common in their hearts. Chapter 0074, Worry arises in the heart. The wind rises and the will is hard to be pacified. The butterfly stirred its wings and caused a storm to occur millions of miles away. Understanding has released the final installment of that year's Metamorphosis shoot, tugging at the hearts of many of the participants from that year. After attending a pretty popular program at the moment, Blue Jade hurried back home. She had been a little distracted by the hosting of the program all day, and the guide had noticed her moodiness and reassured her. Blue Jade is an established name in the hosting world, and her career has been smooth sailing since she left the Transformers program. Nowadays, she is able to get several $1 million for hosting an episode of the show, which can be very expensive. Wife, the program is being recorded so early today? Back in the high-end neighborhood of Magic City, My husband was already sitting at home waiting. Blue Jade's husband is the owner of a media company and is doing quite well in business. Of course, this was also helped by Blue Jade, who contributed a lot of important information. Many celebrity scandals have involved Blue Jade and her husband's company. As the host of various variety shows, it is too normal to be exposed to such news, and to be able to be the first to find important information, and then by adding more fuel to the fire, you can immediately do a good job of sucking up the essence. I'm a bit unwell today. Honey, is Tatsu back yet? Blue Jade put down her backpack and sat down directly on the couch, her face bleak and dull, and reached out to rub her temples. Aside from the work stuff, her son is a headache, because she and her husband were in the profession. It caused Wang Chan to have access to a lot of celebrities, regularly running out to fool around and not listening to their discipline. No, there's $1 million missing from the bank card, and I don't know where the kid went. Wang Zhengyi also had quite a headache. They were so well off financially, but their son turned out to be a rock of a heart that often added to their lives. My Transformer episode is back on the internet. Feels like bad news. Did you get the visa off? Blue Jade finally voiced her concerns. These days the final installment of Metamorphosis is starting to catch fire on the internet and is getting a lot of attention. This made Lan Yu detect a sense of crisis, fearing that he would be implicated because of what happened back then. She's the host of the show, and she's helping the Metamorphosis in disguise. What's going on? Wang Zhengyi knew what happened back then, and his brows furrowed slightly. The visa will be coming down soon, so we'll immigrate directly at that time, and we won't have to worry about anything. I've also talked to some companies over there, and it's business as usual for my business, and you'll be able to get into working in Hollywood. The visa was an arrangement that the two couples had been planning for a long time. After a long time of hustle and bustle and many connections, I was finally able to transfer my domicile to a country full of freedom. That's good. That Lin Wuyue has once again appeared. I'm worried that he's reopening old scores. Lan Yu patted her chest and held Wang Zhengyi's hand in fear. There was actually a great deal of secrecy about what happened back then. Only they know how dangerous it really was back then. The second-in-command himself came out and criticized the various manifestations of Metamorphosis, saying that it was a vicious show. On top of that, there's a lot of big business, the top companies in the entertainment industry coming down the pike, all with their swords in the shapeshifter. Good thing that you're the morphing program through the capital behind the early smell of the wind, early termination of the entire program, which can avoid the year of a robbery. Various PR forces were out in force to squash the dangers of the year before it had no impact on their subsequent development. The slightest misstep, and then their career after that could be said to be cut short straight away. Just leave. Just leave. Wang Zhengyi hugged Lan Yu and comforted in a gentle tone. It's ridiculous that they, the people who run the Transformers, didn't send that one rebellious teenager in their own family to countryside education, because they also know that that would have arguably minimal effect unless. Lan Yu's pupils collapsed slightly, thinking of the change in those two teenagers. He had to admit that Lin Wuyu was a good teacher. When the mothers of the two city teenagers saw their children, they were so stunned that they couldn't help but be snotty. It never occurred to them that their children had changed so much that they simply wondered if they were fakes. The other side. The guide who was largely responsible for that issue that year was also in a state of trepidation. It's important to realize that once a particular movie or television has a problem, it's basically the director who takes the fall. As the director of Metamorphosis, he dropped a lot of money to get himself out of danger back in the day. It's hard to get the wind out of your sails. But then the whole morphing thing is brought up again because of that crappy understanding program. I don't know if it's someone stringing them along or if it's a natural media trend. Transformers have been in the midst of a rapid rise in popularity over the past 2 days. It's probably going to be in the other people's sight soon. Director Gua. Director Gua? While he was fidgeting with his cell phone, a hand suddenly appeared in front of the director's eyes and waved it in front of his eyes. On it. On it. Nice camera work. That's it for today's taping. Director Gua, who had come back to his senses, immediately extinguished the screen of his cell phone and got up, intending to leave. As soon as he looked up, he realized that there was a man in uniform staring at him, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back in fear. Director Gua, today's scene hasn't even started shooting yet. What's wrong with you? After seeing the person in uniform, Director Gua realized that it was one of the supporting roles in this movie, and almost thought that the officials had come to take him away. It's okay, I'm in a bit of a bad state. Keep filming. After going to the restroom to calm himself down, Director Gua opened the chat with Blue Jade. The other party was already planning to travel to a land full of freedom and get away from everything. It looks like I'm going to have to get ready for a foreign country as well. After calming down, Director Gua immediately called his wife and informed the other party to prepare things and travel to other countries. In their eyes, that land was full of freedom, greatness, and light. As long as they left the Dragon Kingdom, The Dragon Kingdom would not be able to govern them then. Anyway, even if they cleaned it up, it would be a year or two of blocking and locking up. Something the Transformers guides had long ago done enough information gathering to determine that it wouldn't be that serious. Cooked and unaware, no matter how serious it is, they are ultimately hurting a lot of kids when pursued, not to mention whether they can still guarantee whether they are safe or not. Just a line in the entertainment industry suffered blocked is not they can bear the karma. Chapter 0075 Don't Disturb, Quietly Observe. The understanding program team on site. Bing Bing listened to Wang Qingxuan's request with a somewhat difficult expression. Actually Mr. Lin had a status before, a special guest chef for the state banquet, but he seems to hide all his identities, and only wants to live well with his wife. You guys look at the situation. If you really want to express your gratitude, we can provide help, but we can't say that the program team exists. It was the biggest concession the show could make. They were able to tell that Lin Wuyu didn't seem to want to get involved with the events of that year and only wanted to live a good life. It could be disguised to let Lin Wuyu know about these students, but it definitely couldn't expose the understanding program, or else their program would be completely ruined. So what was the point? National chef? Hidden identity? The students in the live room froze, learning what had happened earlier from the kind explanations of other users. For example, Lin Wuyu's current job is a netbook author who writes works with hot results, and currently has an average booking of at least 200,000 to 300,000. In addition to this, Lin Wuyu is also a special guest chef for the state banquet, and also has a good friendship with the second-in-command. All the news was revealed without much shock on the part of the students. They had long ago tasted Lin Wuyu's cooking skills, which were nothing short of ghostly, and it felt normal to the students that Mr. Lin could write the #1 piece on the internet. Even if the program team told them now that Lin Wuyu was actually a billionaire, they believed it. In their hearts, Lin Wuyu was pretty much an omnipotent being. Even the second-in-command didn't bother Mr. Lin, so we might as well forget about it too. Since Mr. Lin's life is good now, it seems a bit intrusive for us to go and say thank you like this. Never mind, let's just keep this thanks in our hearts. It's still a bit overwhelming, wanting to say thank you in person. Even doing a little something feels satisfying. The students spoke up. A few years have passed and they have all grown a lot, but recalling Lin Wuyu's teachings back then, he still couldn't help but be moved. At that time, they didn't have that ability to thank Lin Wuyu. They could only meagerly send some wild fruits, some delicious food made by their own family, or handwritten, crooked letters of thanks. Now that they have the strength, they can't go and thank their teachers, which makes them feel resentful. More than one student thought so. Wang Qingxian also held her cell phone in a tangled grip, not knowing what she should say. Qingxian, why don't you just forget it? This teacher of yours is really great. Hey, he's a national banquet chef, a great author, and also has high attainments in teaching music. It must be very happy to be married to his teacher's wife, right? The housemate next to him was envious beyond belief. In their minds, Lin Wuyu's image was immediately high and deep, handsome, loving, caring for his wife, talented, and with a sense of justice, able to make money. Such a man is the perfect object of the heart. Yes, Mr. Lin's life is nice and quiet, so what are we going to bother? Wang Qingxian sighed, and ultimately loosened her hand powerlessly. The moment was like a loosening of some youthful emotion that brought her down in a flash. What's missing? Wang Qingxian didn't know either. Probably a few years of perseverance. A few years of pursuit. Outside the Magic City financial building, within the luxurious caravan, Li Gang stared at the pop-ups on the screen, his eyes suddenly turning red. In front of outsiders, he was a domineering president, young and golden, but a tear actually slipped from his eyes. No one could know what Lin Wuyu represented to Li Gang, and he was able to get where he was today because of Lin Wuyu's tireless efforts. Mr. Li, the suited bodyguard in the car, handed over a tissue without a word. He was genuinely confused. This old boss was very open-minded about the love of men and women, and in the years he had followed Li Gang, he had never seen Li Gang fall in love with any girl, so it must not have been because of emotional matters. And what is that because of? Glancing at the live stream on Li Gang's phone, the suited bodyguard came to a realization. Turns out it was watching a live stream and being moved. Academy of Scientific Research. The professor gently patted Wang Ning's back and spoke gently. It's just a matter of trying to become even better. And that's the best. Thanks for Mr. Kobayashi. Thank you, Professor. Let's continue testing the data. Wang Ning nodded in silence, turning the corners of his mouth up to grin a false smile. Yeah, how can you laugh at that? It was actually incredibly hard inside, but he could only force a smile. If an analogy is made, they, the students, are like little children who are trying to learn and are eager for the approval and praise of their parents. Now this parent doesn't care about them anymore, and that's the saddest part. Picture Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling finished watching the latest TV series together and started chatting with one another. Honey, do you miss the students now? Nostalgic. All a bunch of pretty good kids. They should all be chasing their dreams now. I hope they can succeed. Lin Wuyu stuck a piece of watermelon with a toothpick and sent it to Su Yuling's mouth. Chewing on the watermelon, Su Yuling asked vaguely, so are you still thinking of meeting with them now? You can ask about their current situation. At this point, Su Yuling didn't know about the live broadcast. Just thought it would be nice to meet and organize a party for all those years of being a student. Well, at least Lin Wuyu worked very hard for the students of that one village. That hasn't crossed my mind. Lin Wuyu's hand movements froze. I'm just a passerby in life. Helping them leave is enough. The more they accomplish, the more gratified I feel. As for meeting, those who have a heart don't forget words. The many students in the live room suddenly went quiet. They felt an inexplicable sourness in their noses as Mr. Lin continued to wish them a good future. Giving everything in silence and not labeling yourself as how righteous you are. Perhaps the best thought in the world is that I know you have me in your heart, and you know I have you in my heart, and this is for the students of Mr. Kobayashi's year in the live broadcast room, as well as for every viewer who is watching. Ice opened his mouth, and when he did, it was full of literary style. The students felt identified with this statement. Yes, the best thought in the world is to know what the other person is thinking. In that case, what is the difference between meeting and not meeting to express it? When they reach a sufficient height, they will thank Mr. Kobayashi then. I'm going to come out with a new song that's going to be my way of saying thank you. Wang Qingxian exhaled a large breath as a few lyrics flashed inside her mind. Great. I was worried about finding good music to listen to. It looks like a loop is coming up after a while. Go Qingxian. The three housemates were smiling, and it had been roughly a year since Wang Qingxian had last released a song. Those fans are probably going to freak out if another song doesn't pop up. Professor, leave the data to me to test, and I must participate in the construction of the Shenzhou 3 years from now. Wang Ning snapped back to the professor, his eyes gleaming. Outside the Magic City financial building, inside the RV, Li Gang clenched his fists, and he was going to show his appreciation with his best stuff as well. Drive, go talk to Mr. Chun. Giving orders to the long-waiting driver, Li Gang stopped staring at the live feed. Chapter 0076, Treasure in a Small Box. It's pretty good, hubby, so hurry up and keep going for a while and update your readers with 3 more chapters. Su Yuling nodded, thinking that Lin Wuyu's idea was good. She opened the book page of One Little Healing Trick a Day and found that there were many more requests for updates at the bottom, and there was even one person who had rewarded a golden alliance. Hoping that Lin Wuyu would add a few more chapters, kneel down and beg for an update from the moon goddess. Why only 7 chapters? Short and feeble. Short and feeble. Good lord, it's been 3 hours since the last chapter update. Hasn't Moon God Big Brother rested enough? How about continuing to update a chapter? Ugh. I suspect that Luna is someone who came out of the chapter break class. This chapter break is really too on point, and it's stuck at this kind of time. Gasp. At least write the next explanation clearly. I'm about to explode. Is that supporting character dead or not? The clear comments were all angry at Lin Wuyu for breaking the chapter. I don't blame him for the chapter break. Who let today's update just happen to be written right in the part of the chapter break? Purely coincidental. Forget it. This group of readers can't be fed. It's better to whet their appetites. Lin Wuyu shook his head and didn't intend to update his readers. This update thing needs to be lusted after and given a little perk once in a while. Lin Wuyu discovered a serious problem. That is, in the past, updating 3 chapters readers were satisfied, and also requested him to update a little less to maintain the quality of the content. As a result, since the update became a 7-chapter update a day, this group of readers actually began to get used to the 7-chapter update, and even thought that he was hiding his strength. Exasperated beyond belief. Well, I'm just hiding my strength and am actually able to update dozens of chapters a day. But that's not how you guys used to be. Not cute at all. I kinda want to strangle Luna. Where's Mr. Kobayashi? Quickly let Mr. Kobayashi come out. He takes his work most seriously and will surely satisfy our updates. So angry. We were actually able to feed. Moon God, you don't believe me, just update another chapter. Ha ha. Has everyone been bowled over by One Little Healing Trick a Day? It's a good thing I didn't read it. I'm waiting for the moon god to finish it to read it all at once. Is it really that good? Could Netflix still be better than a TV show? There were some curious viewers who had not read the Netflix novel. Subsequently, it was given a few pointers by web readers. Words can be imagined to become pictures, and there are many scenes inside online novels that are classics that can't be filmed in the real world. Don't look at that metaphysical novel, so good. Become how many people's memories? The result of the shooting out is the fight to transform the horse. It simply pisses off a whole lot of readers of the original. Geez, hubby, Go update for half an hour and I'll reward you tonight. Su Yuling decided to use color seduction. Her fingertips traced over Lin Wuyu's chin and finally arrived at his chest, gently tapping it. What do you take me for? Lin Wuyu's throat rolled. What kind of reward? Ahem. Su Yuling coughed softly, and Lin Wuyu instantly bounced up. Standardly and accurately, he saluted Su Yuling. Report wife, promised to complete the mission. Having said that, turning he headed for the study. A large group of people in the live broadcast room revealed an impish smile. Su Yuling had actually made such a great contribution for them to be able to see the latest chapter of the novel. Woohoo! The crowd was inexplicably moved and soured by the couple's actions. But it's time to leave. Seeing Lin Wuyu enter the study and close the door to the room, Su Yuling let out a long breath. She waited for this one chance. The reason why she would promise Lin Wuyu to give a reward at night wasn't really because she wished to update the readers with a few more chapters of the novel, but rather Su Yuling was looking for an opportunity to find that box. On that day, Lin Wuyu seemed to have entered the restroom and came out without the box. If she hadn't watched the live broadcast, I'm afraid that the current Su Yuling would have thought that Lin Wuyu's performance was really because he didn't want her to labor. Although there was such a part of the factor, the most important thing was that Lin Wuyu was worried about the box being discovered. There must be some secret hidden inside the box. So, it was all a move to be able to see what was hidden inside the box. So that's it. For half a day I almost thought it was my sister-in-law who knew we were having a hard time waiting for updates and thought she'd let us see a little bit of it, but it turns out she wanted to investigate the box. It was a mispayment after all, but I enjoyed it. Honestly speaking, the audience in the live broadcast room had long wanted to know what was contained inside the box, but because Mr. Kobayashi's matter was diverted from their attention, the crowd gradually ignored what was inside the box. Fortunately, Su Yuling, who didn't know about Mr. Kobayashi's incident, remembered this one thing. Getting a couple chapter updates and revealing what's inside Luna's box feels satisfying today. Ha ha. Finish reading the inside of the box first and turn around to read the novel. Beautiful. Woe to the moon god. This is being used. Why should we be separated? The adult world is all about choosing to get it together. You're not right. You're not right either. What's wrong with me is wrong because it's wrong with you. So it's mostly wrong with you. Good old yin and yang. Seeing Su Yuling walking towards the restroom, the crowd's eyes shifted to the doorway of the restroom. It's impossible to place a monitor in a restroom. It's impossible to even think about it. So what they were waiting for was Su Yuling, who walked out with the box. Besides, Su Yuling, she turned on the TV and switched to the program she liked to watch. The sound was adjusted to the right level that could be heard by Lin Wuyu. So, quietly, he walked towards the restroom. Check out the bath towels. Check out the cabinets. No corner is left untouched. Chapter 0077 Needle? Antiques? Strange. Where the hell did the stuff go? After groping for a good half day, Su Yuling even raked the area, and as a result, she still didn't find the small box. By all rights the box should be in here. It wouldn't have gone anywhere else. What the hell is going on here? It's been 7 or 8 minutes. Why isn't it out yet? Did Luna hide the box in the restroom at all? Maybe it just flushed away. Or it's inside the trash can. Don't panic. MS. Su might still be in the bathroom. The crowd was clouded and all kinds of speculation bubbled up. Bing Bing also interjected at the right time. What secret is hidden inside the box? Can it make Lin Wuyu attach such importance to it? I believe it won't take long for everyone to be able to see it. Yes, the restroom is just a little bit of a place. Even if Su Yuling dawdled, she would eventually show up with the box. LOL. Just as the crowd was filled with anticipation, the sound of a door opening suddenly came on the screen. It was Lin Wuyu who walked out from inside the study, stretching her limbs and looking around curiously. He looked in the direction of the restroom and tensed. Honey, you're going to the bathroom? Yeah. Are you done writing? It's not your style to go to the bathroom without your cell phone. Glancing at the cell phone on the table, Lin Wuyu's heart grew more and more nervous. Under normal circumstances, Su Yuling would definitely bring her cell phone with her when she went on a big number, which was a common problem for most people. Boring bathroom breaks always needed a little something to pass the time, and entering the bathroom without a cell phone made Lin Wuyu begin to wonder if the box had been exposed. Geez, I've been looking at my phone all day and my eyes are sore. The sound of flushing came from the toilet. Su Yuling opened the door of the toilet and washed her hands and walked out. She looked at Lin Wuyu suspiciously. What, been lazy again? Only writing for a few minutes? I came out to use the restroom. Going right back to writing. Lin Wuyu hemmed and hawed, confirming that there was no box in Su Yuling's hand. It seems he was overthinking it, but the box must be shifted and needs to be properly disposed of tonight. Otherwise sooner or later they'll be found out, and then they'll be screwed. Why don't you hurry? What are you waiting for? Su Yuling urged, telling Lin Wuyu to hurry up and go to the toilet so she could continue writing her novel. As he watched, Lin Wuyu walked into the room. Su Yuling let out a long breath as she sat on the sofa. It was just too dangerous just now. It was so close to being discovered. Fortunately, she was too resourceful to be seen by Lin Wuyu. Thrilling. This family program group actually turned into this mode. Ha ha ha. Feels funny, doesn't it? It's time to compete in acting. That nervousness of the lunar god. One look and he knew that something was hidden inside the toilet. Wait for Sister Su to search for it again in a while or he's going to start shifting. It makes sense. The more importance the moon god places on it, the more important the contents of the box indicate, and the more important it is to get it to discover new secrets. Crap. It feels like my head is a little less than full. Guys, how many vests have been discovered here? Chef, teacher, internet god. What's next? Home Southeast Branch MO came in based on the flavor analysis. It should be one of these 3 vests as well. The crowd is clouded. Saying anything is possible when they don't know what exactly is hidden inside the box. Even Ice and the crew of the show were getting emotionally tense. Lin Wuyu's past is filled with so much legend. And every revelation is full of revelations. It's all a wave of heat for the show. Soothing. Keep on yelling. On the screen, Lin Wuyu, who had finished going to the restroom, walked out and turned into the study to start working. But this time he didn't close the door to his study. From this line of sight, as long as Su Yuling entered the toilet, Yinan would be able to know. Why don't you close the door? What if the sound of me watching TV makes you work? Su Yuling said as she walked inside the study with a cup of tea in her hand. When she was working, Lin Wuyu would drink tea. This time she hadn't had time to prepare it yet, and it just happened to be her aide. I forgot to thank my wife for the tea. Lin Wuyu heatedly smiled and kissed Su Yuling's forehead. The cup for the tea was the same cup Lin Wuyu had always used, purely transparent, and one could see the tea inside was golden. The color of that tea, however, was very surprising, and it was actually golden yellow as well, which looked very beautiful. There were only 3 or 4 tea leaves in a cup of tea, each roughly as thick as a finger. Is there a big hand to introduce what kind of tea this is? With more than 5 million live broadcasts, there are naturally many tea drinkers who are still seeing this kind of tea for the first time. I don't know. It looks like it's a bit expensive. A cup of tea that only has 3 or 4 tea leaves in it? I googled it and didn't see it. I'm the little sister who sells tea. Honestly, without seeing the packaging of the tea, it's really hard to tell what kind of tea it is, but it's definitely not Dahongpo, Pu'er tea or any of these. A little tea seller? I don't buy tea. There are many kinds of tea leaves, and this color on the surface is perhaps added to other things when frying. So the color formed is golden yellow, but usually the tea is brewed with color, unless it is green tea. But strange to this one place, this tea must be dyed in some other color since it is fried. That's why a cup of tea is still really hard to beat for the live crowd. Even some people who specialize in getting tea can't tell the difference. At the moment, their attention was still mainly on the box, and this golden tea was put on hold for the time being. Closing the door to the study, Su Yuling dedicated a minute or 2 to waiting. She needed to hurry up and act quickly because Lin Wuyu was a very fast worker, and it was estimated that it wouldn't take more than half an hour to solve all the work. By then the chances of trying to find the box would become less. Tomorrow Su Yuling would have to start going to work. There would be plenty of time for Lin Wuyu to shift the box. Bite the bullet. Su Yuling quickly rushed into the middle of the restroom. Thanks to the previous few minutes of searching, this time her aim was skewed towards the small, unassuming things. Took off the lid of the flush and sure enough there was something wrapped in a black plastic bag inside. Finally, Su Yuling smiled and walked out directly with the bag. Chapter 0078 Elder Zhou. I'm about to reveal Luna's little secret. So excited. OOT, let me see. What's hidden in there? It's so tense. The moon god mustn't pop up at a time like this. It'll be embarrassing then. Ha ha, I was looking forward to seeing that. This scene seems kind of interesting too. With all the people in attendance, Su Yuling slowly opened the wooden box. The modest box was gently opened. Seeing what was inside, the crowd looked stunned. Only 3 silver needles of different lengths were placed inside the box, emitting an ancient luster. There were also some strange patterns on the 3 silver needles. What's going on? Silver needles? Does the moon goddess even like to knit? This is not a silver needle for knitting clothes. Look carefully. It should be a tool for acupuncture used by ancient Chinese doctors. My grandfather is a Chinese medicine practitioner. There is a rolled up cloth inside the house with silver needles sticking out of it. What's wrong with this one from the moon god? There are only 3 of them? No way. So that means the moon god is actually still an old Chinese doctor? The audience was dumbfounded. Is this really still a Chinese medicine thing? It's just 3 silver needles. Is it necessary for the moon god to be so treasured? It's not much of a problem even if you take it out. Silver needles? Puzzled, Su Yuling didn't dare to delay and put the things back inside the toilet, pretending that nothing had happened. but curiosity was definitely breeding. Why were there 3 silver needles inside the box? Lin Wuyu valued it so much, so it must be very important. The price of silver needles is not expensive. There is no need to be so treasured. The value of these 3 silver needles is only $1,000 in full. Even those things worth tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars, Lin Wuyu didn't value them so much, favoring the 3 silver needles so highly. There's something fishy. There must be something fishy. Small mountain home. This is a private estate built around a famous scenic area. Many of the populace who survive in the neighborhood know that there is an ancient family of Chinese medicine practitioners inside the small mountain home. In earlier years it was often visited by people of high status and was known far and wide. This old man was already in his 80s and had long since stopped working, while his son was known far and wide as a top Chinese medicine professor in the country. What are you looking at here? Want to come with me to water the vegetables? An immortal, white-haired, long-shirted old man walked into the middle of the living room, a shovel in his hand, and curiously approached an old woman. This is Zhou Yuanyang, the owner of the mountain house, the father of the Chinese medicine professor. The one sitting on the sofa looking at her cell phone is Zhou Yuanyang's wife, now in her 70s. Don't look at the advanced age of the two of them, but they are still physically fit and in very good spirits. They are considered to be in very good shape for an old man of that age. I watch a program called Understanding. The old woman grinned and handed over her cell phone, saying as she did so, "This young man is fun as hell and has found another great find." Good stuff? Elder Joe looked at the cell phone suspiciously, coming a little closer to get a clear view of the screen. A young woman was holding a box made of red wood, which held something that looks like a silver needle. As soon as he realized it was a silver needle, Elder Joe's interest instantly increased. He took his glasses from the cabinet and put them on, which allowed him to see the real picture. Those were 3 silver needles embroidered with different patterns. The first silver needle is the longest and is embroidered with a plum blossom. The second silver pin is encrusted with azaleas. The third silver pin is on an orchid. Seeing the 3 silver needles, the old man's hands suddenly began to tremble. His lips trembled up and down, and he couldn't say a word for half a day. Stinky Skin Chow. What's wrong with you? Stinky Skin Chow. The old woman on the sidelines got emotional. She hurriedly walked to Master Joe's side and placed him on the sofa to lie down. Originally wanted to take the cell phone to call someone, but was held by Elder Joe's death grip. His eyes collapsed. Half a day could not say a word. Monthly, sinning oh. The old woman slapped her thighs in fear and immediately began to call for the servants. There were but 2 servants inside this one large mountain home compound, and there were also 2 arranged bodyguards, all arranged by Master Joe's children. Old lady, oh my god, what's wrong with Grandpa Joe? The maid hurriedly put down the work in her hands and hurriedly ran into the parlor. They are the ones who take care of the 2 old people, and a little problem will be serious when the time comes. Minor deductions from wages or dismissal. Both maids are villagers from the neighborhood, and they make a living from this one job. It pays thousands of dollars a month and isn't very tiring, and this kind of work is very rare for them. Don't call yet. Call an ambulance. After a hasty phone call, the bodyguard drove Elder Joe to the hospital for treatment. Strangely enough, the old man just held onto that cell phone and wouldn't let go, and kept chanting inside his mouth. In the meantime, inside the hospital downtown, a famous Chinese medicine professor ran out from inside the hospital in a hurry to pack up his things. Something's wrong with Dad. Pack up your things right away. I'll book a flight over here and leave tonight. He called his wife and drove his vehicle to his home in a hurry. This person is the top professor in the Chinese medicine sector, Zhou Miaoshi, who is known as Little Hua Tua. With his wonderful hands, you can imagine that his medical skills, his attainments in Chinese medicine are as high as Tsujikura. And Zhou Miaoshi, this body of medical skills, are inherited from the hands of his father, can have today's achievements are inseparable from the cultivation of the old Master Zhou. Part of the reason he was able to develop Chinese medicine to such an extent was that he was good at combining Chinese and Western medicine, finding ways to benefit Western medicine while spreading the fame of Chinese medicine from the methods of Chinese medicine. The wife at home, having learned the news, also packed her things and prepared to leave. The kids are still in middle school and there isn't much to pack. A simple 2 sets of clothes will take care of everything. When things were packed up, Zhou Miaoshi, who had rushed back from the hospital, also arrived downstairs, parked the car inside the garage and set off. Since there was only one flight today, they had to arrive ahead of schedule, and luckily the tickets were purchased so they could get on the plane if they arrived early. What's wrong with the old man? Sitting in the cab, his wife eased up on her inquiries. I don't know. Mom said she looked inside the phone and then the whole thing froze and the word month kept coming out of her mouth. Zhou Miaoshi shook her head, and only got some information from her mother, knowing that Elder Joe was in a bad state. The most attention to healthcare of the old man Joe has been very good health. Doctors say can live to 100 years old. The results because of a cell phone into this. Chapter 0079 Dark Tide. Fierce Tide, destroyed in one day. Plus Blue Jade and the Transformers program. In the beginning the event was on the hot seat for days on end. All of them found each other's contact information and pulled into a group chat. That's right. Only after doing all those things that were wrong back then would the crowd feel panicked. All 7 people inside the group chat. All of whom were not kind. Blue Jade, host of the Metamorphosis program. Involved in a number of unorthodox variety shows. There was a hot rumor on the internet for a while some time ago that a famous celebrity was affected by poisonous gas when he participated in a variety show. And the host of this show was Blue Jade. She was a participant in these variety shows and hosted them. And this one is also a serious foreign admirer of the good. Has been several years in a row want to handle the transfer of domicile things. Secretly planning for a long time. To say that they have really contributed anything to the Dragon Kingdom. I'm sorry, but I really can't find it. Step donations on a certain payment app are still available. Donating money, that's a bit difficult for her. Wazili, the guide of the Metamorphosis program team. The main responsibility bearer and person in charge. Inside the entertainment industry, most of the time there is a problem as the director to take the blame. In fact, they do things inside the program group is very messy. The discourse is actually just average. Machine food, personnel transfer are related to the director. But the script planner wants to change. He did not dare to put a fart. Unless it's a well-known director who can have some say. Nah, he's the director of Metamorphosis. Kind of a bandwagon. Evergreen Media Limited, the biggest investor in Metamorphosis. Which means the main credit for this show still goes to this place. As the saying goes, no deal, no harm. They are willing to invest in this one program. And naturally, they need to take responsibility. On top of that, there are a couple of marginal shrimps. Let's just say that all of these people are so nervous that they are thinking about backing out. I guess there's no more horses for courses back then, right? I don't know. Isn't the director in charge of this thing? What do you mean I'm responsible for it? Mr. Sue, don't make things up. Back then this matter was authorized by you. Something. I don't know anything. Everyone present has something to do with that incident. You guys think you can escape by running to other places? To tell you the truth, all those formalities of yours will all stop by then. Don't think you can leave. The priority now is to cover things up and keep all the risks in one area. What region? Mr. Sue, tell me properly. This area is to the show's vicious program for it. At best, is to withdraw from the entertainment industry, after 2 or 3 years and can come back. But that one thing if found, not to mention withdraw from the entertainment industry and compensation. Everyone is estimated to go inside for a period of time. Looking at the message on his cell phone screen, Lan Yu fell into silence. In fact, just a program is not guilty of them so much of a publicity campaign, mainly because there were other things that happened that year. If it is investigated, the situation can be more and more serious. A human life, or the fate of a family. In order to solve this one thing, she took a special day off from work today. It was a matter of her own life and safety. It was useless to earn more money. Ding 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 ding. As he was thinking about it, the phone suddenly rang. Blue Jade withdrew from her thoughts and stared nervously at the screen. It was always a relief to see the name dialed. Xiao Chen, where have you been? Not coming back for so many days? Do you know that mom and dad are worried about you? The one who dialed the phone was none other than Lan Yu's son, Wang Chen. Counting the time to go out and play has been about a month's time, and it was not until now that he dialed the first phone call. When they call over it shows the other party can't answer. Oops, I'm busy over here. There's no money on my bank card. Mom, you call me over another $1 million. I'm waiting to use it urgently. You thought. Doh. Lan Yu just wanted to open her mouth to educate Wang Chen, but a busy tone came from the phone, showing that the other party had hung up. It's all a sin. Sighing, Lan Yu transferred money to Wang Chen from her cell phone, using 3 bank cards separately. She and her husband have earned a decent income over the years, but they have to prepare a lot of money to settle abroad, and the departure of the business, up and down, which is not a big expense. At the end of the day they are still just tiny businesses and tiny presenters, and their wealth is still nothing compared to the big boys. However, Wang Chen had to take away $2 million of living expenses this month, and he was an adult of 18 or 19 years of age, but he didn't understand anything at all. This may be the punishment of the year. Hey, hello, I'm Blue Jade. I applied for the transfer of my household registration at your place some time ago. May I ask if there's any news now? After hanging up Wang Chen's phone, Lan Yu immediately dialed the Office of Household Registration Transfer to inquire about the progress of the household registration. Well, Ms. Blue, I'm sorry to say that your domicile cannot be processed successfully at this time. Why can't we process it successfully yet? Sorry, got a little emotional. I have something important to transfer and would appreciate your help. I'm sorry. Your domicile is not something we are withholding. It was pressed from above. Please ask the relevant department for specific information. MS. Blue. MS. Blue. I'll hang up then. Oh, there are a lot of people to respond to over here. Have a nice life. Inside the villa. Blue Jade took the phone. The face was a deathly gray. After all, they have been found out. A household registration cannot be transferred, and no one can run away. Same as what Mr. Su of Evergreen Media Limited said. All they can do is to keep the danger within acceptable limits. Blame it on the damn show, releasing the video from back then just to draw traffic? And this Lin Wu Yu. Isn't it good for you to live the rest of your life honestly? What's the point of competing with little people like us? You be your teacher. We make our money. Wouldn't it be great if everyone didn't affect anything? Blue Jade threw her cell phone out in anger. The screen of the cell phone shattered into pieces with a clambering tower sound. She suddenly buried her head in a low sob. Tears fall as if they were beans. Pathetic? Do something to pay for your mistakes? Maybe you don't need to pay for them. Naturally someone else will grab them for you. But one day, you'll realize that the sheets are still there. It just showed up in a different way. Chapter 0080, it's all in vain after all. The next day, the official website posted a message that sent shockwaves through the internet. The Metamorphosis program, which was so famous and infamous 7 years ago, has been officially disposed of. The results of the disposal are as follows. Transformer Guide Guazili. He was fined $100,000 and retired from the entertainment industry and was permanently sequestered. All the works on the internet about Guazili were all taken down. The punishment could be considered very severe. Guazili is a director who is still quite famous in the entertainment industry, and his hard-earned reputation has become a bubble. Most notably, there is the impact of another case with a sentence of 8 years in prison. Transformers host Blue Jade. He was fined $50,000 and suffered the same permanent blockade of the entertainment industry. And Blue Jade is currently hosting programs that are all subject to regulation, exposing the entertainment industry-related variety shows. Sentenced to 7 years imprisonment. Evergreen Media Limited. Su Changrong, as an investor in Metamorphosis, the provider of funds, he was fined $100,000 and many things were found out from Evergreen Media Ltd. 1. The amount of tax evasion. The account is, to put it mildly, about $3 million. But the impact of the $3 million will be very big. According to the regulations of the Dragon State, any tax evasion of more than 70,000 yuan, the penalty is more than 3 years, less than 7 years of imprisonment. The penalty is also double to 5 times the amount of tax evaded. The final penalty for the incident was twice the amount of damages, or more than $6 million, nearly $7 million. Su Changrong, head of Changrong Limited Liability Company, was sentenced to 14 years imprisonment. Normally, they wouldn't even get a sentence that severe just because of these things. That's where the second reason comes in. 2. Evergreen Media Limited was involved in a case of intentional homicide. The origin of the story needs to be told slowly. 8 years ago, it was when Metamorphosis was in full swing, and the outside world was making a name for itself as a ratings leader for variety shows. That is, when the show is in the air, an accident happened out of the blue. A rural teenager who participated in the program died tragically and accidentally because of a mistake made by the program's crew in doing their job. While the teenager still has a chance of survival, the show's guide, host, and investor does something unexpected. You know, that was a time when the show was on a roll, and bad press could lead to a significant drop in their ratings and perhaps other hidden repercussions, such as suffering a rigorous investigation. So, at the behest of the investors, the guides and hosts were involved from there, changing what was a mistake by the show's crew into an accident for rural teens. Afterwards, a portion of the funds were compensated and the parents in the countryside could not be bothered. But the case eventually surfaced through official investigations. The so-called accident turned out to be the result of the show's initiative to get the country boy to go along with the script, which led to the death. The trio who tried to pick off everything and thought they had cleaned up their tails seamlessly finally miscalculated. Harpies, this goddamned program, goddamned investors. I used to watch the program hosted by the Blue Jade host. I'm really blind. Why didn't I see that underneath your hypocritical exterior are all lies? Oh Tina, is the life of a country boy so worthless? Oh, truthfully, this is just the tip of the iceberg. The reality of the horror beyond your imagination. The novel of the vicious bad guys is real. Good judgment. I felt something was wrong with this kind of show before, and the last time I watched it on Moon God's livestream, I realized how hypocritical they were. And I never expected to see a life touched in the back. The parents of the country teenagers must have been unaware of the situation, and were blithely removed from all responsibility by the program's one accident and compensated $300,000 as a pension. A teenager with 40 or 50 years of future work ahead of him? And his future. His whole life is completely ruined in the hands of these people. I'm also a fan of Moon God. What Moon God said the other day was right. It's a tumor of a variety show. It's hard not to support the family. Support the investigation. Strictly investigate. I wonder how many people got so angry that their blood boiled after seeing the briefing. And I wonder how many people felt sorry for the country teenagers after seeing what these three men went through. Late justice is always unjust, but for the deluded in the bone. But for the victims, late justice is also hope. The results have been laid out. These three are the main bearers, carrying the pot they don't want to carry. Don't want to carry it? Can you get rid of it? It must be carried. It's also the case that after witnessing the underpinnings of metamorphosis being plucked away, there are some media outlets that have finally dared to venture out and speak up. Support the purge of variety shows. Who exactly is morphing going to morph to? Early cherished film and video exposure for young teachers in the teaching profession is just a click away. Shocked. A piece of dusty history has been ripped open, and there's no telling how many scars. Shocking. A teacher did this to a student. Never in doubt. Those catchy headlines became extra attention-grabbing as a huge ship slowly sailed, taking the entire internet by storm. This one thing can be said to be a big success, just according to this to see the break. Who knows? Who the hell is driving that boat? They also have no way to know. In the crowd think Lin Wuyue is still an ordinary man. A handsome force to endure the face appeared in the live broadcast. There are also people who are gradually internalizing the news that the understanding crew is set to benefit. At least it doesn't have to be so much work to be able to peek in the shower next door every day for too many things. Tell me, what have you been through? You're not right? What did I just say? What? Don't pretend. Just send me the pictures of next door or I'll report you. Ahem. Bing recently went to high school. The wheels of the princes have covered the faces of the people. One day of defeat. The crowd came to their senses and realized how much water was hidden behind the so-called metamorphosis. And Lin Wuyu also took advantage of this opportunity to once again increase the fame of many. Sure, most of all, there was the push from the understanding program that led to such a result that they were happy with. Traffic. In this age of internet penetration to all corners, traffic itself represents a kind of money. The inside of the live broadcast room directly skyrocketed from 5 million viewers to 8 million. You know that usually, even the Sky Central station occupies the best resources. The prime time slot, usually online viewers, is about 10 million, unless it is a particularly grand extravaganza. Even the extravaganza didn't end up with as high a retention as the understanding program. And so, it's a scene that happens when you walk out now. Yeah, you watch the understanding program again. This Lin Wuyue is really good looking. One of a kind. Handsome. With an extraordinary, graceful and excellent temperament. You're actually a reader? Great. Little brother, let's add a WeChat, okay? You chase after Moon God's books. I like you a lot. Jag off. You don't like watching a show with me. We don't see eye to eye. Let's break up. Chapter 0081, The Program Speculation. Downtown Center Hospital. A gray-haired old man outside his hospital room. A rare gathering of a dozen or so hospital personnel. They looked nervously at the old man in the hospital room and finally let out a long breath. Dean. What's wrong with my father? Look at the way he's acting. Zhou Miaota, the son of the old man Zhou Miaota, said. Some guesses in his heart, but many things still need medical equipment to make a final conclusion. Dr. Zhou, don't worry. Your father is just overly emotional, and with our extreme efforts to save him, he will soon return to normal. Dean gave Cho Muku a shot in the arm. The one in front of me is also a famous titan in the medical field, so the hospital's resuscitation is very solemn. But the dean knew that the one lying on the hospital bed was the one who deserved the title of the leading Chinese medicine practitioner. And when he came to do the checkup some time ago, he was still very normal. So how could this happen all of a sudden? Dr. Zhou, this is the cell phone that Elder Zhou has been holding on to with a death grip. The dean pulled an orange-colored cased cell phone out of his pocket and placed it in Zhou Miaoto's hands. Everyone is not a fool. From the excitement of Master Zhou seeing the cell phone, together with the words he recited inside his mouth, it must be that the picture in the cell phone shocked him. Thanks. Exhaling a breath, Zhou Miaoshe returned to his wife's mother's side, first placing them in a resting place before curiously opening his cell phone. He had bought the phone for his mother and hadn't set a password. Older people find passwords to be cumbersome. This is also true. What on earth could have made the normally steady father so out of sorts? Zhou Miaoshe's mind was filled with curiosity. Elder Zhou had always taken care of his health, and his emotions were well controlled. The most impressive and representative of this statement is, in all the mischief he had done as a child, as well as the things he had encountered after he had grown up, Master Zhou's reaction had never been so strong. It was just too odd. and now because of a cell phone, the father is actually hospitalized straight away? Curious, he opened the screen of his cell phone and the battery showed 7%. After unlocking the screen, the first thing that comes into view is 3 silver needles. The image flashed by, and before Joe Miato could see what was on it clearly, it switched to real-time picture. Heck, it's a program site. A nice, well-dressed 280 woman held the microphone, with an equally good-looking woman standing beside her. If it were normal, such a live program Joe Miato would never watch. There is no meaning at all. It's nothing more than an entertainment program for the amusement of screen names, with a few celebrities brought in to interact with each other. Patiently, Joe Miaosher continued to watch on, wanting to know the reason for Elder Joe's coma. Ms. Sue, did you see anything else after the box was opened yesterday? The presenter, who was wearing a name tag on his chest, spoke up, smiling. Words. Joe Miaosher's expression immediately became solemn, as if it was because of some silver needle, but the image flickered and was not captured. There are just 3 silver needles, of different lengths, with some patterns inscribed on them. Su Yuling recalled the details of last night. On the contrary, the box is not bad, the body is red, and it smells faintly fragrant. She didn't doubt that it was a clean scent, and even though the box had been taken from inside the toilet, she could smell the wooden box when she uncovered the plastic bag. Red wooden box, fresh fragrance, 3 silver needles? Repeatedly weighing these few key words, Joe Miaosher tried to find some key information from them. Nah, there doesn't seem to be anything like that in the knowledge base. Could it be the owner of the box? Could it be a long-lost friend of Master Joe? Thinking about it this way, Joe Miaosher felt that her analysis made sense, and since the box couldn't say anything fishy, the only way to find a connection was from that woman's elders. It wasn't how negligent Chow Wonderful was. He was at least one of the top Chinese medicine masters in the country, and he had knowledge of many things. 3 silver needles are nothing. Formally speaking, if you are a Chinese medicine practitioner, it is not unusual for you to have dozens of silver needles that need to be used for acupuncture. What can be achieved with just 3 silver needles? Oh, acupuncture is to stimulate the acupuncture points. Is it hard to stab only 3 points per acupuncture? That would be completely out of the question. It seems that old Lin, sir, has a secret again, just that we are too shallow in our talents to know the hidden secrets of the box. Bing Bing shook his head slightly, seemingly letting out a sigh. He looked toward the crowd present. The presence of basically businessmen in showbiz work, who will come into contact with the work of the silver needle. This thing seems to be in addition to the use of threading the needle. Only the Chinese medicine acupuncture can be used to. In fact, the live viewers gave out the answer last night, and 3 silver needles didn't seem to prove anything. Wonderful hands. Wonderful hands. Right about this time, a faint cry suddenly rang out from the ward. Joe Miaosher came back to her senses and immediately appeared at Elder Joe's side, her demeanor flustered. Dad, are you feeling better? Show me the phone. Elder Joe didn't care, as if he hadn't heard what Joe Miato had said. Seeing that his mood seemed to have recovered a lot, it was only after repeated assurances that Joe Miaosher agreed to pass the cell phone to the old man for viewing. As a result, out of battery. Dad, what exactly did you see? An acquaintance? After a moment of deliberation, Joe Miaosher inquired tentatively. Cannot dare to once again pull the old man's emotions. Already 80 years old, after all, cannot withstand the toss. It's Master. Elder Joe seemed to be feeling despondent and uttered a reply that surprised his son for a long time. Master? The person who can become Master Joe's master. What kind of status does that have? Not right. The father of this medical skill is mainly the grandfather's inheritance. The Zhou family 3 generations are Chinese medicine. Where there is another master? Dad, please also elaborate. The knot in his throat rolled, and Zhou Miaohan took his father's hand. Chapter 0082. Do you know the god of healing? Hospitals. Master Joe slowly leaned back on the bed under the support of his son and recounted a piece of history that had once existed. It is true that within Master Joe's family there are 3 generations of Chinese medicine practitioners. Apart from him and Joe Miaosher, the first person to become a Chinese medicine practitioner was Zhou Nan, Joe Miaosher's grandfather. Zhou Nanbei's Chinese medicine was not really that muddy, but only got progress by following an old Chinese doctor. It wasn't until the hands of Elder Zhou that it began to glow, bringing out the Zhou family's fame completely. Do you know why I have become a respected TCM practitioner in the TCM community? Elder Joe looked at his son, intending to inquire about it. Joe Miaosher pondered for a moment. Isn't it true that father loves to study and is highly gifted in Chinese medicine? That was what he had always thought. Because his father had been able to carry forward Chinese medicine was that Master Joe was highly gifted. This is recognized by many. Not really. Master Joe smiled to himself. This talent of mine is actually similar to theirs. The only difference is that I'm really addicted to the world of Chinese medicine. To say that I can become a Chinese medicine titan, the most crucial reason is still my master. Master? Zhou Miaosher frowned slightly. He remembered that Elder Zhou only had one master, and that was his grandfather back then. Other than that, Master Zhou is relying on his own skills to slowly teach himself and discuss with others. Could it be that Elder Zhou had a teacher other than his grandfather? Then how strong was that teacher? Could it be that he was the last Chinese medicine champion? All sorts of doubts intertwined within Zhou Miao's mind as he revealed a confused expression and inquired, "Father, isn't your master a grandfather? Your grandfather back then just taught me the theory of introductory Chinese medicine. I have a more solid base, but in the experience of Chinese medicine, taking medicine, acupuncture, are the instructions of that one senior? In fact, he has never recognized me as his disciple." Zhou Laozi smiled, but his medical skills are really powerful. The most famous means is acupuncture. Is the strongest person I have seen in Chinese medicine. Someone like that must be pretty famous, right? Zhou Miaosher muttered in exclamation, his mind recalling some old Chinese medicine titans who had passed away. Mixing in a circle inside the people have knowledge of the circle's top people. Zhou Miaosher, such a person, is of course no exception. He quickly locked a presence. Is a titan of the Chinese medicine industry. Very famous Chinese medicine. Sadly, he passed away 4 years ago, and his father at the time didn't seem to be much hurt by it. No, only very few people know about him. Many have never even seen his face, and only know of the 3 silver needles, plums, orchids, azaleas. Elder Zhou's eyes lit up, and his voice was like a flood of bells as he replied. As he talked about his guiding hand, he became agitated. With 3 silver needles out, even stubborn diseases Mr. Moon can cure. Back then, I also met Mr. Moon by chance, and he saw my tireless spirit for Chinese medicine and took me to study for 7 days. Our first patient is that one. Gulp. Unconsciously, Zhou Miaosher swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Until now finally know the meaning of the 3 silver needles. No wonder the father's emotions will become so agitated. The original is because the owner of the 3 silver needles is his teacher. The impression of a lifetime hard to forget. And does this titan still exist? That one is. He had a vague guess in his mind, but didn't dare to come down for sure. You didn't guess wrong. Elder Zhou replied with a smile, knowing who the one his son was guessing in his heart was. He was also very shocked back then, especially after seeing that one healed. For the following 7 days, Mr. Moon was instructing Elder Zhou on his progress, who was already in his 70s back then, and was running around. 7 days. Knowledge that was originally unknown about Chinese medicine became coherent in an instant. This was an extraordinary step forward for Master Zhou, as the heavens and earth suddenly opened up in front of him, and he walked through the door into the world of Chinese medicine. It wasn't until that time that he realized how small his comprehension was in front of Mr. Moon. Unfortunately, 7 days passed and Mr. Moon disappeared completely, never to be heard from again. This became a regret for Master Zhou. Inquiring everywhere and becoming a titan of Chinese medicine did not forget to look for it. Father, does the master have any characteristics? Zhou Miaosher nervously inquired. Such a teaching 7 days can make Master Zhou become the existence of a Chinese medicine titan. That in the end, how strong is it? Especially since that one all knew Mr. Moon, which is so legendary. To characterize it, he has a rather low voice, wears a cloak and mask all the time, and there's no way to know his true age, but it's definitely no more than 40. I saw these 3 silver needles and thought of him. If I have the opportunity, I want to say thank you to Mr. Yu in person. The Chinese medical profession also needs Mr. Yu's help. Master Zhou spoke from the bottom of his heart. There was actually another reason he was so excited. That is, the Chinese medical profession is now beginning to become more and more down and out, and many people's eyes Chinese medicine have become the existence of a beck and call. The reason for this is the gradual rise of Western medicine, which is slowly eliminating Chinese medicine. But how strong was TCM back in the day? Dad, just take a good rest for the next few days, and leave the matter of the master teacher to me. I'll make sure to make a good inquiry out of it. Zhou Miaosher stabilized the old master, fearing that this one would become ill again due to overexcited emotions. After all, he is an old man in his 80s, and his heart is not so tough. Make sure you find out. Elder Zhou held his son's arm and explained in a serious tone. It was so hard to see the 3 silver needles used by Mr. Moon and find the clues from back then. They must not be disconnected. If Mr. Yu were to return to the Chinese medicine sector, the problems encountered now could definitely be solved. Don't worry, Dad, you rest first. I'll let you know if I have news. Zhou Miaosher nodded, seemingly seeing hope. He took his mother's cell phone and walked out of the room, informing the 2 men who were resting in the other room to help look after it, before charging up his phone and entering that one strange live feed once more. The only way to see the message is through the live feed. That's the only clue. The first thing that could enter the picture was Su Yuling's identity, knowing who the box's contents really belonged to. If you follow the trail, you will naturally find Mr. Moon himself. Phew, Master Shifu must be well. Exhale a cloudy breath. Zhou Miaoshe registered the account of the live broadcasting room and thoroughly entered the live broadcasting room to watch. Chapter 0083, Questioning? You're not qualified. Inside the live feed, Su Yuling on the hosting stage was bewildered, and somewhat speculatively explained. This shouldn't be considered a secret. Maybe it's just an ordinary silver needle. It's normal. If this silver needle was normal, Mr. Lin wouldn't have quietly put it away and wouldn't dare let you find it. It's a bit of a cover-up. Bing Bing hid her mouth and smiled, the meaning of which showed that Lin Wuyu's box must have some sort of story inside. That's why he quietly put it away. Normal people, if they are not weak-minded, where would it be like Lin Wuyu? Wouldn't it be better to just take it out in the open? So, this directly told everyone that the silver needle inside the box was not simple. It's a pity we don't know. Alas, does this silver needle represent that one of the moon god's organs is like a needle? Nonsense. The lunar god pulls it out and it's a C-pin. Hey, brother, what are you guys talking about? I don't understand. Sister, do you prefer to use your fingers or an ear spoon when you pull out your boogers? I see. Of course the fullness of the fingers is better. The ear spoons are empty and have no feeling. He. Thank you, brother. Exciting, passionate coding. Online DD. Parents not at home. Seeing that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was getting skewed again, Ice was speechless. What's going on with the atmosphere in this live room? It seems like you can never escape the fate of driving, either in the car or on the way to the car. Gentlemen, please listen to me for a moment. These 3 silver needles, in fact I know, is the use of acupuncture in Chinese medicine. Nay, the treatment of Chinese medicine has long lagged behind the times. Only Western medicine can get more trust. I think the owner of the silver needles also know that Chinese medicine does not work. That is why the silver needles in the box become their own shame, and take it out is very embarrassing. By the way, I am Zhang Dingfeng from Longxi Hospital. Welcome to the hospital. It was then that a message claiming to know what it was all about caught the eye of the crowd. The crew doesn't have all the talents of the people on the show, so sometimes it's through audience interaction that they get to know them. I didn't realize that this blow-up had resulted in a Western medical doctor? Why does that feel like a weird phrase to welcome us to hospital treatment? Asterisk. If you say it's a mental hospital, I'll start disliking it right away. Zhang Dingfeng. You guys actually don't know Dr. Zhang? Dr. Zhang is very famous. I've seen him on TV many times. The best in Western medicine. That what's his name was developed by Dr. Zhang. Obviously someone knows Zhang Dingfeng's big name. Otherwise he wouldn't have said his name directly. But too much confidence in myself. I need to be reminded that it's not that thing that's called a flu shot. Inside a growing hospital, a middle-aged man with balding hair and average looks was happily watching on his cell phone. A confident smile flowed from his face as he enjoyed a crowd of internet users. Zhang Dingfeng, who studied abroad at the age of 20, has participated in many remote medical rescues abroad and has performed many famous major surgeries. One of the most famous times in his life would have to be when he was the main developer of the flu vaccine. It's not the usual stuff. That flu wasn't particularly bad, but if it had expanded, the difficulty of medical treatment would have skyrocketed. He has always looked down on Chinese medicine. What a time to engage in that kind of materialism. It's not practical at all. So it's Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang is a good man. Yes, Dr. Zhang. I've been getting a lot of pimples on my face lately, and I don't know what can be done to alleviate them. Dr. Zhang, is there any way to make my bottom bigger? Ahem. It's very difficult for a silver needle to turn into an iron rod. If you knead it hard enough, it might be able to change a little bit. Zhang Dingfeng replied to the message with a smile on his face. That statement implied a special meaning in the eyes of someone as smart as ice. That is to say that it is very difficult for Chinese medicine practitioners to go to the top. Using the silver needles inside Lin Wuyu's house as an analogy, it can be said that this Zhang Dingfeng is really proud of himself. There are still a lot of people who actually recognize it, because nowadays, people who are sick basically go for injections and medicines, who still go to Chinese medicine practitioners for medical treatment. So Dr. Zhang knows about Chinese medicine. So may I ask if 3 silver needles can do what acupuncture can do? This is the part we understand the least. Ice attracted the attention of the crowd and asked about the doubts in his mind. This doubt was not only Su Yuling, but also all those present who did not understand. Of course it is possible. Zhang Dingfeng pondered for a moment and slowly replied. However, I'm not interested in Chinese medicine, and learning this kind of thing will easily affect my current achievements. The way is different. This stinking pretender. Inside the hospital, Zhou Miaohan gripped her cell phone tightly, almost unable to resist jumping to her feet and cursing. He is the heir of Chinese medicine. That is able to see such insults. I am Zhou Miaoshi. I don't have a nickname Zhou Huatua in medicine. I think Dr. Zhang must have some understanding of it as well. He immediately went down to start his own defense. To dismiss the face for the Chinese medicine and Western medicine is supposed to be the state of learning from each other. My dragon country, thousands of years of history of the achievements of Chinese medicine. Is it so bad in your eyes? These silver needles are used by the master. 3 silver needles will complete the steps of acupuncture. And just now I learned from the master's mouth that back then the master had relied on these 3 silver needles to treat that one's hidden disease. That one became the forbidden word in the room. But upon reflection, the medical community was largely able to guess. Holy, another one down. The audience of the live broadcast room just like to get together. The more this kind of tit-for-tat scene, the more they are good at fanning the flames. Chinese and Western medicine? Zhou Miaoshi? That name seems a bit familiar too. I think I've seen it on the news. Yes. The current pinnacle representative of Chinese medicine. Funny, I actually like Chinese medicine. Like how a cold can be cured by casually cooking a little ginger soup and that different kind of clover. That's not true. Chinese medicine is very relevant to our lives. What ginger soup? That's to drive away the cold. It's better to get an injection. It's medicine that's poisonous. What do you inner city people know? Not only are the two men's comments starting to take the shape of a confrontation, but even the live stream audience is starting to roll with it. Seeing that the fire wasn't strong enough, Zhou Miaoshi quickly typed in a paragraph and pressed send. In addition, if I don't remember wrongly, the influenza vaccine had the help of traditional Chinese medicine, and one of my students was involved in it and played an important role. So how did it become an outstanding product of Western medicine? No, it should have become Dr. Zhang's masterpiece. Chapter 0084 Goddamned Fainting. Hospitals. Zhang Dingfeng's face was a shade of green and white. Very angry. Of course he knew the great name of Zhou Miaoshi, and in earlier years, the two had participated in medical activities together that had performed quite well. However, Zhou Miaoshi was a Chinese medicine practitioner, while he was a Western medicine practitioner, and all along Zhang Dingfeng had been somewhat less than cooperative. I didn't expect this kind of honor to be full of time. The live broadcast suddenly appeared. Zhou Miaoshi, in front of millions of viewers, directly said the truth of the matter. Old piker, being suppressed so miserably. You want to use me as an air hole? Viciously slamming the table, Zhang Dingfeng whirled around and sent out a pop-up in a conspiratorial manner. Oh, Dr. Zhou is right. Those achievements could not be separated from the help of everyone inside the team, and we all deserve the credit. But Dr. Zhou, I heard that at the Chinese and Western medicine exchange some time ago, Chinese medicine didn't seem to be doing too well, and the resources have been greatly curtailed. I still have one subject left here. Why don't you just come over and become the head of the Chinese medicine section? A Chinese medicine practitioner in general ran to the hospital as a small section chief. Think about it, is a blow. It's okay, I'll show up wherever people need me. But unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't be able to go now that I'm managing the Chinese Medicine Association. Zhou Miaoshi handled these matters with a smoothness that was instantly recognized by many viewers. This is a leading figure in Chinese medicine, and to a certain extent, he represents the image of Chinese medicine nowadays. But there were many dark mutterings. I didn't realize that Chinese medicine really isn't working anymore. No wonder a lot of Chinese medicine clinics have disappeared on my side. Many accomplished TCM practitioners who can't even operate because they don't have certificates are the reason why TCM is disappearing. It's Western medicine that's supported the most, right? Alas, it's really a pity. One of my cousins, a while ago, has been diarrhea, has been cold, went to the hospital to check for a long time, cannot be helped. The result is to eat 2 days of Chinese medicine to return to normal. It feels like Chinese medicine is still very good, and the main thing is our local medicine. That's right. Wait, they gradually came back to their senses, looking over what Zhou Miaoshi said, as if they had found something. Point. These 3 silver needles were used by Zhou Miaoshi's master? Relying on 3 silver needles also saw that one? That one could easily deduce that it should be related to or be the second in command. No way? Could it be that Lin Wuyu is Zhou Miaoshi's master teacher? This age seems to be a bit off. Lin Wuyu is at most 27 years old, while Zhou Miaoshi himself is in his 50s, and his father must be in his 70s or 80s. If Lin Wuyu were his senior, the age difference would really be too great. Looks like it's something from Lin Wuyu's father or grandfather. The moon god's ancestor still has this kind of legendary experience. TSK, it's really awesome one. It's as if you're teasing me. The lunar god is clearly an orphan. That's what Ms. Su said herself. Nani? Then where did the moon god get this thing? Could it have been sold by that herbalist's heir? Should not engage in it. at least is also a medical big brother. Identity status should not be sold out of ancestral treasures, unless it is a time of last resort. The crowd was so clouded that they eventually left their questions to Ice to answer. Bing Bing, who had been staring at the pop-ups, obediently turned her head to look at Su Yuling by her side, smiled professionally, and politely inquired, "Miss Su, the viewers in the live broadcast room said that this silver needle was used by a master of traditional Chinese medicine. May I ask if you know of some connection?" The connection referred to the relationship between the silver needle and Lin Wuyu, and why Lin Wuyu had this silver needle. "I don't know." Su Yuling shook her head blankly. So silver needles were really used to cure diseases. That what's his name, the titan of Chinese medicine, should be very powerful, right? Then his master teacher must also be very powerful. Lin Wuyue should not know such a powerful person. However, some doubts arose inside Su Yuling's head. Lin Wuyu knew the second in command, and was also a famous national chef in the chef world. Could it be that this silver needle was what he used? As soon as she thought of this possibility, Su Yuling immediately shaved off the thought. How can it be? That person's age difference was too great. If he wanted to teach him, he should at least be around 30 years old, right? Lin Wuyu was only in his 20s now, and knows nothing about Chinese medicine. Does Mr. Lin have some masters, or elders in medicine? Seeing that Su Yuling really didn't know, Bing Bing also began to wonder. No, my husband is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. There are no elders in the family, and those who know don't seem to have the profession of a doctor. Su Yuling shook her head once more, well aware of Lin Wuyu's relationship. It seems to be once again in a difficult situation. Then for the time being, wait for a slow investigation. There will always be some clues found. Bing Bing could do nothing about it, thinking that it was impossible to get clues from Su Yuling's mouth, and could only look forward to Lin Wuyu accidentally showing it in the next program recording. I hope Miss Su pays more attention to it, and helps everyone to lift the doubts in their hearts. She smiled and shook Su Yuling's hand, quietly uttering a word. Words. Su Yuling's eyes lit up and she solemnly nodded, saying that she would ask about it side by side. Because Ice told her. The program group sent towards her bank card inside this period of time to pay. Another time 200,000, together with the previous $200,000. She had been paid $400,000 in just a few days, which was very rich indeed. I'll go first, then. Saying goodbye towards the camera, Su Yuling got on the show's special car and headed back towards home. On the way, he pulled out his phone to watch the live stream, and the person called Zhou Miaoshi and Zhang Dingfeng were still occasionally disliking each other. That's weird. She rubbed her head, feeling a little faint. The temperature outside today was a bit high, plus the program was recorded outside, causing Su Yuling to sweat a lot. Not watching her cell phone, Su Yuling leaned against the car seat with a hard look on her face. Arriving at the entrance to the neighborhood with difficulty, she staggered out of her seat, bidding farewell to the driver and glancing up at the sun overhead. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sunlight was obviously much weaker, but Su Yuling still felt hot all over. She forced herself to hold on and return home. Lin Wuyue, who had finished her work, walked out in her girth and greeted her with a smile. Welcome to my world, delicate little princess. I've prepared dinner for you. Put, Moon God is really funny. Ha ha ha. That's not true. You don't even look at who the Moon God is. The spokesperson of poise and handsomeness? Get it? Ha 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 ha. So funny. A man like that lives a life that's not dull and boring. Unlike the wooden one inside my house who doesn't say anything all day. Sister. What else do you have to say? Erlang is so good to you. Listening to Lin Wuyu's comical words, the crowd in the live broadcast room laughed heartily, thinking that this kind of life was indeed good. However, just as they were filled with envy and jealousy, they only saw Su Yuling's face pale and without a trace of blood on her lips. Suddenly, Su Yuling's body went soft and slammed down hard towards the ground. Lin Wuyu's quick eyes and hands instantly caught Su Yuling, who was about to fall, and nervously placed her on the sofa. He reached over Su Yuling's wrist and checked his eyes and tongue again, finally exhaling slowly. Okay. According to his examination, Su Yuling was only suffering from heatstroke, not some dangerous sudden illness. The crowd in the live room was bewildered. Could it be that Miss Su is doing this in order to let us know the origin of the silver needle? Seems like a possibility. Miss Su is really great, just sacrificing herself like that. Everyone must remember Miss Su's dedication. They took Su Yuling's sudden fainting as a test to find out Lin Wuyu's little secret, but it was quickly countered by two professionals. It's not pretending. Miss Su's lips are bloodless and her face is too pale to be pretending. This was Zhang Dingfeng's answer. As a doctor, he was still very experienced. Zhou Miaoshi unconvincingly gave her own opinion. Today's weather is hot. A weak woman like Miss Su definitely can't carry the sun, so I judged it to be heatstroke. And just now Mr. Lin's judgment was the same, And I think it's a person who has a little bit of achievement within traditional Chinese medicine, TCM. To be able to quickly look, smell and examine the other person's condition is obviously the means of Chinese medicine practitioners. In particular, Lin Wuyu's level of pulse taking just now made Zhou Miaoshi even more satisfied. Sure enough, the strength of those who could possess the master teacher's treasure wasn't that bad. Heat stroke? Looking at Lin Wuyu's condition, it seems like there's a way to be able to cure it. Could it be that he really knows medical skills? Ice's jaw dropped and she kind of wondered if she had misread the situation. Is there such an all-powerful person in the world? With medical studies and some build-up and everything else, do we want anyone else to continue to live? The chef is at the top of his game and is a renowned and great author on top of his writing. If the chef was also at the top level, then Ice felt there was no point in living. It must be impossible. It's just heat stroke. A couple of stitches and you'll be fine. In the middle of his thoughts, Lin Wuyu had already walked out with the box he had put away, taking out the smallest silver needle from within the box, soaking it in alcohol to sterilize it. And then he was ready to get his hands on it to help ease Su Yuling's situation. The movement of his hand was quick, and in the blink of an eye the silver needles did not enter the acupoints at the back of Su Yuling's head. Even the camera couldn't see Lin Wuyu's movements, and in the blink of an eye there was a silver needle behind Su Yuling's head. Solution: the speed seems to be slowing down a bit. Clapping his hands, Lin Wuyu took out a handkerchief soaked in cold water from the restroom and neatly folded it at Su Yuling's neck. Chapter 0085, is this cured? Holy. Did you guys just see Luna's movements clearly? Nima, if I had this hand speed, why would I worry about not being on king? I'm ashamed to say that even after 30 years of singleness, I can't reach the speed of the moon god's hands. Truly a model for my generation. I just took a screenshot of it, but it was moving so fast that a screenshot of it was when the silver needle was inserted, as if I wasn't even looking at it. The crowd was shocked, having witnessed Lin Wuyu's speed with their own eyes. Kind of doubt it's really that great. It is reasonable to say that the silver needle is stuck into the middle of the acupoints, if it is stuck in the wrong position, but it is going to be a big problem, and I do not know whether Lin Wuyue in the end is a random stab, or the real level of. What a fast hand! Zhou Miaoshi, who was a Chinese medicine practitioner, could more clearly detect Lin Wuyue's level. There was no mistake in zapping one acupoint. Originally heatstroke was not a serious problem, if he was allowed to treat it, zapping 3 separate acupoints, followed by fetching a cold handkerchief to cool down the temperature. It would take about 10 minutes to help Su Yurin to get out of her heat stroke state. But Lin Wuyu was different. The acupoints he stabbed in were the most precise ones. The role of acupoints in Chinese acupuncture is very important, and if they are stabbed wrongly it could lead to many serious consequences. The acupuncture point that Lin Wuyu had stabbed was even more specialized, as that one point disguisedly controlled 4 or 5 important acupuncture points, and that hand speed didn't even seem to look at it and went straight through the process of sticking the needle in. Zhou Miaoshi didn't think he could reach this level, and although everyone's acupoint locations were basically similar, he would still have to be careful if he were in his place. No 10 years of acupuncture could not reach the speed of Lin Wuyu. 2 minutes later, Lin Wuyu retrieved the silver needle and soaked it in alcohol, then retrieved it among the box. He quietly glanced at Su Yuling and carefully received the box into the study. Only then did he step out of the study and wash his handkerchief and put it back as well. Gradually, Su Yuling, who was lying on the sofa, awoke, first turning over, and then patting her head, with a little bit of the aftermath of fainting. She could feel the symptoms easing a lot, though, and the feeling that she seemed to be darkening all around her finally disappeared. Honey, you're awake? Lin Wuyu smiled as she walked out of the restroom. Seeing Su Yuling's bewildered face, she explained to her, just now you fainted as soon as you came back. I thought that it should be the heat outside that caused you to suffer from heat stroke. So I gave you a cold handkerchief to put on it, and I didn't expect it to be just as good as it was. Fainting. Su Yuling nodded numbly, remembering what had just happened. She suddenly felt a little dizzy in her head and lost consciousness without control. No wonder when I woke up just now, I felt a cool chill on the back of my neck. It turned out to be Lin Wuyue who helped alleviate the symptoms of heat stroke. It sure is warm out there. It reached 31 degrees Celsius. It was normal for Su Yuling's body to not be able to hold out when shooting in the open air at these temperatures. It wasn't like she did much exercise on weekdays, and she routinely stayed in her office just all day, unable to see the sunshine outside and enjoying the cold, brisk air delivered by the air conditioner. Is a cold water compress that effective? I can't believe it only took a few minutes to heal. Su Yuling picked up the cell phone on the coffee table and glanced at it. It seemed like only a few minutes had passed since she fainted. She remembered that it wasn't this easy to get heat stroke in the past. Passing out for 10 minutes or so was a normal thing, and woke up with a muddled consciousness. Not as lucid as it is now. That's true. I still have the air conditioning on. Glancing at the air conditioner, Lin Wuyu resolutely refused to admit that it was her own doing. The silver needle thing is important. As important as the chef's certification. Alright, take a break. I've learned 2 new dishes and I'll make you a nice dinner. Not daring to continue, Lin Wuyu handed over a cup of cool white water and then walked towards the kitchen. It's better to say more than you can say. And it's better to say less than you can say. Strange. After receiving the cool white water handed over by Lin Wuyu, Su Yuling gently took a small sip and stared at Lin Wuyu's departing back somewhat blankly. She always felt that something wasn't quite right, but couldn't for the life of her figure out what it was. There was nothing to be done, but eventually I chose to turn on the live stream and watch. There are several cameras in the living room that should record what just happened. What's so strange about it? Just look at it and you'll see the results. Open the live feed. The pop-ups inside instantly surfaced in front of Su Yuling's eyes. Cow cow cow. Bull, bull. 10,000 words omitted here. Crap. Really woke up. Moon god, this craft can be I did not expect that it is still an old Chinese doctor. Oh, even the most powerful old Chinese doctor can't cure my bragging rights. That Dr. Zhang, come and analyze what level the moon god is at. Is he as good as you? But come on, Dr. Zhang is a Western doctor. If the speed of the scalpel is the same as that of the moon gods, then it's a real oxymoron. Ha ha ha. Hospitals. Zhang Dingfeng didn't care about those pop-up banter. His mind constantly recalling Lin Wuyu's operation just now. The zapping was done in a flash? Is this the fabled magic hand? No way. A 20-something-year-old with that level of skill? Could it be that what Zhou Miaosher said is true? This young man box inside the things Zhou Miaosher master? Then isn't Lin Wuyu that master's heir? People who know a little bit about Zhou Miaosher know that all of his medical skills are learned from the hands of his father. Zhou Miaosher's father is a famous Chinese medicine, but the age has been high, did not show strength in the medical world. However, this does not affect the great fame of Master Zhou. Those who have seen the disease in the hands of Master Zhou have a deep understanding that it is indeed a very powerful Chinese medicine practitioner. He's not the kind of guy who pokes at money. If the disease can be treated more conveniently in the means of Chinese medicine, Master Zhou will help to solve it. And if it is a disease that requires the surgery of Western medicine to cure, Master Zhou will also suggest the other person to go to the Western hospital to have a look. It's about not making money for the sake of making money. And Lin Wuyu's master is Zhou Laozi's master. Hiss. Does this not mean that Lin Wuyu is also in existence of a high standard of Chinese medicine? Looks like the medical profession is about to have another talent. Too bad it's not their Western medicine talent. Sad sigh. Dr. Zhang, what are you looking at here? Just as Dr. Zhang was sighing, a nurse walked into the room where he was resting and glanced curiously at his cell phone. She was Dr. Chang's assistant. One of the more trusted candidates. It's fine. Saw a young genius. Dr. Zhang slightly tilted his phone, allowing the nurse to see the young man. Ha, a genius at cooking? The nurse ha a laugh, thinking that Dr. Zhang likes to watch this kind of show as well. The show, which she'd seen on her phone, was a reality show called Understanding that specialized in choosing the kind of couples who would participate. It's this installment of Understanding that's the hottest, as if the couple's secrets are shocking. Cooking seems to be also. The audience said that he is a national chef. Zhang Dingfeng perfunctory answer. Turn eyes wide, full of disbelief. More than just cooking, I think there's a novel, a national chef when it comes to cooking, which the internet shouldn't be deceived about. And I think the name of the novel is called Healing Hacks. This one also seems to have a presence that audiences are pushing for. Is it still human for a person to be awesome in all 3 fields? National chef? So that's it. It doesn't have much to do with us anyway. The nurse was dumbfounded for a split second, then said with a whirlwind of unconcern. A national chef is a national chef. What is called a national chef? A chef from the Dragon Kingdom? That's a lot. There's no surprise that there are dragon cooks everywhere. Seeing the nurse's performance, Zhang Dingfeng was too lazy to explain too much. A look at the nurse is not a little insight. Actually, even the meaning of the national kitchen do not know. A national chef is a national chef. Anyway, well, the specific Zhang Dingfeng actually do not know very well. See laugh. Say, what do you want with me? Holding his frame, Zhang Dingfeng sipped the expensive tea sent by the patient and immediately returned to the attitude of a superior. Ahem, that's almost forgotten. The patient who had tumor surgery came to the hospital and gave you a banner, and was going to give a red envelope, but I knew your rules and refused. The nurse snapped her head. She was also 40 years old and carried on getting not so good. Just for a moment. It's amazing what kind of program has captured your attention. These patients are also really. Send me so many banners for what this is all we should do it. I've got over 30 banners here. What will other doctors think when they see them? Dr. Zhang righteously opened his mouth to criticize. It is considered that this is a very easy blow to the emotions of other doctors, not the effect that should be done. The nurse on the side nodded her head repeatedly, agreeing with Dr. Zhang in her heart. I knew you didn't think much of the banners and sent them back with them too. The nurse hemmed and hawed, feeling full marks for her taciturnity. As expected, she was the nurse who had been around Dr. Zhang for the longest time, and she just understood Dr. Zhang's temperament for a long time. The other nurses, who had been Dr. Zhang's assistants for half a year at most, would have been transferred to other positions, but she was the only one who insisted on becoming Dr. Zhang's nurse for a year. Zhang Dingfeng's hand holding the teacup trembled, and his face became more and more grave. Sister Wang, it should be a year since you stayed by my side, right? Yes, it will soon be a year. Well then, I think you should try another position. It's not good to be around me all the time. Let the newcomers learn. Zhang Dingfeng still had a serious face, all for the sake of his work to consider it so. You have to give new people a chance to grow, and you can't keep making Sister Wang your nurse. That's right. It definitely wasn't Sister Wang who made his banner just disappear. Absolutely not. Aha! Zhang Dingfeng was certain. Chapter 0086 so close? Almost exposed. On the other hand, Zhou Miaoshi, who was also in the hospital, could be said to be excited. He took his cell phone and hurriedly ran towards Elder Zhou's hospital room, his pace becoming much more pleasant. What's wrong? What happened? The wife and mother who stayed outside the hospital room saw Zhou Miaoshi's behavior and looked puzzled, not understanding what had happened to make Zhou Miaoshi so happy. Good news. Hey! Zhou Miaoshi hemmed and hawed and quickly entered the hospital room with his things. At this time, Elder Zhou had already recovered a lot and was lying down to recuperate his body, his state becoming much better. They were even planning to check out of the hospital and return home when the day was over. Because of the follow-up, Master Chow wants to rely on his healing. It's not particularly difficult, and for Master Zhou, as long as he knows that the condition is something he can cure himself, then he doesn't need to go to the hospital. What's wrong? Wonderful hands? Seeing Zhou Miaoshi enter the room with a smile on his face, Elder Zhou took a sip of porridge and placed it on his side. Dad, I found out and showed you a video. Zhou Miaoshi directly tapped on the video inside her cell phone's photo album. Luckily, he had recorded the screen in advance to record what happened, allowing the moment Lin Wuyu struck to be recorded on it. Opened the video. Elder Zhou immediately became serious when he saw someone unconscious. He knew that Zhou Miaoshi had gone to inquire about the clues about the silver needle, and now that someone was unconscious, it proved that the one who had struck might be the owner of the silver needle, which was his master. The next scene left Master Zhou completely shocked, only to see a youth in his 20s take out a silver needle and instantly change to complete the process of lancing. He was so excited that he sat up from the hospital bed with a scuffle, something unknown brewing inside his eyes. This is the master's technique. Elder Zhou pointed at the screen and said to his son in excitement. The latter was bewildered for a split second, and then as if he had been struck by lightning, his entire body became mute. Could Lin Wuyu be that one's disciple? That's finding the right clue. This person. Elder Zhou stared at Lin Wuyu suspiciously, and the imagined figure as a comparison. The height seems to be a little different. The voice is a little bit similar. Nay, he hadn't seen the master in person in the first place and couldn't get the exact information. It's alright. I'll try to contact them. I'm sure I'll find a clue. If we really find the master, how about Chinese medicine can be brilliant again? Zhou Miaoshi wasn't frustrated. There was still a long time to be able to look for clues anyway. As long as Master Shifu was alive in this world, he will always be found. Right, Dad? What level do you think this one's medical skills are? Turning to her father, Zhou Miaoshi looked up and asked out the doubts in her heart. It looked like Lin Wuyu's techniques and experience were good. The level should not be low. Then let me tell you. Back then I only studied under Master Shifu for 7 days. If the young man in front of us is Master Shifu's disciple, then his medical skills must be above ours. Elder Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly and replied seriously. 7 days. 7 days had taken his medical skills up a notch, though it was due to the fact that he had studied a lot, and more importantly, the guidance of his master. Without any of these conditions, Elder Zhou would not have arrived at his current achievements. Unfortunately, in that one's opinion, Master Zhou was not a disciple at all, and at most, he was just giving instructions. Otherwise it wouldn't have been followed for only 7 days of study. And Lin Wuyu was different. To be able to possess the master's box and the 3 silver needles that represented strong hints, it was enough to show that the inheritance Lin Wuyu had obtained was even above theirs. It was highly likely that Lin Wuyu would learn something even deeper. The strength was also naturally much stronger than them. A master teacher makes a master student. It's as simple as that. Better than all of us? It wasn't until this time that Zhou Miaoshi had a general understanding of the master teacher's level. He stared at the image inside his cell phone with some disbelief. Lin Wuyu's skill and experienced sophistication in striking out was indeed not something he could compare to, but Chinese medicine was not alone as one aspect. Competitiveness bubbles up from the heart with. Then associating it with what his father had just said, Zhou Miaotou became incomparably frustrated again. Because he had learned all of his medicine from his father, his current strength was just about at Master Zhou's level, and even a little less. An existence that even Elder Zhou valued in such a way. That must be a very powerful person. And it truly wasn't something that Zhou Miaoshi could compare to. Contact this one. If you find the master teacher, it would be great. Handing the cell phone to Zhou Miaotou, the old man's mood shifted a lot. It's gone from that impending runaway emotion to one of anticipation. He was a disciple that Mr. Yu did not recognize, and what he wanted to do was to let Mr. Yu know of his existence, and it would be even better if he could recognize his master. This is a lifelong desire for Master Zhou, wanting to realize the dream in his heart. Unfortunately, since such a long time, there was not a bit of news about Mr. Moon, and the people who once knew of his existence had lost contact, as if they had evaporated out of thin air. Picture. Lin Wuyu washed all the ingredients. The hand rose and fell, and that divine knife work once again convinced all the viewers inside the live broadcast room. Watching Lin Wuyu cook every time was a pleasure. It was just so smooth and natural. However, Lin Wuyu's movements suddenly slowed down, and the things that came out were of different sizes, as if the back button had been pressed. Wow! Husband, you're not bad with a knife. You've improved a lot. It turned out to be Su Yuling entering the kitchen, holding a cup worth tens of thousands of dollars in one hand, revealing an appropriately shocked expression. General. Lin Wuyu looked embarrassed, almost exposing his strength again. Holding the knife became very smooth and couldn't help but follow the original level. Why don't we just let you do all the cooking from now on? I have a feeling you're already on top of my standards. Come on, hubby. From now on, you cook and I'll do the dishes. Su Yuling patted Lin Wuyu's shoulder with a grave expression, giving an expression of "You're very good. I believe in you." Unbeknownst to him, Lin Wuyu was crying and laughing. Wife, if you will to cook, it's still your handiwork that's better. I just barely. I learned some lessons from my phone. I don't have your experience. It's okay for me to do it once in a while. I'm afraid that you'll eat and vomit if I do it often. He refused in all seriousness, not to mention that he didn't accomplish anything just so he could get away with cooking every day. As a result, he was now exposing his achievements in disguise. Cooking every day, Lin Wuyu would definitely not be able to produce that kind of difficult dish, so he would be exposed eventually. It's okay, I like to eat anything you make. Su Yuling hemmed and hawed, and this sentence instantly left Lin Wuyu without a temper. What's left to say when the words are all said and done? Can't say you don't like it, can you? Just have to bite the bullet and accept it. Wife, you go out first. The kitchen smells heavy with grease. You just passed out from heatstroke. Go back and rest. There was nothing else to do. Lin Wuyu could only cook first. Having already delayed quite a bit of time, it was more important to fill his stomach first. It's okay. I want to see you cook. You look handsome when you're serious. Su Yuling smiled lingly and leaned against the wall, dead set against going out. Go out first. I'm embarrassed that you're watching me cook like this. I'm sure my hands will be busy when the time comes. Just kidding. If you saw the way I cook, wouldn't my identity as the god of cookery be exposed? It hasn't come to light yet, and I'm definitely not going to show it outright. Lin Wuyu secretly thought in his heart. That determined expression made the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help but laugh. I say, Chef Lin. Everyone knows you're a chef now. What's there to be embarrassed about? Harm. If I didn't know you were the national chef, I would have almost been fooled by you. Oh, the ghost of a man's mouth lying. Woman's waist. Buckets. The lunar god's mind is still thinking that no one knows about my identity as the god of cookery, and as long as I don't say it, who else knows that I'm the god of cookery? Bursting with laughter, family. I can't help it. Ha 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 ha. In the midst of endless laughter, Su Yuling still went out, leaving a little thought for Lin Wuyu. After all, the latter hadn't realized that the identity of his country's chef had been known for a long time. Half an hour later, Lin Wuyu finished making all the dishes and served them on the table. Considering the portion size and 2 people, this time Lin Wuyu only fried 3 dishes and 1 soup. Just the caliber of a well-off family. It tastes so good. I just love eating my husband's cooking. Su Yuling savored the dishes beautifully, already firming up the idea of having Lin Wuyu cook all the time in the future. Since Lin Wuyu was a national chef, wouldn't it be a waste of the national chef's great name if he wasn't allowed to cook? So, it's better to let Lin Wuyu do the cooking. Just average. Actually. By the way, wife, Li and Wang messaged me and want to come over and have some fun with us. Lin Wuyu smiled sardonically, as if remembering something, and opened his mouth. It's okay. When are they coming? It should be Sunday. Coming over just to see us. Good. You'll make a big meal to treat them then. Su Yuling nodded. Shaohuang Shaoli people are good. It is that more than $1 billion worth of shares let Su Yuling feel some headaches. After eating, Su Yuling took the initiative and asked to wash the dishes. The two then got all mushy on the couch and watched TV, making a bunch of singles in the broadcast room cry in pain. The world is not kind to single dogs. Woo hoo hoo. In the midst of the cursing, some people automatically exited the live stream. It was easy to eat too much at night and not sleep. 10 o'clock. Princess Lin Wuyu carried Su Yuling back to her room and continued the great cause. Chapter 0087, winning the first place on major lists. The next day, Su Yuling went to work again early. During this period of time, the project inside the company was completed and her work was not so tedious. An occasional appearance on the set of the program to clear up confusion is sufficient, and you don't need to travel to the set of the program every single day. Otherwise work is definitely going to be problematic and various projects won't be able to keep up with the latest news. Sister Su. Good morning, Manager Su. Sister Su is very pretty today. Nonsense. What day isn't Sister Su pretty? As soon as he entered the company, the employees who knew Su Yuling warmly greeted him and were very kind to him. Because Su Yuling was both soft and hard inside the company, coupled with the position of manager, she had gained the respect of many people, especially after Su Yuling took the investment in the project and got many big investment companies involved. It made people wonder if Su Yuling had any background connections. Yuki, bring me the contracts from a few investment companies to take a look at. Sitting down in the middle of her office, Su Yuling brewed a cup of coffee and sat down in a breezy manner. She opened her computer as she spoke to the assistant who walked in. This was her assistant, who had been working together for several years, and were quite familiar with each other. Okay, Sister Su. Yuki was wearing a generous summer dress, probably 23 or 24 years old, and her looks could only be described as average. Her makeup was somewhat similar to Su Yuling's, both of which were light. If you are careful, you will find that there is a slight resemblance between the dresses of Xiao Shui and Su Yuling. This is not Su Yuling and Xiao Shui similar. Rather, it was a deliberate imitation by Yuki. Not sure if it was out of admiration or something else. After 7 or 8 minutes, Xiao Shui appeared with a file bag, respectfully placing it on Su Yuling's desk. They're all photocopied contracts. The original version has been taken away by the chairman. Okay, go ahead. I'll take a look. Su Yuling nodded, sipping her coffee and opening the folder. Xiao Shui smiled sweetly. Sister Su, you call me when you need me. After saying that, she closed the office door for Su Yuling and went out to busy herself with other things. As for Su Yuling, she was carefully observing the contents of the contract. Sure enough, there were a total of 3 large investment companies investing in the project, and the finalized investment was $5 million from each company. That's a $15 million investment. And with the $3 million invested by their company, the total investment in the project reached almost $20 million. It's really the 3 of them. Looking at the signature on the contract, Su Yuling was speechless for a while. Little Wan's full name is Shen Kai Wang. Li's full name is Li Jiaxing. Xiao Zhang's full name is Zhang Ning. It seems to be the same 3 people who helped move that day. It never occurred to him that these 3 people's investment company had such a relationship with Lin Wuyu. The most crucial thing was that Su Yuling wanted to look into the issue of moonless investment. You should know that Lin Wuyue is the legal entity of Wuyue Investment. If there was the slightest problem with moonless investment, the one who would end up taking the blame would definitely be Lin Wuyue. She had been in the business circle for so many years. She was always much more experienced than Lin Wuyu, and could not just watch Lin Wuyu fall into someone else's trap. When I see Little King and Li on Sunday, I'll be sure to talk to them about this. Get some details on moonless investments. The other side. Lin Wuyu at home completely let herself go. He wore a large pair of pants and did 100 push-ups followed by sit-ups inside the room. All the same, 100. The key is to finish. Only Lin Wuyu's head is not dripping with sweat. Holy, this muscle of the moon god is beautiful. It does have a nice body, and I just looked at it. Without Miss Su's discipline, the moon god is back to 5 shifts. So painful. I shouldn't have to get used to 7 or 8 chapter updates a day. Why are you treating me like this? The light from the window shone on Lin Wuyu's body. The 8-pack abs as well as the 2 pectoral muscles were not exaggeratedly shaped like a professional bodybuilder. Just the right amount of beauty. Incomparably appealing to the human eye. Especially after a workout. A bead of sweat floats over the muscles and is aesthetically pleasing in the sun. Comfort. The body is still not what it used to be. Alas. Lin Wuyu coolly stretched his limbs and wiped the sweat from his forehead with some emotion. He had just done 200 push-ups and another 100 sit-ups. This statement seems suspiciously pretentious to the crowd on the air. I just learned how to test it and I can do 200 oops, or even 300. Oh, you're afraid of the day floor? Vulgar. Ha2a. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This body, killing me with one punch shouldn't be a particular exaggeration. Exaggerated. A little envious of MS. Sue, shy. There seems to be something wrong with you? Nowadays, people's physical fitness are universally poorer. How many people can't finish 100 push-ups? Standard push-ups, 50 is good. It's not uncommon for physical fitness to decline after long hours at school, in the office, in bed, and a lack of movement and exercise. Doing standard push-ups for 200 like Lin Wuyue is probably going to make a lot of people just scrap. This body of Mr. Lin is really good. It seems that he exercises regularly after work. Here Ice suggests that everyone should still participate in exercise occasionally. Running and jumping rope. It's good for the body. The body is the first capital of the revolution. Bing Bing couldn't help but look at Lin Wuyu's figure twice more. Sunny and handsome men were always so one to attract other people's eyes. She kindly made a suggestion to the audience of the live broadcast. Not knowing what things came to her mind, her face suddenly became a little red. End of workout. Lin Wuyu glanced at the time and turned around to enter the restroom to wash her body. It's a good thing he didn't completely let himself go, or the live audience would have enjoyed some paid content. It's still early. Let's work for an hour. After changing his clothes, Lin Wuyu intended to enter the study and start working, but I didn't expect the cell phone on the coffee table to ring at this time. The viewers of the live broadcast instantly stretched their ears and raised their alertness. Hello, it's me. Lin Wuyu suspiciously connected her cell phone with an expression on her face that said so. Okay, but I'm a bit far from the scene and I don't have time to come over, so I may not be able to get there. That's fine. Thanks, please. After the brief exchange, the crowd on the air was clouded. What are you doing? What happened? Talking about some stuff? Well, there's no way to tell, but it's certainly not a mistress, and it's definitely not a buddy shouting out to wash his feet. Guys, I'm going to analyze the wave first, kind of throw it out there, and you'll see if it's correct. Brother you, I miss you. You promised to come find me. When will you send warmth over? Well then, I'll be waiting for you tomorrow at the hotel outside your neighborhood. Oh, why do I feel kind of fit? This odd sense of fusion. No, this must not be the case. Oh my god. Is the relationship between Luna and Omimi going to be exposed? Where's my knife? Miss Sue, come back quickly. If you don't come back, the moon god is going to give warmth. A shivering question. What does it mean to send warmth? Delivering warmth means warming you up with my body and bringing you warmth with a hot tool. Do you want to try it, young lady? However, the truth seems to be different from what the crowd guessed. That's not true. How could Lin Wuyu's mind be the same as the old SP's? Clearly an act of justice. Well, barbaric? Returning to the study, Lin Wuyu rarely logged into his social account without tapping on the rank. The crowd could only see nicknames and avatars. The avatar seems to be a selfie of Lin Wuyu, wearing camouflage clothing and cosplaying. The name, on the other hand, is month after month after month. There were 2 messages inside the message box, and the person who sent them seemed to be the editor of the writer's website. Inform Lin Wuyu of the achievement obtained for 1 healing tip a day. The number 1 most influential novel of the year. First place for the most innovative novel of the year. No. 1 on the annual subscription list ranking. Official number 1 certified reality cure novel. 1 award after another brightened up the eyes of the crowd. And the line at the end congratulating the moon god they hadn't even watched. All shocked by the award for 1 healing tip a day. So many titles? I thought we agreed to only enter the most influential novel of the year? That, just now, is that we misunderstood. It should be the website that called to notify the moon god to come to the site to receive the award. The one who said that he was talking to a big power stand out. I promise not to beat you to death. Not me, not me. Holy, so many awards. Does any big shot know what the first place winner of the awards can get? I know. An online writer posted the first place reward for the awards as a picture. The first place winner of the most influential novel of the year receives $200,000 in prizes. The first place winner of the most innovative novel of the year receives a $100,000 award. The number 1 bestseller of the year is rewarded with $200,000. The official first place winner of the certified reality cure novel wins $50,000 and a name. That's not to mention the other benefits, which already amounted to more than $500,000 in cash alone that you could see in front of you. The key thing is the reputation. Over $500,000 is about a week's worth of income from 1 healing trick a day. It's not considered much of a stretch, but the reputation was rising, and the future moon god was a proper god. Official certification. Chapter 0088, I'm going to pay my respects to him. Some more boring stuff. Lin Wuyue muttered and went straight to her work. The glory that reigns supreme before the eyes of all men is indeed boring stuff when it comes to him? If they didn't know Lin Wuyu, the crowd couldn't help but say that he was pretending. It was simply too Versailles. How many people wanted this award without a chance? And as a result, Lin Wuyu's acted like he still didn't want it? Ahem. Lin Wuyu's meaning should be that he just wants to write his own works. These things are really boring for him. As long as he writes his works well, that's all that matters. At the critical time, Bing Bing stepped forward to provide an answer for Yinan. It didn't matter if the meaning was actually like this. It couldn't make Lin Wuyu feel like he was pretending to be an X in the eyes of the crowd. It was easy to offend other people, especially since there were also many netizens inside the live broadcast room. Those who didn't understand Lin Wuyu's temperament would probably be unable to resist cursing. I get it. The moon god is worthy of being a paraprofessional teacher. This cultural level is just high, and he is also very responsible in his work, only thinking of bringing very good works to everyone. He doesn't care about other things. You showed up, Brother Knowles. I'm sure there's a Brother Knowles everywhere. Lunar God is already a very humorous person. It's not strange at all to say such things, and as a result, Brother Knowles even started analyzing it. No matter what the venue, there's always a know-it-all, and most know-it-alls suffer from a heavy dose of malice. Brother Understanding is innocent in his heart. Is it wrong for me to say that I know what I'm doing? The world is just too evil. How are we supposed to survive as a group of people who know how to tell the truth and be targeted for telling the truth? Paraprofessional? Joe Meusher looked at the pop-up with a blank face. He wasn't concerned about any know-it-alls, but it was the paraprofessional teacher in that one sentence that caught his attention. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, is Mr. Lin still a paraprofessional teacher? He didn't want to miss every opportunity to get to know Lin Wuyue, wanting to find clues about Master Shifu from it. That's valuable information if you can actually find it. Isn't this Dr. Joe Meusher Joe? So you're peeking at the screen too. Moon God used to be a rural missionary teacher. The last installment of Metamorphosis. At a glance, you guys aren't former fans. By the way, Dr. Joe just joined. He doesn't know how great Moon God is. First, the identity of the kitchen god was exposed, followed by the identity of a paraprofessional teacher. The Moon God also has a relationship with the people from Moonless Investments, giving away shares worth a few $100 million. And more than that, the novels casually written by the Moon God are #1 on the bestseller list. Holy, that's when I realized how good Luna is. Compared to that, we're the scum of the scum. Is there such an obvious gap? Do we still want the waste to continue to survive? As soon as the glorious deeds about Lin Wuyue were mentioned, one by one, netizens emerged from their diving state and instantly recounted the various things Lin Wuyue had done to Dr. Joe. The latter listened with a pang. The expressions of Elder Joe and Joe Meusher beside him both became a bit odd. Chef, a paraprofessional, or a loser? How is this all identity so awesome? Now there was the added job of being a doctor, directly making Lin Wuyu an all-around genius now. It's not all around. It's just that with so many skills in one person, it's overwhelming when each one is done to the max. Search that mountain village. Elder Joe gradually came back to his senses and felt somewhat taken for granted. The one who taught him experience back then, Mr. Moon, was also an excellent person. So his disciple was bound to be a genius as well. So as to highlight their greatness, the nexus would be in Mountain Village. Because when Mr. Moon left some years ago, he had talked to him about going to a mountain village for a while. So Lin Wuyue should have met Mr. Moon when he was teaching in the mountain village. Thinking like this, Elder Joe felt that the possibility was very high. The mountain village where the mission is being supported is Longquan Village, which has now been fully lifted out of poverty. And there are more than 100 households in the whole village. So there should be a chance if they are exhumed. Joe Meusher's ability to act was quick, and he directly began searching the mountain village where Lin Wuyue was teaching. With the help of netizens, news about Longquan Village is gradually appearing. They also transformed into a brother know-it-all at this time, happily helping to tell Lin Wuyue's glorious deeds in general. When the moon god was teaching in Longquan Village, he had a disciple who is currently the richest man in the country. Did you know about Wang Qingxian? This is the most powerful singer in the country and a student of the moon god. Do you know Yang So-and-so? The one who went to the moon because of the moon god's teachings. Godzilla appeared when the students of Luna appeared. Did you know about Ultraman? The mnemonic for his transformation was actually taught by Luna. All sorts of strange students popped up, directly baking Lin Wuyue's paraprofessional teacher to the strongest level. It also left that group of students in a state of confusion. We have Ultraman among us? Who ed Godzilla? Li Gang, it turns out I'm the richest man in the country. No, now I'd become the richest man in the world. Wang Qingxian, the most powerful singer in China is me. Ha ha ha, I just realized it on the first day. Yang Mumu, exaggerated. I have not yet gone up to the sky yet. The next time on the time to take out and blow everyone. I'll leave this matter in your hands. And let me know if you have any news. Go investigate the residents of Longquan Village. Any news of Mr. Moon must be kept under wraps. Elder Joe explained with a grave expression on his face. With the Zhou family's connections and financial strength over the years, it wasn't that difficult to investigate someone. Good. Then father, I will leave first. Zhou Miaodo nodded gravely, and with his cell phone in his pocket, he planned to go find someone to investigate. Having only stepped out of the room, his mother and wife, who were sitting in the doorway waiting, stood up excitedly, concerned about the old man's condition. Dad is fine. He can be picked up and taken home to recuperate for a while. I have a business trip to make, so look after it for me. Wife. Zhou Miaodo gave a hasty explanation to the two men and left the hospital at a trot. In situ, the old woman stared blankly at her son's departing back, mumbling, "Who said anything about asking about the old man? I was asking when you're going to give me back my cell phone." Zhou Miaoshi's wife didn't know what had happened to make her husband leave in a hurry just like that, but surely the old man knew what it was, and going in and asking around would reveal the results. Strange, the old one is godly, and the young one is secretive all day long. What's all this about? The old woman muttered. Feeling a bit puzzled, she pushed the door and entered the hospital room, and Master Zhou was already smiling and resuming his usual posture. There you are. Yes, I'm coming. You shouldn't have come. The old woman tilted her head and glared. Who should I not come? Is it the little flower next door or the old lover Emma from before? After leaving from the hospital, Zhou Miaoshi then hurriedly walked towards the outside. Getting into one of his not-so-exaggerated limousines, he pressed the button to answer the phone. As he did so, dial Wang Shou. Dodo. The phone is ringing. There was a brief pause of a few seconds, and then a low male voice rang out from it. Sounds like a middle-aged man. Dr. Tao, check Longquan village for me. What's it going to take to find out? The man didn't ask exactly what the reason for the query was, and asked directly how. Every household, every family, 7 years ago. I need to organize it, and if there are photos, even better. Zhou Miaoshi gave a short explanation, then directly hung up the phone. Don't ever think that a doctor is just bad, that they only help people and are a tool. Virtually every talent that has made it to the top is very unusual. It's like Lin Wuyu as a national chef. Some rich people want him to cook, can't even invite. Casually out to create a family dinner is tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands. On top of that, Lin Wuyu's chef was able to lift to the top society and made good relations with all those characters. Chow Wonderful is also one of them. As the president of the Chinese Medicine Association, he is also well known in the medical profession. The vastness of the connections he had made was mind-boggling, and inquiring about a small village was no challenge for him. Even though this behavior is mostly a bit off, it's still okay to limit it to one village, because information about people is very important. After making a call to a person, Zhou Miaoshi didn't stop and looked at the road ahead while saying, dial the number to Zhou Xian. Older brother Zhou, how come you have time to call me? You're a busy man but you rarely find me. Oh. The voice that came from the phone was an open-minded middle-aged male voice, and from the content of the conversation, the two should have a good relationship as well. Mr. Zhou, you don't want to bury me. To say busy, you can be much busier than me. Every day inside the company so many things waiting for you to deal with. You didn't find me for a tune-up? Zhou Miaoshi also smiled and replied, and the chat was still smooth. Say, what is it that you are looking for, old brother? This body of mine was restored only by your help. As long as it's not an excessive request, old brother will help you fulfill it. There's really a matter that needs to trouble old brother. Zhou Miaoshi heatedly smiled. Chatting with smart people was just so much easier, and sometimes it also seemed like a special headache, because you'd be revealed if you tried to pretend for a bit. I'd like to check out the guests for this episode of the Understanding program, and I was wondering if it's convenient for my oldest brother. It's Lin Wuyu, right? I have some information on him over here. We checked it out and we'll have someone text it to you later. The other person was very open-minded. It was just one person's information, not such a hard thing to do. Chapter 0089 healed that man. He was the boyfriend of a star. Afternoon. Lin Wuyu has dedicated a few extra chapters to update you readers because of the awards, and the number of chapters updated in one day alone reached a dozen. On their site, where 2 chapters a day is the normal level, it's already typewriter level. The most important thing is to maintain the quality of your articles while updating a lot. Realize that usually people who update a lot, then the quality must suffer and not have the original level. But Lin Wuyu seems to not be restricted. Every plot is grasped to the limit, even when the water text is attached to the request of everyone. Want to transition to the latest plot before the water text? In the piece of online literature, Lin Wuyu had really become a great author, and it also led to the emergence of a horrible pattern of followers, with many authors following Lin Wuyu's themes, or some of the plots in them, and becoming the money-sucking gods of online novels. After the update is complete, Lin Wuyu played a few games as usual to vent his feelings. Not really in the mood for anything, just want to play the game now. That incredibly expensive set of equipment once again blinded the eyes of the crowd. Feeling that Lin Wuyu finally had a little bit of resemblance to them. That is all love to play games. It's only been a while since I've played a game. How did this game get so cold? Brushing a few of the strongest copies alone, Lin Wuyu showed off his godly maneuvers, leaving some of the bells and whistles of the game truly awestruck. But playing a game without interaction is the equivalent of playing a single-player game. Even if one's operation is no matter how good, and equipment is no matter how excellent, it's still a kind of boring without a group of people around shouting 666. After playing for half an hour, Lin Wuyu lost interest. He opened his social account, moving his mouse slightly to switch to another account. This account has a lot of messages, 99 plus unread messages, and it's not even a group chat. With Lin Wuyu's one operation, the crowd saw the accounts page and were shocked. Holy, a 5-figure account? This rank is awesome. It's actually so high. How many 8s is this? Didn't they say that numbers of this caliber are attributed to the maker of the software? I don't know. Only you guys pay attention to that. I pay attention to the news. Most of the current accounts are in the 9 and 10-figure range, with 5-figure accounts already in the meta class. And Lin Wuyu's account was just too much. It was actually 888. This account the crowd previously also searched with the mindset of trying, and thought that it was the private account of which Big Brother, guessing that it was related to the Twisted Vine, or it was the Twisted Vine himself. It turned out that the account was actually Lin Wuyu's. There were many messages inside the message box, and since Lin Wuyu hadn't clicked in, the crowd could only see the last one. Little L, Moon, when are you going to be on the game? Mimi, still not answering messages. Rumu Qingfeng, handsome, recommend that you join a live broadcast software. Oh, there are all kinds of benefits inside. More online naked. Little sister selling tea, brother, do you need tea? Blackie, boss, Bitcoin is no fun anymore. Shin Rui, in? There were a lot of messages, but Lin Wuyu didn't have the intention of sliding towards the bottom, staring at the screen with a grave expression. The people on the air also went quiet, shaken by the news, wanting to wait and see if they could find out the real person behind the nickname. Apart from selling tea and the recommendation of the live streaming software, the others looked like they had all been in contact with Lin Wuyu, and even if they weren't in the real world, they definitely had relevant knowledge of Lin Wuyu's previous, especially the one called Mimi and Blackie. The news shown in the last sentence of the message shook the crowd. Bit no fun anymore? The message was a week ago. Everyone knows that Bitcoin is very expensive. Mining one is tens of thousands of dollars. But this person called Blackie actually said that Bitcoin is not working? And then there's Mimi, who seems to be a little haughty and, judging by the blurry avatar, a pretty girl. Oh, I've got 4 Bitcoins, and I'm actually saying that Bitcoins aren't interesting anymore? That's because you can't get them, right? This one called Blackie is really arrogant. I'm the one who mines. The future of Bitcoin must be great. 7 days have passed since he said he would, and the price of Bitcoin has risen some more. Is this the legendary facepalm? People are just talking. What are you guys doing with such exaggerated counting? That's right. Those who don't know think they have a grudge against you. Most people despise Blackie because they're all more bullish on Bitcoin. At least not anytime soon. Others gloat and voice their self-opinion that blockchain currencies are ultimately false and will all but cease to exist in the future. The noisy ones are making noise after all. Lin Wuyu didn't have this kind of thought because he didn't know. It's been too long since I logged in, so it shouldn't be much of a problem, right? He muttered under his breath, opening the first person's message first. Brother, legends aren't even fun these days. I'm going to quit. We're planning to finally get together inside the game. Everyone's here. I miss playing games together back in the day. Moon, when are you going to be on the game? The person who sent the message was called Little L. The audience didn't know this person and guessed that it was a friend that Lin Wuyu met in the game. Legend? A get-together? Brother Moon? These few pieces of information they sorted through slightly, and a horrible thought popped into their heads. Could this be 8 Ls in person? This one is a tycoon-level player who has dropped tens of millions of dollars on Legend. Little L. I don't want to play games these days, so you guys can just get together. Lin Wuyu thought about it and gave a reply with extremely fast hands. I was going to end it so lightly, but I didn't expect the message box to pop up and the other person to reply to the message online. Finally. I've waited for you. Woo. It's been a year and I thought you didn't play social media anymore. Little L appeared to be very agitated. And this kind of emotion, how can I say it? It's like a licking dog waiting for a goddess to return a message, excitedly clutching his cell phone in happiness. At that age, you should inherit your dad's estate, right? Get it right and don't let it down. Lin Wuyu replied in a very big brotherly tone, leaving the crowd somewhat speechless. This is a big tycoon who has recharged tens of millions of dollars inside the Legends. And he actually sincerely worships Lin Wuyu as his big brother? Aren't the great youngsters self-possessed beings? Industry is what? Curious. Those who can recharge tens of millions of dollars in a game should have rich families, right? Some people say that 8Ls are rich because they are the sons of an old business owner. I don't know. It's all going to be rumors. Anyway, the 8Ls do have a lot of money in their family. I just don't know exactly what they do anymore. It hasn't been revealed yet. The lunar god seems to know about those in his past. It would be nice to mention it. Inherit the company. Rich second generation is cool. Do not need a big struggle. In the game inside the top up tens of millions of dollars. In exchange for us have been in debt tens of millions of dollars. Don't say it. The crowd was despondent. Some people are born with golden keys. This is not comparable. Nor can it be compared. They think they are people like Lin Wuyu. Not that rich. Just need their own efforts to start from nothing. Can't you see that Lin Wuyu is also an orphan? The conditions are much worse than theirs. Now Lin Wuyu is not still the same as the national chef. Or a paraprofessional. And can write novels. And earn millions of dollars a month. The perfect loser's tale. Yes, alas. This aspect of the company is still not as good as you are. Brother you. My dad said that if I were 1/10 as smart as you, he would be able to go to his old age comfortably. By the way, brother you. My father has been muttering about wanting to meet you these days to talk about things in terms of cooperation. Little L sent the message again, expressing that his father wanted to meet with Lin Wuyu. Forget it. I'm not even going to ask about anything above business right now. You can find someone else. Going offline. My wife is back. Lin Wuyu didn't show any exaggerated expressions and directly ended the chat, with a few people waiting for replies behind her. Okay then. See you later, Luna. I'm going to go get the company too. End of short chat. Inside, however, the message left the crowd in a state of confusion. If little L was the one, then his father must have been the original owner of the big company. The kind of person who can give his son tens of millions of dollars of pocket money to top up his game must also own businesses that are beyond the imagination of the average person. But, instead, little L said that his father wanted to talk to Lin Wuyu about cooperation, and said that he would be perfect if he was 1/10 as smart as Lin Wuyu? No? Doesn't Lin Wuyu have no attainment at all in business? Otherwise it wouldn't have let go of a few 100 million shares to give away, right? Polite words. It must be polite. Exhaling 2 slow breaths, this explanation came to everyone's mind. The other side. Lin Wuyu had already opened the message box nicknamed Mimi. I'm going to be on a variety show lately. It's so boring. I wish you were there. Moonless, when are you going to give me what you promised me? Piss me off, not replying to my messages for so many days. Have you forgotten about me already? Sending you a couple selfies from the crew. Hey, I was just joking to see if I've gained any weight lately. Good morning, good night, good afternoon, and happy holidays. A message appeared. The earliest time was a few years ago. From the mouth to analyze. The crowd felt that this called Mimi, as if a licking dog. It's probably a sinful relationship. 2. Chapter 0090, cherish the person in front of you. Who is this boob? Equally very curious. I kind of suspect that Luna is a scumbag. How can it be scum? Lunar God is already with MS. Sue, and not replying to messages is loyalty. So that's very right. That's right. That's right. May everyone's love live up to it. It looks like this Mimi should be someone inside the entertainment industry. I wonder which artist is it? Can it be that it's still that right top big star? Although his mouth was so flirtatious, no one believed that Lin Wuyu would have any kind of relationship with a top big star. There's no way around it. The difference in status is just too great. That kind of top big bright star is paid tens of millions of dollars just for one TV series. Where would they look at ordinary people? Lin Wuyu is not an ordinary person either. Thinking about it that way created some skepticism in the minds of the audience. Until Lin Wuyu clicked on the photo that Mimi sent over and watched it with great interest. The photos are of a woman with large, affectionate eyes, picturesque eyebrows, and delicate features, dressed casually, and in some cases in thick pajamas, but not showing much inappropriateness. However, when everyone got a good look at the person in the photo, they all fell into silence. They felt as if they had been struck by a bolt of lightning inside, and they were unable to speak for a long time. It was just too much of a shock. The person in the photo is actually big power. I can't believe it's power. Holy, this must be fake. How could the goddess of my heart look like this? I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Give up the struggle, Tetsusaida. This is what you think is reality. The goddess of your heart has long been colored by as many people. Where there is beauty, there is bound to be treading. It's supposed to be a joke, right? Or maybe this person is role-playing and obsessed into it. I'm thinking it's highly unlikely anyway. And how come this kind of person only has one social account for Luna? Yeah, If you really want to find Luna, just make a phone call. Many people were trying to weasel their way out of Lin Wuyue, actually weaseling their way out of their hearts. The big name, the idol of how many people's hearts, Demi, actually had this kind of relationship with Lin Wuyue? How can this be called acceptable to everyone? It was as if Lin Wuyue had become the richest man in the world in a way that made people think it was a joke at first, and their suspicions are justified, not all based on their own subjective guesses, because what is shown is that there is a lot of doubt. Power, who started in the entertainment industry a long time ago, seems to have had some surgery, but sexy has always been a route for the other side to take. The main reason why the netizens call it a big power is that big powers are really big. Every step has a tremor. Every walk is a burden. 7 years ago the power is not particularly fire. In the entertainment industry is also involved in some small roles, so it is really possible to know Lin Wuyue. I just don't know what the story of the two is. With puzzlement and disbelief, the crowd continued to stare at the picture with critical eyes. Bing Bing on the side was already speechless, and after the news of the big power appeared, Wang Yujiao suddenly got up from her seat. She had just finished participating in a variety show and promised to go ahead and join the shoot in a while, heading to the set of Understanding with the intention of coming to watch. I didn't expect to actually get my first fresh bite of a big melon. Power? She had met this top star a few times, but just not too much, as the two were simply not in the same league in terms of traffic and fame. The main reason she was so shocked was that she had also learned of some origins. As far as she knows, there has only been one time that Power has been in a relationship, and that was the rumor that came out 7 years ago, when Power and her boyfriend went out on a date for the night. But at the time, Power wasn't that famous, so it wasn't that noticeable. Subsequently there was no more news about the boyfriend when the Power was completely on fire. There was a program that interviewed Power and asked each other why they haven't had a boyfriend in so many years. Is it because they have someone in their heart, or is the cause the main thing? Instead, Power's answer was this: I'm waiting for an answer from someone. Whose answer? Everyone doesn't know. Some people took that person's response to be Power's boyfriend from a few years ago, while others thought it was a member of Power's family or a well-known celebrity. Until now, Wang Yujiao felt like she had caught something. Her eyes lit up. All the clues are starting to come together. Lin Wuyue is definitely not an ordinary person. The results of the investigation are not expected to be quite right. From the other party being a national chef, from the other party being the legal entity of Moonless Investment, from the other party being a paraprofessional teacher, and from the other party being a god of online literature. These points can be seen how wrong Lin Wuyue's profile is. Is such a person an ordinary person? That's an estimated 80% of the world's population without a single skill. The more she digs into Lin Wuyue's secrets, Wang Yujiao feels that Lin Wuyue is getting better and better. So Lin Wuyue and Demi might actually know each other. Even, Lin Wuyue might be Power's boyfriend from 7 years ago. There is only one unanswered question now, and that is whether or not Power's social media app is a person or not. To be precise, the owner of this social app is not a Power or not. As long as this was established, it would be possible to know Lin Wuyue's relationship with Demi. Just as the crowd was having mixed feelings, Lin Wuyue typed a paragraph into the chat box with a grave expression, causing everyone to hold their breaths for fear that their breathing would affect the proceedings to come. Missing a little time makes you feel sorry for yourself. Some people even started recording the screen right away. Mimi, what happened back then is in the past. I have a family of my own now, so I wish you all the happiness in the world. After typing in this paragraph, Lin Wuyue's heart seemed to let go of something and let out a long breath. Back in the day, the off-screen viewer's eyes are fixed on the events of that year, discovered the end difference, which meant it wasn't a joke. Lin Wuyue and this person who claimed to be Power must have some kind of ulterior motive. Guys, I suddenly feel a little panicky. What's going on? Don't panic. Don't panic. It's not certain if this person can be sure it's a Power. Don't you think so, Bing Bing? I also feel it's unlikely and kind of turns my little lady's worldview upside down. Boing boing. This must not be true. Ice unconsciously swallowed. Viewers, don't think too much first. When the truth has not surfaced, everything is still not accurate. Maybe 7 years ago Lin Wuyue's online love object, the other party, used the name of the big Power. Back then, the Power didn't catch fire, so the impersonation wasn't so easy to find out. And by the time Lin Wuyue knows the truth about the other side now, but he's too lazy to dismantle anything. Of course, that's just my personal guess. Take your time and wait. Something is bound to turn up. Don't say it. Such a big melon ice inside the heart is excited and worried. Excited because of the Power thing. The traffic of the live broadcast will certainly go up a lot. And if it is a real thing that happened, then she is the discovery of the big news. The fear is that things are false, leading to some bad rhetoric. Power is a strong woman and her artist company is famous, so it's not good to offend them. Things are close to surfacing already. Let's see if this boob will respond to the message. The audience nodded frequently, thinking how icy ice was at the moment. They waited quietly for the next reply. If Mimi had replied more, she would have more clues. Who hasn't had an online relationship these days? There are a lot of people with fake photos of online dating, and there are people who have been scammed out of money for online dating. Take for example this one little guy who was cheated out of $1 for online dating. His heart hurts so much he can't speak. He's missing a day's allowance. He gave up his love of chorizo, but he's being cheated on. Woo hoo hoo hoo. Drip. The message tone sounded. Sure enough, this young lady is still using the social app as well. Adults nowadays basically use WeChat as a tool for chatting. There's no way around it. Everyone uses WeChat. Only WeChat. And this social software is getting a little fancy at the moment. You finally got back to me. As soon as she opened her mouth, it was full of resentment. Waiting a couple years for a reply to a message, when a normal person would probably have pulled the plug and deleted it. It seems that this one called Mimi has a true love for Luna. Otherwise it's like the youth of today. Ha, you did not reply me for half an hour? Well, must be not love pull black delete. Goodbye bye bye. Turn your hand to send a friend circle. A person is also very good. Today I emo again. I'm sorry. I want to cut ties with all the old days and just have a good life with the people I love. I understand you. I've actually grown out of it over the years. So I wish you well, and I'm going to start looking for a life of my own. Bye. A very short conversation. Lin Wuyu's answer made everyone feel more satisfied. At least there's no coupling up with an ex. It's fine. It was a few years ago. As long as it doesn't fail MS. Sue, it's fine. If only my boyfriend was half as aware as Luna. Ugh. Pa, what's wrong with me again? I believe in love again. I just pity this Mimi for waiting so long. Oh, you guys believe that? I guess it's just online dating. It's not much fun. Right. I also feel like it's an online relationship. If it's really a powerhouse, would the moon god really be like this? Skeptical. However, while the crowd was frantically popping up, Ice picked up his cell phone and sent a message to someone. She naturally took back her cell phone. The surface was cloudy and light, as if she had just been checking her cell phone. Every person has an experience that belongs to him or her. It's good not to get entangled. At least Lin Wuyue understands this reasoning, and cautions everyone with a word of caution. Cherish the person in front of you. Don't want to feel regret until after you've lost it. Chapter 0091 Little Snow and Su Yuling. Inside the office, Su Yuling was carefully studying the item's next exertion, as well as the problems that might arise in various aspects. She was in charge of this project, and she would definitely be the one to take the blame if something went wrong. If it's done properly, you should be able to go up another tier this year, and the bonuses will certainly be large. Bringing in such an awesome investment for the company is a bonus of hundreds of thousands of dollars, to say the least. The company under the most famous investment group in the country. As long as they hugged the thigh, they would be able to go up 90,000 miles with the wind in the future. Su Yuling was then the medium in which the link was made. Who made both investment companies friends of hubby? These guys had taken several $100 million of Lin Wuyu shares to get where they were today. Sister Su, I ordered you a takeout. Eat a little something first. It was already a little past noon. Su Yuling was still staring at the computer screen with a serious face, the pen in her hand gently writing something. The office door was opened and in walked the figure of Xiao Shui, who carried a box of takeout and placed it in front of Su Yuling's desk with a smile. Okay, thanks little Snow. Su Yuling came back from her working state and looked at the takeout on the desktop, suddenly feeling a pang of hunger. The morning had been a busy one, and my stomach had been rumbling with hunger for a long time. Luckily the places to get are pretty much taken care of, so the next step is to walk around a bit and make sure of a few things. How much is the takeout? Why don't I transfer the money to you? The takeout box was opened, and it contained not such a fancy lunch, but it was substantial. Su Yuling looked towards Xiao Shui while packing up her materials. The latter was gazed at by Su Yuling's strong woman-like gaze, and instantly waved her hand somewhat nervously, then nodded again. It's a total of $20. In this aspect of money, Su Yuling would give it to the other party every time she asked someone to bring something, so don't think about using such a simple thing to make a good relationship with Su Yuling. This was one of the things that Yuki had discovered as Su Yuling's assistant. Sister Su, how did you manage those investment companies? Everyone inside the company was having a headache, thinking that this project was more than likely yellow. I didn't expect you to turn around and pull in 2 better investments for us. Everyone respects you so much. Xiao Shui filled a cup of cool white water for Su Yuling and said as if she was making small talk. She complimented Su Yuling appropriately, knowing how to compliment her boss very well. It wasn't me who pulled it in. It was my husband who helped. Su Yuling replied indifferently as she ate. It wasn't such an important confidential information anyway. Lin Wuyu's relationship wasn't her relationship? Everyone knew if she had the ability, so why not just say Lin Wuyu, Sister Sue's husband? Yuki looked surprised. The answer was a little less than she had expected. Everyone is an employee of a company for a few years or have some understanding. Just like this matter of Su Yuling's marriage, as long as a little bit of inquiry can know. And Lin Wuyu had traveled to the company to pick up someone. He didn't look like a very rich man, just somewhat handsome. The car that drove in wasn't a luxury car either, a very ordinary sedan. That one sedan had been driven for several years, and because of the lack of funds, it had been sold by Su Yuling long ago when she bought the house, with the intention of buying a new car after a while. Anyway, their income is skyrocketing now and it's time for a better car. As the saying goes, a car is the equivalent of a person's face. And many people judge whether a person has money or not by the aspect of their car as well. Yes, he is friends with the bosses of those investment companies. I didn't know before that those ordinary-looking people were my husband's friends. Su Yuling replied with a hint of laughter in her tone as she glanced at Xiao Shui without thinking. She hadn't really thought about it. When they first started moving, those three friends of Lin Wuyu's were dressed casually and didn't drive over in a luxury car, just yelling about wanting to eat a meal cooked by Lin Wuyu. Not cooking enough for some of this. At that time, Su Yuling also said that Lin Wuyu's cooking was very difficult to eat, and as a result, now I think about it, it was a wrong payment after all. It wasn't that Lin Wuyu was a difficult cook, but she didn't want to cook for those few friends. Even Su Yuling, who was his wife, was only able to enjoy a luxurious meal once in a while, and they actually wanted to compare their status with Su Yuling's. However, this phrase turned into a kind of bragging in Yuki's mind. Su Yuling's husband must not be as poor as he seems. The other side is rich. The bosses of several investment companies are friends of Lin Wuyu. So give face? It means nothing. This represented Lin Wuyu's high status. It seems that it is still out of sight. I did not expect Su Yuling to marry a husband who was actually this kind of rich man. No wonder the strong woman Su Yuling will also be willing to be together. Drip. Noticing the vibration coming from the cell phone on her body, Su Yuling pulled out the cell phone inside her clothes pocket and checked it while eating. It's a message from WeChat, and it's still ice. She opened her WeChat, wondering if the program had found some more WA points and wanted to ask for her help. Could it be that the matter of Lin Wuyu knowing medical skills had been exposed? After yesterday, Su Yuling had checked the program's live broadcast and knew that when she suffered from heatstroke, it was Lin Wuyu who was busy healing her body. In his heart, he was touched and at the same time, he was mixed with some doubts. When did Lin Wuyu even know acupuncture? Watch the show. The message I sent was only one sentence, without much explanation. Bewildered, she opened the live stream of the Understanding program, and Su Yuling had yet to figure out what was going on. What's the point of watching the show for this good reason? Is Lin Wuyu making a mess inside the house? There is this possibility. According to that nature of Lin Wuyu, with curiosity in her heart, Su Yuling opened the link to the live broadcast, and immediately Lin Wuyu's figure appeared on the screen. It was the same as installing a monitor inside the home, observing Lin Wuyu's every move at all times. Those who don't know think Su Yuling has become a pervert. It seems like it's that much of a perversion. Gah! Chat. Curiously staring at the screen, Su Yuling saw Lin Wuyu and a woman chatting, and the content of the chat seemed a bit off. Who is this Mimi? What exactly is the relationship? Know it all. Never has Moonshine mentioned this person. From the chat conversation it was 7 years ago, and I'm satisfied with his response. We'll ask about it when we get home tonight. How is this someone saying Mimi is a big power? Is there a problem with them or a problem with mighty power? A thought surfaced in her mind. So much so that Su Yuling didn't even realize that Xiao Shui had moved her head closer, trying to observe the picture on the screen. When she came back to her senses, a large head suddenly appeared before his eyes. Frightened, Su Yuling hurriedly put away her cell phone and instantly turned off the screen. Sister Su, what are you looking at? Xiao Shui's heart was filled with doubts. She was the bystander just now, seeing the rich expressions flowing on Su Yuling's face. One moment she was angry, one moment she was confused, and the next moment she revealed a smile. It was simply like 100 other things on earth. It's nothing. Go ahead and take this file to HR for me. Su Yuling returned to her strong woman temperament and organized a document and handed it over to Xiao Shui, making sure the other woman was out of the room. She walked over and closed the door to her office and began her daily grope. I'm not off work yet, so let's see what Lin Wuyu has been doing at home. Knowing someone called Mimi wasn't a big deal to Su Yuling, as long as Lin Wuyu didn't make the same mistake of finding this woman or the thought still existed in his heart. Who doesn't have a past? To a lesser extent, Lin Wuyu's reply is still very good. It didn't go out of bounds, making Su Yuling feel very satisfied. I wonder what this female looks like. Women are generally interested in their boyfriend's exes in the same way that men are interested in beautiful women, and all of them subconsciously compare when dealing with their exes to find the strengths that can overcome the other person. Well, It's even satisfying at that point. If you find that your face value is not comparable, your clothes are not comparable, and your family history is not comparable, that's the most embarrassing thing of all. And it's probably all about wanting to pick at the soles of your feet. Leaving the office, Yuki returned to her own work, first handing over the documents to the personnel department for processing, and then quietly groped and opened her cell phone. You think she's trying to touch the fish? Big mistake. In fact, she had just seen the name of that live room. Can't even read a headline that big unless she, Yuki, is stupid. At least after spending so much time inside the company, the eyesight is still developed. It's just that he really can't do anything in the area of looking at people. Actually considering a big shot like Lin Wuyue to be an ordinary man, relying on his face value to make Su Yuling fold. Type understanding in your browser. A number of entries surfaced. Turns out it's a variety show. And this recent installment was a huge hit, becoming a cult favorite. And it's all the guests in this installment that have led to this. Every secret is to die for. Since she didn't find the entrance to the live streaming room, Yuki could only watch those replay videos from the very beginning. It was good that there was a replay of the replay, which made it easy for her to check. Isn't this just an ordinary variety show? Is it that good? Muttering something, Yuki clicked on the replay of the first day. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Who else if not Su Yuling sitting in the office? Chapter 0092 Mimi is really a power? So it is. A smile appeared on Xiao Shue's face, finally realizing why Su Yuling had been staring at this live broadcast to watch. Because this program was the one Su Yuling was involved in filming. Understanding the nature of this program group, Xiao Shui continued to observe on. She was now beginning to suspect that Su Yuling's claim that the investor was Lin Wuyu's friend was false. Why? Contact to the entertainment industry. With this looks of Su Yuling, as long as a little to those big bosses show a little. Then after stating the stability of the program, will the returns be minimal and those big boys version should be involved. So it wasn't that Su Yuling's husband was so great. Watch to continue. Yuki unknowingly indulged into watching as well. Getting smothered by the rhythm inside the live broadcast, she began to wonder what secrets were hidden in Lin Wuyu's body. There was a strange thrill in prying into other people's private lives. Keep watching for success. The next Lin Wuyu showed off her advanced cooking skills and even found the proof of the national chef inside the room. Oh my god. Sister Su's husband is a national chef? Yuki's jaw dropped and didn't stop to fast forward to the rest of the strip. Sure enough, the next Lin Wuyu exposed other identities. Originally there were people who suspected that what Lin Wuyu had done was false, but they were all ruthlessly slapped in the face by the evidence of reality. The identity of the loser. Spent several $100 million of shares to meet a few friends. This kind of behavior directly let Xiao Shue could not help but clench her fists. If this was her husband, she would definitely teach a lesson. That's hundreds of millions of shares. If it hadn't been given to someone else, they could have lived happily and clothed themselves on that share alone. Unfortunately, Lin Wuyue is not her husband. No, fortunately Lin Wuyue is not her husband. How can her husband get a few 100 million shares? Then the identities of the paraprofessional teacher and the online author god are revealed. And Yuki is dumbfounded. Is there actually such a wonderful man in the world? There is, even if such a person is still on his side? Is it the husband of your own boss? So envious. Why don't I have such an awesome husband? Being able to make tens of thousands of dollars a day. Hundreds of thousands. Soon. With envy and jealousy, Snowy shared her discovery with other colleagues inside the company. You know what? Sister Su and her husband are on the show. The Get to Know You show. Sister Su is a big star now. She's already on the program, and there are millions of viewers online every day. Have you heard? Sister Su doesn't want to work anymore and wants to enter the entertainment industry. No way. Didn't she get her work done? The boss is talking about giving her a promotion. But they're big stars now. Why would they care about a little bit of pay? Holy sisters, I just heard a big news. Sister Su's husband is rich, with assets of several $100 million. Isn't this more powerful than our company? Why doesn't Sister Su go to her husband's company? Harm. People want to be self-reliant. Sister Su is worthy of being the idol of my heart. The beginning of the rumor. In fact, only a slight exaggeration. Passed to the end. Has become expanded hundreds of times. Thousands of times. Su Yuling was lethargic throughout this day at work. She continued to watch the live stream, and then Lin Wuyu didn't reply to other people's messages anymore, but honestly continued to start working. Very decisively. I finished another 10-chapter update to satisfy that group of readers who can never be fed, and are fussy and underfed, and are very difficult to cultivate. It was good that Lin Wuyu's updates satisfied them and the quality was always maintained. Their requirements are not high. As long as Lin Wuyu can update 10 chapters every day and maintain the quality, they will always follow the book, so it's not really a particular stretch. Still seems like a good group of readers. At least. For example, he often contributed many ideas to Lin Wuyu, and occasionally when he couldn't write he would read the readers' comments and quickly come up with new ideas. It was as if the readers in this session had learned to read minds. There were always comments that made Lin Wuyu feel panicked. Is Luna playing games again? Holy crap! This chapter is written with such a vivid image of a teacher. I bet Moon God is a teacher. Cooking so professionally? Could it be that Moon God is a national chef? No way. There's a doctor. The Moon God knows so much about doctors. It can't be a Chinese doctor, right? Very doubtful that they know some of their secrets? Time moves slowly. The audience inside the live broadcast room disappeared and reappeared. Most people have their own busy work. Like this all day continuous live broadcast. They can't watch all day. Then how to survive? Usually make time to watch it. But, even if you walk away, the audience online in the live room is 2 million at least. It stayed very hot and brought a lot of money pouring in for the program. These funds are a few $1,000,000 less. After doing this installment, they are guessing that the final haul could be in the millions. Net income. With all the other ad revenue and other miscellaneous stuff, the total revenue may actually be over $10 million. Don't underestimate the spending power of this session's netizens. The first few sales were sold out, and the total sales volume reached tens of millions of dollars in just one day. Spending power can be pretty fierce. Late afternoon. After work, Su Yuling couldn't fight her way back home. Like a walking corpse, she casually dropped her backpack on the couch, her body lying directly on it. Wife, what's wrong? Did you have a long day at work? Lin Wuyu walked out from the middle of the study and seeing Su Yuling's very tired state, he couldn't help but go forward and heartily massage Su Yuling. No, I'm a bit rambunctious today. The inside of my head is too messed up. Su Yuling shook her head and stared at Lin Wuyu with some grudges. The latter's heart gave a thud. Tentatively, he inquired, did I make you ramble on about your wife? Aha. Su Yuling nodded haughtily, expecting Lin Wuyu to give a good answer. Let me guess. Is it because I've been a little low on the number of times for a while? Don't worry. I'm definitely going to have a quadruple tonight. Lin Wuyu pondered something in a serious manner, then kissed Su Yuling's forehead. Su Yuling rolled her eyes, knowing that this sentence must have been heard by the viewers in the live broadcast room. Really? Not paying attention to the image at all. Right. Lin Wuyu didn't know about the appearance of the live broadcast room, so it was a normal thing to have this kind of behavior. Ahem. It's not because of this. I was sitting inside the office today. There was a little snow. That's that one assistant of mine. You should know it. She broke up with her boyfriend, and after that she got a new boyfriend, and then couldn't forget her ex-boyfriend. So I was just imagining things. Su Yuling didn't hesitate to shift the topic to the top. Let Yuki take the fall for a bit for now. And when the time comes, give Yuki some good pointers to help this ninny move on to a higher position. Yuki, I get it. You're talking about whether I'll have any ex-girlfriends too, right? Don't worry. It was all a few years ago. Where would I still be like this as an adult? There's only you in my heart right now, and there's only you in the future. Lin Wuyu really understood at this time, smilingly pinched Su Yuling's nose. So this ninny was thinking about this kind of stuff. An ex-girlfriend who can't break it off and finds a current girlfriend is being irresponsible. What's more, Lin Wuyu already has her own family now. Where is she still in a relationship? Like this? Meaning you actually have ex-girlfriends. How many? Su Yuling's heart was warm and felt very comfortable. At least Lin Wuyu's answer made her very satisfied. It's on. It's on. Ha ha. It's not in vain that I've waited so long. I knew that when I came back this afternoon Miss Su would start asking questions. A famous scene. Is that Yuki really like that? I don't know. Tiger Sniff is just a throwaway tool, I guess. I didn't realize that Luna really did have an ex-girlfriend. Isn't it normal to have ex-girlfriends? Girls have ex-boyfriends too. Yes drop. Yes drop. At this moment, in the middle of a bedroom, Yuki stared at the screen with a blank face. When did she have these experiences? Looking next to her boyfriend, who she had been with for a year and a half. Yuki sighed. Sure enough, Sister Su is still Sister Su, and this excuse to throw in the towel is really well used. I only have an ex-girlfriend. It's a few years ago that I met. I don't remember things too well back then. It seems like I met her when I was in Yokohama. Lin Wuyu tilted his head and pondered for a long time. While giving Su Yuling a massage, he recounted. She used to be an actress, and I held the idea of wanting to be a big star at that time. And then after being together for a few months they parted ways because of who knows what. And that's all. Of course it was impossible to recount it in any particular detail. Lin Wuyu at least knew how to do it. If it was too detailed, Su Yuling would think, wow, you still remember this woman even after such a long time apart. Is it that you can't get over it? Answers like this one are presumably the most satisfying ones for them. Lin Wuyu praised herself in her heart, thinking that she was just too resourceful. I see. Honey, do you have any pictures of your ex-girlfriend? I'd like to see what she looks like. Also, is she a star now? Isn't it hot? What's the name? Always. Lin Wuyu still underestimated the curiosity of women, and a series of questions came out of Su Yuling's mouth, full of curiosity. In this situation, it was probably time to let out a bit of information, but this was nothing. Lin Wuyu deliberated for a moment, thinking about how to weasel out with Su Yuling. Chapter 0093, Mr. Moon equals Lin Wuyu? Inside the hospital. Returned to the Management Association of the Zhou Miaoshi also watched with great interest the live broadcast of the program, understanding. I do not know why this thing has such a strong magic. Always attracted people cannot help but want to watch. It's really good to be young. I think I was like that back in the day. He laughed, feeling that the current Lin Wuyue and Su Yuling had shadows of their younger days in them. At this time is already more than 50 years old. He cannot do in his wife as the original talk about love, but after the passion is the strong companionship. As long as there is someone around is a good thing. And when this one goes back, bring a little gift too. Without realizing it, Zhou Miaoshi realized that he hadn't prepared a small surprise for his wife for a long time. Every time I used to go back from a business trip, I would prepare little surprises for my wife, which were not worth much, but they were quite nice. It felt very satisfying, especially the moment I saw a smile appear on my wife's face. Now that I count the years, it seems like it's been a year or two since I've given a surprise, right? Gathering her inner thoughts, Zhou Miaoshi looked at the folder in front of her desk. This is the document about the Chinese Medicine Association, which decides how to deal with the treatment plan of Chinese medicine and Western medicine. It is clearly stated therein that resources will be tilted in favor of Western medical practitioners, and the qualifications of Chinese medicine practitioners have become much stricter, which means that most Chinese medicine practitioners will have to start learning again to obtain the qualifications for practicing medicine. Failure to start your own clinic will result in severe penalties. There is nothing to be done. There was really nothing Zhou Miaoshi could do about the document in front of him. Chinese medicine has a long history, but with the changes of time and years, there are a lot of things and inheritance disappeared in the river of history. So much so that the status of Chinese medicine has begun to diminish gradually, and Western medicine is now better known. Plus there are some TCM practitioners who are totally incompetent and have ruined the reputation of TCM. As the general manager of the Association of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Zhou Miaoshi has been vigorously remediation of the emergence of the situation. But unfortunately remediation is remediation of a lot. But the status of Chinese medicine has changed. The original at least can be equal to Western medicine. Now can only be forced to lower than the Western medicine a level. President, there are some Chinese medicine practitioners at the bottom who are causing trouble. The aide walked into the middle of the room and worriedly opened her mouth to Zhou Miaoshi. As soon as the document was sent out, many people began to protest. And the channel they could find to protest was through Zhou Miaoshi. It's okay, let them make a scene and vent what's on their minds. Zhou Miaoshi stood on top of the building, looking out the window at some Chinese medicine practitioners in robes who were holding up their hands in protest, and let out a feeble sigh. This is the general trend, the irrevocable general trend, and in his heart he has known for a long time that Chinese medicine will have its present end, unless someone can come along and change the current status of Chinese medicine. But who else in the Chinese medicine sector can make changes nowadays? Apart from him, the Zhou Miaoshi, who was known as Little Hua Tuo. The only talent that the Chinese Medicine Association could utilize was Elder Zhou. Master Zhou's level was certainly very high, but Master Zhou was already 80 years old and it was inconvenient for him to appear again. I don't know what the results of the query are. Let's hope we can find Mr. Moon. With a sigh, Zhou Miaoshi opened her cell phone. The text message showed a message inside, and it was clearly the one that had been sent only just now. And it was considered good news that there was finally a reply to the thing he had asked the media company to help him with. Apprehensively opening the file, information about Lin Wuyu immediately appeared in front of Zhou Miaoshi's eyes. Lin Wuyu, gender male, height 176, age 27. All sorts of detailed information popped up, such as Lin Wuyu's status as an orphan, being a national chef, and other new identities were added to it. However, it was worth mentioning that Lin Wuyu's past was not known here, and could not be inquired into at all, and could only be found from the clues revealed inside the live broadcast room to find the corresponding deeds. The legal entity of Moonless Investments? Looking at an identity at the bottom, Zhou Miaoshi frowned. He seemed to have found some kind of wa point. Lin Wuyu's name and the Mr. Moon that his father said seemed a bit similar. No Moon Investments. Mr. Moon. A horrifying thought popped up inside his mind. Looking at Lin Wuyu in the computer with a feeling as if he had seen a great terror. Is it possible that Lin Wuyu's true identity? No way. How could such a person be obscure and just an ordinary family man? It seemed like there was a slight possibility that Zhou Miaoshi realized that he had overlooked Lin Wuyu's current achievements. Just ask the average person who was able to write a book that burst into flames like this. And Lin Wuyu is more than that. He is also a national chef in his own right, and is also a well-known paraprofessional who has taught many of the greats. Such a person seemed like a bit of an exaggeration. Everyone seemed to be ignoring the reality that Lin Wuyu had become a national chef for a very short period of time before turning around and becoming a paraprofessional, teaching out many very accomplished students. Then after Lin Wuyu as middle seems to disconnect all, began to live well with Su Yuling, became an ordinary small author, and then within a short period of time, Lin Wuyu as 2 books are legendary general existence. That's right. The book that exploded on the internet before has officially confessed that it belongs to Lin Wuyu's creation. In addition to the now exploding A Healing Tip a Day, it involved a wide variety of professions, yet Lin Wuyu's narration was all very old-fashioned, as if it wasn't information that had personally experienced that one profession. Gulp. The knot in Zhou Miaoshi's throat rolled, no longer daring to continue imagining it. He looked at the phone number in the last column of the information and had the urge to dial Lin Wuyu and ask if he was Mr. Yu. It's just too much of a subversion of the imagination. You have to know that Lin Wuyu is only 27 years old. If it was really that Mr. Yu from 7 years ago, wouldn't it mean that he had become a master of Chinese medicine at the age of 20? This Chinese medicine is a lot of experience. And Zhou Miaoju's inner cannot believe it and fear to believe it. Drip. While thinking about it, the phone beside her suddenly rang. Zhou Miao collected the nonsense inside her mind and took the phone in a proper manner. Old Zhou. The information you want me to check has been checked. Send it directly inside your mailbox. Sure enough, the person who inquired about Longquan village called. Zhou Miaoshi replied with a few thanks and let out a deep breath. The next step is the time to verify if your guesses are correct. Hopefully, there really was a Mr. Moon in Longquan village who had taught Lin Wuyu, rather than Lin Wuyu being Mr. Moon. Otherwise, Zhou Miaoshi was worried that she wouldn't be able to resist storming out and finding Lin Wuyu to consider her master. When the time comes, the generation will be completely messed up. His father is Mr. Moon's disciple. Mr. Moon is his senior. Mr. Moon is Lin Wuyu. Lin Wuyu is his master. Lin Wuyu is his father's master again. His father is his senior. And his senior is his father? Going around and around. Lin Wuyu felt as if her head was getting big. Longquan village. This village is really developed. Attached within the document were various environments of Longquan village, which I didn't realize had such a high economic income and was a famous tourist attraction. The scene that followed was even more amazing. Another generation of students inside Longquan village are almost all undergraduates, with only a handful of 7 or 8 not on the threshold of university. This is simply smoke from the ancestral tomb in an otherwise impoverished mountain village. The narrative used within the metaphysical is that Longquan village is in a great location and comes with feng shui, making that generation of children full of accomplishments. But Zhou Miaoshi was able to see a more scientific version of the story. That of a man called Mr. Kobayashi. There are 13 people with the character for Moon in the entire village. Basically all of them can be ruled out. There is an old Chinese doctor inside the village, who is still alive and famous in the nearby towns. Muttering, Zhou Miao thought that the old Chinese doctor who had made a name for himself in the neighborhood might be Mr. Yu. That would be able to rule out the fantasy that Lin Wuyu was Mr. Moon. Luckily, there's no messing around with the generations. Now that this old gentleman is still around, why don't I just take the time to pay a direct visit to the house? It's a little more respectful. After a moment of silence, Zhou Miaoshi immediately arranged the relevant things. The distance from here ahead of Longquan village was still very far. It was not cost-effective to rely on his own car. The time cost was too high, so he planned to choose to take an airplane, and then purchase some gifts after arriving. After thinking about it, Zhou Miaoshi sent his findings to his father. Suddenly, I realized that there was actually a cell phone inside my pocket, and it wasn't even my own. Cam, it's not my mom's cell phone anymore. Forgot to give it to her. Patted his head. Zhou Miao finally understand why the old horse that day will look at him with that kind of expression. It has nothing to do with the odd performance. It's purely about wanting your phone back. Hey, wife, I just realized I came back with mom's cell phone. It's being mailed back. So you guys remember to plug in the courier when you get there. Family always comes first. And while asking his assistant to help purchase the airfare, Zhou Miaoshi called to inform his daughter-in-law. The latter replied indifferently. It's fine. Mom said that cell phone was out. I took her to get a new cell phone. It's the new model that came out recently. The screen is better for the eyes of the elderly. And it's not expensive either. It's only more than $10,000. Chow, wonderful. 10,000 is not expensive? Rich people. Wait, isn't this using my medical dream money? Woohoo! Forget it, just buy your mom a cell phone. Heavily looking at the new model cell phone in her hand that she had bought only last year, Zhou Miao sighed heavily. The internet age is really advanced nowadays. Older people have learned to be trendy. Even the word out has popped up. The whole thing is fine. The whole thing is fine. Chapter 0094, it seems to be true. Her name. I just remember the nickname is Power. Lin Wuyu scratched his head with a confused look. Power? Everyone who was watching the live stream was stunned. That's really one bold statement and one bold thought. Big Power can be counted as a big star. The entertainment circle is called Big Power in addition to that one. Who else? Lin Wuyu's ex-girlfriend is still really a big power. Netizens heartily disbelieve. Ha 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 ha, I actually have an ex-girlfriend too. And her nickname is Firefly. Such a coincidence. My girlfriend is called Bing Bing. And she's lying in my arms right now. Coincidentally. I had that dream yesterday. Flirtatious tones rang out on the live broadcast. Most people thought it was a casual joke from Lin Wuyu. Or that it was an ex-girlfriend who was the object of an online relationship. In reality, how could the Power know Lin Wuyu? There is no correlation between the two at all. Okay. One is one of the top traffic stars inside the entertainment industry, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and one is an online author. If there is a connection, it would be that the novels of web authors might be adapted into a TV series and movie so that they have a chance to get to know each other. Otherwise, it's essentially irrelevant. Sister Sue's boyfriend is hilarious. He said his ex-girlfriend is a big power. Xiao Shui couldn't help but laugh out with a poof, holding her cell phone for her boyfriend to watch. The latter had a knowing look on his face. That's not true. My former girlfriend was also Ice. Yuki, do men fantasize like that? Are you bullying me for being stupid in the head? I still know who Big Power is. Su Yuling bulged her mouth, suspecting that Lin Wuyu was just amusing her. Stars like Power are known to a new generation of youth like them. Did Lin Wuyu really think that she didn't know anything about the entertainment industry? No, she really is Power. It wasn't hot yet, and I was often approached to work on action storylines together, as well as acting enhancements, and we did the most role-playing. Lin Wuyu seriously weaseled out. She likes being a strong woman, but I think it's not bad for her to play that kind of imperial sister. Holy, I seem to have a little immodest idea bubbling up. Me too. It's not just you guys. Everyone thinks that way. Is it the kind of action-packed drama I thought it would be? Is it the kind of role-playing I want? In order to justify himself, Luna really worked hard. I understand. As men, why hurt each other? Dog man, ha 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 ha. Bah, you men. I am bound not to be in league with you and talk nonsense. Standing up for justice and pointing fingers. Su Yuling's face became more and more gloomy. She knew that Lin Wuyu's words had probably made a group of netizens laugh. This is a serious inquiry. And you're pulling this kind of wishy-washy stuff. Fine. You say it's Power. Then show me proof or you won't get laid tonight. With a clench of her teeth, Su Yuling gave Lin Wuyu the worst punishment in several years. The latter was struck by lightning. Not on the bed or anything? That won't suffocate? He racked his brain to recall the details of that year. And suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he was a little hesitant to bring out the evidence. If you have something to prove, bring it out quickly. And if you're dawdling, you'll be punished by not being able to go to bed for a week. Ha! Seeing this expression on his face, Su Yuling knew that there was more than likely a bit of evidence, and with a cold snort, she arrogantly raised her head. Expect evidence of Luna's face. There can't really be proof. I don't believe it, even by karma. My youth, don't leave. My youth has long since become a human wife. Ooh, but what if I seem to like it even more? Chow thief. You shameless chow thief. Little old brother. You don't seem right. Ugh. Guys used to politely leave the room when they heard the other guy had a date. But now guys get more excited when they hear the other guy has a date? Breathless shrug. Real experience. Yesterday there is a man to add me. I said I have a baby. He actually said there is a baby good marry a free one. Is there something wrong with my values or is there something wrong with them? Everyone wants to be a chow thief. And everyone is good at other people's wives. The corners of Ice's mouth twitched. Was everything so bad now? She remembers that it wasn't like this in the past. That Simon Ching was the object of much hatred. The adulterer's silver pay. A term that explains the disgusting nature of this behavior. Everyone just laugh it off as a joke. Don't ever destroy other people's marriages. The old saying that you'd rather tear down a temple than destroy a marriage actually makes sense. Bing Bing felt the need to build up some people's minds and said seriously into the microphone. It's fine to joke about it online. If you do it in reality, there's a moral aspect to it and life safety issue. Those who understand it will naturally understand it. And those who don't will naturally understand it when they meet it. Plus Lin Wuyu in the picture. By now he had gone to his study and brought out his laptop. The computer was one he used to use, and hadn't used it in 2 or 3 years. But he still took it out and booted it up on a daily basis. After plugging in the charger, log on to your social media apps. A chat that only existed many years ago appeared. Power, hello brother. I'm the one who played the ugly duckling today, and seeing as you're such a good actor, I'd like to add you for some advice. Lin Wuyu, ugly duckling. I seem to remember you. Your movements are rather stiff, just practice more in the future. Power, thank you brother. This is the first day of the chat, which is apparently when the two people are just getting to know each other. Just this? Does it prove she's a power? Also, since when have you even acted? How come I don't know? Su Yuling was puzzled and could not analyze and learn from it. The main thing is that she hasn't really heard Lin Wuyu recount the days of an actor. That was a long time ago and there's not much to say about it. I usually help people improve their acting skills and basically don't get involved in filming. Lin Wuyu grinned. Didn't you ask me what I did before? Do you still remember my answer? Remember. How not to remember? You pretended to be a chef, a writer of novels, a teacher, a doctor, a director, a soldier, and so on. Seems like 3 have been verified. Did. Su Yuling stared at her large Kaziran eyes in a bit of disbelief. Mistake. Ha! Where do normal people get so much out of it? She had thought that Lin Wuyu was a very humorous person at first, and had no other feelings beyond that. If she really thought that Lin Wuyu had done all this work, Su Yuling couldn't believe it either. Doctors need credentials, teachers need professional licenses, writing novels is a slightly lower bar, and chefs can't do it without a long period of accumulated experience. When we met back then, Lin Wuyu was at most 23 for such an age to say that he is engaged in so many jobs. If you were in your place, would you believe it? Not to say the audience didn't believe it. No one could. Even if Lin Wuyu had proven 2 professions so far, it was only limited to proving them. The other professions had yet to be determined. Wait, I'll find a picture for you. It should still be there. Lin Wuyu looked at Su Yuling with a smile, feeling the need to make his wife proud of herself. He opened a folder on his computer filled with many pictures. Clicking on a random picture, it was a photo of Lin Wuyu and a wide-eyed sister. Crap! Seeing this photo, the viewers of the live broadcast couldn't help but explode. Some people even dropped their cell phones with a jolt, or jerked out of their seats, and all sorts of manifestations occurred. Because, the woman appearing in this photo is none other than Power. It still looks rather green, but Power is still recognizable enough to be instantly recognizable as her in person. The photo was taken 7 years ago. Brothers, I feel. Stop it old man. I know what you mean. And so do I. Nima scalp. Do you guys even type well anymore? I'll continue to watch with a critical spirit, because a picture doesn't prove anything. That's just it. Maybe it really is photoshopping? It shouldn't be. Where did Luna create a synthesized photo so quickly? And this photo hasn't appeared before. It's the one from 7 years ago, and the look from that time is instantly recognizable. There's one thing to say. The moon gods look 7 years ago were really too handsome, right? His face was even more resolute, compared to all those big stars when they were yellow. Ahem. Upstairs. You're mistyping. Can I just say the author made a typo when he wrote it? So many viewers in the live broadcast room were attracted out by one of Lin Wuyu's photos, because the previous chat could still be an online love object, but the current performance was no longer an online love object, but a cut and dried photo together. The Understanding program is a sensation. They are part of the entertainment industry, so of course they know how big of an impact this news will have when it gets out. And if they can establish that it's the real thing, then it will definitely have more fame, bring in more traffic. Wang Yujia was also shocked. Before it was treated as a joke, until the photos appeared. She was completely unable to sit still. Combining it with the passage Lin Wuyu had just recounted, it seemed as if he was figuring out more and more what was going on. Directed acting? 7 years ago? As a senior part of the entertainment industry? The more news Wang Yujia could get. Because 7 years ago there was a master action director who was a sensation in the entertainment industry, and many of the top stars were coached by him. Then this one fell into obscurity and faded into oblivion. Chapter 0095, The History of the Great Powers. Kyoto. As the administrative center of the Dragon Kingdom, the economy here was actually not as developed as that of the Magic City, but it was indeed an undoubtedly central and iconic city. How many people want to see the ancient city of Kyoto? How many people want to know the Great Wall of Kyoto? At the same time, it is also a gathering place for many rich people. The old city of Kyoto, where some photographers are shooting at this time. A big power in an ancient costume came to the scene of the shooting surrounded by many people. They were filming an ancient costume drama today, and naturally Power was in the role of the female lead. This is a great investment in ancient costume TV series. Once released will make the popularity of the Big Power once again hot, and also can let many people see the acting skills of the Big Power. So, this time the Power is extraordinarily important. She had a lot of shots in the filming of this drama, and she had to go back and forth with each shot to achieve the best rendition. Fortunately, The director is also a well-known director. Plus the acting skills of the opponents and co-stars are very good. The shooting of this drama is still very smooth. Back at the caravan, Power began to let the makeup crew touch up her makeup, while she held her cell phone and swiped through the messages in boredom. She opened her social media app, one that was already on the verge of disappearing from the work industry. But Power stared at the topmost chat box in disbelief. Power, what are you thinking? There's another rumor going around out there that you used to talk to him. Put. After the makeup was over and there was a half-hour break, an older woman who was dressed more than dazzlingly entered the RV, and after letting the staff all leave, she pulled out her cell phone while covering her mouth and laughing. But this one would be used incorrectly. Power would be in a relationship with someone so ordinary. Well, at least some artist within the entertainment industry, right? An ordinary guy who can't afford a house has the nerve to say he's been in a relationship with a powerhouse, which really makes the agent laugh his ass off. You guys can just take care of these little things. I just want to finish this movie properly now. Power does not even look at the cell phone. Indifferent, like a snow lotus blooming in the iceberg. She was in a bad mood and didn't really want to bother with these trivial little things. Okay. The agent could also see that Power was in a bad mood. With a slightly puzzled face, is there anything wrong with the current power of fame and fortune? Can't figure out what these big, famous stars are sad about all day. Staring at a cell phone all the time. Muttering, the agent intended to retrieve his cell phone. At this point, Power, who had inadvertently seen the screen, snatched the phone off. Who sent this picture? She stared nervously at the screen, a look that made the agent's heart skip a beat. I don't know who it is. I think it's a composite photo. By the way, it's been circulating from inside a program called Understanding, and it's a hot topic online. Brokers thought that the big power is angry. Immediately made a guarantee, rest assured. This kind of false rubbing heat can soon be pressed down. Public relations move a good. If we want to know who's behind it, it's not that difficult. We can file a legal action for their damages. For this kind of thing, brokers can be said to be familiar with it, and immediately thought of many kinds of solutions, and even asked the other party to pay out part of the money to give them compensation. At least it has been following the agent of the power. If there is no little ability, how dare you mix a bite in this industry? That's what brokers are for. Understand? Which knows that the big power, as if it did not hear the general, automatically ignored the agent later uttered words, directly opened the mobile browser, began to search for news about Understanding. She's been busy filming for a while now, so she hasn't really been paying attention to what's going on the internet, and each day has been full and busy. A number of posts popped up inside the directory, topped by a website showing a direct link to Understanding Live. Because the show realized that many people couldn't find the entrance to the live stream, they spent some money specifically to access the channel and also gave the searchers a lot of money to make the link to the live stream appear in the first place. I'm sure many people have faced a situation. Use search, obviously typing in the right search terms, and the top few sites turn out to be either pirate sites or unorthodox sites. That's the problem the search side is prone to at the moment. Not giving enough money will draw away most of the traffic. So in order for netizens to be able to find the live stream better, it costs some money to understand the program. Clicked on the link, and at once the page began to jump into the middle of a live stream belonging to the Understanding program. There is no lagging going on. It's also worth noting that the servers used by the Understanding crew are expensive, capable of hosting 10 million simultaneous online viewers, mainly because the previously used server capable of hosting 5 million people crashed several times, so it had to be increased. Looking at the one man in the picture, tears suddenly appeared in Power's eyes. Even though she had not seen it for a few years, she still clearly recognized the figure in the picture. Who else was there if not the Lin Wuyu she had longed for? You're not going to lie to me, are you? Su Yuling was carrying on a conversation with Lin Wuyu, staring at the woman in the photo somewhat skeptically, as if she could be sure it was Power. She doesn't realize that Power is watching on the livestream at this very moment. Wife, when have I ever lied to you? After so many years of relationship you actually don't believe me. Woo woo. Lin Wuyu had a sad face. He had been so open and honest with his daughter-in-law, but as a result, she actually doubted him? There is no greater pain in the world than this. Snap! A crunching sound pulled Lin Wuyu back to reality. Su Yuling stared at him speechlessly. If she wasn't thinking about exposing the appearance of the program, I'm afraid she wouldn't have been able to resist tearing down Lin Wuyu one. And you're talking to me about candor? Obviously a national chef who has always said he can't cook. Is this called candor? Tell us your story with the big her. Instead of being jealous, Su Yuling had a sense of curiosity arise, because she knows that Lin Wuyu will not leave her. Besides, the power will not look for Lin Wuyu now. This is a very simple reason. That's why you feel curious to know the story of the big star of the crowd. Equally curious. My youth is back. You all popped up at the mention of storytelling? Isn't it too sad to cry for a while? You still really believe them? I didn't realize there were still honest people in this world. It's not easy. It's not easy. That's right. All of you keep quiet. I'm afraid your pop-ups are interfering with my listening to the story. Please welcome today's program host, Moon God, to talk about the love-hate relationship of her youth. Opening line. Who hasn't had a touching love? Who does not have the joy of youth? It is said that the first love is the one who leaves a deep impression in the heart. The couple at that time is the most ignorant, the most passionate, from the beginning of each other, to be honest, from a sacred land to a rice field. How to open up a piece of land. It is every cow needs to do a good job. Please enjoy the process of sows breeding below. Good lord, the old stitching monster. Pust. Looking at it, the big power suddenly let out a laugh. There is a thick layer of water mist within the eyes. Tears piled up and the corners of the eyes have not flowed out. The agent next to him looked stunned. It's like she knows some unspeakable secret. Did Power really have a relationship with that man? And just how far did that go? Are there any photos that exist that are even more off limits to the public? Imagining all sorts of horrible things, the agent started to panic all of a sudden. Why? A long time ago was a star's photo album exposure, which won someone's intimate photos. So it led to the reputation of a complete defeat, and since then gradually withdrew from the screen. This is a real thing that happened. As agents, they then need to deal with all sorts of trivial matters for the stars, preventing their fame from being affected and maximizing the benefits of these. Once the Power has problems, it will be difficult for her to keep her position as a gold medal agent. A good life has just begun. It must not end there. The main thing is that they also signed a cooperation. There will soon be a step of new TV series to appear. This time as the star of the Power, if really make out what, unlike gossip, the consequences of natural can be imagined. The TV show is all set to finish filming, and then the female lead makes this kind of big news. The show's crew probably can't help but spit blood. A story? Wife, do you really want to hear it? Then I can say in advance that this is all a past experience, and you are the only one on my mind right now. Lin Wuyue looked like he was in a difficult situation, and after receiving Su Yuling's exact answer, he took a deep breath and slowly recounted. That was 7 years ago. I was idle and bored and wanted to enter the entertainment industry for a bit of fun, but I didn't want to become some big star, so I chose the aspect of acting coaching. The first instructor was a guy who was in an action movie, and the young man was fluent, and every fight scene was good. But once he got out of the fight he was nothing, so I took on the role of acting director, and Power was a small groupie that year, playing one of the drag queen characters in it, the ugly duckling. Recounting that past, Lin Wuyue's complexion became much more vicissitudes, so that people cannot help but feel that he is a man full of stories. Chapter 0096, Dragon Spring Village appears, and just as the crowd was lamenting over Lin Wuyue's love interest, sitting on the airplane, Zhou Miaosher was still starting his own rehash. Mr. Moon is certainly not a young man, there is no question about that. Besides, from what I learned from my father's mouth, Mr. Moon didn't seem like an old man, probably middle-aged with a lower voice. Assuming that Mr. Moon was really in Longquan Village, Lin Wuyue, who was working as a support teacher, must have performed very well, and that was why he was taught by Mr. Moon. It's possible. This Lin Wuyue person is truly terrifying. Zhou Miaosher nodded with a grave expression on his face, feeling that the possibility was high. A young man carrying so many skills, and all of them achieved the ultimate existence, that definitely possessed a high level of talent, and the ability to comprehend was not something that ordinary people could compare to. It is normal to teach medicine to such a seedling. Besides, Lin Wuyue was also an excellent paraprofessional teacher, educating students that made even Zhou Miao's heart skip a beat. If only those medical students he taught were as good, each one of them would be someone he could take out and brag about. Pity. Fewer and fewer people like Chinese medicine these days, and most of them go on to become Western doctors. So for so many years, Zhou Miaosher has not taught a real nominal disciple. It is not easy to pick seedlings also because of the boring of Chinese medicine, transferred to the profession of Western medicine. Long Springs Village is really so cozy. Do you know who built Long Springs Village? There were some people on the plane who were specifically traveling to Longquan Village, and Zhou Miaosher unconsciously stretched his ears and raised his alertness, wanting to learn a little more about Longquan Village. I know. Longquan Village is invested by some young people. A woman's voice rang out, acting like everyone knew. The modernization of those tourist attractions and the wall paintings painted all over the villages are all modern tricks that young people like to play out. It's full of chic. Yes, that's true. But I learned about a Longquan Village investment in construction, and one of the investors in it is Li Gang. This was the person who raised the question at the very beginning. A middle-aged man, wearing a suit, wearing a kind of expensive watch on his hand, with a black handbag by his side, looking like a successful person. Li Gang, you guys who are not inside business may not know, But as long as the people who play stocks are all thunderstruck by Li Gang's great name, 18-year-old teenage stock god, TSK, earn tens of millions of dollars just by speculating and investing in stocks. Young and promising, the middle-aged man lamented and also intended to brag a wave that he was inside business. Bragging about Li Gang is fake. Bragging about your identity is real. Zhou Miaodo skimmed his lips, being used to this scene. If he hadn't been unable to watch the live stream on the plane, he wouldn't have been bored enough to listen to the crass and uninteresting chatter of these people. You're a stock speculator. Awesome. It seems that this Longquan village has good feng shui. Coming out with such a powerful young man, no wonder Longquan village has become a tourist attraction. It should be that this person called Li Gang has invested a lot of money, right? The woman couldn't help but look at the successful man a few more times, obviously coming out a little more favorably. That can be. The middle-aged man smiled in a gentlemanly manner, expressing his very high cultural quality. Are you interested in stock speculation? Why don't we add a contact method to chat more? That's some bad eating. This uncle, the information you have learned is not accurate. Just as the successful man was in a good mood, feeling that he had actually shown himself to a wave, a voice of green pheasant appeared out of nowhere. It was a young man who was dressed in all the fashionable ways, had the hair of someone who played with art, and was fairly average looking 18 or 19 at best. It's also normal. It's not like economy class is that expensive. And if this successful person was really that rich, he probably would have loaded up to first class. Oh, boy, you seem to know a lot? Being slapped in the face like that. The successful man's face was slightly unsightly, but he still put on a curious face and appeared normal. He felt that he was right. Li Gang was so rich that he must be the investor and builder of Longquan village, and the first investor and builder. Waiting to see what words come out of this young man's mouth, when he could still educate himself a bit through words and make himself feel better. I'm the one from Longquan village, and I've come back for something this time. The teenager smiled and recounted. The construction of Longquan village was actually a joint effort of a generation of students. Li Gang mainly managed it, and many other students donated money, probably 1 or 200 million. What? Ha ha ha. The successful man couldn't help but laugh, but he had caught a loophole in the young man's speech. This generation of young people just love to brag and are not practical at all. Young man, you said that Longquan village was built by your generation of students together? A total donation of several $100 million? Exactly. The corners of the successful man's mouth rose. So uncle took the liberty of asking you, are you still studying or something? I'm in college. I'm a sophomore now. Oh, you're a sophomore who can take out millions of dollars to Longquan village construction. It's true that heroes come out of the youth. The successful man gave a thumbs up, and the surrounding people also looked towards the student curiously. This teenager was a bit of a pretender after all and turned out to be a college student. Who said that college students can't make money when they are in school? I went to the Academy of Fine Arts and made money from the paintings I drew. And although the money I gave to Longquan village wasn't in the millions that you said, uncle, it was still in the hundreds of thousands. The teenager's brows furrowed slightly as he felt the middle-aged man's eyes that were filled with malice. On the surface, they're being conciliatory, but in fact, what's in their hearts isn't like that at all, is it? Mr. Lin is really right. Most people can't just look at the surface because some people know how to put away what's really in their heart. Forget about the rest. No one took what the teenager said seriously. The successful man waved his hand and then began communicating with the woman sitting on the other side of the hallway. The two exchanged contact information with each other, and presumably made plans to meet for dinner or something. The follow-up process is all about the mouth. However, Zhou Miaoshi, was full of interest in the teenager. These people who hadn't watched to understand the live broadcast, I'm afraid they didn't know just how terrifying the generation of students Lin Wuyu had taught was. The great singer Wang Qingxian, the scientist Wang Yu, and Li Gang, who was engaged in business. These three were the top performers, but that doesn't mean the rest of the students sucked and were blocked by the aura of these three students. So there's a good chance that what this teenager said is true. The 4-hour-long plane ride passed quickly. After getting off the plane, Zhou Miaodo hurriedly found the teenager and strolled forward with the other. Little brother, wait for me. Calling off the young lad in front of him, Zhou Miaoshi was full of smiles. I came to Longquan village to travel. From a program called Understanding. Are here very curious? Can you take me with you to Longquan village? Seen the show? The teenager's eyes lit up, and he knew instantly that this was a fan of Mr. Lin. They had also been watching Lin Wuyue's live broadcasts in the recent past, and it was especially interesting to learn about their teachers pass through the live broadcasts. Yeah, my parents just happened to be driving to pick me up, so why don't you come with us? It's about an hour or so drive from the airport. The teenager, that nervousness soothes a lot, probably because everyone is a live room inside the network. By the way, little brother, is there an old Chinese doctor inside your village? I also came here this time because I inquired about an old Chinese doctor here, and wanted to ask for his help to look at my body. I'm getting old and have problems everywhere. Inadvertently, Zhou Miaoshi mentioned the existence of the old Chinese doctor. People like this who originally lived in Longquan village must know more about whether there is an old Chinese doctor. And doesn't a free channel of understanding smell good? Yes, you're talking about Uncle Ketch Mountain. His medical skills are very good. Our teacher often goes to his place as a guest. The teenager nodded his head. Still a child from Longquan village. Warm and hospitable. Where would he have thought that the setup inside the city had such depth? I'm sure I've come to the right place. Zhou Miaoshi's heart was secretly happy. It seemed that this time he had really come to the right place. Wasn't this teenager's teacher Lin Wuyu? It was a lie that Lin Wuyu often went as a guest, mostly because he was there to learn the art of medicine. This one is the real one. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, are you a student of Luna? The smile on his face became more and more amiable, and he even called up the online honorific for Lin Wuyu. Yes, uncle, you really have seen Mr. Lin's program. Then do you know what happened today? After sitting on a plane for an afternoon, I didn't want to have a chance to watch the live broadcast. The teenager was filled with regret for what chatter he saw as he walked away today. Just a quick glance, but it tickled the curiosity in his mind. I know. Today the moon god's computer found an ex-girlfriend's chat inside. The other party claimed to be Power, the star. I don't know what came after that. Everyone rides together on airplanes. Zhou Miaoshi recalled the live broadcast he saw before he left, but didn't take it seriously. That's right. Among his knowledge, Lin Wuyu's chat with that person was also the so-called online romance. And it's still the scammed kind. Who would believe it when they say that Lin Wuyu's date is Power? Guess you'd have to be kicked in the head to believe that. Wouldn't you? Mr. Lin is amazing. He deserves it. Even big stars are his ex-girlfriends. The teenager had an envious look on his face. Clearly and obviously. Take this one thing as true. Zhou Miaoshi patted his head, filled with doubt. Was he stupid, or was this teenager stupid? Chapter 0097, The Great Power appeared. It seemed that the impression Lin Wuyu had left on them was just too deep, so much so that it is still on my mind until now. Thinking Lin Wuyu does anything is a sign of greatness. Watch the live stream when you get back. You contact your mom and dad first. He forced himself to resist the urge to educate himself, thinking that the teenager was an important clue. That's right. To find that one old doctor himself, he needed the teenager's help. Arrive in unfamiliar territory. Find someone familiar and just steal the show. Okay. The teenager, true to form, smiled coyly and contacted his parents. Next, they just sat and chatted. Nothing more than the development of Longquan village and Lin Wuyu's glorious deeds. It wasn't until this time that Zhou Miaoshi realized just how great of an influence Lin Wuyu had on Longquan village, with each generation of teenagers being the main driving force. And Lin Wuyu gave this group of motivators the best education, transmitted their best 3 views, and made their lives change in this way. From the live stream viewing alone, it seemed as if Lin Wuyu was a slightly better paraprofessional with exceptional teaching methods, but really go deep. Only then did he realize just how terrifying Lin Wuyu was. Every student but has an area of interest that is worth utilizing. Lin Wuyu will give the best teaching. This was the best education. For example, the teenager liked to draw. Lin Wuyu actually instructed him in drawing. To be able to educate such a deeply rooted student was definitely not something that could be achieved by the student's efforts alone. The truth is that the teacher's help is just as important as the student's talent for hard work. If the teacher is an incompetent one, it will also lead the child astray and create misconceptions. This is the reason why the children inside the countryside seldom embark on the path of foreign languages. The key is that the English teachers in the countryside don't pronounce the words well either. Most foreign language teachers in the countryside may be fine when you ask them to read the content aloud, but once they have to go to their daily lives abroad, it may be a struggle. Painting was just one aspect. There was also music, technology, business, movie making, acting, and many more careers popped up, which made Zhou Miaoshi secretly amazed to hear. No wonder Mr. Moon would pass on his medical skills to Lin Wuyu. The feeling was that this talent of Lin Wuyu was just too demonic. From the teenager's mouth, Zhou Miaoshi almost thought that Lin Wuyu was omnipotent. However, the teenager's words were probably with a bit of idolatry, so he exaggerated Lin Wuyu's abilities. Really, if he achieved this level of perfection in every field, then this kind of person was just really too scary. Skill is not enough. However, there was also a saying that there was a mixture of things. Too many things would lead to Lin Wuyu not being proficient in any of them. Fortunately, Lin Wuyu is still very good, and has achieved perfection in the chef's trade as well as the writer's trade. He's also learned a little bit of medicine, so he's considered the perfect young talent. In the midst of the heated exchange, 2 beams of light came from the driveway, followed by the sound of a hooter. and a middle-aged man who looked a little younger than Joe Miato got out of the car. Clothes were dressed casually. Dad, with a smile on his face, the teenager walked quickly to his father's side, and the woman on the passenger side got out of the car, making the family look happy. This scene caused Joe Miato to reveal a heartfelt smile as well. Only when you grow up do you realize how important your loved ones are and that companionship is always the best. It's also strange. Lovers nowadays will separate after a fight, but parents at home, no matter how many times you make a fuss, end up staying together well. Hello, I'm so sorry to have bothered you with your help. Joe Miansher waited for the family to chat briefly before walking up to greet them. It's fate to meet. What's the point of saying so much? Those who come to our Longquan village are guests. Surprisingly, the teenager's father was very kind, warmly inviting Joe Miato to sit on the car, and giving him many stories about the attractions of Longquan village, such as which one's food was particularly delicious, such as the piece of attraction that was most sought after by the crowds. What a great atmosphere in Longquan village. I hope this atmosphere will always be there. Joe Miansher chat quickly became familiar with, and now can still retain the simplicity of this is quite difficult. I just hope that this simplicity will not be clouded by money, and maybe let the cloudiness slow down a little bit, so that this most primitive emotion stays a little bit longer in the bustling world. Live in the booth, Su Yuling couldn't help but interrupt Lin Wuyu's narration with a voice. Wait, you instructed those stars? It can't be true, can it? She looked skeptical, and even though she knew her husband wouldn't lie to her, deep down she always felt a little dreamy. Lin Wuyu guides the stars? But she never knew that. But, seems to be able to find out a little bit, because Lin Wuyu is not just pretending to not know how to cook for many years, thanks to the program's help. Otherwise Su Yuling might not have known for the rest of her life that all those delicious meals were handmade by Lin Wuyu. Yeah, I remember I have another picture of the group. Look for it and I'll show you. Lin Wuyu nodded her head in a cloudy manner, as if she didn't feel that this matter was so shocking. He swiped against the screen for a moment, eventually finding a group photo. The vintage of the photo is not one that was produced recently just from the dress of the crowd. There are many young or smiling faces in the gray background. 2 of the 4 heavenly kings, Kung Fu Dragon, Sun Lei. There were many more stars, a dozen or so. The person at the center of them all was Lin Wuyu, wearing a black suit, with a slender figure, wearing a hairstyle that was very popular at the time, with his hair brushed up towards the back, revealing a large forehead. Exactly this kind of hairstyle suited Lin Wuyu very well, giving him an aura and handsomeness that stood out even more than the stars. Even if we say he's a top big star, it doesn't feel like an exaggeration at all when paired with this photo. But, Su Yuling looked at her husband a few more times. Handsome is still as handsome as ever, just with a slightly rounded face and none of that strange air of the year. This, brothers, I ask weakly, is this a picture? Half of the top stars in the entertainment industry are Moon God's disciples. For God's sake, should it be so scary? Didn't you guys see the way those top big stars acted? All of them treated the Moon God with great respect, as if they were facing their elders. If the Moon God wasn't their master, would they have that kind of expression? Makes sense, but I still find it hard to believe what to do. What do I say when my mom asks me why I'm on my knees watching the live stream? It seems that the secret of 7 years ago can't be hidden, so I'll just come right out and say it. In fact, back then, there has always been a myth in the entertainment industry. That is, the Moon God who guided the big stars in filming. His acting skills are amazing, but there is no screen with his figure. Because of this one, so far, he hasn't been able to find a suitable movie for him. Ugh, didn't you sign a non-disclosure agreement back then? Why are you still talking about it? Do you realize how serious the consequences of speaking out like that are? What exactly happened back then? You guys make it clearer? Immensely curious. But, little sister, they're teasing you. This? The live feed buckled up to a 666. If they didn't believe it before, now that they've seen these photos they believe it in their hearts for a good part of the day. It was just too upside down for them. Lin Wuyu had actually been in a relationship with a big power, and he was also the master of such a big star. The audience in the room carefully identified these appearances as people who are recognized as very good actors and can be said to hold up large swaths of domestic cinema, gathering half of the power of the entire entertainment industry. Just how powerful was Lin Wuyu's backstage programs? Wang Yujiao suddenly got up from her seat, staring at the picture in the screen with wide eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably, not to mention those viewers feeling incredulous. She, who was an entertainer herself, was thunderstruck speechless. Been in a relationship with a power? Teaching so many big stars? Is Lin Wuyu's true identity so terrifying? No wonder his cousin didn't find out the information. It was probably hidden. Even the military couldn't view Lin Wuyu as identity information. How can such a person be an ordinary person? Instead, they are the ordinary people. because all they can see is manifestation. The same was true of ordinary people's information. There must be higher level information that was kept secret for Lin Wuyu. Apart from the entertainment industry, apart from the tutor, apart from the chef, there must be some kind of ulterior motive behind it. Lin Wuyu, definitely not as simple as it seems. This is Wang Yujiao's intuition. Scalp is even more cannot help but a burst of numbness. Such an existence behind the surely stand a higher level of Big Brother. However, their program has been filmed until now, and has already caused many storms on the internet without a single accident. And this is what puzzles Wang Yujiao the most. Why is the crew unaffected and still able to film? Could it be the layout of the big guy behind the scenes that thinks these can be slowly publicized? The guide stood in the background, unable to keep his legs from trembling. He got it. He finally figured out why all of a sudden all the media companies disappeared and were severely penalized. Why did Full Moon Media, the largest showbiz company in the country, help the media company when they were creating rumors? It wasn't because of the Dragon Alliance Chamber of Commerce. It wasn't because Yi Nan was so marvelous. To be honest, although Yi Nan is great in business, but in the entertainment industry for Full Moon Media is a younger brother in 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 a younger brother. Because in this piece of turf in the entertainment industry, Full Moon Media is a deserved leading company. Many big names in the entertainment industry have cooperation with Full Moon Media. Fearing the existence of this one, Lin Wuyue is the legal entity of Moonless Investment. Lin Wuyue is a top chef. Lin Wuyue is on good terms with the second-in-command. Full Moon Media stood up when Lin Wuyue was falsely accused by the other media companies. Lin Wuyue is the acting coach for various big stars. Hiss. The director sucked in a cold breath. He always felt that there must be something big behind this. Nay, he could never catch it. So who was standing behind Lin Wuyu? Is this show going to continue or not? The identity was speculated to such an extent that the guide was a bit scared. Where did he know that a randomly found couple had such a terrifying power? Guide. The online audience has risen once again, and is currently on the verge of breaking the record of 5,300,000, over 6,120,000. It's a brand new record for Variety. It's a brand new history. We reached it. Just then, a cheer went up from the staff, and their faces reddened with excitement as they shouted. Since its inception, Understanding has consistently set the highest number of people streaming live online. At this point, it had already reached a terrifying 6 million or so. This is the number of people who have watched the variety show online like no one before or since. Chapter 0098 Dr. Joe in a daze. Gulp. The guide's throat rolled, knowing what the number represented. It's the huge revenues. The fact that the Understanding program is about to take a leap forward in power. He reached out and tapped the shoulder of the staff member testing the data, only to have his hand tremble slightly and never be able to hold it steady. Calm down. Calm down. Must be calm. Repeatedly admonishing myself internally many times to hold on to being very calm at times like this. That would be the highest level of degramming. But, I can't calm down. Ha 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 ha. The guide was so excited that he danced around. Who wouldn't want to create an unbeatable show after so many years of doing it? But now he's done it and managed to break the flow of the private show. Sky Central can't really compete. But among the many program groups, Understanding is a worthy first place. Heat like that is just explosive. From the end of this program, he could become a first-class guide, and then he would receive both fame and fortune, and from then on, he would go to the pinnacle of the earth. To re-infer, since Lin Wuyu is so powerful, if he knew that his identity had been exposed, the people behind him would definitely have made certain restrictions on Understanding. But from the beginning until now, those people haven't interfered with the filming of the Understanding program, and happened to help the Understanding program get through the crisis of the rumor mill, which appears to be a bit odd. After calming down a bit, the guide began a new round of analysis of his own. From what I've seen so far, it's a bit different than what I thought it should be. There must be another big brother behind Lin Wuyu. That big man is the real person in charge of the Moonless Investment. The reason why the second-in-command has a good relationship with Lin Wuyue. In fact, it is through Lin Wuyue and that one person to communicate. And what the support teacher in all this? It is estimated to be a misty list. Lin Wuyue is the presence of that one big brother introduced to attract the attention of the crowd. So instead of being so annoyed about learning about the filming of the show, he had a little bit of joy. Why? Because that's the layout of Big Brother. It was only when Lin Wuyue's identity was compromised that he slightly unleashed his power. Casually doing so was the appearance of the Full Moon Media, and there was an official statement. Well, the show should be able to go on, and it amounts to a better leg up. As long as they behaved better, they might be able to get a reward from the Big Brother when the time came. Thinking so, The guide was in a much better mood. With a little tinge of joy, give a word to the finance, and transfer another million to Su Yuling. Just say that it's the feedback given during this period of time, and that the program can't be recorded without them. The moody guide directly arranged for $1 million to be used to treat Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling, and also to let the big brother standing behind Lin Wuyu know that the understanding crew was grateful. He finally got a big, important message, and a very hot one at that. Such an important secret is of course better to be kept quietly, and never let others know about it to avoid unnecessary trouble. Since that one big brother didn't want to come out so much, let Lin Wuyu keep acting as an imposter. It's true, rich people have so many routines. $1 million? Guide, is that necessary? The assistant had a puzzled look on his face. They had only paid Su Yuling $200,000, which was already not a small amount, and this price was already a very high price for two ordinary people who had never participated in a program before. The two couples who used to participate in the program were only paid $100,000 each. Although Su Yuling and Lin Wuyu brought a lot of traffic to the program this time, there was no need to pay so much, right? $1 million was given this time, and I guess $1 million more will be given in the future. In total, you get about $3 million for a month's worth of participation in the program? It's not like this is a top big star. Go when you're told to go. Without Su Yuling and Lin Wuyu, would understanding program have the results it has now? So what if I give them a little kickback? The guide's face was serious, and he gave a strict and unbelievable account. On the hosting stage, Ice already didn't know how to speak. All the things that happened today had completely turned her understanding upside down. The ordinary-looking Lin Wuyu actually had such a strong identity. As the host of the program, Bing Bing is also considered half of the entertainment industry members. So of course, know those top big stars exactly how rich. Connections. This aspect is not able to be compared. That is to say, these people are really very rich. For example, some time ago, the sky-high pay, just to shoot a TV series have a section of tens of millions of pay, can be described as horrible as this. So, Ice was really speechless, with only a capitalized crouch inside. She hadn't thought about it that much. She was too shocked to speak just from seeing the live feed. The other side, Longquan Village. It is surrounded by mountains on all sides, and a huge waterfall pours down from the northern peak, creating a dazzling rainbow in the sunlight. Surrounded by not-so-dense peach groves, it looked like a sea of pink from afar, melting all the dull insides. At the foot of the mountain are the houses built with strong colors of the Dragon Kingdom, and there are many people walking through the roads between the villages, chatting and eating in a nice way. At this point, in a quaint log cabin halfway up the mountain, Zhou Miaoshi was at the tea table, opposite an old man with a long beard. Judging from his age, the old man was at least 70 years old, a little younger than Elder Zhou. Chinese medicine? Is this what Chinese medicine has become nowadays? The old man sighed helplessly after listening to Zhou Miaoshi's account of the plight of Chinese medicine during this period of time. It was really a case of fate and destiny, and what had been handed down from the old ancestors had actually become a nasty medical skill. He relied on this hands as well as the attainments of traditional Chinese medicine, maintained the size of Longquan village people for a long time. Do not dare to say that did not have a guilty conscience, but also dare to say that the benefit of a party. For the elderly who deeply loved Chinese medicine, this was a heavy blow. Yes. So after hearing my father tell about the existence of Master Shifu, I searched everywhere for clues about Master Shifu, thinking of finding him. Zhou Miaoshi's gaze with a slight hope, can be considered to have found the right master? It seems that Chinese medicine is once again saved. With such a person out there, are there still worries about the tilting of resources for Chinese medicine practitioners? The reputation of this one alone would allow the top to keep the current situation of Chinese medicine, or at least not have to suppress it so violently. Master Shifu? Uncle Catching Mountain froze. I'm not your master teacher, and I don't know your father. He felt that the junior in front of him was a bit of a leveler, and to be able to become the president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, he must have a bit of strength to be able to chat with Zhou Miaoshi for such a long time. But it's a bit odd to want to climb the ladder, isn't it? Hasn't Mr. forgotten? 7 years ago you had met a fallen Chinese medicine practitioner and took him to study for 7 days, allowing this Chinese medicine practitioner's medical skills to progress by leaps and bounds. And by the way, you were addressed as Mr. Moon. Zhou Miaoshi froze and said with some bewilderment, "You're mistaken." Uncle Catching Mountain shook his head. "I haven't left Longquan village for a long time, much less collected any disciples outside. What about Lin Wuyu? Why does he know your acupuncture techniques?" This answer was beyond Zhou Miaotian's expectation, because according to his original thought, Uncle Cushion was the Mr. Moon back then, who had instructed Master Zhou's medical skills, causing his medical skills to progress by leaps and bounds. But Uncle Catching Mountain looked down on Master Zhou's talent. Perhaps it had something to do with Master Zhou's age, because Master Zhou was already in his 60s or 70s, and was too old to carry forward the techniques of Chinese medicine. So when he came to Longquan village to live in seclusion, Uncle Catching Mountain valued Lin Wu Yu's kind heart and saw his talent. Therefore, he had instructed many times, taught Lin Wu Yu all his medical skills, and gave his disciple the 3 silver needles that he had used to walk the rivers and lakes. So it is. Just say what favor you want me to do, but anything I can use, I'll definitely help. Uncle Catching Mountain seems to have figured out something on his own, and I don't know if he remembered what happened to Master Zhou, or if he didn't want to hide it. He was direct and honest about his willingness to help CMPs wherever he could. Great! I'd also like to ask Master Shifu to help enter the Chinese and Western medicine competition. Help Chinese medicine save the current situation. Zhou Miaoshi was overjoyed and said with a half bow on the spot, after all this time, there is finally some hope. If the thousands of years of the old ancestors things in the hands of his generation into a useless way in the mouth of other people, this will be a very painful thing for Zhou Miaoshi. Ashamed of those old predecessors who have carried forward the Chinese medicine. If the old-timers were aware of this, they would probably not be able to resist jumping out and accusing this generation of incompetence. However, the heritage of Chinese medicine is really too rich, and there are many precious inheritances have disappeared. Resulting in today's situation is really not the intention of Zhou Miaoshi. I don't dare to take the title of master. In fact, my master is also Mr. Moon, only that I'm considered half of his initiated disciple, and I've learned a long time more than your grandfather. Uncle Catch Mountain helped up Zhou Miaoshi. Looking at the other party's stagnant face, continued slowly, it was also a chance that I got to know Mr. Yu. I didn't expect his medical skills to be so exquisite. Alas, it's a pity that Mr. Yu didn't accept me as an introductory disciple as well. These techniques that I learned are enough to change the current situation of traditional Chinese medicine. This is something that you don't have to worry about. Mr. Moon is not you? Zhou Miaoshi felt that today was really too upside down for him. Never would I have thought that this one was also one of Mr. Moon's disciples, and like Master Zhou were only disciples who had yet to be initiated, counting the time behind Master Zhou, and were Master Zhou's senior disciples. Then can Master Uncle reveal a bit of news about Mr. Moon? Master's old man has always wanted to know Mr. Moon's whereabouts and wanted to thank him in person for his guidance back then. Exhaling a deep breath, Zhou Miaoshi respectfully opened his mouth, wanting to know a little bit of news about Mr. Moon, not only because of the inheritance of Chinese medicine, but a very important factor was to fulfill his father's wish to call a master in person with that Mr. Yu who had instructed him in the art of medicine, and to show Mr. Moon what he has accomplished now, to prove that they have not failed Mr. Moon's guidance, and then devote their lives to the legacy of Chinese medicine. Master Zhou over the years has really carried forward the experience imparted by Mr. Yu, allowing a missing corner of Chinese medicine to emerge and recapture a corner of its former glory. Unfortunately, as Western medicine continues to advance, it ultimately stays stuck and can't go further beyond. It's a great shame. Chapter 0099, My First Girlfriend. I'm sorry. Uncle Catching Mountain shook his head. I am not in a position to disclose the news about Mr. Moon. If you want to be thankful, you should learn the art of healing well and just keep it in mind. Mr. Moon is not the kind of person who must pursue a report. He only seeks to have a clear conscience. Zhou Miaoshi's face was stunned. What a questioning heart. However, there was not a single mistake in this sentence. For Mr. You did have a clear conscience, and the transmission of the techniques of Chinese medicine were passed on to the only disciples, and most of them were his own children. That's why the legacy has disappeared a lot. And Mr. Moon gave the valuable legacy of Chinese medicine to Elder Zhou as well as Uncle Cushion, allowing the two to continue to promote the legacy of medicine. At this point, Mr. Moon has done so with a clear conscience. Even Zhou Miaoshi had a feeling. The reason why Master Zhou had become a strong faction card in the bright side of Chinese medicine was most likely because of Mr. Yu's arrangement. And when Elder Zhou couldn't keep it up, Uncle Catching Mountain popped up. It was as if someone was manipulating everything. A big invisible hand enveloping all. Don't think too much. Since the Chinese Medicine Association has run into a problem, it's better for us to leave a little earlier, and for you to see how well I'm learning. Things were imminent, and Uncle Catching Mountain didn't have much heart to stay on, cutting off all clients with appointments. Kimaya put up a sign that she had something to go out on, and then simply set off with a tote bag accompanying Chomayoga. Uncle Cushion, where is this going? Uncle Cushion, a visitor from the city accidentally fell yesterday. Why don't we ask you to set the bones? Uncle Cushion, I've gotten some good stuff inside my house. I'll send some over to you in a hurry. Along the way, he met villagers from Longquan village, all of whom were immensely familiar with Uncle Catching Mountain. For so many years it has been Uncle Cushion who has been helping the people in the village with their illnesses. And sometimes when they are in trouble, Uncle Cushion will also help out. So the relationship with the villagers is naturally good. It's been a long time since I've gone out for a walk. This huge Longquan village has developed like this. I'm sure the rest of the country is also developing quickly. Catch the Mountain Uncle's mental state is also very good. Even compared to the state of the old man Joe living in the big city is much better. The whole man was like a little old man of about 60, and would talk dirty with the old acquaintances inside the village. Honey, so do you think all these big names remember you now? And Power, does it occur to you that you've been in a relationship with you before and hate to pretend you don't know you? A strong meaning of gossip emerged from Su Yuling's heart, filled with curiosity. The truth is that most of the Dragon Nation is gossipy. Eat the melon crowd. This is one of the major hotspots in the Dragon Kingdom now. When I used to live on the street, wherever there was a problem with any family, many neighbors would slowly gather around. People came together to comment and help persuade. I don't know about that. I probably forgot about it a long time ago. Harm. I'm just a nobody. Lin Wuyu was bewildered for a split second, then smiled self-deprecatingly. It's a good thing I didn't stay in the entertainment industry for much longer back then, or else I wouldn't have been able to meet you, my wife, by then. Humph. Showbiz can be messy nowadays. If you were in showbiz, I'd be worried that you were just craving my body. Su Yuling snorted coldly, obviously not being much of a fan of the entertainment industry. You're being prejudiced against the entertainment industry. There are actually a lot of nice people out there. Lin Wuyu cried and laughed, remembering that he wasn't like this when he was in the entertainment industry in the past. Probably too much time has produced changes, but this was good. It was finally showing the faults. But these had nothing to do with Lin Wuyu. He was now a god within the netizen circle, not a god within the entertainment circle. This face, I'm afraid that no one else will give. Oh, fool, how could we not give you face? You are our master. Inside the RV, Power stares imploringly at the man on the screen, looking at the agent next to him with his jaw dropped. What's going on here? Could it be true that he was in love with Power as this man said, and an acting coach for many big stars? You don't think so? Why had she never heard of Lin Wuyu's existence since her debut? How could such a powerful person be the subject of a program? This was a live streaming software that exposed secrets, and it was assumed that the participating Su Yuling also wanted to be able to get the prize money. But by all rights, Lin Wuyu should be very rich. Power, I have a doubt. Is this man rich? The agent spoke carefully from the side, afraid that something was wrong to make this one angry. Money? This thing is just too easy for him. I've never seen the moon less short of money. Power laughed softly, as if once again she was having flashbacks to her previous past. This statement took the agent by surprise. Never short of money? You know, for the big Power for the not lack of money but need 10 million that amount of. It seems that Lin Wuyue is really a rich son. The so-called acting tutors for the stars should be needed. It's just a rich son who wants to run to the gold plating. This phenomenon brokers see really too much. Pause for this picture? Su Yuling even went up to look through the photos herself. It made Lin Wuyu, who was on the side, tremble with fear, because there are so many things inside the photos, and he can't remember what photos are saved in them. What if he sees a little bad photo? When the time to coax the daughter-in-law, but couples, bedhead quarrel bed and, should, probably, perhaps, will not be too lively it? And you held hands together? And kissing? Does this one make you particularly nostalgic? Staying in the computer and not letting go? Hotel? Honestly isn't sleeping. You negative man. A series of questions and answers came from Su Yuling's mouth. And it was true that when faced with this kind of thing, women's IQs were all plus 99, comparable to Sherlock Holmes. Holding hands. Young time do not know what to do well. The kissing one. Ahem. The camera angle. Honey, listen to my sophistry. No, let me explain. We were there to get a double room. Damn, can't explain it. Lin Wuyu had a lifeless look on her face. It made the live audience laugh once again. Moon God, you seemed so hungover just now, now apologize to me. Humph. Bragging about an ex-girlfriend. So are you nostalgic? I can't believe you're saving pictures of your ex-girlfriend. Okay, I get it. You're just waiting for your ex-girlfriend to come back, aren't you? Okay, break up. I don't think I'm good enough for you because I'm not as good as your ex-girlfriend. So let's just break up. I got it. Guys, I get it. That's how my girlfriend broke up with me. That's women. You're getting it. When someone wants to break up with you, they can pick fault with whatever it is, and there's the possibility that it's just pure work. Break it up, bro. I'll introduce you to $300 of love. $300? It's gone up to $500 on my side. That's tough. $500. I get to go just once a month. Hey, what are you talking about? It's getting immodest. Ahem. Watch the civilized language. The originally heavy atmosphere was hardened by the live broadcast audience, and Ice had to temporarily plow through the extra thoughts inside his head to forcefully reverse everyone's thoughts. Ahem. Be safe. Thousands of words came to his lips, but what came out turned out to be what was in his heart. Ice was frozen. The whole program was shocked as well. Nani? This is what Ice said. Be safe? Wrong thing to say. Wrong thing to say. It's not about being safe. No, it's not. It's also about being safe because, forget it, it's completely played out by you guys. Breathlessly glancing at the harumphing pop-ups, Ice set a small face and decided it would be better to say nothing. This group of netizens communicate with each other every day. I'm sure they're still under serious influence. Ha ha, this group of netizens is really fun. Even the powerhouse in the RV couldn't help but laugh. You know she was professionally trained not to laugh unless she couldn't hold it in. The most crucial thing was still the words that Lin Wuyu had just uttered. For example, the past with power. I didn't realize that Lin Wuyu had kept it inside the computer, treasuring their past. At that time, the power is still very green. The first time to enter the entertainment industry, almost by the director's team of people subterfuge. The key time as Lin Wuyu stepped forward, changed the situation of the entertainment industry at that time. It was also unknown why exactly Lin Wuyu had so much power. Surprisingly, directors at home as well as outside Hong Kong have immense respect, and those who don't listen directly disappear from the entertainment industry. And those directors were all calling Lin Wuyu as Yu Shao. Unfortunately, Lin Wuyu appeared in the entertainment industry is very short, only a few short months' time. That is, this few months' time Power and Lin Wuyu acquaintance, know each other, arrived at the situation of the phase disappeared. Power, it's time to go shoot. The director is ready. The agent beside her looked at her cell phone and purposely lingered for a few minutes for Power to watch before informing her, because it was the first time she had ever seen Power's smile so natural, a smile that had never surfaced inside a movie, inside a TV series. Maybe this livestream really brought joy to the powerhouse. Is it all about to start? I feel like it's only been a minute or two. Returning to her senses, Power readily put down her cell phone. Work and life she still understood well enough not to make the whole crew wait for her to show up. A minute or two for you is 10 minutes. Living Buddha. It's time to go. The agent cried and laughed, and saved the video of the live broadcast for the big Power, waiting for the big Power to continue to watch when the filming was completed. Make sure you save every minute for me. I don't want to miss it. On his way out, Power couldn't help but turn around and caution once more. That look through the eyes made the agent's heart burst with emotion. Don't worry. Make sure you save every minute. Shoot the movie well, and you can watch it any time when it's done. A smile spread across her face, and for a moment she wasn't sure whether to let the PR intervene or not, because judging by the way Power is acting, doesn't seem to want PR involvement. But then there was the fear of what it might do to Power's reputation. Ugh, it's really too hard. Chapter 0100, many stars show up collectively. Honey, listen to me. I really don't feel that way. I broke up a long time ago, several years ago. How cozy is it to live happily ever after with you now? Besides, your man is so wasted that he can't do anything well except write a little novel. Unless that Power is blind to find me. My luck is also good. The fortune teller said that I will be a success. Blah, blah, blah. The fortune teller said that I have a destiny to have a nobleman to protect me. I can kind of figure it out. Aren't you the one nobleman in my life? Lin Wuyu narrated bitterly to Su Yuling. The heartfelt words matched the flow of his true feelings. Su Yuling, who wasn't very angry originally, suddenly laughed. And all of a sudden the icebergs melted and the world bloomed with dazzling vitality. What nonsense! I'm considered a nobleman? Su Yuling glared at Lin Wuyu, having been attracted to this picture of his sand sculpture temperament in the first place, thinking that living with such a man shouldn't be too boring and that Lin Wuyu's behavior wasn't too wrong. Honey, you're the man of honor in my life. Ha. Taking advantage of this opportunity, how could Lin Wuyu stop there? The most crucial part had arrived, and at this point, he needed to ride the wave of victory, or else it might lead to the end of his previous efforts. He wrapped his hands around Su Yuling, all sorts of sweet words plus small movements of seduction, making a group of single dogs inside the live broadcast room call out good guys. An old driver. Indeed. Who could stand this action and this teasing if it were on a woman's body? Not to mention switching to a woman's body. I can't help but get goosebumps just looking at it right now. Ha, the moon god is really a talent. That's not true. You don't look at how powerful our moon god is. Not only cooking and making money, but pampering his wife is also first class. An imminent outbreak of Shura was easily solved. Truly a model for my generation. Aha, or is your generation modeling now? The good ones don't study to learn these bad ones. Think the old lady squatting in the toilet is really squatting in the toilet? It is to catch you chatting. Honey, I was wrong. This operation really shocked me. Luckily my ID daughter-in-law doesn't know about it. Hoo. Honey, are you calling me? You may not believe in the content of the live stream, but you must believe in the magical minds of this class of netizens. The whole crew is a tease. Here's a plug for you. Seeing that the husband and wife inside the live broadcast screen began to gradually become immodest, Ice coughed and took an item from an advertiser's house and began to sell it for everyone. The next image was of course impossible for anyone else to see. It was going to go horribly wrong. So, naturally, the convergence began. We don't watch commercials. We want to watch Luna's live broadcast. Protest. Just when it matters there is none. My pants are down and you're telling me to download a novel software app? Not to mention, this novel software is really fragrant. Actually still the old novel site. Love 17C. That's not true. Hey, you guys seem to have it all wrong. Keep going back to the top of paid content is the main thing. A large wave of audience members failed to protest and were simply ignored by ICE. Just kidding. How could that kind of footage be broadcast? Besides, Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling had both gone back inside the bedroom, so I guess it would take 10 minutes or so before they would come out. If Lin Wuyu had known about Bing Bing's opinion, he probably wouldn't have been able to resist sharpening his sword. Looking down on who? It's only been 10 minutes. My moon god's dignity is not allowed to be violated by others. At least 1 hour, okay? You don't believe that? Okay, come here. I'll show you what it means to be horny. What it means to be in pain. Half an hour later, Lin Wuyu, who was wearing a large pair of shorts, walked out from inside the room and looked at Su Yuling beside her with a smug expression. And the commercial break ended at this time, and the images of Su Yuling and Lin Wuyu appeared. The clothes on their bodies had been changed into a layer of pajamas, and from Su Yuling's slightly flushed face one could guess what had just happened. Sitting on the sofa with a big horse, Su Yuling was lying in Lin Wuyu's arms as if she was a kitten, her hand gently playing with Lin Wuyu's abs, touching them with a sense of power. It's really a bedlam. That's not a bad ability for the moon god to have, taking over the power thing just like that. There wasn't anything going on in the first place. The moon god is really a cow. I didn't realize that he had even entered the entertainment industry. Showbiz? I'm not talented, but I was once a mass actor in Hangdian, living the dream of great stardom. Shucks. There's a lot of laying down in Yokohama where there are very few people who really work hard. Okay, that's true. All in all, in a nutshell, Lin Wuyu had managed to get things over with, and as long as Su Yuling didn't mention it once more, nothing would happen. However, what comes to mind comes to mind. Su Yuling's movements in her hands stalled slightly, and she curiously let out a question. Hubby, so do you still want to enter the entertainment industry now? Cam, what's with all the talk about showbiz? Lin Wuyu's heart burst with remorse. Had I known that I would not have talked to Su Yuling about his ex-girlfriend, had I known that I would not have taken out the photo album to look at it. It's all self-seeded karma. What's the point of entering the entertainment industry? I taught them all their acting skills. There's no point in showbiz. And life's a mess when you're famous. It's not even free anymore. This sentence was something Lin Wuyu said from the bottom of her heart. One of the pains of becoming a star is that ubiquitous paparazzi. Now he goes out will be a lot of people to take pictures staring at. If you enter the showbiz industry, that kind of consequence is of course even stronger. Maybe even going to the bathroom and being mobbed. It's very scary to imagine. Also but I have a feeling they're all going to look down on you now. Otherwise how come they never asked you after all this time? You acting mentor. Su Yuling let out a sigh of emotion, feeling that there was still a sense of things being different. Although he didn't know exactly how Lin Wuyu's acting skills were back then, he should have helped those top big stars a lot. And as a result, after so many years had passed, those people had become unheard of. Most likely because they didn't want to continue to have anything to do with Lin Wuyu. This is a reality. There are still too few students like Longquan Village in the end. And they are basically these kinds of people who have forgotten everything after getting rich. I don't think so. I remember that at that time they quite respected me. They were all 1 bite and 1 month less. There was one whose family was still very rich. I taught him for a period of time, and he said that he wanted to send me a set of Townsend. But I rejected it. And this one, wife, you should have seen his movie. Although it seems that he is not tall enough, but his acting is still very good. There is a sense of rusticity. He's from the Shaolin Temple, and when the play he performed was a big hit, he said he wanted to give me half of the amount in filial piety, but that was also rejected by me. Lin Wuyu said, pointing to the computer on the coffee table. Townsend, half the movie pay, seems to have become so casual with him. It seems like Townsend is particularly expensive, right? It seems that the rumors are all true. This star's family is indeed very rich. And this little Wang, he's so nice that he actually thought to send you half of the movie fee. Su Yuling for the so-called Townsend is only through other people's narrative. Have so little understanding, anyway, is very expensive. ordinary people in this life don't think to be able to buy. And some of the people who know a lot about Townsend have been dumbfounded at this point. No way. Does the moon god have such a high status in these people's hearts? Bull. I thought it was just a normal one acting coach. No wonder it feels weird that all those big stars are too respectful. So that's why. Young Moon? That should be very rich. Right. The moon god is the legal person of Moonless Investment. So it's possible that he's very rich. Those hundreds of millions of shares were a big rich man in the past. Ha ha. That makes sense. That makes sense. Now without this several $100 million stake, I guess those people can't even look at Moon God? It's possible. A gift for Thompson? My god. That's hundreds of millions of dollars. Bull ********. The baby is a talent too. Directly saying he'll give half the paycheck. This is the result of his own hard work. Don't say that. It's normal in case it's really the moon god's teachings that led to this kind of achievement. It also depends on what the role is and how much the paycheck is. I get $100 a day. And it's only $50 if I split it in half with you. Ha ha ha, absolute wall. That's a bit of an interesting way of putting it. Located in the Magic City, Thompson. This is a place where every inch of land is gold. And how many people spend their entire lives trying to buy a house in the Magic City and put down roots in this huge city? Light a light of your own. However, for those at the top of the food chain, Townsend is just one of the ways they can prove themselves. At this point, within the villa of Townsend, a casually dressed but good-looking young woman was staring at the screen. She is one of the top big stars in the country, Li Ying, who has many fireflies. Drip. Checking to receive a group chat message, Li Ying curiously clicked on it. Looking at the name of the group chat called the North Shadow Squad, Li Ying fell into silence. It's probably been a couple years since there's been a message from this group chat. Since Yu Xiao had quit the group chat, everyone had started their own development, and gradually some disagreements had arisen. The ones who played better continued to gossip, and the ones who didn't play well and didn't agree disappeared after Yu Xiao left. So, it was almost a couple of years without chatting in the group, and gradually they all lost contact. Chapter 0101, a movie involving Lin Wuyu. It's a message from Power. Inside the group appeared Power's avatar. The relationship between the two over the years was quite good. At least there was not too strong a deviation. Both were considered to be honestly working hard for their jobs. If memory serves, at this point in time, Power is getting a big movie, serials, and there are many top stars involved. Plus the director is a famous director in the industry. Once this TV series is released, the popularity of the Big Power will surely rise again. Only that this time the Big Power ran to send what news? This was one of the things that Lillian had a hard time understanding. Unless, her eyesight focused on the screen, staring at the white bubbles in a slight daze. I have news for you all. The Moon Youngster has appeared. It's a program. Just click on it and see for yourselves. Without any unnecessary nonsense. Flinging out the link to the show's live feed, Power hurriedly headed off to film the TV show. But the word set off waves in Li Ying's heart. She panicked and clicked into the live broadcast room, which appeared as a previous live broadcast, where a handsome-looking man was talking to a beautiful woman whose temperament and beauty were not out of place. From the demeanor of the two, one could tell at a glance that their relationship was not ordinary. But it's really Moon Young. The ever-steady Lillian was surprised beyond belief. I never thought that Power would be able to find out about Lesser Moon. A few years ago, Yu Xiao suddenly disappeared from the entertainment industry, and everyone didn't know what he had gone to do or what he had followed up. Many powerful and wealthy celebrities and directors had deployed their own forces to search for Lin Wuyu, including those artists who had participated in acting training back then, and every one of them was searching for the whereabouts of Yu Xiao. But Lin Wuyu looks like he has evaporated from the earth, and he can't find a trace at all. For several years, this has been a scar on Lillian's heart. She grew up a lot over the years and met her husband who was also an actor. But unfortunately it didn't last long and she ended up getting divorced. Couples in the entertainment industry are truly hilarious. Even marriages can be a movie that starts abruptly and ends abruptly, coming in a hurry and short-lived. There are very few couples who manage to stick around and stay together. And most of the well-known stars who get together with their showbiz counterparts are mostly headed for an ending. Either you break up before you're married or you break up after you're married. It's Yu Xiao. He's changed a lot too. Quietly staring at the man talking and laughing on the screen, Li Ying almost thought she was mistaken. The Lin Wuyu in her perception was a very serious person, especially when it came to matters of work, convincing everyone. I still remembered that at that time. Li Ying was severely educated by Lin Wuyu for a long time because she didn't behave too well in a godly manner, and she wouldn't be able to show any mercy at all, if it wasn't for seeing this face of Lin Wuyu, coupled with the assurances of the great Power. At this moment, Li Ying would have thought that she had misread it, because she had never seen Lin Wuyu behave like this before. Maybe they don't even recognize you anymore. When she heard Su Yuling say these words and that Lin Wuyu also made a general sound of self-deprecation, Li Ying instantly froze like a wooden chicken. How could she have forgotten about Moon Xiao? Those few months were a major turning point in her own life. If it wasn't for Lin Wuyu's help, at this time, Li Ying would probably still be a third-line small artist, or an 18th-line small artist. Anyway, she wouldn't have today's achievements. And it was with Lin Wuyu's guidance during those months that Li Ying's and the others inside the class's acting skills skyrocketed, quickly reaching their current achievements. At that time, when well-known directors in China heard that they were actors taught by Yu Xiao, they all rushed to work with them and invited them to join the cast. Can't forget, the figure of that man appeared at a turning point in his own life. The endless splendor had nothing to do with him Zheng. He only managed to accompany the crowd for a period of time. But because of this period of time, the lives of all the people have changed and are on a path full of flowers. This was the thought that remained in Lin Wuyu Li Ying's mind. During the period of time when Lin Wuyu had only disappeared, she even felt that she didn't need to act. She couldn't perform at a normal level in any plot, and the only normal level was the sad scenes, which perfectly illustrated the state of affairs at that time. What? There's a message from Yu Xiao. At this point, far away in the middle of a magnificent temple, a grungy man stared at the message on his cell phone in surprise. He was surrounded by people in monk's garb, so you can imagine what the man's war identity really was. That is Baby Wang, who has been particularly popular in recent times. What's wrong with you, elder brother? Why? What news makes you so happy? Is it elder brother's wife who has returned? Why even mention that disgusting woman, even for more money? Right. Senior brother, you mustn't agree. That kind of woman or don't continue to stay around. Looking at it is a kind of difficult. The surrounding Shaolin monks who were still practicing martial arts gathered towards Baby Wang, thinking that it was Baby Wang's daughter-in-law who had returned once again. He was indignant and admonished Baby Wang. It's bad luck to say the least. Baby Wang's wife is a famous university girl with long legs and very beautiful looks. But this is the same woman who had sex with her manager behind Baby Wang's back. If it hadn't been for a chance discovery, it would still be in the dark to this day. After this incident, Wang Baby's whole person has suffered a heavy blow. Wife derailment. This one thing is really too much for a person to lose dignity, and also completely become the object of others' flirtation. Many people will take Wang Baby to go out and comment on a number of things, but also the green is designated as the exclusive color of the Wang Baby. The baby color is also the green. Fortunately, is not a slightly hit by a little bit of people began to sink. Wang Baby adjusted their own mentality. There are many people around the enlightenment, and gradually returned to normal conditions. Until now, his mind has been no longer after the betrayal of his wife's feelings. A brain is a heavy other meaning. So after hearing about Lin Wuyu's news, Baby Wang was completely in a strange state. No more things about ex-girlfriend betrayal. No, I should say pre-betrayal. Return to the Shaolin temple to adjust this time. Let Wang Baby think of a lot of before, including the one who had been of great help. The Moon young man. If only young Moon was still around, he would definitely be able to help me with these problems and also be able to enlighten me to come out. Sighing quietly, Baby Wang's mood was very complicated. Yu Xiao's age is actually not as old as his, but the other party is his mentor, and he can't get where he is today without Yu Xiao's help. Not only that, but Moon Xiao is still on good terms with everyone. Of course, this was only limited to that training class of theirs, and everyone had immense respect for Yu Xiao. Though they were drifting apart, that didn't mean they were estranged from Yu Xiao. Baby Wang still remembers that the movie he was elected as the male lead at that time was filmed successfully and showed his strength on the screen. He rushed to find Lin Wuyu with the payment he had obtained and wanted to give Lin Wuyu his half of the movie, but he suffered a rejection from her. If it's a power message, then there's a real possibility. After speaking with the senior brothers beside him, Baby Wang returned to his room and stared at his cell phone screen with a grave expression. As a member of that generation of training courses, everyone basically knows that Yu Xiao and Demi have talked about romantic matters. So a very simple idea. If Yu Xiao appears again, it must be the first to know, because the relationship between the two has already gone beyond the mentor-student relationship. And further, the live feed? Exhaling deeply, Baby Wang clicked into the live broadcast. Upon seeing that one figure, all of his expressions lost control. This is the truest state of being. From frozen, to slowly shedding tears, to stubbornly keeping them from flowing. The more you repress it, the more uncontrollable it becomes instead. The person in the live broadcast screen was clearly his mentor, Lin Wuyu. This separation was for many years. They all seemed to have forgotten what Lin Wuyu had taught them back then, turning into a businessman with only money in his eyes. When there is only money in the eyes, then the movie made lacks a feeling. These were the words that Lin Wuyu had imparted to them back then, and at first they hadn't taken it seriously, but then they gradually realized that Lin Wuyu had foreseen everything long ago. They appear in front of Lin Wuyu in this state. I guess it will be very disappointing to Lin Wuyu. Baby Wang, thank you. It's been a long time since I've seen Mr. Moon. He's as handsome as ever. Lillian, power. Just say what you have in mind. Star Chow, I'm still on Hong Kong Island. I'll be back on a plane soon. At Old Who, where have you been again? At Baby Wang, how's it going? Did you get your money back? A message about Lin Wuyu called out all of the dozen or so people in the entire group chat. This is the first time since Lin Wuyu left the entertainment industry. The crowd gathered together to chat calmly. But unfortunately a few years have passed, and things have changed. I'm still participating in the trash pickup, so let me know directly what you guys are planning, and I'll buy a plane ticket and head out then. Finished. I'm still participating in a variety show over here, so I might not have time to arrive. Wait a minute, don't get excited yet. Not sure we want to go see the Moon Youngster yet. To be honest, I'm quite embarrassed to go to see you Shao. There's a kind of shame. Why don't we let old Hoothies go to have a look on our behalf? By the way, help me give a little meet and greet. I'll put it on your card. I don't think it's a good idea either. We're all respectable people now. If we go to see young Moon, I'm afraid it's a bit inappropriate. There were naturally some ungrateful people among the members of the course back then. They felt that their status and position were all very high now, while Lin Wuyu was just an ordinary person who had to be distressed for a long time to even buy a house. In that case, seeing Lin Wuyu would have a profound effect, and it was expected that the entire entertainment industry would mock them. Therefore, these people who think their status is different from what it was in the beginning subconsciously want to resist. Now that we've found out about Moon Shao, a casual meet and greet gift would be nice. Isn't Lin Wuyu short of a house and a car? Everyone sent out $1 million each, adding up to tens of millions, enough to change Lin Wuyu's current life and make him clothed and fed. Chapter 0102, The One Who Leaves Leaves. The message plummeted and there was no reply. Everyone was silent, not knowing what was going on in their minds. Baby Wang turned off his cell phone with a face of displeasure, feeling a kind of nausea for what that person Zhang said inside the group chat. So that's what this guy really is. Oh, what's the point of sending some money? Was it money that Lin Wuyu needed? He seemed to have forgotten how much the Lin Wuyu of old didn't care about money, how grandiose he was. Just the various things he showed were enough to prove that Lin Wuyu wasn't a lover of money. Apart from the expenses of living, it is enough to have what you can have. Never want to follow everyone's dream of what to do in the big city. To buy a luxury sports car, to buy a yacht. Besides, back then, half of what Baby Wang wanted to pay Lin Wuyu for her movie was $5 million. If Lin Wuyu really wanted money, she would have accepted it long ago at that time. Baby Wang wasn't the only one who thought so. There were also 3 or 4 people inside the group chat whose thoughts coincided, but they were still going to listen to the powers that be. It is known that the relationship between Power and Lin Wuyu is very good. If there is her opinion, then we will be able to know how the Moonless is actually now, and also decide whether or not to go to find the Moonless face to face to thank the guidance of that year. Room. Lin Wuyue created a big meal for Lin Wuyue today, all of it toning up her body. It's okay, this cooking is getting better and better. It's of the caliber of that restaurant we ate at. Why don't we wait until Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li and the others come? We'll go to that restaurant and have a meal. Looking at the 4 dishes on the table, Su Yuling's eyes lit up. These are all her favorite things to eat, especially braised pork and shredded pork with fish, both of which are simply the best dishes on earth. That's not too good. Let's be frugal and just eat at home. And Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li are the ones who asked us to cook by name. Lin Wuyu, who was carrying the plate, was so nervous in her heart that she almost dropped the plate on the ground with a shaky hand. So scary, almost revealed himself to be the god of cookery. If she really went to that restaurant to eat, by then Su Yuling would be able to know that the 2 dishes didn't taste the same at all. And that would definitely reveal the true results. Trying to explain it is also a challenge. Fortunately, with Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li as a shield, they also successfully escaped this crisis. I see. Then you'll still be cooking then? Oh, you'll be cooking from now on, husband. Su Yuling's eyes curved like crescent moons, and with a sweet smile she planned to go catch the braised meat on the table and eat it. Snap! Lightly hitting Su Yuling's palm, Lin Wuyu acted like she was angry. Haven't gone to wash my hands yet. Come back and eat after washing your hands. There is actually a great deal of truth in the fact that illnesses come in through the mouth, as the wrong food and too many germs in your hands can sometimes easily lead to all sorts of illnesses. The truth is that many diseases are related in some way to entry in the mouth. Yes, husband. Naughtily posing a salute to Lin Wuyu, Su Yuling trotted to the bathroom to wash her hands. This scene can kill the single dogs in the live broadcast. I'm now eating instant noodles in my rented room while looking at the live feed with an anti-smile. Such a life is so good. I just hope that I can find someone I like. I don't want to be so sensational. I just like every day to be calm as water. Like there is a lot of fun in this kind of life would be good. It's hard. Contemporary people have a generalized fear of marriage and only like the fast food approach to relationships. What's wrong with your generation? Love in our time wasn't like yours. I still remember the joy of eloping with my wife. Alas, the carriage was slow in those days, and there was only one person to love in a lifetime. Nowadays, society is steaming, and you only love yourself for the rest of your life. Eloquent, at first glance. Someone who has been emotionally wounded. What feelings hurt? I simply did not meet feelings. All is just unrequited love. Too poor. See the god of the moon in MS. Sue's conjugal life cannot help but a burst of heartache. Harm. This ing kills me as a single dog. By the time one matures, one begins to like to be able to get stable things, including marriage, including money, including everything one has. Unfortunately, reality always likes to joke with people. You want stability he will not give you. You do not need when he ran out again. After a harmonious and beautiful dinner experience, Su Yuling lay on the sofa playing with her cell phone while Lin Wuyu continued to catch up on the TV series that she didn't finish yesterday. In her hands, she also kept feeding something towards the inside of Su Yuling's mouth. If I keep eating like this, I feel like I'm going to be a couple 100 pounds of fat. Muttering a sentence, Su Yuling somewhat reluctantly ate the fruit, then cocked her head and continued to wait for Lin Wuyu to feed her, quite tacitly not continuing to say anything. Lin Wuyu just smiled and held the fruits for Su Yuling. Don't ever bring the topic up at this time, because once the topic is brought up, no matter what is said next, Su Yuling will insist on losing weight or not eating the pile of fruits in front of her. Even if Lin Wuyue replied, "Don't worry, turn into whatever I like you," the result is also the same. So the best option is for him to shut up and feed you food quietly. Suddenly, a scream came from Su Yuling, who was chewing the fruit, and then had a hard look on her face, as if something was stuck inside her throat. No panic. Lin Wuyu hurriedly got up from the sofa, patted Su Yuling's back, and brought her a cup of tap water. After a good half day of finally shooting things down, Su Yuling had a face of hijacking, comfortably lying on the sofa, but her slightly reddened face still left behind the nervous process just now. What's the matter? Suddenly yelling scared the hell out of me. Seeing that Su Yuling's state had recovered a lot, Lin Wuyu's hanging heart finally dropped, worrying about Su Yuling's condition. You see, I was going to explain, but it all turned into a stutter. Su Yu simply handed her cell phone to Lin Wuyu and let him read the text message on it. Dear Tale number 3516 user. Your account was transferred 1,000,000 RMB at 7:03 p.m. today. The total balance is 178,1200,00 RMB. A million? There was suddenly an extra $1 million inside her card, and that was why Su Yuling was so surprised. That more than $700,000 was the small treasury they had saved up during this period of time. And Su Yuling, who was in charge of the financial power within the family, felt satisfied every time she saw this balance. Results. And today there's suddenly an extra million. The first time is shock. The second time is to produce the emotion of fear. Hubby, how come there is so much extra money inside our card? Could it be that someone is trying to launder money for us? Oh my god. Should we call the police? Or someone else transferred the wrong account? It shouldn't be. There should be very few wrong transfers these days. A series of questions came out from Su Yuling's mouth. It can be known that her current emotion is really a bit nervous. Nonsense. Whose bank card with this extra million will not be nervous? There is also some desire to get that amount of money in mind. But more people are afraid to move the idea, not sure if the money belongs to them, and the consequences of moving it are unimaginable. Don't be nervous, wait for a while. If it's someone who wants to launder money, then they will definitely add our contact information right away. Even if it's the possibility of transferring the wrong money is not very likely, the bank can temporarily intercept this sum of money. Besides, they can still find our contact information. So let's wait for a while for the time being. Lin Wuyu on the other hand didn't show much panic, no matter what had happened. In this situation where Su Yuling was in a very wrong state, Lin Wuyu was the one who had to remain calm. Both people are panicking together, and that deepens the impact of the situation. Then wait a little longer? Su Yuling carefully counted the large line of numbers again. Suddenly more than $1 million to give the impact is too much. Is equivalent to a body only $1 of the child suddenly have 1,000 is the same mood. Unfortunately, it wasn't money that belonged to them, and there was no chance of taking it and being able to spend it. Someone else's is still someone else's after all. This reasoning Su Yuling still understands very well. It's about determining whether this is someone trying to do something illegal through their account or not. And in case it really is someone laundering money, is it hard to worry about them moving this money around? Could it be that my bonus has arrived? Lin Wuyu felt that this wasn't like money laundering or a wrong turn, and couldn't help but think of the online awards he had won, all of which added up to 700,000 to 800,000. and perhaps the amount of other rewards as well. Ask around. Su Yuling was also a little uncertain, followed Lin Wuyu to the front of the computer, opened the QQ and asked the editor. The result was the answer was that the bonus will be issued along with this month's manuscript fee. That's 7 days from now, and it's not available yet. What's going on here? Yeah, why is there suddenly an extra $1 million inside mess? Sue's card? I'm so envious. It would be nice if $1 million suddenly appeared inside my bank card as well, but it's all just a fantasy. My bank card will always have only 3 digits. You're not going to make it. The internet is starting at $1 million per capita. You're kind of pulling the internet's leg. I'm for real. I have a 7-figure bank card balance, because there are 2 more zeros. Ha 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 ha. Why don't you guys laugh at this? I'm a little embarrassed. Ho 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 ho. Not funny at all. Even if there is $1 million inside, my heart is estimated to be as panicky as MS. Moon God Su. Not their own money is ultimately afraid to take off. Chapter 0103. Those who remain are still grateful. $1 million? The filming ended with Power curiously entering the live stream, not wanting to miss the scene in front of him. Those subsequent episodes she planned to watch slowly in her free time. She didn't expect to see something so interesting as soon as she opened the live broadcast. Young Moon is actually nervous like this over $1 million. What would happen if I transferred $10 million to him? Laughing somewhat maliciously, Power spat out her little tongue and continued to stare at the live broadcast with interest. $1 million is really nothing to her. Any random ad she takes is more than that, so it couldn't be substituted into Lin Wuyue and Su Yuling's visualization. But as an actor, the most important thing you need is to be able to substitute your identity. Each role has its own special growth environment. In case the role played by the Power is an ordinary office worker, one day suddenly got $1 million, but a face of expressionless, may show a slight curiosity. In that case, this persona is still real? Who gave monthly youngster $1 million? Could it be someone inside the group chat? Somewhat crying and laughing as he watched Yu Xiao fretting over $1 million battles, Power felt both amused and speechless. When she came back, she saw the message inside the group chat. Indeed, someone was planning to directly give Lin Wuyu $1 million, even if it was a little amount of gratitude for that year given after learning of Lin Wuyu's existence. Power was very contemptuous of such an action. This actor was also carefully guided by Yu Xiao back then, and grew up from a dragon set role until now he is already a big star of the first line. And it seems that he is currently just taking part in the shooting of a movie. But that one can't be compared to this current drama she's involved in. The commitment is one thing, as well as the class of the cast. The people gathered for that movie were basically stars, and poorly acted traffic stars at that, who mainly lived on their face value, gained a ton of brainless fans. I didn't expect this person to be so realistic and kind of disgusting, actually planning to use $1 million to get rid of Yu Xiao. Really treating Yu Xiao like what? A random person? Unbeknownst to him, Lin Wuyu had no intention of meeting the crowd at all, which was why he had left the entertainment industry back then without the slightest hint of a trace for others to continue to find him. It seems that one of the locations for the shooting of the TV series is Yu Xiao's city. It just so happens that I'll be able to visit it and pretend it's a chance encounter. Power laughed at the idea that popped up inside her head. Then he opened the group chat, and after deliberating for a long time, he sent a paragraph. Yu Xiao doesn't intend to continue to have interactions with us, so if it's just to send money, it's better to not go to him and pretend not to know. Anyone who has the desire to meet Moon Xiao can figure it out on their own, but don't say it was found on the air. This understanding program seems to have a bit of energy. This is the result of the investigation of the Power these days learned. Never thought a seemingly ordinary variety show behind actually stood the largest company in the domestic entertainment industry. Full Moon Media. Only people in the entertainment industry know the power of Full Moon Media. All of their artists are top flow, some specializing in looks and others specializing in acting. And Full Moon Media is simply a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. There are no unspoken rules, and there are many big directors under its banner who are governed by the company, and their artists have the opportunity to get on the screen. Successful or not successful all depends on their own strength. The initial resources are considered an investigation. The follow-up if there is no heat, or the performance is very poor. It does not mean that there is no opportunity to continue to develop. It's just a little bit lacking, but it's still a chance to be given a chance to be on screen every year. That's how Full Moon Media was able to make it to the biggest company in the entertainment industry, because it's really up to the individuals in there. The opportunity is there for everyone. It's up to the individual to take off. The power of the Full Moon Media is too powerful. Including the power of the current media company need to be concerned about the existence of the Full Moon Media. This one is the deserved head of the card, so do not dare to have the slightest offense. Since Full Moon Media is involved in this one, they might as well leave this one alone. And this program was also Lin Wuyu's wife Su Yuling's initiative to participate in it. If it was stabbed out, wouldn't it be not giving face to Young Moon's wife? Judging from the way Lin Wuyu treated Su Ling so far, the crowd didn't dare to touch Lin Wuyu's scales for the time being. It's quite nice. We can pick an event on our side in Yushao City and look for an opportunity to meet then. Old Hu opened his mouth without mentioning the word power. There is also a love-hate relationship between the two of them. Because of Lin Wuyu's departure and the partnership between Lao Hu and Demi, the two gradually came together. Which knows that the big power of the heart still has the moonless, has not been able to forget, and then finally parted ways. This relationship is really a little bit confusing. I do not know how the old Hu's mind is thinking. However, over the years he doesn't really participate in showbiz activities anymore. As long as he has finished recording the program, he turns around and goes to participate in various charity activities. Going to clean up the ocean garbage with his teammates or something like that. Just able to find an excuse to say that he was going to that one city to do charity work. And coincidentally met Yu Xiao? Let's just say it's a surprise. You all are too good at this, aren't you? Let me think about what I'm going to do. Seems like there's a Shaolin temple in that place too. Hey, great. God help me. Baby Wang searched the missing map and managed to find an unaffiliated Shaolin temple. So what if there's no relationship? Wangbao said that there is a relationship. Then there must be a relationship. Later directly to the Shaolin temple. To give some financial help. This is not a relationship. Then after using this layer of relationship to show up in Lin Wuyu City, he happened to know that the others were also there. And from their mouths, he got Yu Xiao's home address. Is there a problem with this wave? No questions. Very less. As for the others, that's better. How do I know which city Moonxiao is in? Baby Wang told us. Of course. This person Moonless you also know, is like a big mouth, a chat directly out. And then we find along the way to find the chant. Is there a problem with this wave? Still no problem. All the relationships perfectly utilized. All the bugs rejected. Could it be that Baby Wang would speak up and say that he wasn't chatting at all? Could it be that Baby Wang would say out that they didn't get the clue from him at all? Dare not. Baby Wang didn't dare to say anything at all. And could only be mute. Perfect operation. Then it's happily decided. And I'll wait for your good news. After determining that they were going to meet with Lin Wuyu, the big stars within the group had disappeared en masse, not knowing what they were going to be busy with. They actually have to organize a lot of things, such as preparing for the trip and putting off the next bunch of work. Do not think that the stars are very free. Most of the stars are the company's artists. Want to move around freely, still need to know in the company. However, like the power of such a rank, has long been out of the ranks of the company. They then opened an artist company, under the banner of several well-known artists. Sister Wang, is the crew going to shoot their next scene in Spring City? In the room, wearing slightly transparent pajamas, Power lay on the sofa, her thighs showing a bit of spring light, leaving people's imagination endless. She lazes around like the exquisite goddess that she is, and you can't help but want her. Yes, Power, we're leaving the day after tomorrow to shoot in Spring City. What's wrong? The agent asked uncertainly, not yet knowing what this one ancestor had planned. At this time, she was still staring at Lin Wuyu's live broadcast. It was good that that incident didn't have a tendency to continue to be discussed, even if it made it to the hot searches. It was only viewed as a joke, because of everyone's subconscious. People like Lin Wuyu who weren't rich basically wouldn't cross paths with a Power, unless Lin Wuyu was also a director, or a big star, or at the very least, a rich kid, but none of the three are accounted for. So, still, it has caused some repercussions, and many people are still in a lively discussion, feeling that this incident is likely to be true, and if it continues to be left unchecked, it is expected to cause some repercussions. The agent now has a huge headache and is still pondering whether or not to use the power of public relations to keep this thing down. It's fine. I should have a few days off after the scene, right? I want to go to Spring City to meet a friend. Power was in a good mood and the corners of her mouth rose slightly in a rare smile, suddenly flavorful. See a friend? The broker was flustered. What was this ancestor up to? It's not right. She glanced at the information about Lin Wuyu. Wasn't this address right in Spring City? Could it be that this one ancestor was going to meet Lin Wuyu? God! So many paparazzi are staring at the Power's every move. If they really went to see Lin Wuyu, it's hard to say whether it's true or not, because everyone kind of knows it by heart. Not really what you ran to see? That. Power. Do you think we should use the power of public relations to eliminate Lin Wuyu's influence? Cautiously, the agent inquired of Power. The latter froze, then replied in a very unintelligible tone. Why do you need PR for the real thing? It's okay, I made such a great ex-boyfriend. It's the envy of many. Broker. God envy. The IQ of women who fall in love is literally 0.00. It fell into the negative. Chapter 0104 Medical Competition. Return to Glory. The things that happened in the entertainment circle and the live broadcasting room, Zhou Miaosher hadn't paid much attention to for a while. This is because he is preparing for a very important competition that concerns the status and fate of Chinese medicine. As a domestic indigenous medicine, Chinese medicine is really subject to too many restrictions. Fortunately, the officials were also willing to give the Chinese medicine sector a chance by organizing a competition. If the Chinese medicine practitioners were able to draw or win a game, they would enjoy more resources and better treatment then. If we lose this game, there will be only one fate awaiting the Chinese medicine community. The contestants were Uncle Cushion, formerly known as Hua Cushion. Does the last name sound familiar? That's right. Uncle Kachi Mountain's ancestor had some relationship with Hua Tuo, belonging to a distant relative, so it was disguised as some influence. Rather breathlessly, Mythical Hand of the Week also got the title of Mythical Hand of the Week, and now I feel a little ashamed of it. His medical skills were actually only ranked 4th within the Chinese medicine industry among those he had contacted so far. The first one was naturally Mr. Yu, who taught 2 bearers of Chinese medicine. It's just that Mr. Moon is too mysterious, never appearing to have any relationship at all, and now the inheritance has been given to Uncle Kachi Mountain. The second person is naturally to catch the mountain uncle, at least obtained many of the true transmission of Mr. Moon, and they also did some tests in private, found that the strength of the mountain uncle is really strong and incomparable. The technique of applying needles is actually the same as the speed of Lin Wuyue, and for the traditional Chinese medicine of many of the lost inheritance have to learn. The third was Elder Zhou. This medical skill was all taught by Elder Zhou. Zhou Miaosher was a bit ashamed of himself, unable to compare with his father's strength in terms of experience, because Chinese medicine practitioners are really eating the thing of experience. As the saying goes, there is no fixed form of medicine, and you need to take medicine according to the patient's body and condition. And this is what is being said. And what Zhou Miaosher lacked was the maturity of experience. Having learned more skills actually than Elder Zhou, can't make the best of it. The result is that he is such a known in the 4th ranking of the existence. Actually got a small Hua Tuo title. Really disgraceful disgrace. Great. Senior brother Hua, the hopes of the Chinese medicine community rest on your shoulders this time. The Chinese and Western medicine competition was chosen in the middle of the Kyoto building. Both the big names in Chinese medicine and the big names in Western medicine were gathered in the middle of the Kyoto building at this moment. It was a big game, and countless journalists from media companies located in Kyoto traveled to the scene, wanting to report the first news. Who is the strongest being in Chinese and Western medicine? The battle of the state capitals. I heard that Chinese medicine didn't stand up in the last Chinese and Western medicine competition, so this time the results should be similar. That's not true. What era is it now? Chinese medicine has long been backward. We have to believe in the power of science. I feel it's better to develop Chinese medicine because it's also very useful, and this is something I have a great experience of in my own right. Oh, can a Chinese doctor remove the tumor inside your head? Can a Chinese doctor operate on your appendicitis? Then there's no need to drive Chinese medicine practitioners to extinction. It's not like their role is in performing surgery. Who says Chinese medicine practitioners are incapable of performing surgery? Have you forgotten the ancient legends? You said yourself it's a legend, so what else is there to say? The contest between Chinese and Western medicine had not even begun, and many people began to argue, but most were adamant that Western medicine had won. This is because when the last Chinese and Western medicine competition was held, the performance of Chinese medicine was really poor, and it was completely impossible to compare it with Western medicine, which is advancing with the times. The end result is that the resources of Chinese medicine practitioners are severely skewed. Their status is getting worse and worse, and many of them have been targeted by the industry and forced to join the merger. Accepting the management of Western medicine, the reputation of Chinese medicine has been declining rapidly in the past few years, and has almost become a synonym for money pit and all kinds of bad things in people's mouths. Must stand up. Is it Elder Zhou who has stepped in this time? If Elder Zhou makes a move, then our chances of success will rise drastically. Elder Zhou is the titan of our Chinese medicine world. Don't panic with him, but I've heard that Master Zhou's health is not good anymore, so I guess he won't be able to take the field because all kinds of abilities start to decline when people get old. Inside the ranks of the Chinese medicine sector, a Chinese medicine practitioner was excited and agitated, expecting this time to change the current predicament of Chinese medicine. These last few years have been nothing short of stifling for them. First, the clinics of Chinese medicine practitioners suffered official closure, followed by the pain of facing no income, and to suffer the cynicism of many. There's a saying that goes, but anyone with a little bit of skill is proud in their bones. Chinese doctors also feel proud that they have learned the ancient inherited healing arts of the Dragon Kingdom, but the disintegration over and over again dissipated much of their fighting spirit. After someone coldly blurted out the news that Elder Zhou's health was failing and he was unable to participate in the battle, Everyone's eyes suddenly dimmed. Yeah, why kid yourself? Chinese medicine has been completely finished, and they, Chinese medicine practitioners, can only join the hospitals of Western medicine in the future, and it is good enough to get a salary. In the future, it is better to teach your children and grandchildren not to study Chinese medicine. So is this legacy going to be disconnected? A sense of powerlessness flooded their hearts, feeling ashamed of the teachings of their ancestors and the generations of predecessors in the Chinese medical profession. But the reality is so powerless. This year's Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition will now begin. As various thoughts were active in the minds of the crowd, a middle-aged man in a suit appeared in the center of the field. He was the host of this Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition, a powerful figure in the medical field. Will both sides please send both sides to the field? The middle-aged man didn't have much emotion and spoke in a business-like manner. Maybe in his mind this exchange competition also has no meaning. Western medicine is flourishing. Chinese medicine is like the sun is about to fall. No long time, can only play the last trace of residual heat. But is it really true? Did you expect the same? A team of Western doctors in white coats were smiling, from which a middle-aged man with a bald head came out. This man is no ordinary person, but is a leading Western medical doctor in Kyoto with very high grades. He was the one who defeated Zhou Miaosher of the Chinese medicine industry and took the first place in the competition in the last session. Damn, this bunch of Western doctors look so proud. Humph, what's there to be proud of? Some Chinese doctors snorted coldly, wanting to say a cold word, but when they reached their mouths, they could not open their mouths no matter what. They had already lost the opportunity to retort. The crowd hung their heads and looked at the group of young-looking Western doctors, many still fresh out of their internships, wanting to come and see this proud spectacle. Master, if Chinese medicine fails again this time, I'm going to study Western medicine. I have a classmate who has a method. He's inside Western medicine. On the Chinese medicine practitioners viewing platform, a young man who looked to be 20 years old at most spoke to the old man beside him, somewhat embarrassed. He had been studying Chinese medicine for quite a long time, and 2 years had passed in the blink of an eye, and his performance in Chinese medicine was all but unsatisfactory. Go ahead if you want, and don't call me master from now on. The old man spoke faintly, but his voice sounded with a slight tremor. Rats scatter from a sinking ship when a tree falls. Everyone understands this. He is half into the ground, people. Not afraid. The big deal is to accompany this once fruitful, benefited many people with the tree fell, buried deep into the dust, into a kind of past. In fact, he didn't blame his protege. The young man had made the right choice for the sake of his future and betterment. The large door in the opposite side door opened. The scene quieted down as the Chinese medicine contestants finally arrived on the scene. Who will be the one to strike this time? It is well known that now the Chinese medicine industry can carry the banner of the person is no more than two people. One is Zhou Miaosher. The other is Zhou Miaosher's father, Zhou Laozi. Zhou Miaosher has already hand 100 once. If you cannot find a stronger Chinese medicine master, then this result is mediocre and unquestionable. Don't think that in 2 years' time Zhou Miaosher will be able to defeat the masters of Western medicine. It's impossible. In the midst of the crowd's curiosity, behind the gate slowly stepped out an old man wearing a simple robe and an immortal style. His face was slightly red, and even in the face of the many media cameras and the curious, skeptical, and uncomprehending gazes of all the people, he didn't have the slightest bit of trepidation. Who is this man? Never seen it before. Is it a wild doctor somewhere? I don't know. How come he's the one walking out? Where's Master Zhou? Who is this? Have you guys ever heard of it? I don't know. No reputation. No impression. The people around them were all at once talking to each other, and the lineup of Chinese and Western doctors, including the lineup of media, felt surprised. Master Zhou is the most powerful person. Whoever comes now is useless. Who is this old man? Don't worry. The middle-aged man of Western medicine who appeared on the scene had a confident look on his face, and since it was a Chinese medicine practitioner with no reputation, there was even less to worry about. The little Hua Tua of Chinese medicine has conceded defeat. So what use is an old man with no reputation? No fame equals no power. My name is Hua Cushion, a wild doctor from a mountain village, and I have come today to learn the legacy of Western medicine. Uncle Catching Mountain opened his mouth. His voice was like an ancient bell, with a feeling of long years. The simple robe he wore was what made him look extraordinarily out of place. Hua Catch Mountain. The crowd once again confirmed that they had indeed never heard of this one's name within the medical community, and that would make it certain that it was a mountain village wild doctor. I did not realize that Chinese medicine is now so bad that a randomly found wild doctor from a mountain village can appear on behalf of all Chinese medicine practitioners, which is really a laughingstock. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat amused. Chapter 0105, This is our strength. Who cares what his name is? Hua Chue Shan Hua Chue Shue. He's here to be a henchman anyway. It is unquestionably true that Chinese medicine can only be an adjunct to Western medicine. Do you Chinese doctors know how to do the surgery we do in Western medicine? We have advanced machines, do you have them? We have all sorts of medicines for treatment. Medical theories, do you have any? These are the general trend of science, so TCM is bound to be used as a stepping stone for Western medicine. President Zhou is here. And Master Zhou. Master Zhou. Two people slowly walked into the ranks of the Chinese medicine spectators. It was Zhou Miaoshi and Elder Zhou, who also ran to the pavilion exhibition area to watch the battle, wanting to witness the blood-pumping scene. Don't worry everyone. This one is my senior uncle, who has been studying medicine for a very long time, and is also my father's fellow disciple. Zhou Miaoshi smiled at everyone's nervousness and eventually opened his mouth to give everyone a dose of strength. Otherwise these people are a little too nervous. This time Chinese medicine is bound to win. Uncle Shifu? Fellow disciples? The crowd at the scene was confused. Since when does Master Zhou have fellow disciples? Then who is Master Zhou's master? Is it not the famous old Chinese medicine man in history? Elder Zhou's senior brother should still be very powerful, right? That's for sure. If Master Zhou were to take the stage, he'd definitely have to ruthlessly clean up this group of people from Western medicine. Right. It's because Elder Zhou's health is not good. That's why he asked Elder Brother to come and help. It was as if this group of old children had seen the dawn of hope, and one by one they were cheering themselves up. Zhou Miaoshi, on the other hand, looked at Hua Cushion in the arena with a calm expression on his face. It was hard to imagine just how strong Master Yu's ability was. When they explored and researched these days, they realized that Hua Cushion's medical skills were really too strong, completely surpassing Master Zhou by a lot. For such an achievement, Hua Cushion actually said that he had only learned 5/6 of Master Yu's. If Master Lunar appeared once again, it would surely be a sensation in the entire medical world. In comparison, he, a youngster within Chinese medicine, looked as if he was much worse off. It's not what it looks like, it does just look a lot worse. Both participants please enter. The medical authority presiding over the exchange competition unexpectedly looked at Hua Cushion twice more. He had already spotted Zhou Miaoshi, who had a confident face on the Chinese medicine viewing platform, and felt that there was something odd about it. Could this one person really be a very powerful old Chinese doctor? Looks like there's a little bit of fun to be had with this one. Originally, the powers that be thought that there were no more surprises in the outcome of this one, that it would be Elder Zhou who would take the field, or Zhou Miaoshi who would be negative for once. If Master Zhou is on the field, the real ending is actually not much worse. After all, Zhou Miaoshi is the son and heir of Master Zhou. Zhou is only more experienced, and cannot beat the Western medicine, because the other side of the medical theory has a whole set of mature scientific medical theory, and there are many skills derived from it. The trend driven by the times is that Western medicine is becoming more and more developed, and Chinese medicine will naturally have to be slowly withdrawn. Unless TCM practitioners are able to demonstrate their usefulness, then they will be able to have a strong position and will not suffer from devaluation. Hello, my name is Wang Shangyun. You'll remember this one. The participants from Western medicine walked up to the exchange table and came face to face with Hua Cushion. A confident smile blossomed on his face as he extended his hand to shake Hua Cushion's. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he touched his hand, Hua Cushion's fingers hitched up towards Wang Shangyun's wrist. Your lungs are a bit bad. I think you smoke a lot? The physique isn't weak, but it's nothing inside your age. And you have other habits that lead to a very irregular routine and very irregular use of your organs. I can give you a couple of potions to tone you up. Stick with them for half a month and you'll come and thank me. Hua Cushion said faintly under his breath while surveying the various places on Wang Shangyun's body. The whole room was silent. This is just the beginning of the exchange. And the Chinese medicine practitioner actually preempted the other party's health problems? And that he can be reached if he needs a tune-up? That's a lot of gunpowder. Everyone in the room was looking forward to it. And it seemed that this Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition was more or less interesting. Oh, healers don't heal themselves. If the old gentleman has a problem, he can also be treated at our hospital. I'll give you a 20% discount. In the face of Hua Cushion's verbal contest, Wang Shangyun did not become annoyed and faintly smiled, making a reply with extreme poise. In fact, a shock went through him. This old herbalist was actually right, because he is a decade-old smoker, with the age gradually a little older, reduced the amount of smoking, but still cannot escape the fact that smoking, and he does stay up late on a regular basis and has a very irregular bedtime, but there's not really much basis for these things to stand on, for the state of smoking was obvious, as could be guessed from the slight yellowing of the fingers, and it smelled faintly of smoke. As for staying up late a lot and having an irregular routine, that's easy enough to guess from the skin, and the state of mind as well. No big deal. First match, medical theory. Both sides stood on their respective stages with a microphone in front of them. making it easy for their voices to reach their respective ears. And of course most of all the ears of everyone on the viewing stage. At the same time, one by one, the judges walked towards the direction of the hosting stage and would be judging the results of this exchange match. Among them are foreign medical masters, as well as domestic medical masters, well-known people. The thing about medical theory is that it is a system of self-medication. Western medicine is actually more mature. It is not that they are mature how powerful, but has always been Western medicine are facing all people are openly taught, so that the various theories of Western medicine are in everyone's line of sight. Chinese medicine is a little different. The ancient inheritance limitations, as well as the complexity of the Chinese system, resulting in the medical theory of Chinese medicine outsiders do not seem as mature as Western medicine. The two began their respective exchanges, answering from the ancient to the modern, and hauling from the modern to the ancient. Arguments from a single medical man who was once famous in history to quoting the classics. This one titan of Western medicine actually found a more mature, more complete, and impeccable system of Chinese medicine emerging from the mouth of Hua Cushion. He had asked all of these questions to Zhou Miaoshi, and the other party's answers were somewhat gibberish, and there were some questions that simply closed their mouths and were mute. It really seems like something. Wang Shangyan frowned slightly, and his attitude towards Hua Cushion became much more grave. Until now, he had already viewed Hua Cushion as a true opponent, and the other party deserved such treatment. Master Hua tells it like it is. So that's it. I seem to understand something. Did you all record what was just told out? I feel like this is a whole new opportunity. Awesome. Worthy of being Master Zhou's senior brother. Hiss, then who exactly is Master Zhou's master? Someone who can teach such two masters of Chinese medicine must be a famous doctor. This is a brand new beginning. If Chinese medicine performs as well as it is doing next, then we will have a chance to soar. A young man's eyes gleamed as he stared at Hua Cushion on the participant stage, his black pupils reflecting an immortal and relaxed old man. Little Li you're not weak either. All this medicine is almost surpassing us. A group of Chinese doctors obviously knew the young man and opened their mouths to praise him. This one is no ordinary person, and can be considered a well-known young physician in the Chinese medicine industry. In fact, many people are affected in one way or another. It is believed that the older the Chinese medicine practitioner is, then the better his or her medical skills will naturally be. In fact, this is a refutation of the argument that sometimes there are geniuses among young practitioners, and sometimes the older generation of Chinese medicine practitioners still give wrong conclusions because they are caught up in some kind of stubbornness. It is for this one reason that TCM is known as theoretical medicine. Western medicine, on the other hand, is empirical medicine. Cooked and unaware, every item of Chinese medicine is summarized through thousands of years of practical experience. Where is it not empirical medicine? This is a complete act of belittling Chinese medicine and promoting Western medicine. In fact, none of the true understanders who participated in the exchange competition this time were there to be able to defeat each other. Rather, through this game, it proves that Chinese medicine is actually not bad. Chinese medicine also deserves peaceful development. Give the same opportunities for development. This was the long-cherished wish in the hearts of Zhou Miaoshi and the others. They don't want what has been handed down by their old ancestors for thousands of years to become so-called stubborn garbage in the hands of this generation. It becomes an object of ridicule for outsiders. It's about the dignity of a legacy that has lasted thousands of years. What is the name of this Chinese medicine practitioner who participated this time? Hua Shan, right? Are you misremembering? I remember it was called Hua Shan. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How can it be called Mount Hua? If you really don't know, just write that it's Dr. Hua. The full name is to protect the other person's privacy. Compared to those in the medical profession, the journalists were concerned mainly with this one event. I believe many people will look forward to the rise of Chinese medicine, because at least it is also a medical culture that has been passed down for thousands of years in the Dragon Kingdom. Their hearts are not willing to see the disappearance of Chinese medicine. This Dr. Hua seems to be very powerful. Talking about Wang Shangyun in the arena dumbfounded. Indeed, it must be said that there are still some talents that exist within Chinese medicine. It's a good thing. I feel the same way. Then look forward to the changes this doctor will bring. The media workers looked at each other and smiled, and inwardly took some pleasure in the fact that they had at least caught a news point. But even if they couldn't catch it, they were able to create it. Chapter 0106, Fighting Again. Western Medicine. On the exchange stage, Hua Cushian's set of remarks caused the other party to fall into deep thought as well. Until the end, the two were actually indistinguishable, making many people feel bad. The good media have also started their editing. Just to say that today, the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition will be a snowball's chance in hell? Journalists usually report, by definition, only one thing, without engaging in any commentary or subjective conjecture. But nowadays, Media reporters like to forcefully inject their own opinions into the mix, preferably comments that can make big waves. That's the sad thing about contemporary commercial media. The exchange competition was very long, and halfway through, Hua Cushion and Wang Xiangyun both rested for a long time, and then when the sun was about to go down, the exchange about the first session ended completely. No distinction. This is the result obtained from the observation of the crowd. Wang Xiangyun sat in the vehicle with an unhappy face. For him, there was a clear advantage in this aspect of the medical theory system, and if this one was not up to the task, it would indeed be a failure. What's going on? Is that Hua Cushion very powerful? The people in the car were not just Wang Xiangyun alone. There was also the president of the Western Medicine Association as well as 2 or 3 well-known figures in Western medicine. They also participated in the exchange match today, and they didn't expect the Wang Xiangyun sent out to actually fight to a draw in the first match. It can't be helped. He's a real Chinese medicine celebrity doctor who came out of nowhere. Wang Xiangyun rubbed his temples with some fatigue, and was about to pull a cigarette out of his pocket to relax, but before he could touch the cigarette case, the movement in his hand suddenly stopped. He thought of the words Hua Cushion had uttered to him today, and sardonically withdrew his hand, not knowing whether he was being stubborn or truly worried about his own body. Well, you're leaving for tomorrow's game, and replacing Dr. Fong up there. The president of the Western Medicine Association waved his hand and directly announced Wang Xiangyun's departure, because what Wang Xiangyun is good at is the narration of the theory of Western medicine. But in the second match is not really that great. The second game is required to see the patient and make out various treatment options based on the patient's test reports. At this point, it was Dr. Fong among them who was the most capable. Okay, but is it okay to switch? Wang Xiangyun nodded his head, turning somewhat curious to voice the question in his mind. The competition was to use only one person to compete. That was unchangeable. How could they have been allowed to change if they did? We have a natural way of doing this. The president casually glanced at Wang Xiangyun without saying anything extra. Said there is a way. That is naturally there is a way. As for what the way is, this does not need Wang Xiangyun to worry about. In fact, there was no need for the president to tell Wang Xiangyun's heart to know the result. It was just a matter of the president talking to the top and using some excuse, such as Wang Xiangyun's health condition, to solve this item perfectly. This kind of operation is really seen a lot. Anyway, the Chinese medicine practitioners are now able to come out only that one Hua Cushion. They used the strongest person in each match to participate in. Is it still unable to fight against Hua Cushion a little bit? That would be too much for Western medicine to look at. Other side. At this time, Hua Cushion was already staying in the middle of the hotel. After meeting with many people from the Chinese Medicine Association, everyone treated Hua Cushion with great respect. It was as if they saw the hope for the rise of Chinese medicine. Finally a master-level figure had come out. Dr. Hua, I didn't realize that you're still Master Zhou Sr. Ha ha ha, it would have been nice to have known you before. There's no need to panic. With Dr. Hua here, we'll still be able to win next time. Hey, we'll finally be able to wipe the slate clean this time. It's better to be careful. There's still something to Western medicine's current tactics, and one has to recognize their merits. But it's not like they want us to completely lose our resources. Many of the CMPs at the party whispered. In fact, they are not that stubborn and know the many merits of Western medicine. In the past, there was no scientific help, so we had to resort to the Chinese medicine of looking and sniffing. But now with the help of machines and science, it is natural to be able to deduce the patient's condition more accurately. The emergence of such a situation is indeed a major trend, and they still agree with it in their hearts. However, if it is said that the merits of Chinese medicine are nothing, this is something that all the Chinese medicine practitioners present cannot agree with. They are also the inheritors of Chinese medicine, and they know that Chinese medicine is profound, and any technology that can be passed down for thousands of years will not be useless. The prescription is going to be given tomorrow. Is Senior Hua sure about it? Elder Zhou, who was sitting next to Hua Cushion, spoke up, although Mr. Moon had yet to really consider him as a disciple. In Master Zhou's heart he had long since considered himself as a disciple of Mr. Moon. Should be a bit sure. Take a step and see what happens. Is that Wang Xiangyun strong in this aspect of prescribing? Hua Cushion Mountain was not proud of his first success and maintained a mindset of doing his best. Wang Xiangyun's medical skills are still very good. I heard that he is a student from a top medical university abroad, and his level of prescribing is still very good. Zhou Miaoshi was the most knowledgeable about Wang Xiangyun's information. After all, it was once in the hands of Wang Xiangyun who had failed 3 times in a row, so it was natural to make some investigation. But judging from an Uncle Hua's current performance, the second Wang Xiangyun should not be as good as you. I believe that Uncle Hua will be able to succeed. Through yesterday's performance, Zhou Miaoshi could be considered very trusting towards Hua Cushion at this moment. to say the most skillful. In fact, Hua Cushion most skillful or prescription this aspect. That is, according to the condition to make analysis, how to prescribe the medicine list, the method of treatment, which is a very simple way of treatment, but it's also very much about experience and accumulation. The amount of herbs used, for example, is undoubtedly a difficult issue in TCM. Most people just have trouble with the dosage because they don't have much experience with it. That's good. Nodding his head, Hua Cushion's heart relaxed a little. To be honest, this time to participate in the competition, which is not the best of the Chinese and Western medicine industry, for a long time have not participated in this kind of activities, and the heart of Hua Cushion has been taut with a wire. Worried about their own performance is not good, resulting in the Chinese medicine lost the opportunity this time. This is indeed a very strong form of self-blame. Even after confirming his opponent's level from Zhou Miaoshi's mouth, Hua Cushion didn't take it lightly. Ugh, if only Master Yu was here. When he thought of this, his heart could not help but feel a little melancholy. If his master had appeared here, it would not have been so difficult. Mr. Yu is the real top man in the Chinese medicine industry. That legacy of medical skills shocked Hua Cushion. Even more shocking was Mr. Moon's age. The future is endless. Time passes. Soon the second day of the competition arrived. And just like yesterday, the number of people at the venue had increased rather than decreased, because the media that left yesterday had already publicized the battle results of the first match, along with many remarks. Many of the masses who were not even hopeful about Chinese medicine had their confidence rekindled once again. At least it's Chinese medicine that has been passed down for thousands of years in the Dragon Kingdom. And while kids nowadays may not know much about it, the older generation still believes in a lot of Chinese medicine. I don't know if I can make it today. To be honest, I heard others say that if Chinese medicine can't win this time, it will disappear in the medical world in the future, and I still feel very reluctant to let go of it. It's a medical skill left behind by the old ancestors. Who said that Chinese medicine should disappear completely? I'll be the first to disagree. I don't agree either. Support TCM to continue to grow and win. Well, I'm a supporter of Chinese medicine too. Chinese medicine YYDS. A bunch of young people who haven't seen the market. Chinese medicine won't disappear. It's just being suppressed a bit, but that old man who appeared at the competition yesterday did seem to be very good at it. And surprisingly, he made the Western medicine people eat their words. That's not true. The Dragon Kingdom has a population of over 1 billion people. It's normal for some strong Chinese medicine practitioners with no reputation to appear. Indeed, isn't there a saying that wine is not afraid of the deep alley? This kind of truly powerful person will appear one day. That's what I thought. The audience increased a lot, but it was far from being comparable to the concerts of the Eyes and Stars, probably just a few hundred people or so. Together with the members of the Chinese and Western medicine, the total number of people at the scene was only about 1,000. And the number of people who gather at one concert of those love-struck stars is in the tens of thousands. Greeting the crowd's expectant gazes, Hua Cushion still walked out of it in such a plain tunic. That immortal look did make one feel that the first impression was that of a competent old Chinese doctor. Participants from both sides, please take the field. For once the powers that be have also raised some spirits in anticipation of today's performance. Participants from both sides walk out onto the field. Only, this time, the person sent by Western medicine was no longer Wang Shengyun, but a man of middle-aged age who appeared to have foreign ancestry. Introducing myself, John's son, a professor at Kyoto Medical University, has come to ask for advice from the old-timers. The man opened his mouth, wearing a white lab coat, and spoke Chinese that was actually very fluent. Isn't it Wang Shengyun? Strange. Why did Dr. West change today? What else could be strange? It means they're getting scared. The way they acted yesterday made them feel fear. That's a clear foul. What was the ref thinking? Oh, I thought Western medicine was emboldened, but it turned out to be fearful, which is really disappointing. Don't blame them. Don't blame them. Just let them change. Despite their mouths, the Chinese medicine spectators stood up one by one and pointed, hoping to be replaced for Wang Shengyun, John's son. This is a medical bearer who has participated in many surgeries and has a lot of practical experience. If it were Wang Shengyun they would not worry in the slightest. But this one was different. Truly a demon. Having become a veteran professor-level figure in his 40s, definitely not that easy to deal with. Chapter 0107 Meeting Lin Wuyu. Spring City. Lin Wuyue and Su Yuling in the neighborhood were planning to do something today. That's hospitality for their friends Zhang and Li. It was actually Lin Wuyue's friend, not Su Yuling's, but the husband's friends are naturally considered the wife's friends, which is kind of the interoperability of their relationship. Become a couple after the two social circle will naturally slowly integration. Cannot face your daughter-in-law's girlfriends? You have no good face. As a stranger to see it? This is expected to cause a bit of trouble. both for your wife and yourself. Honey, no need to go grocery shopping. I'm having groceries delivered to your door. First, she had a busy morning, cleaning the inside of her home thoroughly. And then Su Yuling was going to go out and buy groceries so that Lin Wuyu could create a big meal. When friends get together, it's natural to have a little bit of wine, so you also have to go out and buy a little bit of wine. After mopping the floor, Lin Wuyu trotted inside the house, opened WeChat, and spoke a voice directly in front of Su Yuling. Send me a little bit of food over here, the kind according to the highest specifications of your restaurant, and then take a bottle of white wine. Who? Su Yuling curiously put her little head together, wanting to see a little hint from the screen. Who knew that Lin Wuyu directly handed it to her to see in a big way? The other party's avatar was a pretty girl, and it was obvious at first glance that it was a selfie. But beauty is tough in this day and age, so it wasn't necessarily a real in-person photo. Once she saw that it was a woman, Su Yuling was wary for a moment, after confirming that the other party's docket was a backup for delivering groceries, and not a single past chat, and the only chat was about grocery shopping. Is this a food delivery? She couldn't help but remember the first time she viewed the camera. She did see Lin Wuyu communicating with a person. At the time, I thought something was going to go wrong. I didn't realize that I was just buying groceries and coming back to make a big meal out of it. Lin Wuyu nodded. Their vegetables there are fresher and the price is the market price, so since I can take it easy, I'm still too lazy to run to the market to pick them out. There's such a thing as a good, muttering a sentence. Su Yuling didn't take it to heart and continued to check what else was left undone inside the home. They were all people who rarely socialized on a regular basis, so it was natural for them to be much more solemn when they had relatives and friends over. Otherwise, it's not a good idea for friends to come over and see the mess in the house. Hubby, where is that tea you told me about last time? Having a friend come to the door, preparing tea to drink is also appropriate. Su Yuling rummaged through the cupboards, trying to find the tea inside the house. That was Lin Wuyu's heart and soul, and only rarely would she take it out to drink so little. Inside the cabinet, Lin Wuyu sat on the sofa and looked at her cell phone, and suddenly seemed to remember something. There's no need to bring out that kind of tea. They don't like tea. If you don't like it, you have to take it out. Stingy, just keep buying a little bit later when you have the chance. It's not like we're poor and can't afford the tea. While he was talking, Su Yuling had already taken out a bag of tea from inside the cabinet, and the packaging outside was just ordinary oilskin paper, with no particularly obvious name or manufacturer. When you open the tea bag, a golden color emerges. It's golden tea. So it is. This golden tea has never been clarified. The last time the moon god was drinking this kind of tea. Like it's expensive? I don't know. I've never seen this kind of golden tea either. It's not dyed, is it? The stained ones lose their effect when they are soaked in water, so they are definitely not stained. And besides, isn't drinking stained tea a way to send yourself away? Who is so stupid to drink dyed tea? That's just not true. Do we eat a lot of colored things within our lives? A lot of things have coloring on them. That's right. Let Dr. Fontaine explain, or let Dr. Chow analyze it. Someone suddenly remembered that there were two medical gurus inside the live broadcast, and it's still the very famous kind. Can't help but want to have both doctors come out and explain things. You've got the wrong people. The two of them haven't ventured out in a while, so I guess they're busy with something. I seem to have seen Dr. Zhou. He made a trip to Longquan village and found a very famous old Chinese doctor. I don't know what he wants to do. That's true. It's really a shame that there are two less doctors. Let's hope they don't pinch each other offline. Oh man, offline only fencing. You want to try it? Keenly watching the pop-ups inside the live broadcast, Ice also remembered the two doctors who hadn't appeared for what seemed like a long time. The show has lasted this long and still made note of some of the more interesting webmasters and IDs. She thought about it carefully, as if she knew why the two hadn't shown up. This recent period of time is the start time of the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition. It's a bit of a news story inside the media world, but it still can't be compared to those traffic ciphers. As a host circle inside the current reputation of the existence of a relatively large, Bing Bing heard his little sister said this matter. It seems that this year's performance of Chinese medicine out of the crowd's expectations. This Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition can certainly have a large wave of attention. It was then that she just smiled softly, not taking the Midwest medical competition seriously. Any more traffic certainly isn't as high as the Understanding program is currently getting. Millions of daily viewers and an average of 4 million online viewers. Though many people are keeping to their dives, whenever they come across a point that can be discussed, there are pop-ups that are completely unreadable. Such is the horrific impact of Understanding at the moment that it has become the #1 variety show in the rankings. The Understanding showrunners are all set to take over some commercials and slowly cash in on the traffic, like now Ice's intro becomes. This program is sponsored by XXX on the air, a proper variety show flavor. There were also some rather interesting little advertisements interspersed during the midway point, which were incidentally able to cover up certain things about the couple Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling. It can be a double whammy. The fool, fortunately, has $1 million. Thinking of Su Yuling's performance yesterday, the corners of Bing Bing's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. It was only later that she realized that the $1 million was called by the show's team, determined by the director himself, giving the couple an additional $1 million. It was estimated that at the end of this episode, it would be decided how much remuneration would be given to Su Yuling according to the revenue gained. If it was in the hands of those greedy capitals, Su Yuling would have gotten a reward of $100,000 to $200,000 at the end of the day. Fortunately, the guide wasn't the type to use someone to make money, and in the end give them back a little bit to make them grateful. It's also the fact that the program's account wasn't used that made it that much of an upsie. Later, Bing Bing sent a message to Su Yuling, informing her of the reason. Su Yuling of course couldn't possibly say that this amount of money was obtained from participating in the program. Wouldn't that expose her for being on the show? She came up with a simple solution, a bonus from the company, projects and contracts all signed. Get the bonus. $1 million reward seems like a bit of an exaggeration, but who made this strong? There was also a portion of the company's money. It was needed for Su Yuling to buy things, so the real amount that could be utilized wasn't $1 million. After receiving this answer, Lin Wuyu nodded her head in a somewhat bewildered manner. He remembers that his wife isn't the company's logistics or finance person. How is it that companies give so much money to their wives for purchases? Not being able to think about it. In the end, Lin Wuyu didn't have the heart to bother thinking about it. Even if something comes up, it's not like you can't pocket it. Soon his manuscript fee will almost arrive, and then it will be a few $1 million to fulfill Su Yuling's desire to buy a house and a car. This Linden tea is out of stock. There is only a little bit of it left in the world. Lin Wuyu was in a fleshy pain. Even he was saving a little bit of his own drink, and he actually had to give those two boys a taste. No, this is absolutely not okay. Out of stock? Is it that exaggerated? Su Yuling looked at Lin Wuyu suspiciously, and when she saw the latter nodding solemnly, she could only grab out some randomly and put them in the large teapot. Well then, I'll take that little bit. So it's good to be a guest with something nice. No problem. As long as he didn't take out the tea bags, Lin Wuyu could do anything else. There really wasn't much tea left, only about a pound or so, the last of his private stash. In case those two guys came and saw it, when Su Yuling talked about sending some to them, I guess their hearts could burst out laughing. This trip, it's really worth it. Bodhi tea? Do you all know this tea? I just did a search and found no introduction to, and the viewers of the live broadcast keenly got the name about the tea from Lin Wuyu's mouth. Poutine tea? Bodhi tea? The most appropriate explanation seems to be Linden tea, but after searching around, there was no introduction to Bodhi tea to be found. It was as if Lin Wuyu had made it up. Could it be that the moon god himself came up with the name? It stands to reason that as long as it exists, there are bound to be traces of it, and it's definitely possible to search out relevant news. No way to know. Cam, I know astronomy and geography and have been called a keyboard scholar. I actually don't know the name of a tea. It really puts me to shame. What's a little keyboard scholar? The old man's one key light chills the 9 states. The world's #1 key man. Be serious guys. This is still discussing tea. Is the world's out-of-print tea real or not? If it's real it should be worth a lot of money, right? No. When you think about it, how did the world's out-of-print tea appear in the hands of the moon god? There's a little bit of not-so-logical thinking going on. It seems to make a little bit of sense, but then again, it doesn't seem to make sense. You seem to be underestimating Luna's ability? What does Luna have the power to do? Crap, I almost forgot. The moon god is a great god, so it's guaranteed that it's really possible to get the world's out-of-print tea. Ignorant people have no fear. At this point, in an ancient colored study, a middle-aged man stared at the golden tea leaves in the live broadcast screen with a heavy face. He seems to remember something, but then he seems to misread it. It looks a bit like the tea master described. The middle-aged man muttered, looked at the yellow tea leaves in his hand, and immediately felt that the tea was infinite. He has had many teas himself and is a tea lover and taster, but the so-called out-of-print tea of the world. The middle-aged man just smiled a little, but when he saw the take of golden tea leaves, a description unconsciously popped into his mind. Immortal tea, golden in color, sweet in the mouth, fragrance between the teeth, raw fluids fierce, can purify impurities in the body, long-term use is enough to prolong life for several years. These were the words left behind by the master when he was dying, making the middle-aged man yearn for the so-called immortal tea. But after years of fruitless searching, I finally had to give up on that one idea. It wasn't until watching the live broadcast today that I saw the shadow of immortal tea from the golden tea leaves in Lin Wuyu's hands. Chapter 0108. It doesn't look like it. Half an hour later. the grocery delivery man arrives at the front door of the house, dressed in what looks like a waiter's outfit and carrying 2 large bags in his hands. Mr. Lin, here are the ingredients you need. All the freshest, 272 in total. The waiter, who was a decent-looking man and very polite, stopped at the door and noticed that the inside of the room was freshly cleaned. Thank you. Why don't you come in and have a seat and a cup of tea before you go? Su Yuling also walked out of the room with a teapot in her hand, and seeing the drops of sweat still on the waiter's forehead, she couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the people in this one restaurant were still really dedicated. Keep in mind that it's nearly 30 degrees hotter outside right now, and the UV rays are very intense for an area with a little bit of elevated terrain. The industry is also getting rolled off. This one restaurant in order to make money, but also can only accelerate the roll. No need. I don. Tea. The waitress waved her hand and was about to refuse when she suddenly saw that Su Yuling had already poured half a cup of tea from the teapot. That tea took on a golden yellow color, and there was a golden yellow tea leaf that fell into it. At once, the waitress fanned herself with a waving hand. It's not particularly hot, just a little thirsty. Thank you, Mrs. Lin, for your kindness. Su Yuling? She thought that the waitress was the one who didn't like tea, and was all set to give it to Lin Wuyu, who was eyeing it up beside her. As a result, I didn't expect the waiter to peek in turn, and after half a circle actually returned to the original point. Quite interesting. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Su Yuling handed the waiter the teacup. This teacup was a teacup for hospitality inside their home, not a teacup for her own use. Comfortable, afraid of being robbed of her tea in general, the waitress drank it all in one gulp, satisfied beyond measure. The flavor is that flavor. It's just fantastic. Seeing the face of Lin Wuyu beside him gradually turning black, the waiter didn't dare to continue to stay here for much longer, hurriedly handing the cup back, leaving a word about WeChat transfer and escaping. Why, honey, I don't understand. Lin Wuyu slyly wanted to go up and savor a cup of Bodhi tea first, but she suffered a stop from Su Yuling. The latter righteously refused. This tea is to be drunk when the guests come. Drinking it first is leftover tea. Well, there's a little bit of infinite strikeability. Lin Wuyu seemed to understand and nodded her head, turning her head into the kitchen and started to get busy. According to the agreed time, there was probably an hour or so before they would arrive. Apart from the few dishes that took a longer time, Lin Wuyu could guarantee that all the other dishes could be manufactured in less than half an hour's time. However, it is essential to prepare the ingredients in advance and to finish the dishes that take longer to make. Remove the large bag of ingredients. Indeed, all very fresh. There are pork, mutton, pork liver, pork loin, and there are also ribs of these. Vegetarian dishes are some vegetables. Are the more common ingredients in Spring City? It's quite well prepared. So today Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li are blessed. As a top chef, Lin Wuyu quickly thought of the dish she wanted to create and skillfully began to organize the dishes in the large bag, first preparing the steps before stir-frying. This side of him went all in, chanting a piece of music to go along with the movements in his hands to begin with. I'm a great chef. I'm a great cook. I'm going to make that full course meal. Make it beautiful. Ah, scrub, scrub, scrub. Piggy, piggy, why are you at my table? Lamb, lamb, does heaven feel lonely? Listening to the magically altered version of the music, the crowd on the live stream cleared the line. Use this to express the breathlessness in your heart. I think this one song seems a little bit good. Guys, it's like I'd become unhinged too. I actually fell in love with this song. I have a feeling that this song is going to be on short video software again in the future. Not the future. I'm already making it. Nice heat. Hoping to grow 100,000 or so followers. Ha 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 ha. Good lord. Are you all that sharp? Luna seems to have that social bullying disorder. The early human social bullying classic. Old blank rune man. Just when the crowd didn't pay attention to Su Yuling, she listened to Lin Wuyu inside the kitchen, who was concentrating on cooking and singing. Inside, it's always a lot more relaxing. Is this tea that good? Muttering a sentence, Su Yuling poured out half a cup of Bodhi tea from the teapot. To be honest, she wasn't a tea drinker and didn't think it was good at all. Might as well get a cup of coffee at work. That was why Su Yuling had never tasted Bodhi tea since Lin Wuyu had been drinking tea for such a long time. But seeing Lin Wuyu so distressed today, as well as the strange behavior of that waitress, caused an idea to pop up in Su Yuling's heart that she wanted to try. She gently tasted a mouthful of linden tea and closed her eyes to savor it slowly. The eyes then opened steeply, and a dazzling light flashed inside. Yummy! Lifting the cup, Su Yuling drank it all in one gulp, then poured out another cup from it. The total capacity of this teapot is actually not considered very large, probably around 10 cups of tea. Then by the waiter drank up half a cup. By Su Yuling drank a cup and a half. Instantly the only thing left is about 8 cups of tea. Nice one. The audience in the live broadcast room finally noticed Su Yuling's small movements during the program's camera shift, and immediately gave a thumbs up. We agreed to wait together. But you ended up quietly drinking it all. Ooh, that reminds me of the yearbook money my mom keeps for me. Angry. I'm going to tell the moon god and report his wife for quietly hiding and drinking Bodhi tea. Strange. Is Bodhi tea really that good? I want to try it too. Wait, I think I know where this Linden tea came from. Guys, remember Luna's chat contact? There was a message about dudes wanting to buy tea? It must be that guy selling it. So, this tea is selling tea little sister only have. I understand. This will start searching. Must get this kind of tea. A group of people who had been harassed by tea sellers were speechless. Is that selling tea? It's not selling tea at all. It's an obvious attempt to scam money. Poor bunch of kids. What the hell is Bodhi tea though? So eager to savor it. That's how human curiosity slowly intensifies. And many search hotspots have popped up for Bodhi tea. And some short video bloggers who specialize in squatting on understanding traffic have begun to create explanations of exactly what Bodhi tea is all about. Practically halfway through the explanation, nothing crucial came up. Because they simply don't know what this kind of tea really is. And the places where the top 5 teas come from have never been heard of. As we all know, there are a total of 10 famous teas in the Dragon Kingdom. These teas are the pinnacle of famous teas from home and abroad. They are Longjing, Biluokun, Mao Jian, Junshan Silver Needle, Luan Guapian, Huangshan Mao Feng, Hemun Black Tea, Duyun Mao Jian, Tai Guanin, Wu Yi Rock Tea. But there's no golden colored tea in these 10 valuable teas, either. It's like it doesn't even exist. There is one last explanation, which is beyond the top 10 famous teas of Bodhi tea. Beyond the top 10 famous teas? How precious is that? Unimaginable. At this point, at the entrance of the airport in Spring City, a stylishly dressed, good-looking woman stepped out of her car, and many people gathered around her, all of them bodyguards who had been arranged for protection and security. Power. Power is out. Power. May I ask if you came to Spring City because of work or travel? Power. It's been said on the internet that you've been in love with a man called Lin Wuyu. May I ask if it's true? Me. May I ask if Lin Wuyu is really an acting coach in the entertainment industry? May I ask if you are his student? Many reporters carrying long guns piled up at the entrance of the airport, and even more fans chanted the name of the big power. Fortunately, these people were contained within a range, with bodyguards blocking their movements. Originally not wanting to make a reply, Power suddenly heard Lin Wuyue's name, raised her head and smiled faintly, without the slightest concern, and answered graciously, Yes. What question is this in answer to? Is it about work travel or Lin Wuyu? The journalists present were shocked, as if they had glimpsed a shocking secret. Although the internet is abuzz with rumors that Lin Wuyu is romantically involved with Demi, there are still many people who don't believe it and remain skeptical, which the media also has no way. It seems for this matter on the Power directly did not respond. Even the PR forces didn't move and just let it go unattended. Luckily, there are a lot of hotspots right now, and the heat dissipated a bit by quickly squashing the hotness of this incident. Power. May I ask which question you're answering? Have you really been in love with Lin Wuyu? A reporter, whose machine was much nearer, hastened to pursue the question. I'm answering your questions. I'm here to work. I'm in a relationship with Lin Wuyue, and he is indeed our acting coach mentor. There's no question about that. Power eyes like a torch to answer the reporter's question, and then hurriedly got into the vehicle that came to pick up the plane, and so long away. The reporters left in place were excited and thrilled. I didn't realize that Power had actually admitted to this one thing. Admitted it. It was beyond their imagination. I'm going to get right back to writing the story. It's a big story. It's not certain who will release it first. I'm going back. Scrambling, all the reporters are ready to go back for their first hot bite of traffic. This will have a lot of fans watching. This is going to be a big melon in the entertainment world. This would cause Lin Wuyu's heat to skyrocket once more. It's just a very exciting thing anyway. On the car, with a casual look on her face, Power opened her phone to watch the latest live stream of Understanding. The agent next to him was about to say something, but was eventually noticed by Power, and spoke with some amusement. If you have something to say, just say it. There are no outsiders here. They were sitting in a caravan at the moment, and could indeed count on no outsiders. Power. I don't understand. This will lose you fans. The agent finally couldn't help but speak up, not understanding why Power was doing this. A star's image is a crucial thing, and once it became known that Power's first love was Lin Wuyu, it wasn't a good thing, because Lin Wuyu's own status wasn't really considered very good, and he was already a man with a wife. There's no point in responding even if you don't care about the heat of the thing. It's one of the worst ways to handle it. Since it's something that really happened, there's no need to cover it up. And with how good of a person Young Moon is, I don't think it'll take them long to realize. Strangely enough, Power actually felt that what he did wasn't wrong in the slightest and was still the right way to handle the situation. This makes the broker even more confused. Could it be that Lin Wuyu was more than just as good as she appeared to be? Could it be that having a relationship with Lin Wuyu was a great thing? From what I've seen so far, Lin Wuyu is really not bad, being righteous and talented. Never mind. Brokers gave up all the struggle. As long as this one decided things that others basically do not want to be able to change. Brokers in this regard is still very know-how. Simply too lazy to continue to ask, so that the Power completely let fly their own arrangements to deal with. Chapter 0109, The Arrival of Xiao Zhang in Shaoli. Home. Lin Wuyu didn't yet realize how serious the repercussions had been because of herself once again. If he goes out for a while, I am afraid that he will suffer more eyes to feel curious about this star who has been on the hit list for many times. But for Lin Wuyu, yes, it was again because her face was getting more attention. There's no way around it. Being good looking is such a pain in the ass. Honey, Xiao Zhang and Shaoli are already at the entrance of the neighborhood. Go downstairs and pick them up. Lin Wuyu, who was busy inside the kitchen, received a call from Xiao Zhang and Shaoli and shouted to Su Yuling, who was sitting on the sofa. With an afterglow, he realized something was wrong. Su Yuling was actually drinking tea. Great, aren't we supposed to wait until the guests arrive to drink it? Lin Wuyu, who felt that she had suffered from deception, had a pained look on her face, and opened the teapot to take a look at it, which was actually missing about 3 cups of tea. That meant that in addition to the half cup that the waiter drank, Su Yuling had at least 2.5 more cups. It's like outright betrayal. It's okay, I'm drinking one of yours. This linden tea is so good, I'm going to replace my coffee with it from now on. Su Yuling raised her head without blushing and said to Lin Wuyu. The latter was speechless and silent for half a day before squeezing a few words out of his throat. All as you wish. In all the world, the wife is the biggest. I just hate that I let my wife know how good the Bodhi tea is. Lin Wuyu clearly remembers that in the past when he made tea for Su Yuling praised the Bodhi tea to the skies, but as a result, Su Yuling didn't have much of a good feeling about it, thinking that there was nothing good about the tea, and casually put it down after taking the next sip. Today, it was kind of an accidental attempt. Thanks hubby, I'm going to go pick up. With a sweet smile, Su Yuling grabbed her keys and walked out of the house. She was still a bit nostalgic and wanted to have another cup of Bodhi tea, but suffered a stop from Lin Wuyu. You can't drink too much tea either. No matter what it is, basically too much of it will appear to be bad in some way, and 3 or 4 cups a day is good. Moreover, we have to eat later. Drinking so much tea, how can there be space left inside the stomach to eat later? Therefore, Lin Wuyu refused righteously. After waiting for Su Yuling to leave, he quietly drank the half cup of Bodhi tea that was still left in Su Yuling's cup in one go, revealing a satisfied expression. That's good. You'll be able to eat more dishes in a while. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Wuyu continued back to the kitchen and started to get busy. He timed it just right, with several dishes coming down to the wire and starting to fry at the same time. The viewers inside the live room were envious. This is the kind of love I want. I'm really envious. Hey, the moon god still favors his daughter-in-law. That's good and fine. Mainly because Miss Su is also not the kind of person who dies in the key things or do very well. You guys, if the performance inside the weekdays often die, then do not expect the husband can always spoil you. Oh, my boyfriend coaxes me no matter what. Good luck. I just saw the moon god drinking all the tea inside Miss Su's cup, and I also tentatively offered my boyfriend half of the milk I had left to drink, only to suffer his rejection for all sorts of reasons. Guys, do you think I should break up? Ha ha ha, it's the normal thing to do. It's quite normal. Many people who are married don't usually eat what they've eaten, and some of them really go overboard with their eating. And if I'm not mistaken, that milk straw of yours was chewed up. I suspect you've installed a camera in my house. I'm used to playing with my phone while drinking milk. It does seem a bit out of shape. Well, I forgave my boyfriend and he still loves me. Just as the crowd was chatting and sending pop-ups, Ice had a smile on his face as he stared at the audience speaking inside the screen. Taking advantage of the fact that nothing important had come up in the meantime, she stepped off the hosting stage and headed for the backstage crew to get a bottle of mineral water to wet her throat. Power has come to Spring City to shoot a movie. Why do I have a feeling she's here to find Lin Wuyu? Do you guys think there's any chance of that? A reporter from one of my media outlets told me that there are big melons coming out. Big Power today. A group of boys were getting together to gossip about something, making Ice feel very curious. She didn't sneak up on them either, and walked straight up, exiting and inquiring, "What are you guys discussing here?" "Harm, so it's Sister Bing Bing, aren't you hosting a program at this time? Take a break and get a bottle of mineral water while you're at it." Ice raised the mineral water in his hand and waited for the staff to answer. The latter looked at the people around him and opened his mouth in a low voice to explain. I also just got the news that Power came to Spring City and directly confessed her relationship with Lin Wuyue during the reporter's interview. This is big news in the entertainment industry. Ice's eyes lit up and she was also shocked by the news. Although he felt in his heart that it was mostly true that Lin Wuyue and Demi once dated, he didn't expect Demi to actually admit it in front of the media world. That's just straight up honesty. You know, celebrity love interests are exposed and usually have all sorts of repercussions. What is she doing in Spring City? Could it be that she knows Lin Wuyue's address through the program and wants to find Lin Wuyue to resurrect her ashes? Ice drank the mineral water one sip at a time as a way to calm the shock in his heart. At the same time, the heart made out all kinds of guesses, suspecting that the purpose of the Power to come to Spring City is not normal. No, there's another layer of relationship between Power and Lin Wuyue. She's a member of Lin Wuyue's training course back then. Maybe it's for the purpose of coming to thank her. Or, by the way, isn't Power filming a TV series that's mostly going to be set in Spring City? Harm, make a fuss. Bing Bing shook his head, felt that he was mostly infected by these gossips, actually also began to think nonsense, rather than think of so many useful and useless, or to seize the time to continue to return to the post to participate in the recording of the G program. That is called Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li, Lin Wuyue's friends, should now be followed to the home. With that thought in mind, Ice knew the crowd and proceeded to return to the host stand. It was the hardest hosting she had ever done, working up to 10 hours a day, sometimes up to 10 hours. Luckily, it's only for a month, and the bonus and remuneration she will get by then will be enough for her not to have to continue to participate in other hosting programs this year. And it's okay to quietly wait for the fourth installment of the Understanding program to start. As guests participating in the program, before and after Su Yuling and Lin Wuyue had probably obtained more than $1 million, and her prize money shouldn't be lower than that. It smells so good. It looks like he was cooking. Aya, sister-in-law, what are you guys going to so much trouble for? It's obvious that we're the ones who came to bother you, and we're making so many dishes. How embarrassing this makes both of us. It's not easy to see each other once, and this house was moved in the first place thanks to your help. Before anyone could be seen, there was the sound of them talking. The crowd stared curiously at the doorway, and finally saw Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li. One wore glasses, looked rather svelte, was about 1.7 meters or so tall, and wore a casual getup that wasn't dressed particularly formally. A man with a Mediterranean haircut, a slightly high hairline, and a medium build carried two gifts in his hands. It wasn't really possible to tell from the outside what exactly the two men had brought. It looked a little like wine. This is the person who cheated the moon god of several $100 million in shares? Doesn't look like much of a rich man. What do you know? That's the air of a rich man. The two are still friends of the moon god. You guys still shouldn't talk nonsense when you don't understand the situation. If the two were really trying to cheat the moon god's shares, there would be no need to come to the door like this. After all, it's been years since the incident. I also feel quite reasonable, but these two should both look about 30 years old, right? The moon god actually called them Little Zhang and Little Li? Ha 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 ha. Kind of like when my boss calls me that. The viewers of the live broadcast scrutinized the two men. The first thing that recognized them was the head of the investment company under Moonless Investment, which was worth hundreds of millions of dollars. And there was one more thing, the culprit who had cheated Lin Wuyue of her shares. Those two things were their first impressions of the two. Other than that, there is nothing else. Coming. There's two more dishes. You guys sit down. They'll be ready in a minute. Lin Wuyue poked her head out from inside the kitchen and glanced at Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li, revealing a smile. Brother you, why are you going to so much trouble? This time we've brought your favorite wine. We'll make sure you're satisfied. Hey, dang it, look what it is. The two men looked very familiar with each other and presented two bottles of ancient white wine from their bags. At least the bottles are distinguishable by the fact that they are vintage bottles that have been treasured for many years. Just this? That's it? The crowd was at a loss, thinking that someone who was worth hundreds of millions of dollars shouldn't bring gifts that were very cheap, right? The result was far beyond their imagination, and the white wine brought was actually contained inside a very old wine jar. At first glance, you can tell it's not a fancy white wine. Oh, giving them a few 100 million shares in exchange for this kind of friend. Really feeling unworthy for the moon god. You guys don't understand. This is not ordinary wine. It's a treasured Luzhou old cellar. From the shape of the altar it should be from the 1952 vintage. The price of such an altar should be about $2 million. Eventually, someone in the know stepped forward to tell the real story, and the crowd couldn't help but hold their breath. Worth $2 million or so? $2 million. Nima, what a golden wine this must be. Chapter 0110, Accidentally Spilling the Beans. $2 million for such a little bit of wine is something that is incomprehensible to many people. How good would it be if it was replaced with money? This drinking a little white wine is the equivalent of drinking a lot of money. How much is 1 cup? 1 cup is probably a couple $100,000. This wine. Ah, it's not bad. Looks like you two know your stuff after all. Lin Wuyu's eyes lit up. She had long wanted to drink Luzhou Old Cellar. It's a pity that you can only drink 2 pots of wine inside your home. This is not to say that Erguotu is not good. What grade of price? What quality of liquor? Erguotu, that is just a popular white wine. Also still very good. How do you talk? Ignore him. You guys go ahead and sit down and I'll get you some tea. Su Yuling rolled her eyes at Lin Wuyu. You say you know what you're doing when you're dealing with guests? This is not hospitality at all. Ha ha, sister-in-law is really polite. What kind of friendship we have with brother Yu? There's no need to be so troublesome. This made Zhang and Li a little embarrassed. Xiao Zhang, the one with the glasses, hurriedly served the tea himself, with an attitude as if he had returned to the inside of his own home. They were guests, but even more so, they were Lin Wuyu's friends, so they didn't need to be so formal. Friends, not the kind of guests who need to pay attention to etiquette. This tea, yummy. The two who originally disliked tea, when they saw the color of the tea poured out of the teapot, they immediately looked at each other and saw a kind of joy in each other's gaze. I didn't think that brother you would actually be willing to entertain us with Bodhi tea. This time we've really gotten lucky. They drank teacup by cup with Su Yueling without any hint of politeness, and there was no skimping on the praise for Bodhi tea. Only those in the know how valuable Bodhi tea is. Do you know the name of this tea? Su Yuling looked at the two in confusion. I asked Wu Yu. He said that this Bodhi tea possesses a life-extending effect, and said that there is only a little bit of it in the world, and was heartbroken. Honestly speaking, Su Yuling really didn't know much about tea. How is it possible that there is only a little bit of that in the world? It's just impossible when you think about it. Unless the maker of this tea disappeared and that's why it stopped being offered for sale. And the effect of life extension is estimated to be a little bit of effect. It is not how powerful. It's like how many foods are now rumored to have a so-and-so effect when you eat them. But the main effect is actually on yourself. Not much. Brother Yu is afraid of scaring you. Sister-in-law, when you drank the Bodhi tea, did you feel much better mentally? And if you drink more of this Bodhi tea, you won't even get sick easily in the future. Xiao Zhang explained for Su Yuling and looked at Xiao Li, who was still continuing to drink tea and couldn't help but continue to sip from his teacup. Abominable. To actually take advantage of the time he was talking to drink so much more tea was just abominable. Is it that evil? Being assured by the two with such conviction caused Su Yuling to somewhat wonder if she was devaluing the value of Bodhi tea. But her feeling was that it was just a very ordinary tea. The only good thing about it was that the aftertaste was more pleasant. Unlike other teas, there are no other strong effects beyond that. Hey, sister-in-law can give us some if you don't like it. How about $500,000 for 1 or 2 tea leaves? Seeing that there wasn't much tea left inside the teapot, both Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang put down the teacups in their hands. Bodhi tea doesn't produce results by drinking a lot of it at one point in time. Sometimes it can be counterproductive. At first glance the two were aware of the effects of Bodhi tea, but they just couldn't help but drink more after all when they saw it. In the time it took to exchange so few short sentences just now, they had already drunk 2 cups of Bodhi tea. 500,000? 1 or 2? Su Yuling, who was planning to savor the Bodhi tea, almost spat out a mouthful of tea. $500,000 for just 1 or 2 tea leaves? Is she crazy, or are Chang and Li crazy? Even if they gave all the tea to the two, it probably wouldn't be worth $500,000, right? Crap. What kind of tea is this Bodhi tea anyway? Could it really be gold tea? I don't know. Is $500,000 a tale serious? Who knows the origin of Bodhi tea? I'll go buy £1,000 tomorrow. Who knows how much £1,000 is? I'm the kind of guy my gym teacher taught me math. What a coincidence. I usually just skip over such brain-teasing arithmetic problems. Not a bit of inquisitiveness. £1,000. Of course, is lots and lots of money. Ha ha ha. No way. Think about it, guys. Could it be that the tea that the moon god drinks is really $500,000 or 2? These two aren't kidding, right? The most expensive tea I've ever seen isn't this expensive. I've had a few $1,000s or 2. Is it really that much of a stretch? What I'm trying to say is that everything is possible with Luna. You guys seem to forget how awesome Luna is. Yeah, I also feel it's very likely. Is the moon god not something that can be compared to ordinary people? In that case, the lunar gods must have been a very bullish character in the past. Quite a few people were big fans of Lin Wuyue, from that flourishing knowledge inside the novel, from the various stories expressed inside the novel, as well as from the fact that Lin Wuyu had become a paraprofessional teacher, contributed his youth for many people, and taught so many talented students. All these things that had accumulated over time had completely convinced them of Lin Wuyu. To say that Lin Wuyue's true identity was actually a school bully, to say that Lin Wuyue was actually a genius who had come out of the highest institution of learning, they all believed it. This is where the preconditions are met. How many people in the world can be so perfect inside several industries? Just Lin Wuyu's current manifestation of his identity as a national chef, a great god author, and a support teacher had already made many people feel admiration. So there weren't many black fans of Lin Wuyu on the internet. Basically they were all people who had some good feelings towards Lin Wuyu. But the world comes in all shapes and sizes, and many people's strange ideas are really baffling. For example, some people accused Lin Wuyu, if he is so talented why doesn't he refuel to earn money and make his daughter-in-law go out to work? There were also people who accused Lin Wuyu of being a salted fish, who could obviously earn more money, but ended up knowing how to eat, drink and have fun all day long. Or for Lin Wuyu is obviously a god of cooking. The result of hiding not to tell Su Yuling also pretends that he does not know how to cook at all. However, those who knew about Lin Wuyu, it's all understandable. Why do you have to act like you're so awesome? Why should Su Yuling not work? Why do you want to make a lot of money? Money wasn't a problem for Lin Wuyu who possessed several skills. Besides, do you wish to become a full-time baby mama after you get married? Living your life looking at a man's face all day? Not yet. At a young age everyone is trying to express themselves. Lin Wuyu also never thought about how perfect he wanted to act. He just wanted to live with Su Yuling just slowly. Come on, dang. All the dishes are all served. While a few people were chatting inside the kitchen, Lin Wuyu finished making all the dishes and walked out from inside the kitchen with 3 or 4 dishes. With the matching hat and bib on his head, he really did look like a chef. It wasn't that it looked like it, but Lin Wuyu was a chef herself. There is no question about the mediocrity. And it's still one of the best kind of chef. Wow. So many dishes. The two of us are really in for a treat today. The table was filled with about 7 or 8 dishes, already very rich, mainly because they couldn't finish anymore. I've come here after a day of special hunger. Brother Yu, today must be properly organized. Li also patted his stomach, but it didn't look like he had been starving for a few days, because how the stomach looked like a beer belly it wasn't deflated at all. Don't worry about eating it, no one is going to steal it from you. With a ha-ha laugh, the 4 of them each found a seat and began to eat while chatting about the sky. Ahem. It is culturally customary at the dinner table that talking and chatting are forbidden during the meal, but eating without talking always feels a little diaphragmatic. It's not like it's time to do anything especially now, so a few people spoke freely, and Lin Wuyu also possessed the opportunity to taste the spirits. $2 million a jar of Luzhou Old Cellar was brought out and 3 large bowls were poured on the spot. I heard from Moonless that you guys are old friends for many years. Thank you for helping our company's project with investment this time. Instead of drinking, Su Yuling picked up a glass of juice and thanked Xiao Zhang and Xiaoli. Sister-in-law is overstating the case. We both just happened to see that this project is good. Besides, we are able to get where we are today because of Brother Yu's help. That's right. What's a few $1 million for one project? Even if Brother Yu wants the management of our company right now, I have no second thoughts. It's genuine. Chang and Li said heartily. They were able to be where they were today because of Lin Wuyu. And the two of them weren't the type of villains to forget what was right at the sight of profit. I know. Thanks guys. Having received this word of thanks, Su Yuling's heart seemed to have let go of something. In fact, there was no blame for any shares being given to someone else because she knew that Lin Wuyu didn't want to have any contact with business. Actually, it's better not to have that share. How cozy we are living in ordinary life now. She smiled and spoke from the bottom of her heart. What ordinary people? Brother Yu is no ordinary man. Back then he was a nightmare for many mercenary groups abroad. Drinking his wine, Li raised his head and replied. Then his whole body froze. He wasn't the only one who acted out. All 4 of them were frozen in place. Ha ha ha, I was wrong. It was back when we were playing a computer game. The 3 of us formed a mercenary battle team and were invincible. The knot in his throat rolled. Xiaoli didn't dare to look at Lin Wuyu and hastily made an explanation. Chapter 0111 Moon, is it really him? Other side. Inside the Kyoto family compound. Once again, Zhou Dingtian watched Understanding live. It was the day his son and woman returned. And the living room was abuzz with activity. A lunch had just been served. And everyone was sitting around chatting. Zhou Dingtian, one of the team members who carried out the mission back then, after the robbery. Grandpa, you're still watching Uncle Yu's live stream? The little group appeared at the old man's side, patting towards the tablet screen while saying with an open mouth. Yeah, I'm still watching Uncle Moon live. Zhou Dingtian reached out and touched his granddaughter's head. His eyes filled with tenderness. When he faced the enemy on the battlefield, his eyes were filled with cruelty and killing intent. But when he faced his loved ones and his compatriots, his eyes became extraordinarily tender. This is a hero who dares to love and hate. Dad, I bought you a pair of presbyopia glasses. It's not good for your eyes to look at the screen a lot. It's radioactive. Zhou Xian, who was sitting on the sofa chatting, heard his father's conversation and took out a pair of glasses from a bag inside the cabinet. It was only when he came back that he heard that the old man liked to watch live broadcasts, as if it was still a very hot variety show at the moment. Zhou Xian did not stop this behavior. He and his wife were always on duty in the army, and his sister had long since married far away, and seldom had the chance to make a trip back. So the old man's side is actually very lonely, and only the Tuan Tuan can keep him company. But Tuan Tuan also has to attend classes inside the school on weekdays. Good. Zhou Dingtian received the presbyopas with a smile on his face, his eyes staring at the screen, and the sound coming out of the speakers caused the movement in his hands to stall slightly, and the presbyopas fell to the ground. Brother Yu is no ordinary person. Back then he was a nightmare in the hearts of many mercenary groups abroad. It was a man with a Mediterranean haircut, red in the face, opening his mouth as if he were drunk. A mercenary group? Mercenary corps? The old man couldn't stop his hands from shaking. The reason why he had been watching the Understanding program was actually that he had a different sense of replacement in his heart for that one Mr. Moon who had saved his life and completed their mission back then. In Zhou Dingtian's heart, Mr. Lin was his savior, a favor that he simply could not find the opportunity to repay. Someone like Moon God was using what was probably a false identity, and although he was from the Dragon Kingdom, he didn't even know the real identity. Zhou Dingtian, who had returned to the Dragon Kingdom, had also wanted to search for the whereabouts of the Moon God, but he had been prevented from doing so, as if he was deliberately trying to prevent others from searching for the Moon God. Over the years, Zhou Dingtian had already lost all hope. It was just seeing that the guest on the show Understanding, Lin Wuyue, bore some resemblance to the Moon God from back then, and that the netizens' nickname for Lin Wuyue was also called Moon God, which gave him a strange feeling. That's why I enjoy watching the show and occasionally speak in it. In fact, Zhou Dingtian's heart was very clear that Lin Wuyue couldn't possibly be a moon god. In other words, it couldn't possibly be that moon god that he wanted to think of. That moon god is a nightmare of evil and is worshipped by how many action groups? It was the object that many foreign mercenary groups were afraid to hear about. Not the young man in front of me with tenderness in his eyes and only his family in his heart. But, Xiao Li's words just now shocked Zhou Dingtian. Few people knew the name of the moon god. Knowing that moon god is the king of foreign mercenaries, could it be that Lin Wuyu was really the moon god? Unable to help it, Zhou Dingtian's pair of cloudy eyes gradually filled with tears, and his thoughts gradually overlapped with an impression in his mind. It was a young man in a black combat suit, hidden in the darkness, revealing only a rough outline. His calmness was frightening. Even in the face of the most dangerous scenes still maintained the most primitive demeanor. This is the demeanor of a strong man. This is the confidence of a strong man. Dad, what's wrong with you? The whole family was shocked by Zhou Dingtian's performance, and Zhou Xian didn't bother to pick up the glasses on the ground as he quickly appeared in front of Zhou Dingtian. Grandpa, Dad. The filial family all gathered around and looked at Zhou Dingtian worriedly. The latter's performance just now really startled them, and a bad premonition arose in their hearts. I'm fine. Pulled back from his memories by the voices of the crowd, Zhou Dingtian wiped the tears from his tablet and revealed a forced smile. Do you think this young man could be the moon god? He looked at his son hopefully, not explaining anything, because Zhou Xian also knew the great name of the moon god. Moon god? Zhou Xian glanced at Lin Wuyu in the picture and shook his head. The name lunar god was known to anyone who knew his name in regards to that profession. He had done many great things, and with only a dragon nation man, he had become a nightmare for many foreign mercenary groups. This is the terror of the moon god. Ask how many people can have that level of influence? Until now, foreign mercenary groups still didn't dare to enter the territory of the Dragon Kingdom to do wrong, which also included their fear of the moon god mercenary group. Some are long gone, but still leave a myth in that profession, thanks to what the lunar god mercenary corps did back then. So the environment was much better now. Zhou Xian still remembered the dream he had when he was young, which was to become like the moon god. Many important classified events had Luna involved in them, saving the Dragon Kingdom from many losses. One of the most famous events is the beheading. The beheading operation back then was against a terrorist organization that was so tricky that many people couldn't do anything with them. In the midst of a chaotic terrain, in addition to large teams and sophisticated weaponry, this terrorist organization made a kind of plot back then, aiming to have a great influence on the Dragon Kingdom. They have a dangerous kind of biochemical weapon in their hands, and if it can't be destroyed, it will be a serious loss for the Dragon Kingdom. The officials are also a bit helpless, as their movements are restricted to areas that are not under their administration and they can't send too many of their people to get involved. As a result, just when everyone was on edge, news suddenly came out that everyone in that terrorist organization had disappeared overnight, and the crisis of the biochemical weapons was so easily dissolved. The result of the investigation later was the result of the moon god mercenaries. Legend has it that the Moon God Mercenary Corps has a total of over 200 men under them, and there are 4 other particularly strong presences: Death, Sin, Judgment, Sanction. These are the code names of the 4 men. Later on, not knowing what happened, the Moon God announced that he had quit the Moon God Mercenary Corps, and the 4 great generals under him became the managers of the Moon God Mercenary Corps, and there was only one word left behind by the Moon God back then: always remember that it is the blood of the Dragon Kingdom that flows through your body. Several years passed, and the 4 separately managed mercenary corps gradually dissolved into 4 organizations: the Reaper Mercenaries, the Sinister Mercenaries, the Judgment Squad, the Sanction Squad. The one who had the most contact with Zhou Xian was the Sanction Squad. This squad will also be involved in a lot of events to help the Dragon Kingdom. How could the Moon God be such a person? Zhou Xian shook his head to express a clear meaning and also felt that the Moon God did not look like a young man. An existence of that level was not something that could be compared to this ordinary-looking, at best somewhat handsome young man in front of him. Yes? Muttering a question to himself, Zhou Dingtian did not continue to question Zhou Xian. He felt that Lin Wuyu was most likely the Moon God, but there's no definitive proof in hand. How could an existence of that level reveal its whereabouts so easily? Expose yourself? Back then, when the Moon God left the Moon God Mercenary Corps, perhaps he really did return to the Dragon Kingdom to become an ordinary person? There are too many coincidences in Lin Wuyu's body, such as the name with the word moon in it, such as many excellent identities, such as today, when gathering with a few friends, that one sentence that came out of nowhere. These performances had already caused a heavy curiosity to rise within the perceptive Zhou Dingtian. What mercenary group? Was there even this game back in the day? It sounds like a lot of fun. It should be some kind of foreign developed game, otherwise it wouldn't be competing with foreign mercenary groups. Scared me. I thought it was the lunar god who was really the leader of the mercenary group. But what era is this? How can there still be mercenary groups? You guys can kind of grow some brains. Says who's stupid. How about using wisdom? In fact, mercenary groups are all still around now. It's just that you guys don't know about it in the country. And there are also many gangs abroad that still exist and have a lot of power and background. I'm just a person who experienced it firsthand, and said that those who don't have a mercenary group can go to those places where there are often rumors of war. And you don't think about it. Why are there so many military armed forces? Over the top. It's a pity that Bosley didn't say exactly what the game was either, or else I'd want to experience it as well. It's a bit of a shame that this one isn't in those games that Luna plays. The audience on the live stream was buzzing, clearly not taking this as a real occurrence. Mercenary groups and whatnot are really too far away for ordinary people, only existing in movies and imagination. Like what's rumored to be the boss of some mercenary group or something. What era is this? And there are still such outdated existences? But it's a good idea to think about it and laugh it off without thinking too much about it. I'm still more curious about Bodhi tea. It really seems like I want to taste what Bodhi tea really tastes like. I was thinking the same thing. Don't think about it. It should be the tea that the Moon God got back then. Now it's become out of print. Haven't you heard that it takes $500,000 to get 1 or 2? Chapter 0112, A Visit to the Door. Lee is really drunk. Lin Wuyu smiled sarcastically, almost shocked by the words little Lee uttered. When has he ever been abroad and been a nightmare for a mercenary group? Yes? Lin Wuyu's thought was no. No, it's not think. It's definitely just not. So it must be nothing. It's just some nonsense from Lee. Almost scared me. This drinking of yours is too serious. Su Yuling also came back to her senses from that state of shock, and after learning what the game was, she was finally relieved. She thought it was another big secret revealed. Besides, this secret was too scary. If the officials knew about it and made sure of it, Lin Wuyu would have to go to jail. A presence that foreign mercenary groups are afraid of? How bad does it have to be? Therefore, once this matter was confirmed, what awaited Lin Wuyu would definitely be an arrest by the military. Fortunately it's just a game, not something that happens inside reality. Ha ha ha, keep going, keep eating and drinking. Lin Wuyu laughed and greeted everyone as they continued to eat, drink and chat. This time Su Yuling inquired up about Lin Wuyu's past with Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li. Wiping the cold sweat from his head, Li incited the wind. It's still a bit muggy here, not like where we are. Yes, I had the air conditioning on, and the temperature was only in the teens or so, I think. Su Yuling glanced suspiciously at Lin Wuyu and the others and realized that they weren't sweating either. It was presumably because Xiao Li's physique was slightly more on the fat side. That was why he reacted so powerfully, even to the point where sweat was dripping from his forehead. Thinking of this, Su Yuling got up and went to adjust the air conditioner, thinking to lower the temperature a little bit more. By the way, with you before, that's something to talk about. At that time, you was a graduate of the Finance Academy, and hung out with a bunch of bigwigs, and Xiao Zhang and I were just two people who were too small to be ordinary. and at best, we could be considered as one of those bigwigs users, and provide them with some monetary help. Lee's mood seemed to have eased up a lot, and I don't know if it was because of the air conditioning or something else, but her cheeks were starting to return to their normal, not so red state, and logic and thinking have become much clearer. That's a bit far-fetched. Xiaoli coughed softly. Speaking of which, we are still the ones who have been saved by you. 3/10 of this life belongs to you, 5/10 belongs to my parents, and 2/10 belongs to me. So what I said before was really from the bottom of my heart. If my sister-in-law wants to get back the shares from back then, we can give you our investment company, which is now worth a lot more expensive than the hundreds of millions of shares. After saying that, Xiaoli's face moved slightly as he stood up and bowed slightly to where Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling were sitting. Seeing this, Zhang also hurriedly stood up and bowed toward the two men, thanking them for their help. Here, get up, get up. Su Yuling was at a loss. What she wanted to ask was about their previous past. Wanting to learn about Lin Wuyu's past in this way, who would have known that the two would suddenly stand up and salute her? The whole thing is dumbfounded. What is this all about and what? No, sister-in-law, you must let us finish this walk. This life of ours was saved by Brother Yu. It's also Brother Yu who gave us what we have today. If there's anything we need help with in the future, just ask. Even if it's killing someone and going to jail, I, Zhang Feng, am obliged to do it. I'm as handsome as Li Ran. The two men revealed sincerity in their eyes, and it didn't look like they were lying. In fact, these are from the bottom of their hearts and have no intention of lying. What are all talking about? How could we possibly break the law and commit a crime? Su Yuling cried and laughed. The first time she heard someone thanking was this method. What, killing and going to jail? Would Lin Wuyu do such a thing? But these two friends of Lin Wuyu were still good people. At least they weren't the ungrateful people Su Yuling used to think they were. It was good to know how to return and be grateful. In the future, there might be a chance to cooperate with both of their companies, and then it would be considered to be completely on the road to development. A smile appeared on Su Yuling's face as she thought about her future life. What follows is a professional conversation between them, all about business, markets, users and whatnot. This kind of thing Lin Wuyu's performance are a series of bewilderment, taking advantage of a few people or chatting to drink more. Luzhou Laojiao 1952. This grade of soy sauce wine had been treasured for far too long, and a strong aroma of wine emanated as soon as the altar was opened. White wine is higher in degrees, and it's that aftertaste power that's the main thing. But this was nothing to Lin Wuyu. Having almost drunk a kilogram of white wine, his face was only slightly red. Looking at Xiaoli and Xiao Zhang again, the two of them's faces could basically be said to be red. Their tongues and emotions were a bit agitated when discussing business matters with Su Yuling, causing Lin Wuyu's heart to be slightly worried. What the hell? Is this really just a party? Damn yeah. Luzhou Laojiao 1952. If only I had a bottle like that. One of the white wines I've dreamed of wanting to taste. I won't have a chance to taste this grade of wine in my life, unless it's reopened in a rich man's family. Alas, the life of the rich is just so unreachable. What's so unattainable? The moon god is also rich. Haven't you seen that the life inside the home is similar to ours? Older brother, is the tea you're drinking also $500,000 a tale? How much tea is that, did you see? The preliminary estimate is that there is at least another caddy or so. That is, the equivalent of a whopping $5 million. Did you see those things on the table? Any dishes of the caliber of a national chef cook, and that bottle of wine. It's $2 million. Gee, Luna is Luna. Letting me see a gathering of people from the upper levels of the pyramid for once. That's the moon god's connections. He doesn't have any money, but through all that money and status he's gotten to know a lot of bigwigs, and I feel sure there are a lot of very powerful people out there. Isn't that a normal thing? You didn't hear that little Lee just now? Moon god is from the Finance Academy and has good relations with many bigwigs. Finance Academy. Brothers, wait for me to investigate. We must catch out something. Someone had a flash of light in their head that they could inquire about the strong existences of Lin Wuyu's term and see who the bigwigs of the Finance Academy were from the same term as Lin Wuyu. Perhaps this would be able to get initial clues about what bigwigs Lin Wuyu knew. The crew, Ice's eyes glazed over in general, stared at the screen. This life is too much to envy. There are no luxury cars or houses, but this ordinary-looking couple has a lot to offer. For example, he knew that one. For example, he had connections with the entertainment industry and was suspected of having a lot of power, such as the small Zhang and Li in front of him, both of whom were bosses of investment companies worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Although it could not be compared to Moonless Investment, the length of its industries and capital was already not comparable to ordinary companies. As a result, such a being was actually polite to Lin Wuyu, and even said that if Lin Wuyu needed it, he would give the company to Lin Wuyu. It's just too shocking. With such a comparison, she suddenly realized that the multi-million-dollar house inside her home and the hundreds of thousands of dollars car became much smaller. A little bit of tea that people drink is the equivalent of one of their cars. White wine at a random party is a house of its own. That's the gap. Luckily, I'm still on good terms with Ms. Sue, so I shouldn't have incurred any bad feelings from her. Secretly letting out a breath, Ice made a commendation for her superior resourcefulness. Luckily for her, her daily interactions with Su Yuling were characterized by a heavy dose of goodwill, because it was felt that Su Yuling knew her books and was very cultured. Of course, the most crucial factor was also the fact that Su Yuling and Lin Wuyu's connections were very powerful, showing a bottom line that made people smack their lips. The main thing was still Lin Wuyu. Sure enough, my presumption should be correct. Lin Wuyue possesses a certain status even if he's not the one behind the curtain, and thankfully has behaved quite well. Behind the scenes in the middle of the studio, the guide's fists, which had been clenched, slowly relaxed. He felt that his presumption was correct. From the way the two investment company bosses treated Lin Wuyu, he was able to tell that Lin Wuyu's status should be very high. As a stand-in put out by someone behind the scenes, it does suffice. But in the eyes of the wise guide, he had long since seen through all the nothingness and gained insight into the nature of things. That is, Lin Wuyu was not the real person behind the scenes. Although the identity currently displayed was mysterious and scary enough, it was far from being able to be compared to that one. This is the most fundamental thought. I guess many people think that Lin Wuyu is the current power and knows a little bit of connections. Oh, and don't think carefully about whether or not there's someone's manipulation behind all of this. The guide held a glass of plain water and made a motion of shaking it in his hand. This kind of action was the signature move of a big director he once saw, raising a tall glass and letting the red wine shake in it, making a sense of winning and strategizing. Unfortunately, the show doesn't have red wine here yet, so it'll have to be plain water instead. Guide, are you in a good mood? An assistant on the sidelines grinned as he watched the guide's movements. It's normal to be in a good mood. Traffic to the current show is once again starting to increase, and that's a lot of revenue every day. Isn't this a state to be happy about? Just for example, the assistant is also happy because the show's revenue goes up, and he himself gets paid more. Looking forward to the good times when he gets the bonus to travel. The guide shook his head, took a gentle sip of the white water in his glass, and made a state of deep concentration. No, I'm watching the show. Chapter 0113, Thank you for the guidance of Young Moon. This party meal lasted about an hour and a half. After finishing, Xiao Zhang and Xiaoli received a call from the driver and did not intend to rest at Lin Wuyu's house. All drunk. Just rest here for a while. There are rooms. As the mistress of the house, Su Yuling retained the two men because she could tell from their flushed faces that they were thoroughly drunk. The footsteps have become much more vapid. It's okay. I'm not drunk. You're welcome, sister-in-law. The two of them waved their hands, causing Lin Wuyu, who was at the side, to hold up her forehead. He walked towards the two men, only to find their bodies trembling slightly. Snap! Gently patted on Xiao Li's shoulder, which knew that Xiao Li's feet were soft, actually lying directly on the ground. Lin Wuyu? And this bumper sticker maneuver? Sir, I really just gave him a light pat, and you say you're not drunk. Look at that. Why don't you just rest here? It's your sister-in-law's kindness. Lin Wuyu pretended to be weird and helped Xiao Li up, her palm resting at Xiao Li's wrist, feeling that the other party's heart was very flustered at the moment. Not drunk anymore. I'm much more sober. The driver is waiting downstairs. Use sister-in-law. We'll leave first, brother you. This is the harvest from your shares in the company. We almost forgot to give it to you just now. The two took out a bank card from inside their pockets, with a line of passwords pasted on the back, and after solemnly handing it over to Lin Wuyu, they came to a deep bow, and then helped each other to leave. Wait a minute. Lin Wuyu called out to them. This time the two's bodies trembled once again, causing Su Yuling to feel flabbergasted. Could it be a problem with too much drinking? Is there anything else you want, Luna? Li forced out a smile. What command or not? Good brother. Be careful on the road and have a safe trip. It seemed that today's performance was bad to the limit. Lin Wuyu waved her hand, then watched the two enter the elevator. You still have shares in the share investment company. Not bad. How many shares? The bank card was naturally handed over to Su Yuling to manage. She was a bit surprised to take the bank card, and actually didn't know that Lin Wuyu still occupied shares in two investment companies. Given the achievements of these two companies, the dividends from the shares shouldn't be less than a few $100,000, right? But it also depended on how many shares Lin Wuyu actually occupied. If it was more, there might be a huge amount of millions inside this bank card. There's not much. It should be 5 million. Lin Wuyu casually walked over to the dining table and started to pack up her things without a care in the world. $5 million? Su Yuling was dumbfounded. This one also says there aren't many. It's $5 million. not $5,000, not $500,000, but $5 million. They were able to purchase a small cottage, a high-class sedan, and were able to initially start their own industry. Life is a complete runaway success. Bad. Lin Wu-yu, who was packing up her things, also realized that something was wrong with her. A face of shock was violently displayed. 5 million. Honey, we're going to be rich. Ha 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 ha. Clubhouse tender mill. Suddenly, he gagged himself and gave a curt smile. Clubhouse tender grind is what I said when I was communicating with the readers. And I just got high. Honey, we are now in possession of $5 million. What do you think should be arranged next? Don't you want to buy a house? Those expensive bags, and nice clothes, cars, everything can be arranged. Looking at Lin Wuyu, who had such a long radiating arc, the excitement in Su Yuling's heart was half extinguished, and actually said the word club tender mill. If it wasn't for the fact that the live broadcast during this period of time didn't find any end to it, Su Yuling couldn't help but start to doubt it. But then again, Lin Wuyu was still very trustworthy at this point. Wouldn't do anything to wrong her. That's the bottom line between the two. Bags you just bought me at 20,000 last year. I think it's enough. And nice clothes we do not lack. The main thing is to buy a house. There is a land of small villa is very good. I'll tell you what. That little villa has a little garden inside, and a pool, and 3 floors, so you can fit a lot of people. We'll hire a maid to clean it when the time comes. Never mind, it's sort of too luxurious. We'd better clean it ourselves. How would a maid know your habit of putting things away? I'm going to plant a lot of little flowers inside the garden, especially sunflowers. Honey, do you remember? When we first met, you were the one who gave me sunflowers. Remember. Listening to Su Yuling's broken thoughts, Lin Wuyu suddenly felt some heartache. He gently hugged Su Yuling and kneaded her hair. Honestly, I'm pretty sore right now. $5 million. That's a complete change. I'm envious. If only I had $5 million too. Alas, but it's only a thought. It's kind of awesome. Just from the dividends from the 2 investment companies, you could say they don't even need to work. It's just too much. We can only envy a little. I don't feel like it's particularly much, but this method is very suitable for Moon God and Su Yuling. They're just a small couple. They mustn't become that kind of big company or anything. Yeah, I find that once a man has a career, or a woman has a career, relationships go downhill. That's not really the main thing. It depends on the person, I guess. Damn. $5 million. Does this mean we'll never see Miss Su and Moon God show again? Overthink it. Not so fast. And it's all contracted to start. So it's definitely going to finish the episode. This one is still true. Su Yuling had already signed a contract when she joined the program, and the month-long program was something that had to be completed. Unless Su Yuling is willing to pay $5 million in liquidated damages. This was naturally impossible. Once the $5 million in default was paid, they instantly had only $1 million or so of wealth on them. Moreover, waiting for a period of time for the recording of the program to be completed, Su Yuling would probably still be able to obtain $1 million in remuneration, and if she stopped halfway through, all the losses would add up to almost more than $6 million. It's not a good deal any way you think about it. Everyone, please rest assured. I'm sure Ms. Su will finish this one. The story has already begun. It can't be abandoned in the middle. Ice was smiling and trusting her judgment. As for the guide, there was even less panic as to how it could possibly end this one. That one big man behind the curtain is the one who was going to fix everything, so categorically it can't be over. The program has just begun. Wait a minute. It hasn't been determined yet. Maybe it's $500,000. At that moment, Lin Wuyu in the picture revealed the truth in a single word. It made all the people who were originally hot and excited inexplicably quiet. Indeed, it's not as if we haven't called to ask about it yet. So how do you know how much it really is? $5 million was just something Lin Wuyu said off the top of her head, and she wasn't sure if it was real or not. Yeah, call and ask first. Returning to her senses, Su Yuling nodded and dialed the service number, provided various information about the bank card and eventually got a prompt that sounded like a fairy voice. Hello ma'am, your account balance is $5 million exactly. The staff member who made the inquiry was also shocked for a moment. These days it is a rich man who can have $5 million in his card, and he is also a middle-ranking customer in their bank. Thanks. Having received a satisfactory answer, Su Yuling, however, found herself not so excited, because just now, he knew from Lin Wuyu's mouth that the money inside the account was $5 million, and was overly excited. This site recommended lady you invest in our financial products. Now, is very suitable for investment in finance. The staff member who had not hung up the phone was still talking, but it was to persuade Su Yuling to make financial investments. If you can pull down a client like that, there must be a lot of commission. I'm sorry, I haven't thought this through on my end for a while. so let's wait until I do. Thanks. Politely hanging up the phone, Su Yuling's heart suddenly started to get excited again. It's still 5 million. After all, it's not that easy to calm down. Think about it. Is $3 million enough to buy a small cottage? She began to envision her future life, figuring out how to use the money. I'm afraid that $3 million won't allow you to buy a small villa unless it's on the edge of the city, which isn't necessarily a good location. Lin Wuyu shook her head, having studied this area a little. Small villas occupy a vast location and are certainly a lot more expensive than residential buildings. This 5 million is okay if you buy a little far away from the location of the small villa. Want to buy a small villa inside the city is estimated to be a difficult problem. In that case, I heard from Snow that there's a place on the edge of the city called the Serenity neighborhood that still advertises very well, called something like All the Characters Above Serenity. There's a lot of little cottages right there, kinda close to the subway and the office, and it's about a 10-minute drive to our office. The house shouldn't be particularly expensive. It's at most $4 million with decoration, right? When the time comes, we'll buy another sedan for $300,000, and life will be good. While speaking, Su Yuling jotted down the amount on her notebook. The total amount was $7 million. After deducting the expenses of blah, 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 she found that there was still a lot of money left, enough for their life traveling. Well, we'll look at it again in a while when you're on vacation, and the house won't be long to run away anyway. Laughing, Lin Wuyu did not participate in Su Yuling's plan after he spoke. The truth was that the money was all under Su Yuling's jurisdiction, and he was just giving his opinion at a crucial time. Since Su Yuling wanted to change a place she could do so, and if she wanted to buy a house she could buy a house. Lin Wuyue didn't even have a problem with it. Turning on the TV, he began to catch up with the latest drama that had come out. The plot in it was very much to Lin Wuyue's liking, and the actors were also the new generation of actors who were still very much an acting presence in the entertainment industry. As long as it's not one of those nice cool little girls. Looking at Lin Wuyue was cloying, wondering why society nowadays produced such a thing. Is a man dressing up as a woman a traffic code? It can be really humiliating. This drama that the moon god is watching is also my cup of tea. Again, I've been catching up for days, but unfortunately I can't afford to pay for over-the-top on-demand, so I'll just wait for white knuckle time. Very understanding. Try not to spend money when you are able to whore yourself out. Seems to be a good girl who knows how to be thrifty too. I wonder how old you are and what sign you are. Uncle, what era is this? You're actually asking about horoscopes. Aren't you out of date? Oh, Uncle, is this little hobby? See the way you talk. Should be Leo, right? Good. Leo and suitable for my son. My side can give you my son's phone number. Or the little girl you give me a micro signal. Try to get a place? The live stream is back to its normal matchmaking mode, and the crowd has seen it all. This generation of parents seems to love to date their sons and daughters. Chapter 0114, The Man Who Sensationalized the Entertainment Industry. May, prepare the car. I'm going out. Inside the hotel, Power got ready time and time again, putting on her own makeup. She matched a lot of dresses and styles, but wasn't quite satisfied with any of them. Eventually the most appropriate costume was brought out before nodding in satisfaction. A look at the time. Good guy. Now actually are 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening time. I did not expect to directly match. The clothes have consumed more than an hour of time. She felt like only 2 or 3 minutes had passed. Ancestor, where are you going? Many media reporters are quietly waiting outside. May, the agent who was staying in the other room, got on the phone, having some premonition that something bad was going to happen. Hurry up and get the car ready. I'm going to meet Lin Wuyu. Without giving the agent a chance to retort, Power hung up the phone in a brisk tone and took a look at herself in the mirror, feeling more and more satisfied. It's nice. Wearing this now trendy outfit to meet Tsukisho was the perfect thing to do. To meet Lin Wuyu. May, the agent in the next room, began to panic. I didn't expect that this one ancestor was really going to meet Lin Wuyu. This was going to be a big deal. Now Lin Wuyu's home is installed inside the understanding program cameras, and there is Lin Wuyu's wife Su Yuling in. If the Power suddenly appeared, Agent May shuddered to think of it. She wondered if Power had been swept off her feet by this man called Lin Wuyu. What serious repercussions will be made once they meet? This is something that brokers could not be more clear about. Alas, forget it, Power is not a reckless person. Take a step and see what happens. In the end, the Agent May let out a feeble sigh, as if she had thought of something, and suddenly felt somewhat that becoming a star wasn't a good thing either. More than becoming a star, it's actually a good life to be an employee of a small company and get a salary of $6,000 or $7,000 a month. Power is going out. Naturally, they had to be very stealthy, so they were going to go straight to the underground garage and drive, and with the windows rolled right up, so as not to let the hunkered down paparazzi find any traces. It's out. Will it be a Power? Can't see anyone? No one on the passenger side too, no. Then it shouldn't be. Alas. Forget it, this one is a public figure. How could he run off to see Lin Wuyue for the sake of a little bit of childish love? You guys are really overthinking it. The paparazzi, who had been hunkered down for a long time, saw a black sedan driving out of the underground garage. This black sedan does not have local license plates, but the passenger side is empty, so I wonder if it could be a power vehicle. The fact that there are so many of these foreign branded sedans, it's hard to get a lead on anything. The black sedan didn't stop at the entrance of the hotel and drove straight into the street, quickly moving away from all the paparazzi. Phew, finally out. It wasn't until the vehicle had been traveling out for 7 or 8 minutes that a figure in the back seat suddenly stood up. It was Power, who had sneaked out of the hotel. She carefully checked her hair and dress for dazzle and made some repairs. Ancestor, give you an explanation beforehand. Don't go for too long. Just meet and thank. Right. This is a gift. A bottle of Jiananshan worth $500,000. Agent May checked her surroundings warily, then pulled a gift box from her side. Since he was going to meet Lin Wuyue, preparing a gift was inevitable. Her reminder was to tell Power not to do anything impulsively. Okay, you guys just don't go up there. Wait downstairs. With so many people going on this big night, young Moon will not be happy. Power nodded solemnly, not really interested in Sword Nanshan. $500,000 Jiananshan collection is still really a general degree for Lin Wuyue. But now Lin Wuyue Ergui is also very fond of it as usual, so it's kind of okay for this gift. Packed up everything, Power quietly began to look forward to arriving at Lin Wuyue's home. She became a little nervous about this process, just as she had been back when she first started filming, and was filled with nervousness about what was about to happen next. What should I say when I see Mr. Moon later? Young Moon should still remember me, right? I also don't know if Su Yuling will kick me out. That situation is just really too embarrassing. A single thought surfaced from Power's mind, and it could be said that her emotions were very complicated at the moment. Exactly how complicated it is can be discovered from the sweat inside the palms of your hands. It would take roughly half an hour to travel from the hotel they were staying in to Lin Wuyue and Su Yuling's neighborhood. Looking at the distance getting closer and closer, the sedan finally stopped under the floor of a residential building in a neighborhood, and Power exhaled deeply. Mouthpiece. She pushed the door open with the intention of getting out of the car, but was pulled back by her agent, May, who handed Power a mask. A necessary cover-up is still needed. The main thing is that the Power's looks are really too conspicuous, and the people in this neighborhood will probably be able to recognize it by looking at it. Wearing a mask, Power carried Jiananshan to the elevator, looking at the number that jumped from one to the next, finally stopping at the number 11. She stepped out. 1103. This was the entrance to Lin Wuyue and Su Yuling's home. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Lin Wuyue and Su Yuling, who were planning how to use the $5 million with maximum efficiency in the living room, were puzzled. Looking at the clock on the wall, it was now 7, almost 8 in the evening. Zhang and Li, who left at noon, have returned to their city. So who will be at the door now? Suspicious for a moment, Su Yuling walked to the door and opened it, looking at the woman in the doorway who was a few centimeters taller than herself. Wearing a mask but dressed in a generous manner, she was instantly thrown into a state of confusion. Excuse me, does Lin Wuyue live here? While Su Yuling was sizing up Demi was similarly sizing up Su Yuling. It had to be said that Su Yuling's looks were very good. There wasn't really much of a difference between her and the stars, and was slightly better. Worthy of the vision of the moon, young man. Yes, you are? Su Yuling was instantly alert. The woman who came looking for her husband. Why does this business feel a little familiar? Could it be? A thought popped into her head, but she wasn't sure. It was just too scary. I'm Yang Mimi. This time I'm here to thank my mentor Lin Wuyue. Can the senior mistress let me in to have a seat? Power took off his mask straight away, revealing a slight smile. Looking at the woman's looks and hearing the name of the visitor, Su Yuling fell into a sort of silence. So it's Power. But isn't Power an ex-girlfriend of Lin Wuyue? Could it really be? Is that why Power showed up on their doorstep? Honey, who's here? Isn't it little Zhang and little Li? Lin Wuyue, who was playing the game, noticed the long silence at the door and couldn't help but shout. Subsequently, he then saw two familiar women appear before him. One is now his wife and the other is a lover from his youth. What brings you here? Lin Wuyue's brows were slightly furrowed, and there wasn't much joy, for without knowing the purpose of the Power's coming, he could only guess at something else. His own message would not have leaked out by definition. So how did Power find him and show up right on his doorstep for a visit? Young Moon, it's quite presumptuous to come to your house without saying a word. This time I'm here to thank you for your acting guidance back then. Seeing Lin Wuyue again, Power's emotions were a bit emotional, but they were all well hidden. Turns out they came to thank their acting coach from back in the day. The couple's hearts relaxed a bit. Luckily it wasn't the worst they'd guessed. So that's good. Crap. And to see this kind of surprise in the middle of the night? Nima, am substituting the joy of $5 million falling from the sky, and then out of the blue, there's the big power? Power came to the door. Is not trying to make trouble. This minute a little worried. You guys say the god of the moon is not going to choose the ex-girlfriend? The segment on the internet now about the return of a first love and the breakup of a current girlfriend sent a wave of tension through the live audience. To be honest, they were more supportive of Su Yuling. Power doesn't fit Lin Wuyu. Moreover, Su Yuling had already been together with Lin Wuyu for a long time, becoming a veritable couple. At a time like this, she shouldn't have abandoned it, right? What are you guys thinking? How could the moon god be that kind of person? Yes, I don't think Luna is that kind of person either. Here comes the sadistic scene. Isn't this a million times better than those rom-coms? Eat your melon in the front row. Moved small benches and borrowed the building to sell melons and peanuts, mineral water, beer and rotten eggs. I'm also silently here to eat my words. Is it a big showbiz storm when a famous big star goes to her married ex-boyfriend's home late at night? Your guess wasn't wrong. I can already feel the effects of this storm. It's so exciting. The crowd spoke up in anticipation of the next change of scene. Unfortunately, the situation was not the same as the evil thoughts they had in their minds. Without a word, Su Yuling made a place for Demi and sat beside Lin Wuyu. And Lin Wuyu naturally placed his hand on Su Yuling's shoulder. He could tell that Su Yuling's emotions were a little tense. Perhaps because of the nervousness that came from facing a well-known top big star. You're the only one who came? How did you know I lived here? Lin Wuyu's attitude on the other hand was much more natural, as if she was facing the same emotions as an ordinary person without much exaggeration. In his eyes it didn't matter if it was a big star or whatever. It was all human all the same. I'm the only one who came. The others don't know your whereabouts yet. I came here to shoot a TV drama plot and happened to inquire about you. That's why I went there rashly. I hope you won't be angry. Young Moon. Power's attitude can be said to be very sincere. Afraid that Lin Wuyu would get angry and blame her for her sudden trip, her attitude was very conciliatory. Besides, Lin Wuyu was their acting mentor. Only those who were there back then knew how terrifying Lin Wuyu's power really was. And anyway, none of those actors who were still small actors dared to oppose Young Moon's orders. It all has to be regulated. Even now that she had become a top-tier big star with several $100 million in assets, Demini was still very well behaved in front of Lin Wuyu. That fearful thought has long been so deep in her mind that there's no way to change it. Originally thought that with the change in status, was not going to continue to fear Lin Wuyu's majesty, but as a result, when he met Lin Wuyu, he realized that this kind of is just his own imagination. The result is all the same. Now my flow is very good. I'm very grateful to Yu Xiao for his acting guidance back then. Back then you left the entertainment industry without saying a word, and I had no way to find out your whereabouts, so I didn't know about Yu Xiao's date of your wedding. If we had known, all those students of ours would have come to congratulate you. Saying this, Demini looked towards Su Yuling who was sitting on the sofa and complimented without mincing words. Master's mother's looks are very good, much better than even the big stars in the entertainment industry. I have to say, Young Moon's vision has always been good. In the face of Power's praise, Su Yuling smiled sweetly. I'm just an ordinary woman. I can't compare to you. Here it comes. Here it comes. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room held their breath. The current versus former sparring match seems to be coming to a head. What does this prove? It proved that Lin Wuyu had a high position in both women's hearts. Otherwise, how could Demini show up at home when she knew that the program was recording? This is directly regardless of the impact of their status and position. Chapter 0115. If it was me, Master Mother is too kind. This is a small gift I brought this time. Please be sure to accept it. Although it's not something expensive, it's still a little bit of my heart to express the guidance that Yu Xiao gave us back then. Power laughed, knowing that Su Yuling's heart must be thinking the wrong way. She really wanted to come this time to express her gratitude to Lin Wuyu for her acting guidance back then. In retrospect, what Lin Wuyu taught made sense, and those of them who learned a part of the essence became famous by their acting skills. There are also a few who are famous for their looks. Su Yuling glanced at the things on the table. A bottle of white wine. What's going on? These people gave gifts of white wine, completely speaking of how Lin Wuyu's mouth had been raised, and she had already drank a lot of wine today. As a result, it didn't seem to change at all, and in an instant another drink was brought over. As for the brand of liquor, Jiananchan, this Su Yuling also heard of. Most people these days know a little bit about the brand of liquor, but of course the most brands are still Maotai, this kind of well known, and once Maotai is brought up, the common man's realization is that it's expensive. Those who drink Maotai are rich. Virtually every liquor brand has cheap ones inside it, and they aren't all that expensive. but Maotai advertising effect is up. Of course, to send gifts to send a better thing. Choose Maotai and be able to let others know that this thing is expensive, but also be able to attach themselves to the intention of giving gifts. What kind of TV show did you do? Lin Wu Yu, who had been sitting on the sofa without saying a word, unexpectedly spoke up. That familiar voice made Power's figure tremble slightly, and with a slightly lowered head, she replied, "It's an ancient costume drama, and the director who invested in it is the director you know, Zhang. Looks like this ancient costume drama is not bad." Lin Wu Yu nodded. Naturally, he knew the director Zhang in the mouth of Demi, and the two had exchanged ideas on directing for some time. The most impressive thing about director Zhang at that time was the complaint of bitter water, constantly complaining about all the traffic stars that pop up inside the entertainment industry nowadays. Traffic stars and acting stars are not the same. The former is the traffic accumulated through their own face value or fans of short videos. The latter is down to earth by a work of accumulated fans. Most of these traffic stars have poor acting skills, even if their acting skills are poor, but also on the look of I am very good. So that at that time the fame is not particularly big. Zhang director is very speechless, but for the big director is not the same. In the circle up their own popularity, the kind of flow stars also have to be obedient to do resistance to the time to directly become a period of hotspots. So-and-so traffic star crew playing a big game? Hey, it's a mediocre thing to say that the reputation of that traffic star must have been seriously affected by such a maneuver. It's okay, I'm going to improve some more with this drama and then I'm going to try to win some awards to prove myself. Power's humble answer also made his purpose clear. As she spoke she was observing Lin Wu Yu's facial expression, fearing that speaking like this would cause Lin Wu Yu to be unhappy. Quite good. How many of you from some of the training courses have gotten the Best Protagonist award now? Lin Wu Yu nodded and asked with some curiosity. Being able to get an award was also a way to prove his acting skills, and he wanted to see just how many people got awards. That's 5 in all. Power some shame, these years is mainly in the career development. For the performance of this aspect did not have much of a breakthrough. If the moon lets you reappear to guide us. Before the words were finished, Lin Wu Yu raised her hand. Don't mention this matter again. Since I decided to quit the entertainment industry back then, I was ready with the determination to quit. Saying that, Lin Wu Yu smiled. Besides, you guys are all big stars with hundreds of millions of dollars now. So how am I, a small author, qualified to guide you? Is this sentence a test? Or is it a joke? A wave rippled through Demini's heart, confused by Lin Wu Yu's last sentence, and she didn't know how to reply. Yu Xiao's majesty was too strong, and only the members of the training course back then had that clear feeling. There is one thing that is still among the memories of Power. That is, there was a trainee who, after learning something about acting, got a fairly important role, and then the whole thing just sort of drifted away. He blatantly started the activity of choosing a concubine, and after the matter was revealed and known by Lin Wu Yu, he directly announced that this one student had withdrawn from the acting training course. More than that, it was like that trainee had disappeared, and the company behind it simply left no stone unturned, trying to send him away at the risk of losing a lot of money. After the event, many of the trainees have settled down a lot, but inevitably there are still people who get lost in their own accomplishments, and have also been expelled from the training course by Lin Wu Yu, and have bizarrely disappeared into the entertainment industry behind them. If it's once or twice then you can call it serendipity, but once it happens a third time, it's time to start guessing if it's a fluke or not. Power has started his own artist company over the years, and recognized the company that signed the Princess Choice trainees back in the day, asking about what happened back then. The result they got afterward was that Moonless Media had arranged for them, and if they didn't seal this one trainee off, their consequences would be very tragic. Moonless Media, the largest entertainment company in China, with many well-known artists under its banner, including many directors who maintain a cooperative relationship with Moonless Media. When it comes to the most influential company in the entertainment industry, it has to be Moonless Media. Earlier, there were people who subconsciously linked Lin Wu Yu with Moonless Media, but thinking about it, they felt that there wasn't the slightest possibility that Lin Wu Yu was just an acting instructor mentor at the time. How could it be related to Moonless Media? But now Power doesn't see it that way anymore. There seems to be a big invisible hand behind this thing. Lin Wu Yu Media, the year of the acting instruction course. As long as the serious study of the actors and actresses ultimately have not small achievements in the entertainment industry, several have signed with Moonless Media and are a step up in the actor's path. Power's intuition told her that Lin Wu Yu might be the head of Moonless Media. Moon Young. Power stood up excitedly, filled with some trepidation. I've always respected young Moon. Your strength and ability is in everyone's eyes. No matter what, as long as I have your guidance, it's a matter of great honor. Regardless of whether Lin Wu Yu is just a joke or a deliberate test, Demi felt a little terrified. Crap. Power this performance. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely stunned. This performance seemed a little different from what they had imagined. Wasn't it the power of a few $100 million worth of power that came back strong and showed unrivaled poise? But what the hell is it now? Just how big of a shadow did the moon god leave in Power's heart back then? You know that Power is a strong woman inside the entertainment industry. It has always been the performance of a strong woman. So people subconsciously think that the Power is very powerful. However, in the face of Lin Wu-yu's time, the contrast of Power performance is really too strong. How to say this feeling? Like a beggar. One day suddenly behave like an emperor general speech and vision. And this is still your peer? Or is it someone you feel familiar with? It's such a strong contrast. Mom asked me why I was on my knees looking at my phone. What should I tell her? Luna Bullnose. Sound breaking. What a cool feeling. Didn't they say that Power and Luna were once still lovers? Could it be that this is the kind of pattern that they get along with on a daily basis? It shouldn't be. The relationship of lovers can't resist the fear of the lunar god. The energy of the lunar god is just too strong. I think it's because Luna was too strict as an acting instructor back in the day. And all these stars should have been devastated. Ahem. I've got a bad idea inside my head. Guys, you should be in the same boat as me, right? Who's with you? Meh, LSP. In the midst of Power's trepidation, Lin Wu-yu got up and went to the kitchen to make a cup of tea, placing it in front of Power. I'm not your mentor now. There's no need to be so nervous. Speaking of which, we couples have watched quite a few of your movies. Remember Chatelaine? That time your acting was very embarrassing, and the role of that one strong woman completely overturned my understanding of There is a saying that the Shirhan 3 days when the eyes look at the same, or very reasonable. Lin Wu-yu in the next instant resumed the state that the audience recognized. Still so approachable. Still so kind. It's okay. This Luna is the Luna I'm familiar with. Honestly, that aura of the moon god just now is just too strong. I have a feeling of fear. I don't dare to breathe through the screen. I don't know how much the power in front of the moon god actually trembles. Is this the majesty of a mentor at the highest level? In terms of teachers, the moon god can be said to be the strongest of the strong. Strong in the middle. Teacher king. 1 verse is better than 6. How crooked are you? Power breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily her answer was good and didn't make Lin Wu-yu angry. Which was a good thing. But she couldn't figure out. Obviously she was already a person who was worth hundreds of millions of dollars and had a very strong position, and had long since stopped being the little girl she was back then. So why did she still have that kind of nervousness the moment she saw Lin Wu-yu? Really confused. Thinking about it, Power took a sip from his teacup, and his eyes opened steeply, filled with light. Chapter 0116 Expensive Bodhi Tea. Bodhi tea. Power is clearly also a person who knows about this type of tea when she says the name of the tea in one sentence. This was a must. Back in the day when she was still Lin Wu-yu's ex-girlfriend, she had once had the honor of tasting this kind of tea, and felt that all those bad emotions inside her entire heart had disappeared, and she was much more relaxed. This kind of tea was a treasure that many bigwigs in the entertainment industry had begged for back then, and only Lin Wu-yu's hands had it. At that time, she had asked Lin Wu-yu where this kind of tea was purchased from, and Lin Wu-yu just pointed her finger at the sky. Tea purchased from heaven? Nope. It is supposed to convey that this tea is not something that can be bought and that it is the only one in the world. Only Yu Shao's hands have this tea. Or maybe it was the family behind Yu Shao that had this kind of tea. That's right. Power had already begun to suspect that Yu Shao was a member of some great and powerful clan, because someone who possessed this kind of heritage at such a young age was definitely not so ordinary. She knew that there were a lot of rich people in this world who raised heirs who were each strong with talents. Perhaps Lin Wu-yu was one of them and had the power of a great family behind her as well. What moonless media? What moonless investments? Maybe it's the industry of the big families. In an instant, Power felt that Lin Wu-yu's identity was so mysterious that it must be filled with many stories. You know about this tea too? Su Yuling was a little surprised as she looked at Power, frustration written all over her small face. It seems like everyone knows about this linden tea except for her who was the last one to know. I don't know what's going on, but I'm feeling a little unhappy. Bodhi tea? There is only one tea tree in the world that can grow, and this one tea tree is very odd. It can only grow tea once in 3 years, and each time it is at most 2 pounds, and on a bad day it may be less than a pound of tea. This tea tree was called Bodhi tea by me because it was the place where Bodhi practiced back then, and now it's being raised. Lin Wu-yu knew the feeling in Su Yuling's heart and directly stated the origin and preciousness of Bodhi tea. Who raised that tea tree now? Su Yuling glanced at the dumbfounded and shocked Power, and pursued the question with 3 parts smugness and 7 parts nervousness. I didn't expect to be able to hear such a crucial secret, which Lin Wu-yu had specifically said for her to hear. What does it say? It showed that Lin Wu-yu's heart was still more important to Su Yuling. Happy to blur. Happy to take off. happy to the point of spinning in circles. This was Su Yuling's mood at the moment. This was what Su Yuling was thinking at the moment. It is now controlled by the moonless investment. And I, as the first person to discover this tea tree back then, have the right to enjoy half of it each time it is produced. Lin Wuyu laughed softly and said with some regret, I see. A moment of clarity dawned in the minds of the crowd. However, Power instantly began to wonder again. Then why don't you plant more Bodhi tea? That way, even if you can only produce some every 3 years, gathering some more quantity will be enough to use it for up to 3 years. She was not the only one who thought this, but many hearts and minds were filled with this doubt. Since the value of Bodhi tea is so precious and its effects are so strong, why don't we grow more Bodhi tea? Leaving one alone is just too bad. If 100 linden tea plants were planted, one would be able to have roughly 200 pounds of tea every 3 years, which would be enough to drink in 3 years. If 1,000 linden tea is planted, then every 3 years we'll be able to have 2,000 pounds of linden tea. 2,000 pounds can be used for trading. Even if a pound is sold for 1 million, 2,000 pounds is 200 million ah. It's entirely possible to go to the top of the earth with Bodhi tea. Imagine how good that life would be? However, Lin Wuyu shook her head, dismissing the thoughts within the two hearts. Rather regretfully, he said, while the Bodhi tree can regenerate, there is only one Bodhi, so Bodhi tea can only be produced on one Bodhi tea. The crowd in the live room froze for a moment. Yes, Bodhi tea, this is too much of a mystery, isn't it? There's more than one evil thing in the world like that, and it's actually kind of normal. I also think it's actually kind of a normal thing. You guys think about why linden tea has this effect, and when you think about it carefully you can see the key reason. So that's how it is. That moon god feels a bit of a loss to be able to get half of the tea every year. He discovered this Bodhi tree. The moon god is after all just an ordinary person. No moon investment to help manage and protect. Every 3 years to be able to share half of the output volume of the moon god is already very good. I think the conversion into money is more important. This kind of thing has the effect of prolonging life. No amount of money is as important as life. It's priceless. Indeed. Now I'm also very curious about the flavor of Bodhi tea. If only I could taste it. You can try. Why don't we quietly pay a visit inside the moon god's house? And maybe we'll be able to taste Bodhi tea for once? Good idea. Do you know where Luna's home is? I don't know. Well then, what's the point of talking about it? It's not like we know exactly where Luna's home is. So embarrassing. This is a good idea I've been trying to come up with, and it's just been dismissed. I'm so angry. I'm not chatting with you guys anymore. There's a tiny bit of cuteness, but I'm guessing you're an older man who's picking his feet. Power's eyes darkened for a moment. If only Bodhi tea could be mass-produced, then she would be able to purchase some Bodhi tea. The preciousness of this kind of thing is only known to those who have tasted it to know the importance. Then, young moon, can I purchase some Bodhi tea from you? You know, appearances are important to our industry, and I know the effects of Bodhi tea, and would like to purchase a 1-pound quantity. Power gritted her teeth and couldn't wait to get her hands on this tea. She knew the effects of Bodhi tea. It prolongs life, eliminates impurities in the body, and also has some effect on maintaining looks and figure. This kind of stuff is just too important. No way. Lin Wuyu directly refused. Although Bodhi tea is not very useful to me, but I still have to give it to your senior maiden, so there's nothing I can do. Okay. Power was a little disappointed. Even though the answer was already known in his mind, she looked enviously at Su Yuling. If she had been with Lin Wuyu all the way back then, the person accompanying Lin Wuyu now would have been herself, right? Unfortunately, you can't turn back time, and some things missed are just missed. There's no way around it. Su Yuling stared warily at Demi, her intuition telling her that there was something strange in this woman's eyes. It turns out that the reason Moonless didn't offer the Bodhi tea was for my sake. It actually has the effect of maintaining my appearance. This Bodhi tea is really good. Looks like I really need to drink more. Women are creatures who care about their looks. So after hearing the news that Bodhi tea can maintain their looks, Su Yuling's heart was instantly determined to drink more Bodhi tea. It doesn't matter what life-extending effect it has. What's important is to be able to keep your looks. This is 1,000,000 times more effective than those skincare products. It's still able to maintain its appearance. If I were a rich woman, I guess I wouldn't be able to resist wanting to buy it. Isn't this a normal thing? What rich woman doesn't like this kind of thing? It's a pity that there's no chance to get it at all. Didn't you hear what Young Moon said? This kind of thing, it's very precious and rare. Even if you have money you can't necessarily buy it. If only I had such good luck. This is a $50 million income. $50 million for 3 years. TSK, it's just too good to be true. Brothers, I've carried my hoe up the mountain, and I'll let you know when I find the same tea tree as the Bodhi tea. The mountains are full of treasures. Dude, remember to let me know ahead of time so I can intercept it. Definitely, definitely, won't. You evil bastard, aren't we brothers? We share the same blessings and the same hardships. Okay bro, I'm still a virgin. Ugh. You know. Chow thief, let Bing Bing educate you. Then, young Moon, do you still plan to come out now? Everyone is very much looking forward to continuing to come out and guide our acting skills. In a flash, Power continued to inquire. There were a lot of questions in her mind, but with Su Yuling here, it wasn't even very convenient to ask them, so she could only pick and choose what to do at work. Not going to. I'm working on a novel right now, and maybe there's a chance you could be involved in a movie or TV adaptation of my work. Lin Wuyu smiled. Still very confident in his own work, there are already a few movie and TV companies that want to take down the rights, but they are temporarily suppressed under the discussion between Lin Wuyu and the editors. That's the entitlement that comes with the work. I didn't realize that Lin Wuyu could make her own decisions on the copyright deal. Other great authors would be happy to see movie and TV rights to their work sold. What's the name of that novel of yours? Then I'll go back and familiarize myself with the plot first, so that I can participate in the future. Hearing that Lin Wuyu really didn't want to continue contacting the entertainment industry, Demi's emotions were disappointed, but it was well hidden by her, and full of curiosity she inquired. Actually, a healing trick a day is so well known now that basically everyone who watches Understanding knows about this one novel, and half of the readers are Understanding Live viewers. That novel is called One Healing Trick a Day, a novel that specializes in healing the human mind. You can read it at night when you feel lonely and lost. It works better, Lin Wuyu suggested with a sincere face. The comment nearly broke the defense of the live audience. Even the corners of Power's mouth, who had learned facial expression management, couldn't help but twitch. Yu Xiao is Yu Xiao, still so talented and so funny. Much of the pre-cure tips content is psychic drama, and it's simply too good to watch at night. It's just too chiaroscuro. As we all know, A Healing Trick a Day is a very healing novel that you are welcome to watch when you are lonely and isolated late at night, but it's really depressing. I feel like it's really healing because it looks like I just forget about the sadness and just have fear, shivering. I'm behind you. Don't look back. There's someone under the bed. The invert. Crap. I can see you're an old fan. Remembering all these important episodes. I remember watching the first couple of installments and feeling like there was someone everywhere I went. Someone behind me. Someone over my head. Even going to the bathroom and worrying about a hand sticking out from inside the pit. Is it that much of a stretch? No exaggeration. I recommend you to watch it. All upstairs is a lie. I just felt healed. It was a sunny, as if it was a springtime novel. If you click on the comment section of A Healing Trick a Day, the main comment you see is that this novel is a great healing/depressant. The other half of the comments were about Luna being lazy again. Updating 10 chapters a day, which equaled 20,000 words, was already considered a great effort among the great authors. But only the viewers of the live broadcast knew that these 10 chapters were just less than 2 hours of Lin Wuyu's work. If you go all out to update your novel, do you want other authors to live? So in order to avoid the appearance of the phenomenon of internal scrolling, Lin Wuyu at first only intended to update 3 or 4 chapters of the novel, and then was forced to insist on updating 10 chapters of the novel every day. Every once in a while he'll talk about his struggles in the author's words, like having fingers that are about to break, or being busy late into the night writing. It's all a lie. Chapter 0117, The Roots of the Dragon Kingdom. Kyoto. A grand Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition gradually came to an end. The second match was played by a Western doctor of mixed Chinese and foreign blood, whose means in prescribing and treating were very strong. And once again, he fought with Hua Cushion to a draw. It was even so close that Hua Cushion lost to this mixed blood Western doctor. No way. Not everyone is at their best in every way. Prescription is not the most powerful place of Hua Cushion, but it is the most powerful place of this Chinese and Western medicine hybrid. This does not mean that Hua Cushion's ability is not good. It is really at this point Western medicine is really too mean. If they continue to send out the man Wang Shengyun, the victory in this one definitely belongs to the Chinese medicine lineup. In favor of this, there is nothing that can be done on the part of the Chinese medicine practitioner for such a situation, despite any further rebuttal. But the Western medicine took the death of a Wang Shengyun body problems. Cannot compete as the final word. They extremely the most powerful force of the entire country's Western medicine and the Chinese and Western one to compete. This result can naturally be imagined. The third game is over. Another tie. It's just an abomination. This group of Western doctors have changed 3 people, sending the most powerful one in every match, completely ignoring the rules. Oh, this shows that there are a lot of us in Western medicine. There are a lot of talents. Unlike you who only have one person who is powerful, this is not conducive to the development of medicine. We have to make progress together. I can you. Pissed off old me. Where's my cane? To beat to death this bunch of Western doctors with no rules. Be quiet, be quiet. What's all the noise? This is the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition. Countless media are paying attention to what's going on here. Do you guys want to be the laughing stock? Tomorrow's headline will be Chinese and Western doctors at each other's throats in an exchange competition. It's a bunch of adults. Can't you use a little wisdom? The scene was noisy, and a battle almost broke out between the two sides of Chinese and Western medicine. In the end, it was good that the powers that be of the AC competition stepped up to settle the row. He rubbed his temples and was quite helpless. This is because the rules of the competition are just like this. If one of the participants has a physical problem or other unexpected circumstances, they have the right to transform into other people to participate in the competition. Morally, Western medicine was incorrect this time, but it's also true that they didn't break the rules, and even the judges and referees didn't have a solution. At this time, the participants from both sides walked out from the huge competition field, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. A plain robe of Hua cushion attracted extra attention in the crowd, and at once there came the sound of cameras filming. Out of respect, I didn't expect Dr. Hua to be so strong. The level of Chinese medicine this time is really impressive to me. A yellow-haired, high-nosed, tall foreign doctor shook hands with Hua cushion with a smile on his face. The expressionless Hua cushion did not force an additional smile, casually shook hands, and then walked towards the team of Chinese medicine practitioners under the leadership of Zhou Miaosher. This time around, Hua Cushion Mountain gave it his all and almost folded at the hands of his opponent. But luckily all three matches were draws. Dr. Hua, are we victorious? Dr. Hua is out. So everyone be quiet. Don't talk and disturb Dr. Hua's mood. All be quiet. Seeing Hua Cushion come out, the Chinese medicine scholars present suddenly quieted down. They looked toward Hua Cushion Mountain. There was a flicker of emotion in his eyes. That's the respect for Hua Cushion Mountain. Yes, they knew about Hua Cushion's efforts for this competition of Chinese medicine. They knew about Hua Cushion's dedication, so they had immense respect. Seemingly having expended all of his strength, Hua Cushion only shook his head. Looking somewhat exhausted, he walked straight towards the room where he was resting, not stopping to exchange pleasantries amongst the crowd. It's over. Did Master Hua even lose? So are we really hopeless? Why yes. Why? In the moment that he shook his head, he didn't know that something shattered, sending a sharp paroxysm of pain through his heart. It was only later, when the crowd present looked back, that they realized the source of that paroxysm. That's their roots. It was their faith that collapsed and shattered at that moment. Holding on to something for most of your life and collapsing it in an instant is hard to bear for anyone else. What's all the sniveling for? Are you still Chinese medicine practitioners? Are you still not from the Dragon Kingdom? Did a single failure break you? Could it be that there is no successor to my great Dragon Kingdom? Elder Zhou fiercely tapped his cane towards the ground. Tossing it, his eyebrows rose, and each sound struck an unmistakable solemnity in the hearts of all the herbalists. This kind of situation is Zhou Miaosher does not have the ability to show influence. It is best to be the old take charge like Zhou Laozi has the most power to step in. Don't be so discouraged everyone, we didn't fail. All three matches were draws. Chinese medicine won't be expunged this time. We'll also be able to continue to grow. As long as everyone continues to work hard, Chinese medicine will inevitably go on to glory in the future. Eventually, Zhou Miaosher stepped forward and announced the results of the final match. Yes, a tie is not a loss. Or you could say they won. But the result of this tie wasn't so rosy. After 3 consecutive draws, Western medicine applied to play again a month later. At that time they, presumably, will have invited from other regions of the globe famous Western medicine strong. By that time Master Hua, how to continue to hold on, how to be able to win. However, these words did not come out of Zhou Miaosher's mouth. Why say it? Be happy more while you can. Times are what they are. Ha ha, I knew we could win. I'll be damned. Just now it was you, this dead old man, who said we lost. Now you're coming back to say that we'll definitely win? Why? I am. What are you going to do with me? Great. My clinic will be able to continue. That's not true. Our medical skills that have been passed down for thousands of years, how can they be more powerful than their one that's been around for hundreds of years? It's a must. I can't believe we won't win yet. After this one is over I'm going to delve into the healing arts of Chinese medicine and wait for the next time I compete I'll be able to stand on top. Then you may be disappointed. Because I want to stand up there and race for TCM too. Wait and see. Harpies, the chance to stand up there is also mine. None of you are qualified enough. This group of old children gathered together, cheering and crying. Their hearts are joyful. What a bunch of old kids. Those young bloods are working hard as well. And I'm actually looking forward to the performance of the CCM, which can be seen in this one. Yes, if we can witness the re-emergence of Chinese medicine in this generation, it would be one of the great joys of life. Several people on the judges' table whispered to each other. also a bit surprised by the outcome of this competition. Unfortunately, it's just limited to that and won't get much better. Because the next competition, Western medicine, will send the world's top medical practitioners. Compared to just a country's land of Chinese medicine, how can they compete with each other? They heard Zhou Miaoshi's announcement about Chinese medicine and didn't say much. Why destroy all their illusions outright when you can take advantage of the time to be more joyful? This time around, Western medicine is aiming for a sure win, because they needed this one victory to completely level the medical world of the Dragon Kingdom and make it the world of Western medicine. So there must be a way to get this one. Several of the judges' minds have long been clear. After dealing with the people inside the Chinese medicine team, the smile on Zhou Miaoshi's face disappeared into thin air. They knew that they couldn't hide it for much longer. As long as those media published the news of the Chinese and Western medicine competition on the internet, they would face all the run-ins at that time. But they really tried their best. No way. How can one man take on the whole world? It's impossible. Give up the struggle? The corner of Zhou Miaoshi's mouth revealed a bitter smile. Originally, I thought the Chinese medicine would be able to win this time, but after all, I underestimated Western medicine's determination to suppress us. It's okay, you're doing well enough. Elder Zhou pursed his lips, and in the end, he could only pat Zhou Miao's shoulder, using this as a way to represent his comfort for his son. Do you regret choosing Chinese medicine in the first place? Wonderful hands. He looked to his son, a flame dancing in his gaze. Zhou Miaoshi froze, then firmly said, never regretted it. I'm proud of choosing Chinese medicine, proud of what I've accomplished now, but I also hate it. Hate what? I hate myself for not being able to become the top pillar of Chinese medicine. I hate myself for not being able to compete. I hate that the legacy of my old ancestors will be destroyed in my hands. Zhou Miaoshi gritted his teeth. A middle-aged man who was already in his 40s or 50s actually shed tears at the corners of his eyes. He really hated himself. If he had been more talented, if he had worked harder, if he had studied more, he could have changed the situation. It's not your fault. Elder Zhou sighed silently and walked towards Hua Cushin's room. Looking at his father's back as he left, Zhou Miaoshi forcibly retained the tears in his eyes, not letting them flow down. He couldn't cry now. He couldn't show cowardice. To stand with TCM forever. Go ahead and cry it out. However, a light word came from his father's back, instantly shattering the fortress Zhou Miao had managed to build up in his heart. This president of the Chinese Medicine Association, nicknamed Little Hua Tuo, a representative of Chinese medicine, is now crouching by the wall, sobbing uncontrollably. Hua Cushin's figure inexplicably lost a lot of weight. That a confident old man became vicissitudes. The kind of thing lost in the eyes is called light. Senior brother, I might fail next. Sorry. He opened his mouth to Master Zhou, who walked in the doorway. His voice was soft and his mood was low. Elder brother, I see your efforts. Elder Zhou and Hua Cushin were sitting together, and until this time, they were an old man. It's what makes it so lonely. It's the people whose lives are coming to an end. Looking back on their lives, most of their lives have been contributed to Chinese medicine, and from the time they were young to the present day when they are half in the ground, Chinese medicine has accompanied them too much. The other young people still have a chance to transfer. They don't have a chance anymore and they don't intend to do it. Hua Cushin clenched his fists, and a sentence reached his mouth but was swallowed. What's wrong? Elder Zhou looked back at Hua Cushin with some bewilderment, not wanting the latter to be depressed because of this one. In that case, he'd rather Hua Cushin Mountain didn't show up for this one. I've decided to ask Mr. Moon to come out. Let Mr. Moon represent the Chinese medicine practitioners in the country. Let those Western doctors know the power of Chinese medicine. Let them understand. Thousands of years of inheritance cannot be defeated by hundreds of years of inheritance. Show them our roots. 0118 Another visit from the star. Master Zhou murmured with a dull expression. Our roots. It was like something had penetrated his heart at this moment, and the feeling was very strong. He desperately wanted to find Mr. Moon and save the situation of Chinese medicine from being in dire straits. But how could they possibly know about Mr. Moon? Mr. Moon simply did not show himself a little bit of news. Zhou Miaojie investigated for so many days, also just looking for Hua Catch Mountain. How difficult it is to find Mr. Moon. Could it be that? Senior Hua, you know the whereabouts of Mr. Moon? According to the time to count, Master Zhou can indeed be said to be Hua Cushin's senior brother. But according to the experience of both sides as well as the real initiation, that is definitely Hua Cushin is better. Master Zhou hadn't even been initiated yet. Where did he talk about senior brothers and sisters from? However, in Hua Cushin's mind, Master Zhou also belongs to Mr. Yu's disciples. It is not about how much has been taught, but this one senior brother has made a lot of contributions for the Chinese medicine of the Dragon Kingdom, which is an aspect that Hua Cushin is also ashamed of. Therefore, in his heart, After seeing the many contributions made by Elder Zhou, he had already taken Elder Zhou as his fellow disciple as well. I know. Hua Kushan nodded. Back then, when Master Yu left, he once gave me the way to contact him, and as long as I met an emergency situation, I would be able to contact him through this contact. That time on, Master Zhou's heart rejoiced. If he was able to bring Mr. Yu here, then this match would definitely be won. This is something that is mediocre and unquestionable, because their entire body of medicine originated from the guidance of Mr. Yu, whose level was really impenetrable, definitely surpassing the existence of all contemporary Chinese medicine practitioners. It was a kind of blind worship of Mr. Moon, but it was just that Mr. Moon had such strength, so not exactly blind worship. Time should be enough. There is still a week before the start of the competition. We are looking for Mr. Moon from the country. Western medicine still needs to go out of the country to enter the country, a whole bunch of formalities process. It's enough. Hua Kushan's mood turned much better, but his face was still very grave. Honestly, he wasn't sure if Mr. Moon would agree to make a move, because Mr. Moon had long ago said that he wanted to live a quiet life, regardless of Chinese medicine. However, when Hua Kushan saw the countless Chinese medicine peers in tears, saw their incomparable hopefulness, saw the future of Chinese medicine, Hua Kushan's heart stung for a while. They are in love with Chinese medicine. Ah, and everything about this country. Let's depart now. It's best to get to Mr. Moon's house early. What? This time it was Master Zhou who was apprehensive. Not how much he was afraid of Mr. Moon. Rather, it was the Mr. Moon he had been trying to find, and for once he actually had the chance to see it? This kind of elation and imitation made Master Zhou's mood very complicated, not knowing how to express it. Fewer people. Mr. Moon doesn't like too many people. Hua Kushan gave another explanation at the end. As expected of someone who had been around Mr. Moon for a long time, he knew a lot of Mr. Moon's habits. I'll get ready. Elder Zhou violently stood up from his seat and hurriedly ran towards the door. Since bodies at this age can't match each other with this movement, there was a near fall while running. He walked over to Zhou Miaoshi's side and slapped the other party on the head. The latter was in the middle of what the old man called crying out and venting all the bad feelings in his heart. And before it was over he was slapped sparingly and looked up at his father with a blank face. Don't cry. Purchase the tickets and let's go invite Mr. Moon. Elder Zhou tried his best to suppress his emotions, but his voice was still a bit shaky and distorted. Ha! Crouching on the ground, Zhou Miaoshi's eyes widened. Then the corners of his mouth went wildly up, and all of his face contorted. It was a rugged expression used to express the joy in the heart. Happiness and excitement washed over the brain and the management of facial expressions was lost. I'm on my way. He rolled and ran towards the outside and came back a minute later. Dad, I forgot to ask where the ticket to go was purchased. Master Zhou froze. I don't know. The view shifted to the middle of the Spring City neighborhood. Power didn't stay too long, paying a warm visit to Lin Wuyue and Su Yuling for a while before leaving in reluctance. If she showed up for a long time, a lot of things were more than likely going to go wrong, such as Su Yuling's many glances towards the kitchen where the kitchen knife was kept. Also, there was no vacation time taken on this outing. Filming still has to start tomorrow, and you can't keep the whole crew waiting for your own thing. Every day will be expensive money. Although Power had left, the fact that she had visited Lin Wuyu on her doorstep had been circulated throughout the internet. A big, well-known star pays a late-night visit to the home of an ordinary man. Is this a distortion of human nature or moral bankruptcy? Please click on Homecoming Temptations and let's watch the big ripoff scene. Witness the war between two women. It's too powerful. This can now make it true that Demimi is Lin Wuyu's ex-girlfriend. I think that sentence should be switched around. Lin Wuyu's ex-girlfriend is Demi. How do I feel that the Big Power still likes the moon god? This is just my illusion. The Big Power's fans mustn't come to tear me apart. Doghead. Nonsense. Even if this person is a Big Power's ex-boyfriend. But Big Power, this visit is to say thank you to this called Lin Wuyu. Thank you for the acting guidance back then. Although it has long since left the training course, but Big Power is still thankful for their own mentor. Which is not the same as you guys, this kind of Pushin male. Upstairs looks like a big fan of Power. Oh, didn't you see how much the master's mood changed today? As soon as I looked at that look, I knew that there was still Lin Wuyue in Demi's heart. At a glance. Nima, you're still a psychologist? It's all about talent. But the moon god is simply my idol. TSK, a whole lot of money. It's only been how many days that he's reaped a few million. And he's talented and handsome. Even a big star in the entertainment industry is moon god's ex-girlfriend. Yeah. I don't know if my hotba is the moon god's ex-girlfriend. Alas, I have mixed feelings. I don't know if I should be happy or sad when the time comes. Don't pretend, bro. I know what you mean. The landscape you aspire to has long since been trodden upon. The forest that is pink in your mind has long since actually been covered in darkness. Aha! I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You're full of. I'll kill you. I'm sorry. I accidentally stepped on your sore spot. You're in a hurry? Are you in a hurry? That night, since it wasn't very late, the matter of Demi's late-night visit to Lin Wuyu smoothly made it to the hot search through several hours of fermentation. There are many expressions of statements that do not believe at all. In their opinion, the big power is a domineering president. How can they look at the people who are less than they are? But soon their comments were slapped in the face. God, there are men like that in the world? National chef, country school teacher, internet article writer, acting coach for well-known big names in the entertainment industry? This is not too impressive. Seems like it's suddenly a good match for power. 2. Ahem. There were also people who suspected that this time it was scripted by the understanding crew. But this rumor was just like the previous ones. It was so lethal and baseless that it directly didn't need the understanding crew's hands to break these people's comments. If this is a script, how much is the investment going to be? Power foregoing the consequences of potentially losing a ton of fans to head straight to the set for a little show? Is that possible? So, most people were left in shock and eating their words in anticipation of the follow-up. Some people also started searching for the words Lin Wuyu and got that one entry on Baidu. Lin Wuyu, male, born in XXXX, showbiz acting coach tutor, net article writer god, writes a small healing trick every day. I'm not a moon god. Pen name, Yu Puff Street, moon god. National banquet special guest chef. Typical model of rural teaching. Once went to Longquan village to teach. Help Longquan village become a famous tourist attraction. To be added. This pending addition directly blinded the crowd's big ferroalloy eyes. More interest was also added to the understanding program. With the live stream peaking directly at almost tens of millions of streams that night, the servers are about to be unable to handle this level of foot traffic. The good thing is that the understanding program guide has long been prepared mentally, knowing that once the big power really go there, that will inevitably bring a lot of traffic. As for how to leave behind a large number of traffic, it depends on their next operation. Stay. That's a steady stream of money. Millions a minute. It doesn't matter if you can't stay. The daily traffic is about 5 million now anyway. Of course it's better to stay. The show understanding will reach a whole new level again with this. And the director and many of the show's staff will become well known in the entertainment industry. Hello? Oh, it's a media company. Can. A minute of advertising placement. This needs 2 million. Yes, 2 million can only be selected in a medium time period. A game production company. The game is good? Yes. How much are you willing to pay for advertising? 4 million? The time period is middle of the road. Good. A free cell phone for reading a novel? Will you be called a scam? Oh, you'll give away 1 or 2 units. Then fine. $5 million for advertising? Fine. You'll see the ads during prime time. The backstage conductor is picking up the incoming calls one at a time. The entire backstage crew was in a rush, but it was a full and happy rush. That's a lot of money they'll reap after this one. The prize money must be very high. Everything is thanks to Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling. It's true that if one meets a nobleman in life one is completely rich. The backstage crew was overwhelmed with emotion. On the host stand, Ice also kept up with commentary and welcoming new entrants to the audience. The bigger the audience the worse it was to control. And without Lin Wuyu's side appearing to attract the crowd's attention, it was going to be all up to Ice's talent. Read a novel to send a cell phone. This reading software is very good. Liven the room if there is a novel lover. You can go in to see. Anyway, it is a free novel. There is also a chance to be able to get the latest cell phone worth a few $1,000s. Wait, holy, baby Wang, old who? Bing Bing, who was originally introducing the advertisement, was shocked and directly threw out words like holy. No wonder she was shocked in her heart. It was really because the scene in the picture was really beyond Bing Bing's imagination. Chapter 119, Sermonizing Lin Wuyu. Picture. The two men appeared in front of Lin Wuyu's house in company. This time the person who opened the door was Lin Wuyu. Very puzzled, Power not just left not half an hour? How did someone come to the door again? Is there a magpie calling today? Why are there so many guests? With a mutter, Lin Wuyu opened the door to the room. The figure froze. Outside stood two men. One tall and one short, both looking like they were approaching 30. The two grinned and acted like they were being. The shorter man had a yellowish black face and looked a bit naive and honest, in a countryman in town kind of way. But he's wearing an expensive suit that doesn't have the air of a redneck, it has the air of a thug. The tall man was masculine looking, with a somewhat conspicuous scar at his eyebrow, and was dressed in rather plain casual clothes. Hello, Mr. Moon. The two of them bent down in unison and came to a bow to Lin Wuyu. Baby Wang? Old who? And how did you two know I lived here? Lin Wuyu held her forehead. Her mind was breaking down a bit. What the hell is going on here? And how is it that once again the people from back in the day are coming to my door? It seems like the wife made the right decision and needs to hurry up and get a different house and move somewhere where these people can't find it. Lin Wuyu's heart silently made a decision. Familiar with the fact that even if they changed their environment, they would still be found. Because if they changed their house, the program would change the venue. Fate is a circle. And no matter how you do it, you can't escape the circle. And the only way to do it is to break the circle. And wanting to break the circle, how could Lin Wuyu, who was in the midst of a maze and had been deceived by countless people, break it? We found out about it through power. Hey, old who was picking up garbage around here, and I thought I'd have a companion. So I got him to come with me. Baby Wang, who had prepared ahead of time, was well on his way to lifting the lid on the understanding program. He was a little curious as to how Moon Xiao would really feel if he waited until later to find out about the existence of the understanding crew. Doesn't it feel like the whole world has betrayed him? Doesn't it feel like there's no trust between people at all? Well, is very likely. Okay, come in and sit down. People had found their way to their doorsteps, and Lin Wuyu couldn't do a thing about it. He did know old who. The guy loved to walk around and do a lot of charity work. Not donations as such, but getting personally involved. So straight away, he believed Baby Wang's words. Honey, who's here? Just ready to clean up the things on the table to sleep. Su Yuling came out of the kitchen and saw the two people sitting on the sofa, fell into a kind of suspicion. She looked around to make sure she hadn't traveled. That's, oh my god, actually two more big, well-known stars? What kind of divine being is one's husband? Every guest inside the house was not an ordinary person, except for Yuki. Yuki, who is at home, has been feeling a quiet heaviness on her shoulders lately. Sister Sue's husband is really too powerful. Big stars have to be polite when they meet. And the boss with a few $100 million doesn't dare to say a word in front of her husband. It's really too powerful. Xiao Shui, who didn't realize that she was carrying another mouthful of pot, had little stars inside her eyes. Big star. To the average person they are familiar yet strange people. Familiar because of the regularity of being able to see these big stars on screen. Unfamiliar because there is no relationship at all between the two. By the way, there's also the connection that they're viewers and part of the star's revenue stream. Thinking this way, Yuki felt that the reason for the rise of the stars also had something to do with herself, and instantly felt that the feeling of adoration in her heart subside a lot. Oddball brain circuit. You're so powerful you should go find young Moon. Yuki's boyfriend disliked back somewhat sourly and turned around to enter the restroom, lighting a lonesome and gulping in the wind. The wind smoked half of it, and he smoked half of it, and he felt a little incomprehensible, and began to smoke it. Miss Sue is also very powerful, beautiful looking, and the management of a large company, and also facing so many powerful people. A little bit of timid expression, a little bit unlike Xiao Shui. Fart skills are not. Humph. In the back of his mind, Yuki's boyfriend also takes a stab at Yuki. After a cigarette and a smoke, Yuki's boyfriend regained his composure. Walk out and coax Yuki a bit. Then, you smoked again? Luna never smokes. Isn't it bad for you to drink tea? I smoke because I want to relax when I'm in a bad mood. In a bad mood? Meaning you're stressed out with me? You're in a depressed mood? Yuki fully utilized the pugnacious pronoun. Can you open your mouth and moon god? Close your mouth to a moon god. You don't even look at yourself. If I were the same as moon god, I'd look at you. Why don't you compare yourself to Su Yuling? I smoke because I'm in a bad mood. What's wrong? Let's split up. Perhaps repressed for too long, or consumed with passion and fondness. Yuki's boyfriend completely exploded. The latter's expression became dejected all of a sudden. Emboldened when loved, wretched as a dog when unloved. The family ethical drama didn't have much to do with the viewers of the live broadcast because they didn't know about it either and were completely blown away by the appearance of Baby Wang and Old Hu. At the moment the skyrocketing number of people in the live broadcast room did not lose a little bit, and there was also an upward trend. Ice didn't even dare to open his mouth to speak at times like this, because once he did, he was going to be criticized by the audience in the live broadcast room. Don't distract us from the plot. Damn the narrator. Old Hua. I've rarely seen Old Hu since Sword Immortal. Woo-hoo-hoo. My canopy. Finally able to see you. Isn't the canopy a pig in a poke? That's General Canopy. General Canopy. Baby Wang talks funny as always. Ha 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 ha. I love watching his dramas. Sometimes his acting is a bit pompous, but it's really funny. Baby Wang is also an unlucky person. Career above the complacency, but the family aspect is, alas, big people also have big people's troubles. Right, but no matter what, people at least have money. Baby Green understanding? Ahem. Luna, this could be written as a novel. I've already thought of a topic now. Those diving writer bigwigs in the live broadcast room also popped up at such a time, discussing that if the live broadcasts of these days were written as novels and replaced with a model, there should be a very good profit. Isn't that the template protagonist of a breakout novel? There are now bloggers on the internet who specialize in statistics for understanding live streams, doing the work of condensing a day's worth of episodes into 3 videos, or 1, and sometimes special out videos explaining each of Lin Wuyu's identities. It's also an aspect that can burst into flames. The best one has gained about 1 million or 2 followers by getting this kind of video. So it's a strong one. So Lin Wuyu inside the short video circle also became a traffic code. To be precise, throughout the internet Lin Moonless has become a traffic code. Yu Xiao, I'm really happy to see you. I've been searching for news of you all these years, but I haven't been able to find it. I didn't expect to actually find you through power. Too happy. As soon as Baby Wang sat down, he chattered and grubbed his little mouth while placing the gifts he had brought under the coffee table. He brought a gift of fruit, a fruit basket filled with lots of fruit. In fact, there is a hidden secret underneath the fruit basket. Otherwise, specifically just send a fruit basket. It is really to drop people power first to visit, but gave hundreds of thousands of expensive white wine. Honestly, hundreds of thousands of white wine really cannot match the thanks to the month less. Young Moon, I haven't seen you in many years. Thank you for teaching us back then. Old Who also spoke from the side, appearing much more mature and stable, but from his constantly tangled fingertips, he could tell that he was still very nervous when facing Lin Wuyu. No need to thank you. The master leads the door. The practice depends on the individual. I do it all one way or the other. The real progress still depends on yourselves. Lin Wuyu's behavior was very calm. At the beginning of this, some of the team members who participated in the training, he is most optimistic about the Old Who and Wine Baby, the big power. Li Ying is also considered one of them. On top of that, there were a couple of lesser students who felt like they were really getting into the money, didn't have much love for performing, and weren't willing to commit to a show. By the way, baby, weren't you married back then? The kid should be 4 or 5 years old by now, right? And Old Hua, how you are still a single? This cannot be. Is not really planning to play bachelor? Gradually easing up a lot, Lin Wuyu inquired about the two's current situation. Come to meet, in fact, is such a little thing. To express gratitude, chat about the current situation. The main thing is that the heart hangs on. This makes Lin Wuyu feel very satisfied. Don't mention it. I'm becoming a divorcee now, and the baby is mine and still in my care. Baby Wang's complexion darkened for a moment, still feeling a little sad. As for Old Who, he scratched his head. I feel like I haven't met yet. When I do, I'll definitely invite Young Moon to come and drink the wedding wine. Nodding her head, Lin Wuyu looked at Baby Wang, probably understanding something as soon as she heard the words that the child was his. Live well and you'll meet the right one. Have you guys gotten any Best Actor awards over the years? The two looked at each other. The Best Actor award is not so easy to get. Well, Baby Wang has participated in some roles to get awards, but the Old who mainly participated in the shooting of TV dramas, did not have this opportunity. The main thing is that there are more impressions in the minds of the viewers, and the awards, if any, still really don't get much. That's not going to work. It still needs work. Lin Wuyu explained with a grave expression on her face. For an actor who wants to prove himself, the best proof is audience recognition and awards. Lin Wuyu really didn't know much about the entertainment industry, occasionally skipping over a piece of news when she opened her computer, hastily glancing at it and then forking it over, so not particularly aware of the two. If he had known that Baby Wang was divorced, he wouldn't have asked the sentence he just said. This large preachy scene actually appeared with Luna and 2 big stars, and the 2 big stars also looked like they were obediently listening to the lecture, which really surprised the audience in the live broadcast room. Well, it's not easy for people to come to see you. Do you just keep preaching? In the end, it was Su Yuling who broke the situation and pleaded for Baby Wang and Old Who. The meeting between the two didn't last much longer, and they probably talked for about half an hour or so before they were ready to leave. Chapter 0120, The Lin Family. An evening spent entertaining guests. After everyone leaves, Lin Wuyu and Su Yuling could finally sleep and relax. In order to celebrate the fact that there was no disturbance from anyone, Su Yuling sang a special song this evening to express the joy in her heart. Lin Wuyu also very cooperatively clapped up the rhythm, crocheting a melodious, chakra-boiling piece of music. One night passed. Many lives were lost this night, and those who lived were exhausted. Uncovering a corner of the quilt, the spirited, physically and mentally happy Lin Wuyu carefully stepped down from the bed and covered Su Yuling's exposed section of her small legs that were like scallion white with the quilt. Aha! A wailing sound came from Su Yuling in the quilt, and then she comfortably changed her position again to continue to huff and puff. I don't think we have any customers today? After stretching his limbs, Lin Wuyu went straight into the restroom to start washing up. Coming, he's coming. The man woke up. I'd love to know what happened last night. Shut up. That's something you pay to see. Did you pay? Suddenly I see what you guys mean. It's because of spending so much time in this live room that you've become an LSP too? Sis, this is a normal thing. In less than 10 days, you are guaranteed to be able to join our advanced discussions. By the way, do you want to join the group chat? There are a lot of bigwigs in there. So good, I want to add. Okay, the requirement to join the group is to send a black silk photo. Please send it to me separately so I can judge it. Ahem, little old sister. I'm the group leader of the group chat. It's actually okay for you to send it to me. If you're satisfied, you'll be the deputy group leader from now on. All morning Lin Wuyu spent in a nervous mood. Honestly a little worried that another star would come to his door. Yesterday 3 waves of guests in a row made his nerves become a little tense. Honey, breakfast. It was because of this one thing that caused Lin Wuyue to be a bit distracted from her work all morning. But as usual, she still finished updating 6 chapters and gave Su Yuling a good breakfast. Bad. After a few minutes had passed, Su Yuling put on her clothes and ran out from inside the bedroom, a sense of urgency on her small face. What's wrong? Looking at Su Yuling hurriedly running into the restroom, Lin Wuyu was confused and couldn't figure out what the situation was. Could it be there? Isn't that a good thing? We sacrificed so many of our brothers yesterday so that we could have this day. I'm late for work today. Brushing her teeth, Su Yuling replied vaguely. For the first time, the speed of the toothbrush flew back and forth in her mouth, a speed that Lin Wuyu was somewhat ashamed of himself. It's late, and forgetting that my wife has to work today. With a sigh of emotion in her heart, Lin Wuyu looked at the clock on the wall, and then said in a cloudy voice, it's already 11 in the morning. Even in how you rush, it's still 11:30 when you get to the company, so it's better not to struggle, just go to work in the afternoon. But isn't it? Since it's 11 o'clock, you can only go to the office for half an hour, as usual, and it's counted as late, so it doesn't make much of a difference. Ah, it's 11 o'clock? As expected, after hearing that it was already 11 o'clock, Su Yuling's movements suddenly became slower, not rushing and not panicking as she finished washing up and slowly enjoyed a beautiful meal. I forgot you had to work today, so I didn't call you. Honey, you don't blame me, do you? Looking at Su Yuling who was still in a good mood, Lin Wuyu finally dared to speak. How is it not your fault? Su Yuling glared at Lin Wuyu and pointed at her neck. There's a lovely mark on it, and one look at it tells me that the hard-working staff planted the strawberries in the fertile soil. We're an old married couple, and you're actually leaving me with this kind of mark. I'm embarrassed to go to the office. Ahem, doesn't that mean we're still energized? It's something that people in your company envy. Lin Wuyu coughed a little heartily. It was really a consequence of an impulsive scene, but luckily, Su Yuling didn't blame the whole going to work thing. Next time you plant it, I'll bite it off for you. Su Yuling viciously exposed her teeth and began to think about how to come up with a perfect excuse. Going to the company is definitely going to be asked. Look at all the people who have sent messages asking me why I haven't gone to work. How am I going to answer? Lin Wuyu thought for a moment. Too tired last night? So you didn't get up this morning? Asterisk 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 off. Let's just say that last night, when we were getting the contract, we also met with those investment company people for an appointment, and drank a little bit of wine, so we were absent this morning. Lin Wuyu smiled and gave a clear thought answer. Anyway, they really met with Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li yesterday. This is not a false thing. Several people also specifically left a group photo as a souvenir just to be able to give Su Yuling to use. Good idea. Su Yuling nodded and immediately sent a message to the people inside the company. The moment. In the middle of the company, the manager who was in charge of checking if the employees had arrived at their positions was weaving through the crowd and undoubtedly came to the door of Su Yuling's office. Supervisor Su didn't show up for work this morning? It was precisely because Su Yuling hadn't clocked in that he came to inquire. No, Sister Su was probably still eating breakfast inside her home. Xiao Shui recalled the scene she saw when she touched the fish and couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Drip. At this time, however, the manager's cell phone suddenly rang, and once he opened it, it was a message sent by Su Yuling, paired with 2 photos. Putting away his cell phone, the manager glared at Yuki. What's the matter with you, assistant? The boss is out busy with business and you're still here looking for trouble? Yuki was bewildered. At noon, Su Yuling left home to go to work in the company. In fact, it doesn't matter if she goes to work, because this project is her responsibility, and now it's a done deal. It's hard to believe that Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li still dare to pit them. Judging from that day's performance, Su Yuling felt that this possibility should be very slim. Honestly, she had a feeling that Lin Wuyu was actually Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li's big brother, and the 3 of them might have been in the peach garden in the first place, recognizing Lin Wuyu as their big brother. Because Zhang and Li seemed to have an inexplicable fear of their own husbands? No, it should be revered. Comfortable. Wife not at home. Lonely alone. Passionate game. Online team. After packing up everything inside the home and also thoroughly cleaning it, Lin Wuyu dropped her broom and let out a high-pitched cry. The game console was then removed from the small cabinet inside the den, and the familiar sound of music played once more. How lonely it is to be invincible. And how empty it is to be invincible. Alone while playing Contra and maneuvering the people inside through level after level, Lin Wuyu's mouth even floated out an extraordinarily meaningful song. Not to mention, it really feels good. The Contra that was projected on the TV set was very emotional, making Lin Wuyu almost forgettable. But violently, he looked in the direction of the gate. Knock on the door. Another knock on the door. Was it Su Yuling who forgot to bring something? Or is there a guest coming again? No matter who it was, he couldn't let them know that he was playing Contra inside his room. This is really too detrimental to the image of his dang Lin Wuyu. Hurriedly turned off the TV. Listening to the knocking sound that seemed to be getting more and more urgent, Lin Wuyu could not retrieve the things back into the room in time, so he had to casually tucked under the sofa cushions to cover up. Is this Mr. Moon's home? Are we going to see Mr. Moon soon? Doorway. Two old men and a middle-aged man are waiting nervously. They were afraid that they were going to the wrong place, and then they would lose the clue to find Mr. Moon. Why is this place so familiar? The Moon God's home seems to be in this kind of neighborhood too. Next to him, Zhou Miaosher looked very odd. When the airplane was traveling to Spring City, he felt as if something was wrong, until he saw the situation here. That feeling became stronger and stronger. Ka-ching! As he was thinking about it, the door to the room was opened, revealing a handsome face familiar to both Elder Zhou and Zhou Miaosher. Master Moon. Hua Cushion was even more excited, directly pulling Lin Wuyu's hand, still wanting to bow and salute. Mr. Moon, Lin Wuyu? The two were in a state of utter confusion. The Mr. Moon they had been trying to find was actually Lin Wuyu. So young Lin Wuyu is Mr. Moon, and so on. The current Lin Wuyu was only 27 years old, which meant that the Lin Wuyu of 7 years ago was only around 20 years old. At around 20 years old, he possessed such a supreme medical skill. Master Zhou felt that his blood pressure was a little high. Zhou Miaosher thought she was hallucinating. Come in and sit down first. Lin Wuyu's expression couldn't be described as colorful, nodding extremely flatly, not at all similar to that one man playing Contra just now. But the good thing was that these three didn't know how he behaved inside the house, so they didn't show anything strange. Soon, Lin Wuyu cleaned up everything, thinking that his wife entertained guests to get tea, and finally some reluctance to take out some of the linden tea that was still left yesterday to recruit a few people. It is not too much. Just one person can drink a cup of linden tea. Good tea. Is this the Bodhi tea? Thank you, Master Moon, for your hospitality. Gradually coming back from their shocked emotions. At this time, Elder Zhou and Zhou Miaodo were at least not as shocked on the surface. In fact, the heart is still very nervous. In front of this one is not an ordinary person. This is the Chinese medicine industry's legendary Mr. Moon, and is still Master Zhou's master. It was just that he didn't expect such a young Lin Wuyu to be Mr. Moon, always somewhat subverting the crowd's imagination. The audience in the live room was even more dumbfounded. What's going on? Aren't these the Chinese medicine representatives of the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition? Just that person who looks immortal is actually the leader of Chinese medicine. The reason why the situation of Chinese medicine can get better this time is all because of him. Seems to be called Hua Cushion. Dr. Hua. Awesome. What do they call the moon god? Master Moon? Mr. Moon? Master Moon? Could it be that the lunar god also knows medicine? Crap. The melon content in these 2 days is a bit big. It directly shocks me. Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. I have a feeling I'm going to find out some big news. This is so exciting. Guys, you hang in there. I'm going to get a bite to eat first. No way. It was only yesterday that someone said for the moon god to go to the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition. And then this turns around and she's actually here? Is this a sick and desperate attempt by the Chinese medical profession? I don't think so. Many people were secretly shocked. And there was some anticipation for Lin Wuyu's vest to drop. Every vest drop is a big surprise. If it's sitting on the fact that Luna is still a doctor. TSK, it's just unimaginable. I am not what you call Mr. Moon, and there is no need to call me Master Moon. In fact, I don't know where Mr. Moon is. Back then, I went to Longquan village just to fulfill Mr. Moon's instructions back then. That's why I taught my medical skills to Hua Cushion Mountain. Technically, I'm also your eldest senior brother, and I am just passing down the skills on behalf of the master. Lin Wuyu lightly sipped a mouthful of tea and said in a cloudy manner. Chapter 121. A decision. What? Who is Mr. Moon? Most of the audience was unsure. In fact, largely unaware. Only a few people at the top of that Chinese medicine industry, as well as Lin Wuyu, knew who the Mr. Moon they were talking about was. And, as if it were awesome, that sufficiently piqued my curiosity. Kids, curiosity killed the cat, you know? Touching secrets at an age not old enough to bear them will only lead to your death. Ha! Staggering. Don't be afraid. But there's some truth to it. It's helpless when you meet this kind. Why did I hear them say that Luna is Mr. Moon? You must not have watched the live broadcast carefully. The moon god said he's not Mr. Moon. He's just a substitute teacher. Wait a minute. Passing on the art on behalf of the teacher? Wha catch the mountain? The crowd came to their senses and stared at the screen with shocked faces. The young man in the picture appeared to be calm, familiar and steady, not at all uncomfortable even in the face of a well-known figure in Chinese medicine. Not only do they face well-known figures in the Chinese medicine industry as such, but even the bosses of investment companies whose companies are worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and even big-name stars in the entertainment industry. Although Lin Wuyu wasn't that rich, he had never thought of money as an existence that he could look up to. So much for status. This kind of person is used in the evaluation of those people who have the appearance of being rich and powerful. The future is bound to change dragons at the first sign of the storm. You're not Mr. Moon, substitute teacher? Compared to the people inside the live broadcast room, the three people at the scene were just even more shocked. They had searched for so many days and expended a lot of effort, but the result was that they still hadn't found Mr. Moon, and suddenly a feeling of failure came out. But soon the feeling disappeared, because the one who passed on the art on behalf of the master was Lin Wuyu. Hua Cushion was also Lin Wuyu's disciple, and through Hua Cushion's description, Lin Wuyu's or Mr. Moon's medical skills were definitely much higher than his. Isn't this one still a statement? In other words, even though Lin Wuyu was not Mr. Moon, his medical skills could be the key to their victory. If you're looking for Mr. Moon, there's nothing I can do. He's long since sailed away and only left behind a few things. Letting out a sigh, Lin Wuyu's face showed an appropriate amount of sadness, making what he said all the more real. I didn't realize that Master Moon had long gone west. It's a pity that I've never had a chance to say thank you in person with Mr. Moon, the one who guided me out of my predicament back then, allowing me to have the achievements I have today. Alas, Master Zhou was also a little sad. The hard-searching Mr. Moon actually died in front of him. That was a complete end to the hope of finding Mr. Moon. Senior, brother, in fact, we came this time to look for Mr. Moon just for one thing. Hua Cushion, who was on the side, recovered his emotions very quickly, because he had a hidden guess in his heart. It's not right. When Lin Wuyu came to Longquan Mountain, he had asked himself to be addressed as Mr. Yu, after teaching medical skills for a period of time, about a year. Then these years to Hua Cushion are in the knowledge of the study, only barely comprehended the core value of medical skills. The Lin Wuyu of that time, however, never said that Mr. Moon was dead, nor did he talk about the fact that he was passing on his skills on behalf of his master. Therefore, at this moment, Hua Cushion felt very wrong, but no matter what, Lin Wuyu was his guide on the path of medicine. To be able to have today's achievements could not be separated from Lin Wuyu's contribution. So Hua Cushion still respected Lin Wuyu's idea. Even if Lin Wuyu did not want to expose his identity, then he was willing to help a little. He was the only one present who had seen Mr. Moon anyway. As for the others who also knew about Mr. Moon, it was beyond the control of Hua Cushion. What's the matter? Speak up, senior brother Hua. Lin Wuyu's face was slightly grave. He is still more clear about Hua Cushion's person. Not the usual things will not rashly come to disturb, so that year will leave some clues. After leaving the family address of their own formation told Hua Cushion, in order to be able to help Hua Cushion in times of crisis. Master Zhou. It made Lin Wuyu a little surprised. In whatever way, not expecting the two to be able to connect, the three looked at each other, seeing a determination in each other's eyes. They rose violently from their seats, bent over and bowed to Lin Wuyu, and performed a great salute. In one voice, he said, "Please also ask the Grand Master, Master Uncle, to come back to the world and save Chinese medicine from the fire." What? The live feed was solemn. They had long known that Chinese medicine was in a very unfriendly situation right now, and there were some people inside the live broadcast who would share news about the Chinese and Western medicine competition. I heard that the originally victorious Chinese medicine practitioner, as a result, was shamelessly asked by the Western medicine practitioner to compete again, and changed his opponent 3 times in a row in the previous match, so that Hua Cushion faced the toughest Western medicine practitioner in all 3 aspects. It's simply not fair to play like that. It's the equivalent of a person being rich, but uneducated, and the match is about culture in being rich, and then you end up switching, and the first match uses a rich person who just happens to be evenly matched, and the next match comes out with a very educated person. Then the end result is clearly a victory for this rich and uneducated man. This has made many people who maintain a neutral attitude towards Chinese medicine, or who are adamant about it, very angry, but is also limited to the level of exasperation, and cannot make any practical action. Who let the Western medicine is also in the rules of the loopholes to find. In terms of Western medicine, this is representative of Western medicine's wealth of talent, unlike Chinese medicine, which is all dependent on one person. The moon god seems to be Dr. Hua's eldest brother? Does that mean that Luna is still a big shot in the medical world? This is just great news. I don't even know what to say. Luna always gives us a lot of surprises every time, and now the same isn't a surprise at all. This is the moon god. So powerful. The crowd was overwhelmed with emotion, even though there had already been some guesses in their hearts. In knowing that Lin Wuyu was still Hua Cushion Mountain's senior brother, their hearts were still instantly beating fast after all. Moon God deserves to be Moon God, never disappointing the viewers inside the program, bringing many surprises every time. Will Luna agree to help free the CCM? In other words, is the Moon God willing to stand up for the current situation of Chinese medicine? One should know that Lin Wuyu had long ago abandoned all her identities and only wanted to write her books quietly without being disturbed. This one outing may lead to a lot of trouble. Luna, will young friend Lin agree? Whether the Moon God agrees or not, we should stick to the Moon God's choice because it's his personal right. Alas, in my heart I actually kind of don't want the Moon God to agree. Why him? He passed on his art to Hua Catch Mountain on behalf of his master, and has already made a great contribution to Chinese medicine, and now he just wants a quiet life. But Mr. Moon isn't here, and now the only hope for Chinese medicine is the Moon God, and without him, we are selfish. I am a Chinese medicine practitioner. I didn't realize that the Moon God is also a part of Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine represents not only a kind of medicine, but also the inheritance of our dragon kingdom. We are not willing to lose this inheritance, and we are also not willing to lose the jobs of many Chinese medicine friends. But to put this pressure on the Moon God, we are really selfish. Chinese medicine is clueless these days. We honor Luna's choice. The people in the live broadcast room stared nervously at the man in the screen. They had all seen Lunar God's performance all along. He was a man with a great sense of humor and was easily satisfied. Spending time with my wife, writing my own books, with a little narcissism now and then. That would be satisfying. Lin Wuyu brought them a lot of surprises. Knowing that Lin Wuyu had stood up to that evil program group and protected his students from harm as if they were parents. Knowing the bits and pieces of Lin Wuyu's contributions to Longquan village. The kind of thoughts Lin Wuyu had imparted from the book, and Lin Wuyu's accomplishments over and over again. But, would the current Lin Wuyu agree to help the Chinese doctor? It wasn't just the people on the air who were nervous. Sweat had already surfaced on Elder Zhou's palms. He did not speak and quietly waited for Lin Wuyu's reply. Hua Cushion's body trembled slightly, perhaps caused by standing for too long because of his age. Perhaps because he blamed himself. Zhou Miaodo, who was only a junior amongst the three, on the other hand, stared at Lin Wuyu with hope in his eyes. He had never admired someone so much and had never been so nervous, just like when he was checking his scores at the end of the college entrance exams back then. The 7 million viewers in the live broadcast room, as well as all the Chinese medicine practitioners in the Chinese medicine industry, all of them waited for Lin Wuyu's reply. That man sitting on the sofa pursed his lips slightly, very grave from his expression. He knew what this yes meant. It meant that those peaceful lives would be disturbed, and he knew they couldn't continue to live as quietly as they had before. Thinking about the future with Su Yuling, eating with Su Yuling, chatting with Su Yuling, and bringing a smile to every day. Phew. Someone in the underworld seemed to exhale a heavy breath. Lin Wuyu looked up to the top of the cabinet and finally nodded slowly. I promise you. Yes. He still said yes. Not for the sake of gaining much fame. Not for the face of these two fellow disciples. Coercion was one thing that irritated Lin Wuyu. The reason why he agreed was because he also loved everything about the Dragon Kingdom. He loved the healers he met back when he was studying medicine, who stood for the long years of Chinese medicine. Loved the lovely and seemingly ancient roots. The Dragon Kingdom is the great tree, and history is the wheel of the year. This one has many roots and flourishing branches. Each root, so precious. Chapter 122, A Celebrity's Farewell. You promised. Great. There is hope for Chinese medicine. The three people's faces that were so tense that they looked like bitter melons suddenly relaxed, and the joy that originated from Lin Wuyu transformed into wisps that nourished their hearts that had long been barren, but still had a tender sprout growing. At this point, the shoots are enveloped in light and grow abundantly through the storm, and will eventually grow into large trees that bear delicious fruit. Luna. Good job, Luna. I adore you. Damn. I don't know why. It always feels very heartbreaking. Why should it be the moon god? Why? Sometimes it's really hard. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. the sky collapses or taller top. I hate those who think that things do not matter to themselves, where there is nothing that does not matter to themselves, but there are people who carry the weight for you. Youth is the time to see a prosperous life on the shoulders of your parents, and to be complacent, with dislike in your heart, lol. Moon God, it's also the moon god's fault for losing, but have you guys ever thought about it? If it wasn't for the appearance of the moon god, there wouldn't be a single hope for Chinese medicine. Many were silent. Moral abduction has always existed. In fact, you made that thought without even realizing it. Before Lin Wu you could agree. The thought in the minds of many was that he must say yes, since he is so powerful and is the senior brother of Hua Cushion. Isn't it only natural for him to step in to save the situation of Chinese medicine? If Lin Wu Yu hadn't agreed, I'm afraid that there would still be people who would accuse Lin Wu Yu's behavior of cowardice and fear. There was a saying that the interests of the collective were higher than the interests of the individual. So that meant that Lin Wu Yu had to put in the effort for the benefit of the collective. The funny thing is that these perceived people have not accomplished a thing. They are only dependent on the strong for change. Only a few people knew what a heartbreaking and moving thing it was for Lin Wu Yu to agree. For in this moment, it is no longer the grass that grows on his shoulders, the moon in the mountains, or his wife on his pillow. Rather, it's something called responsibility. A gaze called the entire Chinese medicine as well as countless other concerns. If it succeeds, all will be happy. If it fails, all will be scorned. Thank you, eldest brother. Elder Zhou and Hua Cushion uttered that thank you in a soft voice. They are sensible people, but they have been pushed to the brink. I can understand you guys. Lin Wu Yu nodded her head, and from her demeanor did not carry joy or anger. He was calm, so calm that it was a little surprising. It seemed to have seen a lot of scenes, so it didn't feel like much of an emotional upheaval. One moment, getting up and leaving his place on the couch, Lin Wu Yu entered the room not knowing what to get. The few people sitting on the couch looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing whether they should be happy or uncomfortable at this time. Happy to see the hope of Chinese medicine once again. Lin Wu Yu's medical skills definitely surpassed Hua Cushion by a lot. The hard part was that this was a disguised kidnapping on their part, forcibly tying Lin Wu Yu to the Chinese Medicine Association. As a matter of fact, Chinese medicine practitioners who are really powerful are all fearless of the tilting of resources by Western medical practitioners because their income will not be cut as a result of this incident, and their strength and status will still exist. All three of the people present had that kind of strength. Oh, no, I should say four. However, they are still unwilling to do so because they want to secure a future for Chinese medicine and strive for a better development. The strength of one generation does not mean the strength of the future. When they grow old, when they disappear, will Chinese medicine be like a wave splashing in the sea, appearing briefly and dying out quickly? From then on, the sea was calm and Chinese medicine disappeared into the vastness of the sea. That's why they came forward. They are the only ones who can stand up for themselves. Heaven will send a great task to the people. Must first suffer their hearts and minds, labor their muscles and bones, and starve their bodies and skin, and then for the people can not also. After half a ring, Lin Wu Yu walked out with a box. The box was not unfamiliar to the trio. Elder Zhou and Zhou Miaosher saw Lin Wu Yu strike through the live broadcast, which contained the 3 silver needles that Mr. Moon used back then. As for Hua Cushion, he was likewise no stranger to seeing Lin Wu Yu's strength in these 3 silver needles, which were absolutely strong, transcending all Chinese medicine practitioners nowadays. There is no question about the mediocrity. These 3 silver needles are inherited from the most dazzling part of the history of Chinese medicine. He is not so special, but contains the most glorious history of Chinese medicine. Gently opening the box, Lin Wu Yu displayed the 3 silver needles in front of the trio's eyes. It didn't feel special when I watched it from the live stream, but through Lin Wu Yu's narration, and looking at the silver needles once again, Elder Zhou and Zhou Miaosher felt a sense of pride. This time, I will take him with me to bring Chinese medicine to glory once again. Calm words came out of Lin Wu Yu's mouth, but a few people suddenly felt that Lin Wu Yu's aura had changed. It was a courageous aura that was full of confidence. That sharp gaze made it seem like several people couldn't open their eyes and needed to block them slightly with their hands. What's the glow? Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Miato, who had the weakest seniority and strength here, hadn't forgotten this scene until the day he died. What time is the next game starting? Lin Wu Yu inquired flatly. The crowd that was still in a daze came back to their senses in bewilderment, their throats rolling, and Zhou Miaosher took the lead in explaining. There are still 6 days left, and they need to find top Western doctors from all over the world to join them, so it's set for a longer period of time. Uncle Grandmaster, this one will get the world's attention, said. Here Zhou Miaosher paused. The meaning of the world attention is obvious. The second half of the sentence is that it is impossible to return to a peaceful life. Yes, I will arrive in Kyoto a day early for this one. However, Lin Wu Yu nodded her head in agreement as if she didn't know. with barely a hint of hesitation, which made Zhou Miaodo, who had intended to remind her, instantly unsure of what to say next. Are you guys worried about my strength? Lin Wuyu looked towards them, her body slightly leaning towards the tabletop, her arm propped up on it, and moved slightly closer towards the trio's position. It was a very aggressive move that instantly made the three feel a sense of pressure, especially Zhou Miaodo. It was as if she was being strangled. Even breathing became a bit difficult. It was the first time he had noticed this kind of aura. If the previous Lin Wuyu acted harmless, at this moment it was a huge mountain. Won't. In the face of Lin Wuyu's movements, Zhou Miaodo's body leaned back slightly towards the back. This action also expressed a kind of regression, which was equivalent to telling Lin Wuyu in disguise that you're very strong. I know, and I'm afraid of you. That's fine. My wife will be back soon too. Lin Wuyu didn't continue to finish, but smart people should be able to know what he meant. That is, he didn't want Su Yuling to know these things. Every day so many people come running inside the house. Once or twice is fine. More is afraid that Su Yuling is a bit unhappy, so Lin Wuyu needs to take care of Su Yuling's emotions. Okay, then we won't bother eldest brother. Goodbye Uncle Master. A few people were all smart people, and somewhat nostalgically glanced at Lin Wuyu, then obediently put down their things and walked away. Yes, it's always a good idea to bring a little gift with you on a house call, something the three know how to do without being reminded. Wait, just as they were about to leave Lin Wuyu's house, the latter called out to them. A small tin of tea was then brought out from nowhere. The two of you are still not well. Drink some tea on weekdays, but don't let me send my black hair away. Lin Wuyu casually handed the tea canister over to Hua Cushion, and without waiting for the other party to say those words of thanks that made his heart sour inside, he directly closed the door of his home. Although this behavior didn't seem so polite, but how could the few people at the door have any mind to focus on polite or not? This tea canister inside the hand is not filled with ordinary tea. It's linden tea. For the few people who had seen the live broadcast, it was all too clear how valuable linden tea was. It is simply the legendary 1,000-year-old, which has the effect of prolonging life. The effect on people aging at their age is undoubtedly powerful. Extraordinarily expensive. Can't you see that well-known big stars, big powers, are willing to spend $500,000 on one or two of them without being able to do anything about it? Even Mr. Zhang and Mr. Li, the heads of large companies worth hundreds of millions of dollars, do not have this opportunity to buy. As a result, Lin Wuyu was actually willing to give them so much Bodhi tea. By some random math, there are at least 2 taels of linden tea here, the equivalent of $1 million. One shot was $1 million in return, compared to what the three had given Lin Wuyu, which totaled up to about $1 million. The ones who were most embarrassed to accept this were Elder Zhou and Zhou Miaoshi, because Hua Cushion Mountain at least had a good relationship with Lin Wuyu. It was definitely not this relationship on the surface. Sensing words and observing colors is the skill of this generation. People of their level are even more capable of discovering certain subtleties. Very sure that Hua Cushion definitely knows something about Lin Wuyu. Unfortunately, the other party has no intention of telling them. Then they have no choice but to act as if they don't know anything. It's something that is known to each other in their hearts and minds. Why don't we give this tea to senior brother Lin? Doesn't he want to temper his wife's body? That's right. There seems to be only a little bit of Bodhi tea left. It's probably around 2 taels. Let's return it to Uncle Lin. Although they were very happy in their hearts, the two of them ultimately knew that they were not qualified to enjoy such things for the time being, because the relationship hasn't gotten that far. Take it. It's you. Master Yu sees us giving for the sake of Chinese medicine and approves of us. Hua Cushion, who was beside him, opened his mouth with a complicated mood, directly putting an end to the two people's desire to send them back. It wasn't that he wanted Bodhi tea so badly. Indeed, he also wanted Bodhi tea, but it always felt a bit premature. But what Lin Wuyu gave to others, there was never such a thing as taking it back, unless it was the person's behavior that caused disappointment behind him. Then I'm sorry. When the time comes, it's not about taking back what you gave away, it's about the price you can't afford to pay. Well, after thinking carefully, the two of them also understood this and were flattered to accept Lin Wuyu's gift. Zhou Miaoshi's heart secretly vowed to show a little bit of strength that was still not bad so that he wouldn't let Lin Wuyu down. He is now also facing a great opportunity to be able to recognize many seniors in the Chinese medicine industry, and learn a lot of knowledge and experience, which is something incomparably precious for Chinese medicine practitioners, representing a person's upper limit, and how high the upper limit is, how high the height that this person can arrive at will be, and on the contrary, if the upper limit is very low, then a lifetime is just not able to get rid of that kind of upper limit. So envious. I'm a mediocre little general. I wonder if I have this chance to get the Bodhi tea that Mr. Moon rewarded me with. It would be great if I could. I want to get Bodhi tea too. You bastards. The Bodhi tea is mine. No one should think of taking it away. I'm going to go buy tickets to Spring City right now and see who everyone will get first. Are you serious? It's better not to disturb the moon god at this time, as he still has the responsibility of developing Chinese medicine. Yes, the moon god is upset enough right now, and how precious the Bodhi tea is. He would have wanted to keep some more for Ms. Su to taste, and wouldn't have paid so much if he hadn't looked at the two old Chinese doctors as very old. I was actually joking. Did you all take it seriously? Gives you a skinful. Summer 8 bowl ********. P.S. A skinny pile, a caring touching gesture, often used when guiding others out of their mistakes, with strong, visible results. Summer 8 Rip, originated from a game in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, 8 flags, which slowly evolved into a name in later years, never denoting nonsense. Chapter 123, The Solemnity of Western Medicine. The Other Side. At Kyoto West Hospital. As the largest Western hospital in the country, it has the best medical care, and Western medicine has announced a pride that belongs to them. That's the cancer attack. The fact that this terminal disease, which has existed for many years without being able to be overcome, has been cracked by specialists in Western medicine is something that can grow the prestige of Western medicine. An injection for cancer only costs $1.5 million. It is an expensive price for most people, but it is an incurable disease, and to have a cure is hope. People are like this. As long as there is hope that everything has a reason to struggle, cannot directly lose all hope, cannot see the hope of being able to continue to live. But these are not important things, although they are important. But what is more important for Western medicine is an achievement. Do you know why there are medical awards in the world? This is the award that belongs to Western medicine. Chinese medicine? Something that can't be world medicine. Sorry, doesn't seem to have the credentials to compete. In the eyes of the noble Western medical surgeons, Chinese medicine represents backwardness and ignorance. There is a part of me that will recognize the role of TCM though, but that part is so lacking. At this point, in the middle of an office, all the well-known Western medical professionals were gathered. Each one is a well-known doctor with many halos around him. This cancer attack is very important for us to practice media and get some publicity. And a big shout out to the great medical people who researched the program. Also, there is one more important thing. The person sitting at the top of the list was the president of the Domestic Western Medicine Association. The same person who had proposed to switch to someone else when he participated in the competition that day. We must win the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition. I've already contacted many foreign medical practitioners to participate in it, and the PR aspect should be well publicized. That's right, they knew the final victory was theirs before they even started. Although the appearance of a Huacushian mountain broke the original plan and caused some deviations from the smooth flow of the plan, but it was just that, deviations. In their minds, deviations count for nothing, and the end result is the same. A Huacushian is indeed able to shoulder the domestic Chinese and Western medicine leader, but he has to face the entire Western medicine sector of the strong. This he can win? No, not a chance in hell. In addition to a Huacushian, Chinese medicine no longer has a strong opponent. Zhou Laozi stepped in is not as strong as Huacushian. This matter is not considered important. It really doesn't count for much. The results are already set. Chairman Sama, at the risk of asking, which seniors are participating in the competition this time? I'm curious too. Everyone here is a member of the association and belongs to a gathering of the top brass. A part of them smiled arrogantly and didn't care, thinking that if those seniors were involved, they might be able to seize the opportunity to listen and learn a bit. This time it's Dr. Johnson's son, Dr. Truman, and Dr. Lynch who are here. The president looked at everyone with a smile on his face, his gaze lingering on the faces of Wang Shangyun and Fang Dingtian for a few seconds. The former was a little listless, the latter a little like he wanted to say something. It's actually these three. Heavens, the appearance of any one of them is enough to crush the situation here. Three of them appearing together is just too shocking. The price we pay should not be small either, but the president should have made a good deal. Very well, there's no need to keep guessing this time for the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition. Fortunately, we mobilized all our public relations to push the competition to a kind of peak heat, so that everyone can witness the brilliance of Western medicine. Of course, we will also give some encouragement to Chinese medicine practitioners, and they are going to develop. Dr. Sun's line is really level-headed. I admire it, worthy of being Dr. Sun. Where? In fact, it is all from the strength of confidence. At least Chinese medicine is also our dragon country's medicine. Need to carry out encouragement. But verbal encouragement, well, is considered to be the strong to the weak a kind of spur. Those present were overjoyed, triumphant, and already thinking of the scenes of that day. the flashpoint of the media will record the brilliance of Western medicine. And this becomes a stark contrast to the fall of Chinese medicine. Very strong contrast. The best way to make Western medicine grow more rapidly and steadily is to leave a medical theory behind. It's something that has to happen. It's the only way to get more resources and status. Gradually, it has come to the international stage. There is something wrong with the expression. They are already part of the international scene, but it will take some time before they are not the protagonists. Chinese medicine is one of the roadblocks. Sitting in the first place of the president for the laughter of the crowd did not have a little stop. Frankly speaking, his heart is also the same idea. But he is the president. Need to maintain their own image. The people underneath the people happy, but he can't be too high profile rejoice. This is a loss of authority for the president. He surveyed everyone in the room, his brows becoming slightly furrowed. Because at this point in time, there were still 2 people in the arena who didn't smile at all, which very much made the president feel unhappy. Dr. Fong, you look like you have something to say. Gently snapping the tabletop, the president silenced everyone and shifted his eyes to Fong Dingtian. Fong Dingtian's position among the people present was not bad, but he was not yet the most central member. But, what a happy time it was. And what did Fontaine have to say about it? It's a bummer. From the president's attitude of banging on the desktop and that stony face, it was evident that the president was very unhappy at the moment. If Fong Dingtian couldn't give a satisfactory reply, then the president would probably be furious. No one in the room wanted to offend the president, even though the president's power didn't seem that great. Hugs. Sorry, I just got bad news about this one from some places. So, Fong Dingtian rubbed his feet and replied with some nervousness and haste. Originally, he shouldn't have shown that kind of expression at such a happy time, but the news that he had learned was so shocking that he felt that his current smile was a kind of ridicule, so much so that he neglected the need to disguise himself in front of the higher-ups, and directly showed his intentions, which was very bad. And Fong Dingtian had never made such a mistake before. It was because of this that the president gave him a chance to speak, instead of discussing it slowly after it's over. Bad news? That one sentence made everyone in the room puzzled. They didn't watch the live stream called Understanding and didn't find it interesting, so they didn't know what happened in the Understanding live stream. And the fastest heat wasn't so fast, so for the time being, everyone didn't know. The only person who knew about it was Fong Dingtian, who had watched Lin Weiyue through an accident. Even because of this matter, he also and Zhou Miaoshi in the live broadcast inside a small competition. We do not distinguish between high and low. In Fong Dingtian think, is not distinguish between high and low. That's the worst possible extent of what could have been a solid win for him. So today he seemed a little burnt out, while everyone remained very happy, because the only opponent of Western medicine is only one person, and that is Hua Cushion. A Hua Cushion's bottom line has been mapped out, and it is not much of an opponent. In the face of those 3, Johnson Sun, one of the creators of the international theory of medicine, provided a great deal of help in the theorizing and advancement of Western medicine. Lynch, an excellent medical man, who was so skillful that he was even called an eclipsed hand, able to perform many subtle movements in surgery, and very old-fashioned in his grasp of the condition, had presided over thousands of surgeries, large and small, and had succeeded in several very famous operations. Truman, which was also a well-known medical practitioner in the West, was likewise far superior in ability to the current Hua Cushion Mountain. Why do you say it's the current Hua Catch Mountain? Because now Hua Cushion is a kind of limit. His age is already very big, and cannot hold on for a long time. Perhaps not wait for the next Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition. Hua Cushion has no successor. Chinese medicine is also from then on into the end. In fact, there is no next time. They are going to use this opportunity to eliminate the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition once and for all, because there is no need to continue the competition. Chinese medicine, it's over. But at a time like this, Fong Dingtian stepped forward to tell them that there was bad news. Everything is beautiful. You tell me. The president's face became more and more unhappy, and this time his heart was decisive. If Fong Dingtian was just a worrywart with his remarks, then I am sorry to say that Fong Dingtian will disappear as a person inside the association. Many people want to join the association because once they join it is a status symbol, more favorable to the development of the medical career above. Enduring the scrutinizing gazes of many peers, Fong Dingtian exhaled deeply and tried his best to let his mood return to a state of calm. He did not have a single fault. It is really that you all are happy really too early. Chinese and Western reach into every corner of the Dragon Kingdom. Unlike Western medicine, which has many wild medical practitioners, this means that there may still be very good TCM practitioners in existence among the billion or so dragons. Not necessarily the pinnacle. I've been following a program called Understanding, and there's a young man in there whose name is Lin Weiyue, a very powerful Chinese medicine practitioner who will be participating in the next Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition. Pust. The words were just finished, but someone in the quiet atmosphere suddenly opened his mouth and laughed. It is indeed a hilarious thing. It was because of a program that actually made Fong Dingtian so solemn and worried? So much so that it is suspected that they will fail and will be defeated at the feet of Chinese medicine? It's ridiculous. What is the show? It's an entertaining program that fools everyone. Since it's entertainment, isn't the result obvious? Everything is false. Nothing is really happening. And as a member of the association, Fong Dingtian actually believed it. Believed in a young man representing CCM to be able to triumph over them. Funny. It's just too funny. This is not something funny. Fong Dingtian spoke coldly, because the reason why this young man was willing to agree to show up was because Hua Cushion and Elder Zhou, including the head of the traditional Chinese Medicine Association, Zhou Miaoshi, went forward to invite him together. If this strikes you as ridiculous, I have nothing to say, and all I can tell you is that Hua Cushion and Elder Zhou call this young man their elder brother. Young's tone floated out, but the content inside always felt a bit unbelievable. A young man? Representing Chinese medicine in the competition. Hua Cushion addressed as the eldest brother? If it wasn't for the fact that these words were spoken by Fong Dingtian, with a serious face, the crowd would have thought that this was a joke. Something woven out of a script. Chapter 124. I insist on your decision. For a while, there were some odd attitudinal reactions from the crowd, not knowing how to express the emotions in their hearts. If this was the real thing, then it was indeed a big variable. How could an existence that could make Hua Cushion and Elder Zhou address him as a senior brother be an ordinary person? But it is strange to be in this place. It was just a young man, whose real age appeared to be less than 30 at best. Inside these people's eyes it was true that they were still considered a young man, unable to arrive at that kind of achievement. So that was why they felt a bit absurd. It was really hard to imagine that a youth who was only less than 30 years old was able to make Hua Cushion and Elder Zhou address him as elder brother? Could it be that Chinese medicine has completely given up the resistance and is therefore sick and desperate? Some people open their mouths, and there are still some who think it's a big deal. Dr. Fong, go investigate and count this matter, and wait until the meeting tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when I need to determine the truth of the matter. Tapping the desktop once more, the president's face remained very grave. He needed to make sure that the person called Lin Wuyu was not that powerful. If the level of Chinese medicine could give the crowd the same unexpected emotions as his age, this was the most important thing to focus on. Or wait until a few people appeared in the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition when something happened. Even if he had a few lives, he could not explain this matter clearly. This time, Western medicine can never lose. That's why the president is taking this one more seriously. A meeting that was originally a happy one became a bit tense for the crowd because of a passage that came out of nowhere from Fong Dingtian. The source of this tension is largely due to the sudden change of events. In case this young man called Lin Wuyu was really that powerful, by then all their so-called plans would be shattered. So everyone in the room became a little nervous, including the president. At least they're not expected to be in a happy mood until they work things out. Fong Dingtian, could it really be this thing? After walking out of the conference room hall, someone asked Fong Dingtian. This matter was brought up by Fong Dingtian after all, so he probably knew more information. But the latter's performance was somewhat hopeless. He honestly didn't want to say such things, but he was at least a part of Western medicine, so it wasn't quite right if he didn't tell everyone. I probably get it. After seeing this expression, the crowd probably knew what was going on. They went back inside their respective homes and started impatiently all looking for news about understanding the program. A program like this came out of nowhere and shattered all of Western medicine's plans. That kind of happy mood suddenly all disappeared, converted into a kind of sadness cloud overshadowed in the hearts of the crowd. Many people want to find a little clue, to learn that Lin Wuyu in the end is not so powerful in the legend. If you can make it true that Lin Wuyu is Hua Cushion and Master Zhou's eldest brother, can make it true that Lin Wuyu's medical skills are still on top of Hua Cushion, the chances of winning this Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition are a little bit plain and confused. By the time the evening rolled around, the news finally showed up about this one. The Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition has once again taken a turn for the worse, with young Chinese medicine practitioners set to represent Chinese medicine in the battle. Midwest War? Dark horses appear. Who exactly will this edition of the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition go to? Let's look forward to the surprises of the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition and the changes produced by this young man from Spring City. A young man who is also the top man in Chinese medicine? Various evil-like news reports appeared on the internet, and the internet, which had been quiet for some time, once again received a wave, and many people began to pay attention to the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition. This is divided into three groups. The first group, naturally, is the Western medical intellectuals who are not so optimistic about Chinese medicine, and directly and unreservedly began to express their own views. The emergence of Western medicine is the progress of the times. This is the trend of the times. No matter how much Chinese medicine is the native medicine of the Dragon Kingdom, but under the progress of science and the times will become a kind of past. This is a very indisputable fact. There is no need for everyone to be really how unhappy. Personally, I also think that Chinese medicine has lost hope. Nowadays medicine needs all sorts of sophisticated instruments. Do you still expect to be treated by Chinese medicine by taking your pulse? Laugh me to death. A large group of people are stumped here. What's so important about Western medicine and Chinese medicine? I'll support whoever can see patients better. I think so too. It seems like the best way to see a doctor is still Western medicine. That's not true. Chinese medicine, you see how much is left now. A whole lot of them are all liar-like existences. That is, these people who say they want Chinese medicine to develop will actually run to Western hospitals to receive treatment. And this Lin Wuyu, I've also seen programs about him. To say it's in terms of writing novels and teaching and cooking, there's no doubt that he's very good. But this is medicine. I really admire it. Do you know what something is medicine? A person so young is also a big shot in Chinese medicine. But being confused by that group of brainwashed fans, right? There are those who are against it and those who are for it. Similarly, a lot of talk about supporting Lin Wuyu appeared on the internet. I think these people are just sour. It's just so lemony. I can feel that sour smell of them through the netting. Right. You are a waste yourself. So you consider other people to be wastes as well. Ha! In fact, the only real waste is yourself. And those who don't recognize other people's excellence are the most ridiculous of all. Ordinary and confident. Chinese medicine is bad? Aren't so many herbs discovered by TCM practitioners? Have you heard of Shin-Nong tasting 100 herbs? Comedian. Come on. Western medicine has a little development. Do you want to kick Chinese medicine out? Think too much. Have said the two kinds of medicine now. The main aspects are not one and the same. Anyway, I like Chinese medicine very much. Me too. Sisters together for Luna. Never mind this crowd. Just forget about the blood that runs through your veins. Right? More people keep people are neutral attitude. Everyday work is so laborious. Appear in the network after all is not the majority. But this base is already very horrible. Directly suppressed the major platforms of the hot search. Became the first hot search. People marveled at Lin Wuyu's courage and hoped to show Western medicine the strength of Chinese medicine. But then, because of what is said outside, it becomes not so confident and creates a little doubt. That's right. It's still that important point. In most people's opinion, powerful Chinese medicine practitioners were all as old men. Although Lin Wuyu did seem to be very good, reaching achievements at this age that many had not reached. But Lin Wuyu was still too young after all. So young that the crowd didn't quite believe that Lin Wuyu was really a powerful Chinese medicine practitioner. The deep-rooted influence is also due to the fact that the profession of doctor takes a long time to learn and practice. TCM practitioners, in particular, need a very strong knowledge base and huge experience to become an old TCM practitioner. But these things had nothing to do with Lin Wuyu at all. He made a good meal for Su Yuling online. It wasn't that sumptuous, but there were 3 dishes and 1 soup, which was up to the normal standard. Then he waited earnestly for Su Yuling's return. Not only that, but he'd stuck to his code for 2 hours today, which meant he'd saved about a day's worth of drafts. In Lin Wuyu's opinion, his own fans were unaware of what he was going to do, so he saved a little bit of his manuscript in advance to make it easier for his work to continue when the time came. I'm back. Su Yuling, who came home from work, took off her shoes and walked towards the living room with some haste. She saw the broadcast after work and learned what was happening at home. Back, still in her original form, Lin Wuyu smiled as she walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of pickled cabbage soup. Sauerkraut soup is a little different in many places. Some prefer to use sauerkraut from turnips. Others prefer sun-dried sauerkraut. However, after choosing, Lin Wuyu felt that the best was to scald the green vegetables with water and put them into a vegetable jar to ferment the sauerkraut that had the best flavor. And the sauerkraut soup that was used to make it was also very tasty. It smells so good. Su Yuling nodded her head with a hum. Then her nose sniffed and smelled the lingering scent in the air. She didn't say anything superfluous and dutifully sat in her chair wanting to savor the delicacies created by the national chef. Each dish was carefully prepared by Lin Wuyu and took a lot of time. What I love most is to be able to come home from work with a delicious meal on the table and look at all the cozy things inside my home and feel that all the hard work was worth it. Eat more if it smells good. Lin Wuyu smiled with great satisfaction while chatting with Su Yuling about the things inside her work and sharing with each other the trivial little things inside her life today. Do you know about Xiao Shui? It's that one of my assistants. Today she suddenly ran to me and said that she was scolded again. She also said that her boyfriend wanted to break up with her. Young people nowadays are really complicated. Su Yuling chewed meat in her mouth and said vaguely, She said she was going to break down. I was going to comfort her, but it turned out that the more I comforted the worse I felt her mood. It's best not to comfort her. Then she's a veteran Netsukian. I think you could give her more work, because the only way to not get distracted by something else is to expend all your energy on one thing, Lin Wuyu said in a serious manner, not knowing in the slightest that there was a little snow inside the live broadcast room who had blacked out at this moment. Why was she scolded? It wasn't because of speaking the truth, and as a result, she was given a trick by Su Yuling who didn't mean to be late, and ended up being taught a very bad lesson by the manager. Why did her boyfriend break up? It's not because of the effects of watching live streams. Yesterday she quietly watched her boyfriend's cell phone and found a lot of stuff inside the other's browser. The program with the highest number of occurrences in the search history is Understanding. The second highest number of occurrences is a site called Adult Tree Hole, which has a lot of material for learning. The third highest number of occurrences is How to break up with your girlfriend in a reasonable way. What should I do if I don't like my girlfriend anymore? What kind of man is a scumbag? Well, after thinking about it later, I realized that a lot of it is still because of myself. If it weren't for her inability to speak up, if it weren't for her dislike of her boyfriend, it seems that none of this would have happened. Thus, at this moment, Yuki, acting very speechless, didn't know what she should say something better. Is it hard to tell your boss that I've actually been watching the live stream? Watching live at work as usual? That could cost this important job. After chatting for a period of time, Lin Wuyu still brought up the matter about participating in the competition. His expression became grave for a few minutes with a consultative tone and Su Yuling said, "Today I have 2 friends who came to find me, wanting me to go and help them with a favor. May have to travel to Kyoto for a few days next week." "Fine, I respect your decision to go as long as you want to," Su Yuling said without thinking. Lin Wuyu smiled. He knew Su Yuling would answer like this. He really knew too much. "Don't worry, I'll be back in 2 or 3 days at most if I go. I won't be delayed for too long, and I'll already have the novels all updated." Looking into Su Yuling's eyes, Lin Wuyu softly spoke. "Then this time things will not be more trouble. If it is very troublesome or do not go. I worry." After thinking about it, Su Yuling looked at Lin Wuyu with some concern. Compared to those so-called Chinese and Western doctors, she was more worried about her loved ones who accompanied her. That's right. After Su Yuling and Lin Wuyue got married, both parties had become relatives, husband and wife, and even companions. She saw the mockery and disdain of those people on the internet towards Lin Wuyue and felt bad about this. "Every time I see it, I argue the case, but unfortunately it never changes the way many people think like that. You still don't trust your husband? You still don't know if I'm good or not, wife?" Lin Wuyu gently raised her own eyebrows. The 2 men smiled at each other. Many of the supporters of Lin Wuyu in the live broadcast room also laughed. The man is still so confident and still the backbone of the family. No matter what, he didn't choose to tell Su Yuling about that kind of heavy matter, intending to bear all the consequences alone. Very responsible. As for Su Yuling, she only wanted to not become Lin Wuyu's trouble and silently become a supporter behind Lin Wuyu. Now that you've made a decision, go for it. Whether the ending was wonderful or not, she had always supported Lin Wuyu, because at a time like this, Lin Wuyue who dared to stand out was the hero in Su Yuling's heart. Chapter 125, The Stars of the Union. In the meantime, Magic City. This is the financial center of the Dragon Kingdom and the most economically prosperous city. As the first special economic zone ever created and strategically located to receive the first investment and development, the area is changing day by day. Many people love this city, but no matter which city they love, one of the most realistic conditions is that they need a lot of money. Otherwise, even if they love it, it's just an empty talk. Money is the only thing that allows one to enjoy the best of life, and the only thing that allows one to go and experience a lot of goodness. This is a world where wealth stands for many things, and even when people go out, rich people get a lot of respect because of their wealth. So people subconsciously think that the person is very cultured or think that the person has a very high level of knowledge. Actually, not all rich people are literate and not all poor people are uneducated. That's just a misconception. It's not even clear from whence the impact came, abruptly in the midst of many people's perceptions. It's a bit ridiculous to say, but that's the way it is. It was a big party in the middle of a high-class hotel in Magic City, simply because the people in the hotel box, every one of them is a big name in the entertainment circle exist. Li Ying, Big Power, Wang Baby, Old Hu, and many other stars. The youngest one is just about 20 years old. Any one of them would be courted by many fans when they walked out. But at this moment, they were all gathered in the middle of a box for only one thing. We've already gone to see Young Moon, and he's still living well all these years, and we didn't realize that we just left in the front foot, and in the next instant someone else was visiting Young Moon. That's the tone of the old Hu. He wore expensive suits and did not feel free to wear what he thought was comfortable. the upper class circle is not really that comfortable, and the mere need to wear formal attire to social occasions makes old Hu and some of the more casual people feel uncomfortable. You have to know that this is the Magic City. The temperature is nearly 30 degrees in this hot summer. Even if it is already afternoon, the temperature is still about 20 degrees as usual. Wearing thick formal clothes, sometimes the inside of my back is all sweaty. It was just too much. We're all people who want to show our gratitude to Mr. Moon. That's why we've gathered together. And I'm sure you've seen the content of the Understanding program. It's the first time that Mr. Moon has appeared since he retired from the screen. And I think we should do something about it. Power spoke with a serious face, also wearing the attire of a strong woman. No longer the obedient girl that she was when facing Lin Wuyu. At this moment giving the crowd the feeling of being like a big sister. Then tell us what we should do some. We big old men are not as careful as you girls. You just give a direct account. Baby Wan's expression was also more grave, losing that cheeky feeling. That's only cheeky when you're on screen. It happens to be comedians who rarely show a smile in their day-to-day lives, because there are so many false smiles on display. The smiles are lost in real life. Sister Lying, do you have any thoughts? In the face of Baby Wan's question, Power didn't follow, but instead looked at Lying, who was seated on the other side. The latter was dressed in a fresh and sharp outfit, looking as pretty as ever, and both were face painters. And the only two girls at this party. Power sister, you must have thought of this a long time ago. I also received the news suddenly, so it's better not to be embarrassed. She gingerly took a sip of coffee from her cup. It's not a meal. It's just a private meeting for people to discuss things. Every person present is an old man in the entertainment industry. Know some things about the Power and Lying. They both expressed that kind of emotion towards Lin Wuyu during the training course. But unfortunately, it was Power who ended up being the better one, as Liang was still too honest at that time and not as witty as Power. Although it is all a period of the past, but the relationship between the two is still not the kind of relationship that is particularly good. In fact, everyone present from the showbiz industry, life has gradually changed. From the original a training course inside the cheeky members, into a mature person. Since you all believe in me so much, I'll offer my humble opinion. I plan to travel to Kyoto and accompany Young Moon to participate in this Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition. Power smiled and rose from his seat. Then that sharp gaze swept over everyone present. After hearing Power's plan, the mood of the crowd became a bit gloomy. At first their plan was to send some things, or to go to say thank you in person. I did not expect that the big Power gave a news that everyone felt surprised. Actually want to go to Kyoto to directly accompany Lin Wuyu to participate in this Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition. This, it has to be said, has some punch to it. Why is it impulsive? Because they are all go where the media follow where to appear. Themselves with a lot of heat star. If all appear there, well, to get right to the point, they like to sneak around and keep everyone out of the loop. Otherwise it tarnishes their current image. Even if it was to give Lin Wuyu a thank you in person or something, at least no one would know about it. But this kind of appearing under everyone's scrutiny must be a little hard to bear. It's just kind of a weird thing. It's like a quarrel between two groups of people, where no one pays attention to the place. Two people have conflicts and quarrels, then these two people most likely will not make a move. But if they have a large crowd gathered around them, or if their friends are there, then most likely they will do it. Who doesn't want a face? Power didn't say a word, looking at the crowd with a smirk at the corner of her mouth, not knowing any better what they meant. Power wasn't the only one looking at everyone like that. There were a few others with that same gaze, including Li Ying. Being focused by their eyes like this caused those who had other thoughts in their hearts to have some embarrassment to express what was in their hearts. Because, they're like a blank slate like that, favoring the same attitude of the Powers and everyone else. I also think your suggestions are good, but recently there are a lot of work to be busy. We can't just let the investor lose a few $1 million just because of this incident. My agent also arranged my schedule without my knowledge. And I'm sorry to say that there's a good chance I won't be able to show up at that time. So it's better to forget about that as well. My side of 3 people stood up in a row, all members of the course that year. After some deliberation, they decided it was better not to travel. At this point in time, Lin Wuyu was ultimately just an ordinary person. It wasn't worth it to them, and since Lin Wuyu wasn't a rich businessman or some top star in the entertainment industry, it was only appropriate to casually send some money. The two people's identities were different, and Lin Wuyu had no value that could be utilized. Nope, there was actually still a use for it. It could be done through Lin Wuyu doing a show with those fans, letting the fans know how much they cared about their master, off caring about their mentor, which as usual was a good way to do it. Unfortunately, it's just that to do it as much as Power said, those guys wouldn't have agreed to do it anyway. Take care, you bunch of white wolves. Infuriated, Baby Wang directly stood up and disliked the 3 people who had left. These three people were also members of the training course back then, and Yu Xiao never treated them with bias in their instructions, so their current achievements can be considered. And they are also considered to be big names in the entertainment industry, so they didn't expect to be so complacent. Humph. Those few big names who left their faces slightly chilled down, coldly grunted without saying anything more, and directly left the box. It's kind of a rare thing to be able to take the time to arrive here. Know how pressed for time they are? Every day is packed with a full schedule, and a random advertisement costs millions. It's a waste of time to talk about what's going on here, rather than enjoying their lives. Beautiful women, flowers, and all sorts of materialistic pleasures. Pissed off, watching the departure of several big names, Baby Wang's face revealed an angry expression. Somewhat distracted, he pulled out a box of cigarettes, looked at the crowd inside the treasure chest, and after asking for advice, he lit up a cigarette and gulped it down. Well, now that the irrelevant people have left, all five of us should be okay with it, right? Power clapped her hands together and surveyed the four people besides her. They are Li Ying, Baby Wang, Old Hu, and Wu Sanshur. I have no comment. I don't have a problem with that either. The crowd replied faintly, expressing what was on their minds. They had already put off all the work for those days and scheduled them in advance, so they really didn't have a problem with it at all. And it wasn't just a matter of losing a little bit of money. Such important things are nothing compared to the money lost. Besides, there are others who don't actually act that busy. It's all just an excuse to not want to degrade themselves by attending such events. It didn't matter to a few people. They all feed off of their respective acting skills. And those fans who do love them for their acting plus their looks, as well as for who they are as people. Is it a degrading thing to do to go cheer on your mentor? None of the five hearts present thought so. Well then, let's just meet in Kyoto then. Getting a few people's promise, Power's face bloomed out into a smile once again. After all, there were still some people left behind. Not everyone was a white-eyed wolf. Those few performed as they were expected to. Chapter 126 The beginning of the conquest. Time was lost in the blink of an eye. Often, people leave without realizing that they have suddenly arrived at the time when the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition is about to begin. The heat about this fight hasn't died down too much these days, and it's trending more and more enthusiastic. People are curious to see how this one turns out. Could a young Lin Wuyu compete with those tough old men of Western medicine? Honestly speaking, for this match, many people's feeling was very absurd, because Lin Wuyu's age was really too young. Wanting to compete with the entire world of Western medicine seemed to lack so much substance. But because of Lin Wuyu's various deeds, many people were filled with curiosity again. That is, there was still a thought inside their minds that Lin Wuyu, such a legendary person, might be able to have a legendary thing happen again? That's what makes this Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition so highly regarded. Honey, I found your suit for you, and since you're going on an errand, it's more important to wear formal attire. At this point, in the middle of a neighborhood in Spring City, Su Yuling had woken Lin Wuyu up early because she hadn't seen Lin Wuyu do anything to get ready since these 2 or 3 days. That's in the face of the world's top level of Western medicine, and not facing one person, but 3. At a time like this, Lin Wuyu actually didn't make the slightest preparation. Well, at least it's a temporary fix to prepare for it. Looks like there's some hope. Just like when we have to face the exam. Even if the role of reading books before the exam is not so great, but in the process of the exam can think of the books that we saw today. The role of those knowledge points and still very strong. But Lin Wuyu didn't do any preparation at all, which gave rise to a state of being a scum. Either you're a schoolboy, or you're a schoolboy, defying all odds. And this time it was equivalent to the college entrance exam, which was one of the most important exams in life. That is to say, even a school bully would make some preparations. So it was obvious then that Su Yuling's mind had already viewed Lin Wuyu as a school slag. Ow! Yawning as he walked out from inside the bedroom, Lin Wuyu looked cozy. If Su Yuling didn't know that he was about to face a Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition that had received the attention of the whole country, and even the whole world, I'm afraid that she also thought that Lin Wuyu was facing a very ordinary thing. It was just like the one Lin Wuyu had said. Wasn't it just to go and take care of some simple things with a friend? Honey, what are you doing up so early? Isn't the ticket 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Glancing at the clock hanging on the wall, Lin Wuyu's face still displayed a hint of bewilderment as it was actually only 7 in the morning. What are you doing up at 7 o'clock in the morning? Sleeping on an airplane doesn't feel comfortable at all. Being able to sleep more is certainly a great thing. I thought that there must be a bit of trouble with you helping your friend, so I wanted you to get up earlier to get ready and be in a better state of mind. Su Yuling carefully ironed the suit that was laid out on the desktop. This was a suit that Lin Wuyu had purchased before, and had worn it once from the day of the wedding, and had not continued to wear it a second time at all at other times, because most of the time since Lin Wuyu had stayed at home writing her novels, she wasn't wearing formal clothes at all. Nor did she need to. It's a very simple thing. Because formal wear isn't all that comfortable. Especially when it's a hot day. Wearing a tank top and big pants is the best experience. This feeling is arguably much more comfortable than wearing formal wear. That's why Lin Wuyu didn't continue to wear formal attire. What's so important about that? At most it's just an exchange with a couple of gringos. You know, how can they possibly fight your incredibly smart husband? Lin Wuyu looked very indifferent. Her eyebrows slightly raised. Then she directly walked to the restroom and started washing up. This at least have been up from the bed. Cannot word I once back to bed? Even when I went back to bed I lost the intention to sleep because my mind was very much awake inside. Then it was a matter of accepting this arrangement and dutifully washing and getting ready. The moon god is the moon god. It's just too bland. Just interacting with a few gringos? My god. Big brother, have you not gotten what you're dealing with? I seriously suspect that Elder Joe and Hua Cushion Mountain didn't give the moon god a lecture on the opponents he needed to face. So much so that the moon god developed such prideful thoughts. This is a very serious matter. Brothers, I think so too. You guys think it's a mistake. In fact it's long been clear with the moon god about everything. Honestly I don't know why the moon god is so blasé. Is it just wanting Miss Su to not worry too much? Maybe there is such a possibility. Maybe there is no such possibility. No, I don't think all of this performance by the moon god is like a false show. It's more like a real state. You guys should know what I mean. That is to say that the moon god is really bashful. The viewers in the live broadcast room were about to be dumbfounded. All about to face a Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition that the whole world was staring at. How did Lin Wuyu manage to be so calm? It was really beyond the crowd's imagination. Is this a case of thinking of yourself as a powerhouse? Or is it a case of simply giving up all hope of struggling? But Lin Wuyu's performance that day was a sure victory over this move. This left the viewers of the live stream feeling very confused. Is this the hope of Chinese medicine? I thought it was a really powerful person. But it turned out to be just a strong person on the internet. And so poor inside reality that one doesn't know what to say better. That's right. This is just their strongest in the chef world. Actually daring to challenge Western medicine in this area of the medical world. Really out of their depth. It's better for young people to be good at being your online writers. Why take on responsibilities that you simply can't afford? Ha ha ha. This sentence is really too pithy. I also defecate like this. This Lin Wuyu, I thought how powerful he really is. He actually makes some doctors nervous. I really don't know what kind of thoughts they have. I can't figure it out either. These days there were suddenly a lot more people from the medical field inside the live broadcasting room. Just like the doctors of Western medicine, who directly scoffed after seeing Lin Wuyu's performance in the past few days, almost pointing their hands at him and saying that he was a piece of trash, because Lin Wuyu's performance was just too disappointing. Of course, there was also a part of jealousy in it. There were likewise a lot of people within Western medicine who were around Lin Wuyu's age, feeling that what they couldn't even arrive at accomplishments right now. What made a young Lin Wuyu capable of doing it? So it was a simple thing. They started to belittle Lin Wuyu's behavior. Cozy. Lin Wuyu, who walked out from the restroom, was still happy to take a shower and get herself in a much better state of mind. Here, wear the suit and see how it fits. It's been so many years since I've worn it and I don't know if it shrunk. Su Yuling picked up the suit and pointed it at Lin Wuyu's body, intending to let the latter try the suit to see if it fit or not. When a man goes to a Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition that the whole world can observe, of course he has to dress up. Alright. Under hopeless resistance, Lin Wuyu finally agreed to wear this formal dress that she didn't like to wear. Because he also knew that if he didn't wear formal attire he would have to wear a Chinese medicine practitioner's getup. And Lin Wuyu preferred this somewhat hot formal attire over the Chinese medicine practitioner's getup that looked like a strange and weird outfit. He walked into the middle of the room with his formal attire, and a few minutes later changed into a costume and walked out, making Su Yuling's eyes light up. Lin Wuyue, who wore formal clothes, had a special kind of temperament, no longer like the original amiable husband, but more like a domineering president, or the temperament of a superior person. What's wrong? Wife, come and help me tie my tie. Haven't done it in years, have a bit of a hard time getting used to it. That illusion dissipated in the next second, and Lin Wuyu tore at the tie around his neck, instantly returning to his original appearance. Don't you move. I got it. I got it. Stopping Lin Wuyue's movements, the thoughtful Su Yuling fixed his tie, and finally, under Lin Wuyue's uncomprehending eyes, forced Lin Wuyue to remain calm for a group photo. For a moment just now, I actually imagined the moon god as the domineering president in my mind. Is it one of those bossy ones with the corners of his mouth turned up? Is it one of those domineering presidents who can't move without a high-strung face? Is it one of those wall-to-wall dominatrixes? Ha 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 ha, you guys really know your way around a bully. There's one thing to be said for the moon god's temperament in formal attire is really good. This face value is really enviable. That's not true. You don't even look at who our moon god is. How else could you confuse power? Confusion. Then, that's called charm. That's called attraction. Yes, 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 that one is attraction. The audience within the live broadcast room was quiet for a split second because of Lin Wuyu's appearance just now, and then quickly disintegrated that shocking emotion because of Lin Wuyu's opening. Lin Wuyu, who doesn't speak, is, well, just plain handsome. It wasn't that Lin Wuyu was narcissistic, but he was really handsome. I wish Moon got a triumphant return this time representing Chinese medicine. Everyone hit the public screen for Moon God on the blessing. I spoke with a smile on her face, slightly lost in thought again for a moment just now. Congratulations to the Moon God on his triumphant return. The Moon God is invincible. At the command of the Moon God, 100,000 Chinese medicine practitioners return with dominance. Beat Western medicine. Raise the prestige of our Chinese medicine. Go Kirikou. Kirikou. Upstairs can't talk for me. Wish the Moon God a triumphant return. The red flag will not fall, and the snowflakes will not flutter. Chapter 0127, the highly anticipated match. On this side, Lin Wuyu was ready to depart. Accordingly, the people from the Western medicine side were about to arrive in the capital of the Dragon Kingdom. There were about 10 of them in the team, including international journalists, who wanted to be the first to record this belonging to the most glorious time of Western medicine. That's why they came with the entourage to Kyoto in the Dragon Kingdom, because it's also a win. A victory that belongs to modern medicine and ancient medicine. It could even involve a battle between the Dragon Kingdom and the West. Yes, it looks like a collision between two medical systems, but in reality there are many more implications. So this Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition is bound to get a lot of attention. Victory Western medicine, on the other hand, is bound to get more support from the masses and resources. This Hua cushion is still very good. The foundation is very good. If we can join the team of Western medicine, it will only take more than 10 years to arrive at our current achievements. In the first-class cabin of the airplane, several middle-aged men in gentlemen's clothing carry on a conversation. They are the 3 Western medical practitioners participating in this Chinese and Western medical exchange competition. Johnson's son. It was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Extraordinary temperament. Some slightly large hands. Slightly out of shape, but not a big belly greasy middle-aged. The truth is that no matter what country you are in, it is all too normal to be out of shape after arriving at that level of middle age. Not all rich and high-status people are fat though, because rich people take more care of their bodies. They spend a lot of money to protect their bodies, and being overweight is sometimes the source of many diseases. For example, high blood pressure, diabetes and many other diseases are to some extent an effect of obesity. Even, there are some top rich businessmen who choose to inject expensive longevity injections in order for them to be able to live even longer. As in the case of a rich man in the Dragon Kingdom, whose lifespan has now reached more than 90 years by relying on longevity injections. To be precise, the current one is not a rich man in the Dragon Kingdom anymore, having transferred his nationality. The reason why the real estate prices in the country have rapidly risen to the present extent has some non-negligible connection with this one. It's just like that. Choosing the right path is the path. Choosing the wrong path is no towards success. This is the truth of everything. Another slightly younger looking man spoke up, with an ordinary appearance, probably around 30 years old. Don't look at his age, but he is a well-known figure in Western medicine, and even in the world of Western medicine and medicine. Lynch, a Western medical practitioner with a name that looked like a dragon nation, was not that old, but the surgeries he had participated in and completed had surpassed those of the 2 famous Western medical practitioners in the room. He is known as the leader of Western medicine and the spiritual leader of the younger generation. That eclipsing hand maneuver gave him too much toughness. The Western medicine within the Dragon Kingdom is still slightly weak. It is actually unable to defeat even a single Chinese medicine practitioner. I even feel that 2 phenomena have emerged in the Western medicine in the Dragon Kingdom. One is those who support the existence of Chinese medicine, and the other is our allies. The last gentleman to speak up was Truman, also a strong medical man, offering his opinion. As you know, I'm old enough to not be particularly concerned with the decisions made up there. I'm just serious about what I'm studying on my own. He shrugged and was straightforward and honest, though the gesture was not so gentlemanly. But who made him older? It seems that our Mr. Truman doesn't know yet. The corners of Lynch's mouth rose slightly, and the eyes that still had these dark circles sparkled, folding out a light called wisdom. Actually, the reason why we're involved in this one is because it involves some decisions from above, and it's a good level for us, as long as, speaking here, Lynch suddenly closed his mouth and didn't continue to speak, instead glancing at the international journalists who were slowly walking towards them. Journalists are really not a wonderful profession, but sometimes their presence needs to be utilized to steer things. All in all very complicated. There used to be a lot of things that journalists reported on the basis of their own subjectivity, as is the case now. And many of them have little gifts for journalists at their press conferences because they don't know how the damn journalists are going to report on things, or even twist things around. So, sometimes a reporter's fare just reaches a few $100s, and sometimes the quantity given to those reporters is not satisfactory, and as usual, it still has the same effect. There are also people who get the money, but don't do the work. Big time. What are a few gentlemen talking about? The international reporter involved in the coverage of this Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition was Annie, a blonde-haired beauty in her mid-20s. Her looks had an aesthetic in line with Westerners, a slender figure, a high nose, and a pair of eyes that looked like jewels. We were talking about how we're going to do a deconstruction of the damn cockroaches in the house. Would MS and be interested in hearing about it? Lynch turned his head with a smile on his face, not hiding his displeasure in the slightest, but from the looks of it, he was just elaborating on a factual situation. That damn cockroach, and needed to do a deconstruction to get rid of the disgust in his heart, and showed a shocked expression as if she didn't know. Oh my god, this is cruel and intriguing. I didn't realize that Mr. Lynch's hobby is to deconstruct all sorts of things. It's no wonder that Mr. Lynch's healing skills are so powerful. Cockroaches are nothing. What I want to know is why this cockroach always has to appear where it shouldn't. MS. Annie, when you're in the middle of a meal and you see a cockroach running by, all of your delicious dinner becomes not so delicious. It was about a conversation between two young people, and the other two Western medicine daimyo just listened to their chat with smiles on their faces, feeling very interested. Yes, Mr. Lynch's troubles are the same as mine, but my home is clean and all free of cockroaches, and I would suggest that you could make it cleaner so that there are no cockroaches, and smiled slightly, and an exchange of words ended so easily, and the ultimate victory still belonged to her. Miss Annie, that's what made Miss Anne happiest, getting up and leaving the vicinity of several people to return to the group of international journalists. Lynch's face wasn't all that pretty, and gave Annie a cold look, as if he were looking into something he'd unpacked inside his weekdays, a look that was, frankly, a bit intimidating. Where to start? How to make the deconstruction more complete? For Lynch these things are too familiar. The deconstruction of the human body was something he had studied a lot, and the education of his big body teachers had made him a bit eccentric. It's a normal thing. A lot of talented people are a bit eccentric, and I don't know what it is. Morning. In bustling Kyoto, a lot of media workers have gathered outside the airport today, and there were many more people piling up in the airport's aisles, requiring security guards to detach a large portion of their forces to keep order on the scene. Don't think too much. This wasn't a welcome prepared for Lin Wuyu. He was a very ordinary man. Even with the addition of his status as a participant in the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition, it wasn't enough to have such an exaggerated welcome. There were a lot of greeters on the scene, and a lot of media workers, who became a little frantic when a few people showed up. Power. Lying. Baby. Old who? Oa. Mishi. Yes. It was a very voluminous spectacle. 5 people dragging suitcases slowly appeared in the airport, either dressed in a very trendy way or dressed like a rural uncle. Behind a few of the men were some others who served them. This is a matter of necessity. They do not want to get themselves into some difficult to solve things. What things cannot be their own hands on can be solved. Sometimes still need the help of these people. Hello everyone. Smiling weakly at those fans outside, the 5 continued on their way. Me, may I ask if you all gathered in Kyoto this time? Do you want to cheer for the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition? But how could the reporter let them go? This is a very good opportunity. Immediately raised his own microphone to send out inquiries. It's not just about inquiring about a Power. Others have enjoyed the same treatment. That's right. Power smiled. Still the same kind of smile she had in the TV series. But we're not doing this for the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition this time, but for our mentor, Lin Wuyu. Wow. Suddenly, many people were shocked. It was actually for Lin Wuyu. They all knew that Demimi and Lin Wuyu had caused some scandal, but that was also a period of time in the past and nothing had happened. So the heat quickly dissipated. However, the fact that Power was a member of Lin Wuyu's training class and what happened with Lin Wuyu was remembered by everyone. It's kind of become a hashtag. I didn't realize that so many top-notch big stars appeared on the scene to actually cheer on Lin Wuyu. This showed that in their hearts, the status of this one mentor, Lin Wuyu, was much higher than the crowd had imagined. Not the kind of mentor that was utilized and then disappeared, but a mentor that had always been highly respected. A mentor that could make them so respected was enough to say something. Can the average person have this kind of status? No way. Big stars will respect their middle school teachers, but never make such a big move for a middle school teacher. Power. May I ask if you still want to rekindle with Lin Wuyu? Or simply want to come here to cheer on your mentor? A reporter wasn't afraid to ask and revealed a kind of madness in his eyes. The journalists around him were taken aback by his comment and looked at the person who had issued the query. Oh, so it was this media company. So all is normal then. No surprise there. The journalists at this media company are all the same. Talk is cheap. However, they also really enjoyed the inquiry. Not to mention that the reporters and fans are so excited. It is the few stars around them who are looking curiously at Power, expecting how this one will answer and ease the awkward situation now. It is really intriguing. Under their gazes, Damini's sharp gaze looked at the one who spoke. Her voice had some solemnity and some seriousness in it. I have to remind you of one thing. Yu Xiao is my mentor, and I won't allow you to be insulted in this way. Secondly, Yu Xiao is competing for the sake of traditional Chinese medicine this time around, and your behavior like this makes me feel nauseous. And lastly, I have a great deal of respect for my mentor and my mentor's current wife, and that's all I have to say in reply. From this voice it is not difficult to tell that at this moment the Power seems to be some really angry. That reporter scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and did not aggressively continue to ask. There were a lot of fans around. He didn't want to be cleaned up by so many of Power's fans. That kind of ending I'm sure he didn't want to experience. Besides, it's just for a job. There's no need to harp on it. In moderation. Got good press already anyway. 5 top stars appeared in Kyoto to support their mentor Lin Wuyu. News with this kind of heat can definitely create a very strong buzz. Knowing that all 5 of these stars are great stars, it's bound to bring a strong reaction. They just have so many fans. Even if you don't feel a thing for 4 of the stars, there's one who manages to have some good feelings. Chapter 0128, Light and Easy? Actually, what these reporters and fans didn't know was that Lin Wuyu was on this very flight. He was traveling in a regular cabin, so he didn't generate to contact with several of his former apprentices. And Lin Wuyu also hoped to produce contact. It was really terrible. There were actually so many reporters and fans appeared at the entrance of the airport. At first he thought that he was not exposing something. They did not dare to go out. Then realized, well, still overthinking it, where could he have gotten such a warm welcome? These were welcome ceremonies that didn't belong to him, which also showed that all of those things were still well hidden, causing the corners of Lin Wuyu's mouth to rise slightly into a smile. I really am a genius. Come softly, drop softly, quietly and silently with all the media and the 5 top stars missed. Lin Wuyu and some gloating. This is the price of becoming a star. Completely out of their own privacy. At any time have to be careful of privacy to be found out. It is really too hard to suffer things. For Lin Wuyu, living in other people's gazes all the time was simply worse than killing herself. Unfortunately, he doesn't realize that he's been living his life in the eyes of others, and has long been facing social death, and is actually in the mood to spit on a few of the top stars, and that everyone is actually one and the same. Okay. The number of fans in Lin Wuyu's live broadcast was even greater than the number of fans some of them had. Moon God. It's a pronoun. Uncle Master. Walking out of the airport, Lin Wuyu directly dialed the phone number of his young master nephew, who had long since made all the preparations and was waiting for Lin Wuyu to return to the room they had arranged. Over here, Grandmaster Uncle. He watched Lin Wuyu, who was holding up the phone in the distance, wave his own arm, and in the next moment, realizing that this would easily expose Lin Wuyu's message, he suddenly went quiet. By the time the surrounding people's sights were cast over, Zhou Miaodo had already picked up her own cell phone and swiped something, and was still suspiciously looking around towards everywhere around her, with that exact same expression as everyone else's. Nuts. I thought it was a master from some sect coming down the mountain. Ha ha ha, thinking too much. I think the door to the mental hospital was left open? The people around him casually talked about it and didn't take this matter to heart, and Lin Wuyu, who was wearing a mask and couldn't read his expression, walked over to Zhou Miaoshi's side, and in the latter's snappy smile, he got into the special car that had come to pick him up and drop him off. It's kind of an okay service, I guess. This young nephew has a little bit of nurturing to do. Grandmaster Uncle, we've arranged the most luxurious hotel. Father and second uncle are waiting to receive you. Zhou Miaoshi drove the car while explaining something to Lin Wuyue. The latter took off their sweltering masks. It was still a difficult thing to wear a mask all the time on an airplane. At least the heat wasn't so easy to radiate, causing one of the most important things Lin Wuyue wanted to do right now was to wash her face and brush her teeth. Take me to the hotel first, he commanded without even thinking about it. Good. Zhou Miaoshi nodded, then picked up a document from his side. Uncle Master, this is the information of the Western medicine contestants. We also collected as much as we could, and we didn't write up the things that were inaccurate, so you can see if it can be of some help to you. Lin Wuyu was a bit speechless, but she still took this goodwill from Zhou Miaoshi and took the document in her hand, casually flipping through it for a moment or two, and roughly knew the information about the Western medicine contestants this time around. Well, Grandmaster Uncle? Zhou Miaodou nervously inquired, expecting Lin Wuyu to give out a little reply. Not doing too bad. After thinking about it, Lin Wuyu replied, not bad? Zhou Miaoshi's expression solidified slightly. His concern was not about the information still being wrong, but how much certainty there was. Seeing that Grandmaster Uncle didn't seem to want to say it, Zhou Miaodou still obediently kept his mouth shut and could only expect this Grandmaster Uncle to give a surprise. It should be very powerful. Judging from the expression on the second master's face, it was probably the case. Not much longer. The vehicle stopped in front of a hotel. It had to be said that this time Zhou Miaoshi was still very well prepared, and in order to entertain Grandmaster Uncle, a luxurious hotel was specially chosen, and Lin Wuyue was also very satisfied. After letting Zhou Miaoshi wait outside for half an hour, he changed out of his uncomfortable formal attire, intending to wear it once again when he attended the competition. Then, there was the casual attire, appearing in the middle of the lobby after washing up. A necessary preparation is a mask. The situation is a bit serious now, and not wearing a mask can be a problem. Come on, go see your father. Lin Wuyu walked towards the front indifferently, treating Zhou Miaoshi with an attitude that was really like that of an elder treating a junior. And on the contrary, this attitude Zhou Miaoshi was still very submissive. He was a man in his 50s, and he was actually being commanded by someone who looked like he was only in his 20s. It's an odd scenario. It's just too awkward, at least to a lot of people. But only Zhou Miaoshi knew that there was no twinge at all. It was just normal. Isn't it proper to face the Grandmaster Uncle with such respect and savagery? Inside the Kyoto hotel, many delicacies were prepared in the luxurious box, such as the famous roast duck, which was also a delicacy on the table. Many places have their own specialties, and Kyoto's specialty is roast duck. Lin Wuyu still liked it more, provided that the roast duck tasted authentic. No one else joined in on this party. This reason was because Lin Wuyu didn't really like to be under too much attention, even though participating in a competition would always still be under the world's attention, but at least inside this small box, they could freely discuss what they wanted to say. Therefore, there were only a few people in the box, including Lin Wuyue, Hua Cushion, Elder Zhou, and Elder Zhou's son, Zhou Miaoshi, who was now the president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. These people were all people who knew Lin Wuyu's true identity and also knew how powerful a person Mr. Yu was. I still remember when Mr. Yu took me to see that one. What a sight Chinese medicine was really at that time. But unfortunately we didn't maintain that sight. It was a very sad thing for me. Elder Zhou's current relationship with Lin Wuyu had gradually become somewhat more skillful, so he was able to speak freely. Of course, this speaking freely refers to speaking freely within a certain kind of area, and doesn't represent a real speaking freely, and it will take a long time to reach this level, because they didn't have any previous contact. Which is a very obvious fact that everyone knows in their hearts. And what Elder Zhou and Zhou Miaoshi wanted to do was to improve their relationship with Lin Wuyue a bit and become familiar. The best way to cut through the chatter was, of course, their mutual master, Mr. Moon. It's okay, the glory that was once lost didn't disappear. It was gradually hidden, not letting them arrive at the pinnacle of achievement. How can it be hard when they fall? Lin Wuyu sipped a glass of Maotai from many years ago, which also seemed to be Master Zhou's private treasure. In fact, he also had that one type of medicinal wine that was even more beneficial to people. But medicinal wine is something that is not suitable for any age to drink down. So Lin Wuyu, who looked like he was still considered a young man, wasn't that suitable for medicinal wine and didn't really like drinking medicinal wine that much. Zhou Miaoshi smiled, with some ingratiating meaning in his smile. Grandmaster Uncle had already looked at the information of those Western doctors when he came here, so he should be feeling victorious. Maybe we'll run into some difficulties. But we only need one victory and one draw to be able to restore Chinese medicine's former status. All we want is a slightly better treatment. And that's enough. Why do we only need to win one game? Since we're going to show up, let's just win 2 games. Lin Wuyu's thoughts however were different from Zhou Miaoshi's. 1 win and 1 draw. Which meant that the final result would be the equivalent of a draw. He didn't come all the way to Kyoto just to be able to fight a draw, but rather, to reintroduce traditional Chinese medicine, TCM, to its former status. That was the reason Lin Wuyu came to Kyoto. It's not what Myrtle Chow said. But, Zhou Miaoshi sweated. He wanted to tell Lin Wuyu that those 3 Western doctors are the existence of the great masters in Western medicine. Want to win is not so easy. But he saw the expression of Hua Cushion. That is a very indifferent expression. As if it is very indifferent. Lin Wuyu the same. Did. Zhou Miaoshi closed her mouth and smiled in agreement. He had a guess in his heart that since an existence like Hua Cushion Mountain wasn't worried at all, that meant Lin Wuyu was very strong. Mighty to the point that the worst possible outcome would be the kind of tiebreaker he's talking about. In that case, it's just too good to be true. You have to know that he has been in the Chinese medicine industry for such a long time, but only became a known Chinese medicine practitioner in the ranking of the existence of 5. But how old is Lin Wuyu now? At most, it's 27 or 18 years old, according to the official information. That is, judging from the words on top of Baidu, then Lin Wuyu's real age is 27 years old. A 27-year-old man became the second highest ranking presence inside the TCM industry. This kind of talent was, it had to be said, truly terrifying. At least at this moment, Zhou Miaotou is feeling a kind of terrible. If he can make his uncle Lin return to the profession of traditional Chinese medicine, the effect is definitely very strong. Going forward, Chinese medicine will usher in a whole new kind of development, with the ceiling raised once again. Eat. We said we'd pick up after eldest brother. Smilingly, he said, bringing this one thing to a close. The crowd moved the chopsticks in their hands, ready to savor these delicious foods. Each food item was very exquisite. Although it was not as good as the craftsmanship of the special guest chef of Lin Wuyu's national banquet, it was still a very good kind of banquet. Is it really hard to find the chef of the state banquet to cook? That kind of rank, Zhou Miaotou really couldn't afford to hire with this little income. By the way, eldest brother, did you return with master's 3 silver needles? Halfway through the meal, Hua Cushion, who had been silent and hadn't said anything, looked at Lin Wuyu curiously with a meaning of respect in his eyes, but it was hidden pretty well. At least these people were unnoticed. Bring it on. I'm used to using 3 silver needles, and I've brought you a little surprise. Lin Wuyu wiped her lips and spoke slowly. He took out a black suitcase and kept it at his feet. In here are many medical writings on Chinese medicine, organized through the master, all of which are very valuable knowledge that you can learn more about and see to it that it is passed on to others who love the profession of Chinese medicine. Lin Wuyu said, nowadays, Chinese medicine is still too few talents. Thousands of years of historical knowledge holds too many treasures. We have only developed a very small part of it. If you can develop 3 or 4/10 of it, then in the future, we will be overriding all medicine. Chapter 0129 Prudence in Western Medicine. The 3 unconsciously swallowed their throats, shocked by Lin Wuyu's magnificent speech. Is the stuff contained inside this box really the medical treasures that Mr. Moon had put together? This is so important for people if it's true. Precisely is just too important for TCM. Why Chinese medicine will arrive at today's situation, to a certain extent, is in many valuable medical books disappeared in the long river of history. To know the ancient Chinese medicine is mainly passed on to men, not women, and there is a doctor because of the rule of the feudal era, before they had the opportunity to pass on their own insights directly hooked. For example, Hua Tuo, who treated Chao's thieves and said he was going to open the skull for treatment. And now Lin Wuyu suddenly brought out a box and told them that inside the box were medical writings that Mr. Yu had compiled. Can this make a few people not feel happy? If they could be taught to those Zhang equals S in need, soon these people's medical skills would be able to shine once again. It may not be impossible to make Chinese medicine glorious again. Of course, all of this presupposes that what's inside is of great use to Chinese medicine. With a very apprehensive mood, Hua Cushion took the lead in extending his hand to open the box, and still opened it with both hands. Bowing to Lin Wuyu to thank him, he let out a deep breath, followed by a soft clicking sound, and the box was easily opened. The contents were plain, with only a simple 7 or 8 books, all of which looked like they had only been printed out not particularly long ago. Why is it that all these books are only just printed? Because it smelled like ink on it. It was just too obvious. This is, respectfully flipping open the cover of a book. Hua Cushion's expression changed from natural to a slight frown on his brow, followed by the slightest hint of open-mindedness. How about that? Second uncle, are these books important? Next to the 2 people who do not know exactly what the situation can be described as the heart is in the throat. But this one does not say anything, completely immersed in the books to the study. They stretched their necks, wanting to see as much of the book as they could so they could get some clues. Great! With these precious treasures, the future of Chinese medicine will surely be able to develop once again. Even everyone is capable of reaching the level of Hua Tuo. A few minutes later, Hua Cushion gently closed the book, his inner shock unrivaled. He didn't know how to express the shock in his heart, but through these few minutes of reading, he was able to feel the importance of these treasures. After Mr. Moon's finishing touches, the contents inside these books were much closer to modern times, and it wasn't that difficult to understand them, as long as one had the spirituality and put in a certain degree of effort. Everyone was able to make some degree of progress. This is very valuable knowledge. Is that much of a stretch? The knot in Master Zhou's throat rolled, quietly reaching out his own hand to touch the books, only to be carefully removed by Hua Cushion, fearing that he would damage these precious books. Now is not the time to learn. It's not too late for us to slowly study it after the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition is over. After thinking about it, Hua Cushion pressed the excitement in his heart. He could not wait to be able to hold these books and study them, and apply them in practice. But after thinking about the current situation, he suppressed the desire to keep turning it over. Immediately is the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition. This time cannot be sloppy. The future there is still a long time to be able to devote to the study. Anyway, Lin Wuyue has promised to give these books to them to carry forward. You're messing with our minds. Rolling his eyes a bit with a grudge, Elder Joe had an urge to punch someone. It's the equivalent of stripping naked and not letting you look, giving you gourmet food and not letting you eat it, and having a cigarette in your mouth that turns out not to give you fire. It's hard to bear. The stuff is handed over to you anyway, and if Chinese medicine can't develop, that's your problem. It was then that Lin Wuyue, who was seated across the table, spoke up, having eaten sort of about the same amount, and the only things on the table that could interest him to eat a little bit more were the roast duck and a delicacy. Everything else just tastes random and doesn't move. And it's not as comfortable as a little white wine. It's a craving at home. And you can't eat too much roast duck, because if you eat too much it will be regurgitated inside your stomach and a bit too greasy feeling. It was only at this time that the three people who had been having all sorts of thoughts for the sake of the treasure dictionary snapped back to their senses. And Zhou Miaoshi, who was the president of the Chinese Medicine Association, nodded his head solemnly. Don't worry, Uncle Master. I will definitely spread these things properly. But we also need to spend some time to first comprehend the knowledge inside successfully. And that's what's important. Wouldn't it be a mistake for those who are teachers to be teachers without even learning the knowledge? That was why Zhou Miaoshi had said that it would take a while to comprehend. Of course, he was also eager to experience the knowledge inside those books first, knowing that Hua Cushions' level was not normally impressive, and something that could make him lose his mind in such a surprise. It must be very valuable. Hoping that none of you will eat, Lin Wuyu glanced at the three of them. These 10 minutes had passed and apart from the toasts, the three of them basically didn't touch the dishes on the table. Half the time, Lin Wuyu ate it all by herself. Eat now, ha ha, forgot to eat. If you don't mention it, eldest brother, I haven't felt hungry yet, and as soon as you say it I feel my stomach growling. A few people looked dumbfounded for a moment, then cheekily took their chopsticks and began to savor the food. Lin Wuyu also occasionally carried a wine glass and clinked glasses with a few people. Anyway, the day after tomorrow was the time for the competition. Drinking now would not affect the competition then. Besides, what's wrong with even drinking for a competition? Does it matter? It doesn't matter at all. Just as a party was being held on this side, a party was likewise held inside the box near them, but the difference was that this one was filled with members of Western medicine. It really wasn't an accident. You should know that the most luxurious hotel in Kyoto was this one, and in order to entertain their honored guests, of course, they have to choose the most luxurious hotel, so as to reflect their sincerity. So, naturally, people from both sides showed up at this one restaurant, unbeknownst to both. Nice, the white wine from Longhua has a pure flavor and is good. This side of the box also looked incredibly cozy. The three famous medical practitioners who came from Western countries to participate in the competition to help Western medicine in the Dragon Kingdom were all very relaxed. Oh, it's good that you like the drink. We'll send some back to you when you return. Dr. Troutman, the president of the association said with a leathery smile, not telling these few people about Lin Wuyue's situation just yet. He wanted to wait until the atmosphere was a little better to say it. And it's not even him saying it. Thank you, we've felt your enthusiasm. We're all part of Western medicine, and we'll do our best to honor our opponents. Truman fittingly said something befitting a gentleman to express their happiness, and it also expresses the determination that it will definitely defeat Chinese medicine. The word respect is used very appropriately, which means that they all know subconsciously that Chinese medicine will definitely fail, but they will still exert their utmost ability to give Chinese medicine practitioners a share of respect. But, Fong Dingtian, who had long been pushed out to explain things, spoke up stiffly, once again attracting everyone's attention. But we've gotten a message on our side that the one who's taking part in the tournament this time isn't Hua Cushion, but rather Hua Cushions' senior brother Lin Wuyue. What? What's going on here? Johnson's son glanced at the international journalists around him, then looked quizzically at the president of the Western Medical Association. Why didn't they know anything about this? It was a lapse in probing. Though they're not that worried. The situation was shown, and it would have been useless to replace it with anyone else. All doomed to failure. The three of them were three of the most powerful Western doctors in the West. Were they still no match for an old-fashioned Chinese medicine practitioner from the Dragon Kingdom? It's not going to happen. But still, it is important to criticize the president of the association for not being so on top of things, and for making such a serious error work. This made the three of them very unhappy, not to mention the fact that there were two international journalists inside this box. Ahem, coughing softly twice. The president signaled that Fang Dingtian's role was very good, and then opened his mouth seriously. This is a matter that we have only just learned about the situation. Among the Chinese medicine practitioners, Zhou Suiguo, Hua Cushion, and Lin Wuyue are all disciples taught by a single master. And Lin Wuyue is the eldest senior brother among these three. His strength is said to be very good. We need to pay more attention to it. This is the information we got about Lin Wuyue after a lot of effort. Saying that, the president took out a piece of information and placed it in front of several Western doctors. Fortunately, Fang Dingtian's work was not bad, and he got all the details of Lin Wuyue's news. Otherwise it's not good enough to explain the situation to these foreigners. What is this, some kind of clue you guys have? Flipping the message over, the trio came together to watch it, then handed it to the international reporter, asking some serious questions. The information inside the introduction says that Lin Wuyu is a state banquet special guest chef, age 27, male, or a paraprofessional teacher. Teaching out of the students is very good. In addition to a net article author, creating 2 sensational net article circle novel masterpiece. Oh yeah, there's another status. That's an acting instructor tutor in the entertainment industry. Many of the stars in today's entertainment industry are Lin Wuyu's disciples. But, not a single item in here said how great Lin Wuyu's medical skills were. Chapter 0130, the competition begins. All the people are concerned. What's this information for? A 27-year-old herbalist. Are you sure the information is something we can trust? President, we doubt your sincerity. We didn't come all the way from the west to the Dragon Kingdom just to play around with you guys. Several people were furious because they sensed that the attitude given by the Western doctors was not so friendly. How can information about the opposition be so perfunctory? They're not celebrity chasers. So what's the point of watching this stuff? Even a few people began to suspect that this was a play on the part of the Western Medicine Association. It made them feel greatly insulted. Everyone has a busy schedule, okay? Who would waste so much time showing up in the Dragon Kingdom to participate in some Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition if they were going to play these things? Wouldn't it be comfortable to use it to study medicine? Or to enjoy life? Not to mention that a few Western medical professionals were so enraged. Annie, the international reporter who had seen the information about Lin Wuyu, felt that this piece of information was like child's play. Guest chef at the Dragon State Banquet? A teacher in support of education? Mentor of showbiz acting instruction? What's all this with or a young man whose age is only 27? Which seems like a piece of false information. Fang Dingtian, come and talk to a few of the doctors about the situation. The president of the association had a bit of a headache, not knowing what to tell the friendly forces in the West about the situation. When he first got this piece of information about Lin Wuyu, the first thing he felt was also absurd, but it was all confirmed by Fang Dingtian. It's like this. You guys might not know the specifics. Let me give you an explanation. Fang Dingtian's cold sweat was about to flow out. Who is he messing with? Obviously just watch the program Understanding After Work, and as a result, need to bear such a big consequence. Think about it, really feel very innocent. In the first place, he shouldn't have told the association president Lin Wuyu's news. Wasn't it good to pretend that he didn't know anything? Instead, he sent himself to the grave. It was too late to say anything now. Only by doing the final work well could Fang Dingtian escape the next punishment. Otherwise by then not only would he have to leave the membership of the association, but it would be difficult to get much progress even within Western medicine. The future can be all but destroyed then. The 3 Western medicine bigwigs stared coldly at Fang Dingtian, wanting to see what kind of answer this person could give. If they weren't satisfied, they definitely wouldn't let up. The situation is like this. The program Understanding is a variety show where couples find out if each of them has a secret, and Lin Wuyue and his wife Su Yuling are the participants in this episode. The identities you see, all of them are the identities exposed by the previous Lin Wuyu. I have detailed evidence here, said Fang Dingtian from pointing to the folder. You guys turn over the 3rd page. Listening to his words, the 3 of them flipped the folder in their hands, and the 3rd page was indeed about Lin Wuyu's proof that he was the special guest chef for the state banquet, such as his certificate, such as some photographs, all of which were able to serve as evidence. If you want to tell us that this young man is a good cook, then we don't see the need to continue the exchange and will immediately purchase a plane ticket and leave. What with the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition having nothing to do with us? Lynch spoke coldly, directly covering the folder in front of him. This action caused the people around him to be very satisfied as well, and their eyes stared at Fang Dingtian with a very unkind look. The association president on the side even banged on the desktop and shouted in a stern voice, Fang Dingtian, state the point, old fox. In his heart, he silently cursed the association president's ancestors all over again. Fang Dingtian still accompanied a smile and acted very kindly. There was no way around it. And from the very beginning when the association society pushed him out, He knew he was going to face a lot of situations, and for the sake of the current status and income, there was no chance to lose his temper. Unless Fong Dingtian didn't want to continue to survive in the Western medicine world. Leaving now would only offend the president of the association and would also offend several bigwigs in Western medicine. The popularity and influence of these guys is not normal. Moreover, there was also an international reporter at the scene. If the fault for all these things was attributed to Fong Dingtian, that kind of consequence was really not something he could bear. By then the old fox, blah blah blah, the president will have pushed him out as a scapegoat too. This matter of Lin Wuyu being a Chinese medicine practitioner is something we've only discovered in the last few days. As you all know, Chinese medicine is a medicine that originated in the Dragon Kingdom, so there are many masters existing in the folklore, and they've also been made to be countryside wild medicine practitioners. Hua Cushion, Master Zhou, are masters of Chinese medicine. I think you all understand the strength of Hua Cushion. He can be called as the existence of the senior brother, and from Kyoto to run to other cities specifically to invite out of the mountain of Lin Wuyu, certainly is not a general practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. The strength and level of our guess but also in the Hua Cushion on top of it, so be very careful. But this one has never shown how great his attainments in Chinese medicine really are, so we can't find any particular clues among our statistical information, which I'm sorry to say. Twitter. Fong Dingtian never felt so powerful in the middle of his life. If his current level to become a salesperson, surely can pull down a lot of performance for the company. Under the power of his 3-inch tongue, he finally managed to stabilize the 3 Western medicine bigwigs who were pretending to leave, just fainting. It was not without purpose that these 3 participated in the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition. One being that through this Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition, they were able to grow more in fame, which had a great impact in many ways for their freedom-obsessed country. There is another aspect of course is the monetary gain. As long as they can complete this Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition and make Western medicine victorious, then the 3 of them will be able to get roughly $10 million. Every single one. Hyperbole or not, it's that much of a stretch. But don't think that a Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition doesn't have to be paid so much, doesn't have to be so important, because it touches on the international aspect. It touches on some of the programmatic aspects of the West. Ordinary people might find it a little hard to understand, but with a longer-term perspective, they would know that these tens of millions of dollars are nothing compared to what's coming next. Because it's what happens next that counts. Starting with what happens after Western medicine has triumphed. In time Western medicine will be able to develop and have a greater say in other areas. It can even have a big impact through the bridge of Western medicine. We need to take a good look at this Lin Wuyu. The first match tomorrow will be me against him. We'll be able to test this one's level then. I think a 27-year-old young man mostly doesn't have the strength, not to mention the fact that the information indicates that he hasn't practiced medicine for a long time. After carefully listening to Fong Dingtian's narration, these 3 did not talk about leaving anymore. It looks as if the one who said to leave before is not the same person as them. Even they were laughing and chatting with the president of the association. Sitting in his seat, Fong Dingtian wiped the cold sweat from his head and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Bodhisattva blessed him, finally stabilizing the current situation. Mr. Fong. A broken Chinese sounded from his side, scaring Fong Dingtian into a jolt, thinking that there was something else that he needed to account for. Other than being prepared for those things, he really wasn't prepared for anything else. No one could be that powerful. A night's time, Fong Dingtian didn't rest all night before he got all the information out, and also figured out exactly how he should stabilize the situation. Is there something going on? Looking toward the international reporter who had spoken, Fong Dingtian asked stiffly. The president's gaze and the gazes of several Western medical professionals had already been cast toward him, and it was important not to let up at a time like this. I'd like to ask you about Lin Wuyu. Are all these identities real? Is he really the same as the information shows? A young man with many talents? The pride of your Dragon Kingdom? Has many fans? Annie let out many questions in a row, and because she was so excited, it caused a few foreign languages to pop up sometimes, leaving Fong Dingtian in a daze. Luckily, the interpreter at her side narrated clearly what and was trying to say. Look at it this way, all the information on it is true, and you tell her that all of it is backed up by evidence. After listening to the interpreter, Fong Dingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it wasn't a tricky question, but actually asked about the information he had prepared. That must all be true. You know, as a fan of the show Understanding, Fong Dingtian also went from disbelief to belief to final conviction. Speaking of which, he was also considered half a supporter of Lin Wuyu, but unfortunately, he was also a 2/5 boy, and for the sake of his own job and future considerations, he had ultimately abandoned his idol. I'm sorry. In his heart, He silently expressed his heartfelt apologies to Lin Wuyu. Fang Dingtian was still looking at his superior with a smile on his face. The latter gave him a slight nod of his head, expressing his great satisfaction with Fang Dingtian's performance today. Very good. Not bad for your own men. Dr. Fang is one of the members of the association that I recruited, and I am most able to know him well as a person who is very passionate about his work and never lies, and I am able to testify for him on this point. This association's president was extremely flirty in speaking for Fang Dingtian, and was actually trying to express his own credit favorably. Fang Dingtian didn't dare to tear down the true face of the association president, and could only concur with a smile to express the joy in his heart. Joy? Nima, my lungs are about to explode. When this matter is over, I must take a little Chinese medicine to replenish my body, but don't pull your emotions to your body and have many problems. Reporter Annie, do you have any good ideas? The three of them were also old hands at these scenes, and Truman couldn't help but inquire curiously when he noticed that Anne's mood was a bit happy, or rather excited, wondering what great idea she came up with. If Western medicine can win this time, it will greatly dampen the Dragon Kingdom's temper. A star doctor that many of their people adore to no end. The effect is so much better than a Huacatch mountain. Do you know what I mean by this? Genius? Annie turned her head to look at a few people, her heart overwhelmed with excitement. The three of them wore expressions of dawning realization. Indeed, defeating a dragon Chinese medicine practitioner with many fans and many believers is so much more effective than a Hua Cushion mountain with little fame. Isn't Lin Wuyu very good? Isn't Lin Wuyu a genius? As usual, they will not be able to face their Western medical people and will fail as usual. The effect this brings can be very powerful. Ha! Ha! Smiles surfaced on the faces of the association president and Fang Dingtian, and in their hearts, they were actually guessing what the content of what these few people were chatting about. Because that interpreter didn't tell them about the conversation between Annie and the three, they could only make out a few simple words from it. It was in the middle of some room that a few people didn't know about. Lin Wuyu, the object of their discussion, was leaving the box with Elder Joe and the others. The food was very satisfying and it was time to think about sleep. Walking out of the front door of the hotel, Lin Wuyu suddenly sneezed, rubbed her nose, and muttered under her breath, "Which turtle is thinking about me again?" The next second he didn't say anything. What if the person this one was thinking about was his wife? It must seem like true love to miss him so much after only a day or two away. Uncle Lin, let me send you back first. The enthusiastic Zhou Miaosher took the lead in opening the car door for Lin Wuyu, his movements becoming more and more respectful, because Lin Wuyu had helped the Chinese medicine practitioner with a great favor. Down the road the Chinese medicine practitioner was able to develop once again, and he was able to go to the next level in his medical skills. Wasn't this worthy of sending thanks to Lin Wuyu? Well worth it. Chapter 0131, Respecting the Elderly and Teachers? Did you forget you drink? Drinking doesn't drive. Driving doesn't drink. Drinking is fun for a while, but loved ones are cremated. Lin Wuyu looked sideways at Zhou Miaosher. Very conscious. Being reminded of this, Zhou Miaodo patted her head, which still looked a bit funny with a piece of hair missing from the top of her head. I almost forgot about this. Looks like I just had a little too much to drink. I'll call a valet. Just now, the one who drank the most at the table should be Lin Wuyu. But Zhou Miaosher didn't expect that Lin Wuyu's ability to drink was actually that powerful. It was really beyond his imagination. At least it is also often participate in the party and dinner table. Zhou Miaosher drink those wines, blowing the wind feeling dizzy. The result is that Lin Wuyu behaved the same as before, and even blush did not appear. Is this the terror of the moon god? It was really too strong. Not an existence that could be compared to ordinary people. You'd better take care of the two of them. Lin Wuyu glanced sideways at the two old men at the doorway who were snuggling up to each other and didn't know how to spit. The two of them were chest to chest and in the center of them rested what was clearly the box that was given to them earlier. This is a treasure. Don't you grab it. Who said I was going to rob one? I'm doing it to protect him. You're drunk, you know? I'm not drunk. You're the one who's really drunk. Ha 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 ha, you're drunk. Looking at his father and senior uncle, who were still somewhat conscious, Zhou Miaodo felt that it would be better to take care of them as the two were in a much more serious condition. I'll just take a cab back. Waving his hand, Lin Wuyu naturally stopped a cab, explained a word or two to Zhou Miaosher and left the place directly. I don't know if it was because of too much drinking. Zhou Miaosher and Elder Joe didn't go looking for Lin Wuyu for the rest of the day, and were completely caught up in the busyness. It wasn't that they didn't want to go to Lin Wuyu, but the tournament would be held tomorrow when the first match would be between Lin Wuyu and Johnson's son. And a lot of things would need to be prepared by then. Ready for what? Of course it's a reporter from the media. As a result, they suddenly realized that all those well-known news reporters in Kyoto did not need their preparation and naturally headed to the scene of the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition. On top of that, there is the important thing of stabilizing many of your peers in Chinese medicine. They are still very much out of the loop in their minds, knowing the truth. Some of the Chinese medicine practitioners did not know what kind of expression they should show. They all became disheartened. And some of them even intended to defend the dignity of Chinese medicine practitioners with their own deaths. It is hoped that through this method, the existence of Chinese medicine will be emphasized and Chinese medicine will be developed again in the future. As a result, the news suddenly came out that Lin Wuyu would be replacing Hua Cushion among the Chinese medicine practitioners in the battle, and that Lin Wuyu was also Hua Cushion's senior brother, Master Zhou's senior brother. How do you call the crowd to feel not surprised? It's just great news in general. They still had great faith in Hua Cushion and Master Zhou's family, so they maintained a skeptical attitude, wanting to take another look at the situation and see if they could have a little bit of hope from this Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition. Even 1%, that's hope. However, most people still knew the truth in their hearts, and that was that Lin Wuyu was unable to defeat those famous Western medicine masters. The gap between them was simply too great. This was because Lin Wuyu's age was simply too young, leaving the crowd with no way of believing that there was the slightest possibility. But people are so strange, knowing that there is no possibility, or the possibility is very remote, but they still hope to participate. Very complicated. And the three old men of Zhou, of course, were cheering and encouraging their counterparts. By virtue of their prestige and position, they smoothly pulled that hope down to a level of satisfaction that many in TCM, at least, chose to believe. They don't always fail. Rather, there is some possibility of success. And Elder Zhou had said that the likelihood of them being able to win exceeded 50%. Isn't that enough hope? Originally, what Elder Zhou wanted to say was that the possibility of their victory could be 70%, but I'm afraid that this index could not be believed by those who didn't understand Lin Wuyu's strength. So in the end, he had to change his statement and reduce it to over 50%. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the scene of the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition. Behind me is the arena of the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition. As you can see, there is a very large audience on the scene, and it has taken a great deal of effort to get this ticket. But it's worth it to put in even more effort in order to show you such a stirring moment. The time of the official convening of the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition. The 20,000 seats on the floor were filled to capacity, and many people simply didn't get a seat to get in and watch. The difference between this and the first Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition, which had less than 1,000 people, was too great. And the main reason for this was the strength of all the people out there, plus Lin Wuyu's participation. There is a more important reason for the presence of many surprising people on the scene. Big Power. Oh my god. Big Power really appeared on the scene too. I purchased my tickets just to see Power, and it was worth it this time. Ha ha. I purchased the tickets for lying. I didn't realize that what was reported on that day was true. They really came to cheer up the moon god. None of you are Luna's biggest fans. I came here to watch specifically for Luna, who drops God forever. What a hoot. Holy, isn't that the national chef who appeared in the middle of the program last time? And who is that one? The old man with many medals on him. Is he a general? Crap. How come there are so many great gods in this Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition today? The appearance of one big shot at the scene shocked everyone, because images like this where many big shots could be seen were usually few and far between. And today, for the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition, so many star characters had actually gathered. Even old men who look like generals appeared on the scene. This is just too much. Although everyone can't arrive at the scene, we can cheer for Lin Wuyu. Chinese medicine will win. On the set of Understanding, ice is still on for the day as usual. They have sent a reporter to the scene to record the game, and then broadcast to the live broadcast. The traffic has not decreased at all. On the contrary, compared to the previous time, but also a lot more. Moon God Invincible. I'm praying for the Moon God in Spring City that CCM will win this one. I've heard that if we lose this match, Chinese medicine is going to disappear in the future amongst the medical community of the Dragon Kingdom. I'm still in favor of Chinese medicine. I'm a brainwashed fan. I support whatever Luna does. Oh ha. Moon God, you're my idol. Ahem. Don't get too emotional. Oh grass. So many stars. Is this tournament this lively? So sorry I wasn't there 1 inch. Dude, where's the calmness you were talking about? I don't want to be calm. I want to be crazy today. Moon God is awesome. The audience in the live broadcast room was still mostly loyal fans belonging to Lin Wuyu, shouting and cheering for Lin Wuyu. As for Lin Wuyu as home, Su Yuling, who had not been live streamed, placed her hands on her chest and looked at the match on the screen without any reason to be nervous. Her mouth opened and closed as she muttered, "Be sure to come back well." Compared to what other people said about cheering for victory, Su Yuling's expectation only had one simple request, and that was Lin Wuyu's peace and safety. no matter if it was a failure or a victory. She was Lin Wuyu's wife, and Lin Wuyu would always be the idol of her heart. That will never change. All she wanted was peace and quiet. It was selfish, but Su Yuling had the right to be selfish. It's crazy. It's the first time it's been this crazy since we've been organizing the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition for so many years. Backstage of the exchange competition, the host's heart was shaken to the core as he looked towards the audience scene outside and saw the dazzling stars. It's not because the one participating in the competition this time is Lin Wuyu. This person's fame is really big. The fans on the internet should add up to a few million. It's indeed a very powerful young man. It's the first time I've seen the Chinese and Western medicine exchange competition so lively. Alas, it's a good thing. At least it's not focusing on those messy things. Many of the people standing around the powers that be spoke up with some emotion, thinking that it was a good thing, or at least it seemed to be the case. Wait. The grinning powers that be looked carefully toward the audience, saw a few stars and quickly removed himself. Stars were not that important to him. It didn't deserve all that much attention either. His eyes then looked to the others. There was an old man in military uniform in the scene, with two spirited middle-aged men sitting beside him. It looked so appealing to the eyes. The key thing is the medals on the old man. So you can imagine how much credit he gave. Isn't that Elder Jiang? The knot in his throat rolled, and the powers that be felt as if his scalp had exploded. Old Mr. Jiang, but a warrior who put in a lot of effort for the motherland back then, and his son is currently in the army with a decent official position. How did such an old gentleman come to be on the scene? And count on the fact that the powers that be are still Mr. Chang's juniors and need to go to a respectful greeting, but he actually doesn't know and is sitting here chatting? It wasn't his fault. Who knew that someone like John Lao would show up here? Also because of Lin Wuyu? The people in power had mixed feelings in their hearts and began to speculate on what kind of person Lin Wuyu really was, and why she had so much influence. Is it really as simple as it seems? It doesn't look like it. In the audience, a staff member in a suit hurriedly walked towards Mr. Zhang's seat. He had just been personally notified by the powers that be to ask Mr. Zhang to go to the best place to watch the match. Tell your leader that I'm going to sit here and watch today, and there's no need to give me special treatment, and I hope he doesn't give special treatment to anyone else. Old Mr. Zhang's faint reply caused cold sweat to break out on the staff's head. The original transcription of the replying words, the powers that be were also apprehensive. The words meant that he should not favor the Western medical side and would keep an eye on it at all times. Geez, when did he favor the Western medicine side? Not at all. Okay. Nope. Seems like a little bit.